dangled along as a backup for a gold-digging woman for 2 years without even holding hands, only to watch her turn around and get into a rich second-generation's car. Disheartened and weary of life, I decided to indulge myself at a foot massage parlor to bid farewell to my virginity. Unexpectedly, the technician who pushed open the door turned out to be a stunning beauty. After a night of absurdity, she threw a wad of cash at me and warned me with a flushed face, "Don't you dare speak of what happened last night." Before I could even regain my composure, the system awakened, implanting the male god manual. From then on, I could see through all women's favorability levels. When I encountered that aloof female CEO again, I discovered the label above her head actually read, Chapter 1 From Boy to Man. Night fell with lanterns lighting up. Into the Tianyu foot spa poured a group of young maidens. They wore revealing clothes and dressed to the nines. Sometimes they stood in dimly lit corners, striking sexy poses, whistling at passing men. Other times they sprawled on the sofas in the lobby, playing with their phones. Their high heels dangled lightly from the tips of their toes, swaying, revealing the delicate jade-like feet wrapped in black stockings inside. Under the illumination of pink lights, the posture was indescribably alluring. Qin An watched, his mouth dry and throat parched. After taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and stepped inside. He is an honest man. He has never been to such a place before. He even thinks it's impossible for him to come here in his lifetime, because he once vowed to be a breath of fresh air in this restless era. A lifetime, one couple is all I need. But after going through being strung along for 2 whole years by a bitch named Hanting without even holding hands, that bitch sitting in someone else's car, yet wearing a downright enthralled expression, he realized he was wrong. Percent. Nice guys finish last. Only the bad boys walk the righteous path. So he resolutely came here without hesitation, ready to shed his virgin label and start learning to be wicked. First time here, little brother? The boss lady had seen all sorts of people, and her eyes were particularly sharp. She could tell at a glance that Qin An was a well-behaved boy. She blew a smoke ring right in Qin An's face. With a bewitching expression, she teased, "Go wait upstairs in room 203. Sister will take care of the rest for you, guaranteed to satisfy." All right. Feeling the proprietress' enthusiasm, Qin An's inner tension subsided considerably. Replacing it was overwhelming excitement and anticipation. He rushed into the room in quick strides, lay down on the massage table, and waited quietly. During the wait, his heart was unsettled. What if the person who enters turns out to be an auntie? Can I change it myself? If there's really no way to change it, should I accept it, or should I run away? Click. The door was pushed open at this moment. A girl in a body-hugging skirt stumbled in. She was at least about 1.7 meters tall. Her alluring anime-like legs were wrapped in enticing black stockings. For some reason, the collar of her blouse was mostly unbuttoned. Her skin, as fair and delicate as snow, was revealed. Her crimson cheeks burned frightfully, as if flushed from too much drink. Her dazed gaze seemed to plead with desire. Qin An was utterly transfixed by the sight. Are the girls at foot massage shops nowadays all this stunning? She's actually several times prettier than Han Ting, the girl I pursued before. I really fucking came to the right place. Snap. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin An swiftly locked the door and reached out to embrace the girl's slender, snake-like waist. He fiercely pressed his lips against her half-parted crimson ones. The girl's soft moan was like a spark to a fuse. Set Qin An completely ablaze. There was no stopping it now. In no time at all, the room was brimming with the vibrancy of spring. The bed creaked and groaned under their motion. What's going on? The proprietress arrived just now, accompanied by a heavily made-up elderly lady. The door was locked when I saw it. And within it, there's also the sound of decadent music. It was a bit strange, but I didn't think too much about it. I just assumed it was another girl from our own family who had gone in first. Then I walked away with Auntie. Early the next morning, Qin An was awakened by a warm breath on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw that stunning girl clinging to him like an affectionate octopus, wrapped tightly around him. Her coy demeanor was utterly adorable. It made him want to continue right then and there. But the moment he moved, his waist silently protested in pain. The pain made him fall back again. He secretly marveled in his heart, women in this profession are truly formidable. Last night, she actually demanded him 7 times in a row. It completely wore him out. But that sensation pierced straight to the bone. It was truly exhilarating. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek erupted beside him at an excessive volume. The deafening sound nearly burst Qin An's eardrums. Opened his mouth, then scratched his ear. After confirming everything was fine, he questioned the girl, "Why are you shouting for no reason?" The girl was about to lose her temper, suddenly realizing this wasn't her home but an unfamiliar place. Thinking carefully, the fragmented memories from last night floated before her eyes, making her cheeks flush crimson. At the same time, endless grievances surged in her heart. Her hands clutched at her hair with great force, wondering why I'm so unlucky. Finally managed to escape the clutches of that scumbag. Yet in the blink of an eye, fell right into another trap. Lost the most precious thing I had, just like that, all confused and unaware. Hey, anyway, disregarding the sadness. Breakdown or not, what's done is done. She had no choice but to accept her fate. After getting out of bed and changing clothes, she took out a stack of money from her purse and tossed it onto the bed. With a cold expression, she said, "This money is hush money. Don't speak to anyone about what happened last night, and don't come looking for me again, or else." At this point, the girl's eyes, which had been rippling like autumn water, suddenly turned icy cold. Glaring at Qin An with deadly intent, she hissed, "You can spend the rest of your life waiting to become a eunuch." Slap. With those words, the girl slammed the door and stormed off, leaving Qin An completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the thick stack of 100 yuan bills. Clicked his tongue in contemplation. Wasn't I the one playing her? How did it end up with her playing me instead? Wait, what's this? Suddenly, Qin An noticed a faint crimson bloodstain on the spot where the girl had been lying. He couldn't help feeling surprised. Could she be? Sigh. At this thought, Qin An couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the girl for a brief moment. You actually came to work overtime even though it's that time of the month. That must be tough. When I have time later, I must come see her more often. Ding. Detected that the host has shed their virgin status. The male god system will now activate automatically. Ding. System activation successful. Scanning function now commencing automatically. Ding. Preparing to implant the ultimate guide to male charm for the host. Please get ready. Boom. Before Qin An could figure out what was happening, all kinds of dating knowledge, top-notch flirting techniques, flooded into his mind all at once. He went from being a love idiot who couldn't understand women's hearts. In an instant, he transformed into someone who could tell exactly what a woman was plotting or scheming with just a flick of her hips. A master of top-tier romance. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Qin An was stunned. Does this mean I've really become a womanizer? Good, good, good. Qin An laughed. Hunting, just you wait. This time if you don't kneel and beg me to be your boyfriend, I swear I'll stop using the Qin surname. Smack. At this thought, Qin An could hardly wait to see Han Ting kneeling down and begging pitifully. After gathering the money on the bed, he quickly got dressed and hurried out of the foot massage parlor. Chapter 2. Very smooth. Before heading out, Qin An deliberately checked the technician board. However, he couldn't find that girl, which he found somewhat peculiar. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Quickly walked into the barbershop across the street. Shouted, "Boss, give me a foil perm." Turned into a player. A must-have hairstyle for players, gotta make it stand up. 2 hours later, at the Marriott Mall. Lorenloff Menswear Brand Store. Waiter, check please. After being enlightened by the Male God Handbook, Qin An came to deeply understand that women are also visual creatures. They also like handsome boys. Otherwise, those young heartthrobs wouldn't have millions of fans. School heartthrobs wouldn't be more popular than ordinary boys either. So it's very necessary to dress yourself handsomely and more maturely. Never hesitate to spend money. Moreover, this kind of external transformation yields instant results. The female salesperson stood there dumbfounded, nearly drooling, and while handing over the receipt, she couldn't resist curling her fingers against Qin An's palm. That is the best proof. However, Qin An turned a blind eye to this, because a girl scoring 72 points couldn't catch his eye now. The 72-point rating wasn't given by him. It's systematically captured. With the assistance of scanning functionality, his eyes now function like two demon-revealing mirrors. No matter if the other party uses foundation or has undergone renovations, or where they've had cosmetic surgery done, everything can be seen through at just a glance. Moreover, according to the system, she's a beauty scoring over 90 points. After successfully conquering her, the system will also grant special rewards. The only pity is these few hours since leaving the foot massage parlor. Qin An hadn't encountered even one yet. Ding! Detected a 95-point top-tier goddess. The system will automatically initiate further scanning. Holy crap! Qin An was both shocked and thrilled. Talk about someone delivering a pillow just as you're about to doze off. Quickly check what the special reward is. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charm, 95. Occupation, CEO of a clothing company. Specialty, very smooth. Affection level, 20. Acquaintance. Wrestling count, 0. Success reward, Yodo car rental company, top-tier combat skills, and full refund of all dating expenses. Note, reaching an affection level of 80, admiration, counts as a successful conquest. Reaching an affection level of 100, undying devotion, with the girl initiating the confession unlocks hidden rewards. Boss? The company where Qin An is currently employed is called Wani. It is a clothing brand company specializing in the fabrication of sleepwear. The company is small in scale, with just 30-some employees. But the boss, Su Wanqing, is very beautiful. Not only does she wear traditional professional attire with the visual impact of a fashion spread, every move she makes carries an indescribable charm and grace. Every time I see her in the office, it gets to me. Qin An couldn't help but raise his head in acknowledgement, especially when he saw how the shirt buttons always seemed on the verge of popping open. This feeling grew even more intense. Yet however intense it was, liking something is one thing. He still has his dignity intact. He knows he doesn't deserve Su Wanqing, so even now, it's still just a secret crush. But, today he's decided not to keep harboring the secret crush anymore, because matching social status is something to consider only when getting married. When in love, simply liking someone is enough. Thinking of Qin An, he turned around and walked towards Su Wanqing. On the way, he carefully reviewed the materials again. When he saw the words very moist, he was a bit bewildered, wondering what kind of special skill this was? That just sounded inappropriate. And what about that top-tier combat skill, was it actually legitimate, or just another shady thing? If we're talking about unwholesome topics, then he really wants to learn about it. President Su? What coincidence brings us together? To think we'd run into each other just while shopping. Just as Qin An was about to step forward and show his skills, a slightly balding middle-aged man dressed like a homeless scavenger. He stepped forward with his beer belly and leaned in closer. With a lecherous glint in his eye, he gave Su Wanqing a thorough once-over from head to toe. Finally, it came to rest on Su Wanqing's chest. It made Su Wanqing very uncomfortable. Her brows furrowed slightly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Qin An had met this person a few times. It seems to be the owner of the garment factory that our company has been collaborating with. I've always cherished feelings for Su Wanqing. Recently, he seemed to have threatened Su Wanqing, saying that if she didn't stay with him, he would cease all cooperation. How shameless, still trying to steal my woman? You think you're worthy? Qin An's gaze turned icy. Walking with steady steps, he strode over with high spirits. He naturally embraced Su Wanqing, her delicate waist slim enough to barely grasp. With an indulgent smile, he said, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me obediently? Why did you come here?" Su Wanqing was startled. His body suddenly stiffened, standing rigidly straight. Only after realizing it was Qin An who had pulled her close did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Wait, that's Qin An? Su Wanqing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. In her memory, Qin An had always been the type to wear white t-shirts paired with loose shorts, or bundled up in a thick down jacket. Even less stylish than a migrant worker. How did you suddenly become so fashionable and handsome today? Qin An's transformation is truly remarkable. The originally childish cartoon print crewneck t-shirt had been replaced by a more mature-looking deep black dress shirt. 2 buttons near the collar were deliberately left unfastened, revealing his alluring collarbones and firm chest to the outside, exuding nothing but raw masculine energy. The lower half was clad in a pair of straight-cut black suit pants. Thanks to the deliberate exposure of the ankles, the entire legs appeared exceptionally straight and long, paired with his handsome hands-in-pockets pose, and the faintly wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. From a distance, he looked exactly like a domineering CEO straight out of a romantic drama. Su Wanqing felt slightly dizzy just looking at him. Ding! Favorability plus 10. Qin An smiled. This month's salary was indeed well spent. Even a beauty like Su Wanqing was completely charmed. Who are you? The bald man had everything planned out. First, he'd pretend it was a chance encounter. Then, he'd use fate as an excuse to ask Su Wanqing out for a meal. Finally, after watching the movie, they went to the hotel to deal with Su Wanqing. But now, suddenly, someone else has stepped in out of nowhere, disrupted his plans, and even went so far as to wrap an arm around Su Wanqing's slender waist right in front of him. He was so angry that he nearly ground his molars to dust. I'm Wanqing's fiancé, and who are you? Qin An pretended not to recognize the bald man. He sized up the other man from head to toe. Then pretending to suddenly remember, he said, "Oh, I know. You must be the recycling collector, right, old man? Hurry up, hurry up." Qin An turned his head and urged the saleswoman standing nearby, "Quickly gather up the junk here for the old man, don't keep him waiting foolishly." Old man? Recycling collector? The bald man was nearly provoked to vomiting blood by these 2 words. Pointing at Qin An's nose, he angrily shouted, "Open your fucking dog eyes and see clearly, who's your uncle? I'm a post-90s kid. And look at these brand name clothes costing tens of thousands, how could I possibly look like a scrap collector?" Chapter 3 This actually boosts affection? The bald man finished speaking and snorted disdainfully. He smoothed his clothes, adopting the confident expression of a top supermodel. In that moment, he seemed like the brightest star on the field. His chin was practically pointing to the sky. Snap! Just as the bald man basked in his self-satisfaction, a saleswoman from the shop across the aisle walked over slowly and tapped him on the shoulder. She whispered softly, "Sir, I happen to have some cardboard boxes. Once you're done collecting here, why not come over and grab some?" Whoosh! The bald man's face instantly fell. Su Wanqing and the saleswoman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin An grinned too. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "See. The public's eyes are sharp. Damn it." The bald man was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He ripped his jacket off and slammed it onto the ground. He turned and walked away. And he moved with surprising speed. As if he feared that if he slowed down even a moment, someone might mistake him for an old junk collector again. And suffer another humiliation. Smiling and smiling. Su Wanqing suddenly felt an unusual sensation around her waist. Only then did she remember that Qin An was still holding her waist. Her heart tightened involuntarily. 2 patches of crimson crept up her fair cheeks. Perhaps influenced by her parents, Su Wanqing had been a highly ambitious woman since childhood. In school, she studied relentlessly, striving to be number 1. After graduation, she threw herself into building her business, striving to make the company better. She simply had no time for romance. Nor did she ever consider it. So this was the first time in her 26 years that she had shared physical intimacy with a man. That strange sensation made her body go slightly limp. She desperately wanted to lean against Qin An's shoulder. But reason told her she couldn't. So she reclaimed the domineering authority and dignity of the CEO she once was. Her gaze, brimming with hostility, fixed on Qin An as she coldly demanded, "The person's already gone. How much longer do you plan to keep holding my hand?" Ah! Qin An feigned sudden realization. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand. He apologized. "My apologies, CEO Su. I shouldn't have done that without your permission. How about I treat you to dinner as an apology? I hear that new Korean restaurant upstairs is absolutely delicious." Though his earlier action had been meant to help Su Wanqing out of a tight spot, his intentions were good. But it was still a bit abrupt. To avoid offending Su Wanqing, an apology was necessary. After all, apologizing wouldn't cost him an arm and a leg. Besides, an apology could keep the conversation going. Otherwise, if you just dryly say, "I forgot," or say nothing at all, how could the girl possibly respond to you then? But Su Wanqing didn't believe he'd forgotten. But she had no proof he hadn't forgotten either. Besides, Qin An had genuinely meant to help her. She decided to let it slide. She snorted coldly. "Fine. I'll let you off this time. But I'm warning you, don't you dare use that trick again without my permission." "Got it." Qin An nodded. While pulling out his phone to make a reservation, he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'm telling you, their stone pot bibimbap is absolutely amazing. You've got to try it later." Su Wanqing was about to refuse. As a company president, having an employee treat her to a meal, it just didn't feel right. But seeing Qin An had already secured a table. Plus, she was genuinely curious about how amazing that mixed rice dish could possibly be. She swallowed her refusal and silently followed Qin An. Little did she know, this was all part of Qin An's plan. His goal was to make the invitation impossible for her to refuse, thus creating more opportunities to be alone with her. "Hello, welcome." Qin An wasn't conventionally handsome. But his 6'1" frame made a statement. His attire was impeccably tailored. With his stunning female companion by his side, it was hard not to catch people's attention. The moment they entered the restaurant, they drew the stares of over a dozen people. It made Qin An's ego swell. Is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? It felt damn good. But pleasure aside, he hadn't forgotten the real reason for being here. Accompanied by Su Wanqing, he followed the attendant toward the private room. "Well, Ms. Su, how do you like the ambience here?" Qin An had reserved a small private room with windows. With the window open, a gentle breeze flowed in. It felt anything but stuffy. Outside the window, a river flowed, its surface a vibrant green. Ships glided along its surface, churning up white foam like blossoms. It was a truly delightful sight. It's quite nice. Since starting her business, Su Wanqing has been working around the clock, almost 24/7, completely absorbed in her work. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she last took the time to quietly appreciate the scenery. This sudden sight brought her a rare sense of ease and contentment. Her mood was exceptionally uplifted. Ding! Affinity +10. Ha! What's going on? Just admiring the scenery could increase affection points? This is getting a bit too easy to win her over, isn't it? Qin An had assumed that a career woman like Su Wanqing, who didn't need love, would be especially difficult to win over. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be single to this day. The number of people she'd taken down? Still 0. Yet unexpectedly, he effortlessly gained 20 points of affection. This made him feel like the very smooth talent was beckoning him. He suddenly felt more motivated. So, how's the taste? Qin An's signature combo meal, available for group purchase. No need to worry about ordering. 2 people can just dig right in. Su Wanqing came from a privileged background. It was rare for food to truly impress her anymore. But the flavor of this stone pot bibimbap still made her eyes light up. She praised enthusiastically, "This really is delicious. You should try some too." Saying this, Su Wanqing scooped a spoonful of rice and offered it to him. But the moment she handed it over, she noticed something was off. The person sitting across from her wasn't her usual dining companion and best friend. It was Qin An, a guy. Feeding a guy was definitely a bit too suggestive. Plus, she had already used that spoon. If Qin An ate from it, wouldn't that be like kissing him indirectly? At this thought, 2 intoxicating blushes crept across Su Wanqing's delicate face. She hurriedly tried to pull the spoon back. But alas, it was already too late. Qin An swallowed it in one gulp. He even licked the spoon clean, leaving it so shiny it reflected the ceiling. This made her cheeks flush even redder. She considered switching to a different spoon. But she feared doing so might hurt Qin An's pride. So she continued using it. She silently reassured herself. It's okay, this probably doesn't count as kissing. Chapter 4. Forget it, it's too messed up. Qin An witnessed the entire scene. A name flashed through his mind. Han Ting. He had brought Han Ting to this very place before. The same scene had played out then. The difference was, Su Wanqing had fed him willingly. Han Ting, on the other hand, had been caught off guard while on the phone when he took a bite. And afterward, their reactions couldn't have been more different. Su Wanqing blushed but continued using it. Han Ting, enraged, slammed the spoon hard against his face. She pointed at his nose and screamed, "You're disgusting." And she kept yelling at him for over half an hour. At that point, he and Han Ting had already known each other for over a year. And the money he'd spent on her, even if not quite 30,000, it must have been at least 20,000. Yet she still found him disgusting. What was even more foolish was that at that moment, he actually thought Han Ting was right to be angry. He'd foolishly apologized to her. Looking back now, it was utterly ridiculous. "What's wrong with you?" Noticing Qin An's unusual mood, Su Wanqing paused mid-motion of serving food, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Her voice was soft and concerned. "Nothing." Qin An shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Using the communal chopsticks, he served some dishes onto Su Wanqing's plate. "These dishes are quite tasty. You should try them, Miss Su." "Thank you." At first, Su Wanqing didn't believe Qin An had invited her to dinner. It couldn't be as simple as just an apology. There must be another motive. Like a raise, a promotion, or time off. Or, pursuing her, trying to be a Phoenix man. But that wasn't the case. Throughout the entire meal, Qin An only used the communal chopsticks to serve her some dishes when recommending them at the beginning. Or thoughtfully handed her a napkin when she needed one. Or silently shielding the table corner with his hand when she bent down. That was all. He behaved like a true gentleman. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own self-serving thoughts. At the same time, her fondness for Qin An rose slightly. Ding! Affection +5. Hearing the system notification in her mind, Qin An smiled without showing it. The Olden would have seized this dinner as an opportunity to pour out his affection to Su Wanqing. He would have enthusiastically played the role of a devoted admirer. But not anymore. Because their current relationship was merely that of colleagues, not even friends. A rash confession would only lead to a dead end. And groveling behavior? Not only would it fail to win her favor, it will make her feel deep down that you're beneath her. She'll come to take your kindness for granted. This is absolutely unacceptable. Miss Su, let's go. All right. Su Wanqing wiped her mouth. She picked up the handbag resting on the chair, stood up, and headed toward the exit. Qin An followed behind. Watching Su Wanqing's alluring figure sway with each step, his heart began to pound wildly. He secretly thought that if he could really win Su Wanqing over, it would be absolutely amazing. Oh, right. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered something. She whipped her head around. You know how to drive, right? Qin An quickly averted his gaze. Of course. Though he'd never dated. But he'd accumulated at least 800, if not 1,000, pickup lines from various dating apps. Driving? That was a piece of cake. But why the sudden need to drive? Could it be Su Wanqing secretly had a thing for dirty jokes? That's great. Su Wanqing flashed a look of relief, as if she'd finally found a way out. From her pearl-white LV shoulder bag, she retrieved a winged car key and a platinum card from Dragon Nation Bank. She handed both to Qin An. Thanks for working overtime. Could you take my car to the 4S shop on East Ring Road for maintenance? Just charge the expenses to the card. Of course. After handing over the items, Su Wanqing suddenly felt uneasy about her actions. Qin An was her employee. I'm not your slave, I hastily added. If you're busy or unwilling, I can have the dealership come pick up the car instead. Please don't make things difficult for yourself. Qin An's mouth twitched. So that's what this whole thing was about, driving this car. Good thing I didn't speak up earlier, that would have been awkward. No problem. I'm free today anyway. Just where should I take the car back after I'm done? Qin An remembered Su Wanqing's car, a Bentley Continental worth 4 million yuan. And it was the convertible version, absolutely killer to drive. It was definitely a girl-chasing machine. If Su Wanqing would be generous enough to let him drive it for a day, he'd be in for a real treat tonight. No need to go out of your way to drop me off. Su Wanqing smiled happily. I have another car to use. You can take this one for now. Just bring it back to the company tomorrow morning. Yes. Seeing his wish come true, Qin An nearly beamed with joy. Now he was pondering which bar to hit tonight to really let loose. Over 2 hours later, staring at the Bentley dealership's entrance, Qin An's lips twitched. Is Binhai really this small? He'd casually come in for maintenance, only to find out it was Han Ting's workplace. This was a bit too coincidental, wasn't it? But hey, why not? This was the perfect chance to give that a taste of her own medicine. Good day, sir. Welcome to Bentley Motors East Ring Branch. How may I assist you today? Bentley's service was indeed impeccable. As Qin An stepped out of the car, a sweet-voiced, stunning young woman clad in black stockings and a form-fitting skirt immediately stepped forward to greet him. Qin An felt a level of respect he'd never experienced before. This girl, however, was only an 85 out of 100. She couldn't offer him any rewards. It was truly a pity. Wait a minute. 145 wrestlers? Holy crap. You're not selling cars here. You're selling yourself. At this very moment, Qin An's heart was as still as water. Not a single ripple stirred within her. While it's true that bad girls don't waste themselves, hold some merit, someone this rotten? No thanks. He was afraid of catching something. As Qin An sized up the girl, she was sizing him up just as intently. Was he some new heartthrob in the entertainment industry? Or some rich playboy? This is way too handsome. So dashing, so full of presence. He looked just like a movie star. She felt a bit dizzy just looking at him. Over the years in her line of work, Suya had seen her share of wealthy individuals. But most of them were middle-aged men with potbellies, receding hairlines, and greasy faces. Even the occasional rich second-generation client was usually overweight. Someone like Qin An, handsome and stylish, was truly rare. So how could she not be flustered? But as she stared, something felt off. Why did this guy look so much like that beggar who had been pursuing her colleague Han Ting not long ago? Confused, she secretly activated her camera and snapped a quick photo of Qin An. She planned to show it to Han Ting later for confirmation. Sir, we were going to maintenance. To avoid saying too much. And give the girl the wrong idea that she was available. Qin An deliberately chose his words sparingly. After tossing the keys over, he strode straight toward the VIP lounge. But what he didn't realize was, the more aloof he acted, the cooler and more stylish Suya found him. Her mind had already involuntarily spun an entire soap opera titled The Domineering CEO Falls for Me. Ouch, she exclaimed, deliberately feigning a fall as she lunged toward Qin An. Chapter 5, Boys Must Protect Themselves. Holy crap! Qin An, who'd been single since birth, had never encountered such a situation. Startled, he scrambled to dodge. Still shaken, he stroked his wildly beating heart. Damn it! No wonder people online always say, when you're out in the world, boys have to protect themselves. Turns out when women get frisky, it's this terrifying? But you can't really blame Suya. It was mainly because Qin An was just too perfect. Handsome and rich, any other woman would lose control too. Oh no! Suya lunged and missed. She slammed hard onto the ground, instantly scraping her knee open. A trickle of blood seeped out. The stinging pain made her feel utterly wronged. But she dared not blame Qin An. Helping her up was a courtesy. Not helping was his right. She couldn't find fault with him. Besides, he was the esteemed owner of a Bentley. She was just a lowly salesperson. If a salesperson dared to boss around a car owner, would she even want to keep her job? So she could only gaze at Qin An with tears welling in her eyes, looking utterly wronged. Hoping Qin An would pity this delicate flower and lift her off the ground. Unfortunately, Qin An clearly had no intention of showing her any mercy. He completely ignored her pleading gaze. He turned and strode swiftly toward the VIP lounge. What could she do? This cold treatment was driving her to throw herself at him. If she showed any warmth, what would become of her? Watching Qin An walk away so effortlessly. Suya angrily shook her fist at his retreating back. She couldn't help but wonder why this tactic, which had always worked like a charm before. Some clients would even rush to catch her before she even stumbled, just at the sound of her woe. Why wasn't it working today? Could it be that today's makeup wasn't applied properly? With that thought, Suya scrambled to her feet. She brushed the dust off her skirt and limped toward the restroom. She planned to touch up her makeup there, then dazzle that stinking man, Qin An. The VIP lounge wasn't far from the parking lot. Qin An reached it after just a few steps. But just as he reached out to push the door open, it swung inward on its own. A girl wearing a stylish gray minisuit and silver-rimmed glasses, wearing a black pencil skirt, rushed out in a hurry. She collided squarely into Qin An. Fortunately, her ample bosom provided ample cushioning for both of them. Neither was injured. The documents in the young woman's hands, however, were knocked to the ground. They scattered everywhere. I'm so sorry, sir. Are you all right? The girl had no time to tend to the scattered papers. She hurriedly asked Qin An, would you like me to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? Before she could finish, she froze. Qin An froze too. He actually recognized this girl. She was the very girl who had spent the night passionately with him at the foot massage parlor last night. He glanced at her name tag. It displayed her full name and position. Name, Shen Xinyao. Position, Vice President. Holy crap. Holy crap. Qin An was stunned. What the hell? Deputy General Manager of a Bentley dealership. Even if her annual salary wasn't 80 grand, it had to be at least 50 or 60,000, right? Why would she take a side job as a foot massage parlor attendant for such meager pay? Could it be she also has a gambling dad, a sick mom, and a younger brother in school? Meanwhile, in the women's restroom. Ting ting? The moment Suya entered the restroom, she bumped into Han Ting, who was standing in front of the mirror, intently applying makeup. Her eyes lit up instantly. Oh, you're here. Perfect timing, I was just looking for you. Looking for me? Han Ting's eyes lit up too. A smile curved her lips as she exclaimed excitedly, is it that Mr. Qi coming to buy a car from me? No. Suya shook her head. She pulled out her phone, found the photo she'd secretly taken. She handed it over. I think this guy looks exactly like that creep who was stalking you the other day. Take a look and see if it's him. Learning it wasn't Mr. Qi, Han Ting instantly lost interest. Turning her head, she applied makeup while saying, I've got plenty of creeps chasing me. Which one are you talking about? The one who showed up a few days ago with a huge bouquet of flowers and confessed his feelings to you. Qin An? What's he doing here? At the mention of Qin An, Han Ting couldn't hide the look of disgust on her face. He's not going to show up with flowers and confess his feelings again, is he? Nope. He's here for a car service, the latest Continental. Suya beamed as she vividly described, and he was dressed to kill. The moment he stepped out of the car, he looked like a movie star. I was practically starstruck. Poof. Han Ting snorted dismissively. She applied lip gloss with focused precision, then tapped her lips lightly with her fingers. She pursed her lips and said, then you must have seen wrong. He's just a white-collar worker, making less than 100,000 a year. He couldn't possibly afford that car, and besides. Han Ting recalled Qin An's attire. She shuddered. He's just a country bumpkin. Always wearing crew neck shirts with baggy pants or jeans. Not even remotely handsome. Oh, just look at the photo first. Suya eagerly handed the phone back over. I swear it looks just like him. Han Ting saw she couldn't argue. Plus, she was a bit curious herself. While organizing her makeup, she casually glanced at the photo on the phone. Then she froze. She snatched the phone from Suya, eyes wide, scrutinizing the photo closely. Her face filled with shock. What the hell? This guy, it really is him. See? I told you so. Suya flashed a smug look that said, see? I knew it. She playfully poked Han Ting's head with her finger and teased, and here I thought we were besties. You've been hiding such a handsome, wealthy rich kid from me. It's not like that. Han Ting felt her brain cells struggling to keep up. Her embroidered brows furrowed tightly, her face filled with confusion. I've known him for 2 years. He'd wince at spending 600 or 700 on a Korean meal, and even on a regular day, he wouldn't buy himself a 10 yuan t-shirt. How could he possibly be rich? Then that's strange. Suya frowned deeply. She stroked her fair chin. After a moment's thought, she ventured, did he win the lottery? Or, is he actually a rich kid pretending to be broke to test you? Han Ting couldn't sit still. If Qin An really was a rich kid, then hadn't she missed her chance to marry into wealth by treating him that way? No. No way. Such a golden opportunity absolutely couldn't be allowed to slip away. Slam. With that thought, Han Ting frantically yanked open the bathroom door and bolted out. But after taking just a few steps, the pain made her crash into the wall. Suya rushed over with concern. Ting Ting, what happened? Ah. A wave of bitterness and helplessness washed over Han Ting's face. Furrowing her delicate brows, she lamented, don't even ask. Last night, that Mr. Qi wore me out all night long. I feel like I'm falling apart. If he hadn't come to buy a car, I'd have really lost big time. Forget about him. Suya patted Han Ting's shoulder reassuringly. Right now, you just need to land that rich kid Qin and whatever money you want, you'll get. Why stress over such small change? Exactly. The thought of landing Qin An meant she could leapfrog social classes. The rest of her life would be filled with endless luxury and wealth. Han Ting's eyes burned with intense determination. Gritting her teeth to endure the pain, she sprinted toward the VIP lounge. Chapter 6, Negative Scores? Ding. Detected a 93-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Shen Xinyao. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charm, 93. Occupation, Deputy General Manager at Bentley 4S Store. Specialty, 36E. Favorability, 5 stranger. Number of people knocked down, 1. Success reward, Xinglong Garment Factory, Bentley Mulliner Bacala, plus full reimbursement of all dating expenses. Upon seeing the 36E label, Qin An understood. No wonder that earlier collision didn't hurt at all. It even felt kinda nice. Turns out it was all thanks to such great shock absorption. Too bad last night was lights out action, he didn't get to feast his eyes. Wait a minute. Number of people who fell, 1. What's going on? Could it be that the faint crimson I saw this morning wasn't? But At this thought, Qin An couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Shen Xinyao for a few seconds. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened in her family. That she would willingly sacrifice something so precious for such a small sum of money. What's more, he hadn't even given her any money. Instead, she was the one giving him money. How peculiar. Clunk. Upon recognizing Qin An, Shen Xinyao's heart tightened. She frantically scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, she hurriedly shoved Qin An into her office. Her face cold, she snapped, "Are you out of your mind? I made it perfectly clear this morning, don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Why did you still come? And you actually tracked me down to my company. Can you just stop already?" As she spoke, Shen Xinyao was on the verge of tears. Her autumn water eyes brimmed with glistening tears. She looked utterly pitiful. Qin An understood Shen Xinyao's feelings. Because if he were in her shoes, having taken on that kind of side job, he wouldn't want his colleagues to know either. He offered a faint smile and explained, "You've misunderstood. I'm not here to see you, I'm here for the car maintenance. Also." Qin An pulled the stack of money Shen Xinyao had given him that morning from his pocket and handed it back. "You should take this money back." Qin An believed that whatever had happened in Shen Xinyao's family, it must be about money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a part-time job at a place like that. Therefore, he couldn't accept this money. "What do you mean?" Shen Xinyao's eyes flashed with coldness. In her view, the only reason Qin An was returning the money was simply because he found the amount insufficient and unsatisfactory. He wanted to squeeze more out of him. Or perhaps he intended to use this as leverage, blackmailing her into marrying him or something similar. Anger surged within her. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection level 1. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection level 1. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection 1. Current affection level 5. Hate. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Qin An was stunned. What the hell? Other girls, when they see money, they'd be grinning like idiots, teeth showing. But not her. Not only did she not smile, she actually got angry. What the hell kind of logic is that? And this affinity thing, how the hell can it even go negative? This is ridiculous. Let me tell you, keep those dirty thoughts to yourself. Shen Xinyao crossed her arms. Her delicate face turned as cold as ice. There's absolutely no chance between us, and I won't add a single penny more to this payment. Add money? Qin An was speechless. He looked at Shen Xinyao with a face full of grievance. When did I ever ask you for money? I'm clearly offering to pay you, okay? Stop, stop, stop. Shen Xinyao had no desire to listen to his nonsense. She cut him off impatiently. I don't want your explanations. Now, please get out of my office immediately. Right this instant. And let's never see each other again. Qin An tried to say something. But the thought of a woman in a rage stubborn as a mule. He dismissed the idea. He abandoned the idea. He placed the money on the desk, pulled a ballpoint pen from the nearby pen holder. He wrote on the money while saying, "Believe it or not, I'm still returning this to you. Here's my phone number. If you ever need help, just give me a call." Slam. After finishing, Qin An tossed the pen back into the holder and turned to leave. Shen Xinyao stared at the money on the desk. Unavoidably, she recalled last night's absurd events. Instantly, a wave of irritation and confusion washed over her. She slumped into the executive chair, vigorously massaging her throbbing temples. Her delicate little face was etched with anguish. Ding-ling-ling. Ring-ring. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Shen Xinyao pulled it out to check. Her irritation deepened instantly. Still, she forced a smile and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Mr. Wang. Shen Xinyao, what the hell have you been doing?" A furious voice roared from the other end of the line. "Didn't I tell you last night to make sure you entertained Mr. Huang properly? How did you manage to upset him instead?" Shen Xinyao held the phone farther from her ear. "Playing dumb," she replied, "no way. When I left last night, Mr. Huang was surrounded by women, laughing his head off. Happy my ass." Mr. Wang on the other end remained furious. "Happy enough to cancel the order? Listen here, Shen Xinyao. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., Mr. Huang is hosting his birthday party at the Starry Club. This is your last chance. If you can't handle him, you'd better resign in disgrace." Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, Shen Xinyao felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. As a graduate of a prestigious 985-211 university, she had once believed her future would be wide open. The job I ended up taking was only superficially glamorous. In reality, it was just a job as a hostess. Today it's Brother Wang, tomorrow it's Brother Li, then Brother Zhao. And I had to endure their groping. They tell dirty jokes and launch verbal assaults. Especially that disgusting Mr. Huang. With his yellow teeth bared, he constantly tried to kiss her and sleep with her, both openly and subtly. If it weren't for her urgent need for money to treat her mother's illness, plus the tough job market making it hard to switch jobs, She wouldn't have stuck it out a single day longer. Hey! Shen Xinyao sighed helplessly. If only there was a man who could accompany me the night after tomorrow, someone to protect me. As she muttered to herself, the image of Qin An suddenly flashed through Shen Xinyao's mind. Truthfully, she still harbored a bit of affection for Qin An. Last night's passion had left her with an incredibly delightful sense of pleasure. But she couldn't quite trust a man whose background was so unclear. But, besides him, it seemed like there was no one else? Lost in thought, Shen Xinyao stared blankly at the phone number Qin An had left behind, hesitating whether she should reach out to him for help. Chapter 7, turns out it was a fake. Why is no one here? Han Ting gritted her teeth against the pain as she made her way to the VIP lounge. But Qin An was nowhere to be seen, leaving her puzzled. Just then, Qin An emerged from Shen Xinyao's office, striding out with an air of triumph. Suya, who had followed Han Ting, hurriedly pointed out, "Quick! He's over there." Han Ting followed the direction Suya was pointing. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. Good heavens! How had she never noticed before just how handsome he was? Suya's photo, taken surreptitiously, was slightly blurry. At first glance, he seemed just average. It wasn't until she saw him in person that she realized Suya's description had been spot on. Qin An, with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, was dashing and free-spirited. He really looked like a movie star. Especially those long, straight legs, they shot straight to her heart. She felt dizzy and lightheaded, her heart skipping a beat. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Enough, stop daydreaming and hurry over. Suya pushed Han Ting impatiently, frustrated by her friend's lack of focus. Han Ting stumbled forward a step. At first, her gaze was fixed entirely on Qin An. Only when she drew closer did she realize he had just emerged from the deputy general manager's office. Her heart skipped a beat. The company had a tiered system for Bentley owners. Purchasing one car was classified as Level C, handled by regular sales staff. Purchasing 3 vehicles qualifies as Class B, handled by the sales team leader. Purchasing 6 vehicles earned Class A status, handled by the sales manager. Purchasing 10 vehicles elevates one to S-level status, handled by the deputy general manager. And Qin An had actually come from the deputy general manager's office. Doesn't that mean he's bought at least 10 Bentleys? Spending nearly 27 million yuan? This is just too rich, isn't it? At this very moment, Han Ting was utterly convinced that Qin An had been pretending to be poor to deceive her. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She flashed a seductive smile. Qin An, you're just in time. I was about to ask you to catch a movie with me tonight. Oof. Seeing Han Ting, who had once looked down on her in every way, now acting so fawning just because he'd arrived in a Bentley. A bitter, self-mocking smile curled at the corners of Qin An's mouth. He felt utterly worthless for having poured his heart out to such a gold digger back then. At the same time, he saw her true colors for the first time. Her face turned cold as she snapped, "Who are you? Do I even know you? Oh dear. Honey, don't be angry." Seeing Qin An, this pathetic sucker, daring to speak to her like this, Han Ting felt even more certain about her suspicions. She wrapped her arm around Qin An's and cooed, "I was just so busy yesterday that I couldn't reply to your message. Otherwise, I would never ignore you. And I promise you, I'll always reply to you first thing from now on, okay? Too busy?" Qin An's mind flashed back to last night's scene in the car. He sneered coldly, "Yeah, you were busy bouncing around in the car all night with your sugar daddy. Must have worn you out, huh?" Boom! Han Ting was struck as if by lightning. She never imagined Qin An had witnessed what she'd done the night before. Her face turned as pale as paper. But she wasn't about to admit it. She stubbornly protested, What nonsense are you talking about? Last night, I was busy helping Suya move. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Oof. Qin An hadn't expected that even now. Han Ting would still try to wriggle out of it. Furious, he opened his phone and shoved the photo he'd secretly taken. He shoved it right in front of Han Ting's face. "Open your damn eyes and look clearly. Is this person you?" Boom. Faced with irrefutable proof, Han Ting completely panicked. Her legs buckled and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. Grasping Qin An's hand, she shook her head tearfully. "Qin An, you've misunderstood me. That man wasn't my godfather, he was a rapist. Last night, he forced me into it. Besides, you know I've always opposed cohabitation before marriage. If he hadn't forced me, how could I possibly have done such a thing?" Hearing this, Qin An suddenly grew curious about Han Ting's wrestling record. Using her psychic powers, she activated the advanced scanning function. Ding! Scan complete. Name, Han Ting. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Charm, 60. Occupation, auto salesperson. Special skill, lotus tongue. Affinity, 30 acquaintance. Number of people wrestled, 87. Success reward, this person cannot provide any rewards. 60 points of charm? Qin An was a bit stunned. Han Ting had it all curves where it counted. She's got the face. No matter how you look at it, she shouldn't be this low. Ding! System detected Wanqing has undergone 16 minor cosmetic procedures, 2 breast augmentations, 3 buttock enhancements, 1 eye corner lift, and 1 double eyelid surgery. Therefore, her charm rating is low. Damn it! Qin An never imagined that the goddess he'd been desperately pursuing for 2 whole years turned out to be a damn fake. How disgusting. Even more disgusting is that she's already had 87 procedures done, yet she still pretends to be pure. She's got some nerve. At that moment, Qin An lost all interest in Wanqing. He kicked her away without mercy and turned to leave. Qin An. Wanqing wasn't about to give up so easily. Crying out in a choked voice, she hurriedly chased after him. She clung desperately to his leg, pleading, "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. I'll even kneel before you. Is that not enough?" Qin An didn't want to waste words on her. He struggled to shake off her clinging. But Wanqing clung to him like a stubborn piece of plaster. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake her off. He felt utterly helpless. Just then, he spotted Suya standing not far away. He realized that Wanqing must have known he was coming. She had definitely tipped her off. This woman was no angel either. A wicked idea began to form in his mind. He feigned difficulty, Ting, "It's not that I don't want to forgive you, but I've already decided to be with Suya." "Who? Suya?" Wanqing froze. She used to dismiss the saying guard against fire, theft, and your best friend as nothing but a joke. Little did she know it would happen to her. Fury boiled over. Clenching her fists, she charged straight at Suya. She roared, her eyes blazing with fury, "You two-faced. I trusted you as my best friend, and you went behind my back to seduce my man." Suya was still reeling from Qin An's earlier words. Her mind was spinning. Could this sudden, overwhelming fortune really have fallen so effortlessly into her lap? Why did it feel so unreal? It wasn't until Wanqing's outburst that she snapped back to her senses. Driven by the lure of money, she fired back defiantly, "What do you mean your man? Didn't you reject him when he came confessing his love with flowers that day? And, even if he is your man, you're the one who cheated. How dare you have the nerve to argue with me?" Seeing that not only did she feel no guilt, but was actually accusing her, her anger flared even more. She lunged forward, clawing at Suya's hair. She screamed furiously, "Me cheating? Even if I did, I'd still be better than you who slept with 100 men. Ah!" Suya winced in pain. A surge of anger welled up inside her too. She grabbed Wanqing's hair in retaliation, snarling back, "So what if I've slept with 100 men? Haven't you slept with 70 or 80 men yourself?" Chapter 8, The Pot Calling the Kettle Black. "Well, I'm still better than you." Wanqing gritted her teeth against the pain. Her eyes red, she roared, "At least I'm not diseased. Unlike you, you're ing rotten. Anyone who touches you gets gassed to death. You don't have any diseases?" Suya countered without hesitation. "You're not sick? Then why did you sneak off to see a gynecologist last month?" "Oh, right. I remember now. You weren't going for a checkup, you were getting an abortion." Damn it. Suya's revelation landed like a critical hit in a video game. It dealt a full 10,000 points of critical damage to Wanqing. She nearly spat blood in rage. She screamed hysterically, You actually followed me?" Suya glared at Wanqing with venom. "Whether I followed you or not, you're no better yourself." As the two traded barbs, spilling each other's dirty laundry, their voices grew louder and louder. Customers who had come to look at cars and other employees in the store began to gather around, pointing and whispering among themselves. At this point, both of them had completely lost face. Qin An watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He pushed open the door and walked into the VIP room, no longer bothering with their squabbling. Ding-ling-ling. Ring-ring. Over an hour later, Qin An's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Su Wanqing calling. He hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Ms. Su. I'm so sorry, Qin An." Su Wanqing's voice was filled with panic and helplessness. "I had a flat tire halfway up the mountain. The road here is too narrow for a tow truck to reach me, and the nearest rescue team won't arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. So if you have time, would you mind coming to rescue me?" An opportunity like this to boost goodwill practically delivered to his doorstep. How could Qin An possibly refuse? He reassured her in a low voice, "Don't worry. Send me your location and I'll head out immediately." Phew. Su Wanqing hadn't expected Qin An to be so reliable. A faint warmth spread through her heart. Her feelings for him instantly grew stronger. "Thanks for your trouble. I'll be waiting here." Ding. Su Wanqing's affection +5. Qin An hurried out the door. He added, "Stay safe, and keep an eye on your phone battery. Don't let it die. I wouldn't be able to reach you otherwise. One last thing, why did you suddenly decide to go hiking in the mountains?" "I hadn't visited my grandmother in ages, so I figured I'd take advantage of having time today to go see her." Su Wanqing sighed helplessly, "But then this car let me down, got a flat tire out of nowhere." "Ugh. What rotten luck." It's okay. Qin An reassured her, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters most. Don't worry, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Qin An first used a car-sharing app to rent an off-road vehicle suitable for mountain roads. Then he went on a frantic ordering spree for takeout. Food, drinks, medicine, and even gifts. He bought it all. He even had delivery guys pick up several essential down jackets for warmth, directing all deliveries to the rescue route. Then, with a roar of the engine, he sped toward his destination. Over 2 hours later, North suburban Binhai City, halfway up fog-hidden mountain. After the summer solstice, the days began to grow shorter. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but the sky was already growing dim. At the same time, misty vapors began to drift through the mountains, enveloping the entire mountain. Visibility began to drop dramatically. Su Wanqing stood alone in the thick fog, surrounded by utter silence. It made her skin crawl. She leaned against the car, shivering. Rustle! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bushes nearby. Her heart skipped a beat in fright. Only when she saw clearly that the noise came from 2 frogs in the bushes. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, beautiful! Boom! Su Wanqing, who had just exhaled in relief, nearly had her soul shaken out of her body by the sudden cry of beauty. She whirled around to look in the direction of the voice. A clean-cut young woman in her 20s. Riding a bicycle, she burst into view. The girl wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was neatly dressed, clean and bright. She gave off a very pleasant vibe. Especially when she smiled, she possessed an inexplicable warmth. It was hard to feel any guardedness toward her. Sorry about that, did I startle you? The girl pushed her bike to the side of the road and parked it. She smiled faintly. My name is Zhao Man. I'm a villager here. What happened? Do you need help? Phew! Su Wanqing exhaled in relief. She patted her wildly beating heart. My tire blew out, and the wheel got stuck in a mud pit. But I've already called a friend over. Thanks for your concern. A friend? Zhao Man glanced back at the endless winding mountain road stretching behind them. Is he almost here? Su Wanqing glanced at her watch. She estimated the time. He should be here in about half an hour. Then I'll wait with you for a bit. Zhao Man offered a warm smile. It's pitch dark out here in the mountains. It's not safe for a girl to be alone. Besides, I'm pretty tired from riding anyway. Might as well take a break. Su Wanqing never imagined that in her moment of greatest fear, she would encounter such a kind soul. She marveled at how incredibly fortunate she was. Her eyes brimming with gratitude, she said, "Thank you so much." No problem. Zhao Man smiled generously. She waved her hand dismissively. When you're out in the world, helping each other is only natural. By the way, are you thirsty or hungry? Zhao Man took her backpack off her shoulders. I have bread and water in here. Have some. This. Su Wanqing swallowed hard. She'd only eaten breakfast that morning. By now, she was starving, her stomach pressed against her back. Taking the food, she gave a faint smile. Thanks. Here, take this money. Consider the water and bread my treat. Although electronic payments were popular nowadays. But out of habit, Su Wanqing always carried some cash when she went out, just in case. She pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her wallet and handed it over. Zhao Man didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she anxiously glanced at the remaining money in Su Wanqing's wallet. A fleeting, barely perceptible glint of greed flashed in her eyes. It vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. She resumed her earlier warm smile. Oh, come on. It's just a little food, no need to pay. Take it back and enjoy it with peace of mind. It's fine, just keep it. Su Wanqing pushed the money into her hand without waiting for a response. She tore open the bread, ready to take a bite. But before she could take a bite, something felt off. The bread had an indescribable, peculiar taste. It felt familiar. Yet she couldn't quite place it. She leaned in to sniff it. That peculiar scent made her head spin. Suddenly, it hit her this scent was identical to the one she'd smelled at a previous drinking party, when someone had nearly drugged her. Her heart skipped a beat. She whipped her head around to look at Zhao Man. She saw that the smile on her face, which had seemed warm and welcoming moments before, had turned eerily sinister in that instant. Like a demon from a horror movie. It made her hair stand on end. Chapter 9, Perilous Situations. What's wrong? Zhao Man noticed she had suddenly stopped eating. And now she was staring at her with a look of terror. She felt a bit strange. Had she figured it out? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. No. Su Wanqing's palms were drenched in cold sweat from nervousness. She forced herself to sound calm. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered I think I have an apple in my car. I'll go get it for you. Slam. With that, Su Wanqing abruptly yanked open the car door and scrambled inside. Then she immediately locked the doors. Damn it! Zhao Man hadn't expected Su Wanqing to actually see through her. Furious, she kicked the door. She yelled at the surrounding area, "We're exposed. Stop hiding, damn it. Get out here now." Clatter. The moment Zhao Man finished speaking, two burly men wielding steel bars burst out of the dense forest. They began smashing the car windows and windshield with fury. The dull thuds echoed relentlessly. As a law-abiding citizen, Su Wanqing had never experienced anything like this before. She trembled in terror, screaming in terror. Her mind repeated frantically, "Qin An, why aren't you here yet? Why aren't you here yet?" Roar! Suddenly, from deep within the dense forest, a deafening tiger's roar echoed out. A mighty, commanding roar. It made the hearts of several people tremble violently. A chill ran down their spines, from the top of their heads all the way to the tips of their tails. Gulp! The bulliest man among them swallowed hard, overcome by fear. He tentatively asked Zhao Man, "Sis man, maybe we should retreat? Just the three of us can't take on a tiger." Zhao Man knew full well they stood no chance against the tiger. But she refused to accept defeat. The prey was slipping through her fingers. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a massive tree branch lying beside the fallen leaves not far away. She ordered the two burly men, "You two, use that branch to overturn the cart immediately. The money doesn't matter, she must die." "Yes, sir." The two burly men responded respectfully. They dragged the branch over and wedged it under the vehicle. Then they gave it a sudden, powerful heave. The cart, parked on the mountainside, instantly lost its balance. It began tumbling down the slope with a clatter. Finally, it slammed solidly into a large tree several hundred meters away and came to a halt. "Let's get out of here." After everything was taken care of, Zhao Man smiled with satisfaction. Accompanied by two burly men, she climbed into the SUV parked nearby and drove off. A dozen minutes later, Qin An drove the SUV to the accident site. But to his surprise, Su Wanqing was nowhere to be seen. Nor were there any vehicles in sight. Could she have already been rescued and left? That shouldn't be possible. If she had been rescued, she would have called to let me know. After a moment of self-questioning, Qin An got out of the car. Using the bright light from his flashlight, he scanned the surroundings. Near the mountainside, he saw the ground littered with shards of broken glass, along with a branch resembling a crowbar and deep gouges in the dirt. He felt something was off. These marks didn't look like rescue efforts, they seemed more like destruction. Pushing the car down the mountain? With this thought, Qin An hurriedly used the light to look down the slope. About 300 meters away. His heart sank. His heart sank. He grabbed the first aid kit from the car and sprinted toward the wreckage. "Mr. Su! Mr. Su!" Upon reaching the scene, Qin An peered through the window and called out several times. Finding no response, he used tools to pry open the twisted, deformed door. He peered inside. At that moment, Su Wanqing no longer bore the aloof, Ice Queen CEO demeanor she usually carried. Her entire body lay motionless, slumped over the steering wheel. Half her face was stained crimson with blood. The sight was truly horrifying. Qin An reached out to check her pulse. Relieved to find she was still breathing, he gently nudged her shoulder and called out, "Ms. Su! Ms. Su!" Su Wanqing stirred groggily awake. Seeing Qin An before her eyes, she suddenly threw herself at him, clinging tightly to Qin An. She began to sob uncontrollably. Qin An knew she must have been terrified. He gently stroked her back and soothed her softly, it's okay now, okay?" After a minute or so, Su Wanqing finally calmed down. Her cheeks flushed red as she pulled away from Qin An's embrace. She turned to Qin An and asked, "Did you see 3 people when you came over?" Qin An had been so focused on searching for her along the way. He hadn't had the mind to notice anything else. He shook his head. "No, why?" "Nothing." Su Wanqing knew now wasn't the time to bring it up. She braced herself against the seat, trying to get out of the car. But her right leg offered no strength whatsoever. Simultaneously, a piercing, excruciating pain surged through her, causing cold sweat to break out on her forehead. Qin An, seeing this, suspected her leg was broken. He reached out, tracing his fingers down her calf toward her ankle. The sensation tickled Su Wanqing, making her cheeks flush even redder. He asked softly, "Do you know medicine?" Qin An retrieved a splint and bandages from his medical kit. As he secured the splint, he replied, "Not really. Just a few tricks I picked up from my dad when I was a kid. Bear with me, it might sting a bit when I tie it up." "Okay." Su Wanqing replied nervously. Her hand instinctively gripped Qin An's arm. As the pain came, she began to grip him slightly tighter. Once Qin An was secured, she noticed 4 fingerprints pressed into Qin An's arm. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?" "It's fine." Qin An laughed magnanimously. He teased, "Once your injury heals, I'll pinch you back." "Oh." Su Wanqing didn't see anything wrong with that. She simply thought it was only fair to return the favor. She gave a dazed, innocent reply. Qin An couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that at the office he only ever saw Su Wanqing's bossy, domineering side. Little did he expect that in private she could be so adorably clueless. "Feel it out." Qin An pointed at Su Wanqing's arms and legs. "See if anything still hurts." Su Wanqing tried moving her limbs. She turned to Qin An, "Nothing else. Just this sticky, itchy spot on my forehead." Don't scratch it. Seeing her reach to scratch, Qin An hurriedly reached out to stop her. But in his haste, he missed her wrist. Instead, he grabbed her entire hand. That delicate, boneless touch, smooth as jade, sent a wave of sensation through Qin An's heart. He felt so exhilarated he could have flown to the heavens. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, felt as though she'd been electrocuted. A tingling sensation spread through her body. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. 2 patches of crimson immediately spread across her cheeks. Too embarrassed to look at Qin An, she dared only to lower her head and silently withdraw her hand. That scab just formed. If you scratch it, the wound will definitely break open. So you'll just have to bear with it for now. Oh, okay. Su Wanqing nodded obediently. Then he tried once more to brace himself and leave the carriage. But still, she couldn't muster a shred of strength. At that moment, 2 thick, powerful arms suddenly reached around her, one under her knees and the other around her neck, lifting her up entirely. Chapter 10. This is what a truly wealthy person looks like. Ha! Su Wanqing was startled. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Qin An. From her angle, she could clearly see Qin An's sharply defined jawline and his deep, piercing eyes. She couldn't help but freeze. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Her small face flushed crimson. What are you staring at? Seeing her staring blankly at him. Hurry up and wrap your arms around my neck. I need to carry you up quickly. Wolves might come to this place. No, let's not do that. Su Wanqing felt the princess carry position was a bit too intimate. Her face flushed as she said, you can help me up without carrying me. No way. Qin An refused decisively. Your leg shouldn't be moved carelessly right now. Moving it could cause the fracture to shift, leading to swelling later that would be a real hassle. Oh. Seeing no way to refuse, she could only blush shyly as she wrapped her arms around Qin An's neck. Her face flushed as she whispered, then. I'll trouble you. No problem. Though Su Wanqing was very slender, standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing only 210 pounds. Carrying her up the mountain proved exhausting. Still, whenever Qin An felt the softness of Su Wanqing's body, and breathed in the faint scent of gardenias emanating from her, he felt not only less tired but also deeply content. Soon, carrying Su Wanqing, he reached the mountaintop. They reached the car. Just lie down here quietly. After gently laying Su Wanqing down in the back seat, Qin An retrieved some food from the insulated bag beside him and handed it over. He urged her softly, this food is still warm. Eat a little. Don't worry, I'll drive you to the hospital right now. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on Qin An's face, and feeling the warmth radiating from the food, a wave of warmth washed over Su Wanqing's heart. Her fondness for Qin An deepened once more. Her eyes filled with concern as she said, you've been running around all this time, you're exhausted. Don't rush to drive me to the hospital tonight. Rest at my grandmother's place tonight and we'll go tomorrow. Besides, I think my leg is actually feeling better now. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection plus 10. That's fine too. The distance to the city center was simply too great. Driving there would take at least 4 hours at the very least. Qin An really didn't feel like going through all that trouble again. He nodded and said, then I'll keep driving forward. You help me navigate. After driving along the winding mountain road for nearly 2 more hours, the surrounding landscape finally shifted from desolate mountains and trees. Instead, rows of exquisitely designed, antique-style 2-story buildings came into view. White walls paired with blue-tiled stone paths. It felt as though we had stepped into an ancient town of Jiangnan. It relaxed both body and mind. The crisp, fresh air was intoxicating. Why on earth would your grandmother live in a place like this? As the car pulled up in front of the gate, Qin An couldn't help but ask, this place is so inconvenient, going up and down the mountain like this. She doesn't like living in the city. She says it lacks the warmth of everyday life. Su Wanqing answered as she moved toward the car door, plus, she's really into growing flowers and tea plants. So my mom got her this courtyard here. And they renovated the entire village while they were at it. Otherwise, the roads up here used to be muddy paths impossible to travel on during rainy days and the houses were all earthen structures. Dilapidated and old, no one wanted to stay here anymore. Wow! Today, Qin An had truly seen what it meant to be wealthy. All just so the old lady could feel the warmth of everyday life. And live comfortably. They actually renovated the entire village. What a grand gesture. Let me carry you. Seeing Su Wanqing still struggling to move, he immediately reached out and lifted Su Wanqing into his arms. Embarrassed, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson once more. She bit her lip lightly and said, thank you. You're welcome. Qin An carried Su Wanqing to the courtyard gate and knocked softly on the door. Moments later, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his head crowned with snow-white hair, but still dignified and spirited, opened the door. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, he immediately asked with concern, Wanqing, what happened? Why is your face covered in blood? Uncle Fu. Su Wanqing felt utterly humiliated by her current position. She had no heart to answer his questions. She urged, just let us in first. We'll talk about the rest later. Right. Uncle Fu suddenly slapped his forehead. Leaning on his cane, he hobbled ahead to lead the way. At the same time, he called out loudly toward the house, Shofang, Wanqing is here. Come down quickly. Wanqing seems to be injured. Qin An couldn't quite figure out Fu Bo's role. He looked like a butler yet addressed Su Wanqing and her grandmother by their given names. He whispered to Su Wanqing, who exactly is this Fu Bo? He was my grandfather's subordinate. Su Wanqing explained calmly, he once saved my grandfather's life. He's done my family a great favor, so my grandfather doesn't treat him like a butler, he treats him like a brother. Qin An suddenly understood. No wonder the address felt odd. So that's how it was. Oh dear, my dearest child, what on earth have you done? Qin An had just entered the room. A dignified yet kind-eyed elderly woman rushed downstairs from the upper floor. Upon seeing Su Wanqing covered in blood, her heart ached instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Grandma, I'm fine. Su Wanqing clasped the old woman's hand tightly. She smiled reassuringly, it just looks scary. It's really just a small cut, doesn't even need stitches. The old woman remained skeptical. Only after confirming it was truly just a small cut did she finally relax. She exhaled deeply. Thank goodness it's nothing serious. But tell me, what exactly happened? Nothing serious. At first, Su Wanqing had dismissed it as an accident and hadn't given it much thought. But on the way here, she thought it over carefully and realized there seemed to be some kind of scheme behind it. Her car underwent regular maintenance and servicing it rarely developed problems. Moreover, that woman named Xiaoman's final words, forget the money, but she must die, were highly suspicious. It didn't sound like the typical motive of a common robber or human trafficker. Still, all of this remained mere conjecture. Plus, she didn't want to worry the old lady too much. She deliberately concealed the truth and made up a story. There was just a piece of broken glass on the road. I didn't notice it, and it punctured my tire. I accidentally hit a tree. Oh, you. The old lady poked Su Wanqing's head with her finger. You're 26 years old now, yet you still handle things with the same reckless carelessness as when you were a child. You haven't grown up at all. It's truly frustrating. Chapter 11, How did I suddenly start flirting with myself? Oh dear. Su Wanqing hooked her arm through the old lady's, resting her head on the shoulder. Pouting her lips, she whined, what's wrong with being 26? In front of you, isn't 26 still just a child anyway? The old lady laughed in exasperation. She pinched Su Wanqing's little nose playfully. You're just twisting words, aren't you? He. Su Wanqing chuckled softly. She rubbed her tummy and said, Grandma, I'm hungry. I want your egg and shredded pork noodles. Will you make me a bowl? The old lady straightened her back. Her expression turned stern. Her tone turned cold. I can't make it. I told you before, only when you have a boyfriend will I make you shredded pork noodles again. Otherwise, you'll never get to eat them in this lifetime. Oh, Grandma. Su Wanqing wriggled like a caterpillar against the old woman's body. Pouting her little mouth, she pleaded pitifully, my dearest grandma, I'm your own flesh and blood granddaughter. Could you really bear to watch me go hungry just because of some man? The old lady wasn't falling for it. Her expression remained unchanged. Her voice was as cold as ice as she spat out two words, I can. Su Wanqing felt even more wronged now. She pouted, her eyes brimming with sparkling tears. Seeing this, the old lady sighed helplessly. She sighed and said, my dear, I just don't understand. The young Master Wang I introduced to you before, handsome, well-educated, from a wealthy family, and of good character. What more could you possibly want? And then there's Mr. Li, sure, he's not the most handsome, but his family has been in business for 8 generations. He's a proper scion of a wealthy family. His conversation and knowledge are truly remarkable. Wouldn't he be acceptable too? And then there's Mr. Sun, Mr. Ma, Mr. Zhao. Their backgrounds are all quite impressive. Why can't you find a single one suitable? Seeing the old lady launch into her marriage-hounding routine again, Su Wanqing felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She desperately wanted to flee back to her room. But with her injured leg, movement was difficult. There was simply no escape. It left her deeply frustrated and helpless. Tap tap tap. Just then, Qin An, who had gone back to the car to fetch something, walked in briskly, his arms full of gifts. Su Wanqing's heart leapt with joy, and she hurriedly pulled Qin An close. She flashed a slight smile at the elderly woman and said, Grandma, I'm not teasing you anymore. He really is my boyfriend. Really? The old lady gave Qin An a skeptical glance. She had to admit he was quite handsome. His attire was impeccable. But there was a lack of nobility in his brow. He didn't look like the son of a wealthy family. She couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Really, why would I lie to you? Su Wanqing pulled Qin An to sit on the sofa, wrapped her arm around his, and leaned against his shoulder. She smiled sweetly. We've been together for over 3 years now. We didn't go public earlier because I felt our relationship wasn't quite stable yet. The old lady remained skeptical. Her gaze turned sharp as she fixed it on Qin An. Her expression turned stern. She says you two have been together for over 3 years. By now, you should know her temperament, her birthday, her preferences. Let me test you should be able to handle this, right? Clunk. Su Wanqing hadn't expected the old lady to pull this stunt. Her heart sank. She quickly came up with a plan and deflected, Grandma. Given how little you trust me, I'm deeply hurt. I've decided to head back to the city right now. Seeing Su Wanqing make to leave, the old woman's suspicions deepened instantly. She abruptly grabbed Su Wanqing and pinned her down, her tone leaving no room for argument. Sit still and don't move a muscle. Oh, Grandma. Seeing this tactic fail, she resorted to her signature act of feigning helplessness, trying to bluff her way out of it. But before she could finish her preamble, the old woman's fierce glare. She sat there, not daring to utter a word. She sat there, not daring to utter a sound. Seeing this, Qin An smiled and patted her little hand. He gave her a reassuring look. Then he turned to the old woman and said, Grandma, go ahead and ask. Seeing Qin An so confident, Su Wanqing felt a bit dazed. She doubted that her relationship with Qin An was merely a typical superior-subordinate dynamic. How could he possibly know her temperament, preferences, or even her birthday? Could it be he'd been secretly harboring feelings for her all along? The thought sent a jolt through Su Wanqing's heart. It gave a sudden, sharp thud. She hesitated. If Qin An were to confess suddenly, would she accept or reject him? Truthfully, she'd already pondered this question over breakfast that morning. And she had given herself a clear answer. Without hesitation, she would refuse outright. But after the car accident that night, she began to waver. She realized Qin An was actually a pretty good person. He remained calm and composed in crises, mature and steady. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he certainly stood out. Plus, he was incredibly thoughtful. Not only did he bring a first aid kit, but he also brought her a hot meal. If I were to be with him, it wouldn't be so bad. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection plus 10. Ha! Qin An, who was waiting for the assessment. Upon hearing the alert sound, I couldn't help but glance at Su Wanqing. What's going on? Out of nowhere, this girl suddenly started pursuing herself? Alright. Seeing Qin An so confident, began to believe they might actually be a real couple. But just to be safe, she decided to test them. She adopted a stern tone. First question, what is the exact date of my granddaughter Wanqing's birthday? The 3rd day of the 10th lunar month. Qin An answered without hesitation, showing no fear. The old lady nodded slightly in satisfaction. She continued, and what is her favorite food? To be honest, this question felt like a gimme. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin An answered, it has to be the egg and shredded pork noodles you make. The old lady smiled with satisfaction. She asked again, and what's the dish she dislikes the most? Cilantro. Her favorite color? Black, white, and gray. What she absolutely can't stand. And so, Qin An answered over a dozen questions in succession. Her accuracy rate? A perfect 100%. Watching from the side, Su Wanqing felt her heart race and her palms sweat. Oh no! It's over. This is over. He really does have a crush on me, no doubt about it. What on earth am I supposed to do now? Qin An does have a crush on her, that much is true. But before, he'd never paid attention to these things. Not until he unlocked the system and absorbed the knowledge from the ultimate guide to winning over your crush. He learned that remembering these details could boost her feelings for him. That's why he made a point to note them down during the maintenance wait. Little did he expect it would come in handy that very night. It had been a huge help. The old woman smiled with satisfaction. Then she turned her head and glared fiercely at Su Wanqing. She scolded playfully, you little rascal. You've got a boyfriend already and didn't tell me sooner? Now I've got a bunch more gray hairs worrying about your marriage. Su Wanqing smiled. She cheekily leaned in, hooking her arm through the old lady's. She licked her lips and said, Grandma, now you can make me that egg and shredded pork noodle soup, right? Chapter 12. How am I supposed to sleep now? You little glutton, all you ever think about is food. The old lady playfully poked Su Wanqing's little head with her finger. She turned and headed back to the kitchen to get busy. Only Qin An and Su Wanqing remained, sitting on the living room sofa. The quiet atmosphere made Su Wanqing's cheeks burn. She dared not look at Qin An. She slumped there as if nothing had happened, staring down at her phone. Qin An had no idea what was going through her mind. Seeing her flushed cheeks, he thought she might have a fever. He touched Su Wanqing's forehead with his hand. Then he checked his own forehead. He asked in confusion, what's going on? You don't have a fever, so why is your face so red? Su Wanqing dared not reveal the real reason. She made up a flimsy excuse, I don't know. Maybe it's just stuffy in here. Could be. Qin An agreed the room did feel a bit stuffy. He walked over and pushed the window halfway open. Then, carrying the medicine box, he walked up to Su Wanqing and said, stay still, okay? I'll clean the wound with an iodine swab. If it hurts, just let me know. Okay. Qin An moved with gentle care. So gentle it hardly felt like treating a wound. It was more like handling an extremely fragile work of art. Not only did Su Wanqing feel not a hint of pain, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Her entire body and mind relaxed. The gaze she cast upon Qin An was tender yet deeply affectionate. Like a pool of spring water, it enveloped her entirely. She couldn't resist leaning in, lightly brushing her lips against his. But the moment it touched, regret washed over her. She had intended to touch and run, leaving no lingering trace. But she forgot that Qin An was alive. That single touch instantly triggered Qin An's hunting instinct. He clasped her head and began kissing her wildly. His tongue ruthlessly pried open her teeth. This time, she finally understood what it meant to have fire ignite upon her. Huff! After kissing passionately for over a minute, reluctantly pulled apart. Panting heavily, a silvery thread of saliva stretched between their lips. Su Wanqing's face burned fiercely. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, unable to meet Qin An's gaze. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection plus 10. Ding! Current affection level 80 admiration. Meets successful strategy conditions. Ding! Acquired UU car rental company. Someone will contact the host within 24 hours. Ding! Acquired top-tier combat skills. Boom! In an instant, Qin An felt a torrent of memories. Like a bursting dam, they surged into his mind. Various combat techniques materialized before his eyes in the form of a dark shadow. Wait a minute. How did this suddenly become two little people? And they're a man and a woman. And that pose? Damn it! This unscrupulous system, the stuff it provides is just as unscrupulous as expected. But I love it. Ha ha ha. Just then, the old lady emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. Seeing Qin An and Su Wanqing standing so close together, her face flushed crimson. And with a silver thread still connecting their lips, she instantly understood what had just transpired. A signature anti-smile spread across her face as she called out to the two, "Come on, kids, time to eat noodles." Okay. Su Wanqing awkwardly pushed Qin An away. Then, pretending nothing had happened, she rubbed her hands together like a nervous fly. She leaned over the bowl and slurped loudly. She gave a thumbs up and smiled, praising, "Only Grandma could make noodles this fragrant. Just the smell alone is making my mouth water." Poof. The old lady's lips curved slightly, revealing a mischievous grin. She teased, "Did I just see you drooling before I even brought the noodles over?" Su Wanqing knew exactly what the old lady was hinting at. Embarrassed, she wished she could just sink into a hole. Then she shot Qin An a reproachful glare. As if to say, "It's all your fault." Qin An smiled. He said nothing, keeping his head down and focusing on eating his noodles. He hadn't eaten a thing since this afternoon. He was starving, his stomach pressed against his back. So naturally, he devoured the noodles like a whirlwind. Before long, the bowl was completely empty. He let out a satisfied burp. He smiled at the old lady and said, "Grandma, these noodles you made are absolutely delicious. After the first bite, I just kept wanting another and another. They're so good I couldn't stop eating." Ha ha ha. The old lady trembled with delight at the praise. She smiled and ruffled Qin An's hair affectionately. "If you like it, have another bowl. Come on, I'll go get you another serving." "Sure thing, thanks, Granny," Qin An called out with such warmth. It was as if the old lady before him wasn't Su Wanqing's grandmother, but his own grandmother. This made the old lady even happier. She waved her hand with a smile, saying, "We're family, no need to thank me. Just come visit Grandma more often and come eat the noodles I make." "Alright. I'll definitely come by whenever I have time." 1 a.m. Su Wanqing sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Her delicate little face was filled with unease. Her delicate fists were clenched tightly. She asked Qin An, who had just entered the room and was drying his hair with a towel, Where are you planning to sleep tonight?" Qin An paused his movements. He grinned mischievously and pointed at the bed. "There's only one bed in this room. What do you think?" Su Wanqing grew flustered. Her face twisted in distress. "But we're not actually, Before Su Wanqing could finish her sentence, Qin An quickly covered her mouth with his hand. He made a shushing gesture. Then he pointed his thumb backward toward the door, signaling that her grandmother was eavesdropping outside. Su Wanqing finally calmed down. Whispering softly into Qin An's ear, she murmured, "But we're not really together. How can we sleep in the same bed?" Qin An teased her deliberately. He shrugged. "What can I do? You're the one who dragged me here to pretend to be your boyfriend and fool the old lady." "Hey!" Su Wanqing sighed. Her pretty face was clouded with worry. Her mind raced frantically for a way out. But in the end, she realized there was no solution. Because if Qin An went to another room, the old lady would realize it was all a sham. What to do? What could she do? Could it be that the purity she had guarded for 26 years was about to be lost here? Though she did care for Qin An, she still couldn't accept this outcome. "All right." Seeing her on the verge of tears, he stopped teasing her. He pointed at the floor. "I'll sleep here tonight and you can take the bed." You can rest assured without your permission, I won't touch a single hair on your body. Forget it. Su Wanqing tapped the floor with her foot. The floor was shockingly cold. Moreover, there was only one double blanket in the room, no extra one for Qin An to use. Sleeping here all night would guarantee catching a chill. He might even develop a chronic condition. Her heart ached. You can sleep in the bed, but I hope you'll be a gentleman and not force yourself on me. Chapter 13, This way is warmer. Don't worry. Qin An gently laid Su Wanqing down on the bed. Then he lay down on the other side, flashing a devilish smile. I'm not that kind of person. Su Wanqing's lips twitched. Looking at that smile of yours, why do I feel like you are exactly that kind of person? Still, in the end, she chose to trust Qin An. She reached over to turn off the lamp, then turned sideways, ready to sleep. But the moment her eyes closed, a heavy, large hand, like a serpent, slithered up her shoulder. Then it slid downward, finally resting on her waist. The other hand slipped around her neck, pulling her entire body into his embrace. A jolt like an electric shock made her body tense instantly. Her trembling voice demanded, What are you doing? I'm warning you, going against a woman's last wishes can land you in jail. Qin An chuckled. Leaning close to Su Wanqing's ear, he murmured in a deep voice, Nothing much. Just thought it'd be warmer this way. Go to sleep. Su Wanqing was about to refuse. But she realized it really was quite warm. And for some reason, being held by Qin An made her feel incredibly secure. It made her feel attached. I'm reluctant to leave. After seeing that Qin An hadn't done anything worse, she dismissed the notion. After adjusting to the most comfortable position, she closed her eyes and drifted off into a deep, restful sleep. This sleep proved exceptionally restful. When she awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning the next day. Qin An beside her was nowhere to be found. The entire room was silent. She tried to prop herself up with her hands and made her way downstairs. She found Qin An sitting at the tea table with the old lady. They were sipping tea and chatting casually. Both wore expressions of joy on their faces. Who knows what they were talking about? They seemed to be having such a good time. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. The old lady sipped her tea and asked with a smile, What do you do for a living? Which school did you graduate from? Qin An was about to answer. Su Wanqing, sitting beside him, quickly interjected, He runs his own business, owns a company. And he's an alumnus of my alma mater, 2 years my junior. It wasn't that Su Wanqing looked down on Qin An's work. Nor did she look down on Qin An's job. Rather, she feared the old lady would look down on him. She feared they wouldn't be a suitable match. Then nagging her to break up. Or set her up with new boyfriends and such. So to avoid the old lady's nagging about these things, she'd better tell a little white lie for now. After all, the old lady wouldn't know if it was true or not. Right. Following last night's successful strategy, Qin An had truly become a businesswoman. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with saying so. He calmly poured the old lady another cup of tea. He smiled faintly and said, I recently acquired a car rental company and plan to try my hand at this line of business. I wonder, Grandma, if you have any experience to pass on to your younger generation? TSK. Su Wanqing remained unaware of the truth. Seeing how convincingly Qin An played his part, he didn't show the slightest hesitation. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Who knew he was such a good actor? If I didn't know he was just an ordinary employee, I'd have believed it. A rental car company? The old lady didn't know much about that sort of thing. She waved her hand with a smile. Forget it, I won't keep talking nonsense and mess things up for you. But there's one thing I believe every business should adhere to. That is integrity and lawfulness. Otherwise, no matter how big the business grows, it's ultimately just a castle in the air, it won't last. You're absolutely right, Grandma. Qin An lifted his teacup and offered a toast to the old lady. Your grandson will remember your words. MHM. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. After sipping her tea, she continued, Now then, how big is this company of yours? What's the annual turnover? Oh dear, Grandma. Su Wanqing feared further conversation might give away the truth. She leaned in and wrapped her arms around the old lady's arm. She pouted playfully, What are you doing? Asking all these questions right off the bat, are you conducting a household registration check or something? I just want to understand things better. The old lady patted Su Wanqing's small hand. A signature anti-smile spread across her face. If it's a good match, I can help arrange your wedding. Clunk. Seeing that she'd almost arranged a marriage for her in the blink of an eye, Su Wanqing's face nearly turned green with fright. She hurriedly protested, Oh, Grandma. We haven't even gotten to that stage yet, why rush into marriage? If not now, then when? The old lady's eyebrows shot up. She assumed the stern authority of the family matriarch. Her face flushed with anger. Do you expect to wait until I'm 6 feet under before tying the knot? And let me tell you something, Su Wanqing. The old lady, overcome with anger, couldn't help but speak again, and hurry up with the baby. I want to see my great-grandchild before I go. Oh. Seeing the old lady was determined to get to the bottom of things, Su Wanqing felt helpless. She silently prayed that Qin An could get through this. Child, go ahead and tell her. After dealing with Su Wanqing, the old lady turned her head with a touch of pride, fixing her gaze on Qin An. All right. Last night, Qin An had taken advantage of a spare moment to look up the UU car rental company he'd acquired on his phone. So answering the current question posed no difficulty whatsoever. He replied directly, the company I acquired is called UU Car Rental. It's not very large, currently only covering the 3 northeastern provinces with a total of 25 branches. 10 of them are in our Jichuan province, with 15 branches in Liaoyang province and Heilongjiang province combined. Business's decent annual revenue hovers between 25 and 30 million yuan. Great. 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 Seeing how big Qin An's business had grown, the old lady was overjoyed. She smiled and continued, so what do your parents do? My father is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Qin An made up a story. When he was young, he worked at Jichuan City First People's Hospital as the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department. But he disliked the hospital environment. They were always pushing him to generate revenue, forcing him to prescribe unnecessary medications. So he quit and now runs a non-profit clinic in a small mountain village, healing the sick. My mother retired from teaching due to illness. Qin An continued, because of her poor health, she's now resting at home, tending to her flowers and herbs in her spare time. Though Qin An's parents were not high-ranking officials or prominent figures, her background was clean. Both her parents were decent, upright people. She nodded without complaint, replying, that's wonderful. When you have time, invite your parents over for a meal. Sure. Qin An nodded. I'll make arrangements as soon as I get back. They chatted for a while longer. After lunch, Qin An drove off with Su Wanqing, leaving behind the old lady's reluctant gaze. Ms. Su. While driving, Qin An turned to Su Wanqing and said, I have something to attend to tomorrow. Can I take a day off? Chapter 14, How did it decrease so mysteriously? What kind of business? For some reason. As soon as Qin An mentioned having something to do, Su Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened with anxiety. She worried he might be going to see another woman. But even if he had, what did it matter to her? She wasn't his girlfriend, after all. With that thought, Su Wanqing regained her usual CEO composure. She nodded. All right, go ahead. No need to explain it to me. All right. Qin An hadn't planned to tell Su Wanqing anyway, because what he needed to handle was taking over the UU car rental company. It would be difficult to explain this to Su Wanqing. After all, in Su Wanqing's eyes, he was just a lowly clerk. Seeing that he said no explanation was needed, Qin An actually didn't explain. A flicker of irritation flared in Su Wanqing's heart. She sat there, sulking. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection level 1. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection 1. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection 1. Qin An, who was driving. Hearing this sound, he was completely dumbfounded. He wondered what he could have done to cause this. How could his favorability rating drop so inexplicably? Still, no matter how much the affinity rating dropped, the system rewards wouldn't be taken back. Otherwise, Qin An would have been absolutely devastated. 8 o'clock in the evening. After driving Su Wanqing back to the villa, Qin An hurriedly left. The system had previously indicated that someone would contact him within 24 hours. Yet 17 or 18 hours had passed and no one had contacted him. This made him wonder if the system had encountered a bug. He needed to confirm this immediately. Ding. Host, the system has indeed notified someone to contact you. As for why they haven't reached out yet, the system isn't entirely sure either. Is there any way to contact him? Ding. Here is the contact information, Deputy General Manager Huang's phone number. Host, you may dial it yourself to try. All right. Qin An dialed the number that appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, in room 888 of the Starry Sky Club. This suite was the most luxurious one in the Starry Sky Club. It covered a full 82 square meters. It was slightly larger than an average 2-bedroom apartment with shared common areas. The interior decoration was exceptionally lavish. The walls are entirely clad in genuine leather, with embedded LED strips. They pulse and sync with the music, radiating a futuristic vibe. The ceiling features a starry sky design, with countless LED lights twinkling like distant stars. A simple glance upward evokes the sensation of floating through the cosmos. At the very center, flanked on either side, 2 gleaming steel poles stand tall. 2 scantily clad beauties dance provocatively around the poles. Each daring move elicits shrieks from the guests in the private booths. The atmosphere in the venue grows more intense with each passing moment. Snap. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a slicked-back pompadour, opened a bottle of beer. He approached the sleazy, overweight man in the center, surrounded by women on both sides, and grinned broadly. Mr. Huang, how about it? Are you satisfied with my arrangements? Huang Dejuan took a puff on his cigar. His brows furrowed. and replied with a hint of displeasure, "It's just okay." The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He desperately wanted to punch this sleazy fatso in the face. Then point his finger right in the fatso's face and yell, "Damn it, you think having a little power means you can buy a few crappy cars? Stop putting on airs, you bastard. I spent 30 grand throwing you this birthday party. Showing you plenty of respect. Stop acting like you're entitled." But the reality was, he dared not utter a single word of it. Because this month's sales targets all depended on this fat bastard. If he got angry, he'd be out of a job. So no matter how much this fat bastard treated him like, he had to swallow his anger and put on a fake smile. Like a grandson, he asked Huang Dejuan, "Mr. Huang, if anything isn't to your liking, just tell me and I'll fix it right away." Huang Dejuan took a long, bitter swig of his drink. Sighing, he replied, "Mr. Wang, you know full well what I mean." "I understand." Mr. Wang instantly grasped Huang Dejuan's thoughts. He leaned in close to Huang Dejuan's ear with a smile. "Mr. Huang, rest assured. I've already taken care of this for you. Shen Xinyao will be here shortly. And trust me, with me here tonight, she won't be able to escape." At these words, a broad grin instantly spread across Huang Dejuan's sleazy face. He nodded with satisfaction. He patted Wang Zong on the shoulder and said, "In the end, it still comes down to you. Rest assured, as long as you handle her for me, the order will be signed tonight." "Alright, Mr. Huang, I'll drink to that." Mr. Huang's heart leapt with delight. He clinked glasses with Huang Dejuan with a smile. Then he downed his drink in one gulp. "Mr. Huang! Mr. Huang!" At that moment, the young woman seated to Huang Dejuan's right picked up the phone that had been ringing incessantly beside her. She handed it to Huang Dejuan. She shouted into his ear, "You've got a call. The caller ID says." "Ah, forget about it." Huang Dejuan's mind was completely occupied with the delightful prospect of the evening ahead. He couldn't be bothered with any phone calls. Without even glancing at the phone, he grabbed it and tossed it straight into the ice bucket beside him. He pressed his lips fiercely against hers, those fiery red lips. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, Qin An, who had been anxiously waiting for the call to be answered, dialed 3 or 4 times. After receiving no answer each time, and then the phone going dead, he asked the system, "Hey, did you give me a fake number? No one's picking up at all." Ding! The contact information provided by the system is absolutely genuine and valid. As for why the calls aren't going through, the system is unaware. Is there any other way to contact them? Ding! This is the phone number of Deputy General Manager Huang's subordinate. "Host, you can try dialing it." "Alright." Qin An reluctantly re-entered the number and dialed it. But still no answer. Qin An then tried several other numbers in succession. Finally, on the nth attempt, a voice as clear as a silver bell came through. "Hello? I don't have your name saved here. May I ask who's calling?" "Hello." Qin An suppressed the anger rising within him. He cleared his throat with a dry cough. Adopting a commanding tone, he declared, "I'm Mr. Qin, the one acquiring your company. Why has Manager Huang's phone been unreachable?" "Mr. Qin." Zhao Yushi hadn't expected the new boss to call her an intern who'd only been at the company for a month. Startled, her voice trembled slightly. She stammered nervously, "Well, that. Manager Huang is celebrating his birthday today and is on leave. If you have any matters, I can relay them to him." "Taking a day off?" Qin An frowned. He asked doubtfully, "Does our company even have birthday leave?" Chapter 15 First Love. Zhao Yushi scratched her head awkwardly. She didn't know how to respond. After stammering for a while, she replied weakly, I think so? Sorry, Mr. Qin. I'm a new intern at the company, just started a month ago, so I'm not really familiar with these policies. My apologies." Seeing her hesitant manner, Qin An. He immediately understood she wasn't ignorant. Rather, she was hesitating out of consideration for social etiquette, afraid to speak her mind. Suppressing his rising anger, he asked in a low voice, "Where are you now? Would it be convenient for you to come see me?" "Yes, absolutely. The boss summoned me personally. Even if it wasn't convenient, it had to be convenient. Otherwise, I'd be asking myself if I still wanted this job. Where are you? I'll grab a cab and come see you right away." "Good." Qin An saw that finally someone could handle this matter. The anger in his heart dissipated considerably. He exhaled deeply. "I'll send you my location. Hurry over." "Got it." Meanwhile, in room 888 of the Starry nightclub, Shen Xinyao stood trembling at the doorway. Her terrified expression suggested that the door before her wasn't leading to a private room, but rather to the depths of hell. Her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Slam! Suddenly, the private room door swung open, startling her. After patting her chest, she gave a slight nod to the person emerging. "Mr. Wang." "Stop calling me Mr. Wang." Mr. Wang belched. He shoved his hands into his pockets. He snapped irritably, "I've already taken 10 bottles off your plate. If I take any more, I'll pass out. Get back inside." "Mr. Wang." Shen Xinyao tried to bargain. But before she could speak, Huang Dijuan emerged from the private room. He gave her a lecherous once-over, grinning mockingly.
Miss Shen, haven't seen you in 2 days, and you've gotten even prettier. And why do I feel like your legs seem wider and slimmer now?
As he spoke, Huang Dijuan reached out without hesitation to touch her.
Startled, Shen Xinyao quickly stepped back to avoid him.
Forcing back her disgust, she squeezed out a smile.
Mr. Huang, you're joking. My legs are just the same as always. Come on, let's go inside and talk.
It's your birthday today, I'll toast you first.
Deprived of his hands-on pleasure, Huang Dijuan felt a pang of disappointment.
But the thought of soon being able to roll around in the clouds and rain with Shen Xinyao. He perked right back up. He grinned widely.
1 glass won't be enough.
You're so late you owe me at least 3. Shen Xinyao knew he was trying to get her drunk again. Then take advantage of her. But for the sake of the order, for the sake of her job, she could only smile and nod. Alright, since the birthday boy himself says so, I'll gladly drink to your health. With that, Shen Xinyao picked up a glass of liquor and downed it in one gulp. The fiery, strange taste made her involuntarily wrinkle her brows. Her delicate little face was etched with bitterness.
Huang Dijuan, however, beamed with delight.
His 2 sly little eyes darted around, fixated on Shen Xinyao's body. His expression was as lecherous as could be.
Qin An hadn't expected this in turn to move so quickly. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived by taxi. Her petite figure, glimpsed only briefly, left a deep impression on Qin An. Ding!
Detected a 90-point top-tier goddess.
System will automatically initiate further scan. Name, Zhao Yushi. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm, 90. Occupation, sales representative at UU Car Rental Company. Special feature, first love face. Affinity, 10 stranger. Number of people knocked down, 0. Success reward, divine medical skills, supreme business acumen, and full refund of all romance expenses. Click. The car door opened. Qin An finally saw Zhao Yushi in full view. Though her height wasn't as stunning as Shen Xinyao's or Su Wanqing's, but she won with her fresh, lively charm. Her large, watery eyes seemed to speak volumes. They were utterly endearing to behold. Her fair face bore no trace of makeup, yet remained flawless. Smooth as porcelain.
A white shirt paired with a pleated skirt. Standing beneath the dim streetlight, she evoked the sweet, nostalgic longing of first love. It almost made Qin An feel like he'd slipped back into his school days.
Hello, excuse me. Are you Mr. Qin? While Qin An was sizing up Zhao Yushi was sizing him up as well. She couldn't help but admire inwardly her new boss was incredibly handsome.
He looked just like a prince from a fairy tale. I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection plus 20. Great! Great! Great!
Right off the bat, I started seducing myself.
What a good kid!
Qin An smiled with satisfaction.
He asked, do you know where manager Huang is right now?
Clearly, he was the boss. Yet this Huang fellow was putting on airs, refusing to contact him.
He wasn't even answering his calls. Qin An had to find him and give him a thorough scolding. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger.
This.
Zhao Yushi stammered.
She hesitated to answer. Qin An saw her hesitation.
He said in a deep voice, don't worry. After tonight, he won't be able to control you anymore. So just speak your mind. All right. With that, Zhao Yushi had no reason left to hesitate.
She replied crisply, he should be at the Starry Club right now, hosting his birthday party.
Most of our company's mid to senior level employees are attending. Is that so? Qin An laughed bitterly in anger.
He stepped into the taxi in one swift motion. His eyes flashed coldly as he declared, well, as his boss, I suppose I'll have to send him a special gift.
Gulp. Zhao Yushi was struck by Qin An's murderous glare.
And felt a chill run through her entire body. She thought to herself, this time, Mr. Huang is in for a world of trouble, big trouble.
Western liquor really isn't meant for humans. After downing over a dozen glasses, Shen Xinyao began feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Her stomach churned violently.
Stumbling into the bathroom, she clung to the toilet and vomited violently. Overcome with discomfort, she wept uncontrollably.
She collapsed there, unable to move a muscle. Swish!
Suddenly, Shen Xinyao felt someone touch her back. Startled, her body instantly stiffened. She whirled around to look behind her.
Mr. Huang.
Seeing that it was none other than Huang Dijuan, the man who had harbored improper intentions toward her.
Shen Xinyao panicked instantly. Summoning her courage, she forced a smile and said, are you here to use the restroom? Then, I'll step out. With that, Shen Xinyao stumbled toward the exit.
But Huang Dijuan grabbed her back violently, pinning her firmly against the wall. The icy touch of the tiles sent a chill through her like she'd fallen into an ice cave. Her voice trembled as she asked, Mr. Huang.
What are you doing? Nothing. Huang Dijuan gave a lecherous chuckle. I just wanted to let you know I can pee here too. Smack. With that, Huang Dijuan began unbuckling his belt.
Shen Xinyao was so terrified her soul nearly flew out of her body. She hurriedly protested, "Mr. Huang, please don't joke like that. It's inappropriate for me to be here while you're relieving yourself." Chapter 16, Huang Dejuan's Tactics. Snap. Huang Dejuan, unable to contain his impatience, abandoned all pretense. A resounding slap sent Shen Xinyao crashing to the floor. He roared furiously, "You ing whore. Stop pretending to be pure with me. Pretend to be pure. Get your ass over here right now. Don't make me slap you again." Shen Xinyao had never faced such a scene before. Watching Huang Dejuan roar like a wild beast as he closed in on her, her heart pounded wildly in terror. Ignoring the pain on her face, she scrambled backward. Simultaneously, she fumbled for her phone, ready to call the police. As for whether this would cost her job, she couldn't care less about that now. Calling the police? Huang Dejuan showed no sign of panic. Standing there, he gloated, "Go ahead. If you dare call the police, I'll strip you naked and throw you onto Changjiang Road pedestrian street. At the same time, I'll publicly release your nude photos and personal information online. Whether I'll end up in jail then, I don't know. But you'll definitely be ruined. You." Shen Xinyao trembled with rage. Yet she was utterly powerless against Huang Dejuan. Resignedly, she dropped the phone. Her voice breaking, she pleaded, "Mr. Huang, I'm begging you, spare me. Whatever money you want, I'll pay it." "Money?" Huang Dejuan sneered coldly. He ran a hand through his receding hairline. His face brimming with arrogance, he retorted, "Do you really think I'm the kind of man who needs money? Then tell me what you want. If it's within my power, I'll do it." Shen Xinyao was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her tear-streaked face looked utterly pitiful. "Simple." Huang Dejuan rubbed his chin with a lecherous grin. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Just make me feel good, and I'll let you off the hook. And not only will I let you go, I'll give you money and hook you up with more bosses to buy cars from you. Boost your sales." Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, Shen Xinyao felt like the sky had fallen. Her face drained of all color. She silently regretted not bringing Qin An along with her. How else could she have ended up like this? Wait. That phone number. Shen Xinyao suddenly remembered Qin An's phone number was written on that money. A glimmer of hope for survival reignited within her. She frantically pulled open her wallet, searching for the bill with Qin An's number written on it. But for some reason, she couldn't find it anywhere. Later, she recalled that when the doorman had asked her for a tip earlier, she hadn't had any change, so she'd casually pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. It was highly likely that the bill with Qin An's number had slipped out then. Boom! At that thought, the last straw supporting Shen Xinyao snapped. Her entire body collapsed like a deflated balloon, slumping lifelessly into the seat, her heart as cold as ashes. Poof! Huang Dejuan watched as the woman had finally submitted. He let out a smug chuckle. He shoved Shen Xinyao to the ground without hesitation. Like a fly rubbing its hands together, he prepared to feast. Dong dong dong. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, someone pounded urgently on the bathroom door. Huang Dejuan jumped in fright. His hand, which had just reached out, jerked back in a sudden tremor. He snapped irritably, "Damn it, who the hell is banging on the door? If you need the bathroom, get the hell out." "Mr. Huang, it's me, Xiao Zhao." A helpless voice came from outside the door. "Something's happened. You need to come out right away." Huang Dejuan was in the middle of something important. He had no time to deal with other people's problems. He snapped back irritably, "Get lost. Deal with it yourself." "Mr. Huang, I wish I could handle it myself." Xiao Zhao outside the door was nearly in tears. His voice trembled with emotion. "But I really can't handle this. Damn it." The meat that was finally within reach. But he just couldn't get his hands on it. Huang Dejuan was so furious he wanted to curse his mother. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is going on? Spit it out already. Stop acting like a woman, dithering and fussing. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is here. He specifically requested to see you." "Mr. Qin?" Huang Dejuan couldn't recall knowing any damn Mr. Qin. He waved his hand dismissively. His face remained cold as he said, "I don't know him. Tell him to get the hell out of here." "You do know him." Little Zhao was nearly frantic. "He's the one acquiring our company." Boom! Huang Dejuan finally snapped out of his birthday party days. He'd forgotten the real business at hand. He hurriedly unlocked the bathroom door and dashed out. He demanded of Xiao Zhao, "Where is he? Where is he?" "Right here." Before Xiao Zhao could answer, a cold, sharp voice. It came from behind Xiao Zhao first. Then, a man and a woman came into Huang Dejuan's view. The woman was about 23 or 24, exceptionally beautiful. Her pure, innocent beauty resembled that of a campus queen. Her fair, delicate face seemed so soft it could be squeezed until water came out. The man appeared to be around the same age as the woman. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, he possessed long, straight legs. His stride carried an air of commanding presence. From a distance, he bore a striking resemblance to a certain movie star.
Wang Dijun had seen Qin An's photo.
After confirming the man before him was identical to the photograph,
he hurried over, fawning, "Oh my goodness. I've long heard of Mr. Qin's overwhelming handsomeness.
Seeing you today, it truly lives up to the reputation."
Qin An ignored his flattery.
His expression remained stern as he remarked, "Mr. Huang, you sure put on airs.
I called you so many times, yet you never picked up. I almost thought you were the boss."
"Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Qin." Huang Dijun had risen to his position through skill and cunning. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by Qin An's challenge.
He laughed it off. "Today's my birthday. I got a little carried away celebrating and had a few too many.
I completely forgot where I put my phone and didn't notice your calls at all.
Otherwise, how could I dare not answer your calls? Also."
At this point, Huang Dijun glanced at Xiao Zhao. Then he glanced at the other employees. He deliberately raised his voice. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be quitting time now."
"And during quitting time?" Huang Dijun chuckled smugly. "Not answering the boss's call doesn't seem to violate company policy, does it?"
Seeing that he had come all this way, yet Huang Dijun still dared to act so brazenly.
Qin An's inner killing intent flared even brighter.
But outwardly, he maintained his cheerful smile.
He patted Huang Dijun on the shoulder. "Mr. Huang, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to confront you. I came specifically to deliver your birthday gift." "Oh my, this is too kind of you." Huang Dijun didn't believe for a second that Qin An would be so kind. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He forced a smile. "Mr. Qin, please sit down." "Sit down." "All right." Qin An nodded.
He strode toward the center seat of the sofa. As he passed the restroom, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure inside. His heart skipped a beat. Chapter 17, Birthday Gift. He took 3 steps in 2, hurrying over. His face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "It really is you." Shen Xinyao lay motionless on the cold floor, her eyes vacant. She stared blankly at the ceiling. Her clothes were torn and twisted out of shape. Large patches of skin were exposed. The hems of her clothes were soaked with water stains. Her jet-black hair was a tangled mess. Her entire appearance was indescribably disheveled.
Upon hearing Qin An's voice,
Shen Xinyao froze for a moment before abruptly turning her head. When she saw the person standing before her was indeed the Qin An she had been longing for, she froze in place.
Was she hallucinating?
It wasn't until Qin An took off his own coat and draped it over her that she dared to believe it was real. She threw herself into Qin An's arms and burst into tears.
Qin An was no fool.
Seeing Shen Xinyao in this state and recalling that Huang Dijun had just walked out from here,
everything clicked into place instantly.
A flame that could not be extinguished flared up in his heart. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. He gently patted Shen Xinyao's back, signaling for her to stay alone for a moment. While loosening his cuffs, he ordered Zhao Yushi, "Lock the door. From this moment on, no one is permitted to enter or leave."
"Yes."
Zhao Yushi didn't understand exactly what had happened. Seeing Qin An so enraged,
she dared not delay for even a moment. He jogged over and locked the door from the inside. Click. Huang Dijun sensed something was terribly wrong.
Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he took a few steps back.
"Mr. Qin, you've got the wrong idea. Mr. Shen's like this, it's not my fault.
She drank too much herself."
Bang! Qin An couldn't be bothered to listen to his excuses.
He grabbed a beer bottle nearby and smashed it down hard on Huang Dijun's receding hairline.
Crack! The next second, the bottle shattered.
Blood streamed down Huang Dijun's forehead, instantly staining his face crimson. The excruciating pain made him clutch his head and stumble wildly. His face contorted with terror as he cried out, "Mr. Qin, please don't lose your temper.
Let's talk this out calmly.
Assault is illegal, you know."
"Is that so?"
Qin An's lips curled slightly upward. A wicked grin spread across his face.
"Then it's fine. I'm not hitting a person, I'm hitting a piece of."
Thud. With that, Qin An swung his leg. It landed squarely on Huang Dijun's greasy, flabby belly. He sent Huang Dijun tumbling to the ground. He then mounted him and unleashed a brutal beating. He was in such a frenzy. He simply couldn't stop. The others in the room hadn't expected the new CEO to be so brutal when it came to fighting. They recoiled in horror, teeth bared and eyelids twitching. The timid girls couldn't even bear to watch. Zhao Yushi, however, stared at Qin An with a look of pure fascination. She silently marveled to herself, a handsome guy truly lives up to his reputation. Even when he hit someone, he looks so handsome. Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Alright, Qin An. She didn't know how long he'd been hitting her. Shen Xinyao walked over, grabbed Qin An's wrist. Shaking her head, she said, "Stop hitting him. It's not worth going to jail over scum like this." Qin An was just getting tired of fighting anyway. He stretched his limbs. He turned his hand to grasp Shen Xinyao's delicate, boneless little hand. He barked sharply, "Huang Dijuan, I can overlook your negligence in failing to contact me promptly to take over the company. You were drunk and ignored my calls, I could overlook that too. But you shouldn't have set your sights on my woman." The words "my woman" made Shen Xinyao's heart race wildly. Especially when she looked up and saw Qin An's imposing silhouette. After feeling the warmth and thickness of Qin An's palm, her heartbeat quickened even more. A wave of warmth washed over her heart. At that moment, she felt profoundly grateful that a man was willing to stand up for her and fiercely protect her. Standing nearby, Zhao Yushi was also captivated by Qin An's commanding, protective stance toward his wife. Her heart blossomed with joy. She secretly wished that one day she too could find a husband who would protect her like this and be so handsome too. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection plus 50. Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection plus 5. Yes. Learning that standing up for Shen Xinyao had earned him a whopping 50 points in favorability, Qin An nearly jumped for joy. He couldn't stop grinning. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, what's up with this Zhao Yushi? Why was her favorability skyrocketing without him even trying to win her over? Her thought process was truly bizarre. But hey, if more girls like this showed up, that'd be pretty awesome. Ha ha ha. Huang Dijuan never imagined that the girl he casually fancied was actually the boss's woman. He cursed his luck inwardly. Covering his head, he pleaded with Qin An, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin. I genuinely had no idea she was your woman. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared touch her. Please, for the sake of ignorance being no excuse, spare me this once." "Don't worry." Qin An nodded with a smile. "I'm not the petty type. You've already taken the beating. Let's consider this settled." "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin." Huang Dijuan felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. He bowed deeply 3 times before Qin An. "You're welcome." Qin An grinned. He took a document from Zhao Yushi standing nearby. He handed it to Huang Dijuan. "This is a special birthday gift I prepared just for you, Mr. Huang. Go ahead and open it." "All right." Holding the documents, Huang Dijuan felt an indescribable unease. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. By the end, even his hands trembled as he flipped through the pages. It was as if what he held in his hands wasn't a document, but his own death sentence. Thud! The next moment, Huang Dijuan, having seen the contents inside, collapsed like a deflated balloon. He slumped to the ground, his voice trembling as he asked Qin An, "Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, can I refuse this appointment letter?" "Why refuse?" Qin An pulled over a single sofa and sat down. Crossing his legs, he looked down at Huang Dijuan. He feigned confusion. "Sure, the pay only went up by 1 yuan, but it's still a promotion." "Promotion? Promotion my ass." Huang Dijuan was so furious he wanted to curse. Transferring him to South Africa where AIDS, plague, and Ebola run rampant to be general manager. This was nothing short of a death sentence. But he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. He made up a flimsy excuse instead. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your kind consideration. But I'm getting older, my mind isn't as sharp as it used to be, and I'm afraid I couldn't handle such a heavy responsibility. Besides, my wife and children are all back home. Are all back home. If I go, who will take care of them? So, I'm sorry, but you'd better find someone else for this position." "I see." Qin An chuckled, stroking his chin. He gestured toward the documents. "Why don't you take another careful look?" Huang Dijuan was puzzled. It was just one page, what was there to look at again? Wait a minute. This was... Huang Dijuan suddenly noticed a small note tucked behind the appointment letter. The note was densely covered with evidence of his crimes, extorting bribes, accepting kickbacks, abusing his authority, and embezzling public funds. And at the end, it included a storage locker number. I was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 18. You know how old I am, don't you? Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. After a long moment, Huang Dijuan jolted awake. He hurriedly knelt before Qin An, banging his head on the floor like a chick pecking at grain. He pleaded, "I beg you, spare me. I'll resign unconditionally." "Don't." Qin An gave a wicked smile. He helped Huang Dijuan up from the ground. "You're a key player at our UU car rental company. How could we manage without you?" Even when Huang offered to resign voluntarily, Qin An refused to let him go. Huang Dijuan gritted his teeth in agony. After much internal struggle, he said with a pained expression, "If you'll just let me go, besides resigning unconditionally, I'll give you everything in that box too." Saying this, Huang Dijuan fished a card from his pocket and handed it to Qin An. After taking the card, he couldn't be bothered to engage further. He took hold of Shen Xinyao's delicate, boneless hand and led Zhao Yushi toward the exit. "Mr. Qin, wait. Wait, Mr. Qin." At that moment, the previously silent Mr. Wang suddenly sprang to life. He scurried over to Qin An. He extended a hand with a fawning smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Tang, General Manager of Donghuan Bentley 4S Store. Just call me Xiao Wang."
Qin An did not reach out to shake it. For in the corner of his eye, he noticed that the instant Wang Tang approached, Shen Xinyao's face clearly flashed a look of disgust. Clearly, this Wang Tang wasn't a good bird either. There was no need to be polite to him. What's up? Ha ha ha. Wang Tang gave an awkward chuckle. He withdrew his hand. He shot Shen Xinyao a knowing glance. Shen Xinyao caught the hint. Couldn't hold back her laughter. Mr. Wang, after working with you all these years, I just realized you're actually pretty naive. Wang Tang was momentarily flustered. He furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Shen Xinyao suddenly lunged forward, her hand darting into Wang Tang's jacket pocket. She pulled out the white pills inside and thrust them in front of him. Her face darkened as she demanded coldly, "What are these?" Wang Tang flinched at first. His shifty little eyes darted around. He feigned ignorance. What is this? I have no idea. Who put it in my pocket? Enough with the act. Shen Xinyao's eyes flashed with coldness. She slammed the pill hard against Wang Tang's face. She snapped, I've known every disgusting thing you've done for ages. I kept quiet because I originally planned to work under you and spare you some dignity. But now, there's no need for that. I quit. And as for that UU car rental order? Forget about it. With that, Shen Xinyao grabbed Qin An's hand and strode away. Damn it! Watching Shen Xinyao's receding figure, Wang Tang kicked the dining table in anger and yelled at Huang Dejuan, Mr. Huang, I spent my entire month's salary organizing this birthday party for you. You can't just ignore this. Huang Dejuan was already in a foul mood. He had no time to deal with this. He shoved Wang Tang aside like he was pushing trash. He turned and walked away. Wang Tang was so furious he felt like he might spit blood from frustration. He glanced at the unopened bottles of liquor still sitting in the private room. He beckoned to the waiter standing by the door. Come here. Help me return all these unfinished drinks. The waiter forced a signature fake smile. I'm sorry, sir, we can't refund drinks. They can only be stored. Put. The waiter's words dealt Wang Tang a critical hit for 10,000 points of damage. He slumped back in his seat, feeling utterly defeated. He silently cursed himself. If only he'd known this would happen, he never would have gone sucking up to that damn Huang. What a stroke of bad luck. After leaving the club, the cool breeze washed over her. Shen Xinyao's drunkenness had faded considerably. But her cheeks remained flushed like a perfectly ripe apple, utterly tempting. Qin An, I really owe you for today. Shen Xinyao fanned her cheeks with the back of her hand to cool them down. She offered a sweet smile. How about I treat you both to dinner? Sure thing. Qin An was feeling hungry anyway. Plus, he had something he needed to discuss with Shen Xinyao in a quieter place. After scanning the surrounding shops, he pointed to a barbecue restaurant nearby and said, let's eat there. Their food is pretty good. All right. Shen Xinyao mainly wanted to thank Qin An. So what they ate didn't matter much to her. She nodded. They started walking across the street. Mr. Qin. Watching the two of them walk away, looking like a golden boy and a jade girl, Zhao Yushi decided it would be best not to follow them and be the third wheel. She gave an awkward smile. I've already eaten. I won't be joining you. Enjoy your meal with your wife. The word wife made Shen Xinyao's cheeks flush. She laughed and explained, you misunderstood. We're not a couple. I only said that earlier because the situation demanded it. Right. Qin An nodded slightly. He teased with a smile, you still have a chance. Zhao Yushi's face flushed at the teasing. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qin An's gaze. Shen Xinyao playfully punched Qin An. Speaking up for Zhao Yushi, she said, how old are you, still teasing a kid like that? Qin An grinned mischievously, winking at her. How old am I? You know that, don't you? Shen Xinyao froze for a moment. Then her face flushed so bright red it looked like it might bleed. She dug her fingernail into Qin An's waist. Are you trying to get yourself killed? One more word and I'll wring your neck. With that, she shot him a withering glare. She linked arms with Zhao Yushi and strode ahead. Qin An chuckled and followed behind the two beauties. The barbecue restaurant Qin An had chosen was of the mid to high-end variety. The environment is quiet and elegant. Soothing piano melodies played softly in the background. The whole place had a sophisticated vibe. Xinyao. After slowly taking her seat, Qin An asked Shen Xinyao while ordering, now that you've quit, what are your next plans? The question gave Shen Xinyao a headache. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll just take it one step at a time. How about joining my team? Qin An laid out the plan he'd been mulling over for some time. Take Huang Dejuan's position. Shen Xinyao knew Qin An was extending this olive branch specifically to help her. A faint warmth touched her heart. She smiled softly. Thank you for your kindness, but I'd rather not. With my abilities, I'm afraid I couldn't manage such a large company. Qin An frowned. He paused the pen in his hand. He feigned anger. Are you genuinely afraid you can't manage it, or do you just not want to help me? Seeing Qin An's misunderstanding, Shen Xinyao hurriedly explained, I genuinely fear I couldn't manage it. Well, it's not that I don't want to help you. Then you take it on. Qin An said with a serious expression, I believe you can do it.
Seeing Qin An trust her so deeply, Shen Xinyao felt a surge of emotion. Her fondness for Qin An grew even stronger. Nodding, she said, alright, I'll give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, I'll step back on my own. Chapter 19, Misunderstanding. Ding. Shen Xinyao's favorability +5. Qin An smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. With that, Qin An pushed the menu toward Shen Xinyao, gesturing for her to continue ordering. He turned his gaze to Zhao Yushi, seated nearby. Zhao Yushi's face, worthy of a campus beauty, was truly breathtaking. Simply sitting there quietly, she radiated a sense of timeless tranquility. It made Qin An feel incredibly at ease. He offered a faint smile. Yushi, while we wait for the food, could you tell me more about the issues at our company besides that parasite Huang Dejuan? Sure. Zhao Yushi didn't dare delay. She sat up straight. She methodically reported everything she knew. After listening, Qin An's anger remained unabated. He had believed Huang Dejuan was the only black sheep in the company. But to his shock, it turned out there were quite a few others involved in corruption besides him. The entire company was steeped in corruption. It resembled a rotten apple riddled with holes. No wonder the company had suffered a steep decline in profits over the past year. You see? After a moment's thought, Qin An leaned forward. His expression turned stern. Starting today, you'll need to put in some extra hours. Gather evidence of these individuals' misconduct, organize it thoroughly, and send it to me and President Shen. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to go to the business department anymore. You'll be assigned directly to work as General Manager Shen's secretary. Make sure to learn as much as you can from her on a daily basis. Ha! Zhao Yushi was stunned. She had thought that her performance tonight would be enough to earn her a chance at a permanent position. Instead, not only was she made permanent, she'd been promoted to secretary in the vice president's office. They were grooming her as a future successor. Overwhelmed by the sudden favor, she sprang up from her chair. In her haste, she bumped her head on the chair leg. The pain made her gasp sharply. But now, she had no time to dwell on such things. With a smile, she bowed deeply to Qin An. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qin, she said gratefully. I will work hard and never let you down. Also, Zhao Yushi turned around again. She bowed deeply to Shen Xinyao. Her face radiated sincerity as she added, please rest assured, Ms. Shen. I will learn diligently and strive not to hold you back in any way. I hope you won't mind my clumsiness. Watching the clumsy Zhao Yushi before her, Shen Xinyao recalled her own early days on the job, when she had been just like this. She couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Smiling, she pulled her back to her original spot. Don't worry, you're so smart, you'll definitely do well. And you don't need to be so formal, just treat me like an older sister from now on. If there's anything you don't know or understand, just ask. Zhao Yushi gazed at the sincere and gentle smile on Shen Xinyao's face. Zhao Yushi knew these words weren't just polite talk, but came from the heart. A wave of warmth washed over her heart. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Her greatest dream since childhood had been to leave the small mountain village. To live in a big city. But after working hard to pass the entrance exams and enter a prestigious university, she arrived in the Steel City only to discover it was nothing like she had imagined. There was no trace of the so-called inclusivity of a big city. Only exclusion and indifference existed. Everyone she encountered prioritized their own interests. They weren't after her body. They were either trying to take advantage of her. There was no genuine affection whatsoever. And now, suddenly, she encountered two people who genuinely cared for her. How could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? Alright. Shen Xinyao ruffled Zhao Yushi's hair. Stop crying, she said softly, and hurry up and eat. Okay. Zhao Yushi nodded. Silently picking up a meat skewer, she buried her head and began eating. Qin An sat across from them, watching the two beauties, one tall, one petite, each uniquely captivating. He thought to himself, if only one day I could share a bed with both of them. Since Shen Xinyao was already drunk, Zhao Yushi and Qin An had no intention of drinking either. So they simply filled their stomachs and got up to leave. Wait. They approached the bar. Shen Xinyao furrowed her embroidered brows. Her voice carried a hint of gentle annoyance. I said I'd treat everyone. How could you go and pay the bill? Qin An smiled and gestured toward Zhao Yushi beside them. With Yushi here this time, it wouldn't be right for you to treat us. So let's consider this meal a celebration for both your new position and Yushi's promotion. Next time we have a chance, you can treat me separately. Although Shen Xinyao had already agreed to join the company, there would be plenty of opportunities for them to meet in the future. But opportunities like this, where they could spend time alone together, should be saved for later. Besides, he didn't have to spend his own money on dating anyway. Alright. Shen Xinyao conceded that Qin An had a point. Besides, it was already irreversible. She had no choice but to accept it. She tucked her phone back into her shoulder bag.
Then call me when you have time.
Seeing his goal achieved, he smiled without showing it. He hailed a cab and sent Zhao Yushi, who was practically beaming with anticipation, waiting for him to sweep her off her feet on her way first. Turning back to Shen Xinyao, he suggested, "How about
I walk you home? Help you sober up?" Shen Xinyao noticed the evening breeze tonight neither cold nor dry,
and the sensation on her skin felt pleasant. She nodded and strolled through the urban forest with Qin An. Along the way, Qin An initiated the conversation.
He turned to look at Shen Xinyao and asked, "Is something troubling your family?" Shen Xinyao froze.
Her eyes filled with confusion.
"No. Who told you that? Don't lie to me."
Qin An assumed she didn't want to trouble him.
He wore an expression that seemed to see right through everything.
He said confidently, "If it weren't true, you wouldn't be working part-time at a place like that."
Part-time job? Shen Xinyao was even more confused now. Her mind was filled with question marks. She replied, somewhat speechless, "Bro, did you mistake me for someone else? When did I ever take a part-time job?"
Now it was Qin An's turn to be dumbfounded. He furrowed his brow.
"You don't have a side job? Then what were you doing at the foot massage parlor?" Shen Xinyao's lips twitched.
Turns out all this time, Qin An had mistaken her for a foot massage parlor attendant. Rolling her eyes, she retorted,
"What kind of nonsense are you thinking? I went there that day to entertain Huang Diju and it wasn't some part-time job." Realizing his mistake,
Qin An scratched his head awkwardly. He offered an apologetic smile.
"Sorry about that. I thought you might be going through some tough times."
"Hey!"
Shen Xinyao sighed.
She glanced up at the gray, overcast sky. A trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly as she said, "If you ask about troubles, there really is one.
My mother suddenly fainted and was hospitalized recently.
The diagnosis was a benign brain tumor."
"Can't that be treated with surgery?" Qin An asked doubtfully.
Shen Xinyao shook her head sadly. Her face twisted with pain as she explained, "No, the tumor's location is too critical.
The surgical risks are too high. We can only pursue conservative treatment. Right now, she has less than a month left."
By the end of her sentence, a thin veil of mist clouded Shen Xinyao's beautiful eyes.
Qin An felt a pang of heartache.
He stroked his chin in deep thought. He wondered if the divine-level medical skill Zhao Yushi had rewarded him with could treat this illness.
If it could. That girl, even in her dazed state, should be able to handle it within a month, right? Chapter 20. Our relationship is far from simple.
With that thought, Qin An remained impassive. He naturally wrapped his arm around Shen Xinyao fragrant shoulder. He drew her into his embrace.
He murmured softly, "It'll be fine. We'll find a way. For now, don't rush back to work. Spend more time with your mother."
"That's impossible." Shen Xinyao abruptly pulled her head away from Qin An's shoulder. Shaking her head firmly, she said, "I just agreed to take Huang Dejuan's position.
Taking leave now would be irresponsible." "It's fine." Qin An took hold of Shen Xinyao's delicate, boneless little hand. He gave her a reassuring look.
With a warm smile, he added, "The company has me to handle things."
Those 3 words, "I've got it covered," filled Shen Xinyao with profound peace.
She silently sighed, thinking how wonderful it felt to have a man to lean on.
Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection +10. "Thank you, Qin An."
"You're welcome."
Qin An raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. He teased, "We know each other inside out. Saying thanks feels a bit much." Swish! Shen Xinyao's face flushed crimson. She punched Qin An angrily. "Go to hell," she pouted.
"Ha ha ha." Qin An grinned mischievously.
He clasped Shen Xinyao hand tightly and continued walking forward. "Wait." After taking a few steps,
Shen Xinyao suddenly remembered something. She halted, glancing at the parked vehicles around them.
"I almost forgot I drove here. Would you mind taking my car and driving me back?" "Sure, no problem. When a beautiful woman asks for a ride home, you make it happen even if it's inconvenient."
"All right."
Shen Xinyao smiled happily.
She took Qin An's arm and hurriedly climbed into her car.
In Qin An's imagination, someone like Shen Xinyao, a city elite.
Even if she didn't live in a villa, she'd surely reside in a spacious apartment. Or at the very least, a townhouse. But to his utter surprise, her place turned out to be exactly like his rented apartment. Both were those old, dilapidated, cramped apartments built over 40 years ago. This puzzled him greatly. He asked doubtfully, "How come you live in a neighborhood like this?" "This is my family's old house. It's close to the hospital where my mom is staying, so it's convenient for me to visit her." Shen Xinyao realized they were already at her doorstep. It seemed impolite not to invite Qin An up for a visit. But she feared that being alone together might lead to a repeat of what happened the night before last. The invitation hung on the tip of her tongue. He agonized over whether to let him come upstairs. Qin An knew that in moments like this, a guy had to be bold and take the initiative.
He gestured toward the pitch-black stairwell. He said in a low voice, "This hallway is pitch black. The motion-activated lights must be broken. For your safety, I should walk you up. And I can grab a drink of water while I'm at it. That last skewer was way too salty." Oh. Seeing Qin An had already offered. She couldn't refuse. With a flutter of unease in her heart, she followed Qin An up the stairs. Along the way, she noticed Qin An simply held his phone, silently following behind to light her path. His lack of any inappropriate behavior eased her mind considerably. But what she didn't know was that the calm before the storm is always eerily quiet. Bang! The instant the security door closed, Qin An acted. He yanked Shen Xinyao back just as she reached to turn on the light. He kissed her roughly. Shen Xinyao was startled. Her instinct was to struggle. But fueled by alcohol and the hazy, moonlit atmosphere, she found herself quickly succumbing to Qin An's advances. She couldn't muster any strength at all. Besides, she thought, since she'd already been with Qin An once, it wouldn't matter if it happened again. And the sensation from that night lingered in her memory. She gave up struggling entirely. Like a pool of water, she collapsed into Qin An's embrace, allowing him to do as he pleased. Meanwhile, at Tongshin Lake Villa, Su Wanqing's residence, Su Wanqing tossed and turned on the plush bed, unable to fall asleep. For whenever she closed her eyes, images of Qin An flirting with other girls would involuntarily flash through her mind. It made her grind her teeth in frustration, her mind in turmoil. What the hell is going on? Su Wanqing reached out to the bedside table and switched on the lamp. Pouting, she muttered to herself, "Why am I suddenly so concerned about him? Could it be I've actually fallen for him? No. Impossible. Absolutely not." Su Wanqing shook her head vigorously. She pushed the dreadful thought far from her mind. Then she pulled the covers over her head, ready to sleep again. But alas, sleep eluded her. After hesitating for a long time, she reached for her phone on the bedside table. She intended to call Qin An to see what he was up to. But when she actually went to dial, she hesitated again. He wasn't her boyfriend, after all. He could do whatever he wanted. He certainly didn't owe her any explanations. And so, caught in this endless cycle of indecision, Su Wanqing experienced her first sleepless night. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, slanting across Qin An's face. It made it impossible for Qin An to sleep soundly. With the urge to urinate setting in, he decided to just get up. He got up and headed toward the bathroom. "You're awake?" Just as Qin An was about to flush the toilet, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It startled him. He turned to see Shen Xinyao carrying dishes out of the kitchen. Her face was full of surprise. "Why are you up so early today?" Shen Xinyao placed the dishes on the table. Leaning forward with both hands on the table, she smiled faintly. "I've decided to accompany you to the office first today. After we finish up, I'll go visit my mom at the hospital." "No need." Qin An finished pouring the water. Yawning, he walked over. He wrapped his arms around Shen Xinyao's slender waist from behind. He inhaled the scent of her hair. With a doting smile, he said, "I can handle things at the company on my own. We were up so late last night, you should sleep in a bit longer." "It's fine, I'm not sleepy." Shen Xinyao slapped Qin An's hand away with a sharp smack. "While stir-frying," she said, "go wash up quickly, then come eat." "All right." Watching Shen Xinyao bustling about in the kitchen like a devoted wife and mother, Qin An couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. He marveled at how wonderful it felt to have a girlfriend willing to rise early to cook for him. A few minutes later, after finishing his morning routine, Qin An stared dumbfounded at the table laden with delicacies. What on earth was going on? Having 6 dishes and a soup for breakfast? Wasn't that a bit extravagant? And these dishes, chive and egg stir-fry, cumin lamb, blueberry yam, stir-fried pork kidney, grilled oysters, braised lochen sauce, plus a bowl of goji berry and white fungus soup. How come all these dishes are for kidney tonic? Stop staring and dig in. Eat up, you need to nourish yourself properly. Those 4 words, nourish your body, made Qin An feel his dignity as a man had been severely insulted. Especially when he caught Shen Xinyao sly, knowing smile. He couldn't take it anymore. He lunged straight at Shen Xinyao. Chapter 21, I'm the car owner's girlfriend. Alright, I'm sorry. Last night's fierce battle had truly taken its toll on Shen Xinyao. Her whole body still ached. Seeing Qin An still advancing, she immediately pleaded, "I won't tease you anymore. Let's eat quickly." Oomph. Qin An was actually already at the end of his rope. Once he felt his masculine pride restored, he sprang to his feet, fearing that a single second's delay would allow Shen Xinyao to pierce through the truth. He thought to himself, just one little vixen like Shen Xinyao. He was already struggling to handle her. What if all those little devils came at him at once? Ah! If only he could acquire some kind of golden kidney power or something. Qin An decided that once he successfully won over Zhao Yushi, he'd immediately seek out a girl who could grant him that kind of power. He wouldn't let his manhood be compromised. After dinner, Qin An and Shen Xinyao headed downstairs together. As soon as they reached the lobby, he noticed a crowd gathered not far away. They were gathered around something. His curiosity piqued, he hurried over with Shen Xinyao. Wow, that car is seriously sleek. Over 10 million yuan? Of course it's gorgeous. 10 million? That was the original price back then. Nowadays, even if you offered 100 million, you probably couldn't buy this one. Whoa! That expensive? What did you expect? This is a Bentley Mulliner Bacala, one of only 12 ever made globally. It's incredibly valuable as a collector's item. Aren't we supposed to be a neighborhood full of working stiffs? How did such a wealthy tycoon suddenly appear here? Yeah. It's so weird. Logically, someone this wealthy shouldn't even be living in our neighborhood. Listening to the murmurs around her, Han Ting's heart pounded wildly. She hurriedly pulled out her powder compact from her handbag and dabbed it lightly on her face. Then she took out her lip gloss, applying it while checking her reflection in the Bentley's rearview mirror. After primping herself to perfection, she flicked her hair with a flick of her wrist. She flashed a wide grin and murmured to herself, "This should be enough to charm the owner, right?" Han Ting had it all planned out. When she saw the owner, she'd first greet him with an innocent act. If that didn't work, she'd pretend to faint and lean against him. If that still didn't work, she'd just throw herself at him. No matter what, she absolutely couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away, a chance to transform from an ugly duckling into a swan. Han Ting? At that moment, Qin An, who was walking over, also spotted her. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He thought to himself, what a small world. Wherever he went, he always seemed to run into her. Shen Xinyao also spotted Han Ting. She was surprised to discover they lived in the same neighborhood. Hey! At that moment, a boy of 6 or 7, after staring at the car for a while, couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Enraged, Han Ting immediately reached out and slapped the boy's outstretched hand hard. She snapped at him harshly, "Who's this brat? Do you think you can afford to pay for scratching up such a nice car?" Exactly. Suya stood nearby with her arms crossed. Jia Gang sneered defiantly, "If you scratch it, do you even deserve to be here? Get lost, get lost, get lost." Wah! The little boy was terrified by the two adults' fierce expressions. The recent blow had left his little hand bright red. The pain was intense. Overwhelmed by the dual emotions, he immediately burst into loud, wailing sobs. This only made Han Ting angrier. Her face turned ashen. She snapped impatiently, "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. It's driving me crazy. Go cry somewhere else, or I'll beat the crap out of you." With that, Han Ting swung her leg out. The heavy blow landed squarely on the little boy's body. The little boy fell hard on his bottom. The pain made the boy cry even harder. "You're still crying. You're still crying." Han Ting grew even more annoyed. She raised her hand to strike the boy again. The onlookers nearby couldn't stand by any longer. A burly man stepped forward abruptly. He blocked Han Ting's hand and shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you? You're a grown woman, why are you picking on a child like this?" Exactly. The others joined in, indignant and angry. "The kid doesn't know any better, but you don't know any better either? That car isn't made of paper, just touching it won't break it. Even if it did get damaged, that's the owner's problem to deal with. Are you the owner?" I. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Han Ting trembled with rage. Glancing around, she saw the crowd gathered here. She surmised the owner must not be nearby. She surmised the car owner must not be nearby. She smirked smugly. She put on an air of importance. "I may not be the owner, but I'm the owner's girlfriend. I'm watching the car for my boyfriend. What's wrong with that?" Hold on. Qin An, who had been silently observing the whole time, couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed through the crowd, stepped forward. He shouted loudly, "Let me make this clear, this scumbag who hits children is not my girlfriend, and I didn't ask her to watch my car. That's right. This Bentley Mulliner Bacala didn't belong to anyone else. It was the reward the system gave Qin An after he successfully won over Shen Xinyao. Last night during their walk, Shen Xinyao's affection had reached 70 points. Just 10 points more, and the conquest would be complete. But Qin An pulled out all the stops. He practically wore out his lips, yet still couldn't secure those final 10 points of affection. This left him thoroughly frustrated. What he never could have imagined was that his top-tier combat skills would ultimately prove decisive. With a smooth combo sequence, Shen Xinyao was completely subdued. She immediately offered up 10 points of affection. It felt incredibly satisfying. "Bro, please don't be angry." As Qin An pushed through the crowd, he turned his face toward the others. Han Ting only caught a glimpse of his back. She didn't recognize Qin An. "I thought the real owner had arrived. I got the fright of my life. Cold sweat poured down my back. I cautiously explained, "I only did this to protect your precious car. If you don't like it, I'll apologize to the kid." "Wait. Qin An?" Upon recognizing the owner as Qin An, the panic and unease vanished instantly from Han Ting's face, replaced instead by seething fury. She yanked Qin An by the collar and snarled viciously, "You bastard. The day before yesterday, you had the nerve to drive someone else's car to the store pretending to be a rich kid, causing me and my best friend to turn against each other, lose all face, and get fired. If you don't pay me at least 100,000 or two today, you're not leaving." After the incident the day before yesterday, Han Ting and Suya were immediately dismissed for damaging the company's image. However, both were still clinging to the fantasy of marrying Qin An and defying fate to change their destiny. Therefore, they didn't take the matter seriously. It wasn't until they later discovered that the car Qin An had driven actually belonged to a beautiful woman surnamed Su. Only then did the sky fall on them. Chapter 22, Only I Can Sit in His Passenger Seat. A raging fire then ignited within both their hearts. Fuming, they cursed Qin An's ancestors to the nth generation while heading to his rented apartment to confront him. They planned to confront him face to face. But in the end, they stood frozen outside all night, both catching bloody colds, without seeing a trace of Qin An. This left them utterly frustrated. But now it was all right. Not only had they found him, they'd got him by the collar. No matter how skilled he wasn't getting away. Who's pretending to be a rich kid? Qin An found it somewhat amusing. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't think I said a single word about that car being mine the whole time, did I?" Han Ting and Suya were utterly speechless. True enough, Qin An hadn't said a word that day. His status as a rich kid was entirely their own imagination. This outcome was entirely their own doing. But to swallow this silent humiliation? Han Ting couldn't accept it. Her expression turned cold as she insisted unreasonably, "You never said it, but your actions led us to misunderstand. You're responsible. You have to pay. Cut the nonsense and pay up." Suya shouted angrily in agreement, "Or you won't be leaving here today." Qin An was so exasperated he laughed. He pushed Han Ting's hand away. He smiled faintly. "So you're saying that because I'm fake, I have to pay. But what if I'm real? Real my ass." Han Ting spat viciously on the ground. She clasped her hands on her hips. She roared angrily, "Even the rats would leave your Thai rental with tears in their eyes. If you were a rich kid, there wouldn't be any poor people in this world. You can't even afford a 3 million yuan continental." Suya shot Qin An a vicious glare. She crossed her arms. She sneered, "And you still have the nerve to pretend you own a 10 million yuan luxury car? You really have no shame." Qin An felt helpless. How could he tell the truth when no one would believe him? This was just too hard. "All right then." Qin An paused to think for a moment. He glanced at the little boy still sniffling over there. He smiled faintly and said, "If I really am the owner of this car, not only will you have to apologize to this young friend, but you'll also have to compensate him for medical expenses and emotional distress, totaling 50,000 yuan. If I'm not, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan. How about that?" Seeing Qin An so confident, and immediately proposed a 100,000 yuan wager. Han Ting and Suya felt a bit flustered. Could it be, he really is the owner of this sports car? But they had visited the place where Qin An rented his apartment the day before yesterday. A pitch-black basement. Damp and musty, reeking of foul odors. Even if he was some rich kid trying to experience real life, surely he couldn't stand it? At this thought, the two women regained their resolve. They were certain Qin An was just putting on an act, trying to scare them off. They stiffened their necks, hands on hips, declaring, "Fine, let's bet. Who's afraid of who?" "Fine." Seeing they had agreed, he smiled without showing it. He pulled the car keys from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Ghost. The crisp sound of the lock disengaging echoed. Han Ting and Su Yaru were stunned. No way. He really is the owner? The others were equally stunned. Who would have thought the big spender was so young? But then again, it made sense. This kind of sports car is pretty flashy. They're usually driven by second-generation wealthy individuals. First-generation millionaires generally prefer Rolls-Royces. They project an air of steady sophistication. Shen Xinyao was also startled. She wondered what kind of background this Qin An had. Fully acquiring UU car rental was one thing. But to actually own a limited edition top-tier supercar? Just how wealthy was this man? Cars are different from other assets. They depreciate in value. That's why most wealthy individuals avoid splurging on cars. This explains why you often see CEOs worth tens of millions driving BMWs, Mercedes, or Audis. Even billionaire CEOs typically drive nothing more than a Rolls-Royce. Yet Qin An drives a limited edition luxury car. This alone proves his net worth has undoubtedly surpassed the 100 million mark. It's even possible he's reached the 100 billion or even trillion yuan level. At this thought, Shen Xinyao suddenly felt a pang of panic. Her worries deepened. What if Qin An was just toying with her? Not genuinely interested in her. After all, wealthy and powerful men were notoriously fickle. Stop spacing out. Qin An was unaware of Shen Xinyao's inner thoughts. Seeing Han Ting and Suya standing there frozen in place, he waved his hand in front of their faces. He snapped them back to reality. He pointed at the little boy and said, "Hurry up and apologize to the child, then pay him back." "No, that's not right."
Han Ting frowned deeply and shook her head. She sees the flaw in the entire situation. She retorted coldly, "You've only proven you have the car keys. You haven't proven who this car actually belongs to. What if you're pulling the same stunt as the day before yesterday, driving someone else's car to trick us? That's easy." Seeing she wouldn't relent until she got her way, Qin An opened the door and retrieved the large green book from the passenger seat. He opened the door and retrieved the large green book from the passenger seat.
He pointed to the name Qin and printed on it. He smiled faintly. "Take a good, hard look. Is that my name written here?" Boom. In that moment, Han Ting felt like nothing more than a clown in a circus.
There she was, grinning foolishly, jumping back and forth,
mocking others,
only to be met with a resounding slap that sent her crashing face first into the mud.
Her face burned with stinging pain. She silently regretted not trusting once more.
Such a golden opportunity, and he'd let it slip through his fingers.
Damn it! Suya saw this and froze for a moment.
Then she turned her spearhead toward Han Ting.
She snapped, "You snob! What are you still standing there for? Get over there and apologize."
With that, Suya switched to a fawning expression.
She sidled up to Qin An.
Her face plastered with a smile, she said, "Mr. Qin, I've always recognized you as a true leader among men. What I said earlier was all because that Han Ting forced me into it.
If you're going to blame anyone, blame her, please don't blame me. Also, Mr. Qin." Suya deliberately pulled down the fabric at her shoulder.
She squeezed her shoulders together forcefully, adopting an extremely seductive pose. She purred in a sweet, coquettish voice, "I've never ridden in a sports car like this before.
Would you mind taking me for a spin later? You filthy, get out of here." Han Ting finally caught on.
As long as she could rise to the top.
Who needs dignity?
She shoved Suya aside and declared with righteous indignation, "If Qin An wants to take someone, it should be me, his ex-girlfriend with whom he has a history."
"What gives you the right? You said it yourself, you're the ex-girlfriend. We broke up. What the hell right do you have to tag along? We broke up, but we can still get back together." "Get back together? Dream on. Enough, both of you stop arguing." Seeing these two misfits daring to compete for her spot,
Shen Xinyao exploded with rage, stepping forward with overwhelming authority. "From now on, I'm the only one sitting in the passenger seat."
Chapter 23, My Sister is Beautiful. Seeing someone else jump in to fight, Han Ting snapped without even turning her head, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why should my boyfriend's car only be for you? Shen. Mr. Shen."
Mid-sentence, she recognized the speaker as Shen Xinyao, the company's deputy general manager. Han Ting instantly lost her temper.
But then she thought about it. She'd already been fired, what did she have to fear from this woman? Her earlier arrogance returned instantly.
She clicked her tongue disdainfully.
Who would have thought?
You, who always act so pure and virtuous, are actually a who throws herself at rich men behind their backs.
Smack!
The moment Han Ting finished speaking, Shen Xinyao delivered a sharp slap across her face without hesitation. Her face darkened as she snapped, "Don't assume everyone is as cheap as you. I love Qin An for who he is, not his money."
This was the first time Qin An had ever seen women fight. And he realized women could be brutal when they fought. The blow actually knocked Han Ting's fake nose askew. Her entire face contorted and deformed, looking utterly hideous.
Still, it was well deserved. Alike Han Ting deserved a good lesson.
Wah! Monster! She's a monster.
The little boy, unaware it was caused by plastic surgery, began wailing in terror. The others around them began pointing and whispering at that moment.
Damn it! Thought she was a beauty, but turns out she's a fake. A fake trying to suck up to rich kids? Pfft, shameless.
She'd mock them when they were poor, then grovel when they got rich.
What a shameless hypocrite. What's even more infuriating is that she actually hit a child. What a piece of trash. Living in the same neighborhood as someone like that makes me sick. Listening to the crowd's curses.
Seeing her own horrified reflection in the car window.
At that moment, Han Ting could no longer bear to stay.
She snarled at Qin An and Shen Xinyao, "You two bastards, just you wait. I'll make you pay for this today." With that, Han Ting stomped away in her high heels, her heels clacking loudly as she fled. Suya had intended to seduce Qin An, hoping to seize the opportunity to advance her position. But upon seeing Shen Xinyao by Qin An's side, both in figure and looks, were leagues ahead of her own, she knew she had no chance. Compounded by the fact that Han Ting hadn't paid the promised 50,000 yuan in compensation, she turned and fled alongside Han Ting. Qin An saw this and was about to chase after them. But then he thought better of it. He'd cover the 50,000 himself. He'd consider it payment for the slap Shen Xinyao had just delivered to Han Ting.
Little brother. He approached the little boy. Qin An gently wiped the tears from his face with her thumb. He asked with a smile, "Are your parents home?" The boy shook his head.
His childish voice replied, "I don't have parents."
"Ha?" Qin An froze.
His face filled with confusion.
"Then who do you live with?" My sister.
At the mention of his sister, a proud expression flashed across the little boy's face. He declared triumphantly, "My sister is so pretty, even prettier than her." As he spoke, the boy pointed at Shen Xinyao.
Really? Qin An felt a surge of excitement.
If his sister truly lived up to his description, more beautiful than Shen Xinyao,
does that mean her sister can offer rewards too? I just wonder what kind of reward it would be. If it's the golden kidney I've been wanting, that would be fantastic.
The little boy nodded vigorously. His eyes sparkled with innocence.
Don't believe me? I can show you right now. Alright, let's go.
Qin An turned to call out to Shen Xinyao, "Let's go together.
We'll deliver Han Ting's compensation to her sister."
Shen Xinyao had assumed Qin An was curious to see if the little boy's sister was pretty.
She was about to snap, "I'm not going,"
only to realize she'd misunderstood him all along.
Her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment.
She quickly changed her tone, then, "Let's go."
Qin
An had assumed the little boy's home was right here in this courtyard. Instead, they had to pass through the narrow alley beside the residential complex and walk quite a distance further in before reaching it. Moreover, the scene before him left him stunned. He seriously doubted whether he was still in Binhai City. Unlike the usual high-rises, low, abandoned mud houses dotted the landscape everywhere. Wild grass grew waist-high. Garbage was piled up everywhere, making it look exactly like an abandoned village.
"This is my home."
The little boy sniffed back the snot running down his nose. Pointing to the thatched hut nearby, he excitedly introduced it to Qin An.
Qin An looked up.
Before him stood a mud brick house, roughly 50 to 60 square meters in size. The roof was layered with straw and felt.
However, due to years of neglect, much of the thatch had molded and rotted.
The walls were peeling in many places. Layers of black earth were exposed beneath. As the fierce winds swept past, the entire structure swayed precariously.
It looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Is this really fit for human habitation?
Shen Xinyao voiced the question Qin An was also pondering.
Following the little boy's footsteps, they approached the house. "Sis, I'm home, sis."
Upon reaching the entrance, the boy called out several times into the house. But there was no response. He tried to pull open the door, but it wouldn't budge. This puzzled the little boy greatly. He pressed his face against the window, shielding his eyes from the sunlight to peer inside.
He muttered under his breath, "What's going on? She was definitely home when I left. Don't touch me. Don't do this. My brother will be back soon. It won't look good if he sees us. We agreed we'd wait until after we got married. Why aren't you keeping your word?"
As the little boy pondered this confusion, Qin An faintly heard sounds coming from the kitchen area inside the house. And the contents sounded like a man was forcing himself on his sister. He raised his hand and slammed it hard against the door.
Thump! 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 Thump!
The metal door emitted a shrill noise under Qin An's forceful blows.
The two people inside jumped in fright.
Seizing the moment, the girl swiftly escaped the boy's grasp. She hurried to the door, pulling on her clothes as she ran. Once the guy calmed down,
and seeing his plans disrupted, he was furious.
He gritted his teeth viciously. He followed her, intending to wait until the door opened. He was determined to give the person knocking a thorough scolding.
Slam! Squeak! Bang!
This metal door was made of a wooden frame covered in sheet metal.
They're surprisingly light. Plus, they swing outward.
The moment it was pushed open, the wind slammed it hard against the adjacent wall. It made a sharp, muffled thud. Then, a man and a woman came into Qin An's view. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. She wore an oversized, old-fashioned plaid shirt on top. Her lower body was clad in a pair of men's wide leg pants, worn shiny at the knees. On her feet were a pair of canvas sneakers with holes. At first glance, she struck Qin An as poor. This girl was just too poor.
Chapter 24. My sister really is prettier than her, right?
Though her clothes were shabby, the girl kept herself spotless. Not a speck of dust marred her worn shirt and pants. The white trim on her shoes was scrubbed until it gleamed. It was a pleasant sight to behold. Her face was equally clean. Her face, no larger than the palm of a hand, bore no trace of makeup. Yet it remained fair and luminous. Her rosy lips looked luscious and tempting. She gave off a fresh and natural vibe. The boy appeared to be about the same age as her. He wore thick black-rimmed glasses. He wore denim overalls. He looked like the kind of goody two-shoes boy you'd see in movies or TV shows. But his gaze was intensely sinister. It made Qin An feel uneasy. Somehow, he didn't seem as honest as he appeared on the surface. Instead, he seemed to be hiding a belly full of evil. Ding! Detected a 93-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning.
Name, Jiang Moran. Age, 21. Height, 162 centimeters.
Weight, 45 kilograms, slightly underweight.
Charm, 93. Occupation, Cloud Sea hotel attendant, crowdsourced food delivery writer, Neidutong express sorting clerk.
Special skill, perfectly shaped feet.
Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of wrestlers, 0. Success rewards, X-ray vision, voice morphing, and full refund of all romance expenses. After reviewing Jiang Moran's scan results, Qin An was dumbfounded. What the hell? One person, 3 jobs. Could it be she works 3 jobs in one day? That's a bit too much, isn't it? What's even stranger is that if she's working this hard, she shouldn't be this poor. Right? Who are you? As Qin An sized them up, Jiang Moran was also sizing up him and Shen Xinyao. She was puzzled she didn't recognize them either. The boy panicked. Only after confirming he didn't know the two of them, he finally calmed down. Furrowing his brow, he snapped angrily, "My wife is asking you a question. Didn't you hear? State your names immediately. Speak politely." Jiang Moran gently scolded the young man. She turned to the others with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. My boyfriend's in a bit of a mood today, he gets emotional when he talks. Hope you don't mind. Sis, why'd you lock the door when you're home?" Just then, the little boy came bouncing over. He threw himself into Jiang Moran's arms. His big, dark eyes blinked innocently, his face full of confusion. Jiang Moran's pretty face flushed. She turned her head and shot the boy a reproachful glare. Then, in a gentle tone, she made up an excuse. "The wind was strong just now. I was afraid it might blow the door off its hinges, so I locked it from the inside." "Oh." The little boy believed her. He turned to look at Qin An, proudly straightening his back. He declared smugly, "See? I didn't lie to you, did I? My sister really is prettier than her, right?" Jiang Moran's flushed cheeks grew even redder with embarrassment. She gave an awkward smile. "Sorry about that. My little brother's still young and doesn't know any better. It's fine." Qin An affectionately ruffled the little boy's hair. He smiled faintly. "Let me introduce us. I'm Qin An and she's Shen Xinyao. We came over because we need to discuss something concerning your brother." Thud. Jiang Moran's heart sank at the words. She hurriedly crouched down to the boy's level. She scolded him with disappointment. "I've warned you so many times. Our family is poor. When we're out in the world, you absolutely must not cause trouble. Why won't you listen?" The little boy looked utterly aggrieved. His little face was all scrunched up. He pouted defiantly, "I didn't cause trouble. I just thought that car was pretty and wanted to touch it." "What were you touching?" Jiang Moran felt a headache coming on. Tears welled up in his eyes, uncontrollably. She wondered how much this would cost to repair. She didn't know if the last 1,000 yuan she had left for living expenses would even cover it. At that thought, Jiang Moran forced herself to suppress the urge to give the little boy a good spanking. She turned to Qin An, her face filled with apology. "I'm so sorry. My brother caused you trouble. But rest assured, even though we're poor, we won't shortchange you a single penny of what we owe." "Ha?" Qin An froze. Then he chuckled, "You misunderstood. Your brother didn't cause any trouble. We're not here to settle accounts with you. We're here to compensate you on behalf of the person who hit your brother." "Ha?" Jiang Moran was bewildered. Previously, when people came knocking, they always demanded money from her. This sudden shift to offering money, it felt a bit unreal. Could she possibly be dreaming? Qin An was unaware of Jiang Moran's thoughts. He pulled his phone from his pocket. While tapping away, he said, "What's your account number? I'll transfer the medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress, a total of 50,000 yuan all at once." Qin An had originally intended to transfer 100,000 yuan. Because the reward for providing X-ray vision had been his dream since childhood. He truly wanted to possess it. But considering Jiang Moran already had a boyfriend, pursuing her might very well end in failure. Plus, Shen Xinyao was watching nearby. If he made too many moves, Shen Xinyao might mistakenly think he had feelings for Jiang Moran. If jealousy flared up and his favorability plummeted, that would be trouble. So he had no choice but to stick to the previously agreed upon 50,000. 50,000? The guy who had been acting like it was none of his business. Upon hearing that figure, his eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, held it close to Qin An, and grinned, "Forget the card transfer, that's too much hassle. Just send it straight to my WeChat." Seeing his greedy expression, and felt even more certain he was no good, she pushed him away without hesitation. He turned to Jiang Moran, who was still staring blankly, and asked, "What? You think 50,000 is too little?" No. Jiang Moran hastily waved his hands. Flattered and flustered, he stammered, "It's not too little, it's too much. My brother seems fine now. Maybe we should just forget it. You don't have to pay." Seeing the duck slip from his grasp, the young man grew anxious. He stepped forward and pushed Jiang Moran aside. "What do you know? My brother might seem fine now, but what if he has internal injuries? We absolutely must have this money." "But you can't take this much." Jiang Moran felt a surge of indignation. Her delicate little face tightened. She argued, "Asking for so much, isn't that extorting people? Blackmailing who?" "Blackmailing people." The boy's eyebrows shot up. He glared at Zhang Moran. We didn't ask for this money, he offered it willingly. Still not right.
Zhang Moran still felt it was wrong. But before she could finish her sentence,
the guy shot back, what's not okay? This is settled. From now on, you keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'm breaking up with you.
Zhang Moran seemed terrified of him breaking up with her. Hearing this, she obediently shut up. She stopped arguing. But the look of hurt on her face made it clear she still felt something was wrong. Shen Xinyao, who witnessed the entire scene firsthand.
She couldn't help but frown. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of magic this boy possessed.
He was clearly just an ordinary-looking guy, with nothing particularly striking about him. Yet he managed to make such a beautiful girl stick with him so devotedly.
How peculiar. Chapter 25. A woman's nothing means something.
Qin An was also filled with questions. He wondered to himself, maybe they'd shared some unforgettable experience together.
Bro, snap out of it and transfer the money already. The guy held his payment QR code up to Qin An's phone.
He grinned cheekily.
Qin An was reluctant to give it to him.
But seeing that Zhang Moran hadn't said anything, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Besides, he was dying to know what this guy was so desperate for money for.
Ding!
A mechanical notification sounded.
50,000 yuan successfully transferred into the young man's account.
This thrilled the young man immensely. He turned to Zhang Moran and said, "Honey, I almost forgot I have a specialized class at 9:30. It's almost 9 already.
I gotta run, or I'll be late."
Without waiting for Zhang Moran's reply, he hurriedly left.
Qin An watched his elated expression. It didn't seem like he was rushing back for class. It looked more like he was rushing out to have a good time. He turned to Zhang Moran and asked, "May I ask how you and your boyfriend met?" Zhang Moran seemed reluctant to answer.
She changed the subject. "I'm so sorry to charge you so much for such a minor issue.
But don't worry, I'll talk to my boyfriend later and have him give you the money back." No need.
Qin An noticed her guarded expression, as if she wanted to keep her distance.
He knew staying any longer would be pointless.
He ruffled the little boy's hair.
He took Shen Xinyao by the hand and turned to leave.
"Wait, big brother, wait." The little boy, seeing this, took 3 steps and 2 strides to catch up. His big, dark eyes blinked rapidly. His face brimming with hope, he asked, "Big brother, your bike is so cool.
When will you have time to let me ride it?"
"Sure." Qin An had been struggling to find a reason to approach Zhang Moran. The little boy running over to give him a helping hand made him incredibly happy. He smiled and said, "Tonight then.
I'll come find you." Really?
Seeing Qin An agree so readily, the little boy was thrilled. He was thrilled beyond belief.
He bounced up and down with joy. Then he held out his pinky finger, his face serious as he said, "To make sure you don't cheat me, we have to make a pinky promise."
"Sure."
Qin An couldn't help but smile at the boy's childish gesture. She reached out and hooked fingers with him.
At that moment, Zhang Moran, perhaps worried Qin An was a kidnapper, rushed over
and scolded the boy. "What's with the pinky promise? Do you even know this person? Go back inside and do your homework right now."
"Okay." The little boy pouted unhappily as he replied.
He reluctantly turned and walked back inside.
All the while, he kept secretly gesturing to Qin An, signaling him to come tonight without fail. Only when he saw Qin An nod in agreement.
Only then did he leave, satisfied. "Mr. Qin."
Zhang Moran deliberately kept her distance. Her tone was cold and sharp.
"Don't blame me for speaking plainly. We've only met this once.
I don't know yet whether you're a good person or a bad one.
So don't come tonight. And even if you do, I won't let my brother go with you."
Qin An understood Zhang Moran's desire to protect her brother.
But he didn't agree. He still counted on using the little boy as his wingman to help him win over Zhang Moran.
He smiled and said, "Whether I'm a good person or a bad person, time will tell."
With that, he turned away from Zhang Moran. Taking Shen Xinyao's hand, he strode away. Zhang Moran watched their receding figures.
Her heart grew heavier with worry.
She murmured to herself, "Maybe I should move again?"
Meanwhile, Qin An drove the Bentley Mulliner Bacala, carrying Shen Xinyao toward the headquarters of UU Car Rental.
The roar of the engine echoed in waves along the road.
Passers-by and drivers alike turned their heads to stare.
Envy and astonishment painted every face.
The head-turning rate was off the charts.
Qin An relished the attention.
But when he turned to look, Shen Xinyao's delicate brows were furrowed, her face clearly unhappy.
This puzzled Qin An. He asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Shen Xinyao forced a faint smile. "Nothing's wrong." Qin An smiled. When a woman says it's nothing, it usually means something is wrong. He gave a faint smile. "Don't overthink it.
The reason I gave his sister 50,000 wasn't because I'm interested in her. It's just that his family is so poor, helping them out is a good deed, a way to accumulate virtue.
Besides, didn't we agree on 50,000 before we even went?" Shen Xinyao shook her head.
She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear.
She smiled and said, "I'm really fine. Don't overthink it." Qin An frowned. He hadn't guessed correctly. But aside from what just happened, what else could possibly make Shen Xinyao angry? Could it be because of Han Ting and Suya? No. Impossible. Those two aren't even on the same level as Shen Xinyao. Shen Xinyao wouldn't possibly be jealous of them. But, this is strange. Besides them and Jiang Moran, there aren't any other women, right? After pondering for a long time,
seeing that she couldn't figure it out, Qin An gave up trying.
He decided to wait until Shen Xinyao couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up herself. Meanwhile, at the Tongxin Lake Villa, Su Wanqing's residence.
Due to her leg injury, Su Wanqing was unable to move about freely.
She stayed home today instead of going to the office, working remotely from her computer. She was currently on a video call with her secretary, Xiao Wei.
Ms. Su, Mr. Chi from Xuanfa Garments called this morning. He said starting tomorrow, the processing fee for each garment will increase by 5 yuan, or else they'll halt our cooperation.
Would you like to call him and discuss this?
Thud. Su Wanqing slammed her fist on the table in anger. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, that damn Qin An. Since he couldn't reach me, he resorts to such dirty tricks.
Disgusting. Ms. Su, please calm down first.
Yu Weiwei considered the bigger picture. She gently urged, I know Qin An is disgusting, but our top priority now is to keep him in check and prevent him from raising prices. Otherwise, we'll have to compensate for all our current orders. Will all result in losses, and that would be a huge blow to our company. Su Wanqing rubbed her temples in agony.
She sighed helplessly, I understand. I'll find a solution. You also need to quickly locate alternative garment factories. We can't keep letting him lead us by the nose.
Yes.
Yu Weiwei nodded firmly.
Once I finish up here, I'll visit those garment factories I found a few days ago.
Su Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. Oh, right. I asked you to look into who tried to kill me. How's that going?
I hired 3 private investigators to look into it.
Yu Weiwei looked utterly dejected. So far, no leads whatsoever. I'll follow up with them again later. Don't just nag them.
Su Wanqing snapped, her face flushed with irritation. Give them a firm deadline, they must resolve this within 3 days. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly at night.
Chapter 26, Su Wanqing's pout.
Yes. Yu Weiwei replied respectfully, I'll notify them immediately.
Exhausted, Su Wanqing shut down her computer. She picked up her phone nearby, intending to contact Qin An to see what he was up to. But the moment she unlocked her phone, she couldn't resist opening WeChat.
Her face fell as she stared at the blank chat window with Qin An. She roared in frustration, that damn Qin An.
What the hell is he doing? Not a single message from last night until now?
When I get to work tomorrow, I'll have to teach him a lesson.
Wait a minute. Work?
Su Wanqing glanced down at her beautifully bandaged and splinted leg.
She was stumped. How was she supposed to get to the office now that she couldn't move properly? Take a wheelchair and hail a private car? That would be a bit too embarrassing. Hire a designated driver? But that wouldn't be much different from taking a taxi. Forget it. I'll just have Qin An come pick me up. Whatever job he does it. And I pay him for everything anyway.
Plus, when he comes to pick her up, she can give him a good scolding. With that thought, Su Wanqing sent Qin An a voice message. As the ringtone played, she kept reassuring herself. She called him because she had worked for him. It wasn't because she missed him. Love emergency alert, full signal but not enough capacity to think.
Can innocence really last a lifetime?
Qin An had just parked his car beneath the company building.
Her phone suddenly rang.
He pulled it out to see Su Wanqing's name on the screen, which struck him as odd.
Hello? Ms. Su. You actually answer your phone? Huh? Qin An froze. That sounded like a girlfriend throwing a tantrum. What was going on? And you've only ever called me this one time, right? You haven't called anyone else, have you?
Just as Shen Xinyao was about to get out of the car, she heard a woman's voice on the phone.
Her heart sank.
She had assumed that even if Qin An was unfaithful, it would be something that happened much later. But she never imagined it would happen so soon. This sent her emotions, which had just begun to settle, tumbling once more.
She was torn. Should she pretend not to know and continue her relationship with Qin An? Or should she gracefully step aside? Go find another man who could be hers alone.
Su Wanqing suddenly realized the awkwardness in her own tone.
She cleared her throat awkwardly. She spoke again, what are you doing?
The moment the words left her mouth, Su Wanqing wished she could sink through the floor. He wasn't her boyfriend, after all.
He could do whatever he wanted. He certainly didn't have to report to her. Qin An finally caught on. He couldn't help but chuckle. This system was truly useful.
In just one day, it managed to hook a stunner like Su Wanqing.
Ha ha ha. Miss Su, if I recall correctly, I already requested leave from you yesterday. So today, I should be free to do whatever I please, right? Women's curiosity is incredibly strong. So when answering such questions, never give a direct response, instead, let them speculate wildly. Only then can you carve out a place in their hearts. Sure.
Su Wanqing was thoroughly displeased with this response.
She retorted angrily. She then said seriously, my leg injury hasn't healed yet, so I can't drive. Come to my place tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Drive me to the company. Alright, no problem.
Qin An wanted to make his daydreaming seem more convincing. He deliberately feigned busyness. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning.
I'm pretty busy right now, so I'll have to go. Beep beep beep. With that, Qin An didn't give Su Wanqing a chance to speak. He hung up immediately.
Furious, Su Wanqing slammed her fist hard on the desk. Gritting her teeth, she snarled at the disconnected phone, fine.
Fine. Busy, huh? Fine. If I ever call you again, I'll eat my hat. With that, Su Wanqing picked up the tablet beside her.
She opened the drawing app, ready to start her day's work. But before she could draw a few strokes, her mind began to wander.
What on earth could Qin An possibly be so busy with? Could he be flirting with some girl? At this thought, Su Wanqing's heart was utterly thrown into disarray. She couldn't focus on work at all. She collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. After the call ended,
Qin An sensed that Shen Xinyao mood was off.
He stepped closer, asking with concern, are you feeling unwell? Nothing. Shen Xinyao gave a faint smile. She made up an excuse, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. I just can't seem to focus today. Then maybe I should take you back to rest. No need. Shen Xinyao shook her head. Come on, let's go inside. Alright. Here they come. Here they come.
The eagerly awaiting employees saw Qin An walking in, holding Shen Xinyao's hand. They immediately formed a line and applauded in welcome. A few enthusiastic ones clapped so hard their palms turned red.
Boom! Boom!
In addition, they had prepared a red carpet and celebratory fireworks. If only Qin An had been wearing a suit and Shen Xinyao a wedding gown.
This scene would have genuinely resembled a wedding ceremony. Alright.
Stepping to the front, Qin An turned and raised his hand. With a slight smile, he said, thank you all so much for this welcome ceremony.
Later, tally up the expenses and submit them to finance for reimbursement.
Starting today, all sales staff will receive a 5% pay raise.
Boom! The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Before Qin An arrived, they had been filled with anxiety. They feared last night's incident might lead to pay cuts. But to their surprise, not only were salaries not cut,
but actually increased, leaving them overjoyed.
Everyone beamed with joy, their smiles as radiant as blooming flowers. The reason for Qin An's raise was actually quite simple.
He, too, was a low-level employee.
He could personally understand the hardships faced by those at the bottom. So when he had the means, he wanted to lend a helping hand whenever he could.
All right. Qin An saw that it was about time.
He pressed his hand down again and took charge. All managers and above, please come to the conference room for a meeting.
I have a few announcements to make.
Upon hearing this, the mid to senior management team,
they instantly felt like needles pricking their backs. Cold sweat poured down their backs. They followed Qin into the conference room with hearts pounding in their throats.
Today, I have only one thing to announce.
After everyone had taken their seats, Qin An scanned the room. He spoke slowly, effective immediately. Shen Xinyao Mission will formally assume the position previously held by Huang Dejuan as our company's vice president.
Please join me in welcoming her with a round of applause.
Clap clap clap. The crowd clapped enthusiastically on the surface. But inwardly, they sneered.
They believed Shen Xinyao must have slept her way to the top by winning Qin An's favor. She was utterly undeserving of respect.
Chapter 27, The White Moonlight. Good afternoon, everyone.
Having been a leader for so many years, Shen Xinyao knew exactly what everyone was thinking.
But she offered no explanation, nor did she expose the truth. Because no amount of explanation could match the weight of action. Time would prove everything.
I previously served as Deputy General Manager at Bentley Dongwon Forest Store and am still unfamiliar with the car rental business. I look forward to your continued support.
Next, I'd like to share my vision for the company's future development. If you see any flaws in my plan, please feel free to point them out. With that, Shen Xinyao projected the PowerPoint presentation she had stayed up late preparing the previous night onto the large screen.
Standing there, she spoke eloquently as she walked everyone through the presentation. At first, the faces of the crowd were filled with disdain. But as she continued, their expressions grew increasingly somber. By the end, even the way they looked at Shen Xinyao had changed.
From initial disdain and skepticism, to conviction and respect. Because they realized Shen Xinyao was exceptionally professional.
Every single suggestion struck at the heart of the company's challenges.
Every proposed direction aligned perfectly with market trends.
She was more than capable of leading them.
Qin An didn't understand these things. But judging by the shifts in everyone's expressions,
he knew Shen Xinyao was exceptionally suited for this position. With her by his side, he had nothing to worry about.
Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the conference room door was urgently pounded upon. A girl in uniform rushed in. After bowing apologetically to Qin An and Shen Xinyao,
she hurried over to a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Her face was filled with anxiety as she said, "Manager Zhou, it's bad news. A customer insists on filing a complaint against us. We've offered several solutions, but she's not satisfied with any of them.
Please come and handle this immediately." Manager Zhou rose to his feet. What exactly is she complaining about?
She originally rented a Mercedes E-Class, but that car was damaged yesterday by the previous renter.
It's currently undergoing urgent repairs and can't be provided to her.
Then just give her a replacement vehicle, something even better than the Mercedes E-Class.
That should settle it. I already did. The young woman looked utterly helpless.
But she refuses to agree.
She insists on that Mercedes E-Class.
Manager Zhou was at a loss for words. He bowed apologetically toward Qin An and Shen Xinyao. "My apologies, Mr. Qin, Ms. Shen.
I need to go handle this first."
"No need." After sitting for an hour, Qin An's butt was killing him. He was just looking for an excuse to leave. He waved his hand dismissively.
"You stay and continue the meeting. I'll handle this."
"All right." Manager Zhou gave an apologetic smile.
"Thank you for taking this on."
"No problem." Qin An patted his shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Led by the young woman, he headed toward the reception room.
No. 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 How many times do I have to say it? I want that Mercedes-Benz E-Class.
Otherwise, you'll have to pay 10 times the compensation as stipulated in the contract.
Don't even bother mentioning anything else." Before they even entered the reception room, Qin An felt the overwhelming heat of anger.
Suddenly, he regretted taking this job. However, as the boss, he couldn't let his employees look down on him. He steeled himself and walked inside. He gave a subtle signal to the salesperson, who was groveling like a grandson, apologizing profusely. He motioned for him to leave first. He walked toward the female client.
Ding!
Detected a 91-point top-tier goddess.
System will automatically initiate further scan. Name, Xia Yanran. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm, 91. Occupation, bar singer.
Special skill, tongue flutter lotus.
Affinity, 20 acquaintance. Number of wrestlers, 2.
Success reward, superb physical constitution, Yunhai Hotel, and full refund of all romance expenses.
Who? Xia Yanran? Qin An froze. This female customer who'd been clamoring to file a complaint was actually his high school classmate.
His high school crush.
Could this be any more coincidental?
Even more coincidentally, Lu Ruzhuang shared the same special skill as Han Ting, tongue trembling lotus. That skill, lotus flower tongue, sounded rather unscrupulous to begin with. After scanning Han Ting, Qin An had been itching to experience it firsthand. But Han Ting's looks weren't up to par, and there was no reward for conquering her. Plus, Han Ting had wrestled with far too many people he feared catching something.
So he could only regretfully pass on the opportunity.
But he never imagined the system would grant him a second chance. And the one offering this second chance was none other than the girl he'd secretly admired during his student days. This news sent his heart racing.
Wait a minute. Superhuman physique?
Although the skill wasn't explicitly labeled as golden kidneys, Qin An surmised that, given the system's notoriously irreverent nature, this skill would undoubtedly enhance not only his physical prowess but also his abilities in that particular area. His resolve to win over Xia Yanran grew even stronger. Xia Yanran watched as the person who had been serving her suddenly walked away without a word. And no one came to replace them. Her anger flared.
She whipped around and snapped, "Where is everyone? They're all dead. So handsome."
Mid-sentence, Xia Yanran realized a towering 6'1" hunk stood behind her.
Her face flushed instantly. She quickly switched to a ladylike demeanor.
She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and asked in a soft voice, "May I ask if you're here to handle customer complaints?"
"Don't you recognize me?" Qin An couldn't help but chuckle at Xia Yanran's sudden change in demeanor.
He strode over and sat down on the sofa across from her. She smiled faintly.
"It's Qin An." "Qin An?"
Xia Yanyan's eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock. Confused by the situation. Back in high school, Qin An had been a complete nobody. He was plain-looking, blending into the crowd without drawing any attention. Timid and meek, he couldn't muster a single word for ages. He always walked with his head bowed. How did he become so handsome now? So confident and captivating? "Sit." Qin An poured tea for Xia Yanyan as he said, "It's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, hasn't it?"
"About that long."
Xia Yanyan sat down gracefully. She removed her oversized sunglasses and placed them on the tea table. She smiled faintly. "You've changed quite a bit over the years."
"Really?" Qin An smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance. He handed her the tea.
"You haven't changed a bit, still as beautiful as you were in high school."
"No." Qin An shook her head again.
She added, "To be precise, you're even more beautiful than you were in high school."
Qin An was telling the truth.
The high school version of Xia Yanran was beautiful, but she lacked femininity.
Unlike now, she radiated femininity.
Just looking at her stirred something within him. Xia Yanran was delighted by the compliment. The corners of her mouth were practically splitting. Yet she remained modest, not at all.
I feel like I'm getting old now. Chapter 28, The Good Guy Card. Whether you're old or not, I can't say. Qin An chuckled, pointing at Xia Yanran's exposed shoulder, smooth as milk.
But your shoulders must be old, he teased, otherwise they couldn't be this smooth.
Put. Xia Yanyan giggled at the joke.
She pulled her clothes back into place. She took the hot tea Qin An handed her and sipped it. She asked casually, my old classmate, how do you plan to handle my customer complaint?
Clang.
Qin An handed the keys to his Bentley Mulliner Bacala to Xia Yanran. He smiled faintly. 3 options. 1. You and I go to the nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership right now and buy a Mercedes E-Class on the spot. Option 2. I'll compensate you 10 times the rental cost as stipulated in the contract.
3. For old time's sake, take this Bentley as a temporary solution. Xia Yanyan knew nothing about cars.
But she recalled her ex-boyfriend mentioning that this winged BYD was considered a luxury car. And apparently, it was even a notch above Mercedes in class. Since she was in a rush to attend the wedding, picking up a new car now was definitely out of the question.
She tucked the keys away.
Alright, I'll do this old classmate a favor today.
Thanks. Qin An thanked him politely.
One in front, one behind, they accompanied Xia Yanyan to the entrance to retrieve the car.
On the way, Qin An stared at Xia Yanyan's back.
He studied her carefully. He realized Xia Yanran truly had an amazing figure. Her slender waist and pert, full hips combined.
Like a stemmed glass. Each sway and sway revealed her alluring charm.
Long, straight comic book legs encased in black stockings.
Pure yet alluring. Qin An's eyes went wide.
Unable to control himself, he swallowed hard. He thought to himself, if I could hoist those legs onto my shoulders, it'd be pure bliss.
Ghost.
They approached the car.
Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes lit up.
She gently traced the car's body, unable to hold back her admiration.
Wow.
This car is gorgeous.
But why does it only have 2 seats? Wait. Is this a sports car? Xia Yanyan froze in shock.
She had assumed Qin An would provide her with a sedan comparable to a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. After all, her budget was limited. If he provided a car that was too good, the rental company would lose money. To her utter surprise, Qin An had actually provided her with a sports car. This made her seriously doubt whether Qin An had made a mistake. She hurriedly asked, I only paid 300 yuan for the rental.
Did you make a mistake? No mistake. Qin An smiled faintly.
To express our apology, we're renting this car to you for just 300 yuan. Xia Yanran had specifically inquired when renting a car yesterday. Sports cars started at 3,000 yuan per day.
So she didn't believe the rental company would offer this price just to apologize.
She just lost 2,700 yuan. There was definitely something fishy going on here. And it was highly likely that this trick was Qin An's way of pursuing her. He was trying to win her over by covering the costs himself. At this thought, Xia Yanran's face clouded with hesitation. She hesitated over whether to give Qin An a chance. If she did, Qin An was just a low-level manager at a rental company. He fell far short of the wealthy second-generation heir or young boss she'd always been seeking.
But to refuse?
She couldn't quite bring herself to turn away from Qin An's looks. What should she do? What should she do?
After endless hesitation, Xia Yanran decided to just let it go.
They were old classmates. She couldn't string him along without giving him closure.
That would be downright cruel.
Besides, if word got out among their classmates, it wouldn't reflect well on her. With an apologetic smile, she said, Qin An, you're a good person, but we're just not right for each other.
Huh? Qin An was stunned. What was this girl thinking?
He'd only come to resolve a customer complaint.
He hadn't even confessed to her. How did she end up handing him the just a friend card out of nowhere? Qin An's bewildered expression, a mix of emotions, made Xia Yanyan even more certain she'd guessed right.
She felt a quiet triumph inside. All these years of resisting the temptation of carbon-based fruits had been worth it. Just one glance had left her old classmate utterly spellbound.
Ha!
Qin An, now that we've cleared things up, you don't need to chip in for my car rental anymore.
Just get me a different vehicle.
Xia Yanyan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She smiled faintly. Besides, I'm not good at driving this kind of car. If I get scratched or dented, I couldn't afford to pay for the damage.
No problem.
Qin An couldn't be bothered to swap it out for another car.
He waved his hand magnanimously. This car is mine, not the company's. Scratches or dents won't matter, insurance covers it anyway. As long as you're okay.
Hoof.
Xia Yanyan laughed. And it was a wild laugh.
She furrowed her embroidered brows.
Qin An, could you please stop acting so childish? We've been classmates for years, I know your situation inside out. And after I turned you down, you still stubbornly pretended to be some rich kid? How amusing is that?
Qin An's mouth twitched.
What the hell?
Han Ting and Suya not believing it was one thing. But why doesn't she believe it either?
These days, it's really tough for honest people to speak their minds. Ms. Qin. Just then, a female sales rep rushed over, holding Qin An's phone. She said respectfully, "You left your phone in the reception area." "Alright, thank you. You're too kind." The saleswoman cast one last lingering glance at Qin An's handsome face. She turned to leave. But Xia Yanran pulled her back. "Wait a moment. What did you just call him?" The saleswoman looked confused. She glanced at Qin An in confusion. Her face twisted in bewilderment. "He's the boss of our UU car rental company. I called him Mr. Qin. Is there a problem?" "The boss?" Xia Yanyan was so shocked she nearly bit her tongue off. She silently cursed herself for her brain freeze earlier. Why did she have to play the Good Samaritan? Great. A handsome, wealthy guy. And she just let him slip through her fingers. "You can go back to work now." Qin An raised his hand, signaling the female sales rep she could leave. He gave Xia Yanyan a faint smile. "Go ahead and take the car. Just make sure to return it to me on time tomorrow at this hour." "Oh, okay." The thought of her earlier mocking expression when she'd accused Qin An of pretending to be a rich kid made her cringe. Xia Yanyan felt so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a hole right then and there. Lowering her head, she asked softly, "I remember back in school, your family seemed pretty poor. How did you suddenly become so wealthy?" Regarding his sudden wealth, Qin An had already prepared an excuse. He spun a tall tale. "Back in college, our teacher was into stock trading. He got me into it for a while, and I made a little money." "Small money? If buying sports cars and starting companies counts as small change? Then what was her little bit of money? Pennies? Alright, you're in a hurry to get to the wedding, right? You better get going. I'm heading back too." "Wait a minute." Xia Yanran now felt a pang of reluctance at Qin An's departure. She grabbed Qin An's arm. She pointed toward the driveway. I don't know how to drive a sports car. Could you give me a ride?" Chapter 29, Special Talents Make All the Difference. Qin An frowned deeply. He feigned difficulty, rubbing his chin. This instantly made Xia Yanran anxious. She blinked her big, watery eyes. She pleaded with a pout, "Please, just help me out. That hotel isn't far from here, it'll only take a few minutes." "All right." Qin An sighed. "For an old classmate's sake, I'll give you a ride." "Thank you." Xia Yanran was overjoyed. She hopped into the car. On the way, Xia Yanyan kept stealing glances at Qin An. She noticed that the handsome, wealthy Qin An reminded her so much of the Prince Charming from her dreams. She couldn't help but start daydreaming. Ding. Xia Yanran's affection plus 10. 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 Current affection level, 70 likes. Holy crap. Qin An was stunned. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It really was true that with money, you could have a connection with anyone. The once unattainable campus beauty just because he had money. Her affection rating had skyrocketed by a whopping 50 points in one go. Just 10 points left to successfully win her over. This was absolutely exhilarating. At the same time, he realized that gold diggers like this were actually the easiest to win over. He didn't even have to spend money, just let them see it. And their affection skyrocketed. Compared to girls like Su Wanqing and Shen Xinyao who don't care about money, it was way easier. Looks like he'd better start hooking up with more gold diggers to rack up rewards. Qin An. Qin An nearly jumped out of his skin at that voice, dripping with sweetness at 100% intensity. While waiting at the traffic light, he turned to look at Xia Yanran. He asked with a hint of confusion, "What is it?" Xia Yanran tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She flashed a look that was all charm and allure. She smiled sweetly and said, "If your girlfriend found out I sat in the passenger seat of her car, she wouldn't be upset, would she?" This remark. Even the Qin An of the past understood exactly what she was implying. She raised her left hand and teased with a smile, "I'm talking to you, say something. Are you mad?" "Put." Xia Yanran burst out laughing at the joke. She pouted playfully, "You're such a charmer. With your looks and wealth, how could your girlfriend possibly be a hand?" Qin An fell silent. He turned his head and stared blankly out the window. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly grew heavy. Xia Yanran's heart tightened. Had she really said anything wrong just now? Qin An. What's wrong? After a long silence, Xia Yanran saw Qin An still hadn't spoken. She couldn't help but nudge his shoulder with her finger and tentatively asked. Qin An still didn't turn his head. Instead, he responded with a tone that was 3 parts self-mockery and 3 parts sorrow. And 4 parts deep affection in his voice as he replied, "Yanran, do you believe in love?" Xia Yanran's lips twitched. Back in high school, she would have answered without hesitation that she did. But after enduring 2 failed relationships and the harsh realities of the world, she could only see love as something so childish. Still, to accommodate Qin An, she forced a faint smile. Her words betrayed her true feelings. Of course I believe it. Why? I believe it too. Qin An widened her eyes dramatically. He stared intently at the sun. Gathering his emotions, he continued, actually, all these years, I've never been in a relationship. I've been waiting for someone. Who? Su Wanqing, well-traveled and worldly. She knew Qin An was trying to flirt with her. She didn't hold much hope. You. Her eyes stung from glaring so hard. Qin An, with 2 hot tears streaming down his face, turned back. Her eyes brimmed with deep affection as she gazed at Su Wanqing. All these years, I'd been waiting for you. Su Wanqing, who hadn't paid much attention before. After seeing Qin An actually cry for her, she was completely dumbfounded. Her heart, once battered and bruised by love, suddenly stirred. It began to pound wildly. She never imagined Qin An could feel so deeply for her. For a moment, she was deeply moved. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +5. Seeing that this tactic had indeed worked, Qin An. He smiled without showing it. He leaned closer, capitalizing on the intimate atmosphere within the cramped car. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against Su Wanqing's soft, red mouth. He was ready to fully experience the taste of this trembling lotus tongue specialty. Su Wanqing hadn't expected Qin An to suddenly kiss her and was startled. By the time she realized she should have refused, she found herself utterly lost in the kiss. She decided to let go, closing her eyes to savor the moment. Until the red light turned green and a series of shrill honks echoed from behind. Only then did the two reluctantly pull apart. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Qin An apologized with a smile. As he drove forward, he recalled the sensation from moments ago. He realized that a specialty truly lived up to its name. That sensation was absolutely incredible. Compared to the feeling Su Wanqing and Shen Xinyao evoked in him, this was infinitely more delightful. I wonder if this special talent would be useful in other situations too. If it did, that would be absolutely incredible. Oh, right. Qin An suddenly remembered something. He turned to Su Wanqing and asked, I forgot to ask whose wedding are you attending? Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she replied, my classmate Zhou Yanyan. Oh. Qin An didn't have a high opinion of this Zhou Yanyan. Back in school, Qin An's family wasn't well off. Combined with his introverted personality and feelings of inferiority. In class, he had always been a wallflower. He barely registered. Yet even so, trouble found its way to him. One time, Zhou Yanyan accidentally lost her wallet. Qin An kindly found it and returned it to her. But she insisted Qin An had stolen it. She spread rumors everywhere about Qin An's character. She said he was poor in both money and ambition. He was only good at petty theft and thievery. Because of her, Qin An endured 3 years of slander throughout high school. Su Wanqing noticed the shift in Qin An's mood. Only then did she recall their past animosity. She offered an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. I forgot how unpleasant things were between you two back then. It's fine. It's all in the past. Qin An smiled magnanimously. We're all grown up now. Why dwell on childhood grudges? As Qin An spoke these words, not a trace of anger flickered in his eyes. Only calmness and release remained. Only then did Su Wanqing breathe a sigh of relief, tentatively asking, then would you accompany me to the banquet? You don't need to worry about the red envelope, I'll prepare it for you. Sure thing. Qin An had devoured countless online novels. Such a golden opportunity to redeem himself and humiliate his old classmate. How could he pass it up? Besides, Su Wanqing was only 5 points away from completing the romance quest. Parting ways now would be such a waste. Chapter 30, 3 million. The hotel where Zhou Yanyan held her wedding was the renowned Yunhai Hotel, a long-established establishment in Binhai City. The hotel stood 32 stories tall from top to bottom. Beyond hosting banquets, business negotiations, and corporate meetings, it also offered lodging, baths, massages, bars, entertainment, and other services. Rumored to generate nearly 100 million yuan in annual revenue. In Binhai City's hospitality industry, it stands as an absolute leader. Squeak! While most vehicles entering and exiting this establishment are luxury cars, Qin An's sports car, with its convertible top deliberately lowered. It was simply too eye-catching. Add to that the sight of him and Su Wanqing, he, handsome like a fresh-faced young star from the entertainment industry, and the other as stunning as a top domestic entertainment star. Still caused quite a stir. The moment they part, a crowd gathered around the car. They gathered around the car, murmuring among themselves. What model Bentley is this? I've never seen one like it before. Seen it? This is the Bentley Mulliner Bacala, only 12 made worldwide. You'd be lucky to even spot one. Limited edition? That must cost a fortune. It originally sold for 14 million. Now, anyone seriously wanting to collect one would probably have to pay 100 million. What? That expensive? Upon hearing the car's value had soared into the hundreds of millions, the room erupted. The looks they shot at Qin An were pure envy, jealousy, and resentment. Damn it! Not only is he good looking, but he's also so damn rich. He's not leaving us any room to breathe. He's in his 20s, got fancy cars and beautiful women, a total winner in life. I'm in my 20s, sir, may I park for you? The gap is just too damn wide. That girl? I don't think she's even as pretty as me. Why can't I find a guy this great? Complaining won't help. When you gotta make a move, you gotta make a move. Hey, bro, my cat can do backflips. Wanna see? Bro, I'm all alone at home. I'm so scared. Can you come keep me company? Handsome guy, I'm an actress. Whatever you want, I can play it.
Watching this pack of women pounce on him like ravenous wolves,
Qin An finally understood why rich guys never lack female attention.
Damn it, they don't even need to say a word, they just swarm right over.
How could they ever be lacking?
Too bad none of these women here scored above 90 in looks.
Otherwise, exchanging contact info wouldn't be out of the question. Let's go.
Despite these girls openly trying to poach her clients right in front of her,
Xia Yanran wasn't angry at all.
Instead, she felt a little smug. Because the more popular Qin An became, the greater her sense of superiority grew. The more it made her feel like she possessed the best man in the entire world.
This is precisely why many women would rather compete with another woman for a scumbag, rather than pursue honest men. Fine. Qin An was quite satisfied with Xia Yanran's understated approach.
Smiling, he pushed through the crowd and headed toward the hotel interior. All the while, the thought that such a splendid hotel would soon be his.
He couldn't stop grinning. Oh my, Miss Xia, you're finally here. Quick, come change with me, the ceremony is about to begin. Qin An and Xia Yanyan had just arrived at banquet hall number 1. A girl dressed as a bridesmaid rushed over in a flurry. Grabbing Xia Yanran's hand, she practically dragged her toward the changing room. Xia Yanyan jumped in surprise. Before she could react, she turned back and called out to Qin An, sorry. I promised Yanyan I'd be the MC. Go wait at our class table first. I'll come find you once I'm changed. Okay. Qin An nodded. She stepped into the vast banquet hall, weaving her way through the crowd, searching for her old classmates. Zhou Yanyan's wedding was quite lavish, with nearly 20 tables set up. 5 rows in total, amounting to 100 tables. This meant over 1,000 people had gathered at the venue. Adding Qin An and those others, it had been ages since they'd last met. The search proved quite challenging. In the end, she had to ask the hotel staff before finally locating them. Ha! After Qin An took her seat, the students who had already been seated couldn't help but frown. They looked at Qin An with puzzled expressions. Who is this guy? Is he one of our classmates? I don't recognize him. Do you? I don't recognize him either, but wow, he's so handsome. He's killing me with his looks. A girl cupped her face in her hands, gazing at Qin An with starry eyes. Even so, she still didn't recognize him. It wasn't until a boy beside her exclaimed, "You're Qin An." The crowd finally snapped to attention. Then their CPUs nearly overheated. What the heck was going on? The Qin An from high school was short, awkward, and a bit chubby. How did he suddenly become so handsome? Most importantly, even his aura had changed. He looks like some rich family's privileged young master now. Ha! Did you get plastic surgery, kid? The guy who recognized Qin An first blurted out the answer. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed. Such a complete transformation into handsomeness seemed impossible to achieve without plastic surgery. No. Upon learning Qin An had undergone plastic surgery, the bespectacled man sitting next to Qin An couldn't hold back a laugh. He grinned mischievously and teased, "Hey Qin An, what's the deal with this makeover? Planning a bride kidnapping?" Put. The remark sent the entire room into fits of laughter. One girl with fox-like eyes was doubled over laughing. Her stomach ached from laughing so hard. Taking a drag on his cigarette. Puffing smoke, she said, "Qin An, can you stop being so childish? We're all adults now. Adults don't care about looks, only money. Do you have money?" Qin An chuckled. Was the long-awaited moment of humiliation finally coming? Hurry up. Go ahead and mock me, I can't wait to start showing off. So you're saying Zhou Yanyan's husband is loaded? Oof. The bespectacled man snorted derisively. Qin An explained, that's not just rich, he's filthy rich. See this hotel? Her husband is the general manager here, with a share in the profits. His annual salary is 3 million yuan. And you probably don't even make 30,000 a year, right? Class monitor, don't talk down to Qin An like that. What if he actually makes 30,001? Put. The crowd burst into laughter again. He's just coasting through this phase. No worries, if it comes down to it, I'll give him another $1 so he can hit 30,002. Ha ha ha. Watching the ugly expressions on their faces, Qin An realized he'd made the right choice. He feigned alarm. He patted his chest and said, "You really scared me to death just now. I thought the whole hotel was his, but turns out he's just a manager after all." What do you mean, just a manager? Seeing Qin An still dared to be so arrogant, the girl with fox-like eyes grew displeased. She slammed her hand on the table.
She stood up and declared boldly, he makes 3 million a year.
Do you? Oh. Right. I do. The girl with fox-like eyes gave a cold laugh.
She continued her taunt, all those years you wasted on walls and paper, it really does add up to about 3 million.
Put. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. At that very moment, in their eyes, Qin An was nothing but a complete joke. Clunk.
Suddenly, Qin An's car keys slipped out of his pocket.
They fell to the ground. Chapter 31, The Lighter.
When those present realized the keys were for a Bentley, they all froze in shock.
What was going on? Qin An bought a car? And it's a BYD with wings? Nice one, Qin An. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock,
the curly-haired guy who recognized Qin An first picked up the car keys with a grin. He fiddled with it in his hand.
Nice. Qin An, where'd you get this lighter? It's pretty well made, looks just like the real key. Whoosh.
The moment the word lighter was uttered,
everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That made sense. With Qin An's financial situation, how could he possibly afford a Bentley? Qin An, who would have thought you felt so deeply for Zhou Yanyan? After calming down,
the bespectacled man continued his sarcasm. To steal the bride, you not only got plastic surgery but also forged a car key.
You really went to great lengths, didn't you? What a pity.
The bespectacled man snatched the car key from the curly-haired man. He toyed with it briefly before tossing it into a water cup.
This is just a lighter. If it were real, Zhou Yanyan might actually have gone with you. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Qin An laughed too. Laugh now, laugh while you still can. Soon enough, you won't be laughing anymore. What are you all chatting about? Such a lively bunch?
At that moment, Zhou Yanyan, dressed in a wedding gown with meticulous makeup, lifted the hem of her skirt.
She walked over with a smile. But when she saw Qin An,
the smile on her face abruptly faded.
Replaced by utter coldness and fury, she snapped, "Who invited you here? I don't recall extending an invitation."
Qin An had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He chuckled inwardly.
So the main character finally makes an appearance? Does that mean I can start dominating the scene?
With that thought, Qin An offered a faint smile and spoke up, "Don't worry. You didn't invite me, and I didn't bring a red envelope.
I'm here today to accompany my girlfriend." Girlfriend? Everyone laughed. Who? The cleaning lady who takes care of the restroom? Qin An shook his head.
With a carefree smile, he replied, "No, it's Xia Yanran."
Put.
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in laughter. The sarcastic remarks rolled in like waves crashing against the shore, one after another.
Qin An, gotta hand it to you, pretty clever.
Seeing Xia Yanyan wasn't at this table, you just pinned it on her.
You're a pro. But did you ever think we wouldn't buy it? Ha ha ha. Yanran? With your looks, it's doubtful even the cleaning lady would give you the time of day.
Qin An, rest assured Yanran's been doing just fine these past years.
She hasn't gone blind. I never fully grasped the meaning of brazen-faced before, but now I get it. Yan, has Yanran arrived yet?
If she's here, get her over here fast to clear this up.
Zhou Yanyan laughed until her stomach hurt.
She waved her hand dismissively.
Alright, Qin An, I get what you're at. You just can't get your hands on food this good normally and want to come taste it, right? No problem. I can afford to treat you to a meal. I can totally afford it.
Eat your fill, and remember to take leftovers home, otherwise, feeding pigs the scraps would be such a waste.
Exactly.
The bespectacled man chimed in sarcastically, "I'll get you a few extra bags so you can pack more."
Turning to the waitress standing nearby, he barked, "Waitress! Quickly! Quickly! Bring me some takeout bags or boxes." The waitress looked confused. The food hasn't even been served yet, why are they asking for takeout containers? Were they preparing to leave early? If so, that's just rude. How embarrassing.
Confused though she was, the waitress complied with the customer's request. She brought over some takeout containers. She smiled politely and said, "Sir, here are your takeout containers."
Not for me, all for him. The bespectacled man sneered, pointing at Qin An. Certainly.
The waitress replied respectfully. She turned to look at Qin An. Then both she and Qin An froze.
What a coincidence. Indeed.
This waitress was none other than Zhang Moran, whom he had just met not long ago. Qin An had checked her profile and knew she worked here as a waitress.
Even before entering, he had wondered if he might run into her.
He just hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence.
Zhang Moran recognized Qin An too.
She was slightly surprised that he would happen to be dining here. However, she didn't plan to acknowledge him. First, they weren't close enough to warrant a greeting.
Secondly, the name card on the table read high school classmates. This meant the entire group were Qin An's classmates.
If these people found out that Qin An was friends with her, a mere waitress, it would surely embarrass him. So she merely placed the items on the table with a polite gesture. Then she turned and walked away. But what she didn't know was that even after doing all this, the crowd still had no intention of letting Qin An off the hook.
They sneered mockingly, "Qin An, look at what you've become. You can't even get a lowly waitress to go out with you. You're nothing. But fair's fair. The curly-haired guy, his face flushed, stared at Zhang Moran's receding figure. He mused dreamily, Qin An's taste isn't bad. That waitress really was pretty. You like her? The bespectacled man declared arrogantly, if you like her, just go for it. You're a rich kid, what's stopping you? Let Qin An see what real power looks like. True. The curly-haired guy agreed with the bespectacled man's reasoning. He smoothed his hair with a satisfied flick of his hand. He straightened his clothes and called out to Zhang Moran, waitress, come back here. Ha? Zhang Moran looked taken aback. She turned around and approached him, asking doubtfully, sir, is there anything else I can help you with? The curly-haired man lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he sneered arrogantly, I've got my eye on you. Name your price, how much for a month? Hearing this, Zhang Moran's face instantly fell. Without a word, she turned and walked away. Hey, you little? The curly-haired guy hadn't expected this girl to be so ungrateful. She was actually playing hard to get with him. He yanked her back by the arm and barked, listen to me, you. It's your damn luck I picked you. Don't be so ungrateful. Now, hurry up and name your price. Zhang Moran was startled by the curly-haired man's vicious expression. Her slender body trembled uncontrollably. Fighting back her fear, she pleaded, sir, I'm not the kind of girl you think I am. Please let me go. Chapter 32 I am indeed his girlfriend. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. The curly-haired man couldn't believe he was throwing money around and still couldn't get her. His face twisted with arrogance as he bellowed. But even after reaching 50,000, Zhang Moran still shook her head. The curly-haired man was furious. In his eyes, trash like Zhang Moran, living at the very bottom of society, wasn't worth 50 grand a month, even with some looks. The only reason he was offering such a high price was because Qin An was present. If he couldn't secure Zhang Moran, he feared Qin An would look down on him. But what he never expected was that this little waitress would turn down such a generous offer. 50,000 yuan wasn't enough for her. Furious, he raised his hand to slap her delicate little face. Zhang Moran was startled by the sudden threat. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. Left with no choice, she closed her eyes, trembling as she stood there, bracing for the blow. Smack! A dull thud echoed. Zhang Moran felt no pain whatsoever. This puzzled her, and she cautiously peeked through narrowed eyes. Seeing Qin An step forward and seize the curly-haired man's wrist, she collapsed onto a nearby chair as if drained of all strength. She gasped for breath in ragged heaves. Her deep, peach-blossom eyes were filled with mist. Clearly, the curly-haired man's earlier actions had truly frightened her. Oh, really? Playing the hero, huh? The curly-haired man, already seething with anger. Seeing Qin An actually dare to step forward and stop him, he was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. He released his grip on Zhang Moran's wrist, grabbed the bottle of baijiu from the table. Without a word, he hurled it straight at Qin An's head. Whether this blow would kill Qin An, whether he'd end up in jail, he couldn't care less. Seeing that this guy still wouldn't back down, he immediately held nothing back. Using top-tier combat skills, he dodged the attack. He swung his leg up and delivered a kick straight to the curly-haired man's abdomen. Thud! Qin An's kick was so fast it left an afterimage. So fast that no one could quite make out what happened. The curly-haired man collapsed to the ground like a boiled shrimp, clutching his stomach and wailing in agony. His greasy, chubby face contorted with agony. It's okay now. After finishing, Qin An gently patted Zhang Moran's trembling shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you, he murmured softly, feeling the solid warmth of Qin An's palm. Hearing his words of comfort, Zhang Moran felt an overwhelming sense of security within her heart. Her fondness for Qin An surged. Ding! Zhang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding! Zhang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding! Zhang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding! Xia Yanran's affection plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully winning over Xia Yanyan. Acquired superb physique, Yunhai Hotel. Ha! Qin An froze. He saved Zhang Moran, and her favorability increased by 30 points. That made perfect sense. He could understand that. But Xia Yanran? Her favorability had actually increased by 5 points? What the hell? Deeply puzzled, Qin An scanned his surroundings. Finally, in the corner of the stage, he spotted Xia Yanyan. After emerging from the dressing room, she had intended to greet her old classmates here while there were still a few minutes before the ceremony began. But before she could even greet anyone, she witnessed Qin An's heroic rescue. This display of overwhelming boyfriend material made her heart pound wildly. Her feelings for him surged involuntarily. Qin An, are you out of your mind? Seeing the curly-haired guy get hit, Zhou Yanyan instantly panicked. She yelled at the top of her lungs, you're actually fighting your own classmate over a waitress? No, no, no. Qin An waved his hands frantically. His face stern, he protested, don't say that. I'm not worthy to be your classmate. Besides, what's wrong with waitresses? They're human beings just like you. What gives you the right to think you're superior to her? Is it because you have bad breath and yellow teeth? Or is it because your face is bigger than hers and your waist is thicker? You. Zhou Yanyan was so furious her liver trembled. She desperately wanted to retort. But every word Qin An spoke was the truth. Her face was indeed whiter than this young waitress's. Her waist was considerably thicker too. Left with no choice, she could only shout helplessly, "Get out! Get out! You're not welcome at my wedding." Qin An laughed, deliberately taunting her, "What if I refuse to leave? Then I'll have you carried out." Zhou Yanyan was furious. She glared at Qin An with venom. She whipped her head around and screamed toward the door, "Security! Security! Oh, come on. Xia Yanran knew Zhou Yanyan and that curly-haired guy were in the wrong. But since they were old classmates, and it was such a joyous occasion, she stepped in to smooth things over. Smiling, she waved her hand and said, "We're all classmates here. Arguing like this just ruins the mood. I say we just let it go. Yan, hurry. Go get ready, the ceremony's about to start." "No way." Zhou Yanyan's temper flared. She wasn't about to let it go that easily. Like a shrew, she pointed an accusing finger at Qin An and roared, "He has to get the hell out of my wedding today." "Right." The curly-haired man stood up, clutching his stomach. He joined in the shouting, "He has to get out. And Yan Ran, you wouldn't believe it before you arrived, he was slandering your reputation, claiming you're his girlfriend." The word girlfriend made Xia Yanran's heart feel sweeter than honey. She shot Qin An a smile. Then she turned away, her expression darkening. Her voice turned icy as she declared, "He's telling the truth. I am his girlfriend." Boom! The word struck Zhou Yanyan and the others like a thunderbolt. They froze in place. Their faces bore expressions of utter shock. After a long moment, Zhou Yanyan suddenly burst into laughter. She poked Xia Yanran with her finger. "Enough, stop joking around. This joke of yours isn't funny at all." "I wasn't joking." Xia Yanyan smiled faintly. She walked over and wrapped her arm around Qin An's. They put on an act of deep affection. Her tone was firm, "He really is my boyfriend." Boom! Everyone was stunned. They couldn't comprehend it. Why would Xia Yanyan, this beautiful flower, choose to be with Qin An, that pile of manure? It was utterly baffling. "Yan Ran. I don't care why you're with him." Zhou Yanyan stepped forward, pulling Xia Yanyan out of Qin An's embrace. She said earnestly, "Take my advice, break up with him immediately. A broke loser like him is completely beneath you." Yan Yan's absolutely right. Yan Ran, a woman's prime years are fleeting. If you waste them with a deadbeat like him, you'll ruin your whole life. Yan Ran, you'd be better off with me than with this trash. Yan Ran, don't let him fool you, he's just a plastic surgery freak. That handsome face? All thanks to the knife. Broke ass? Xia Yanran laughed in exasperation. Her face darkened. She coldly challenged the crowd, "If Qin An, who owns a company and drives a sports car, is a poor schmuck, then what are you lot? The elite among the poor schmucks?" Chapter 33, finally ready to wipe the floor with him. Also, Xia Yanran's face remained cold. She continued, "I think Qin An is great. Not only is he handsome, but he loves me. Stop acting like sour grapes here." Put. The bespectacled man snorted, unable to stifle his laughter. He retrieved the car keys he'd tossed into his water cup. He handed them to Xia Yanran. "Yanran, did he trick you? He doesn't drive a damn sports car, these keys are just a lighter." "Lighter?" Xia Yanyan was amused by the bespectacled man's ignorance. Pointing at the keys, she snapped, "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Is this a lighter or a real car key?" Faced with Xia Yanran's question, the bespectacled man began to feel a bit unsure of himself. He stared at the car key in his hand, scrutinizing it for a long moment. Then, as if drained of all strength, he slumped back into his chair. His voice trembled as he stammered, It really is. This key is actually real." Boom! In an instant, Zhou Yanyan and the others were all dumbfounded. If Qin An really owned a sports car, wouldn't that mean he was incredibly wealthy? The thought filled them with shame. Especially when they recalled how they had just yelled poor schmuck at someone who was actually loaded. They were so ashamed they wanted to crawl into a hole. "Zhou Yanyan, considering we're friends and today is your wedding day, I didn't want to say anything. But you've gone too far. So, host, you'd better find someone else. Since you clearly don't welcome my boyfriend anyway, there's no point in us staying here." If today Zhou Yanyan and the others had humiliated Xia Yanran herself, she would have laughed it off. But they were humiliating Qin An. He was the powerful ally she'd spent every ounce of luck to finally find. There was no way she could let this slide. She must restore Qin An's dignity. Qin An couldn't be allowed to suffer even the slightest injustice. Otherwise, if Qin An got upset, she'd dump her again. Where would she go to cry then? No. Yan Ran. Zhou Yanyan was so frantic she was on the verge of tears. She clutched Xia Yanran's arm tightly. "The ceremony's about to start. Where am I supposed to find a new MC now? Fine, I won't go.
Xia Yanran had long anticipated this outcome. She smiled impassively. Her face turned cold as she barked, "Apologize to my boyfriend. Every single one of you owes him an apology." Xia Yanran. Zhou Yanyan was furious. In her eyes, Qin An, even with his wealth, remained fundamentally unequal to her. So being forced to apologize to Qin An felt worse than death. Her face cold, she snapped, "As my best friend, treating me like this on my wedding day, don't you think that's a bit much? You're the one being unreasonable." Xia Yanran refused to back down. Her face darkened as she snapped, "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't apologize, I'm leaving right now." "Then leave." Zhou Yanyan refused to bow her proud head. She lifted her chin defiantly, her expression indifferent. "I refuse to believe that with my connections, I can't find a host at the last minute. And let me tell you this, Xia Yanyan, if it weren't for my brother liking you and wanted you to be his girlfriend, I wouldn't have hired you as the host in the first place. So stop acting like you're so important." "You?" Looking at Zhou Yanyan's shameless face, Xia Yanyan felt utterly disgusted. She silently cursed herself for being blind back then. How could she have ever become best friends with someone like this? Zhou Yanyan. Seeing the moment was ripe, Qin An could hold back no longer. A wicked smile played at the corners of his mouth. Stepping forward, ready to unleash his fury, he declared, "I'm giving you one last chance. If you're willing to bow your head and apologize to me and Yanran, and if that fat bastard over there apologizes to this waitress, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." TSK TSK TSK. Face the consequences indeed. Zhou Yanyan sneered disdainfully. She retorted irritably, "Who the hell do you think you are? You really believe having a couple bucks makes you untouchable? Ridiculous. Know your place and get the hell out of here." The curly-haired guy glared at them. "Otherwise, who ends up paying the price later? Who knows? Times have really changed. Even trash dares to act all high and mighty now. Guess a little cash makes them think they're hot stuff? Frog in a well." Seeing the attitude of this group, Qin An wasn't the least bit annoyed. He was absolutely thrilled. The long-awaited moment to show off and humiliate them was finally here. Ha ha ha. "Fine. You asked for it. Don't regret it later." Qin An smiled. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He had specifically requested this number from the system just moments ago. The recipient was none other than Zhou Yanyan's husband, the current general manager of Yunhai Hotel. Ring, ring, ring. After a few rings, a deep voice answered, "Hello, who's this?" "This is Qin An." Qin An couldn't be bothered with small talk. He cut straight to the point, "I'm sitting in the 3rd row, first table, at your wedding right now. You better hurry over." Clunk. Learning that his new boss was right there at his own wedding, Yao Guohua hastily set down the wedding schedule in his hand. He took 3 steps at a time, rushing over as fast as he could. "Honey?" Zhou Yanyan had no idea Qin An had summoned her husband. She thought her husband had come specifically to find her. She immediately stepped forward, ready to pour out her grievances. But Yao Guohua had no time to pay her any mind. He shoved her aside and strode straight toward Qin An. His face plastered with a fawning smile, he flattered, "Mr. Qin, I never imagined you'd be even more handsome in person than in your photos." "Mr. Qin?" Those 2 words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? How did that good-for-nothing Qin An suddenly become Mr. Qin? More importantly, Yao Guohua, the general manager of Yunhai Hotel. Why was he being so polite to Qin An? Could Qin An be some kind of big shot? Boom! At this thought, Zhou Yanyan and the others felt as if the sky had fallen. The timid fox-eyed woman was so terrified she collapsed onto the floor. She trembled in terror. The curly-haired man was so frightened he swallowed hard. His gaze toward Qin An was filled with sheer terror. Qin An was quite satisfied with his reaction. Crossing his legs, he gave Yao Guohua a faint smile. "Manager Yao, your wife just said she doesn't welcome me and wants me kicked out of your wedding. What do you think we should do about this?" "Huh?" Yao Guohua froze. He had assumed Qin An was concerned about his subordinate. He thought Qin An had come specifically to congratulate him on his wedding. A happy occasion. But he never imagined it would be his wife who caused trouble. A bad thing. That feeling of being yanked from heaven straight into hell was unbearable. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. He snapped at Zhou Yanyan, demanding, "What happened?" Chapter 34, This marriage is off. Zhou Yanyan seemed to fear Yao Guohua. She took a step back. Hunching her shoulders, she whinged in a pitiful tone, "It's not my fault. He hit my classmate first, so I told him to get lost." "Hit your classmate?" Yao Guohua narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that if he didn't handle this situation properly today, he'd be one step closer to unemployment. So regardless of who was right or wrong, he would stand firmly on Qin An's side without hesitation. Pointing his finger at Zhou Yanyan's nose, he barked sternly, "It takes 2 to tango. If Mr. Qin hit your classmate, he deserved it. And let me tell you this, Zhou Yanyan. Today, even if Mr. Qin had hit you instead of your classmate, you'd still have to swallow your pride and go apologize to him right now.
Seeing her husband actually siding with Qin An, Zhou Yanyan's heart brimmed with grievance.
Tears glistened in her eyes.
She stiffened her neck defiantly and retorted, "What if I refuse to apologize?" "Refuse to apologize?" Yao Guohua frowned. He roared decisively, "Then forget about this marriage." Boom! Zhou Yanyan froze. She hadn't expected the situation to escalate to such a critical point. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of power this Qin An possessed. How could he force her husband to break off the engagement just to make her apologize? The other classmates were dumbfounded too. Their gazes fixed on Qin An, filled with confusion and astonishment. "Hurry up!" Seeing Zhou Yanyan hesitating, Yao Guohua. His face darkened as he barked the order. Fine. Zhou Yanyan was utterly unwilling inside. But to prevent this marriage from falling through, she forced down her resentment and walked up to Qin An. She replied perfunctorily, "Sorry, is that okay?" Oof. Seeing that Zhou Yanyan wouldn't budge until the last possible moment, Qin An held nothing back. He beckoned to Yao Guohua. With a wicked grin, he said, "You saw it yourself. I gave her a chance, but she didn't value it. So, I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I?" Though Qin An spoke these words with a smile, Yao Guohua felt it brimming with murderous intent. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, I understand perfectly." With that, Yao Guohua took the microphone from a staff member. He slowly made his way to the stage. He announced in a clear voice, "Attention, everyone. Quiet down for a moment. I have something very important to announce." The guests present were unaware of what was happening. They assumed the groom was planning some kind of surprise. They immediately turned their expectant gazes toward him. The once noisy venue fell completely silent in that instant. "I apologize." Yao Guohua first bowed deeply to the crowd with sincere regret. Then he stood up and announced, "I deeply regret to inform everyone that due to my own blindness in misjudging the bride's character, this wedding is hereby cancelled." Boom! The entire room froze upon hearing this. Everyone wondered if they had misheard, including Zhou Yanyan herself. It took a long while before she could believe it was real. She stormed up to Qin An, her neck straining as she shouted, "I apologize to you. Why are you still treating me like this?" "Why?" Qin An sneered coldly. He shoved Zhou Yanyan away. "Who says I have to accept your apology just because you offered it?" "Qin An, you bastard." Zhou Yanyan was furious. She'd worked so hard to finally climb onto Yao Guohua's coattails. Now, because of Qin An's single remark, she'd been kicked aside. It was utterly unbearable. After hurling an angry curse at Qin An, she turned to Yao Guohua, who had just walked back, and demanded furiously, "Is he your father or your mother? Why do you listen to him so much? He's my boss. Do you think I should listen to him or not?" "Boss." Zhou Yanyan was dumbfounded. She had assumed Qin An was merely a VIP customer who frequently dined at Yunhai restaurant. That's why her husband fawned over him like that. But she never imagined Qin An was actually the owner of Yunhai restaurant. Her husband was practically eating off his plate. The rest were also stunned into silence. Even Xia Yanran found herself staring in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. But more than anything, she felt joy. The richer Qin An Yue became, the brighter her future would be. Ding! Xia Yanran's affection +5. Qin An. I'm so sorry. Upon learning Qin An's true identity, Zhou Yanyan instantly lost her temper. She knelt before Qin An like a lowly dog. Her voice trembling with tears, she pleaded, "I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, forgive me. I'll kowtow to you." As she spoke, Zhou Yanyan began banging her head on the ground like a chick pecking at grain. But Qin An paid her no mind whatsoever. His gaze fixed on the curly-haired man like a burning torch. His voice was cold. "What's your problem?" Thud. It was true that the curly-haired man was a rich kid. But his family's business amounted to nothing more than a small garment factory. Annual revenue barely reached 10 million. Compared to a top-tier tycoon like Qin An, it was simply incomparable. So how could he dare not back down? Just like Zhou Yanyan, he knelt before him, banging his head on the ground repeatedly. His mouth kept repeating, "Qin An, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please forgive me for my petty transgressions, just let it go like a fart." "Agreed." Qin An leaned forward. He pointed at Jiang Moran beside him. His voice was cold. "If you apologize until she's satisfied, I'll let you off." "All right." Now, it wasn't just a simple matter of apologizing to Jiang Moran. Even if he were asked to lick her shoes, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Without hesitation, he agreed, immediately prostrating himself before Jiang Moran and begging for mercy. Jiang Moran had a soft temperament. With so many people watching her, she felt deeply ashamed. So after the curly-haired man knocked his head on the ground a few times, she forgave him outright. This outcome fell far below Qin An's expectations. But a man of his word must stand by his promise.
Having already agreed to spare him, Qin An saw no reason to press the matter further. Turning to the bespectacled man, she said coldly, I'll give you 3 days to compensate me with an identical new key.
Is that clear?
When Qin An fixed her gaze on him, the bespectacled man thought his fate was sealed.
Instead, he was only ordered to replace the keys. Relief washed over him. He nodded hastily. No problem. Good.
Qin An was quite satisfied with how he'd handled this jerk today. He stood up, leading Xia Yanran and Zhang Moran toward the exit of the auditorium. As they passed Yao Guohua, he said in a low voice, I'm giving you half an hour to handle this.
After half an hour, come to my office.
Yes, sir. Yao Guohua responded respectfully. He hurried off to explain the situation to his relatives and friends. As for Zhou Yanyan, who knelt on the ground weeping bitterly, he didn't even glance her way.
That is.
Zhang Moran, who had been following Qin An for a while, felt like a third wheel. She felt utterly uncomfortable. She stopped and asked Qin An, if you have no further instructions, Mr. Qin, I'll head back to work.
Chapter 35, Seal of Approval. Go ahead. With Xia Yanran by his side now. He was nowhere near ready to pursue Zhang Moran.
So he decided to let her go for now and deal with it later. Additionally, Xia Yanran's affection level had already reached 85 points.
Just 15 points more and I could unlock the special reward. All right.
Zhang Moran breathed a sigh of relief. After letting out a long sigh of relief, she scrambled away.
Her flustered little demeanor was utterly adorable. Qin An found himself utterly captivated. Hey! Stop staring. Xia Yanran, feeling jealous, forcefully turned Qin An's head back.
As they continued walking toward the office, she asked, why didn't you tell me on the way here that this hotel belongs to you too?
Qin An desperately wanted to tell the truth.
He hadn't expected you to be so easy to win over. But the words changed on his lips.
He smiled and said, I'm a low-key person.
I don't like to brag about these things, afraid people will think I'm just a big shot.
I see. Xia Yanyan thought Qin An really was quite low-key. He hadn't volunteered that information at the rental company either.
So she took his excuse at face value.
She smiled and asked, besides this hotel and the rental company, do you have any other businesses?
Of course. Qin An reached out and wrapped his arm around Xia Yanran's slender waist, barely a hand's width.
Pulling her into his embrace, he teased, aren't I holding you right now?
Swish.
Xia Yanyan's face flushed crimson. She gently pushed Qin An away. She pouted playfully, who says I'm your property, you shameless guy? Qin An chuckled. He pulled Xia Yanran back into his embrace and asked doubtfully, do you have plans tonight?
Yes, I do. With her affection rating soaring at 85%, Xia Yanyan had already fallen completely in love with Qin An. So even if Qin An really did something to her, she wouldn't mind. But she understood one truth deeply. What comes too easily, a man won't cherish.
Plus, it was only the first day. If she gave herself away so readily, Qin An would surely think she was easy.
He would lose his interest in her. So even though she was perfectly fine, she deliberately claimed to have something else to do.
She smiled and said, I have to work every night. Only then did Qin An recall that Xia Yanran worked as a bar singer. His eyes lit up. Then let me drive you to work tonight, he said with a smile. It's been ages since I've been to a bar. This is the perfect chance to go relax.
It wasn't that Qin An hadn't been to a bar in a long time. He had never been to a bar at all. In his mind, the kind of people who frequented those places weren't exactly upstanding citizens. Plus, the prices were outrageously high, easily thousands, even tens of thousands of yuan.
He can't afford it.
But now he has nothing to fear. With 3 pillars of his business empire, EasyGo Car Rental, Cloud Sea Hotel, and Xinglong Garment Factory, money was just a number to him now, nothing to worry about.
As for why he suddenly felt like going to a bar?
The reason was simple. There are simply more attractive women at bars. It was incredibly convenient for him to find girls scoring 90 points or higher and earn rewards.
No way. What if you go and get hit on by some other woman?
For Xia Yanran, she might have many more chances to turn her life around. But encountering someone like Qin An, handsome and wealthy, might only happen once. So she had to keep a close eye on him.
No way? Seriously?
Qin An knew that if he insisted on going, Xia Yanran would definitely lose respect for him. He devised a plan, deliberately goading her. Xia Yanran, the campus queen of Binhai No. 2 High School who keeps countless young men awake at night, how could you lose even this little bit of confidence?
Besides, do I look like the type to fall for anyone I meet?
Yes.
Xia Yanyan's pretty face stiffened.
She declared flatly, don't think I don't know you've got your eye on that waitress over there. You were practically drooling over her.
Qin An's mouth twitched. Damn it.
He should have kept his eyes to himself earlier.
How about this?
Qin An had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with another idea. He tapped his own neck and grinned. Before you go, just stamp me with 2 seals declaring I'm already taken.
That should work, right? Seeing Qin An was dead set on going, Xia Yanran dared not stand in her way any longer. Fearing further resistance might upset Qin An. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips firmly against Qin An's neck. Before long, a strawberry-shaped mark appeared on Qin An's neck. Wait a minute. Qin An noticed that Xia Yanran's fair, smooth neck was still completely bare. A mischievous idea immediately struck him. With a mischievous grin, he said, I've got mine now, but you don't. What if some guy tries to hit on you? Xia Yanran knew exactly what Qin An was up to. Without another word, she took off running. But by the time she reached the office, Qin An had already caught up. He pinned her to the sofa and planted kisses all over her. But as he planted, Xia Yanran suddenly sensed something was off. Qin An's hands were actually trying to invade her sensitive areas. She struggled desperately. But Qin An's strength was overwhelming, she couldn't break free. She could only feign weakness and plead, hoping this might awaken Qin An's conscience. Stop. Stop it. What if someone walks in and sees us? It wouldn't be good. Seeing her resistance wasn't particularly strong. He sensed an opening. He leaned close to Xia Yanran's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yanran's fair face flushed crimson in an instant. But in the end, she nodded in agreement. Because she knew that at this point, she had to give something in return, there was no way around it. Half an hour later. Qin An slumped in the executive chair. Eyes closed, she savored the lingering sensation of the tongue-fluttering lotus. Xia Yanran rubbed her jaw beside her. Xin couldn't help but wonder, Qin An wasn't exactly an athlete, was he? How could his stamina be so good? How peculiar. At that moment, Qin An noticed this too. He thought to himself, this superhuman physique is definitely a great thing. Even if there were more girls in the future, he wouldn't have to worry. Knock knock knock. The office door was gently knocked upon. Qin An knew it must be Yao Guowo arriving. He straightened his clothes and adopted a commanding demeanor. He called out toward the door, come in. Squeak. As he spoke, the door creaked open. Entering was indeed Yao Guowo. Like a schoolboy, he clasped his hands in front of him. His face brimming with respect, he called out to Qin An, boss. Qin An leaned back in his executive chair. His tone was neither warm nor cold. Have you handled everything? Yes. Yao Guohua nodded. Everything's taken care of. I didn't reveal your identity to those people or tell them the real reason. Rest assured, this won't affect the hotel in any way. Very good. Qin An was quite satisfied with Yao Guohua's performance. Stepping away from the desk, he poured Yao Guohua a cup of tea. Rest assured, I'll find you a better woman in the future. I won't let you remain single. Chapter 36, How did it become 2 a.m.? Yao Guohua didn't care about this matter. As long as he remained the general manager of Yunhai Hotel, women would never be in short supply around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily called off his wedding to Zhou Yinyan. But the boss saying that, it was a form of concern for him. Gratitude was still in order. She bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Mr. Qin. No problem. Qin An waved his hand dismissively. He smiled faintly. No need to be nervous. I just reviewed your financial statements from the past 10 years. Both revenue and net profit have shown consistent year-on-year growth. And the growth rate is quite solid. This proves your competence beyond doubt. So continue managing things as you always have. I won't interfere much. Just make sure to send me the financial reports on time and stay clear of any illegal or unethical activities. Phew! Yao Guohua breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Yao Guohua had been deeply worried that Qin An would come in and launch sweeping reforms. Or even fire him. He'd been on edge about it for hours. Fortunately, none of that came to pass. Qin An trusted him just as much as his predecessor had, effectively stepping back from day-to-day management. This finally eased the anxiety that had been gnawing at his throat. He assured Qin An with unwavering conviction, Rest assured, Mr. Qin. I will manage this hotel impeccably and absolutely live up to your expectations. Qin An nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, he asked, How much spare cash do we currently have available in the hotel's accounts? Yao Guohua thought for a moment. About 2 million yuan. Do you need it? Qin An wasn't quite sure about bar expenses. He was a bit worried that the 50,000 yuan in his pocket might not be enough. He didn't want to make a fool of himself later. He planned to prepare extra funds in advance. Alright, give me your card number. I'll arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds right away. It should be credited within about an hour. Yao Guohua wisely refrained from asking further questions. He took Qin An's bank card and turned to leave the office. Once again, the office was left with only him and Xia Yanran. Unconsciously, his mind began to wander again. Especially when he saw Xia Yanyan's freshly touched-up, fiery red lips. He grew even more impatient. He leaned in close, whispering softly into Xia Yanran's ear. Xia Yanran's face turned pale with fright. She thought to herself, it's only been a few minutes. Again? This is getting a bit too intense, isn't it? But, being a bit too strong, seemed kinda pretty good. Ding! Xia Yanran's affection plus 10. Ha!
Upon hearing the notification sound, Qin An froze for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward.
Who says women aren't attracted to good looks? 1 p.m. After lunch at the hotel.
Qin An took advantage of Xia Yanran's trip to the restroom.
Called Yao Guowa over and whispered, "That waitress named Zhang Moran, is she full-time or part-time at our hotel?" Full-time. If it were any other waiter, Yao Guowa likely wouldn't have known. Staff turnover at the hotel was extremely high.
Plus, being in a high-ranking position, he rarely interacted with waitstaff. Thus, he didn't recognize most of the waitstaff.
But Zhang Moran, he remembered her. Because this girl was simply too beautiful.
She was the kind of girl who could make anyone fall head over heels at first sight, truly unforgettable. Then find a reason to promote her to head waitress.
Understood. Yao Guowo was a man too. So not only did he not look down on Qin An's behavior of having his cake and eating it too, he understood it completely.
After all, it wasn't just someone of Qin An's stature.
Even he would do the same.
Just then, Xia Yanran emerged from the restroom.
Qin An didn't linger on the conversation with Yao Guowo.
He wrapped his arm around Xia Yanyan's slender waist and they left the Yunhai Hotel together.
On the way.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Yanran touched up her makeup while asking Qin An, "Where are we headed?"
"I just acquired a garment factory. We're going to take a look."
During his meal, Qin An had received a call from the factory manager requesting his presence.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered coming out.
Snuggling up with a beauty in the hotel and getting a good night's sleep sounded so much better.
Whoa.
Seeing Qin An talk about acquiring the garment factory as casually as buying cabbage,
Xia Yanyan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She was stunned. Just how much money had Qin An made from stock trading? First acquiring Yu car rental, then snapping up Yunhai Hotel and a garment factory. Wasn't this a bit too wealthy?
Beyond her joy and astonishment,
a new emotion surfaced: inferiority.
She felt somewhat unworthy of Qin An. Because beyond serving as a decorative ornament and providing him with physical pleasure,
she could do nothing else.
Once Qin An grew tired of her, he would undoubtedly discard her without a second thought.
What's wrong?
Noticing Xia Yanran's unusual mood,
Qin An was a bit confused. Didn't they say online that women love sitting in sports cars and smiling? So why were Shen Xinyao and Xia Yanyan sitting here looking so unhappy instead? Women, they're so unpredictable. Qin An. Xia Yanyan desperately needed comfort right now. She looked at Qin An with pleading eyes. "Will you suddenly abandon me one day?"
For the playboy Qin An, this question was child's play. He reached out and gently rubbed Xia Yanyan's little head. His eyes brimming with affection, he reassured her, "Don't worry. Even if the world ends, I'll never leave you."
Woo. Women are emotional creatures.
Even though she knew those words were false, she still wept uncontrollably.
She threw herself into Qin An's arms, clinging to him tightly. She refused to let go, no matter what. Ding. Xia Yanran's affection +2. Ha! Qin An was stunned.
He had thought that after his recent efforts to win her over, would have instantly boosted Xia Yanran's affection to 100 points, unlocking a special reward. After all, her affection had only been increasing in increments of 5 or 10 points before.
Xia Yanyan was only 5 points away.
But in the end, it only increased by a measly 2 points.
This left him thoroughly frustrated. He couldn't help but suspect the system was deliberately sabotaging him. As if it didn't want him to unlock the final reward. But upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. After all, the system had already given him so much, why would it withhold such a small amount of silver? The reason it only increased by 2 points was likely because Xia Yanran hadn't truly fallen for him yet. After all, liking someone is easy. Falling in love with someone is hard. Thinking this, Qin An resorted to his usual scumbag tactics. He sweet-talked Xia Yanyan relentlessly. He tried to use this tactic to boost his final 3 points. But alas, even after wearing out his lips, it still didn't make a damn bit of difference. It seemed he'd have to find another way. Chapter 37, Too many women can be troublesome. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yu Car Rental, Shen Xinyao sat in her executive chair, seething with rage. She was furious that Qin An, who was merely handling a customer complaint, had managed to get involved with another woman. He ran off with another woman. What a philandering scoundrel. But beyond her fury, what could she possibly do? Throwing a tantrum at Qin An felt a bit too petty. If she were 18 or 19, she might have done that. But now she was 28, and she really didn't want to act so childish. Yet breaking up with Qin An? She just couldn't bring herself to do it. After wrestling with this dilemma for a while, she decided to wait and see if Qin An would explain things to her when he returned. With that thought, she picked up her phone and sent Qin An a WeChat message. Shen Xinyao, Deputy General Manager of a Yu Car Rental, where'd you go? Are you coming back to stay tonight? 3 years ago, in order to compete for the title of China's most beautiful city, all factories causing noise and pollution were relocated to the outskirts. This meant Qin An's drive took nearly 2 full hours. He was completely exhausted.
Fortunately, he had the company of a stunning beauty like Su Wanqing along the way. So he wasn't exactly lonely.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Qin An's WeChat was much like that of most otaku guys.
Unless he initiated a message, it rarely chimed.
Otherwise, if it does ring, it's either an old classmate sending a wedding invitation, or it's spam ads and loan requests. Not a single girl.
But today, for some reason, it kept going ding-dong non-stop. It made Qin An wonder if today was some kind of holiday. Someone was sending him mass greetings.
Click. Driven by intense curiosity, Qin An opened WeChat and began to examine it carefully.
There were 5 people who had sent him messages. The first was Han Ting, who had never messaged him before.
Now she'd sent over 20 messages in a row.
Ting, Qin An, I've thought it through carefully.
I realize the person I love is you. Let's get back together, okay?
Ting, I promise, from now on, you're the only one in my heart.
If you don't believe me, take a look. Ting, screenshot X1. Ting, I've deleted them all. Ting, Qin An, please reply. I really miss you. Ting, please, don't ignore me. Ting, you've always wanted this new profile pic, right? I've changed it now. Ting, I cooked your favorite dish and made your bed. Hurry over. Ting, sexy selfies X10.
Seeing the once arrogant Han Ting now fawning over him like he used to fawn over her.
Qin An couldn't help but marvel. Money really is a wonderful thing. And let's be honest, Han Ting might be a bit of a jerk. But her figure is undeniably stunning.
10 sexy selfies had Qin An's eyes glued to the screen. But then he remembered her staggering number of breakups. Coupled with her past actions.
Qin An instantly lost all interest in her. Not only did he not reply, she went straight ahead and blocked her. The second person to message him was Suya. Since they weren't friends yet, Suya sent a verification message. The content read, Qin An, I genuinely like you. Please, give me one more chance. Wah! Qin An had no fondness for this woman either. So he clicked reject without hesitation.
The third message came from his work partner, Yang Yuan, one of his few genuine friends.
Yang Yuan, you jerk. You didn't even tell me you were taking time off beforehand. Now my lunch isn't even tasty anymore.
Yang Yuan, this weekend, there's a college reunion.
Are you coming? If you're not going, I'm not going either. College classmates were different from middle school or high school friends.
Apart from the roommates in our dorm, I barely knew the rest. Even if I did, it was only a nod and wave kind of acquaintance.
So Qin An wasn't too keen on going. He typed back, not going. But just as he was about to send it, he changed it, any girls going? Yang Yuan must have been goofing off at that moment, replying instantly, yeah.
I heard our class beauty and department beauty are both going.
Then I'm in.
If there were girls, that was a different story. Plus, Qin An clearly remembered that both the class beauty and the department beauty were undeniably gorgeous.
They'd easily score over 90 points. Yang Yuan, you. Disdainful emoji.
Qin An ignored his teasing.
He kept scrolling.
The fourth person to message him was Shen Xinyao. When he saw Shen Xinyao specifically asking if he was coming back tonight, it warmed his heart. In this cold, steel and concrete city, he felt a sense of home for the first time. But he had no intention of going back. Because with Xia Yanran, he was just 3 points of affection away from unlocking the final reward. He feared that leaving suddenly would undo all his progress. Besides, he had already promised to work alongside Xia Yanyan tonight. It wouldn't be right to go back on his word.
So he typed back, I won't be returning.
I'm inspecting a factory out in the suburbs.
If I go back, it'll probably be late into the night. You should get some rest early tonight. Don't worry about me.
To convince Shen Xinyao, Qin An even took a photo of the factory gate and sent it over.
The last message came from Su Wanqing.
It contained the passcodes for her home's gate and front door. She instructed him to arrive before 8 o'clock sharp the next morning.
This left Qin An feeling a bit suffocated.
He couldn't help but sigh. Having so many women in his life was truly a hassle.
Everyone wants him around, but there's never enough time. I wonder how those jerks put up with it. Qin An, what are you doing?
Seeing Qin An standing there fiddling with his phone since getting off the car.
He hadn't paid her any attention at all. Xia Yanran couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Her face tightened in annoyance as she snapped, let's go already. Oh, okay. Qin An put down his phone.
He quickened his pace, reaching out to take Xia Yanran's delicate, boneless little hand. They headed toward the interior of the factory.
What's the deal with this factory you bought?
Along the way, Xia Yanyan grew increasingly uneasy about the factory's peculiar atmosphere.
She couldn't help but ask aloud, why isn't there a single person here? Not even a security guard. Qin An was equally puzzled.
After scanning the surroundings and confirming it was truly deserted, he pulled out his phone, intending to call the person who had contacted him about this place to ask. But before he could dial, a middle-aged man in a white shirt, extremely thin in build,
rushed over breathlessly. Panting, he said, my apologies, Mr. Qin. I was just checking inventory in the warehouse and didn't see you come in. My bad for not greeting you properly, please forgive me. It's fine. Qin An waved his hand magnanimously. Pointing at the empty workshop, he asked, is today a holiday? Why isn't there a single person here?
Ah. The middle-aged man sighed. Shaking his head with a worried expression, he replied, it's not a holiday. All the workers at our factory have been poached.
Chapter 38, even a millionaire can't do it. Qin An frowned.
His tone turned angry.
Who did this? Su Wanqing across the street.
Our factory used to be doing quite well, but ever since Su Wanqing across the street changed owners, everything changed.
The middle-aged man recounted the entire incident in detail.
In summary, there were three main reasons why Xinglong Garment Factory ended up in its current state. First, Su Wanqing's owner engaged in malicious competition, luring away all of Xinglong Garment Factory's workers with higher wages, leaving Xinglong with no staff.
This caused delays in fulfilling previously signed orders.
Ultimately, they had to pay substantial penalties for breach of contract, forcing their capital chain to break. Second, taking advantage of the situation, the owner of Su Wanqing lured away all of Xinglong's clients by offering extremely low contract manufacturing fees.
This left Xinglong with no orders to fulfill.
3. The owner of Su Wanqing repeatedly sent people to cause trouble, even threatening the life of the former owner's child.
They demanded Xinglong Garment Factory shut down. In utter desperation, the former owner had no choice but to sell the factory and flee. Damn it! That Su Wanqing Garment's owner is utterly despicable. After hearing the middle-aged man's account, Xia Yanran's beautiful face tightened with anger. Her delicate fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Qin An was equally furious. Competition is a normal part of business. But malicious competition? Even threatening a child's life. That was utterly inhumane. He asked coldly, what's the name of this Su Wanqing owner? Do you know his background?
The middle-aged man scratched his head. After careful thought, he replied, if I recall correctly, his surname is Qi.
His full name is Qi Tianan. As for his background, I'm afraid I don't know. Qi Tianan? Qin An felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. But for the moment, he couldn't quite place it. He pressed further, what does he look like? Have you seen him?
Yes, I have. The middle-aged man recounted with animated gestures, he came by a few days ago. Big head, big ears, not much hair. Dressed like a scrap collector. I thought he was here to collect junk. And even asked how much he paid for cardboard. Turns out he wasn't.
Put. The mention of a scrap collector jogged Qin An's memory. This Qi Tianan was none other than.
He was the factory owner who had been harassing Su Wanqing, only to be outwitted by Qin An in the shopping mall. At the time, Qin An had assumed they'd never cross paths again. Or if they did, it would be because of Su Wanqing. Little did he expect that barely a few days later, the man would become his direct competitor.
But that was fine. It meant settling both old and new scores at once. It would save him the trouble.
After making up his mind, Qin An.
He asked the middle-aged man, what's your name? What's your position at the factory? The middle-aged man replied somewhat sheepishly, my name is Huang Jun. Everyone here calls me Old Huang. I'm just the night watchman, no official title. Oh, then why don't you give me a tour of the factory first and introduce me around?
Qin An had assumed he was an important figure like the factory director. But it turned out he was just a lowly night watchman. His plan couldn't be carried out by this man.
He'd have to recruit someone online instead. Sure thing, right this way. Huang Jun enthusiastically led the way ahead.
He enthusiastically introduced every detail of the factory to Qin An, his words flying as he spoke.
The garment factory covered a considerable area. A full 15 mu. Converted, that equated to 10,000 square meters. Moreover, this land wasn't leased. It was owned outright by the factory, eliminating any concerns about rent. However, the factory's only advantage is its size. The rest of the facilities, the workshops, office buildings, and equipment were all extremely outdated. Less than 1/10 of the equipment is even operational.
Without modernizing, even if they managed to hire workers, production volume would remain stubbornly low.
I wonder if the 2 million in my pocket will be enough to set up a fully automated production line. After their earlier conversation, Qin An learned that Qi Tianan paid those workers very high wages. Moreover, he had signed 1-year employment contracts with them. Trying to poach them back would be too costly and simply not worth it. Recruiting new workers would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. The crucial point was that young people today simply weren't interested in factory work. Therefore, rather than hiring new workers, it would be more practical to invest in a set of automated equipment. That's the practical approach. 2 million definitely won't be enough.
Xia Yanran, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Glancing around at the 4 workshop buildings, she added, my uncle's garment factory wanted to upgrade last year.
I specifically inquired about it. A fully automated production line is incredibly expensive. A single set costs nearly 2 million yuan.
You have 4 workshops here.
1 set per workshop will cost over 10 million. Additionally, you should understand.
Xia Yanran, now acting as an expert, continued to educate Qin An. Beyond the equipment costs, running a garment factory requires substantial working capital. Each order requires upfront funding for production, and the payment cycles are extremely long. So how much would that be roughly? Qin An hadn't expected Xia Yanyan to be so knowledgeable and quickly asked for her advice. Xia Yanyan furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment. She answered calmly, that depends on your order volume. Typically, around 2 million yuan. 2 million plus 10 million is equal to 12 million. Whoa! The moment that figure was uttered, Qin An couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He had thought that carrying 2 million in his pocket meant he was rich. But he never imagined this sum wouldn't even cover the tip of the iceberg needed to revive a garment factory. Oh! Qin An sighed. He cursed the damn system under his breath. Why did it have to give him this money-losing factory? Instead, it gave him this money-losing one. Wasn't this just plain screwing him over? Maybe he should just sell this garment factory. He didn't know the first thing about running this kind of operation anyway. Though he thought this in his heart, Qin An had no intention of selling it. Because the garment factory was an essential supporting industry for Wani Company. It was crucial to Su Wanqing. Plus, he wanted to seize this opportunity to see if he could carve out his own niche. Though he couldn't sell it, he could bring others on board. Su Wanqing and Xia Yanran's uncle were both excellent candidates. Qin An turned to Xia Yanyan and asked, "What does your uncle do now? Is he still running the clothing factory?" Xia Yanyan nodded. She answered honestly, yes. But it's small, only 800 square meters. Nothing compared to yours. Hearing it was still operational, Qin An felt a surge of hope. She tentatively asked, "Do you think he'd be willing if I brought him on board to run this factory with me?" She had been worried she'd just be a figurehead. Over time, Qin An would grow tired of her. Seeing she finally had a chance to prove her worth, she couldn't have been happier. Her face radiated confidence as she declared, "Don't worry. With me handling it, he'll definitely agree. Leave this entirely to me." "Alright, thank you, baby." Qin An leaned in and kissed Xia Yanran affectionately. Chapter 39, Is 2 million enough? By the time Qin An and Xia Yanyan returned from the suburbs, it was already past 7 in the evening. Under the night sky, Binhai City was ablaze with lights, neon signs sparkling brilliantly. The red lines of elongated taillights from passing vehicles echoed in the distance, adorned the entire city with an extraordinary splendor. Holy crap! What kind of car is that? It's so sleek. Looks kinda like a Bentley Mulliner Bacala, but it's probably fake. Only 12 of those were made worldwide. How'd it end up in a small town like Binzhong? Dude, think before you speak. Would a fake even be street legal? Holy crap! You mean it's real? Then, that guy driving it must be loaded. No wonder anyone who frequents a high-end bar like Butterfly Love must be a total tycoon. He's getting out. He's getting out. Dude, he's so handsome. And the girl's gorgeous too, damn it. So jealous. Luxury cars and gorgeous women, now that's what you call a total winner in life. Arriving at the bar district, Xia Yanran entered the bar where he worked. Qin An's car and his looks once again caused a huge stir. Surprisingly, however, no women approached him this time. It was unclear whether these people were so stunned their brains had short-circuited. Or perhaps Xia Yanran's aura was simply too overwhelming, making them hesitate to approach. But whatever the reason, it didn't matter anymore. Because not a single one of the girls standing at the door even scored a 90 out of 100. They simply couldn't offer him any reward. So even if they approached him, it wouldn't matter. Pushing through the crowded bar, a woman in a white shirt, wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. His face was caked in powder, and a row of earrings dangled from his ears. Dressed in a provocative style, hurried over. He reached out to put his arm around Xia Yanran's shoulder. Qin An couldn't possibly allow that. He reached out to stop him. But in the end, he realized he'd overthought it. Xia Yanran didn't want him to touch her either. She sidestepped him completely. Instead, she hooked her arm through Qin An's and smiled sweetly. "Kai Gui, you're just in time. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Qin An." Failing to gain an advantage had already left the man feeling annoyed. Now, a boyfriend had suddenly appeared. The man was instantly furious. But since he didn't know Qin An's background yet, he dared not lose his temper lightly. He forced himself to suppress his rage. He extended his hand with a polite smile. "Hello, brother. I'm Shui Kai, the manager of this bar. May I ask where you work?" Qin An had no regard for scumbags who tried to take advantage of his woman. Naturally, he showed no courtesy. His tone was flat and indifferent, no handshake. "I'm afraid your Great Wasteland Prison Heaven finger might carry germs." Qin An's suspicion wasn't unfounded. After all, men like this touch everything. Moreover, he clearly remembered a recent online news story. A man who frequented nightclubs had been found to carry a high concentration of pathogens on his fingers. Not only did every woman he'd come into contact with develop gynecological infections, his own fingers became infected too. Damn it!
Shui Kai hadn't expected Qin An to be so shameless. He was so furious his nose nearly twisted sideways. But before he could fully uncover Qin An's true identity, he dared not unleash his full fury. He could only vent his anger within the limits of his authority. He vented his anger on Xia Yanran instead. He barked coldly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change. You're already half an hour late, don't you know?"
Xia Yanyan didn't feel angry that Shui Kai was taking his frustration out on her. Instead, she secretly felt pleased by her jealousy toward Qin An. Because the more jealous Qin An appeared, the more it proved he cared. The less she had to worry about being dumped.
Ding! Xia Yanran's affection +1. Ha! Qin An was puzzled. He hadn't done anything special. How did this affection point increase so inexplicably? But hey, it was a good thing, so he didn't bother thinking about it. He reached out to stop Xia Yanran, who was about to change clothes, and asked Shui Kai, "If I buy her a drink, does that mean she doesn't have to work anymore?" Yes. Shui Kai had been fretting over how to deal with Qin An. Qin An practically walked right into his trap. This delighted him immensely. With a devilish grin, he said, "Just order a set of Little Dragon, and it'll be done." Little Dragon? Qin An had never been to a bar before and didn't understand these things. He turned to look at Xia Yanyan. "How much does this cost?" "Oh, forget it. I'll just stick to my day job. You can order a whiskey, sit at the bar, and wait for me." Xia Yanyan knew Qin An had money. But in her eyes, wasting money on something like this was utterly pointless. With that money, buying clothes or a bag would be so much better. Spending it on some crappy champagne? It'd be gone in 2 peas. Poof. Shui Kai snorted in disdain. He had thought Qin An was some kind of big shot. That he could actually win Xia Yanyan's favor. Turns out he's just a hick who doesn't even know what a Shenlong set is. He sneered sarcastically, "Yanran's right. You'd better stick to ordering a whiskey and mind your own business. The dragon suit isn't something a country bumpkin like you can afford." Hearing the mockery, Qin An broke into a wide grin. Perfect, perfect. Finally, it was time to show off and humiliate them. How exactly should he humiliate this guy today? After carefully mulling it over in his mind, Qin An feigned financial hardship and said to Shui Kai, "Look, I didn't bring much cash this time. Cut me some slack. Could we settle this little dragon thing for 2 million? 2 million is enough." Ha! Shui Kai was about to retort, 2 million won't cover a damn thing. Suddenly, something felt off. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What did you just say? 2 million? Qin An spoke with an air of treating 2 million like $2. He stammered, "Is that not enough?" Shui Kai's mouth twitched. "Are you messing with me? This is buying liquor, not a house. How could it not be enough? And you're bringing 2 million to a bar? Are you buying liquor? Or a bar? Why aren't you saying anything?" Seeing Shui Kai's expression of utter shock, as if he'd seen a ghost, Qin An felt a surge of satisfaction. He was thoroughly pleased with his own show of toughness. Enough. That's more than enough. Anyone who could bring 2 million yuan to gamble was undoubtedly a big shot among big shots. A mere bar manager like him couldn't afford to cross such a figure. He immediately put on a different face. Bowing like a grandson, he gestured respectfully, "This way, Mr. Qin." "All right." Qin An flashed a devilish smile. He extended his arm for Xia Yanyan to link through. With a stride that seemed to ignore everyone around them, they strode boldly inside. The bar where Xia Yanran worked had a somewhat quiet, laid-back vibe. The music was mostly ballads, not the kind that got your blood pumping. Yet the dim red and green lights, combined with the hazy mist, still gave off an undeniably suggestive vibe. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat." Shui Kai led Qin into a booth directly facing the stage. From here, one could clearly see everything happening on stage. It was arguably the best seat in the entire bar. This clearly showed that Shui Kai genuinely regarded Qin An as a big shot. Chapter 40, The Drink of the Wealthy. Though Xia Yanyan claimed she didn't want Qin An to waste money. But deep down, she was delighted by his actions. Her affection increased by 1 point. Now only 1 point remained to unlock the ultimate reward. This thrilled Qin An immensely. He couldn't help but wonder what incredible thing this ultimate reward might be. "Mr. Qin, are you absolutely sure you want to order the little dragon?" Shui Kai was now getting impatient too. After all, the commission for a little divine dragon set was a whopping 3,000 yuan. His monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. How much is this? Qin An wasn't worried about the price. He was afraid it might be too cheap. After all, he was here today to pick up girls. If he spent too little, the girls might think he was broke. How could he expect them to throw themselves at him then? Not expensive. Even if it was expensive, Shui Kai couldn't possibly say it was. He lied through his teeth, "Just 38,888 yuan for the set, and you can savor 3 distinct shades of Ace of Spades gold, pink, and violet. That averages out to less than 13,000 yuan per bottle." Good heavens! Even though he'd braced himself mentally, Qin An was still startled by the price.
He thought to himself, damn, only the rich play like this. A single bottle of wine could easily devour nearly 2 months of his salary. And what's worse, you couldn't order it individually, you had to get the whole set. A full set would cost him over half a year's salary. Truly terrifying. But no worries. After all, he doesn't spend a dime on women these days. Just go for it. It really isn't expensive. Let's start with 5 sets, then add more if needed. Put. Xia Yanran, who had been about to take a sip of water to moisten her throat. Upon hearing this, the water she'd just taken a sip of shot right out of her mouth. He wondered if Qin An had a grudge against money. Nearly 40,000 yuan worth of liquor, and one set wasn't enough. He actually ordered 5 sets. That's 200,000 yuan gone in an instant. 200,000 yuan. That's enough to buy a decent car. Absolutely insane. Shui Kai was stunned too. He had harbored some doubts about Qin An's capabilities. After all, that 2 million was just Qin An's claim. He hadn't actually seen it. But seeing Qin An so calm and composed, and without a hint of reluctance on his face, he casually declared, bring 5 sets first. If that's not enough, we'll add more. All his doubts vanished. He hurriedly advised, Mr. Qin, each bottle of this wine is 750 milliliters. For just the 2 of you, ordering this much wine is simply too much to finish. And for this amount, you'd be better off just ordering a set of Grand Dragon that would be more appropriate. Yes, Qin An. Xia Yanran threw herself into Qin An's arms, pouting. She chimed in, there's no way the 2 of us can finish all this wine. If you really want me to keep you company, just order a set of little divine dragons. Don't waste money. Qin An's mind was entirely focused on the Grand Dragon set. He had no time to heed Xia Yanyan's advice. He hurriedly asked Shui Kai, what exactly is this Grand Dragon? How much does it cost? Seeing Qin An's interest, Shui Kai eagerly began explaining. Simply put, the Grand Divine Dragon is an upgraded version of the Little Divine Dragon. Besides the bottles included in the Little Divine Dragon set, it comes with 3 additional bottles of the same brand. With the Platinum Limited Edition being the most precious. Rumor has it that less than 300 bottles of this are produced annually. Our store currently has only 2 bottles in stock. The price, tell me the price. Hearing how rare it was, Qin An was intrigued and pressed for details. It's not expensive at all, just 88,888 yuan for the set. Deal. Learning it cost so little, Qin An slapped his thigh in excitement. He shouted, I'll take it. You only have 2 bottles left, right? Bring them all to me. Yes, yes. Shui Kai hadn't expected Qin An to actually agree. He was so flustered he could barely speak. He hurried off to fetch the bottles. He even forgot that ordering this set meal required payment up front. Only after running quite a distance did it occur to him. He turned back, handed the POS machine to Qin An, and apologized, sorry, Mr. Qin, please pay first. All right. Qin An had never been to a bar before. He assumed places like this required payment up front. So he didn't think anything of it. He pulled out his phone and tapped it against the chip reader on the POS machine. Then he casually entered his PIN. Click, click, click. As the POS machine spat out the receipt, Shui Kai's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. After having Qin An sign the receipt, he turned and jogged away once more. What are you doing? Seeing Qin An ignore her protests, Xia Yanran felt a surge of irritation. Like an eel, she squirmed in Qin An's arms a couple of times. She pouted, 2 sets of Divine Dragon cards cost nearly 180,000. That's enough to buy a car. Qin An felt his mind wandering slightly from her clinging. But he hadn't lost his mind. He still caught the hidden meaning in her words. He gently rubbed Xia Yanran's soft, fragrant shoulder. He smiled and asked, do you like cars? Not bad. Xia Yanran did indeed want to buy a car. But the model she had her eye on cost over 1 million yuan. She feared asking Qin An for it might frighten him. So she kept her thoughts hidden. She said one thing but meant another, I just feel like spending that much money on this isn't quite right. It's fine. Qin An smiled reassuringly. Spending money on you makes me happy. Also, if there's any car you like, just tell me. Anything under 2 million yuan is fine. Xia Yanyan froze in shock. Her beautiful eyes went blank. She began to doubt herself. Was she dreaming? This man before her was actually going to buy her a car? And a luxury car worth millions at that. This was just too unreal. So? Qin An saw the astonishment on her face. He knew she probably didn't quite believe it. He pulled the Bentley keys from his pocket and pressed them into Xia Yanran's hand. You can drive this one for now. When you're ready, just let me know, and I'll take you to pick up your car. Clunk. The moment her fingers touched the cold metal keys, Xia Yanran finally dared to believe it was all real. She threw herself into Qin An's arms, clinging to him tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. Qin An, you're so good to me. I love you so much. Whoa whoa. Love me to death? If you love me so much, why aren't you boosting my affection points? Without the system, Qin An would have been hooked by Xia Yanran's words, his mouth hanging open. But now?
He didn't believe a single word. His heart remained utterly unmoved. He even felt a bit angry. He thought Xia Yanran was nothing but a trashy woman who could only talk the talk. Still, he could understand her perspective. After all, what she just said was ultimately just empty words that hadn't been fulfilled. Before actually seeing the car, it was only natural that his emotions remained relatively calm. And filling a girl's heart completely is worlds apart from making her fall for you. It was only natural that it would be difficult. Also, referee, I'm calling Xia Yanran for charging with the ball. He knocked me dizzy. Are you going to do anything about it? Chapter 41. This wine is worth every penny. As the two snuggled close, deep in conversation, the music in the bar suddenly changed. From its original lyrical tone, it surged into a high-pitched, electrifying crescendo. The lights dimmed a little more. Only a few small neon lights and spotlights flickered intermittently. They cast their glow upon the misty haze within the bar. Each flash created an illusion that time had frozen. Restless hearts ignited in that moment, pulsing to the beat of the music. What's going on here? Someone asked, though it was unclear who spoke first, instantly sparking a flurry of discussion. No idea. Maybe it's some kind of secret performance. Bull secret act. Someone ordered the dragon suit. The dragon suit wasn't unfamiliar to these men and women who'd been hanging out in bars for ages. Holy! Who's that generous? Spending 88,888 on 6 bottles of liquor? That's just plain stupid. You think 88,888 is expensive? For rich folks, that's just pocket change. Damn it! I wish I could be that rich too. Wonder if the guy who ordered the Shenlong set is handsome. If he is, I'd love to meet him. Just for being that generous, I'd want to meet him even if he wasn't handsome. Ladies and gentlemen, scream. Suddenly, dry ice billowed from the previously empty stage. 2 rows of bikini-clad, curvaceous, flowed onto the stage from both sides, swaying to the beat of the music. Their sensual dance moves and graceful waists, captivating everyone in the audience. LED signs held high above their heads proclaimed in bold letters, "Thank you, President Qin. Mr. Qin is amazing," in 8 bold characters. Simultaneously, a torrent of prop banknotes rained down from above like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. That scene gave Qin An his first vivid understanding of the phrase dazzled by wealth and luxury. Friends! Let's congratulate Mr. Qin on acquiring 2 Supreme Divine Dragon sets. Wishing Mr. Qin a joyful and exhilarating experience. Scream it out, oh oh! As the DJ hyped the crowd for the second time, the atmosphere in the venue ignited completely at that moment. Guided by the spotlight, the crowd gathered around Qin An. Applause. Screams. Some girls even blew kisses at Qin An non-stop. Qin An felt like a dazzling superstar in that moment. Adored by thousands. His vanity was immensely satisfied in that moment. Not only did he no longer feel the wine was expensive, but he now believed it was worth every penny. Because the emotional value alone was worth 170,000 yuan. The actual cost of the wine was just a fraction of that. When Xia Yanyan used to perform here regularly, she'd seen plenty of people order this particular wine. But back then, she wasn't the star, just a supporting player. So not only was she unmoved, she even despised this kind of pretentious, ostentatious showboating. She thought anyone ordering this kind of wine must be out of their mind. With that kind of money, why not buy something worthwhile? Why must they show off? Until now, when she became the protagonist. Only then did she truly understand how exhilarating it felt to be the center of everyone's attention. And all of this was thanks to Qin An. This only made her more determined never to leave Qin An. Like a stubborn plaster, she clung to Qin An like glue, refusing to let go no matter what. Qin An had no time to pay attention to Xia Yanran at that moment. His attention was entirely focused on those foreign girls in bikinis. He intended to see if any scored above 90 points. If there were, he'd like to sample the flavor of these foreign beauties himself. But unfortunately, these foreign girls, under the dim lighting, each one looked stunning. In reality, their scores were surprisingly low, with only one reaching 87 points. Still, for the sake of thriving diplomatic endeavors, Qin An was willing to make some sacrifices. Initiate advanced scan. Ding. Scan successful. Name, Tina. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charm, 87. Occupation, bar promoter. Special skills, none. Affinity, 30 acquaintance. Number of wrestlers, 507. Success reward, none. Holy. Qin An had intended to contribute to his country's diplomatic endeavors. But when he saw the number 507, he promptly abandoned the idea. This job? Whoever wants it, take it. He sure as hell wasn't. Ah. With his fantasy of experiencing a foreign stallion dashed, Qin An shifted his gaze to the others. He was ready to see if he could find a piece of shining gold. But alas, there wasn't a single one. He was utterly speechless. He cursed the netizens 1,000 times in his mind. What about all the pretty girls promised in the bar? Why haven't I seen a single one? Ding! Detected a 93-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scan.
Just as Qin An was sinking into despair, the system suddenly activated on its own.
This instantly brightened his eyes.
He frantically scanned the surroundings. Then he spotted an exotic-looking girl gliding toward the center of the stage.
Tall and slender, she stood nearly 1.85 meters in heels.
Her long, fair legs were concealed beneath a black slit skirt.
As she moved, glimpses of them appeared and disappeared. The one-shoulder design exposed her shoulders, smooth and milky white.
A large pearl necklace sparkled brilliantly under the stage lights.
But none of that was the most captivating feature.
The most captivating feature was her pair of eyes, brimming with exotic allure. Mesmerizing, a single glance was enough to captivate all who saw them.
Ding! Scan successful. Name, Dillabuyer. Age, 26. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Charm, 93. Occupation, shareholder of Butterfly Lover Bar. Special skill, splits. Affinity, 10 stranger. Number of wrestled, 0.
Success reward, instrument mastery, Lakeview Villa number 8, and full refund of all romance expenses.
Upon seeing the girl's name, Qin An understood.
No wonder this girl had such an exotic charm.
She was from the western regions. The very region rumored online as having Dilraba every 3 steps and Naza every 5. Wait a minute. 0 people? Qin An was somewhat shocked.
In his view, such a stunning beauty. Who had to deal with such a mixed crowd every day? Logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to remain untouched.
Could it be she wasn't interested in men? Hello, Mr. Qin.
Upon reaching the center of the stage,
Dillipai bowed slightly to Qin An.
With a gentle smile, she said, "Thank you for your generous support.
We dedicate second hand to you. May you have a wonderful and joyful evening." Screams, shouts. Rain falls deep through the night, silent second hand. In the depths of the night, gently resonate with me. Rain falls in waves through the night, the second hand pauses. Rising like tidal waves, fearless of cold and wind.
Qin An had thought that one moment would conclude the entire process. But to his surprise, the bar owner himself took the stage to sing for him.
He couldn't help but feel this money was well spent. Chapter 42, God's Sister.
Qin An had been tone deaf since childhood, always singing off key. If the system hadn't rewarded him with singing skills, he probably wouldn't have learned to sing in this lifetime.
But just because he couldn't sing, didn't mean he couldn't listen.
After listening to a few lines, he realized Dillabuyer possessed exceptional vocal talent. Her voice was melodious and moving, clear and pleasant to the ear. Better than some popular stars, even. Listening to her nearly made his ears pregnant. His mood lifted considerably. Beyond that, Dillabuyer was also an exceptional dancer. Seated on a stool, her 2 fair legs would cross together for a moment. Then she'd spread them apart and spin around.
The glimpses of skin revealed were indescribably sensual.
It stirred the imagination. Many lecherous old men in the crowd stared, their eyes fixed on her. Screams and applause erupted in wave after wave. As if it had never stopped at all. Qin An, too, was swept up in the fervent atmosphere of the moment. And the pulsing rhythm of the music. Unable to resist, he rose from the leather sofa. Taking Xia Yanran's delicate, boneless hand, he swayed left and right to the music. But it was merely swaying back and forth.
Because he simply couldn't dance. Xia Yanran seemed to notice this.
She took the initiative to become his teacher. She lifted Qin An off the ground and spun him around. This instantly made Qin An even more excited. He thought to himself, no wonder rich people crave this kind of extravagant, hedonistic lifestyle. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Having only just tasted a glimpse of it, he already felt himself wanting to lose himself in it completely, unable to pull away. A few minutes later, as the music faded out, the feverish atmosphere in the venue gradually began to subside. Most people returned to their original seats. Qin An, drenched in sweat, waved off several girls who scored below 90 points and sat down to drink with his friends. After exchanging WeChat contacts, he returned to the booth.
Hugging Xia Yanran, he asked, "So? Did you have fun? Happy?"
As Xia Yanran spoke, her face was practically pressed against Qin An's.
Her warm breath tickled his face, making his face feel ticklish.
His heart itched even more. She grinned mischievously and pointed to her own lips.
"Aren't you going to reward me then?" Xia Yanran misunderstood. She thought Qin An was asking her to do that kind of thing. Her fair little face flushed crimson in an instant. She delivered a punch to Qin An, neither too light nor too heavy. She feigned anger, pouting, "Everyone's watching. Are you crazy?" Qin An was momentarily flustered. He glanced around in confusion. So what if they're watching? Kissing isn't illegal. Ha! After the realization dawned on her, Xia Yanran's face flushed even redder. She silently berated herself. What was wrong with her? Why had her thoughts become so dirty? How could she misinterpret something so simple? Qin An also caught on at that moment. Xia Yanran must have misunderstood.
A smile involuntarily curved his lips. He gently rubbed Xia Yanyan's delicate nose and teased, "Shame on you."
Oh my! Xia Yanyan was now utterly mortified.
She buried her head deep into Qin An's embrace. She refused to emerge no matter what he said. Qin An was utterly charmed by her adorable, bashful expression.
And couldn't stop laughing.
He couldn't have felt more content.
"Mr. Qin, hello."
At that moment, Dillybai walked over, swaying gracefully. She ran her fingers through her hair, which had become disheveled from the energetic dance. She tossed it back. She extended her hand with a warm smile. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Dillybai. I'm one of the owners of this bar and Yan Ran's godmother."
Qin An's eyes lit up.
He thought to himself, what a stroke of genius for Xia Yanran to have chosen this godmother. With this connection, he could spend the day with his godmother at night. Absolutely delightful. He happily reached out to clasp Dillybear's hand lightly, flashing a sweet smile.
"Godmother, good."
Dilber was a bit taken aback. She had assumed Qin An would be one of those spoiled rich kids who flaunted their wealth.
Arrogant and full of herself, looking down on everyone else.
But to her surprise, Qin An turned out to be so well-mannered. When shaking hands, he neither took advantage of the situation nor. And he even humbled himself to address her as dry sister alongside Xia Yanran. This left her with a very favorable first impression of Qin An. She smiled and nodded, then sat down at a nearby single seat. She opened a bottle of wine for Qin An.
Ding! Dillybear's affection plus 10. Sis buyer.
At that moment, Xia Yanran finally emerged from Qin An's embrace. She flashed Dillybear a coy smile. Snuggling against Qin An's shoulder, she beamed with happiness.
"So, isn't my boyfriend pretty great? He's more than just okay."
Dilber could run such a large bar on her own. She knew exactly what to say to make Xia Yanran happy at a moment like this. She smiled faintly and said, "He's absolutely perfect, handsome and wealthy.
I'm jealous. He.
It's not just guys who think having a beautiful girlfriend is incredibly impressive.
Girls feel the same way." After Dillybear's compliment,
Xia Yanran's smile stretched so wide her lips could barely close, her pretty little face beaming with pride.
"Mr. Qin, boss."
At that moment, Shui Kai approached with a group of waitstaff.
After bowing slightly to Qin An and Dillybear,
they began serving the dishes. The bar's offerings consisted mainly of dried fruits, snacks, and fruit platters. They looked similar to what you'd find in a KTV. But the prices were 2 to 3 times higher than those at KTVs.
This single large fruit platter alone cost 598 yuan, nearly 600 yuan.
Qin An was genuinely shocked.
He couldn't help but inwardly complain, "Is this damn thing fruit, or is it made of gold? Sis bai, we didn't order any of this, did we?" Xia Yanyan only remembered ordering drinks. She couldn't recall ordering any food and asked doubtfully.
"These are complimentary." Dillybear smiled gently. "It's your boyfriend's first time here.
As your godsister, how could I not show some hospitality?"
"Thank you, Sister Buyer."
Xia Yanran was flattered.
After nibbling a piece of squid strips, she waved her hand.
That's enough. Just bring these. We don't need the rest, we simply can't finish anymore. If you can't finish it, just take it home." Dillybai generously placed all the remaining food on the dining table.
She laughed heartily, "Your sister here isn't stingy with food."
"Thank you, Sister Bear. You're so kind to me." Xia Yanran was overjoyed. Her smile bloomed like a flower in full bloom, radiant and bright.
After that, the group ate, drank, and chatted together. Before they knew it, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Qin An, who was trying Western liquor for the first time, felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded.
He slumped there, unwilling to move. Xia Yanran's cheeks were flushed pink from the alcohol.
Resting her head on Qin An's chest, she gazed at him quietly, her eyes brimming with affection. Dillybear could hold her liquor well. As the hostess, she knew better than to get drunk and make a spectacle of herself. So she had controlled her drinking throughout the entire event and hadn't gotten drunk. She was merely slightly tipsy. She sat upright, smiling softly. "Sister Bear." Shui Kai approached then, his face clouded with worry. "Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang are here.
They're in your office." Chapter 43, Offending People. Upon learning of their arrival, Dillybear's smile vanished abruptly. Her embroidered brows furrowed slightly. A hint of irritation surfaced. But she quickly concealed it. She offered Qin An a faint smile.
"Mr. Qin, Yan, please continue enjoying yourselves. I have 2 important guests here and must excuse myself for a moment."
"All right." Qin An caught the flicker of emotion across Dillybear's face.
After she left, he leaned close to Xia Yanran's ear and whispered, "Who exactly are this Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao?"
"Boss." Xia Yanran belched.
She pushed herself up and staggered toward the restroom. Qin An feared she might fall, so he fought off his own drunkenness and hurried over to steady her. As they walked, he asked, "How many owners does this bar actually have?"
Xia Xinyao paused to think. Scratching her head, she said, I think there are 5. Anyway, I only know Sister Buyer is the second owner. I've barely seen the other owners, especially the big boss. I've never even laid eyes on him. But I heard they say the big boss only agreed to invest to pursue Sister Buyer. Now that he hasn't made a move yet, he's threatening to pull out. Oh. Qin An sensed this might be a golden opportunity to curry favor. He silently made a mental note. He planned to ask Dilabir about it once she returned. By then, the two had reached the restroom entrance. Xia Yanran went in alone, while Qin An stood quietly waiting at the door. With nothing else to do, he strolled further down the hallway. He discovered a hidden door on this side, which seemed to lead to another room. Driven by curiosity, he opened the hidden door and stepped inside. Then, 2 men and 1 woman came into view. The 2 men appeared to be around 50 years old. One was pot-bellied with an oily complexion. The other wore glasses, with white hair at his temples. They were sitting sideways on the sofa at that moment. They were positioned at a right angle to Qin An, so only he could see them. Unless they deliberately turned their heads, they couldn't see Qin An. The woman at the end was none other than Dilly Bai. At that moment, she held a glass of wine, leaning against the desk. Her long, beautiful legs were crossed. From Qin An's vantage point, the sight was undeniably sensual. So this is her office. Then these two must be President Zhao and President Huang, right? After confirming their identities, Qin An decided not to leave. Instead, he stood quietly by the doorway, intending to listen in on their conversation. Mr. Huang, Mr. Zhao. Dilabai's embroidered brows furrowed. A hint of gentle anger flashed across her face as she said, Ask yourselves honestly, in the 5 years and 4 months since this bar opened, have I ever failed to distribute your dividends on time? Or failed to ensure you received your share? To my knowledge, that has never happened, has it? Though Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao were reluctant to admit it, they ultimately nodded in agreement. This acknowledgement only fueled Dilabai's fury further. She slammed her wineglass down on the desk. She roared angrily, Then I just don't understand. This is clearly a profitable venture. Why are you insisting on pulling out your investment? Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao hung their heads like children who had done something wrong. Their weathered faces were etched with worry. Bear. After a long silence, Mr. Zhao spoke first. His face wore utter resignation. Just consider it our debt to you. Don't ask for specifics. Old Zhao is right. President Huang chimed in, Don't ask. Our withdrawal is within the rules. Just give us the money. Dilber felt a sharp headache coming on. She rubbed her forehead hard with her hands. An indescribable irritation welled up inside her. Truthfully, if it were just Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang wanting to withdraw their investment, she wouldn't have been so troubled. After all, through 5 years and 4 months of operations, she could easily afford the money. But the other 4 shareholders were all withdrawing their investments. Moreover, the largest shareholder and the third largest shareholder had already completed their withdrawals. They had taken every last penny from her hands, leaving her utterly unable to come up with the funds. That's why she's so frustrated. Huff. After a long moment, Dilly Bai exhaled deeply. After calming down, she said, All right then, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Huang. On top of the original terms, I'll give each of you an extra 10% profit share. Please, I'm begging you. Just consider this a favor to me. Can't you do that? Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao bowed their heads once more. Silence fell. Seeing this, Dilly Bai felt there might still be hope. She poured wine for both men. She continued her plea, Mr. Huang, Mr. Zhao, you two are my elders. You've watched me grow up since I was a child. Could you really bear to see me fall apart like this? Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao bowed their heads even lower. Their weathered faces were etched with anguish. After a long pause, Mr. Zhao sighed deeply. Let me be honest with you. It's not that we don't want to help you. It's that you've offended someone. If we assist you, we'll be the ones to suffer. So? Offended someone? Dilabai's anger flared. Her face darkened as she pressed coldly, Who? Is it Mr. Tong? Ah, just don't ask. Mr. Huang waved his hand impatiently. He said coldly, Anyway, we've said what we needed to say and what we shouldn't have said. We'll give you 3 more days. After that, we're coming to collect the money. 3 days? Dilly Bai was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Her eyes brimming with tears, she stared at the 2 men. Her voice trembled with fury. I run a bar, not a bank. Where am I supposed to get over 6 million in 3 days? That's your problem. Mr. Huang showed no intention of sparing her. His face darkened as he coldly declared, We're only giving you 3 days. Hey! Mr. Zhao seemed to still have some affection for Dilapire. He patted Dilapire on the shoulder. He said earnestly, If it really doesn't work out, just close the shop. You've offended that person anyway, so it'll be hard to keep it open. The words close the shop drained all the strength from Dilapire. She slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Truthfully, she'd considered this option long ago. But she couldn't bear to do it.
She couldn't bear to part with this child she'd nurtured for 5 years and 4 months, watching it grow day by day with her own eyes. Otherwise, closing the shop truly was the best solution. But now, even though her heart ached at the thought, it seemed she had no choice but to proceed. Because in just 3 short days, she simply couldn't scrape together over 6 million. After all, we're talking millions here, not tens of thousands. Ah! At this thought, Dilly Bai sighed deeply. With a bitter smile, she said, I'll give it serious thought. Thank you for your valuable advice, Mr. Zhao. You're welcome. Mr. Zhao shook his head helplessly. He stood up to leave. Tap tap tap. Just then, Qin An strode over, his expression calm as he said, no need to wait 3 days. I'll give you the money today. Chapter 44, The Gift. 6 million yuan, a colossal sum, and he claimed he'd hand it over today. How utterly audacious. Both General Manager Zhao and General Manager Huang were stunned. They wondered who this hot-headed young man could possibly be. Could it be Dilly Bai's boyfriend? Both men considered this a strong possibility. Otherwise, why had Dilly Bai consistently refused Tong's advances after all these years? More importantly, a stranger wouldn't just hand over that much money without hesitation. At this thought, they felt a pang of pity for the devoted Tong. At the same time, they felt disgust toward Dilly Bai. They thought this woman was a dam. She clearly has a boyfriend, yet she still puts on a show of virtue. She kept clinging to Mr. Tong. It was utterly disgusting. Qin An? Dilly Bai was taken aback. He rose to greet him, his face full of confusion. What brings you here? Qin An, transformed by the god of men's manual, knew this was the prime moment to enter a woman's heart. For when people are at their most vulnerable and helpless, are most desperate for comfort and support, so he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to speak plainly. Instead, he put on an extremely concerned expression. He gazed deeply at Dilly Bai. When I saw you leave earlier, something felt off. I worried someone might be picking on you, so I came over to check. And boy, was I right. I was right. Those 2 old fools were actually picking on you. But now, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Qin An seized the moment to grab Dilly Bai's wrist, pulling her behind him. Leaving her only with his imposing silhouette, he declared with overwhelming authority, with me here, no one can bully you. Clunk. Dilly Bai, long accustomed to facing life's storms alone. She had always believed men were utterly useless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone this long without ever dating. But in this moment, as Qin An shielded her with his body, her resolve wavered. Having a man protect her, it seemed rather nice. At least it would give her the courage to face the darkness when she felt vulnerable. It would give her peace of mind. Ding. Dilly Bai's affection plus 10. Ding. Dilly Bai's affection plus 10. Ding. Dilly Bai's affection plus 10. He. Upon realizing that this single action had earned him a full 30 points of favor, Qin An's mouth practically split from ear to ear. Rescuing the damsel in distress really works like a charm. Ha ha ha. Ding. Dilly Bai's favorability 10. Ding. Dilly's affection 10. Ding. Dilly Bai's affection 10. What the hell? Qin An was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The favorability I just gained, how did it mysteriously drop back down? This is ridiculous. The reason the affection dropped was because Dilly Bai suddenly realized Qin An was Xia Yanyan's boyfriend. If she fell for Qin An, it would be like stealing her dry sister's man. What kind of person would that make her? So she forced herself to calm down. She resolved to maintain a platonic friendship with Qin An. Kid, are you really sure you want to cover her 6 million? Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang had also regained their composure from their initial shock. Their gaze toward Qin An held a hint of doubt. Yes. Qin An nodded. His face radiated generosity as he declared, 6 million? That's nothing. I can afford it. No need, Qin An. I'll find a way to cover it myself, you don't have to pay. Dilly Bai didn't believe it. Merely based on that meal alone, plus her and Xia Yanyan's status, Qin An would open his wallet so generously and splurge over 6 million yuan. Qin An must have other motives. Like trying to seduce her. So to prevent Xia Yanyan from resenting her, she absolutely couldn't accept it. Besides, even if Qin An truly had no ulterior motives, it still wouldn't be acceptable. Because this favor was too immense, she couldn't possibly repay it. Qin An understood her concerns. He smiled and said, Sister buyer, don't rush to refuse just yet. I'm not giving you the 6 million for nothing, I'm buying the shares held by those 2. Ha! Upon learning Qin An intended to buy shares, Dilly Bai exhaled in relief. She nodded. That's acceptable, but aren't you afraid of losing money? Not at all. Qin An waved his hand dismissively with an air of arrogance. He plopped down on the sofa directly facing CEO Zhao and CEO Huang. He picked up a slice of honeydew melon, eating as he spoke, a mere 6 million? I couldn't care less. Poof. Mr. Huang chuckled. Mr. Zhao also let out a series of cold laughs. He instantly dismissed Qin An as a spoiled rich kid. And a particularly boastful one at that.
As for whether he genuinely didn't care, neither of them believed it for a second. Because in this world, no one truly doesn't care about money. But Dilly Bai believed it. After all, Qin An could carry 2 million yuan in cash just to hit up a bar. 6 million yuan might truly be nothing to him. She was just curious. Just who exactly was this Qin An? How could he be so wealthy? Ring ring. Ring ring. Just then, Qin An's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Xia Yanran calling. She must have come out of the restroom and couldn't find me. He pressed the answer button. Hello? Where did you go? Xia Yanyan sounded furious on the other end. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the entrance? Why did you disappear? I'm in Sister Buyer's office. Qin An knew that the more he went along with her now, the more passive his position would become. He replied coolly, something came up here. You'll see when you get here. Oh. Upon learning it was about Dilly Bai, Xia Yanran's anger subsided somewhat. She hung up the phone and walked over. She pushed open the door and entered shortly after. What's up, Sister Bear? Upon entering, Xia Yanran immediately spotted Dilly Bai standing by the doorway. Her large, watery eyes fluttered as she asked with a puzzled expression, what happened? Come here. Before Dilly Bai could explain further, Qin An beckoned to Xia Yanyan first. This left Xia Yanyan even more bewildered. She sat down beside Qin An, puzzled. She asked, a hint of irritation in her voice, what the hell is going on? Yanran. Qin An took Xia Yanran's small hand and held it in his. With a gentle smile and eyes brimming with affection, he said, I plan to buy out the shares held by Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang and give them to you as a gift. That way, you won't have to sing for money anymore. You can just lie comfortably at home and still make money. Ha? Xia Yanran froze. What was going on? She just stepped away to use the restroom, and now she was about to become a boss? What exactly had happened in the meantime? Dilly Bai was also stunned. She had assumed Qin An's acquisition of shares. First, to help her through a tough time. Second, to seize the opportunity to build an enterprise that would make him money. But she never imagined he'd be trying to pick up girls. He intended to gift these shares, worth over 6 million yuan, to Xia Yanyan. This was a bit extravagant, wasn't it? Chapter 45, Universal Coin. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang were stunned. Their faces betrayed utter disbelief. They silently admitted they'd misjudged the situation. This kid, he really doesn't give a damn about money. Spending over 6 million to pick up girls? That's insane. In truth, Qin An wasn't nearly as extravagant as they imagined. He wasn't the kind of person who'd just hand over a fortune like that on a whim. He had no choice but to give it away. Because right now, he only had 2 million in his pocket. To fill that 6 million hole, there was only one way. That was to exploit the system's feature of refunding all dating expenses, making 3 repeated payments. Transforming 2 million into 6 million. There was no other way. As for transferring funds from the Yunhai Hotel or Yu car rental accounts, he had considered it. It was utterly impossible. Because the funds in both companies' accounts had essentially been drained by the previous owner before the acquisition. The remaining working capital was extremely limited. It was barely enough to cover daily operations. If he touched that money, the cash flow for both companies would inevitably dry up, ultimately leading to extremely adverse consequences. Moreover, what's even more crucial is that he could have acquired this stake without using his own money. Why go out of his way to do something so unnecessary? This bar doesn't exactly bring in millions every single day. Moreover, Qin An was eager to see whether throwing over 6 million at it, whether it could finally secure that last shred of goodwill from Xia Yanyan, unlocking that ultimate reward he'd been longing for. You brought the contract, right? Qin An glanced at the briefcase in General Manager Huang's hand. We have. Not being proactive about collecting payment? That's a sign of mental deficiency. Mr. Huang promptly retrieved the documents and handed them over. His greasy, plump face was now plastered with respect and flattery. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. What a joke! The guy had become a big shot who could pick up girls with 6 million. For him to still act cocky? That'd be pure suicide. Seeing his face change so quickly, he gained a crystal clear understanding of the phrase money above all else. He chuckled and shook his head, then asked Dilly Bai, Sis Bai, have you seen this contract? I have, but... Dilly Bai desperately wanted to warn Qin An against acting impulsively. But fearing she might anger Xia Yanran, she swallowed her words. She smiled and said, no problem. Good. Qin An automatically ignored the unusual tone in Dilly Bai's voice. He pushed the contract across the table and affectionately ruffled Xia Yanyan's hair. Stop spacing out. Sign it already. Oh, okay. Xia Yanyan had always dreamed of owning a bar. But the investment required was simply too high. It could easily cost hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Plus, you absolutely needed strong connections and social backing. Otherwise, you'd be out of business in days. So to this day, she still hasn't been able to make it happen.
This dream has forever remained just that, a dream. But what she never could have imagined was that this dream could become reality with just one signature on a contract. It felt like a dream, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She couldn't quite believe it was real. Wait a minute. 6.3 million yuan. Midway through signing, Xia Yanran's hand jerked violently upon seeing the price. The pen slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp thud. She grabbed Qin An's arm urgently, shaking her head in refusal. No! I can't accept this, Qin An. This gift is far too expensive. If it were 100,000 yuan, or even 200,000 yuan, or even 600,000, Xia Yanran would have dared to accept it. Because she had long since decided in her heart that Qin An was her destined partner in this lifetime. As long as Qin An was willing to have her, she would marry him without hesitation. So even if the gifts she received were a bit more expensive, she felt no sense of obligation. But a gift worth 6 million yuan was simply too extravagant. If she truly accepted it, she felt she could never repay him, even if she spent her entire life by his side. Truthfully, when Qin An decided to gift Xia Yanran all those shares worth over 6 million, he felt quite uneasy inside. He worried that Xia Yanran might turn her back on him after accepting the gift. After all, they hadn't seen each other in years. He had no idea what kind of person she had become now. And in this day and age, stories like boyfriends taking out loans to pay for their girlfriend's medical treatment, only to be dumped after she recovered. It was all too common to hear stories of boyfriends working tirelessly to pay for their girlfriend's tuition, only for her to marry someone else after graduation. It was truly hard for him not to feel afraid. But now, he wasn't afraid anymore. His affection for Xia Yanyan soared. He gently rubbed her delicate nose with his finger. Are you crazy? You're turning down 6 million? It's precisely because it's 6 million that I dare not accept it. Xia Yanran pouted. She said adorably, because I don't think I'm worth that much money. Thud. Ouch. Xia Yanyan rubbed her head, stinging from Qin An's sharp tap. She huffed angrily, why did you hit me? Xia Yanyan. Qin An feigned extreme anger. He glared at Xia Yanyan. He shouted angrily, do you think our feelings for each other can be bought with money? No, it's not like that. Xia Yanyan thought Qin An was genuinely furious. She hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. I just feel like you're getting the short end of the stick giving me so much money. Shortchanged? Qin An laughed. I'm the one who's made a huge profit, okay? Listen here, Xia Yanran. Mark my words, in my eyes, you'll always be priceless. You're worth everything I can give you. So please, don't ever say such silly things again, okay? Qin An's words felt like warm sunlight. They warmed Xia Yanyan's tender heart. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears. She threw herself into Qin An's arms, clinging tightly to him. Her voice choked with emotion as she whispered, Qin An, I love you. This lifetime, no. The next lifetime, even the one after that, I will be with you. Ding. Xia Yanran's affection +1. Ding. Xia Yanran's affection level has reached 100 points. Xia Yanran has actively confessed her feelings. The quest has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ultimate reward. 10 universal coins. Universal coins? Qin An had expected the ultimate reward to be transforming him into the world's richest man. Or some equally powerful skill. Instead, he ended up with just some universal coins, only 10 of them at that, leaving him utterly disappointed. He asked the system listlessly in his mind, what exactly are these universal coins? Ding. Universal coins, a versatile currency that not only enhances the host's 4 dimensions but also allows purchasing any item or skill in the system store. Upon learning he could buy items and skills, Qin An desperately wanted to explore the system store immediately. But with so many people watching him now, standing there motionless would easily arouse suspicion. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, planning to sneak a peek later when no one was around. Chapter 46, The Tone-Deaf Designated Driver. Alright, just sign it already. Qin An affectionately ruffled Xia Yanran's hair and gently wiped away her tears with his fingers. Only then did Xia Yanyan's emotions settle. She picked up the pen and swiftly signed her name on the contract. Then, both Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang signed their names on the document. With only the transfer of funds remaining, the share transfer was complete. I wonder how Mr. Qin plans to make the payment. Mr. Huang asked tentatively. Any way is fine. Qin An shrugged indifferently. But there's one thing I should clarify upfront, due to transfer limits, the maximum single transaction is 2 million yuan. So for this 6.3 million, I'll need to transfer it to you in 3 installments. Is that okay? No problem. They couldn't care less how many times you transfer it. As long as the final amount is correct, it's fine. Alright. Qin An didn't beat around the bush. He focused on his phone and quickly transferred the first 2 million. Ding. Since Ms. Xia Yanran has been successfully courted, all dating expenses will be immediately refunded. Ding ling ding. Bank of Dragon Nation account ending in 7449 has received 2 million yuan. Yes. Seeing this tactic actually work, Qin An felt exhilarated. He felt richer than even the world's wealthiest man, Gatsby.
Because Gatsby's wealth was finite. But his 2 million yuan was limitless.
As long as he wanted, he could keep leveraging it endlessly. At this thought, Qin An couldn't help but start fantasizing. He planned to ask Su Wanqing for another day off tomorrow after dropping her off at the company. He'd head to the mall for a proper shopping spree, fully experiencing the joy of being wealthy.
As for using those 2 million to leverage billions and acquire several listed companies? Nah, he'd rather not.
He feared it would wear him out. Besides, making large transfers too frequently would trigger the bank's monitoring system. He certainly didn't want to spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Within minutes, the entire 6.3 million yuan was transferred.
Mr. Huang and Mr. Zhao grinned ear to ear at the balance on their bank cards.
They chuckled and asked Qin An, "Mr. Qin, what line of business are you in?" "Small-scale business." Qin An didn't have a favorable impression of these two. He didn't want to get too involved with them. He gave a perfunctory reply.
He turned to Dillabayer.
"Sis Bear, if there's nothing else, I'll take Yen Ran home now. I'm feeling a bit sleepy." "All right." Dillybai actually had a lot she wanted to say to Qin An.
But since Qin An was leaving, she couldn't force her to stay.
With Xia Yanran present, some things were simply too awkward to voice. She'd just have to find another opportunity. Phew!
A cool breeze swept through, finally easing the headache Qin An had been suffering from the foreign liquor. But she still felt lightheaded. He had to act quickly while he was still lucid and get things done. Otherwise, if he dozed off, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. Glancing around, he said flatly, "We've both been drinking, so driving is out of the question. There are no rental cars available nearby either.
How about we crash at the hotel across the street for the night?"
The taxi driver beside him. "Man, you're selectively blind when it comes to picking up girls."
Actually, it wasn't just Qin An who was blind, Xia Yanran was too.
During the day, she still wanted to maintain some dignity, not letting Qin An have her so easily.
But now, she didn't want to hold back anymore. She just wanted to be glued to Qin An every single moment. Even if it made Qin An think she was easy, she didn't care. Still, she was a girl.
They still needed to put up a little resistance. She lowered her head, her face flushed with coyness.
This isn't quite right. Taxi driver. You two really don't give a damn about me. Getting 2 rooms isn't the same as staying together. What's wrong with that?" Qin An suddenly felt hopeful when she took the initiative. He knew he had a chance.
His heart surged with excitement. But on the surface, he still put on the appearance of a gentleman.
"Well, fine then."
Xia Yanran, head bowed, smiled faintly. She hesitated slightly before preparing to follow Qin An to the hotel across the street.
Wait, boss." At that moment, the designated driver nearby seemed to spot a business opportunity.
He zoomed over on his electric scooter. Blocking their path, he grinned warmly.
"Boss, if there are no taxis, you can always choose a designated driver.
My driving skills are top-notch, no accidents in 5 years. And I've always been our company's top driver, a gold medal designated driver."
Taxi driver. Great. Another bloody blind driver. Gold medal designated driver. I'll show you gold medal designated driver. Xia Yanyan was furious enough to go mad.
She'd worked so hard to make this seem perfectly natural.
You just had to come along and ruin everything. You're just too adorable.
Thinking this, Xia Yanyan flashed a fist at the driver. She kept mouthing the words, signaling him to get lost. Her expression was terrifying enough to make the driver break out in a cold sweat.
He thought, what's going on? Didn't you just say you didn't want to stay at a hotel?
Qin An, however, couldn't care less. He had a perfectly reasonable excuse to refuse. Smiling, he patted the driver on the shoulder and said, "Sorry, buddy.
My car's a sports car, only 2 seats.
If I use your service, wouldn't that leave us both without a place to sit?"
"Ha?"
Xia Yanran, who had been fretting over how to politely dismiss the driver. Her eyes lit up at his words.
He thought Qin An's excuse was absolutely perfect.
She stood there with a smug look on her face,
quietly waiting for the driver to slink away. But in the end, she realized she had underestimated the driver's thick skin.
She had overestimated his tact. Instead of leaving, the driver not only stayed put. He folded up the electric scooter, put on white gloves, and grinned, "No problem, sir.
I can drop off this lady first and come back for you. It won't take a minute longer. And I can even give you a 20% discount on both rides." Ha ha ha. Qin An and Xia Yanran were so furious they burst out laughing.
Then their expressions turned fierce as they shouted in unison, "Get lost."
The designated driver was completely dumbfounded.
"Wait. You were the ones who just said you didn't want to stay at a hotel, so why are you telling me to get lost now?"
"What the hell?" "Put." The taxi driver burst out laughing. This designated driver is just so darn adorable. After the whole designated driver incident, once they entered the hotel, neither of them bothered pretending anymore. They booked a room and checked in. Click. The door closed, and Qin An couldn't hold back any longer. One arm wrapped around Xia Yanran's slender waist, barely a hand's width. The other hand cupped her fragrant neck. He pressed his lips against those fiery red ones. Xia Yanyan returned the kiss with equal passion. In that moment, the two, like dry kindling meeting a flame, kissed with such intensity they couldn't bear to part. From the doorway, their kiss carried them all the way to the hammock nestled in the deepest corner. Only then did they finally pull apart, gasping for breath. Wait. Seeing Qin An about to take the next step, Xia Yanran hurriedly stopped him. I need to take a shower first. Chapter 47, Will You Love Only Me? Though Qin An was eager beyond measure. But for the sake of their mutual health, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Alone, he sprawled in the circular hammock, browsing the system store. The interface of the system store resembled that of some third-rate browser game shop. The top bar listed the names of various categories. From left to right, sports, music, languages, arts, and so on. The far left column listed major categories like skills, items, and equipment. Qin An briefly scanned each section. He estimated there were over 100 million items here. It would be impossible to review them all in a short time. As for prices, they varied widely. They ranged from a single universal coin to tens of thousands, even dozens of universal coins. Buying them all would be nearly impossible. I'll just store them for now. After browsing for a while, Qin An concluded. He decided that rather than spending these universal coins now on flashy skills or items, he decided it would be better to keep them as a backup for unforeseen circumstances. He closed the system shop interface. Click. Xia Yanran emerged from the bathroom after her shower. Rubbing her hair with a towel, she muttered, Why are the towels in this hotel so short? Qin An raised an eyebrow and glanced over. His eyes widened instantly. Because the towel was so small. Xia Yanran barely covered her chest and the base of her thighs. Her alluring collarbone and smooth, shapely legs were fully exposed. The sight sent a surge of desire coursing through Qin An. He rushed over in 2 strides, pulling Xia Yanran into his arms. He kissed her deeply. His hands began exploring her body. Realizing things were about to get out of hand, she hurriedly pushed Qin An away. Her cheeks flushed as she pleaded, Just hold on a little longer, okay? Let's finish the shower first. Fine. Qin An couldn't stand Xia Yanran's pitiful little expression. He reluctantly let her off the hook and obediently slipped into the bathroom to shower. After stripping off his clothes, Qin An was startled by his reflection in the mirror. What was going on? When did her figure get so good? He actually has 8-pack abs. His waistline and V-line are also clearly visible. And speaking of Xiao Qin An, how come he seems to have grown a bit too? This is just too amazing. During his college days, Qin An was influenced by a roommate who was passionate about fitness. He followed suit and worked out for a while. But later he heard that achieving perfectly defined 8-pack abs, he'd need to stick with it for nearly 2 years. Every day would involve repeating monotonous, exhausting routines. And adhering to a low-fat, low-oil diet. I gave up immediately. At the time, I even thought I'd never achieve the kind of perfect physique in my lifetime. But to my utter surprise, just one superior constitution skill has now achieved what took 2 years to attain. And it even gave him an extra surprise. This made him incredibly happy. After admiring himself in the mirror for quite a while, he finally went to take a shower. Splash! No matter when, guys always shower much faster than girls. Especially at times like this, they're lightning fast. In less than 5 minutes, Qin An emerged from the bathroom. He hurried toward the bed. He flashed a mischievous grin. Baby, I'm here. Xia Yanran, hiding beneath the covers, peeked out with her little eyes to look at Qin An. Then she gasped. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. When she first saw Qin An, Xia Yanran had only thought his figure was perfectly proportioned, neither fat nor thin. But she never imagined that once he took off his clothes, his physique would be this impressive. He actually had 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 defined abs. Oh my goodness. I just want to touch them. The thought made Xia Yanyan's heart pound wildly. Her delicate little face flushed with an intoxicating crimson. Qin An knew she was deeply infatuated. Without further hesitation, he took action. He pressed his lips against Xia Yanran's crimson ones. Simultaneously, his hands began their conquest. Qin An. After the kiss ended, Xia Yanran wrapped her arms tightly around Qin An's neck. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she whispered, I love you. Do you love me? I do. At a moment like this, only a little cutie would say no. Then will you love only me forever and ever? Qin An fell silent. Having been transformed by the god of men's manual, knew exactly how to answer this question. But when he saw the hopeful gaze in Xia Yanran's eyes, the lie he intended to tell caught in his throat. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to say it. What could he do? He'd merely mastered the playbook of a scumbag. He hadn't truly become one. So he genuinely couldn't bring himself to deceive a girl who loved him so deeply. And he certainly couldn't be the kind of man who flirts with every woman he meets without ever getting involved. Seeing Qin An remain silent for a long while, Xia Yanran understood. The endorphins surging through her body began to rapidly fade. Her entire being cooled down. She released her grip from around Qin An's neck. She rolled over to the side and said coldly, "If you want it, come and take it. But, there are some things I need to make clear. It's true that I love you, but my love is selfish. So after tonight, let's pretend we never met. As for those shares, I'll have a lawyer draft the transfer agreement and hand them over to you as soon as possible." Ding! Xia Yanran's affection level 1. Ding! Xia Yanran's affection level 1. Ding! Xia Yanran affection 1. Listening to the cold notification tones echoing in his mind, Qin An felt helpless. He truly liked Xia Yanyan. But he also cared deeply for Su Wanqing and Shen Xinyao. He couldn't bear to give up on either of them. After all these years of frustration, he'd finally turned his life around. Now he was being forced to stake everything on one woman? He simply couldn't accept that. Ah! After a long pause, Qin An sighed. While dressing, he said, "Those shares, since I've already given them to you, they're yours. And, get some sleep. Good night." With that, Qin An pushed open the door and left. Huddled under the covers, Xia Yanran heard the door close. Burst into uncontrollable sobs. By the time Qin An emerged from the hotel, it was already 1 a.m. Most of the shops along the street had already closed. But Butterfly Lover Bar remained bustling. People came and went in a steady stream. Seeing this, Qin An felt an urge to go back and ask Dillybear for a drink. He wanted to drown his current gloomy mood in it. But then he remembered he had to drive Su Wanqing to work tomorrow. Drinking too much would mean driving under the influence. He dismissed the idea. He slumped onto the curb, staring blankly at the passing pedestrians. He felt utterly lost. Ding dong! Ding dong! Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to find a message from Su Wanqing. "Su Wanqing, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. No tardiness allowed. No tardiness allowed. No tardiness allowed. Or else I'll dock half a month's pay." Qin An was taken aback. Why was she still awake so late? Was she working overtime again? With that question in mind, Qin An tapped into her Moments feed. Sure enough, there was a post about working late into the night. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Su Wanqing. Chapter 48, No need for such formalities. Su Wanqing came from a very privileged background. Even if she never worked a day in her life, she could live in carefree luxury. She would never want for food or clothing, living a life of pure luxury. Especially since she's a girl, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. This only served to reinforce that point. But she didn't settle for the status quo, nor did she coast through life waiting for death, nor did she indulge in debauchery. Instead, she fought relentlessly for her career. For 3 full years, she took breaks only on holidays. She worked overtime almost every single day. Often pushing through until 1 or 2 in the morning. Sometimes she even pulled all-nighters. Qin An was deeply impressed. At one point, he regarded Su Wanqing as a role model on his own path forward. Whenever he felt exhausted, he'd draw inspiration from her. She'd remind herself, here's a rich kid with all the advantages, working her ass off. What right did he, a poor kid from the countryside, have to slack off? It was precisely because of her inspiration. Qin An managed to endure the darkest period right after graduation. She didn't let him crumble in the face of hardship, nor did he follow the path of most people by choosing to return to his hometown for opportunities. Instead, he successfully established himself in Binhai. So for Qin An, beyond his affection for Su Wanqing, but also boundless gratitude. Why not spend the night at her place tonight? That way, I won't have to get up early tomorrow morning. After making up his mind, he prepared to find a designated driver to take him there. But when he reached into his pocket, it was empty. Only then did he remember he'd given his car keys to Xia Yanran. He'd have to take a taxi instead. Tongxin Lake Villa, Su Wanqing's residence. Su Wanqing sat at her desk, staring at her phone for nearly half an hour. Still no reply from Qin An. She felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, he didn't even bother to say goodnight before going to bed. Wait a minute. Why am I getting upset again just because he's not talking to me? Could it be I've actually fallen for him? Su Wanqing shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off that terrifying thought. She maneuvered her electric wheelchair toward the kitchen. She'd been busy since 3 in the afternoon. She hadn't even had time for dinner, and now her stomach was growling loudly. Her stomach was pressed against her back. Ha! Is it out of power? Why isn't it moving? As she was moving, the wheelchair suddenly stopped. Su Wanqing was momentarily bewildered. She tentatively pressed the forward button again. Click. After who knows how many presses, the wheelchair finally responded. It accelerated sharply, hurtling straight toward the door. She nearly jumped out of her skin. Her mind went blank. Squeak! Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the front door, she finally remembered where the brakes were. She slammed on the brakes and came to a halt. The wheelchair came to a halt. She herself, propelled by momentum, flew forward. She landed hard on the floor.
The pain made her wince and grimace. She sucked in several sharp breaths.
Beep, beep, beep. The lock clicked open.
At that moment, the front door swung open. Qin An walked in carrying bags and packages. Seeing her sprawled on the floor like a turtle, he couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and said, "Come on, get up. It's not like it's New Year's or anything, no need for such formalities."
Su Wanqing's face flushed crimson. She swatted Qin An's hand away.
Gritting her teeth against the pain, she scrambled to her feet and protested, "Stop being so shameless."
Who was bowing to you?
I was just looking for something I dropped on the floor.
Besides, why did you suddenly come over? You weren't planning anything shady, were you?
Su Wanqing cautiously tiptoed backward a step. Simultaneously, she clutched her chest tightly with both hands.
You guessed right.
Qin An leaned forward, advancing step by step toward Su Wanqing. He chuckled wickedly, teasing, "I was planning to sneak up on you while you slept, but looks like you're wide awake. But this is better.
You being awake makes it all the more fun. You dare?"
Su Wanqing was so frightened her tongue tied in knots. She held the wheelchair remote high, adopting a stance ready for battle at any moment. Qin An paid no heed to Su Wanqing's threats. He reached out, seized her wrist, and yanked her forcefully. Standing on one foot, Su Wanqing instantly lost her balance. Spinning in place once, she fell backward into Qin An's arms. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. Before she could react, Qin An had already lowered his head and leaned in to kiss her. Her heart pounded wildly with nervousness. She instinctively closed her eyes. Quack, quack, quack. Seeing she'd truly fallen for it, he couldn't help but laugh out a goose-like quack, teasing her, "So it turns out Ms. Su really wanted to kiss me? Ugh." Realizing she'd been tricked, Su Wanqing was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into a hole. She angrily punched Qin An. She retorted, "Like hell I wanna kiss you." Qin An laughed even harder. He reached out and lifted her by the crook of her knee. He carried her toward the dining room. "What are you up to now?" Su Wanqing jumped in surprise. She stared at Qin An warily. She snapped, her voice sharp but trembling inside, "I'm warning you, going against a woman's will is a crime punishable by jail time."
Is that so?
Qin An chuckled playfully.
But you seemed pretty willing just now. Doesn't that mean it wasn't against her will? Su Wanqing flushed crimson once more. She transformed into a catfish, struggling desperately. She shouted loudly, "I don't want to. I don't want to." Oh. Qin An helped Su Wanqing into a chair. He placed the groceries on the dining table and said, "Well, I guess I'll have to eat these dumplings all by myself." Su Wanqing froze in awkwardness. "So all this time, you meant eating dumplings? Well, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I've been thinking about something else entirely." They smell pretty good." Qin An opened a box of dumplings and brought it close to his nose to smell. Then he began to devour them heartily. This made Su Wanqing, who'd been starving all day, drool with envy. Her mouth watered. She reached for the chopsticks. But before her fingers could touch them, Qin An tapped her hand with a chopstick. The pain made her yank her hand back. Rubbing her hand, she snapped, "What the hell? That's what I should be asking you." Qin An put on a stern face. "Didn't you just say you didn't want to? Then why are you eating my dumplings?" "You." Su Wanqing was furious. Her chest heaved with each breath. She slammed her fist on the table. "Fine. I won't eat them anymore, okay?" Watching Su Wanqing's adorable expression when she was angry, Qin An finally understood why some guys always like to tease their girlfriends into getting angry. It really was quite amusing. All right, just eat already." Qin An pushed the dumplings toward her. Then he handed her the chopsticks. "These were bought especially for you." Su Wanqing wasn't particularly upset. Seeing Qin An back down, she let it go, picked up a dumpling, and took a bite. Then her beautiful eyes lit up. Her face filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "These are dumplings from Lao Jichuan, the place across from our company?" Chapter 49, Warm Stomach, Warm Heart. "That's right." Qin An nodded slightly. "That's the one." "No way, you're lying to me." Su Wanqing's eyebrows shot up as she reasoned logically, "That place closes at 10 every night. It's almost 2 in the morning now, how could you possibly have bought them?" Qin An smiled faintly. "True, they did close. But I offered the owner a price he couldn't refuse, 300 yuan for a box of dumplings." "Are you out of your mind?" Su Wanqing was stunned to hear Qin An had paid 10 times the price for 5 boxes of dumplings. Su Wanqing was startled. She couldn't help but think the money was utterly wasted. "I'm not crazy." Qin An's eyes were unwavering. He gazed at Su Wanqing with deep affection. "As long as you enjoy eating them, I wouldn't mind spending not just 300 yuan on a box of dumplings, but even 30,000 yuan. Qin An wasn't exaggerating. After all, he wasn't spending his own money on this date. Forget 30,000, even 300,000 or 3 million wouldn't make him flinch. There was a time when Su Wanqing, working late into the night, she too had fantasized about how wonderful it would be if a man could bring her food at times like this.
But day after day passed, and all she got were sleazy men at business dinners trying desperately to get her drunk. Trying to take advantage of her. No one cared whether she was hungry or not. And certainly no one cared whether she even liked the dishes or the food. It left her with an indescribable sense of disappointment. At one point, she even thought she'd never meet a man like that in her lifetime. Yet what she never could have imagined was that just as she was on the brink of despair, Qin An appeared. Not only did he bring her food, but also, mindful of her preferences, he paid 10 times the price to buy her favorite dumplings, warming both her stomach and her heart. She was so touched she nearly cried. Her affection for Qin An skyrocketed. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +3. Current affection level 80 points. Qin An had assumed that after pulling off this divine move, Su Wanqing would be moved to tears. Her affection would jump by 10 or 20 points. But in the end, it only went up by 3 points, returning to 80 points. It left him utterly speechless. Damn it! Gold diggers are way easier to handle. Qin An found himself missing Xia Yanran now. But how to win her back? He hadn't figured that out yet. Half an hour later. What are you doing? Su Wanqing, freshly washed and dressed, returned to her room. Seeing Qin An lying sprawled across her bed, she snapped angrily, "Get out now. I'm going to sleep." "Then go ahead and sleep." Qin An wasn't about to budge. He pointed to the empty space beside him with righteous indignation. "There's plenty of room here, it's not like we can't fit both of us." Su Wanqing couldn't be bothered to argue. Her face darkened as she snapped, "I'll count to 3. If you're still here after that, I'm calling the police and reporting you for trespassing." Call the police? Qin An was furious. He sprang from the bed and lunged towards Su Wanqing. He scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed, then pulled the covers over them before pouncing on top of her. The whole thing happened so fast Su Wanqing couldn't react. Qin An's kiss was already upon her. Su Wanqing tried to struggle a few times. But Qin An's strength was simply too overwhelming. She couldn't break free. Plus, she was already lost in the kiss, her senses clouded. She simply closed her eyes and surrendered to the moment. "Wait, what are you doing?" A few seconds later. Su Wanqing was startled by Qin An's sudden movement. Her body tensed instantly. He growled, "I'm telling you, if you, ugh." Before Su Wanqing could finish her sentence, Qin An pressed his lips against hers once more. This utterly terrified Su Wanqing. Her mind raced frantically. The thing she'd guarded for 26 years. Could it be that tonight, it would just slip away so carelessly? Actually, once her affection level reached 80%, Su Wanqing had already fully accepted Qin An. But she wasn't ready yet. She feared that if she gave herself to Qin An so easily, Qin An wouldn't cherish her in the future. Moreover, she hadn't fully resolved to marry Qin An. So tonight was absolutely out of the question. Qin An. With this thought, Su Wanqing resolved to reason with Qin An properly. But before she could speak, Qin An cut her off again. "Alright, let's sleep." Su Wanqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Just moments ago, he'd been acting like he was going to devour her. How could he change his mind so suddenly? How peculiar. Could it be? Could he be a one-minute man? Before it even began, it ended? At this thought, Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel deeply concerned about her future sexual happiness. Actually, the reason Qin An chose to let her go was quite simple. He never truly intended to take her in the first place. He knew that if he forced himself on Su Wanqing against her will, even if she didn't say it out loud, she would harbor intense loathing for him in her heart. Then, trying to improve her feelings toward him later would become incredibly difficult. He wasn't about to sacrifice the bigger picture for a momentary indulgence. Satisfying a momentary urge could sink the entire ship. Well, After a long pause, Su Wanqing decided she should at least check on Qin An's condition. Save her own happiness. She turned over, using the dim light in the room. She addressed Qin An. My high school classmate works in the urology department at our city hospital. He's an excellent doctor. Why don't you come with me tomorrow?" "Huh?" Qin An was utterly baffled. He looked at Su Wanqing with utter bewilderment. "I'm perfectly fine. Why would I need to see a urologist? It's nothing to be embarrassed about." Su Wanqing knew men were particularly sensitive about such matters. She reassured him softly, "I won't tell anyone about this. And if it really can't be cured, don't worry, I won't look down on you." Qin An was even more bewildered now. He sat up on the bed. "What are you talking about? I'm not sick." I know you're not sick." Seeing how fiercely Qin An guarded his pride, she quickly changed her approach to reassure him, "We're just going for a routine checkup. And while we're at it, we'll help my classmate complete a work assignment." Qin An still sensed something was off. But since Su Wanqing said it was to help her classmate complete a task, he decided to go along. He nodded. "Alright, call me when you're ready." Seeing Qin An agree, Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. She lay back down and drifted off to sleep. Since both of them had stayed up late the previous night,
The next day, they slept until nearly 11 before waking. They were a full 2 hours late for their regular workday. This left Su Wanqing utterly speechless. She scolded Qin An angrily, "What kind of driver are you? Why didn't you set an alarm?" Qin An looked innocent. "I thought you said it." "Ugh." Su Wanqing tugged at her hair in exasperation. Sighing, she said, forget it. I'm late anyway. I won't go to the office today. I'll take you straight to the hospital." Chapter 50, The Female Doctor. Qin An had always been in good health, so he rarely visited hospitals growing up. Plus, the people around him rarely went either, so he'd always assumed hospitals weren't crowded. But he hadn't known until he came, and now he was shocked. Nearly 1,000 parking spots in front of and behind the building, plus a 6-story parking garage, were almost completely full. Finding a parking spot alone took nearly half an hour. Upon entering the lobby, he was even more astonished. The queue at the registration and payment window stretched from one end to the other, winding around a corner. It made Qin An wonder if medical care here was free. "I already spoke with her on the phone. She told us to go straight to the 4th floor to find her. Let's take the elevator up." "All right." Qin An pulled his gaze away and pushed Su Wanqing toward the elevator. Ding! 1st floor. The elevator doors opened just as they reached them. Qin An couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, thinking his luck today was actually pretty good. But the next second, he dismissed that thought. He realized his luck today was truly terrible. Because Shen Xinyao was actually inside the elevator. What should he do? Truthfully, while he was flirting around, Qin An had considered the possibility that one day, at some moment, a chaotic scene might erupt. After all, Binhai City wasn't that big, you never knew when you might run into someone. But he never imagined it would happen this soon. He'd only been enjoying himself for a few days before this happened. His entire being froze in panic. His mind went completely blank. Every tactic for navigating a love triangle from the God of Men's manual vanished from his mind in that instant. Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, it was his first time experiencing something like this firsthand. It was only natural that his ability to handle the pressure fell short. After all, no one is born knowing how to run. Wait. Got it. The intense nervousness and excitement not only gave Qin An a slight urge to pee, but also sparked an idea. "Wait here for me a moment," he said to Su Wanqing. "My stomach's upset. I need to use the restroom first." 4th floor. Su Wanqing was about to say there was one on the 4th floor too. But before she could finish, Qin An had already dashed out of sight. Left with no choice, she maneuvered her electric wheelchair to the side and waited quietly. During this time, she noticed Shen Xinyao. She observed that the girl, though her eyes and brows bore deep fatigue, and her complexion looked somewhat haggard, she was exceptionally beautiful. She stood out strikingly in the crowded throng. Good thing she went to the restroom, she thought. At least that way, he won't get any funny ideas when he sees such a beauty. Su Wanqing thought to herself. Little did she know that Qin An had actually been deliberately avoiding her. He'd feigned needing to use the restroom as an excuse. Qin An was terrified that Shen Xinyao might make a surprise return. He deliberately waited a while longer, until he was certain she truly hadn't returned. Only then did he feel reassured enough to return, pushing Su Wanqing in the wheelchair toward the elevator heading to the 4th floor. Ding! 4th floor. Ding! Detected a 92-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Feng Qingyan. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm, 92. Occupation, male health clinician. Specialty, sensitive constitution. Affinity, 20 disdain. Number of people knocked down, 1. Success reward, top-tier secret arts, god-tier singing skills, and full reimbursement of all dating expenses. The system alert sounded in his mind almost the instant the elevator doors opened. A stunningly alluring woman in a white lab coat then came into Qin An's view. Qin An froze in shock. Wasn't that Yang Mi? Exactly. This female doctor bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Mi. Especially those mesmerizing fox eyes, they were identical to Yang Mi's. If only she weren't a bit younger. And the system hadn't already told Qin An her name. One might have mistaken her for Yang Mi. Xingqing. Xin Yan. The moment they met, they immediately embraced each other tightly. They were as close as sisters. Qin An watched, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, isn't she a female doctor? Qin An knew that in the presence of a doctor, gender didn't matter. But learning the other was a female doctor still felt a bit hard to accept. He blurted out, I just remembered when we left, I think we forgot to turn off the gas. I'll go back and shut it off. Stop right there. Su Wanqing could easily see through Qin An's little scheme. She yanked him back. My place doesn't even have gas. How could it be left on? Now cooperate with Dr. Feng's examination. Qin An, is it? Feng Qingyan crossed her arms. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on Qin An. Her voice was icy.
You need to understand that your condition affects more than just yourself, it affects our Wanqing too.
So whether you want to or not, you're getting treated. Qin An froze.
His face was blank with confusion.
Wasn't this about helping complete a mission? How did it turn into me having an illness? I'm perfectly healthy, where's the illness? Enough, enough. Stop whining. Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation.
She grabbed Qin An's wrist and yanked him toward the examination room.
Whether you're sick or not, the diagnosis will prove it. Damn it. Qin An finally caught on. He'd definitely been tricked.
There was no mission to complete at all, she just wanted to examine him.
But that didn't make any sense. He hadn't even been intimate with Su Wanqing, how could she possibly think he was sick? How peculiar. Feng Qingyan's consultation room was located at the very back of the 4th floor.
The room wasn't large, roughly 50 square meters. Yet even so, it was divided into 2 separate rooms. The inner room was piled high with clutter. As a result, the actual space available for consultations was less than 10 square meters. The examination bed and desk had to be arranged in an offset configuration.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for both. Last time I visited you, I remember your office being quite spacious. How did it become so small now?
And it doesn't even look like a doctor's office anymore, more like a storage room.
You guessed right.
This was converted from a storage room.
Ha! Su Wanqing was stunned. She couldn't understand.
As one of the top-tier physicians in the urology department at Zhengda Hospital, why was she assigned to work in this godforsaken place?
How strange.
Hey!
Feng Qingyan sighed wistfully.
While washing and disinfecting his hands, putting on a mask and gloves, she replied, actually, it's not the hospital's fault, it's my own. I couldn't control myself and made a huge mistake.
A huge mistake?
Su Wanqing sensed there was more to the story. She couldn't help but press further. What exactly happened?
Would you mind sharing?
Sure.
Feng Qingyan knew that once Su Wanqing's curiosity was piqued,
even if she didn't tell her, Su Wanqing would find out through other means. So she might as well tell her now. She sighed helplessly and said, you know, in this line of work, I deal with male patients, so it's inevitable that I encounter some truly disgusting individuals.
Su Wanqing nodded. So that's where the problem lies? Chapter 51, $1 Million Salary.
Feng
Qingyan pulled out a chair and sat down.
Her face worn with exhaustion, she said, early last month, I saw this overweight patient.
During the exam, the damn fatso wouldn't keep his hands to himself, constantly groping me. But I didn't pay it much mind. Since becoming an andrologist, I've seen plenty of this sort of thing. If I got angry over every little incident, I'd drive myself crazy. So I just gave him a stern warning and continued with the examination.
But what I didn't expect was that he'd get even more brazen. Not only were his hands wandering, but his mouth started spouting dirty talk too. He asked if I wanted to hook up, saying I looked so Thai, clearly not a decent person. He even offered to keep me financially, asking if 10,000 was enough, if not, then 20,000, 30,000. At this point, Feng Qingyan's beautiful eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. She slammed her fist hard on the desk and roared angrily. I was so furious I wanted to rip his mouth off.
Su Wanqing was equally furious. Her face darkened as she pressed, then what? Did you tear it? Feng Qingyan shook her head.
Sighing, she said, I was furious at the time, but when I thought about how the examination was almost over, I decided to hold back. But I never imagined that bastard would take advantage of me examining him closely, pinning my head down to make a pass at me.
I couldn't hold back any longer.
I punched him right in the balls.
Well done. Su Wanqing exclaimed indignantly, a man like that deserves to be castrated. Wrong. Feng Qingyan shook her head.
Her eyes blazed with murderous intent.
Castration is far too lenient for scum like him. He deserves death. Gulp. Su Wanqing flinched at Feng Qingyan's glare. She patted Feng Qingyan's shoulder reassuringly. There. Don't get so worked up. It's all in the past. The incident may be over, but the anger in my heart won't pass. Feng Qingyan's eyes were red-rimmed. Her eyes brimming with injustice, she shouted, do you know what he told the dean later? He actually claimed I seduced him. When he refused, I flew into a rage. So his wife and parents beat me senseless on the floor, even pulling my hair so hard it went bald. And even after all that, I still had to pay them over 200,000 yuan for medical expenses, lost wages, and nutritional costs. On top of that, they kicked me out to work in this storage room. I can't see any patients here at all. Just stuck doing endless menial chores. Why didn't you report this to the police? Qin An couldn't help but interrupt. Feng Qingyan sighed helplessly. The director said escalating this would damage the hospital's reputation. He told me not to call the police or he'd fire me. Bang! Su Wanqing was furious. She slammed her fist hard against the wall panel. How could the director do this? The hospital's reputation must be protected, but doesn't your own reputation deserve protection too? And why should you be the only one compensating them? Why aren't they compensating you? Qin An felt indignant too. But he knew this was reality. Reality doesn't care about right or wrong, it only cares about interests. What am I, anyway? Feng Qingyan let out a bitter smile. To the hospital, I'm insignificant. If I leave today, someone else will take my place tomorrow. Why would they care about me? But they can't treat people like this. Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel indignant. After a moment's hesitation, she declared, "No way.
I'm going to talk to your hospital director and fight for justice on your behalf."
Don't go. Feng Qingyan hurriedly pulled Su Wanqing back.
Shaking her head, she said, "We can't take them on. Besides, my whole family depends on this job to make ends meet.
If I lose it, we won't be able to get by."
But Su Wanqing still felt letting it go like this was too frustrating.
But Feng Qingyan refused. She couldn't insist any further. She sighed helplessly.
Qin An silently filed the matter away in his mind. He planned to think of a way later to see if he could resolve the matter.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Feng Qingyan composed herself. Pointing at Su Wanqing's leg, she asked, "So what happened to your leg? Why are you in a wheelchair now?" "It's nothing." Su Wanqing feared that revealing the truth might alert the enemy. She made up a flimsy excuse, "Just took a tumble a few days ago and broke a bone." "Phew. That scared me to death." Feng Qingyan exhaled in relief. "I thought something terrible had happened." Knock knock knock.
Suddenly, the clinic door was knocked upon. A plain-looking male doctor in a white coat entered, followed by 2 young men and 2 young women. He waved cheerfully at Su Wanqing.
He greeted her warmly, "Wanqing, long time no see." "Niu Chao?" Su Wanqing was a bit surprised. "I thought you were always at Tongji. When did you transfer over to Zhengda?" "Mid last month." Niu Chao smiled faintly.
He studied Su Wanqing carefully. He complimented her, "It's been 5 years, and I never imagined you'd still be as beautiful as you were in college."
"Thank you." Su Wanqing replied politely. She made small talk, asking, "Weren't you doing well at Tongji? Why did you suddenly switch jobs?" "A wise bird chooses its perch."
Niu Chao stood there with his arms crossed, looking down his nose. He chuckled smugly, "At Tongji, I was just an attending physician.
Here, I'm an associate chief physician with a 6-figure salary. Naturally, I had to make the move."
When Niu Chao uttered the words annual salary of $1 million, his voice soared to a high pitch. As if afraid others might not hear him.
His expression was pure pride, like a peacock spreading its feathers. He couldn't have been more boastful. "Congratulations." Su Wanqing naturally detected the boastful undertone in his words.
Her fondness for him dipped a few more notches.
"Wanqing." Niu Chao pulled out a chair and sat down.
His eyes brimmed with deep affection as he gazed at Su Wanqing and continued, "After you rejected my confession that time, I thought I could forget you. But later I realized you'd already etched yourself deeply into my mind. I simply couldn't forget you. So I beg you, please give me another chance? With what I've achieved now, I can definitely give you a good life."
"No." Qin An was furious. "Stealing my girl right in front of me. Does he really think I don't exist? And who might this be?" Niu Chao feigned ignorance of Qin An's presence.
Inside, he was cursing non-stop.
"How could Su Wanqing have fallen for you, you useless pretty face? What a waste of talent. My boyfriend." Even if Qin An hadn't refused, Su Wanqing would have rejected him anyway. Because not only did she dislike Niu Chao, she actually despised him.
Because Niu Chao didn't like her from the start. He only started chasing her after realizing he could never win Feng Qingyan's heart. He only turned around to pursue her then.
It was utterly disgusting. Chapter 52, The Bet. There is an effect in social psychology. It's called the primacy effect. When meeting a stranger, one is inevitably drawn to their appearance first.
So it's not just Su Wanqing who's a member of the Looks Club.
But virtually all men and women in the world are.
But that doesn't mean those who are unattractive or average have no chance.
Opportunities still exist. Niu Chao is the perfect example. Su Wanqing first met Niu Chao at a dinner party organized by Feng Qingyan.
At the time, Niu Chao spoke with great eloquence, confidently and freely sharing his insights on medical techniques.
Su Wanqing found him quite admirable. But her admiration was strictly limited to his medical insights.
As for him as a person, she didn't care for him. Because Niu Chao, as a person, was rather plain-looking. He was short and looked older than his years. He always wore plaid shirts tucked neatly into his pants. All of which made him come across as incredibly dowdy. It was simply impossible for her to feel any attraction. So when Niu Chao confessed his feelings for the first time, she decisively rejected him. She made it clear that she would never be with him in this lifetime. But what she hadn't anticipated was Niu Chao's persistence. Like a clingy plaster, he doggedly pursued her for 2 whole years. Throughout those 2 years, Niu Chao consistently presented himself as an exceptionally gracious gentleman in her presence. He was attentive and considerate in every way. Moved by his persistence, Su Wanqing thought, so what if he's a bit ugly? She was ready to accept him. But what she never could have imagined was that when she went to find Niu Chao was confessing his love to Feng Qingyan, declaring her the one and only love of his life. He begged Feng Qingyan to give him a chance. This shattered Su Wanqing's heart into 1,000 pieces. Her heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. Later, she learned from Feng Qingyan that over the past 2 years, Niu Chao had been playing both sides, trying to have it both ways. Her last shred of goodwill vanished completely. She promptly blocked Niu Chao. It was because of this incident that Su Wanqing had refused to date anyone since, fearing she'd be deceived again. This incident had truly inflicted immense pain on Su Wanqing. "Oh, I remember now, you're that premature ejaculation boyfriend of Wanqing's." Niu Chao deliberately shouted loudly, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Premature ejaculation? Qin An's mouth twitched. He looked at Su Wanqing with utter confusion. How on earth did she get the idea he had that condition? Su Wanqing's eyebrows shot up. She turned to Feng Qingyan, angry at her for telling Niu Chao about it. Feng Qingyan shook her head in panic, insisting she hadn't. Then, with a dark expression, she snapped at Niu Chao, "Do you have business here or not? If not, get out immediately, don't delay my consultation." "I do have business." Niu Chao grinned slyly. He stood up from his chair. He pointed to the 4 young people behind him and said, "These 4 are new interns at our hospital. The director specifically instructed me to properly mentor them and help them gain more clinical experience. But you know how busy I am, seeing nearly 100 patients a day. I simply don't have time to let them observe consultations step by step. So I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take them under your wing and broaden their horizons." At these words, Feng Qingyan's face instantly fell. She knew full well that this Niu Chao wasn't genuinely interested in mentoring interns. He clearly intended to use this opportunity to embarrass Qin An. But she couldn't refuse. After all, supervising interns was part of her job. Refusing would be tantamount to slacking off. At best, it would mean a pay cut. At worst, she'd be fired outright. Qin An. Feng Qingyan turned to look at Qin An. Given the current situation, only Qin An, as the patient, could actively refuse. There was no other way. But for some reason, Qin An froze in place, unable to move. He hadn't even noticed the signals she was sending him. She was getting incredibly impatient. "All right, let's begin." Niu Chao didn't bother with the details. He waved at the interns, signaling them to get moving. The interns had been waiting impatiently. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and pressed forward toward Qin An. "Hold on." Seeing these people about to pull down his pants, Qin An. He recoiled in alarm. Frowning deeply, he looked at Niu Chao. Dr. Niu. Niu Chao, I was wondering what exactly is the medical definition of premature ejaculation? Niu Chao? Niu Chao felt utterly humiliated. His face darkened as he snapped, "First, let me set the record straight. My name isn't Niu Chao. It's Niu Chao, pronounced Chao like Superman's Chao. And medically speaking, if the total duration is less than 1 minute, it's called premature ejaculation." "Ah." Qin An breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'm not sick. Not only am I not sick, but I'm actually quite strong because I can last over an hour almost every time." "Poof." Niu Chao didn't believe a single word Qin An said. He sneered coldly, "Bro, stop being stubborn. Go get yourself checked out properly. This condition is treatable as long as it's not too severe." "I'm not being stubborn." At that moment, Qin An felt utterly exasperated, like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He sighed helplessly, "How about this? Let's make a bet. If I'm not sick, you go down to the first floor lobby, kneel down, and shout 10 times, 'I'm a quack doctor.' If I am sick, you can do whatever you want. Dare you?" Seeing Qin An so unconcerned, Niu Chao couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was going on? Could this kid really be healthy? But he had overheard that phone call. Su Wanqing clearly said he was sick. And if he really wasn't sick, why did he go out of his way to come to the hospital? I get it now. This kid must be afraid of looking foolish. That's why he's pretending everything's fine, trying to scare me off. Trying to scare himself off. Right. That must be it. After coming to terms with it, a cold, dismissive smirk spread across Niu Chao's lips. He smoothed his clothes and declared with great flair, "Sure thing, no problem." "Good." Qin An saw his scheme succeed. He smiled without betraying his emotions and asked doubtfully, "By the way, once the inspection results come out, you won't back out, will you?" "Don't worry. I'm a man who always keeps his word." No. Qin An waved his hand. "I'm still not entirely at ease. How about we record a video? You know, the kind where you hold up your ID and verify your identity." "Fine." In Niu Chao's view, Qin An's insistence on all these unnecessary details was a sign of guilt. He was deliberately stalling for time. Feeling more confident, and grinned, "Take out your phone and start recording." "All right." Qin An pulled out his phone and started recording. He thought to himself, "Laugh all you want. Soon enough, it'll be your turn to cry." Su Wanqing saw that Qin An had actually taken the bet. And he even recorded it. Her heart began to race. Could it be she'd made a mistake? Qin An wasn't actually sick. Had he refrained from acting because he respected her feelings?
Chapter 53, So Powerful After All. Feng Qingyan had no idea all this was merely Su Wanqing's conjecture. She truly believed Qin An was genuinely ill. Seeing him so confidently bet against Niu Chao now. One head, two big problems. She wondered where on earth he got the nerve. Did Liang Jingru give it to him? The video was recorded in no time. Qin An handed the phone to Su Wanqing for safekeeping. He followed Feng Qingyan and the four interns into the storage room for inspection. Niu Chao and Su Wanqing remained outside. Wanqing. Wow. Handsome guy, I had no idea you were in such great shape. Holy crap. 8-pack abs, a V-line, and a 6-pack? This is too perfect. Bro. How did you get like this? Teach me, will ya? With a body this strong, you shouldn't even get sick. Niu Chao was just about to take advantage of being alone with Su Wanqing to try and get closer to her. But the moment he uttered two words, a barrage of gasps erupted from inside. The noise was so loud he couldn't have a quiet conversation with Su Wanqing. At the same time, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Qin An really wasn't sick? Niu Chao might be a bit of a creep. He did possess genuine expertise. Learning that Qin An possessed 8-pack abs had formed a basic understanding. His mood became incredibly uneasy. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, felt her face flush and heart race. A strong urge surged within her, the urge to rush in and feast her eyes. Good heavens! He's so muscular. I can't take it. I'm getting hot, I'm gonna step outside for a bit. Bro, you're something else. Qin An, you better put your clothes back on. After another round of gasps, Su Wanqing's face was flushed bright red. The blush spread like a crimson stain across her entire neck. She thought to herself, Qin An, is he really this strong? Niu Chao couldn't sit still any longer. He abruptly pushed open the storage room door and rushed inside. He intended to inspect Qin An himself, just in case the others were ganging out to pull a fast one on him. But when he saw it with his own eyes, his heart sank. His entire body staggered backward. Then he shook his head violently. Impossible. This can't be. How could this happen? Nothing is impossible. Qin An snatched the medical report Feng Qingyan handed him and slammed it hard against Niu Chao's face. His expression stern, he declared, you lose, you pay up. Fulfill the bet now. I. Niu Chao was devastated. If he really had to kneel down in front of all those people in the lobby and shout that he was a quack doctor, he'd be fired from the hospital for sure and might even end up on the industry blacklist. He'd be completely out of work. But if he didn't follow through with the agreement and Qin An posted the video online, he'd still end up jobless. And he'd be mercilessly criticized. What to do? What should he do? Could it be that he had no choice but to accept his fate? Niu Chao refused to accept defeat. He couldn't bear to give up. After hesitating repeatedly, he suddenly dropped to his knees before Qin An. His voice trembled with tears as he pleaded, I'm sorry, brother Qin An. I was wrong. Please spare me. I've toiled through years of grueling study to reach this position. I can't lose everything. Qin An sneered coldly. Leaning closer, he fixed his gaze on Niu Chao without blinking. I'll ask you one question. If I were the one who lost today, would you have spared me? Thud. Niu Chao's heart sank. He collapsed like a pile of mud, frozen in place, unable to move. Because he wouldn't. And neither would Qin An. Clatter. Su Wanqing entered at that moment, slipping in unnoticed. She secretly picked up the examination report from the floor and glanced at it. When she saw that, according to the assessment, Qin An's time could very well exceed 1.5 hours. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Her lovely face flushed crimson. She thought to herself, Qin An is so formidable. Could she handle him in the future? Ding. Su Wanqing's affection +2. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection +2. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection +2. Ding. Su Wanqing's current favorability, 90 points. Ha! The notification sound in her mind kept ringing incessantly. It finally stopped after adding a full 10 points. Qin An was a bit dazed. He hadn't done anything special. How come this favorability rating keeps climbing so fast? It was rising even faster than when he delivered dumplings late last night? Puzzled, Qin An began searching for Su Wanqing's figure. When he saw Su Wanqing standing there blankly, clutching that medical report and grinning like an idiot, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He walked over, wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. Whispering into her ear, he murmured, had enough of looking? If you're done admiring, how about we find a place to put it into practice? No. After being caught red-handed by Qin An, Su Wanqing was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a hole right then and there. She hastily wriggled free from Qin An's embrace. Covering her face, she fled the examination room. Seeing her like this, couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Feng Qingyan beside him and asked, what time do you get off work? Want to grab dinner together? Feng Qingyan didn't move. She stared blankly at the machine's readings, lost in thought. This puzzled Qin An greatly.
just as he was about to walk over and tap her shoulder. A series of alert tones sounded in his mind first.
Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection +5. Ding. Feng Qingyan affection +5. Ding. Feng Qingyan affection +5. Ding. Feng Qingyan's current affection level, 20 points. Holy crap. Qin An was stunned. People online always said medical school girls were something else. He'd always thought it was just netizens awkwardly bashing them. But now, he believed it.
Just because of one test result, her favorability shot up by a full 40 points.
She really was something else. Dr. Feng. Dr. Feng. An intern standing beside Feng Qingyan couldn't stand it anymore.
She tapped Feng Qingyan on the back and reminded her, Mr. Qin is talking to you.
Ah. Feng Qingyan snapped back to reality.
Pretending nothing was wrong, she asked Qin An, I was deep in thought just now.
What did you say? Could you repeat it? I asked if you're off work yet. If you are, let's grab dinner together. Oh. Sure.
Feng Qingyan had already planned to treat Su Wanqing and Qin An to dinner. Nodding, she said, hold on a sec, I'll tidy up here first.
All right. Meanwhile, at the Orange Hotel, room 1205. Last night, Xia Yanran had cried herself to sleep just before dawn.
So it wasn't until now that she slowly stirred awake.
She glanced at her phone.
Quite a few people had sent her messages. Over a dozen, in fact. Most were from those clingy guys who chased after her. Some asked where she was, inviting her to go shopping together.
Others confessed their feelings, saying they liked her.
Others invited her to grab meals, catch movies, play games, or practice singing.
But none of it interested her. After a quick glance, she didn't even bother replying. She swiftly found Qin An's WeChat.
Then, staring at the empty white chat window,
tears welled up once more. Chapter 54, No Escape from Fate. Last night, Xia Yanran had assumed Qin An would come back for her.
But she waited all night long. By the time dawn broke, Qin An still hadn't returned. Not only did he not return, but he hadn't even sent a single WeChat message. This left her both disappointed and furious. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of fear and worry. Worry that Qin An might never speak to her again. She had lost him completely.
Ding-ling ding. Ding-ling-ding. Just then, Xia Yanran's phone suddenly rang. Startled, she hurriedly picked up the phone.
But when she saw the caller not Qin An, but the man who had been pursuing her, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She tossed the phone aside, letting it buzz and vibrate.
People can be so strange sometimes. Even though so many people like her. Yet they insist on choosing the one who doesn't like them back. Who knows if it's some kind of masochistic tendency. Knock knock knock.
Suddenly, there was a knock at the hotel door. Hope immediately reignited within Xia Yanran.
She dashed over and flung the door open. She smiled and said, I knew you'd come back. Mid-sentence, Xia Yanran realized the visitor wasn't Qin An.
Instead, it was a hotel staff member. Her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold tone.
Can I help you? Hello, ma'am. The female attendant had no idea what had transpired.
Nor did she care to find out. She offered a polite smile and said, Mr. Qin asked me to pass along a message when he left last night. He's extended his stay for another week, so you can use the room without worry. She also instructed us to deliver all 3 meals to your room.
Here's today's lunch. Enjoy your meal. Alright, thank you.
Upon learning that Qin An had not only extended her room stay
and arranged for 3 meals a day, Xia Yanyan's mood lifted slightly. But she remained unenthusiastic.
Seeing the food only made her grind her teeth in frustration. She muttered bitterly to herself, damn Qin An, rotten Qin An.
If you could instruct the staff about this, why couldn't you just send me a message? Could it be, you really don't want me anymore?
As she spoke, Xia Yanran began to cry again.
In all her life, she had only cried for 2 men.
One was when her maternal grandfather passed away. The other was for Qin An. This alone showed how important Qin An was to her.
Had become. Ring ring. Ring-a-ling. Just then, the irritating ringtone sounded again.
Fuming, Xia Yanran rushed over, ready to pick up the call and give the caller a piece of her mind. But when she picked up the phone, she realized the caller wasn't the clingy guy who'd been chasing her. It was Dilly Bear.
Hello?
Sister Bear, why are you up so early today?
Dillabias started to explain. Suddenly, she noticed something off about Xia Yanyan's voice. She hurriedly asked, why are you crying? Better left unsaid.
The moment she asked, Xia Yanyan's emotions, which she had been holding back, erupted violently.
She wept uncontrollably.
Tears streaming down her face, she wailed, Qin An.
Qin An doesn't want me anymore. Ha?
Dilla Bear was startled.
What on earth was going on? Just yesterday, they were all lovey-dovey.
He was showering her with gifts, a car, company shares.
So why break up today? Sis, I'm so heartbroken right now. Wah!
Don't worry, just tell me where you are, and I'll come find you.
I'm at the Orange Hotel across the street. Alright, I'll be right there.
since Feng Qingyan still had work to do that afternoon. The group hadn't wandered too far. They simply found a Chinese restaurant near the hospital and went inside. But the moment they stepped inside, Qin An felt a chill run down his spine. What was going on? Why was Shen Xinyao everywhere? At that moment, Shen Xinyao was seated at a table for four, dining with a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be around 50 years old. His hair was disheveled and unkempt, and a persistent look of worry lingered between his brows. He looked utterly exhausted. He must be Shen Xinyao's father. His worry and exhaustion were likely the result of constant vigil at the hospital, coupled with anxiety over his wife's condition. Enough! What's meant to be will be. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. What must be faced will be faced. Qin An steeled his resolve. He decided to take the initiative. He waved at Shen Xinyao. Xinyao, what a coincidence. You're having lunch here too. Qin An? Shen Xinyao looked surprised. She hadn't expected to run into Qin An here. She set down her chopsticks and introduced him to her father. Dad, this is the person I just told you about, my current company's boss. Qin An. Hello, uncle. Qin An extended his hand politely and shook Mr. Shen's. He smiled and praised, Uncle, you've truly raised a wonderful daughter. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly capable. She's only been running the company for a day, yet she's already managed it with such precision. She's been a tremendous help to me. Mr. Qin, you flatter her. Shen father had no idea how Shen Xinyao had introduced Qin An to him. Mr. Shen formed an exceptionally favorable impression of Qin An. He shook hands warmly and smiled happily, saying, in my eyes, you are the real standout among men. So young, yet able to run such a large company, truly admirable. You two know each other? Su Wanqing had seen Shen Xinyao before. Seeing that Qin An actually knew her, her heart began to race. Ms. Su, allow me to introduce you. Qin An remained composed under pressure. He smiled as he introduced them. This lovely lady is Shen Xinyao, the current vice president of UU Car Rental. And this gentleman is her father. Ms. Shen. Qin An turned his head to continue the introductions. This lovely lady is Su Wanqing, founder of the Wani nightwear brand. The other is Feng Qingyan, a attending physician at Zhengda Hospital. Feng Qingyan. They were classmates in junior high. Though Qin An only mentioned their names and positions during the introductions, he didn't explain how he knew them. But the two women had already begun filling in the blanks themselves. Shen Xinyao remarked, yesterday Qin An mentioned he'd acquired a new garment factory. He's probably just discussing a partnership with this Su Wanqing woman. As for that attending physician, I bet Su Wanqing has some kind of leg problem and is being treated by her. Su Wanqing, UU Car Rental? That's where Qin An met her when he rented a car to save me last time, right? They probably only met once. She's no threat to me. Qin An had no idea the two women had already spun so many theories. He smiled and said, since we all know each other, why don't we all eat together? No, thank you. No need. Shen's father was unaware his daughter was already with Qin An. He still thought Qin An and Su Wanqing were a couple. He had come today specifically to accompany his wife for her medical appointment. It wouldn't be appropriate for him and his daughter to join them. He waved his hand in refusal. We'll be done eating soon. You two take your time. No need to worry about us. Right. Shen Xinyao had assumed Qin An was discussing business. She feared her presence with her father might jeopardize the deal. She chimed in, we're almost done too. Take your time. Chapter 55, Why does telling the truth never get believed? Qin An had been worried what if Shen Xinyao agreed? But to his surprise, both of them refused. This left him utterly surprised. He couldn't help but feel something was off about this turn of events. Seeing Shen Xinyao decline the dinner invitation, she felt even more certain that Shen Xinyao and Qin An had only met once. Her mind instantly felt more at ease. Alright, then uncle, please enjoy your meal. We won't disturb you any longer. Qin An knew when to quit. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, he led Su Wanqing and the others upstairs. As they passed the front desk, he took advantage of Su Wanqing and Feng Qingyan's distraction. Put that table's bill on my tab. Oh, got it. To avoid drawing attention, the three deliberately chose a small private room for their meal. Once the door closed, the world fell silent. All that could be heard were the three of them breathing in their heartbeats. How did you know that, Mr. Shen, from earlier? Su Wanqing already had an answer in her mind. She felt uneasy until she heard it from Qin An's own mouth. So she decided to ask anyway. Qin An's hand, holding the teapot to pour water, trembled slightly. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. Thankfully, he was prepared. Wanqing. Qin An slowly set down the teapot, his expression solemn. There's something I must confess to you. Actually, I lied to you. Thud. Su Wanqing's heart sank suddenly. Her nose stung, and she nearly burst into tears. Just as she suspected. There was definitely something off about the two of them. I'm actually a rich kid. Ha? Su Wanqing, who had been about to explode with anger, froze upon hearing those words.
Aren't you the one having an affair with that Mr. Shen? How did it suddenly become that you're a rich kid? Even if you're trying to change the subject, this abrupt shift feels a bit too forced, don't you think? And then? What are you trying to say?
Su Wanqing suppressed the anger welling up inside her. She intended to figure out first what exactly Qin An was up to.
Didn't you ask how I met President Shen? Qin An explained leisurely, we met because I'm a rich kid and she was an employee under me. Poof. Su Wanqing laughed. And it was a loud laugh. You're something else, Qin An. To cover up the fact that you're involved with her, you actually came up with such a ridiculous story? You should be writing novels, it's a waste of your talent not to. What affair? What nonsense?
Qin An feigned anger and slammed his fist on the table.
I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Qin An opened the Tianyanka app and handed her his phone. Take a good look. Isn't the legal representative of UU car rental company me? Su Wanqing skeptically glanced at the screen.
Then she froze.
The legal representative's name was indeed Qin An.
Still, she found it hard to believe. A wealthy second-generation heir like him had worked diligently under her for 3 years. He kept a low profile, never drawing attention to himself.
But if it was fake, why would the legal representative's name be the same? Could it be just a coincidence? At this thought, Su Wanqing's lips curled into a cold, dismissive sneer. She pushed the phone back. Don't try to fool me with that same name nonsense. Qin An sighed helplessly. He shook his head. He pulled up the corporate information for Yunhai Hotel and handed it over. Besides UU car rental, there's also a Xinglong garment factory in our city. Also mine. That makes 3 companies in total, all with me as the legal representative. Surely we can't still be talking about namesakes now? Su Wanqing sneered. Snatching the phone, she tapped the profile picture labeled Qin An at the bottom of the screen. With Tianyanka, you just click the legal representative's profile picture and all the companies under his name will show up. So even if you had 300 companies, it still wouldn't prove they belong to you. Wanqing, it's good you don't believe it. Feng Qingyan suddenly interjected. Crossing her arms, she adopted an air of having seen through everything. Because he's lying to you. I know the CEO of Yunhai Hotel, his surname isn't Qin at all. It's who? Qin An was speechless. Why is it that every time he tells the truth, no one believes him? This was truly difficult. Alright then. Qin An scratched his head in frustration. I'll send a video to Mr. Hu and have him prove it. Will you finally believe me then? Fine. Feng Qingyan lifted her chin defiantly. Go ahead. If Mr. Hu himself can personally confirm it, then I'll believe you. Alright. Qin An didn't beat around the bush. He picked up his phone, found Mr. Hu's WeChat and sent it over. Ding 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 dong. Ding 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 dong. Mr. Hu must have been busy with something else at the moment, as he didn't respond for quite a while. This left Qin An feeling helpless. Could it be that his elaborate scheme to wriggle out of this mess would come crashing down just because he couldn't prove his rich kid status? Ding. Just as Qin An was pondering other ways to prove it, Mr. Hu suddenly answered. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm as he greeted, "What a coincidence, Mr. Qin. I was just about to send you a video." Qin An didn't believe a single word of it. If you really wanted to send me a video, would you be answering the phone only now? But it didn't matter. All he wanted now was to prove his identity, the rest didn't matter. He smiled and said, "Mr. Hu, I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I need your confirmation on something. Has your Yunhai Hotel indeed been transferred to me?" Yes. Mr. Hu was a bit puzzled as to why Qin An would suddenly ask about this. We signed the contract, the legal representative has been changed, and I've received the 2 billion yuan transfer fee. It's definitely been transferred to you. Boom. Feng Qingyan froze. Su Wanqing was stunned too. This Qin An really was a rich kid. And he just casually threw down 2 billion. This is just too rich, isn't it? According to scientific statistics, the lifetime earnings of most ordinary people range between 500,000 and 3 million yuan. Top-tier elites earn roughly between 3 million and 10 million yuan over their lifetimes. Only a tiny fraction of business people break through the 10 million mark, reaching hundreds of millions or even billions. But this often requires the collective efforts of multiple generations to achieve. Therefore, in most cases, a fortune of 2 billion yuan is a sum ordinary people could never hope to attain, even if they spent their entire lives striving for it. Now Qin An casually pulls out 2 billion yuan to acquire a hotel. How could the two of them not be stunned? Alright, thank you. Qin An could tell from their expressions that they believed him. He gave General Manager Hu a polite smile. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Hold on, Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin An about to hang up, General Manager Hu hurriedly stopped him. There's something else I need to discuss with you. What is it? Qin An furrowed his brow, a hint of caution rising in his mind. I wondered if this guy's surnamed who was trying to borrow money. Chapter 56, The Wealthy Circle. Qin An wasn't familiar with this Mr. Hu. In fact, he could say he didn't know him at all. He hadn't been involved in the acquisition at all.
The reason Mr. Hu knew him and had his WeChat contact. It was merely the system that had tampered with Mr. Hu's memories. So if Mr. Hu genuinely wanted to borrow money from him, he would absolutely refuse. After all, he wasn't some 90-point beauty worth pursuing.
Mr. Qin, do you enjoy making friends?
Mr. Hu replied leisurely, if you do, I have a group of wealthy individuals I could add you to.
Phew.
Relieved to hear it was merely an invitation to join a group, Qin An breathed a sigh of relief. He politely declined, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Hu, but joining a group isn't for me.
I'm a bit socially anxious. Qin An wasn't truly socially anxious. He just didn't particularly enjoy interacting with strangers.
Plus, most group chats were nothing but endless bragging about how amazing they were.
The topics discussed held no real value whatsoever. Even if he joined, it wouldn't be very useful. In fact, it was utterly useless.
Mr. Hu seemed taken aback by Qin An's refusal. And he refused so decisively. He paused, then said, Mr. Qin, this tycoon group is different from others. You need to verify over 1 billion yuan in assets to qualify for membership. In other words, every member in this group is an elite among elites, a business luminary.
They could be immensely beneficial to your ventures. Most importantly, the group currently has only a handful of members, just over 40.
Hearing that it could benefit his business,
Qin An felt his interest stir.
Plus, he figured knowing some high-level people might not be a bad idea.
He nodded and said, all right then, add me. Certainly, Mr. Qin.
Seeing Qin An agree, Mr. Hu was overjoyed.
He hung up the video call with a smile.
Soon after, Qin An received an invitation message.
Ding. The moment Qin An clicked to join, the first message appeared in the group chat.
Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Qin An, the acquirer of my Yunhai Hotel.
Clapping emoji. Clapping emoji. Holy crap. June, you're awesome. You actually got Mr. Qin to join?
With Mr. Qin joining our group, it instantly feels like our humble abode has been graced with honor. It's not just elevated, it's totally raised our whole vibe.
Mr. Qin, I'm Xiaotian. Looking forward to your guidance in the future. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Fireworks emoji, fireworks emoji. Though most members here are either wealthy or influential, many barely scraped in at the 10 billion yuan threshold.
Compared to someone like Qin An, who casually pulls out 2 billion in cash, they were utterly insignificant. So naturally, they all scrambled to curry favor with this big shot, Qin An.
Qin An was a bit taken aback.
He had refused to join the group earlier precisely because he was annoyed by people showing off in it.
How had it turned around so quickly that now he was the one showing off? But honestly, the feeling of being flattered was actually pretty satisfying. Mr. Qin, I saw on Tianyanka that you own a garment factory. Would you be interested in a fully automated production line? Old you, can you cut it out? Why are you asking every single person who joins the group?
I don't want to ask either, but my warehouse lease expires in 3 days. If I don't sell it soon, I'll have to pay storage fees 1,000 yuan a day.
That's burning through cash.
Seeing the fully automated production line for sale, Qin An's eyes lit up.
He typed back, how much? Seeing Qin An's interest, old you. His mouth practically split from smiling.
He hurriedly replied, let's chat privately.
I'll add you on WeChat.
Sure.
Qin An clicked to accept.
Soon, a flurry of messages poured in from old you. The first few messages were all pictures and videos of production lines. Qin An skimmed through them.
His production lines all looked fairly new. They appeared to have been purchased less than a year ago. Mr. Qin, these 5 fully automated production lines were all manufactured and installed last year.
Not only are they flawless, but they also come with nearly 4.5 years of warranty coverage.
They're practically brand new. Once you buy them, you won't have to worry about them breaking down or being neglected if they do.
They really are quite good.
Qin An sent a voice message, so, if they're this good, why are you suddenly selling them? Let me be honest with you.
Old you replied promptly. Almost an instant reply, this garment factory was set up by my eldest granddaughter. She lacks operational experience in this field, and there's this guy named Mr. Qi who keeps sabotaging her, stealing her clients and vandalizing her factory. That's why it couldn't survive after just 8 months. Otherwise, something this good would never be up for sale.
Mr. Qi? Qin An's lips twitched. Could this person be Qi Tianan?
If it was him, things were about to get interesting.
Mr. Qin, all these machines are imported from Germany. They're top-notch quality. If you're interested, feel free to swing by and take a look. But preferably within the next 3 days.
Qin An realized that these business people were indeed a bunch of old foxes.
He'd been asking about prices for ages.
Yet all he did was extol the virtues of his products,
trying to inflate his psychological price point. How infuriating. He had to teach him a lesson. Forget it. I'm looking for that half-decent used stuff. Yours is too new, probably way over my budget.
At that, old you was so startled he fired off 3 messages in quick succession. Please don't, Mr. Qin.
We can negotiate the price. Mr. Qin, you get what you pay for. That half-decent stuff might be cheap, but it won't last. Mr. Qin, why don't you name your price? I'll listen. If it's a little off, I'll take the loss. Think of it as making a friend. Seeing his panic, Qin An felt a surge of satisfaction. You sly fox, think you're so cool? I'll drive you crazy. Qin An had already made up his mind. He'd contact old you again in 3 days. Only then could he drive the production line price down to the absolute lowest. As for whether old you would find someone else to take over in the meantime, he wasn't afraid at all. Because production lines aren't like houses or cars, they're mass market products. They're niche products. Few were willing to take over. And those who do share Qin An's mindset. They were all hoping to snag a bargain. So naturally, they won't offer him a high price. Besides, even if it did sell, Qin An wouldn't be worried. He wasn't short on cash now. If it came down to it, he could just buy a new one. Snap. He shut off his phone. Qin An turned to look at Su Wanqing and Feng Qingyan, who were still a bit dazed. He smiled and said, well, do you believe me now? Chapter 57, The Other Woman. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality at Qin An's voice. Frowning deeply, she asked suspiciously, wait, why? You're clearly a super rich second-generation heir. Why would you work at my company and stick around for 3 whole years? Don't tell me it's because you were chasing after me. I don't buy it. If you really wanted to pursue me, you wouldn't have kept your words so carefully measured for 3 whole years. Qin An had indeed planned to spin that tale. But unexpectedly, before he could even begin, Su Wanqing had cut him off. He had no choice but to change tactics on the spot. He put on a worried expression and sighed, have you guys seen Catch the Doll? Smack! Feng Qingyan slammed her hand on the table, leaning forward. Her eyes locked on Qin An without blinking. You mean, you were raised in poverty too, just like Ma Jie? Congratulations! You got it right. Qin An seized the moment to brush against Feng Qingyan's delicate, boneless little hand. He found her hands surprisingly soft and smooth. However, her hands were different from those of Su Wanqing and the others. They were more slender, and touching them felt distinctly different. What do you mean, raised in poverty? Su Wanqing's life was simple. Every day was nothing but work, work, work. Movies, TV dramas, she never watched any of that. So she was completely baffled. She stared at the two of them, her face full of confusion. It's like this. Qin An knew that if he pressed further, not only would Feng Qingyan lose her temper, Su Wanqing might flip out too. Reluctantly pulling her hand back, she improvised a flimsy excuse based on movie tropes. I wasn't actually an only child. I had an older brother, but this brother of mine was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Between all the relatives, friends, and especially our parents spoiling him rotten, he turned into a lawless, spoiled brat. He believed money could solve everything. Every day, he was either fighting or on his way to a fight. In the end, he was beaten to death. Ha! Su Wanqing was startled. She shrank back, her voice trembling as she asked, that's just too tragic. Yeah. Qin An launched into his Oscar-worthy performance. He wiped away tears with exaggerated gestures before continuing, later, my parents stayed up late analyzing the situation. They concluded that my brother ended up like this because of money and spoiling. So they decided to learn from their mistakes and adopt a poor upbringing approach with me, to prevent me from following my brother's path and ending up like him. I think I get it now. Su Wanqing pondered for a moment. So you're saying your parents have been pretending to be poor all along, and you had no idea you were actually a rich kid? Exactly. Congratulations, you got it right. Smack! Feng Qingyan flung Qin An's hand away. Rolling her eyes, she snapped, she got it right. Why did you shake my hand? Sorry, I got a little excited. Qin An acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Su Wanqing and explained, because of the poor upbringing approach, all these years I genuinely believed my family was extremely poor until the day before you bumped into me at the mall. I got a call from home. My mother suddenly transferred over 2 million yuan to me, plus handed over 3 companies. That's when I realized I was actually a rich kid. Holy moly! Feng Qingyan was stunned. I always thought this kind of thing was just made up in movies. I never imagined it could be a true story. Guess art really does imitate life. Wait. Su Wanqing raised her hand in a stop gesture. Frowning, she said sternly, something's not right. Gulp. Qin An nervously swallowed. What's wrong? The key issue isn't whether you're a rich kid, but how you know that guy surnamed Shen. Phew. Qin An breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't I already explain? She's the current deputy general manager of UU Car Rental. I just happened to take over the company, so she's my subordinate now. That's how we met. Really? Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, trying to detect any signs of panic on Qin An's face. It's true. Qin An remained perfectly composed. It's that simple. And I haven't even had any in-depth conversations with her. I just attended a routine meeting yesterday and listened to her work report. Seeing Qin An so composed, Su Wanqing believed him. She let out a small smile. That's more like it. Alright, let's eat already. I'm starving. Qin An saw that this crisis had finally been averted. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat voraciously. Meanwhile, downstairs, Shen Xinyao knew Qin An was meeting those two beauties for business purposes. With those two beauties, she still felt a pang of unease. She ate distractedly throughout the entire meal. Shen's father, noticing her state, asked with concern, "Young lady, what's wrong? Why the frown? You're barely eating, looking like you've lost your soul." "Ah, nothing." Shen Xinyao had no intention of telling her father about her situation with Qin An just yet. She brushed it off, "I'm just not feeling hungry. Plus, I just switched jobs, so there's a lot going on and the pressure's a bit much." "Then you shouldn't be making special trips to the hospital." Shen's father said with a look of deep concern, "I'm here with your mother. Everything will be fine." "It's fine." Shen Xinyao shook her head. "I can handle it. Have you finished eating? Let's go once you're done." "Alright." Shen's father waved to the waiter. "Excuse me, the bill please." "No need to pay, sir. The gentleman who was just chatting with you settled your bill." "Already settled?" Shen's father frowned. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Shen Xinyao. "What's your relationship with this Mr. Qin?" Shen Xinyao felt uncomfortable under her father's intense gaze. Still, she refused to reveal the truth, her tone deliberately flat. "Nothing special. Just a simple boss-employee relationship. Why are you imagining things? It's not that I'm overthinking things, I'm just afraid you might be." Mr. Shen's eyebrows shot up. His face turned cold as he snapped, "Let me make this clear, our family may not be wealthy, but we're not short on money. If you dare become someone's mistress for money, don't blame me for disowning you." The words mistress were unbearably harsh. Even in this bustling restaurant, it couldn't be muffled. Everyone turned to stare with curiosity. Shen Xinyao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She grabbed her father's arm and dragged him toward the exit. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder privately, why would her father think she was the mistress? Could he have misunderstood that Qin An had some kind of relationship with those two women? At that thought, Shen Xinyao decided an explanation was necessary. Her voice grew serious. "Dad, don't misunderstand. Mr. Qin and those two are just business partners. It's not what you think." Chapter 58, Using Pregnancy to Climb the Ladder. Thud. Shen's father's heart sank abruptly. He had only intended to give Shen Xinyao a gentle warning, to prevent her from being hurt by a scumbag like Qin An. But to his surprise, Shen Xinyao actually spoke up to defend Qin An. A wave of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to urgently ask, "Young lady, tell me the truth, are you already involved with that Mr. Qin?" Seeing her father ask again, Shen Xinyao couldn't help but feel irritated. Her embroidered brows furrowed tightly as she retorted, "Didn't I just explain? We're purely boss and subordinate. Why keep asking?" "Phew." Shen's father exhaled in relief. He patted his chest. "That's good. Young lady, let me tell you." Shen's father gazed at Shen Xinyao with indulgent affection. He continued earnestly, "Rich men like that will never be faithful. So you must stay far away from that Qin fellow. Don't let his sweet talk fool you. Otherwise, you won't even know which way to turn when you cry." After hearing her father's words, Shen Xinyao's already unsettled heart was suddenly swept into a raging storm. Could it be that he and that Mr. Su weren't discussing business at all? The thought struck her, and Shen Xinyao resolved to confront Qin An when he returned that evening. Meanwhile, at the Orange Hotel, room 1205. "Sis buyer." "Wah?" The moment Dilibert stepped into the room, Xia Yanran rushed over and clung to her tightly. The force of the impact nearly knocked her off her high heels. She staggered several steps before finally regaining her balance. Patting Xia Yanran's back, she soothed her softly, There. Stop crying like a little kid. Whatever it is, tell your sister. I'll take care of it for you." With Dilibai's comforting words, Xia Yanran's mood lifted slightly. She sat down on the nearby sofa and recounted everything that had happened the previous night. After listening, Dilibai fell into a deep silence. She remained utterly silent for a long while. Growing impatient, Xia Yanran shook Dilibai's shoulder forcefully and urged, "Sis buyer, say something. Didn't you promise to take care of this for me?" "Ah." Dilibai sighed. She reached out and ruffled Xia Yanyan's hair. "If it were any other matter, I can handle it for you. But this? I really can't get involved." No. Xia Yanran panicked. Like a monkey, she jumped up and down on the sofa. Finally, she grabbed Dilibai's hand and shook it relentlessly. "Sis, my dear sister, I'm begging you, please help me, wah." Stop it. Dilibai felt dizzy from the shaking. She pulled her hand away and said, "I'm not saying I won't help you, but you have to answer one question first. Which would you rather choose, accepting that he has other women, or leaving him?" After last night's deep contemplation, Xia Yanran knew she probably couldn't live without Qin An anymore. But she couldn't accept the idea of another woman in Qin An's life. So when faced with this question, she genuinely didn't know how to choose. Sighing, she asked, Sister Buyer, isn't there any way to make him love only me? Dilly Buyer shook her head.
With a hint of resignation, she said, from your description of the whole situation, he's definitely not the type to be faithful to one person. At least, he certainly isn't now. As for whether he might change in the future, I can't say for sure yet. But Yenran, you need to understand you're just dating him now, not marrying him.
Why worry so much? Just enjoy the moment, isn't that enough? Xia Yenran remained sullen.
Pouting, she said plaintively, but the thought of him kissing me with the same lips he just kissed another woman makes me sick.
And I really do want to marry him. Then try to accept it. Dilly Bai tried to console her. If it really doesn't work out, just take the money and leave. Once you have the money, even without him, you'll still be living the high life. Xia Yanyan fell silent. After a long moment of thought, she asked, Sister Bear, do you think he'll marry me? Dilber shook her head. Doubtful. But you could play the pregnancy card. Once you have the baby, go straight to his parents and blackmail him into marrying you. If that doesn't work, just expose it online and let netizens pressure him. Xia Yanyan recalled the incident where that Huang girl had given birth to Principal Wan's daughter and then broadcasted live online. She realized this plan might actually work. She smiled happily. Thanks, Sister Bear. I know what I have to do now. She reached for her phone to call Qin An. But Dillabear pressed it down firmly. Don't rush. Wait for him to contact you first, that's how you'll hold the upper hand. Ha? Xia Yenran felt a pang of disappointment. But what if he doesn't contact me for days? Dilly Bai paused to think for a moment. Her expression turned serious. 3 days. If he hasn't reached out within 3 days, I'll set you up with him myself. Okay. Xia Yenran's smile returned. She secretly looked forward to their meeting in 3 days. Even more, she hoped Qin An would reach out to her within those 3 days. On Qin An's end. Oh, right, Wanqing. Midway through the meal, Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered something. She asked Su Wanqing, didn't you have a classmate who works in real estate? Yes. Su Wanqing was eating her dish and asked indistinctly, what's up? Nothing. Feng Qingyan's expression seemed slightly unnatural. She kept her head down, avoiding Su Wanqing's gaze. She replied softly, I just feel like my place is a bit far from the hospital. Commuting is pretty tough, so I was thinking of renting a place closer to the hospital. Su Wanqing's hand paused mid-air as she picked up her chopsticks. His expression turned fiercely angry as he coldly demanded, was it that bastard again? Did he hit you? No, no one did. Feng Qingyan shook her head. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to sleep in a little longer. Bang! Su Wanqing didn't believe a word of it. She slammed her hand on the table and roared, how could he do that to you? You're his daughter, not his punching bag. What right does he have to keep hitting you? This won't do. We have to call the police. Oh, forget it. Feng Qingyan grabbed Su Wanqing's hand before she could reach for the phone. It's nothing serious. Besides, this is a family matter. Even if we call the police, they won't get involved. Qin Yan. Su Wanqing sighed in resignation. She pleaded earnestly, be sensible. The more you indulge him, the more he'll think he can walk all over you. Only by making him fear you can you change things. Feng Qingyan fell silent. She buried her head in her bowl and ate her rice in silence. Before long, tears as big as beans began falling into her bowl. It was truly heartbreaking to witness. Chapter 59 I've had enough. Su Wanqing knew she desperately needed comfort right now. She reached out and embraced her head. She patted her shoulder reassuringly, it's okay, I'm here. Don't be afraid, okay? Not offering comfort might have been better. But the moment Feng Qingyan was comforted, she completely lost it. Burying her face in Su Wanqing's embrace, she burst into loud sobs. Wanqing. I've had enough. Qin An watched from the side, filled with envy. Feigning tears, he edged closer to the other half of Su Wanqing's embrace. Ms. Su, I've had it too. Wah! Get away from me. Su Wanqing knew full well Qin An was trying to take advantage of her. She pushed him away impatiently. She turned to Feng Qingyan with a reassuring tone, there. Qingyan, tell me what happened. Feng Qingyan composed herself. Wiping away her tears, she began to tell her story. Feng Qingyan's father was named Feng Zhaojun. In his youth, he was a highly renowned carpenter in Yong'an County, Binhai City. His exceptional craftsmanship brought him a steady stream of clients. He earned over 100,000 yuan annually. In his peak year, he even earned 500,000 yuan. Locally, he was considered one of the wealthiest households. As for why he left Yong'an County to settle in Binhai City, it was all for Feng Qingyan. Perhaps inheriting her father Feng Zhaojun's exceptional genes, Feng Qingyan displayed remarkable intelligence from a young age. She consistently ranked among the top 3 in her grade on every exam. While this filled Feng Zhaojun with immense pride, it also sparked deep concern. He feared that the educational resources in Yong'an County might hinder Feng Qingyan's potential. Thus, he resolutely relocated from Yong'an County to Binhai City.
He enrolled Feng Qingyan in Binhai City's top high school, Hope High School.
But that very year, tragedy struck Feng Qingyan's family. A tragic car accident not only took the life of Feng Qingyan's mother,
but also left Feng Xiaojun permanently disabled, unable to continue his work as a carpenter. Fortunately, the driver at fault paid substantial compensation.
Additionally, the family home had been purchased outright.
It prevented the family from collapsing entirely. Yet after that accident, Feng Xiaojun changed. From a once kind and gentle father, he transformed into a monster who spent his days drinking, gambling, and abusing his family. Every day when he was drunk, he would either stand on the balcony and curse wildly. He would beat and berate Feng Qingyan.
Throughout her entire high school years, Feng Qingyan lived under his shadow. It wasn't until she moved into the dormitory for college that things began to improve.
But every summer and winter break remained her nightmare. Later, Feng Qingyan graduated and landed a decent job. Once she had established some financial stability, Feng Qingyan resolutely moved out of that home. At the time, she believed she had finally escaped the depths of misery.
But disaster struck again. Her father, Feng Xiaojun, fell from the upper floor after drinking too much, breaking his leg. He became unable to care for himself.
As an intern at the time, her meager salary was nowhere near enough to hire a caregiver. Yet she couldn't just stand by and watch her father lie there helpless. So she had no choice but to return to that hellhole once more. She reassured herself, it'll be fine. Just endure it for a little while longer.
As soon as his legs healed, she would leave.
But later she discovered leaving wasn't so simple. Because Feng Xiaojun had not only confiscated her paycheck card, cutting off her financial means, but also reported her to the neighborhood committee every time she tried to leave. He even called the police and filed lawsuits against her. It left her utterly drained, both physically and mentally.
This time, if she hadn't reached her absolute limit, she wouldn't have considered moving out again.
In your situation, avoidance definitely won't work.
After learning the full story, Qin An shook his head. You have to face it head on.
Easy for you to say.
Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes. How am I supposed to face it?
I've called the police before. Every time, they say it's not within their jurisdiction, only mediation or lawsuits are options.
Then we mediate.
When the police and neighborhood committee are present, he agrees to everything. But the moment they leave, he changes his tune completely.
And after each police report, he gets even more aggressive. As for suing, I've considered that too.
Feng Qingyan continued, I even consulted a lawyer, but they said this would only be classified as intentional assault.
Even if I won, the sentence wouldn't be long. And the court's likelihood of upholding the lawsuit is extremely low. What's more important is my family's relatives.
At this point, Feng Qingyan's chest heaved violently. She seemed visibly furious. The moment they heard I was considering a lawsuit, they all took the moral high ground to attack me, tearing me to shreds.
How am I supposed to face them now? Qin An knew Feng Qingyan was telling the truth.
As the old saying goes, even the most impartial judge struggles to resolve family disputes. Therefore, in most cases, whether it's the police or the judge,
would mediate whenever possible.
Rarely do they resort to legal action.
As for relatives and friends, they hadn't endured Feng Qingyan's suffering. How could they possibly see things from Feng Qingyan's perspective? Can you take the afternoon off? If so, take me to meet your father. I might be able to resolve this matter.
Qin An had a rough plan in mind for this matter. Whether it would work, however, remained to be seen.
Real or fake? Feng Qingyan felt a twinge of doubt.
For years, she had been utterly helpless.
Could Qin An really solve it?
It's true.
Qin An nodded firmly.
But let me be clear, I might be able to fix it, but if I can't, don't blame me.
It's fine.
Feng Qingyan still felt it was a bit far-fetched. But with her condition already beyond cure,
she was desperate enough to grasp at straws.
So even if there was only a sliver of hope, she wanted to try. She refused to give up.
Thank you.
I'll call the dean right now to request leave.
The director wasn't entirely pleased with Feng Qingyan's request for leave. He ultimately agreed.
After finishing their meal, the three drove toward Feng Qingyan's home.
Feng Qingyan's family had moved there 11 years ago.
The house they bought back then was a pre-owned property,
so the neighborhood had a distinctly dated feel.
However, the landscaping and such were still quite nice. The air is refreshingly clean. The only drawback is the lack of a pedestrian vehicle separation design, making parking a bit of a hassle. Qin An drove around the complex 3 times before finally finding a parking spot.
Xiao Yan's back.
As soon as they got out of the car, several middle-aged women sitting under a tree in the courtyard immediately greeted them with beaming smiles.
Feng Qingyan nodded with a smile in response.
Supporting Su Wanqing, she made her way step by step toward the upstairs.
Qin An followed behind.
Chapter 60, Can't you be more ambitious?
Who's that guy?
Don't know him.
Probably the new boyfriend of one of the Feng family girls. Driving a Bentley? That guy must be loaded. Could he be some rich kid? If he is, that'd be huge. The Feng family would be soaring to new heights. Big deal. That beat-up Bentley Continental is only worth about 3 million. He's just showing off. Drove around the neighborhood 3 times before parking. What a poser. Thud. Qin An, who was walking upstairs, heard this. He nearly stumbled and fell right there. I was just looking for a parking spot. How did that turn into showing off in your mouths? Rumors spread with a single breath, but debunking them takes running yourself ragged. Ha! What's that smell? The moment Feng Qingyan opened the door, a foul stench, a mix of alcohol and other odors. It hit them like a wave, stinging Su Wanqing and Qin An's eyes. They instinctively covered their noses and mouths. Even Feng Qingyan herself waved her hand dismissively in disgust. She then apologized with a guilty expression. Sorry about this. I've been staying at the hospital these past few days, so I haven't had a chance to clean up. It's fine. Su Wanqing waved dismissively. With Feng Qingyan's support, she forced herself to endure the strange, foul stench as she slowly made her way inside. Qin An followed closely behind, observing Feng Qingyan's home as they walked. Feng Qingyan's place wasn't large, appearing to be only about 60 or 70 square meters. The interior was crammed with all manner of clutter. From large medical supply boxes to smaller items like clothes, socks, holy underwear, empty liquor bottles, and cigarette packs. Everything imaginable. It looked extremely messy. There was literally nowhere to step, let alone anywhere to sit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon entering the living room, the flies that had been feasting on the leftover food were startled. They scattered instantly, leaving only milky white maggots writhing on the surface. The intense visual shock made Su Wanqing retch violently. She nearly vomited. She thought to herself, can people really live in a place like this? This is utterly disgusting. Qin An couldn't help but frown deeply. His impression of Feng Qingyan's father worsened considerably. Sit down, both of you. Feng Qingyan fetched 2 chairs, brushing off the dust before bringing them over. Then she rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning right away. Clang! During the process, her foot accidentally kicked over a wine bottle. It made a sharp, shattering sound. Feng Zhaojun, who had been sound asleep on the sofa, was startled awake. He whipped his head around to look this way. Seeing that besides his daughter, there were 2 strangers present. He glared furiously at Feng Qingyan and demanded harshly, "What the hell are you up to now, you brat?" Feng Qingyan trembled at the shout. Her hand involuntarily pinched her thigh. She tried to use the pain to calm herself down. Qin An noticed this detail and felt even more heartbroken for Feng Qingyan. Her reaction was a clear sign of post-traumatic stress disorder. This condition only develops after prolonged and repeated exposure to trauma. This meant Feng Qingyan had likely endured far more domestic violence than she had just described at the restaurant. Don't be afraid. Qin An stepped forward. He wrapped his hand around hers, which was clenched in a tight grip. He said in a deep voice, I'm here. It'll be okay. From the first time she endured domestic violence until now, Feng Qingyan had fantasized about it almost every single time. If only someone would step forward to help her. But all she ever got in return was disappointment, time and time again. So she had long since given up on such fantasies. Yet, when she had reached the depths of despair, Qin An suddenly appeared. That resolute, towering figure shielding her from behind. Those words, don't be afraid, I'm here. It'll be okay, filled her heart with overwhelming warmth. Her nose stung, and tears nearly spilled over her eyelids. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection plus 10. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection plus 10. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection plus 10. Ding! Feng Qingyan's current affection level, 50 points. Holy crap! Qin An was stunned. He knew his actions might boost her affection, but he'd estimated it would only be around 10 points at most. After all, it was merely a gesture of consolation. It hadn't actually solved any problems. To his utter astonishment, it had actually increased by 30 points. This left him both shocked and delighted. He felt even more motivated. Who are you? Feng Zhaojun saw Qin An holding his daughter's hand. A hint of joy appeared on his face, which had been filled with anger. He smiled and said, I see. You must be my daughter's boyfriend, right? The dowry doesn't need to be too much, just give me 5 million. The moment the words 5 million were uttered, Su Wanqing gasped in shock. Wow, you really have the nerve to ask for that much. Feng Qingyan frowned, her face cold. What nonsense are you talking about? He's not my boyfriend. Not your boyfriend? Feng Zhaojun refused to believe it, pointing angrily at their clasped hands. Not your boyfriend? He's holding your hand. Ah. Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered her hand was still clasped in Qin An's. She jerked it back as if electrocuted, a blush spreading across her pretty little face. Listen here, you little punk, cut the crap. Feng Zhaojun pointed angrily at Qin An and bellowed, if you want to marry my girl, bring the money. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. I can give you money. Qin An pulled up a chair and sat down slowly. Even if it's not 5 million, 10 million is fine too. But I have one condition. Feng Xiaojuan's eyes lit up. He sprang up from the sofa and crouched in front of Qin An. You kid, you really have that kind of money? Qin An didn't bother with small talk.
He pulled out his phone and flashed his 2 million yuan balance.
Feng Xiaojun believed him instantly. He scrambled to his feet and began frantically rummaging through the room. Finally, from who knows where, he pulled out a tattered household registration booklet torn into several pages. He also grabbed a pack of cigarettes and rushed back. He flattered with a smile, "Son-in-law, have a smoke. And this household register, it's yours too. Whenever you two want to get married, just go ahead." Seeing his father groveling so lowly to Qin An, as if he'd sell her off for cash at a moment's notice, Feng Qingyan's heart ached as if being torn apart. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She roared angrily, "Dad, can't you show some backbone? Grow up?" Feng Xiaojun laughed. And it was a wild laugh. Then his expression turned icy as he roared, "What kind of decent life could I possibly have? I'm a cripple, missing an arm. What decent life could I possibly have? So you're selling your daughter?" Feng Qingyan argued indignantly, "Just because you're unhappy, you have to ruin me too?" "Yes." Feng Xiaojun nodded, his gaze terrifying as it locked onto Feng Qingyan. "Because you ruined me, so I must ruin you too. An eye for an eye. I ruined you?" Feng Qingyan froze in confusion. "How did I ruin you?" Chapter 61, The Truth. Feng Xiaojun fell silent, slumped in place. Leaning against the sofa, he puffed away at his cigarette. His weathered face seemed etched with untold stories. "Say something." Feng Qingyan snapped. She grabbed a nearby garment and flung it hard against Feng Xiaojun's face. "How have I ruined you?" Feng Xiaojun remained silent. Silently, he picked up the cigarette she'd knocked from his lips, took 2 puffs. Then he stubbed it out in the leftover food. He turned to Qin An and said, "You two can go. When you've scraped together the money, just transfer it to my account." Slap. Qin An tossed the household register back at him. "Didn't you hear me? I'll give you the money, but you have to agree to one condition." "What condition?" A look of caution flashed across Feng Xiaojuan's face. "If you're asking how she ruined me, I'd rather not have the money." Qin An was stunned. Su Wanqing and Feng Qingyan were equally stunned. They were puzzled why would Feng Xiaojun, who was so greedy for money, refuse it over this matter. "Dad." After a long silence, Feng Qingyan spoke first. Her voice trembled with suspicion. What are you hiding from us? Get out." Feng Xiaojun kicked Feng Qingyan away with one swift motion. Then he rushed into the room and locked the door tightly. This only made the others even more curious about the matter. We're suddenly even more curious. "What should we do?" Feng Qingyan scrambled to his feet and looked at Su Wanqing and Qin An. "Do you have any ideas?" Qin An frowned deeply. After deep contemplation, he made a shushing gesture. He pointed toward Feng Qingyan's boudoir, signaling for the two to wait inside. Then he deliberately shouted loudly, "Forget it. Let's just leave him be. Let's go." Thump. 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 Qin An deliberately made his footsteps sound disorderly. He opened the front door and slammed it shut, creating the illusion that they had already departed. Sure enough, the sound of the lock being open came from the room's door. Qin An immediately prepared himself. The instant the door swung open, he slammed into the door and burst inside. He then pinned Feng Xiaojun firmly to the floor. "You little brat, what are you doing? Let go of me right now, or I'll call the police and have you arrested." "Stop yelling." Qin An snapped impatiently. "Let's make a deal. If you tell me everything and promise never to bother Qin Yan again, I'll give you 10 million yuan. How about it?" Feng Xiaojun, who had been struggling, froze upon hearing the figure of 10 million. He froze. His brows furrowed as he fell deep in thought. After a long pause, he asked, "You'll keep your word?" "Yes." Qin An released him. "As long as you're willing to talk, 10 million yuan will be transferred immediately." "No way." Seeing Qin An seemed genuinely prepared to spend 10 million to buy this secret, Feng Qingyan hurriedly stopped him. Shaking her head, she said, "This favor is too great, I could never repay it." "It's fine." Qin An, however, didn't seem to mind at all. After all, he wouldn't be the one spending 10 million to buy your peace of mind for the rest of your life? It's a steal. Feng Qingyan froze. She never dared dream that one day, a man would be willing to spend 10 million to resolve this matter for her. And this man had no ulterior motives. He was simply helping her as a friend. This moved her deeply. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection plus 10. Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection plus 10. Ding. Feng Qingyan's current affection level, 70 points. Wow. Seeing her affection level rise by another 20 points, Qin An couldn't help but feel delighted. He thought to himself, compared to tricks and techniques, throwing money at it is just easier. Su Wanqing felt a pang of jealousy. At the same time, she felt a bit worried. Worried that Qin An might have developed feelings for Feng Qingyan. Feng Xiaojun now believed it too. Qin An was genuinely going to give him that 10 million. He sighed and said, "Originally, I planned to take this secret to my grave.
But since you all want to know now, I'll tell you.
Xingyan. Feng Zhaojun licked his dry lips.
His face twisted with anguish.
You're not my daughter. Boom. The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire room. Feng Qingyan froze in place.
She couldn't pull herself together for a long time.
After a long pause, she asked in a trembling voice, You just said all that was true?
Ah.
Feng Zhaojun sighed deeply, gazing up at the ceiling.
Recalling the past, he continued, I fell for your mom back in middle school. But back then, so many guys were chasing her, and your mom was completely focused on her studies. I just couldn't win her over. Later, I didn't get into high school and started learning carpentry from your grandfather. Back then, I thought I might never marry your mother because we'd grown apart.
But unexpectedly, things took a turn.
The year your mother got into college, she suddenly dropped out due to illness. She even sought me out herself and asked if I'd be willing to marry her. I was overjoyed. At this point, tears welled up in Feng Zhaojun's eyes.
He laughed like a child. I didn't hesitate for a second, I said yes. Then you were born.
Feng Zhaojun took a deep breath and continued, because you were born 5 weeks earlier than the normal 37 weeks, your mother told me you were premature. Plus, at that time,
you were so tiny and underweight, I believed it.
It wasn't until you were in high school that I accidentally saw your mother's text messages with another man and learned the truth.
Qin An understood.
So all this time, Feng Zhaojun had been the fall guy.
Then what? Feng Qingyan's heart was churning with turmoil.
Her voice trembled as she asked, How did my mother die?
Don't worry. Feng Zhaojun gave Feng Qingyan a reassuring look.
I didn't kill your mother.
But she killed me. What do you mean? Feng Zhaojun let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh.
You should know how much I loved your mother. So when I found out about this, though I was furious and hated her, I endured it for her sake, pretending ignorance.
But that. Feng Zhaojun clenched his fists in agitation.
His eyes reddened. She only got worse. Every time I went out to work, she'd sneak around with that man behind my back. Even after I caught her and confronted her, she showed no remorse. She begged me to let her go. She wants to leave with the man who abandoned her all those years ago, and she doesn't plan to take you with her.
Boom. Feng Qingyan's heart lurched violently.
All these years, she had believed her mother was the person who loved her most in the world. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine her mother didn't love her at all. How laughable. I begged her back then. Feng Zhaojun took a deep breath and continued, I told her high school was a crucial period. If she left like that, it would definitely affect you. And if word got out that your mother ran off with someone, would spread like wildfire. You'd be the laughingstock of the whole school. I begged her to wait until after I graduated high school. But
Feng Zhaojun shook his head helplessly. No matter how much I begged her, she wouldn't agree. Chapter 62, Feng Zhaojun's bitterness. Later on, I was pushed to my limit. Feng Zhaojun gritted his teeth.
I told her, if you don't agree, don't ever think about divorcing me for the rest of your life. Then we started arguing. Later, she threatened to jump out of the car. Of course I couldn't let that happen, so I reached out to grab her.
It was right then that a truck came barreling across the road.
I didn't see it and slammed right into it. What happened next? You already know your mother died on the spot, and I lost my arm.
Feng Qingyan listened, unable to pull herself together for a long time.
She stood frozen in place. Tears streamed down her face.
She muttered over and over, How could this happen? How could this happen?
Ah! Feng Zhaojun sighed and continued, after that incident, your biological father came to see me once. He said he wanted to take you abroad to live, but I refused. There were 3 reasons. First, after all these years together, I've long considered you my own daughter.
I couldn't bear to give you away.
Second, I simply couldn't believe that someone who didn't want you even when your mother was alive would genuinely raise you after her death.
Especially since this person didn't even have a proper job overseas.
Third, you were in high school at the time. I feared suddenly moving abroad would disrupt your studies and jeopardize your future prospects.
Poof. Feng Qingyan scoffed.
Her face cold, she stared at Feng Zhaojun.
So by your logic, you were genuinely looking out for my best interests, huh? Feng Zhaojun lowered his head. I know what you mean.
You blame me for hitting you all these years. But think carefully, why did I hit you?
Poof. Feng Qingyan sneered coldly.
She roughly wiped the tears from her face with her hand.
So you're saying you have every right to hit me?
Exactly. Feng Zhaojun lifted his head with righteous indignation. He clenched his jaw tightly.
In my eyes, I'm absolutely justified. Fine, then explain exactly how you're in the right. Feng Qingyan's anger surged, and she no longer felt fear.
She pulled a chair over and sat down across from Feng Zhaojun. Feng Zhaojun scratched the corner of his eye, gathering his thoughts before speaking.
After everything happened, I thought long and hard. My first thought was to tell you the truth, then kick you bastard out. I raised you only because of your mother.
I swallowed my pride for her sake. Now that she's gone, I see no reason to keep playing the fool raising someone else's child. But when I saw you weeping bitterly over losing your mother, my heart softened.
I couldn't bring myself to abandon you. So I decided to keep the secret and continue caring for you as your real father. But what about you?
Feng Zhaojun roared with bloodshot eyes. For you, you bastard, I swallowed so much humiliation, even sold our family home back home to pay for your education in Binhai.
And this is how you repay me?
On the day it happened, you pointed your finger at me and hurled abuse, calling me a murderer and demanding I go to jail. Ever since, you've treated me like the monster who killed your mother, never giving me a moment's peace. When I was feeling down and asked you to buy me some liquor, you refused. When my arm wound needed dressing changes, you wouldn't help and cursed me instead, saying, "Let the infection kill you already."
Do you know how utterly heartbroken I felt hearing those words? Feng Qingyan fell silent. She hadn't known the truth back then.
She was still grieving over her mother's death. She didn't feel she'd done anything wrong to Feng Zhaojun.
Now that she knew the truth, looking back,
she realized her words and actions back then had indeed been hurtful.
Ah! Feng Zhaojun sighed softly. Every time you treated me like that back then, I'd think to myself, a bastard is a bastard. No matter how good you are to her, it's useless. During that period, I even considered telling you the truth and kicking you out. But then I thought, where could you possibly go? You had no one.
So I decided to wait until you could stand on your own 2 feet.
So I endured 7 long years, 7 years. During those 7 years, I hit you, but I also took care of you, didn't I? And what do? As soon as you grow wings, you want to fly away. You ignored me completely. Even when I got drunk and broke my leg, you barely visited me in the hospital. Tell me, how could I not be hurt? How could I not feel miserable? Forget it. After venting his pent-up resentment, Feng Zhaojun sighed and waved his hand. Enough. Let's leave it at that.
Now you know the truth, and you found such a wonderful boyfriend. Just live well together from now on. With that 10 million, I won't be counting on you to take care of me in my old age. Hearing Feng Zhaojun actually intend to take that 10 million.
Feng Qingyan's newly rising goodwill instantly plummeted. Her face turned as cold as ice. After all that, you're still fixated on the money.
If I'm not mistaken, back then, if my mother hadn't bought that insurance policy with me as the beneficiary,
and the truck driver hadn't paid you a huge settlement, you wouldn't have supported me at all, right? Insurance? Compensation? Feng Zhaojun laughed.
His smile was bitter.
If that's what you think, then so be it. Feng Qingyan's embroidered brows furrowed. What do you mean by that?
Explain yourself clearly.
Feng Zhaojun fell silent.
After a long pause, he said, "Forget it.
What's the point of talking about it anymore? It's all in the past anyway." No way. Feng Qingyan's curiosity was piqued.
She suddenly grabbed Feng Zhaojun by the collar.
You have to tell me. Otherwise, forget about that 10 million. You. Hey. Feng Zhaojun sighed deeply. Why are you doing this to yourself? Feng Zhaojun shook his head helplessly, limping over to the wardrobe.
After rummaging through it for a while, he pulled out a crumpled insurance policy and handed it to Feng Qingyan.
Feng Qingyan took it and glanced at it. The beneficiary's name wasn't hers. Instead, it bore a name she'd never heard before. She read it softly once and immediately understood. She looked up abruptly. This person is my biological father? Yes. Feng Zhaojun nodded, his face utterly defeated, collapsing onto the floor. I thought she only disliked me.
I never imagined she didn't love you either, that her heart belonged solely to that man. Besides, since we're on the subject, I might as well tell you I later learned by chance that the reason your biological father took you away back then was because you were the beneficiary of the insurance policy.
Oof. She stared at the unfamiliar name on the insurance policy. Feng Qingyan felt utterly ridiculous.
The mother she'd longed for all these years had never loved her at all. And yet she had spent all these years fighting against the only person who truly loved her, all for her sake. Even more laughable was that her biological father wanted to take her away, and it was all about the money. This truly proved it, her parents' love was genuine, while she was merely an accident.
Chapter 63. Do you like him?
The thought tore at Feng Qingyan's heart. Clutching her chest, it took her a long while to regain her composure.
She asked weakly, what about the compensation money? What compensation? Feng Zhaojun gave a bitter smile. I ran a red light, it was entirely my fault. The truck driver didn't even make me pay for the repairs.
That was already more than generous of him. As for why I said there was compensation money, I made it up to deceive you. I was afraid you'd worry about our family's financial situation and neglect your studies.
Feng Qingyan was stunned. Her voice trembled as she asked, then all these years, where did you get the money? Our family had some savings back then. Feng Zhaojun licked his dry lips. About 200,000 yuan, I think. But my medical treatment basically drained it all. After that, while I was recovering, I couldn't do anything, right?
So I sold off everything valuable we owned.
I remember now. Feng Qingyan vaguely recalled, I remember arguing with you back then because you sold my mother's jewelry. That was also the first time you hit me. Yeah. Feng Zhaojun nodded. After that, we didn't have much of value left.
Plus, my injuries were mostly healed by then, so I went out looking for work.
But I only had one arm left. Feng Xiaojun let out a bitter smile. What kind of work could possibly hire me?
I searched for over half a month without finding anything. Finally, an old boss I'd worked for took pity on my plight and helped me out. He let me watch over his mahjong parlor. That's how I got a job.
Do you know how happy I was back then? Feng Xiaojun's eyes flickered.
I figured if I just kept at it, I wouldn't have to worry about your tuition for the next few years. But you, of all people, went and reported the mahjong parlor.
Feng Qingyan hung her head in shame.
I'm sorry, she apologized.
I thought you were gambling away mom's survivor's benefits.
I didn't know you were actually working.
Forget it. Feng Xiaojun waved his hand dismissively. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You don't need to apologize. Just give me the 10 million. You, just as the atmosphere began to warm up,
was abruptly extinguished by Feng Xiaojun.
Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation and coldly retorted, forget about the 10 million.
She's not even my boyfriend, and frankly, I doubt I'll ever earn that much in my lifetime.
Even if I borrowed it, I couldn't pay it back. So from now on, you'll just have to keep using my salary card.
You've supported me all these years, now it's my turn to support you.
Seeing Feng Qingyan's earnest expression, which didn't seem like she was lying, Feng Xiaojun glared at Qin An, you little brat. You're not my daughter's boyfriend, so what are you pretending to be? You ruined my moment of joy. Don't worry. Qin An smiled and pulled out his phone. Even if I'm not your boyfriend, I can afford this small amount. I won't let your excitement go to waste. Ding. 2 million yuan deposited into your account. Ha? Su Wanqing froze upon hearing her phone notification. What's going on? Why did you transfer money to me? Qin An certainly couldn't admit he was trying to use her to launder money.
He feigned surprise.
Wrong number.
But no worries, I'll transfer it all to you.
You can just forward it to Uncle Feng. Same difference.
Without waiting for Su Wanqing's reaction, Qin An immediately transferred another 2 million yuan payments.
A total of 12 million. Su Wanqing was completely bewildered again. You transferred an extra 2 million. Really?
Qin An feigned ignorance. Consider that extra 2 million as a token of appreciation for helping me with the transfer.
Boom. Feng Xiaojun froze. Wait, what kind of family are you from? A whopping 2 million yuan in fees? We may be wealthy, but we can't spend like this, can we? Su Wanqing was stunned too. She considered herself fairly well off. But casually handing out 2 million yuan as a fee?
She doubted she could ever manage that in her lifetime.
Feng Qingyan's lips twitched.
She had thought Qin An's willingness to splash out 10 million for her was quite generous. But now it seemed, well, that was just how it was. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, they looked like they'd seen a ghost. Qin An smiled without a trace of emotion.
Being rich felt damn good. Ding ding.
Bank of Dragon Nation account ending in 3421 has received 10 million yuan.
No way? Seeing the actual text notification arrive, Feng Xiaojun gaped in astonishment. You actually did it? MHM. Qin An nodded. Qin An, always keep my word. Feng Xiaojun still found it hard to believe.
He lowered his head and carefully counted the zeros in the text message. Then he looked up at Qin An, then glanced at Feng Qingyan beside him. He understood. Qin An had definitely set his sights on his daughter. But he already had a girlfriend. What on earth should he do? After much deliberation, Feng Xiaojun made up his mind. He beckoned to Feng Qingyan. Come with me for a moment. I need to talk to you about something. Oh. Without giving it much thought, Feng Qingyan told Qin An and Su Wanqing, you two, wait for me, okay?
Dad, what is it?
Even now that Feng Qingyan knew the truth. Feng Xiaojun was not her biological father. But after all these years, she'd grown accustomed to calling him that.
It wasn't something she could change overnight.
Just like Feng Xiaojun, who kept calling her daughter and my girl. And she had no intention of changing it. After all, Feng Xiaojun is the only person in this world who truly loves her.
Even if there's no blood relation, what does it matter? Shoo! Feng Xiaojun made a shushing gesture.
Turning back to glance, he saw Qin An and the others hadn't followed out. He whispered, what do you think of that Qin guy? He's pretty good. When Feng Qingyan first learned Qin An was ill, she felt deeply sorry for Su Wanqing. So she had a poor impression of him. But after learning it was all a misunderstanding, and following their recent interaction, she not only stopped disliking him but even found herself developing a faint fondness for him.
So do you like him? Ha? Feng Qingyan was startled. She quickly glanced inside the room.
Seeing that Qin An and Su Wanqing probably hadn't heard, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She scolded playfully, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? He's my best friend's boyfriend. If I liked him, what kind of person would I be?
Best friend? Honey's friend? Feng Xiaojun waved his hand, his expression stern.
Listen to me, Feng Qingyan. If you don't go after someone you like, you'll regret it later.
And I'm certain that guy absolutely likes you.
Oh, Dad, stop it.
Feng Qingyan interrupted impatiently. Even if I liked him and he liked me back, I couldn't betray my best friend.
Hey!
Feng Zhaojun sighed helplessly. Fine, if that's how you feel.
I'll accept this 10 million in my name, and I'll give you the bank card later.
Chapter 64, It's All Your Fault. For me?
Feng Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her delicate little face was filled with astonishment.
Feng Zhaojun nodded. He slowly sat down on the staircase landing. He lit a cigarette and puffed away. Aren't you always complaining that the hospital keeps pressuring you to generate revenue? That it weighs on your conscience and makes you want to quit?
I figured I'd use this chance to squeeze more money out of them. That way, even if you really quit, you'd still be set for life. Besides, these rich folks always tire of the old and crave the new.
Save up more money. That way, when he dumps you, you'll have a backup plan. Feng Qingyan's eyes reddened. She hadn't expected that even now. Feng Zhaojun was still thinking about her. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. At this moment, all Feng Qingyan could muster was an apology. She truly didn't know what else to say. Silly girl. Feng Zhaojun affectionately ruffled Feng Qingyan's hair. Whether you acknowledge me or not, I'll always acknowledge you. I'll forever be your rock. Feng Qingyan finally broke down. She threw herself into Feng Zhaojun's arms and burst into tears. Meanwhile, inside the house. Ring ring. Ring ring. Su Wanqing glanced at the ringing phone.
Seeing it was her secretary, Xiao Wei, she hurriedly pressed the answer button.
Hello? Hello? Miss Su, it's bad news.
Xiao Wei's voice sounded panicked.
Qin An just called.
He said since you didn't go see him or contact him yesterday, he's decided to unilaterally terminate the contract.
Effective immediately.
Not only will he refuse any future orders from us, but the existing 200,000 unit order is also cancelled. He dares. Su Wanqing shot up from her chair. Her face flushed with fury as she shouted, "We signed a contract. How dare he just cancel it like that? He said it's just a matter of breach of contract fees and he can afford to pay them, but..."
Seeing Xiao Wei stammering, Su Wanqing grew impatient. She pressed, "But what?
You'll have to sue him to get it."
Clang. At those words, Su Wanqing's temper flared.
Her breathing grew ragged with fury. Though she held the contract and would surely win in court. But from filing the lawsuit to the court date, then the trial and verdict. It would take at least a year or two, no way around it. And this isn't even Qin An deliberately stalling. If he were to deliberately delay, it could easily drag on for 2 or 3 years. By then, that paltry penalty fee would be nothing compared to the effort expended.
Would be insignificant.
Moreover, compared to the losses incurred by failing to seize the autumn and winter market in time, would be incomparably greater. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Su Wanqing kicked the door several times in anger. She yelled into the phone, "You need to contact a garment factory that can replace Qin An immediately right this instant. Even if it costs an arm and a leg, it doesn't matter." Su Wanqing knew that if she tried to negotiate with Qin An now, she'd inevitably be led by the nose. So rather than groveling to Qin An, it was better to spend more money and find someone else to work with. There was another advantage to this approach. Once Qin An realized he wasn't the only option, he wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. "That won't work, Mr. Su." Xiao Wei sighed helplessly. It's peak season for rushing autumn collections right now. The few garment factories in Binhai City that can rival Qin An are already fully booked with orders. Even if we offered more money, they simply couldn't take it. Su Wanqing covered her face with her hands, pressing her temples. Her pretty face was etched with worry. "What about smaller garment factories?" "I've already checked on those too." Xiao Wei sighed. "They're all booked solid too, and their craftsmanship is subpar. They simply can't meet our standards." Su Wanqing fell silent. Could it be that begging Qin An was truly our only option? She was utterly reluctant. But the thought of the new autumn collection not hitting the market on time, it could very well lead to a cash flow crisis or even bankruptcy. She steeled herself against the nausea. She prepared to meet Qin An. She sighed and said, "Xiao Wei, go ahead with your work. If anything comes up, give me a call." "What's wrong?" Although Qin An could only hear Su Wanqing's side of the conversation, he could roughly guess what had happened. He stepped closer, concern in his voice. "Is Qin An causing trouble again?" Su Wanqing nodded. Then she glared at Qin An angrily. "This is all your fault." "My fault?" Qin An was dumbfounded. He was completely bewildered. "He's the one causing trouble. I didn't tell him to. Why blame me?" "It's still..." Su Wanqing was about to say, "It's because you ignored me all day, making me miss you so much. That's why I forgot to contact Qin An yesterday." But then she thought, if she said that, wouldn't that prove she liked him? She quickly changed her tune. "Anyway, it's all your fault." Qin An's mouth twitched. "You just can't reason with women." "Wanqing, what's wrong? Did something happen?"
Feng Qingyan, who had heard the commotion, rushed in breathlessly. Nothing. Su Wanqing feigned indifference. It's just that the garment factory I've been collaborating with suddenly wants to terminate our partnership. It's got me a bit upset. Terminate the partnership? Feng Qingyan's embroidered brows shot up. She spoke up in Su Wanqing's defense. That person is so unethical they don't even respect the most basic principles of contractual integrity. But don't worry too much about it. Feng Qingyan gestured toward Qin An. Doesn't your boyfriend happen to own a garment factory? Right. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up with delight. She beamed with delight. How could I have forgotten about that? Hurry up and use your factory to produce 200,000 sets of the new autumn collection for me. Qin An sat there. He smoothed out his clothes. He put on airs. Beg me. Like hell I'm begging you.
Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes seductively. Hurry up.
Qin An shook his head.
Crossing his legs, he declared with utter arrogance, no begging, no help. You. Su Wanqing was so furious her breathing quickened. Pointing an accusing finger at Qin An, she gritted her teeth.
Fine, you won't help, huh? Don't come crying to me later. Qin An shrugged indifferently. Don't worry, I won't regret it. You. Su Wanqing was furious. Just as she was about to say something else,
Feng Qingyan, standing nearby, pulled her out of the room first.
Whispering into her ear, she coaxed, all right, Wanqing.
I know you're upset, but men respond to softness, not force. Arguing with him won't work, you have to stroke him the right way.
No way. Su Wanqing felt deeply wronged.
He'd slept in the same bed with her. And he even took her first kiss.
Yet he wouldn't even lift a finger to help. He even insisted she beg him. How infuriating. Chapter 65. This little movement is too sweet. You won't touch me, huh? Feng Qingyan's eyes darted around. She feigned anger. Fine, then just wait for your company to go bankrupt. Bankrupt, then.
In her anger, Su Wanqing felt like throwing caution to the wind. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She couldn't bear to abandon this child she'd poured 3 years of her heart and soul into.
All right. Feng Qingyan rubbed Su Wanqing's shoulders and continued to persuade her. It's just asking him for a favor. It's not like it'll cost you an arm and a leg. What's the big deal?
Su Wanqing still couldn't wrap her head around it, her face full of grievance.
But as my boyfriend, isn't it his duty to help me out? Then as his girlfriend, isn't it also your responsibility to provide him with emotional support? Feng Qingyan guided her gently. Wanqing, love requires effort from both partners. It can't just be him giving and you taking. Su Wanqing began to understand.
But deep down, she still felt resentful. She stood there, refusing to budge. Seeing this, Feng Qingyan sighed helplessly. She continued her plea, just do it for the sake of the money.
Can't you manage that? Fine. Now she had an excuse. Su Wanqing couldn't very well refuse now.
She muttered sullenly, fine. I'll let him off the hook just this once. With that, she turned and walked back into her room, her chin held high so she wouldn't have to look at Qin An. Her tone was stiff.
I'm begging you, is that okay? No. Qin An shook his head. Not sincere.
You. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth in anger. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. She spoke again, Qin An, I'm begging you, just help me out.
Qin An shook his head.
This time it's better, but there's no real feeling behind it.
Are you ever going to stop? Su Wanqing exploded.
She'd never begged anyone like this before in her life.
Forget it. Qin An sensed Su Wanqing might feel constrained in front of Feng Qingyan and Feng Zhaojun. He didn't want her to continue.
Waving his hand dismissively, he said, no need to beg me.
Just agree to one thing for me instead. What is it?
Su Wanqing stared at Qin An warily.
She sensed something sinister lurking beneath the surface.
Qin An rose and walked to Su Wanqing's side, whispering into her ear, once your injuries heal, wear black stockings for me.
You. Su Wanqing was both embarrassed and furious.
Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. If not for Feng Qingyan and Feng Zhaojun watching nearby, she would have given Qin An, that lecher, a good scolding.
All right, stop spacing out. Qin An chuckled smugly. Let's get going. I'll give you a tour of the factory. Aren't you two going to eat before leaving? Feng Qingyan looked longingly at Qin An and Su Wanqing, hoping they would stay. No, thank you. Su Wanqing shook her head. Time is tight. We'll save it for next time. All right then. Feng Qingyan felt a pang of regret. She didn't linger further.
After seeing Qin An and Su Wanqing to their car, she turned and headed back upstairs. Qin An sat in the car, watching her retreating figure. He silently pondered how he could win her over.
Or maybe offer her another apartment?
Qin An recalled Feng Qingyan mentioning she needed a place to rent at the restaurant. He felt this approach might just work. He planned to ask the wealthy members of the group chat when he had time, to see if any of them had properties near the hospital.
What are you doing? Su Wanqing noticed Qin An hadn't started the car for ages.
She looked at him with a puzzled expression.
noticing he was staring at Feng Qingyan's retreating figure. Her gaze turned icy as she demanded coldly, "You wouldn't happen to have fallen for Feng Qingyan, would you?" "No way." Qin An spoke the truth. He truly hadn't developed feelings for Feng Qingyan. Because from the moment before until now, aside from her beauty being somewhat appealing, nothing else about her had captured his interest. So it was merely a hint of fondness, not love. But Su Wanqing didn't believe a word of it. Her gaze turned icy. Her face hardened as she snapped, "I'm warning you, if you dare mess around, don't say I didn't warn you." Clunk. Feeling Su Wanqing's murderous, icy glare, Qin An felt a chill run through his entire body. Then his head began to ache. Why could the male leads in novels handle a harem of women? Why couldn't he handle it? "Hey! Aren't you going to drive? Are you planning to stay the night?" Su Wanqing snapped angrily when Qin An didn't budge. "Wait a minute." Qin An pulled out his phone. "Let me make a call first." Originally, Qin An had planned to stall Old Yu for a few days to drive down the price before buying those production lines. But now he needed them urgently, so he had to abandon that idea. Damn it! He found Old Yu's WeChat. Qin An discovered the guy had actually sent him over 20 messages. 3 of them contained quotes. First one, 12 million. Second one, 10 million. Third, 9.5 million. And beneath the third one, he poured out his grievances, claiming this was the absolute lowest price, impossible to go any lower, and how they'd be losing their shirt. But Qin An paid no heed. He simply countered with a price, 8 million. "If you're okay with it, send me the address. I'll come take a look and transfer the money immediately." Old Yu replied almost instantly. Seemed like he'd been glued to his phone. "Mr. Qin, please give us a break. At 8 million, we'd be left with nothing. It's just not feasible." 8.5 million. Qin An teased the price a bit. "No deal. Forget it." This time, Old Yu didn't reply instantly. He must be discussing it with his partners. Qin An wasn't in a hurry. He set his phone aside and waited patiently. Ding. 5 minutes later, Old Yu replied. 8.7 million. That's the absolute minimum we agreed on. "Mr. Qin, please, don't be stingy over a measly 200,000. Qin An smiled. He typed back, "How about you do us a favor and make it 8.3 million? Qin An wasn't short on cash. But he wasn't a sucker. "Why should I throw 200,000 down the drain just because you say please?" Ding. Old Yu replied quickly this time. However, it changed from text to a voice message. "Mr. Qin, hello. I'm Yu Changqing's granddaughter. My name is Yu Mingxiu." Qin An had assumed the voice message was from Old Yu. But to his surprise, it was actually from his granddaughter. This surprised him. What surprised him even more was how sweet Yu Mingxiu's voice sounded. So sweet he felt like he needed a couple shots of insulin. "Qin An, what exactly do you mean?" Just as Qin An was lost in the sweetness of Yu Mingxiu's voice, Su Wanqing's roar suddenly erupted. It startled him so badly. His phone nearly flew out of his hand. "What do you mean? You're flirting with this girl instead of taking me to the factory right now? What the hell do you think you're doing?" Su Wanqing was so angry she felt like crying. They weren't even married yet. "He treats me like this. What would happen after marriage? Hey! I thought it was something serious." Qin An straightened up and handed the phone to Su Wanqing. "I wasn't flirting, I was buying production lines for manufacturing clothing. Otherwise, how would we produce anything?" Chapter 66, Leg Warmers and Hand Warmers. Su Wanqing saw Qin An's calm expression. He even handed over his phone generously, letting her look through it freely. She realized she must have genuinely misunderstood. A pang of guilt welled up inside her. At the same time, she wondered what had gotten into her. Why had she gone from feeling jealous of Feng Qingyan just moments ago, and then jealous of a stranger? Could it be that she had truly fallen for Qin An? This time, Su Wanqing didn't argue back. Because back in college, she had read a book. It contained a line, "Because you care, you love." Right now, she felt her actions mirrored that description perfectly. Forget it. If I like him, I like him. Besides, he's actually pretty great. After comforting herself with this thought, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "How come your garment factory doesn't have a production line?" "Well, it's like this." Qin An patiently explained the current situation of the garment factory in a concise manner. He also mentioned his plan to purchase a fully automated production line. After listening, Su Wanqing fell into deep thought. She spoke slowly, "Here's what I think, your current workload isn't heavy. Upgrading just 1 or 2 lines should be sufficient. There's no need to upgrade everything. After all, these production lines are quite expensive, each one costs several million." When Shi Tianan first imposed sanctions, Su Wanqing had considered building a factory. But she was deterred by the staggering cost of fully automated production lines. So she was well aware of the costs involved. "It's fine." Qin An didn't seem to mind. "Spending money on you makes me happy." "Spend money on me?" Su Wanqing was a bit confused. "This factory isn't even mine. How can upgrading the equipment be considered spending money on me? No. Qin An shook his head. He gazed at Su Wanqing with deep affection. This factory is yours. I bought it specifically for you when I acquired it. Boom. Su Wanqing froze. Could this be a dream? A factory worth nearly 10 million yuan given to her? Didn't they say there's no such thing as a free lunch? Stop spacing out and sign it already.
Qin An handed her the pre-prepared transfer contract and pen. Su Wanqing glanced at it and saw the transfer amount was indeed 0. Startled, she waved her hands urgently. No, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it. If it were a handbag worth tens of thousands, or even a car worth hundreds of thousands, she would have accepted it without hesitation. But a factory worth tens of millions? She truly dared not accept it. She feared she wouldn't be able to repay it. Wanqing. Qin An took Su Wanqing's delicate, boneless little hand. His eyes brimmed with deep affection as he asked, Do you think I am more precious to you, or this factory? Su Wanqing didn't notice the trap in his words. Without hesitation, she answered, Of course it's you. Then that settles it. Qin An shrugged and smiled faintly. If even I belong to you, what else could you possibly want from this factory? Su Wanqing flushed at the sudden declaration of affection. Still, she had no intention of accepting it. Shaking her head, she said, I can't accept it either. Besides, whether this factory is under your name or mine, isn't it the same? It's not the same. Qin An shook his head. If it's under your name, I'll buy new equipment and renovate the factory. If it's under mine, I won't lift a finger. You. Su Wanqing didn't realize it was because only the factory was under her name. The money spent on purchasing equipment and renovating the factory was considered dating expenses. She had assumed Qin An was using this tactic to pressure her. She sighed helplessly. Fine. I give in. I'll take the factory, okay? Such a good girl. Qin An leaned in and kissed Su Wanqing's cheek. Once again, a blush spread across Su Wanqing's cheeks. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. The jealousy she'd felt moments ago over Qin An spending 10 million on Feng Qingyan vanished completely. Mr. Qin, are you still there? At that moment, Yu Mingxiu sent several more voice messages in quick succession. Qin An typed back, It's only 8.5 million. Take it or leave it. Though Yu Mingxiu's voice was undeniably sweet. Who could guarantee she wasn't Princess Xiaobiluo? Besides, his current persona was that of a scumbag, not a bootlicker. For the sake of his persona, he had to reject any and all suck-up behavior. Yu Mingxiu's reply came swiftly. Almost instant. And she sent 4 messages at once. Mr. Qin, you certainly have an unconventional approach to business. Not only did you refuse the extra 200,000, but you also turned down the 200,000 reduction. Well then, I'll have to respectfully comply. 8.5 million it is. Here's the address. When would you like to come over? Location, number 2333 Xingyuan Avenue, 9th Economic Development Zone, Binhai City. What? Cut 200,000? Qin An swiftly swiped up on the screen, locating the voice message that had just been interrupted. He tapped to replay it. Mr. Qin, hello. I'm Yu Changqing's granddaughter, Yu Mingxiu. Since you've spoken, let's settle at 8.3 million. The missing 200,000 yuan is our gift to you as a token of our friendship. I hope this collaboration will allow us to become friends. Damn it! He just lost 200,000 yuan. Qin An felt like crying. If only I'd gone back to listen again. Damn it! But it was too late now. Plus, she was just a girl, and she'd been so magnanimous about it. For a grown man like him to be so petty would be utterly unbecoming. I'll just have to swallow this bitter pill. Smiling, I typed back, Are you at the factory now? If so, I'll drive over right away. It should take about 2 hours. Alright, I'll wait for you. After receiving the message, Qin An stopped chatting with her. He drove toward his destination. As he passed through a traffic light, Su Wanqing shot him a fierce glare. She coldly demanded, What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Qin An feigned ignorance. Su Wanqing extended her slender jade-like hand and pointed at Qin An's hand resting on her thigh. Oh, this? Qin An grinned. You're wearing such short clothes, I was worried you'd get cold, so I was warming you up. Get lost. Su Wanqing didn't buy his nonsense. Rolling her eyes, she swatted his hand away. I'm not cold, I'm hot. I don't need you warming me up. Oh. Qin An nodded as if suddenly understanding. Then he reached out his hand again. Su Wanqing was furious, grinding her teeth. She snapped angrily, Didn't you hear me say I'm not cold? I'm hot. I don't need you to warm me up. I heard you. Qin An grinned mischievously. I wasn't warming your legs just now. My hands are cold, so I asked you to warm them for me and cool you down at the same time. You. Su Wanqing laughed in exasperation. She punched Qin An angrily. You jerk. Qin An chuckled smugly. He started the car and drove forward. Seeing he made no further inappropriate advances, she let him rest his hand on her thigh.
Chapter 67, The Big Lowly.
Upon arriving at the location, Qin An was surprised to find that Yu Mengshu's garment factory was right next to the Xinglong garment factory he had acquired. The distance between them was merely a few hundred meters.
This undoubtedly made transporting equipment much more convenient. Ding!
Detected a 95-point top-tier goddess.
System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Yu Mengshu. Age, 23. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Charm, 95. Occupation, internet celebrity blogger cosplayer. Specialty, can perfectly cosplay characters from all dimensions. Affinity, 5 stranger. Number of people she's dumped, 0.
Success reward, basketball mastery, swimming mastery, and full refund of all dating expenses. The moment Qin An stepped off the bus, a system notification echoed in his mind.
However, he didn't see anyone.
It wasn't until he entered the office building with Su Wanqing that he saw it.
Then Qin An was stunned. This is a lowly?
Yu Mengshu was simply too tall, a towering 180 centimeters.
Even among men, she would be considered exceptionally tall. Yet this towering girl possessed an adorably cute lowly-like face. How could Qin An not be astonished? You're Mr. Qin?
Yu Mengshu was also taken aback. She had imagined Qin An to be a middle-aged, greasy-looking uncle. After all, young men were generally broke. Even if they did have money, it wouldn't reach the hundreds of millions level.
Not even the second-generation rich could reach that level. After all, the wealth of second-generation rich kids comes from their fathers. A few million or tens of millions is already the peak. Those who could hand down 10 billion were few and far between. So her assumption makes no sense. Right. Qin An nodded slightly.
I am the Mr. Qin who intends to purchase your production line.
My name is Qin An. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Qin. Yu Mengshu warmly shook hands with Qin An.
Her eyes sparkled with a flirtatious smile.
She generously complimented him. Mr. Qin, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of me?
As she finished, Yu Mengshu gave Qin An a flirtatious wink.
The gesture left Qin An feeling a bit dizzy.
He wished Su Wanqing hadn't come along. Then he could have said he didn't. She has a girlfriend. Seeing another woman trying to steal her boyfriend, Su Wanqing hurriedly staked her claim. She extended her hand with a forced smile. I'm his girlfriend.
My name is Su Wanqing.
Oh. Yu Mengshu responded with a dismissive oh.
She didn't bother to shake Su Wanqing's hand either.
Curious, Su Wanqing clenched her fists so tightly they cracked.
She felt like she could kill Yu Mengshu right then and there. Mr. Qin, how old are you? I'm 18.
Qin An chuckled playfully.
Ha?
Yu Mengshu froze, scrutinizing Qin An from head to toe before shaking her head.
I don't believe you. Qin An scratched his head. Well then, shall we find a room to check? Sure thing.
Yu Mengshu smiled happily.
There's a bed in my office, let's go there.
Saying this, she hooked her arm through Qin An's and started to walk.
This time, Qin An couldn't keep up. Damn it! Isn't the wrestling count supposed to be 0? How could she still be so fierce? Stop right there. Su Wanqing, already seething with anger. Now she was even angrier. She glared at Yu Mengshu with venom. Flirting with my boyfriend right in front of me? Do you really think I'm made of clay?
Yu Mengshu showed no fear. She stuck out her tongue playfully at Su Wanqing. Then she turned to Qin An and pouted, Big bro, your girlfriend is so mean. She scared me to death. Big bro, hold me tight and comfort me, okay? Qin An felt his scalp tingle from the flirtation. No wonder they say online that women who play the sweetheart get the best deals.
This girl's acting cute was seriously intense. You? Su Wanqing was furious. If not for the injury on her leg, she'd have charged right over to tear Yu Mengshu's mouth to shreds.
And slam dunk her while straddling her.
Enough, stop this nonsense.
Qin An saw that if this continued, Su Wanqing might just die of anger right here. Pushing Yu Mengshu aside, he said sternly, take us to see the production line.
All right.
Yu Mengshu knew when to quit while she was ahead.
She skipped ahead, leading the way for Qin An.
The 2 pink satin ribbons beneath the enormous bow at her back fluttered up and down with each step. Like 2 flocks of colorful butterflies dancing gracefully among the flowers, it was quite a sight.
What character are you cosplaying as? Qin An knew little about otaku culture. She could only ask.
Yu Mengshu halted, covering half her face with the mask in her hand. Then she whirled around, leaning forward with a giggle.
Master Baeking Fang, what would you like to trade with me, brother? Gulp. Yu Mengshu wore a prop costume. More revealing than a strapless dress, it was quite revealing. Combined with her leaning forward posture, from Qin An's perspective, all he could see was snow-white skin. How could Qin An bear this? He quickly looked up at the azure sky. He tried to calm himself this way. Put. Yu Mengshu couldn't help but giggle at Qin An's reaction. Who knew you'd be so shy, big brother? Being teased by a girl. Especially by a girl who hadn't even been touched yet. Qin An felt utterly humiliated. He silently vowed that once Su Wanqing was out of the picture, He would teach her a lesson. She'd learn the hard way that children shouldn't play with fire. Oh, you must be Mr. Qin?
At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a dragon-head cane, his temples streaked with gray,
But still spry and full of vitality, strode briskly toward them.
Beside him was a young woman in an OL uniform wearing glasses, who appeared to be his personal secretary or similar.
It's me, Mr. Yu.
Qin An stepped forward and shook hands with him politely.
Good, good, good.
Yu Chongqing smiled happily. He generously praised, I never imagined Mr. Qin would be so young.
Truly a rising star. Mr. Yu, you flatter me. No need for formalities, Mr.
Yu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively.
That sounds too formal. Just call me old Yu like everyone else in the group. I'm not one for formalities. All right. Qin An didn't hesitate either.
Then don't call me Mr. Qin either.
Just call me Qin An. All right, all right.
Yu Chongqing chuckled, pointing toward the factory workshop nearby.
The production line is inside. Let's head over. All right. Ow. Why'd you pinch me?
Qin An winced at the sharp pain in his thigh and turned to glare at Su Wanqing in confusion.
Su Wanqing glared at Qin An, you tell me?
When they met Yu Mingshu earlier, Qin An hadn't introduced her. And now, meeting Yu Chongqing, he still hadn't introduced her.
How could she not be furious?
At the same time, she couldn't help but doubt whether Qin An truly regarded her as his girlfriend.
He hadn't even properly confessed his feelings. And now he still wouldn't acknowledge it. Qin An genuinely didn't want to admit it.
Because once he did, it would be much harder for him to flirt with other girls. But now, it was clear he couldn't avoid it any longer. Gritting his teeth, he introduced them. Old Yu, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Su Wanqing.
Chapter 68, Are Nobles Born or Made?
The moment the word girlfriend left his lips, the smile on Yu Chongqing's face froze abruptly. It was replaced by a look of utter despair.
He sighed inwardly, is heaven truly conspiring against the Yu family? The reason Yu Mingshu's factory went bankrupt was not only due to the meddling of someone surnamed Shi.
The more crucial reason was that the Yu family was finished. Otherwise, with the Yu family's financial resources, even if this garment factory operated at a loss for 10 or 8 years, they could have sustained it.
Old Yu, something on your mind? Qin An noticed Yu Chongqing's unusual mood and asked casually. Ah. Yu Chongqing sighed deeply.
Waving his hand dismissively, he said, nothing.
Let's go check on the production line.
Originally, Yu Chongqing had hoped to use this opportunity to bring Qin An and his granddaughter together, then leverage Qin An's influence to prop up the crumbling Yu family empire.
But now that the young man already had a girlfriend, what was the point of bringing it up? All right.
Since the other party didn't want to talk about it, Qin An didn't feel it was his place to pry further. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to pry. He gave a brief reply and pushed Su Wanqing toward the workshop.
The 5 fully automated production lines at the Yu family's facility were indeed just as Yu Chongqing had described. They were brand new.
They showed almost no signs of use whatsoever.
Su Wanqing and Qin An were both satisfied after seeing it.
They paid without hesitation.
The entire transaction was completed in less than half an hour. Young Master Qin, do you have other plans later?
Yu Chongqing asked tentatively, if not, I'll treat you to a meal.
How about it?
Though he knew his hopes of pairing his granddaughter with Qin An were likely dashed.
But cultivating a friendship could still prove beneficial. Qin An pondered for a moment.
He realized that the dismantling, transporting, and final installation of these production lines didn't seem to require his involvement.
And since he didn't seem to have anything else to do, he nodded.
All right, since you've been so kind as to invite us, my girlfriend and I would be rude to decline.
Ha ha ha, excellent. Seeing Qin An agree, Yu Chongqing was overjoyed.
He turned and led Qin An and the others toward the exit.
On the way, Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yu, doesn't your factory have any leftover fabric?
Now that the production line was in place, they still lacked the fabric.
This issue must be resolved as soon as possible. We do have some leftovers. Yu Chongqing pointed eastward. It's all piled up in the warehouse over there. Not much, though. If you like any of it, Miss Su, just take it. No need to pay. No payment is still necessary. Su Wanqing didn't want to owe a favor over such a trifling amount. How could I let you lose money over this? Seeing Su Wanqing refuse his offer. All right then, thank you for your generosity, Miss Su. Ring, ring. Just then, Yao Changqing's secretary's phone suddenly rang. The secretary answered and paled instantly.
She hurriedly handed the phone to Yu Chongqing.
Upon receiving it, Yu Chongqing's expression also changed abruptly.
In a solemn tone, he said, all right, I understand.
I'll head back immediately.
With that, he turned to Qin An and Su Wanqing with an apologetic smile. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, I'm truly sorry. An urgent matter has arisen at the company that requires my immediate attention.
As for dinner, my granddaughter will have to accompany you instead. I hope you won't mind. No problem. Qin An waved his hand magnanimously. We understand. You go ahead and take care of your business. Don't worry about us. All right. Yu Chongqing responded with a smile. Turning to Yu Mingxiu, his expression turned serious as he instructed, "You must take good care of Mr. Qin and Miss Su, understand? Don't worry, Grandpa."
Yu Mingxiu shot him a reassuring glance.
"I promise to complete the task."
Yao Chongqing nodded in satisfaction, then bid farewell to Qin An and Su Wanqing. Only then did he depart with his secretary.
"Brother Qin An, shall we go too?"
All right. Xingyuan Street was lined entirely with factories. To find a place to eat, they had to head to the commercial district along the street.
But it wasn't too far away. A quick drive got us there. "Let's go to this one."
Yu Mingxiu picked a somewhat upscale Chinese restaurant and led the group inside.
It wasn't a typical mealtime.
Inside the restaurant, only a handful of waitstaff were present. It was very quiet. So the group didn't opt for a private room.
Instead, they found a window seat in the main dining area and sat down. Qin An.
During the meal, Yu Mingxiu wore a troubled expression. She licked her dry lips and tentatively said, "Actually, there's something I need your help with." Ever since Yu Changqing's expression had grown unnatural, Qin An had known they were seeking something.
So he wasn't surprised at all.
He continued eating as he said, "Go ahead, tell me what it is."
Yu Mingxiu sighed.
Resting her chin on one hand, she looked utterly helpless.
"Well, it's like this."
Yu Mingxiu rattled off the entire story, explaining the cause and effect of the whole incident. After listening, Qin An realized that the saying, "Our lords and generals born of a special breed," held profound truth. Yu Chongqing had 4 children in total, 3 sons and 1 daughter.
The eldest son, Yu. The second son was Yu Hao. The third son was Yu Yong.
The 4th child was a daughter, Yulan. Whether it was due to Yu Changqing's lack of fortune or flaws in his parenting, not one of these 3 sons and 1 daughter turned out well. They all had issues. The eldest son, Yu, was obsessed with women and spent his days in brothels. He died young, not yet 30, succumbing to illness. The second son, Yu Hao, was weak-willed.
He was incapable of shouldering major responsibilities.
The third son, Yu Yong, was actually quite talented, excelling in his studies.
Not only did he gain admission to Xianjiang University, but also secured an opportunity to study abroad.
At the time, Yu Chongqing had always nurtured him as the family's heir apparent.
But unexpectedly, the boy never returned after going abroad.
Left with no other choice, Yu Chongqing pinned all his hopes on his 4th daughter, Yulan. Yet Yulan proved to be love-struck, falling for a singer who, though physically able-bodied, was as useless as a cripple. To propel his career, she repeatedly embezzled company funds. This led to repeated financial shortfalls at the Yu Group. The company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy several times. Had it not been for the elderly Mr. Yu personally stepping in to take control
and liquidated most of the family assets to cover the deficits,
the Yu Group would likely have collapsed a year ago.
"So what exactly do you need my help with?" Qin An set down his chopsticks and asked suspiciously. "Borrow money."
Yu Mingxiu gripped the hem of her shirt tightly. Her voice trembled.
Borrow 500 million. Clang.
The moment those 3 words left her mouth,
Su Wanqing's hand jerked violently.
Her chopsticks slipped from her grasp. They landed on the dinner plate with a sharp clatter.
In the quiet restaurant, it sounded extremely jarring. Qin An was startled as well. He had a hunch that Yu Mingxiu wanted to borrow money,
but he assumed it would be no more than a few million. What he never could have imagined was that she was actually asking for 500 million.
This was truly terrifying. Chapter 69, Establishing a Character.
After speaking her mind, Yu Mingxiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her fear dissipated, and she sighed, "I know we're merely acquaintances, not even friends, and 500 million is indeed a substantial sum.
So even if you refuse, I completely understand. Please don't feel pressured at all.
Besides, I truly had no other choice but to trouble you. I would never have approached you otherwise."
"Hold on."
Qin An raised his hand to interrupt.
Man Liang looked puzzled. "From what you just said, the Yu Group should be stable now. Why borrow so much money?"
Yu Mingxiu sighed deeply. "It's all my third uncle's fault. If not for him, the Yu Group wouldn't have ended up in this situation."
"Your third uncle?" Qin An was even more puzzled. "Didn't you say he left for overseas and never came back? My grandfather forced him to come back."
Yu Mingxiu briefly recounted the subsequent events.
After stabilizing the company, Yu Chongqing knew that given his current physical condition,
he simply couldn't sustain it for much longer. He refused to entrust the foundation built by 3 generations of the Yu family to professional managers. Therefore, he could only pin all his hopes on the third son, Yu Yong. Upon learning of this, Yu Yong responded with full cooperation. He booked a flight back to China that very night. At the time, Yu Chongqing was overjoyed. Little did he know, this very event would become the final straw that broke the camel's back. All these years abroad, Yu Yong had told his family he'd started a securities firm on Wall Street.
He claimed to be thriving over there. In reality, however, he had accumulated massive gambling debts abroad. He lived like a rat in the sewers, constantly on the run.
So as soon as he returned to China, he exploited his position and status as the third son. He absconded with all the family assets.
He even seized the family's real estate, the old man's treasured antique collections, and priceless calligraphy and paintings.
This left the U Group existing in name only overnight. Only an empty shell of a company remained. To salvage the situation now, every deficit must be covered and all overdue loans repaid. Otherwise, in less than 10 days, the U Group would have to declare bankruptcy. After hearing this, Qin An lowered his head and pondered for a long while.
Slowly, he spoke, "Actually, I think bankruptcy could be a good thing.
Rather than pouring 500 million into this hole, it might be wiser to invest 50 million and make a fresh start."
I agree. Yu Mingxiu sighed helplessly, but my grandfather absolutely refuses. He insists that the Yu family is already insolvent. Once bankruptcy is filed, the shareholders and creditors will lose everything. Would be completely wiped out.
Then, countless people would surely stab him in the back. Besides, the U Group is the lifeblood of 3 generations of our family. To let it vanish like this, he wouldn't have the face to meet our ancestors. And if bankruptcy is declared, my third uncle and fourth aunt, those who embezzled company funds, will all go to jail. While they brought it upon themselves, he still can't bear to see it happen.
Ah, what a heartbreaking parental love. Qin An sighed and asked doubtfully, "Speaking of which, what exactly does your U Group do?" "Our family has ventures in many industries."
Yu Mingxiu explained, "Real estate, catering, gaming, film and television, but our core businesses are real estate and catering. However, due to debt issues, several plots of land were sold off by my grandfather at low prices, and many hotels and restaurants were handed over to creditors.
Currently, the only assets remaining for the Yu family are 3 undeveloped real estate projects and an unfinished tourist resort.
As for gaming and film, we still hold some shares that haven't been sold." Qin An stroked his chin, pondering briefly. He spoke slowly, "I can help you, but not by lending money, by acquiring.
An acquisition is fine too."
Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yu Mingxiu's beautiful eyes lit up. She smiled happily. "My grandfather says he's willing to sell all of the Yu family's current holdings."
"All right." Qin An nodded. "Then once your grandfather has time, we can discuss the details further."
"All right, I'll tell grandfather about this tonight."
"Thank you, brother Qin An." Ding. Yu Mingxiu's affection plus 10. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's current affection level, 15 points. After finishing their meal, it was already 4:30 p.m. The setting sun bathed the once white clouds in a crimson glow, as red as blood. From afar, it resembled an oil painting, breathtakingly beautiful. "Should we head back to the city, or find a hotel to stay here?" After seeing off Yu Mingxiu, Qin An turned to ask Su Wanqing, who sat in the passenger seat. Su Wanqing didn't answer but countered, "Why did you help her?"
"Even though it was through an acquisition, the real estate market is sluggish now, and the outlook isn't great.
Acquiring it will still mean losing money."
"That's different.
I won't lose money. As long as the function to recoup all dating expenses remained active."
Qin An buying these shares and properties was essentially a zero-cost acquisition. So even if property prices plummeted even to as low as 1 yuan per unit, he'd still turn a profit. Not to mention, prices would never actually drop to 1 yuan per unit. Also, you should know that among these businesses, only real estate isn't profitable. The others, film and television, gaming, and the resort, can still turn a profit.
"All right." Su Wanqing felt Qin An's words did hold some truth.
Nodding, she said, "Let's head back to the city. I haven't been to the office in 2 days, who knows what chaos awaits."
"I must get there early tomorrow."
"All right."
"Oh, right."
Qin An started the car as he spoke, "I'll find you a driver later."
"No." Su Wanqing shook her head without hesitation. "I want you to be my driver." "I'd love to."
Qin An placed his hand on Su Wanqing's shapely leg and gave it a gentle squeeze.
"A job where I get to drive and touch legs? I dream of doing that for a lifetime. But it's not possible." "Why not?"
"Ah."
Qin An sighed.
He feigned helplessness.
"You know how it is.
Besides that clothing factory I gave you, I still have 2 other businesses under my name that need my attention.
And the number will only grow from here on out. I just don't have the time." Qin An had to establish himself as a busy man. Otherwise, Su Wanqing would be clinging to him day and night.
How else would he have time to flirt with girls?
"All right." Su Wanqing felt a bit upset. She chose to be the bigger person. "Then go ahead and find someone."
Qin An ruffled her hair affectionately. His voice was filled with affection. "Don't worry. From now on, whenever I have free time, I'll come back and be your driver."
Chapter 70, Unwritten Rules. "All right." With Qin An's words, Su Wanqing's smile returned.
She reached out and took Qin An's hand. Her heart was filled with an indescribable sweetness. By the time Qin An and Su Wanqing returned home, night had fallen completely. The streetlights and decorative lamps throughout the neighborhood cast a warm, amber glow.
From afar, it looked incredibly cozy. "What are you doing? Why aren't you coming in?"
Su Wanqing, returning to the apartment, noticed Qin An still standing at the doorway fiddling with his phone and felt puzzled.
Qin An put away his phone.
He feigned helplessness.
"Wanqing, sorry. I can't keep you company today.
The manager just called. Some important guests arrived at the hotel and specifically requested to see me.
I have to go accompany them. Oh. Su Wanqing's face suddenly fell. She was clearly upset.
Qin An walked over, cupping her delicate face. He placed a tender kiss on her forehead.
He comforted her. Sweetheart, if love is meant to last forever, it doesn't need to be every single day.
Before being with Su Wanqing, Qin An had always assumed that a career-driven woman like her wouldn't dwell too much on such matters even when in love. But it turned out to be quite the opposite.
But that's just how women are. Before being with you, they keep their distance.
Once they agree, though, they'd practically cling to you 24/7, never letting go. I have no idea how their minds work.
Being treated like a child by Qin An.
Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little bashful. But inside, she felt sweeter than honey. She silently marveled. No wonder women bend over backwards to fall in love.
This feeling is truly wonderful. Alright, then drink less and go to bed early, okay? Qin An affectionately ruffled her hair. You should get some rest too, don't stay up late.
Also, there is something I need to tell you. If things settle down at the company, I won't be coming into work anymore.
Su Wanqing had actually anticipated this long ago.
After all, Qin An had become a second-generation wealthy heir, the kind who could casually drop tens of millions.
How could he possibly still care about the pittance she earned?
She nodded with a smile.
Okay.
Qin An lingered affectionately with her for a while longer.
Only then did he walk away from the villa under Su Wanqing's reluctant gaze.
As for why he didn't take Su Wanqing's car, it wasn't because she refused. It was because the person he was meeting wasn't the hotel manager but Shen Xinyao.
Su Wanqing's car was filled with her cosmetics.
It would be awkward to explain if Shen Xinyao saw them.
Hey, Xinyao.
In just that brief moment, Shen Xinyao had sent him several messages in a row. She had called him multiple times.
If he hadn't deliberately set his phone to silent mode
and deliberately cranked up the car stereo, it would have been a near disaster.
What's your deal? Why did it take you so long to call back? Shen Xinyao's tone was thick with reproach. She sounded like a newlywed wife scolding her husband for being out late.
I was in a business meeting.
Qin An trotted out the excuse he'd prepared earlier. My phone was in the car. I didn't notice. Oh. Shen Xinyao didn't think much of it, her face lighting up with anticipation as she asked, will you be coming home tonight? Yes, I'm heading back now. I should be there in about half an hour.
Qin An knew Shen Xinyao was so eager to see him. She must want to ask about Su Wanqing. Therefore, he had to return and explain the situation in person,
to prevent any misunderstandings.
Otherwise, he'd just stay with Su Wanqing.
Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll pack some food here and bring it over for you. No need. Learning that Qin An would be returning, Shen Xinyao couldn't hide her delight. She smiled and said, restaurant food isn't clean. I'll cook something for you instead. That works too.
Qin An teased with a smile, remember to add plenty of goji berries, otherwise I won't be able to stomach it. Shen Xinyao blushed at the teasing and changed the subject.
Alright, hurry back. I'll be waiting for you at home.
After hanging up, Qin An hailed a cab and headed toward Shen Xinyao's place. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office at Yunhai Hotel.
Knock knock knock. Come in. Manager, you wanted me?
Zhang Moran, dressed in her hotel uniform, timidly entered Yao Guohua's office. Her hands clasped behind her back, she fidgeted with her fingers. An indescribable unease gripped her heart.
Was the day's incident finally going to be settled?
Ever since that day at the wedding, when she'd nearly been harassed and was ultimately rescued by Qin An, Zhang Moran had felt uneasy ever since. She was deeply worried the hotel would fire her. Because the hotel couldn't care less about who was right or wrong. All they cared about was whether their own interests had been harmed.
Sit.
Yao Guohua dared not be disrespectful to the beauty favored by the boss. He personally poured Zhang Moran a cup of hot tea and handed it to her. He smiled faintly. If I recall correctly, you've been working at our hotel for nearly half a year now, haven't you? Zhang Moran timidly moistened her lips with the tea. I started working here at the end of last year.
There's no need to be nervous.
Yao Guohua pressed his hand down, signaling her to relax. Speaking in the tone of a caring elder, he asked, so, how has this past half year been for you?
It's been pretty good. I think you've been doing quite well too.
Yao Guohua slumped back in his executive chair, offering a faint smile.
You've been diligent and responsible.
In 6 months, 0 customer complaints, 0 tardiness, 0 early departures, 0 sick days. That's exceptionally rare among servers. Therefore, based on your outstanding performance, I've decided to promote you to team leader of Group 3. Your base salary will increase from 3,500 to 5,000, while commissions and performance bonuses remain unchanged.
Boom! Zhang Moran froze. Wait, wasn't I about to get fired? How did I get promoted?
Zhang Moran's emotions were like a roller coaster, soaring from the depths to the heavens. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly burst into tears. She hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Yao Guowo.
Thank you for your support, General Manager Yao. I will work hard and absolutely live up to your expectations. You're welcome. Yao Guowo dared not take credit for this. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, if you must thank someone, thank President Qin. If he hadn't noticed your diligence, I might never have seen it myself. Qin An? Zhang Moran's mood instantly sank.
She had believed this promotion was recognition for her work. That she had earned it through her own efforts. But now she realized it had been secured through backdoor connections. This made her feel as though her hard work had been ruthlessly dismissed. She felt utterly miserable. At the same time, she was puzzled. Why would Qin An do this? Could it be he was trying to take advantage of her? Chapter 71, The Gift. Zhang Moran had worked as a car salesperson for a while. The salesperson who trained her back then had told her she should use her natural assets to seduce those men. To sweet-talk them into buying cars. He also said that if she wanted a promotion, she'd have to sleep with the boss. That was the unspoken rule. Otherwise, she could forget about ever getting promoted. And forget about selling any cars. Terrified, she fled that very night, not even daring to claim her wages. Later, she got hired at Yunhai Hotel. She thought surely a place like this, where people come to eat, wouldn't have such unspoken rules? But to her surprise, they still existed. What should I do? Should I quit too? Ever since Qin An had stood up for her at that wedding banquet, Zhang Moran no longer disliked Qin An. She even harbored a faint fondness for him. But this kind of thing was still something she couldn't accept. Not for any other reason, but because she already had a boyfriend. And Qin An had a girlfriend too. And, not just one, but two. What a jerk. He already has two, yet he still has the nerve to think about me. Ding. Zhang Moran's affection level 2. Ding. Zhang Moran's affection 2. Ding. Zhang Moran's affection 2. Ding. Zhang Moran's current affection level, 20 points. Holy crap. What the hell is going on? Qin An, who had just stepped out of the taxi, was completely baffled by the barrage of notifications flooding his mind. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything. Why did Zhang Moran's affection rating drop out of nowhere? With questions swirling, Qin An found Yao Guowo's number and dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, Yao Guowo answered. His tone was extremely obsequious. Mr. Qin, I assume you're calling about Zhang Moran? Rest assured, I've handled everything exactly as you requested. What did you do? Just now, I called her into my office. Yao Guowo rattled off a detailed account of the recent events. Qin An listened and felt even more bewildered. What's wrong with this Zhang Moran? I gave her a promotion out of goodwill, and she actually hates me for it. This is just not normal. Alright, I got it. You go ahead. After hanging up, Qin An sighed helplessly. He considered giving up on winning Zhang Moran over. But when he saw that the rewards she offered included X-ray vision, he couldn't bring himself to let it go. After all, this skill was the dream of countless men. But this girl is way too hard to win over. Qin An couldn't quite wrap his head around it. He could easily handle strong women like Su Wanqing and Shen Xinyao. How come he'd hit a wall with this innocent young girl? It was truly baffling. Could it be related to her boyfriend? Qin An thought that possibility was quite high. She resolved that when the opportunity arose, she would thoroughly investigate her boyfriend. Knock knock knock. Clunk. You're finally back. Here are your slippers. Shen Xinyao handed him the slippers with a gentle smile. Then he glanced at the warm yellow light glowing from the ceiling lamp and the sumptuous feast laid out on the dining table. Qin An felt the comforting warmth of someone waiting for him at home. A wave of warmth washed over his heart. At the same time, a deep sense of guilt welled up within him. He felt like he was truly a piece of work. Shen Xinyao had bustled about preparing this entire table of dishes for him, waiting for him to come home. Yet here he was, fooling around with other women. Ah! Qin An sighed deeply to himself. Turns out I'm just not cut out to be a jerk after all. Ha! It's not a holiday or anything. Why did you buy flowers? Shen Xinyao looked up and saw Qin An holding a bouquet of fiery red roses. She couldn't help but look surprised. It's a holiday. Qin An leaned in, pulling Shen Xinyao into his embrace. Every day spent with you is Valentine's Day, isn't it? Shen Xinyao felt her heart flutter at his words. Like a kitten, she buried her face in Qin An's chest, refusing to budge. What women truly want is simple, to be cherished. So occasionally, when you come home from work, buy her a bouquet of flowers. Or pick up some of her favorite treats. It was absolutely essential. Oh, and this too. Qin An handed over the box he was carrying in his other hand. What's this? Shen Xinyao took it with curiosity. I noticed several items in your makeup bag were almost empty the other day. Qin An smiled and replied, I quietly jotted down those brands and bought you a set. Take a look and see if it's right. Shen Xinyao hadn't felt particularly moved by the roses alone. But now, seeing that Qin An remembered even such a small detail, Her nose suddenly stung, and tears welled up in her eyes. She buried her head back into Qin An's embrace, refusing to lift it this time.
Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's current affection level 90 points.
A set of cosmetics plus a bouquet of roses earned 10 points of affection. And that was 10 points after already reaching 80 points. Qin An felt his decision to detour to the mall and flower shop on the way back
was absolutely the right call.
His heart was racing with excitement.
Alright, let's eat. Qin An affectionately ruffled Shen Xinyao hair and soothed her with a gentle voice.
Shen Xinyao wiped away her tears and led Qin An to the dining table.
Ha? What's this?
Qin An noticed that besides the 4 exquisitely prepared dishes on the table, there was also an exquisitely crafted box and a cloth bag that looked high-end. She looked puzzled. It's gotten colder lately, and I noticed you're still wearing just a thin shirt without a coat. So when I was buying something for my mom, I picked one up for you too.
Try it on. For me?
Qin An was a bit surprised. In his understanding, gift-giving had always been the man's role. Girls just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. And that's exactly how he'd always done things, from childhood onward. He had never once received a gift from a girl. Receiving one now, out of the blue, left him utterly incredulous.
It wasn't until Su Wanqing helped him put on the clothes.
He dared to believe it was real. The corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. He was as happy as a child. He smiled and said, "Thank you, my dear wife."
The word wife.
For Shen Xinyao, it felt like their relationship had been fully confirmed. It made her heart feel sweet. She smiled happily and said, "As long as you like it."
Oh, right. After dinner, Shen Xinyao washed the dishes while feigning nonchalance as she asked, "Who exactly is this Mr. Su?" After receiving Qin An's flowers and gifts, and being called his wife, Shen Xinyao hadn't intended to ask.
But not asking felt like a thorn lodged in her heart. It made her feel terribly uneasy. So she decided to ask after all. Even if Qin An's answer was a lie. Chapter 72, Are You Jealous?
Sure enough, what was bound to happen had finally happened.
Having anticipated Shen Xinyao's question all along, Qin An remained completely unfazed.
He walked slowly over to Shen Xinyao. He slipped his arm around her slender waist from behind and whispered softly into her ear, "What? Are you jealous?" Shen Xinyao refused to admit it.
She shook her head lightly.
"No, I was just asking."
If Qin An actually believed such insincere words, then all his effort in synthesizing that God of Men manual would have been for nothing.
With a light chuckle, he offered the excuse he'd prepared long ago. "She's an alumna from my alma mater.
Recently, she heard from other alumni that I've acquired a new garment factory and wants to discuss a partnership."
Ha!
Seeing that reality matched her suspicions, Shen Xinyao felt a slight sense of relief. Still, a lingering worry remained. She asked playfully, "She and that doctor are quite attractive.
Didn't you fall for her?"
I was tempted.
Qin An pulled Shen Xinyao back into his embrace.
But when I looked back, I realized my heart was already completely filled with you. There's simply no room for anyone else.
Shen Xinyao's cheeks flushed at his teasing.
Her pert chin lifted slightly.
Really? I don't believe you. That's easy. Qin An pulled Shen Xinyao tightly into his embrace.
Whispering into her ear with a mischievous grin, he added, "Just check later to see if the ammunition's still plentiful.
That'll tell you, won't it?"
At his words, Shen Xinyao's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. She pouted, "I'm not checking." She pushed Qin An away and scampered off.
Qin An wasn't about to let her get away.
He took 3 steps in 2 strides, using the momentum to pin her down on the sofa. He leaned in and captured her fiery red lips with a kiss. She felt the masculine charm radiating from Qin An's body.
Shen Xinyao soon found herself utterly intoxicated, unable to resist. Over an hour later, Shen Xinyao lay utterly exhausted, her body limp.
She was puzzled.
What was wrong with Qin An today? Why had he suddenly become so strong? But hey, being stronger seemed kinda nice. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding! Shen Xinyao's current affinity, 94 points. Oh, right.
Shen Xinyao suddenly remembered something. She turned to ask, "When are you free these days?"
"What's up?"
Qin An pulled her into his embrace and asked softly.
"Nothing much."
Shen Xinyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A hint of sadness flickered across her delicate, pretty face. "It's just that when I visited my mother today, the doctor said her condition is very poor. He doesn't think she has much time left. So I wanted her to see you before she passes."
How could this happen? Last time Shen Xinyao mentioned it, he clearly remembered there was still a month left.
"Hey!"
Shen Xinyao sighed deeply.
Her beautiful, watery eyes glistened with tears. Her voice trembled with sorrow as she said, "The doctor said this is due to her entering a critical phase. He also told me to prepare myself mentally, saying my mother might. At this point, Shen Xinyao choked on her words, unable to speak further. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks like they were free for the taking.
Qin An felt a pang of heartache. He patted her slender back gently and soothed her. It's okay, it's okay. Everything will be fine. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Wah?
But comforting her only made Shen Xinyao cry even harder.
Startled, Qin An dared not offer further comfort.
He simply held her silently. In his mind, he made a silent plan. Tomorrow, he absolutely had to go see Zhao Yushi. He was determined to acquire that divine medical skill ability.
The next day,
Qin An awoke from his slumber to find Shen Xinyao already gone. Reaching for his phone on the nightstand, he realized he'd slept straight through until noon again. He rubbed his throbbing temples hard. He resolved that tonight, he absolutely couldn't stay up late again. He had to get to bed early.
Otherwise, everything would fall apart. Xinyao. Xinyao.
Qin An tried calling out twice, but there was no response.
He figured Shen Xinyao must have already gone to the office.
He stopped calling and opened WeChat, checking if anyone had contacted him.
Wow, quite a few. Qin An realized that ever since the system had been activated,
his WeChat had become busier than during the Spring Festival. In just the morning alone, he'd received dozens of messages.
Shen Xinyao, the meal's in the steamer. Remember to heat it up before eating. I'm off to the office. Got it.
Seeing how much Shen Xinyao cared for him, Qin An felt a warm glow in his heart.
He quickly typed a reply. Thanks, honey. After all that last night, are your legs sore?
If they are, you should rest. After replying, Qin An intended to check the rest of his messages.
But unexpectedly, Shen Xinyao replied instantly, Aya. Don't just send random stuff. My phone is screen sharing for a meeting right now. Put. Reading the text on his phone, Qin An's mind conjured images of Shen Xinyao's mortified expression.
And her flustered, embarrassed expression. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, typing back, alright, I won't send random stuff anymore.
Go grab some food. I've got to get back to the meeting. Got it.
After replying briefly to Shen Xinyao, Qin An continued checking his other messages.
Yang Yuan, damn it. You bastard, what's your deal? You haven't shown up at the office for 3 days? Yang Yuan, you didn't secretly quit, did you? If you did, that'd be pretty shady. Yang Yuan, answer me. Answer me. Answer me. Yang Yuan, punching emoji XN.
Seeing Yang Yuan so worked up, Qin An decided to tease him a little more.
He typed back, congratulations, you guessed right, daddy here has indeed quit. Damn it. Yang Yuan replied instantly, I knew it. You bastard quit. Knife emoji. Animated punching emojis XN. Wait, but why did you quit anyway? Yang Yuan asked with concern after calming down. Oh. Qin An feigned helplessness, I really didn't want to quit either. It's just that CEO Su insisted on keeping me as his mistress. I had no choice. Get lost. Bomb emoji. Yang Yuan didn't believe it for a second. A goddess like Su Wanqing wouldn't possibly have eyes for a beggar like Qin An. You don't believe me? Qin An grinned. How about we make a bet? Sure thing. Since he didn't believe it, Yang Yuan wasn't the least bit afraid. What's the bet?
As the saying goes, small bets are fun, big bets are harmful.
Qin An wouldn't pass up this golden opportunity to trick Yang Yuan.
He grinned mischievously. No need for a huge prize. Whoever loses just has to call the other daddy for a month.
How about it? Chapter 73, this is a big misunderstanding. Deal. Yang Yuan agreed without hesitation. Alright, this Friday then. Qin An casually picked a date.
I'll call you then. After wrapping up his casual chat with Yang Yuan, Qin An opened Su Wanqing's chat window. She had sent him quite a few messages as well.
Didn't you say you'd find me a driver? Where is he? No, where are you? Why did you hang up on me? Angry emoji, angry emoji, angry emoji. Silly, you're not still asleep, are you? Answer me, answer me. Bomb emoji XN.
Qin An saw she was furious enough to explode. He hurriedly typed a reply, I drank too much last night and just woke up. I'll find you a driver soon.
Su Wanqing didn't reply instantly, probably because she was busy. Qin An stopped messaging her.
He got up and headed toward the bathroom.
Ding dong. Ding ding dong.
Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see that the video call was from Yumingshu. She must want to discuss the acquisition.
Qin An pondered silently.
He decided to wait until he finished his business before answering. But his finger accidentally brushed the answer button. The shock made his face go pale instantly.
He frantically tried to hang up.
But as everyone knows, when people panic, their hands and feet refuse to obey.
The more Qin An tried to hang up, the less he could. This left him utterly flustered. Qin An. HM? What's going on over there? Why is there constant running water? Ah. Pervert. Beep beep beep. He listened to Yumingshu's screams on the phone. Qin An knew it was already too late.
He sighed helplessly. He stood there, utterly devoid of will to live.
He thought to himself, what on earth should I do now? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. After the call ended, not long after, Yu Mingxiu sent 3 messages in a row. Each voice message was a full 60 seconds long. Qin An knew without listening that these 3 voice messages, they were bound to be full of complaints. Forget it. Whether she believes me or not, I should explain first. Qin An took a deep breath. His face filled with guilt as he pressed the voice message button. Mingxiu, don't misunderstand me. I'm not a pervert. The whole situation just now happened because when you sent me the video, I was in the bathroom and accidentally hit the answer button. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not on purpose. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding. Yu Mingxiu sent 3 more messages in quick succession. But this time, they weren't voice messages. They were text messages. Qin An, our family has fallen on hard times and we do need your help. But that doesn't mean you can take advantage of the situation to humiliate me. I used to think you were a decent person, but now I realize I was blind. Save that nonsense for fooling 3-year-olds. I'm not lying to you. Qin An continued his explanation. Everything I just said is true. I swear to heaven. Please don't swear. I'm afraid you'll swear 1 second and get struck by lightning the next, then blame me for it. Fine, that's it. Let's not contact each other anymore. I'd rather the Yu family go bankrupt than accept help from a disgusting person like you. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's affection level 10. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's affection level 10. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's favorability 10. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's current favorability 50 points. Oh. Seeing that this couldn't be explained away, Qin An couldn't be bothered to explain further. Sighing, he typed back, fine, if that's how you want to see it, there's nothing I can do. When he sent it, a red exclamation mark appeared before the text. This made him feel deeply wronged. He thought to himself, it wasn't entirely his fault, was it? Forget it. He didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Putting his emotions aside, Qin An stopped paying attention to it. He turned and headed to the kitchen to heat up his meal. At the same time, he searched through his WeChat contacts. Who would be best suited to drive Su Wanqing? Didi Chuxing driver Ma. Amidst the haphazard scrolling, this name suddenly caught Qin An's attention. He figured that ride-hailing drivers were usually seasoned veterans. Their driving skills were usually quite good. Why not choose him? Qin An felt this was a pretty solid choice. He clicked on his profile picture, found his contact information, and dialed the number. Beep beep beep. After 3 rings, a somewhat earnest voice came through. Hello? This is Didi Chuxing. May I assist you with a ride request? I don't need a car, I need you. Clunk. Master Ma's heart sank. What was going on? You're a man, I'm a man, and you want to use me. Could it be you have a taste for men? But, aren't people with that kind of taste usually into those effeminate pretty boys? I'm broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a scruffy beard. You don't fit the bill at all. Could it be he's the effeminate one? At this thought, Master Ma panicked. He desperately wanted to hang up immediately. But company policy forbade hanging up on clients without cause. So he had no choice but to endure it. His voice trembling, he said, Sir, you'd better find someone else for this. I'm not that kind of person. Qin An found the response a bit odd. He didn't dwell on it. He simply assumed the man was used to his freedom and didn't want to be a full-time driver. He smiled and asked, well then, Mr. Ma, could you perhaps recommend someone for me? Driver Ma was flustered. Sir, please don't put me on the spot. I'm just a ride-hailing driver, how would I know anyone like that? A driver claiming not to know other drivers? Qin An refused to believe such nonsense. Anger welled up inside him. What do you mean, Mr. Ma? It's not like I'm not paying them. It's not about the money. Master Ma sighed helplessly. He even felt like crying. Honestly, I really don't know them. You're pulling my leg. Qin An was now completely furious. You're a ride-hailing driver, how could you not recognize other drivers? I know drivers. Master Ma spoke honestly, but none of the drivers I know have that kind of preference. Ha? Qin An was baffled. What do you mean, same-sex attraction? Master Ma was also a bit confused, tentatively asking, you want me, doesn't that mean exactly what you think? Damn it! Qin An was speechless. He really had no idea how this Master Ma's brain worked. He could even twist something like this into something perverse. Stop jumping to conclusions. Qin An frowned. While heating up the dishes, he scolded, I'm hiring a full-time driver, not engaging in any romantic affairs. Ha! Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Master Ma was utterly mortified. He felt so embarrassed he wanted to sink into a hole right then and there. He apologized, my apologies, sir. I misunderstood you. It's fine. Qin An couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Maybe I didn't explain myself clearly. Let's just drop it. Now hurry up and recommend a reliable driver for me. Chapter 74, Women are truly difficult to please. No problem. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Master Ma had no further reservations. He smiled and said, but first, I need to ask how long will you need me for? And what's the daily rate? Qin An was newly rich and clueless about normal rates for hiring a driver. He tentatively asked Master Ma, how much do you make driving for Didi in a month? About 15,000 yuan or so. Though honest by nature, driver Ma knew this was the moment to ask for more. He deliberately inflated the figure by 6,000 yuan. Otherwise, after deducting fuel costs and the platform's commission, he'd only make 8 or 9,000. And even then, he had to drive non-stop for 13 or 14 hours a day, leaving him aching all over. It's no exaggeration to say this line of work is just grueling labor for meager pay. I make 20,000 a month. Qin An figured that being a full-time driver meant being on call 24/7, unlike ride-hailing drivers who only work 12-hour shifts. He figured he deserved a decent raise. Besides, the money comes from the system anyway, so there's no need to feel bad about it. But I need to make one thing clear up front, there's a 2-week trial period. During that time, you'll receive 80% of your salary and must be on call 24/7. As for time off, we'll figure that out as we go. Gulp. Master Ma had been worried that asking for 15,000 might scare Qin An away. He was about to lower the price. But to his utter surprise, not only did Qin An not back out, he actually added another 5,000. This thrilled him immensely. He swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. Well, what if we accidentally scratch or bump the car? What then? Master Ma knew that anyone who could afford to hire a driver definitely drove luxury cars. Even a minor scratch could cost him half a month's wages. If he had to pay for repairs out of his own pocket, he wouldn't dare take the job. There's insurance. Qin An said generously, as long as you didn't crash it on purpose, everything will be covered by insurance. You won't have to pay a dime. Master Ma felt reassured and smiled happily. Then, no need to look for anyone else. I'll do it. All right. Qin An had some recollection of this Master Ma. He was big and burly, looking like a brute. He was kind-hearted and meticulous. Hiring him was better than hiring a stranger. Hold on a moment. I'll make a call and then tell you where to go. All right, I'll follow your lead, sir. After hanging up, Qin An found Su Wanqing's number and dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. Su Wanqing took her sweet time answering the ringing nearly finished before she picked up. She scolded him playfully, you lazy pig, why didn't you sleep until tomorrow morning? Ignoring her teasing, Qin An asked seriously, where are you right now? Su Wanqing thought Qin An was coming to find her. Her heart skipped a beat with delight. I'm at the office. I haven't been in for 2 days, and there's a mountain of work waiting for me. It's completely worn me out. Alright, I'll have the driver pick you up at the office. Qin An's tone was flat. Then you'll handle his onboarding. The probation period is 2 weeks. As for his salary, don't worry about it, I'll take care of the payment. Her hopes dashed. The smile on Su Wanqing's pretty face vanished abruptly. She retorted angrily, no need. I don't need it anymore. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal on the line, Qin An felt his head spin. What was going on? Weren't you the one urging me to find a driver? Now that I found one, you suddenly don't need it anymore? And now you're getting so angry? Hey! Women are such a handful. Even though Su Wanqing said she didn't need it anymore, to prevent her from changing her mind later, Qin An still sent the company address to Master Ma. He instructed him to hurry over and have Su Wanqing start work immediately. After that, Qin An ate his meal while calling Zhao Yushi. Truthfully, Qin An held little interest in Zhao Yushi as a woman. Had it not been for Shen Xinyao's mother being critically ill and urgently needing divine medical treatment, he likely would never have reached out to her proactively. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, Zhao Yushi's sweet yet puzzled voice came through the line, hello, Mr. Qin? What can I do for you? Nothing much. Qin An trotted out the excuse he'd prepared in advance, well, isn't it almost Miss Shen's birthday? I was wondering if you could help me pick out a birthday gift. Ha? Zhao Yushi froze. I thought Mr. Shen's birthday was on the 5th day of the 4th lunar month. That's already passed. Qin An was mortified. He'd been so focused on finding an excuse to ask Zhao Yushi out that he'd forgotten to verify exactly when Shen Xinyao's birthday was. How embarrassing. Not Mr. Shen, it's his mother. Qin An forced himself to blurt out a lie. Oh. Zhao Yushi took it at face value. Sure, when do you need it? If you're free, come pick me up right now. Qin An pressed his advantage. Then accompany me to Qian de Plaza for a stroll. Sure. Zhao Yushi agreed readily. I'll let Mr. Shen know, then head over to meet you. Hold on. Qin An had just blurted it out on a whim. He had no idea when Shen Xinyao's mother's birthday was. If Zhao Yushi mentioned this to Shen Xinyao, it would definitely blow his cover. He hurriedly called out, I don't want Xinyao to know about this yet, so don't tell her the truth. Just make up some excuse or something. Okay. Zhao Yushi didn't think much of it. Okay, got it. An hour later, Zhao Yushi drove the company car to the building where Shen Xinyao lived. She met up with Qin An.
Bathed in sunlight, she radiated a captivating beauty.
Full of youthful vitality. Just one glance was enough to lift anyone's spirits.
It was a shame the outfit she wore was so dowdy.
It detracted from her beauty. Otherwise, you'd absolutely turn heads wherever you go. We're out shopping, why are you still wearing your work uniform?
Looking at Zhao Yushi before him, Qin An felt like he was seeing his former self.
No wonder no one liked me back then. Who could possibly like someone dressed so dorky and ugly? Should I go home and change then? Zhao Yushi also realized that wearing this outfit to accompany Qin An shopping was indeed a bit inappropriate.
Compared to Qin An, who was dressed like a prince, she looked like a country bumpkin from the mountains.
Walking together like this would definitely embarrass Qin An. No need. Qin An's mission today was to make Zhao Yushi fall for him as quickly as possible. So how could he pass up this perfect opportunity to make an impression?
He waved his hand dismissively.
Once we get to the mall, I'll buy you a few outfits. Just try them on. But how could that be? Zhao Yushi was flattered and embarrassed. I'm just a lowly employee. How could I possibly let you spend money on clothes for me? It's fine. Qin An smiled generously.
Consider it a reward for accompanying me to pick out gifts.
Besides, as our company secretary, you absolutely must have a few decent outfits.
Otherwise, it reflects poorly on our company.
Chapter 75, The Almighty Qi An.
Seeing Qin An's reasonable arguments, Zhao Yushi no longer refused.
She smiled and gave Qin An a slight bow. Thank you, President Qin. You're welcome. Qin An smiled faintly.
Also, when we're out, you don't need to call me Mr. Qin.
Just call me brother. Alright, Qin.
Brother. After all, Zhao Yushi had only just entered society.
She was easily embarrassed.
The single word brother made her cheeks flush crimson.
It looked incredibly cute. Let's go. Alright. Even though it was a weekday,
the mall was still bustling with shoppers.
Qin An and Zhao Yushi walked side by side, drawing quite a few glances. Oh my gosh. Look at that guy over there, he's so handsome.
He's okay, I guess.
Just average.
Put. You're just sour grapes.
Is that girl next to him his girlfriend?
She's pretty enough, but she looks so dowdy like a country bumpkin.
Ugh. So frustrating. How could she be so blind with such a hottie right there? Some country bumpkin like that can snag a hottie, but I can't find anyone? What the hell is wrong with this world?
Hearing the whispers around her, Zhao Yushi hung her head in shame.
She apologized softly. I'm sorry, Qin. Brother. I've embarrassed you. Qin An hadn't intended to pay attention to their gossip. But now that Zhao Yushi was upset about it, he had to step in.
He turned and walked up to the girl who had spoken.
Without mincing words, he snapped, Did your mother die?
The girl had thought Qin An was interested in her and wanted her contact info. She had her QR code ready. Instead, Qin An dropped this bombshell. Furious, her nose twitched.
She snapped back, My mom's dead. That's strange then. Qin An feigned confusion. If she's not dead, how can you be so utterly lacking in manners?
Besides, I'm not blind. Qin An didn't give her a chance to retort, continuing his verbal assault, You're the blind one.
Otherwise, how could you be so ugly and not even realize it? And you.
Qin An grew increasingly heated, pointing at her companion and snapping, Go home and look in the mirror more often. Then you'll understand why no handsome guys are interested in you.
You.
The two women were so enraged they nearly fainted. They glared at Qin An with vicious hatred. Their fierce expressions seemed as if they could devour Qin An whole.
What do you mean, what? Qin An continued his tirade, You can't even speak properly yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others here? You've got some nerve. Damn it.
One of the women, unable to contain her rage any longer. She flung her backpack to the ground and lunged toward Qin An. Her companion hurriedly pulled her back.
Forget it. We don't need to stoop to this jerk's level. No way. The woman was still boiling with rage and refused to let it go. Like a rabid dog, she struggled to break free, determined to strike Qin An. But judging by her feet, which hadn't budged an inch in all that time, it was obvious she was just putting on a show.
Zhao Yushi, however, took it at face value and nervously stepped in front of Qin An. She bowed slightly to the woman. She apologized, This is our fault.
I apologize to you. I'm sorry. With that, she grabbed Qin An's arm and pulled him away,
determined to escape this trouble spot as quickly as possible.
You two, stop right there. The woman had felt uneasy inside.
After all, the strength gap between men and women was vast. If it came to blows, she'd be the one at a disadvantage. But now, seeing Zhao Yushi show weakness, the woman instantly lost her fear.
She shouted angrily, If you've got the guts to insult me, then don't run away. Qin An had initially intended to ignore her.
But this woman had the nerve to push her luck. Then he had to teach her a lesson. He turned back and stood before her. He barked harshly, I'm warning you, don't push your luck.
Or else, I'll make you regret it. Gulp. The woman trembled violently at Qin An's fierce glare.
Her earlier arrogance vanished completely. But to simply back down now felt too humiliating.
She feigned toughness. You dare tell me who you are? Qin An's eyes darted around. He sneered, why wouldn't I? Listen up, I don't change my name or alter my surname. I'm Qin An, owner of Shuanfa Garment Factory. Fine. The woman pointed angrily at Qin An.
Gritting her teeth, she snarled, I'll remember that.
You just wait.
With that, she swayed her hips and left the mall with her bestie.
Phew. Zhao Yushi felt relieved that the matter was finally settled. She breathed a sigh of relief.
Then she looked at Qin An with a puzzled expression.
Who is Qin An? Qin An chuckled. He's sort of my romantic rival. Ha!
Zhao Yushi hadn't expected Qin An to come up with such a dirty trick. She couldn't hold back her laughter.
You're really something, aren't you? Ha ha! Qin An raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Alright, let's go. First, I'll take you clothes shopping. Then we'll dazzle them so badly they'll stop talking trash.
Seeing how much Qin An cared about her, Zhao Yushi felt a warm glow in her heart. Her fondness for Qin An shot straight up.
Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding!
Zhao Yushi's current affection level, 50 points.
Hello, welcome to Eve Lily.
As someone who'd recently come into money, Qin An had no clue about brands. Seeing it was a women's clothing store, he walked straight in. After all, brands that could afford to set up shop in Qingda Plaza were generally pretty decent. Sir, ma'am, these are all our newly arrived styles. Feel free to browse.
Salespeople working at these brand name stores were sharp as tacks.
Seeing Qin An dressed head to toe in high-end brands,
they instantly recognized him as a wealthy customer.
They rushed over to offer enthusiastic service.
All right.
Qin An responded politely, his gaze sweeping over the array of clothing. His gaze then settled on a youthful-looking suit.
He asked Zhao Yushi, I think this one would suit you well. What do you think?
Zhao Yushi had actually set her sights on this very outfit. But when she saw the price tag over 4,000 yuan for the entire set, she immediately dismissed the idea of buying it.
She feigned disinterest and said, it's okay, I guess. Nothing special. It's fine, just try it on. Qin An could easily guess her hesitation stemmed from the price. Smiling at the saleswoman, he said, could you bring over another set like this one? Then recommend a few more sets for her to try on. If they look good on her, I'll buy them all. Whoa! The saleswoman had a hunch this would be a big sale. But she hadn't expected it to be this big. She was buying several sets in one go.
Beaming with delight, she hurriedly pulled Zhao Yushi into the fitting room.
She enthusiastically began pitching the items. Wow! Beautiful lady, your skin is amazing. What skincare products do you use? Goodness! Even I'm tempted, your figure is absolutely perfect. Good heavens! You look absolutely stunning in this outfit, like a goddess descended from heaven.
Though these words were likely exaggerated, they still sent Qin An's heart racing.
He desperately wanted to rush inside and feast his eyes. Chapter 76. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. 5 or 6 minutes later,
Zhao Yushi emerged from inside, her cheeks flushed, looking timid and shy. She brushed a stray strand of hair from her face and looked at Qin An expectantly.
So, what do you think? Is it pretty? It's not just pretty, it's absolutely stunning. Qin An had always thought Zhao Yushi was merely pretty-faced.
But he never imagined her figure would be this stunning too. With the help of a tight black bodysuit and jeans, her curves were perfectly accentuated, creating an absolutely flawless figure. Her skin was as snow white as jade. Not a single flaw in sight. Qin An couldn't help but want to reach out and touch her.
It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Zhao Yushi's lovely face flushed crimson at the compliment.
Her heart felt sweeter than honey.
Qin An smiled and addressed the saleswoman. Miss, we'll take this set.
Then please help her try on some others. Make sure to select several more formal suits for her.
Sure thing.
The saleswoman was thrilled at the prospect of earning a hefty commission. But she was filled with envy and jealousy.
Jealous that she couldn't find such a handsome, wealthy boyfriend herself.
Hey!
Zhao Yushi!
Just as everyone was lost in their pleasant thoughts, a shrill shout suddenly rang out from nearby. It startled several people. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a boy wearing faded jeans and a yellowed white shirt. He strode toward them, his face twisted with fury.
Pointing at Qin An beside them, he bellowed, "Didn't you tell me you were working at the company? What are you doing here? And who is he? Answer me. Who is he?"
"Brother!" Seeing how agitated the newcomer was, fearing he might harm Zhao Yushi in his rage, he quickly stepped in front of Zhao Yushi.
"Whatever it is, let's sit down and talk it out. There's no need for this scene. Get lost." The enraged young man couldn't hear a word Qin An was saying.
He swung his fist at Qin An. Seeing this, Qin An wasn't about to indulge him. Using top-tier combat skills, he easily dodged the attack. Then he yanked him hard while kicking out with his foot. The boy instantly lost his balance and crashed face first onto the ground.
"You bastard, you actually dared to hit me." being taken down in public. And right here at this caught in the act scene, the boy felt utterly humiliated. He roared with rage, ready to get up and fight again. Li Bin, that's enough. Zhao Yushi snapped out of her daze. She snapped angrily, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. And besides, he's my boss, not what you think he is. Poof. Li Bin sneered coldly. Even if you're lying, could you at least make it believable? Your boss buying you clothes? Bro, I really am her boss. Don't believe me? Look it up yourself online. Qin An did indeed want to be a jerk. But he didn't want to be a notorious one. With more and more people gathering around, he had to explain clearly. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives posted it online, that would be disastrous. As for why we bought clothes, it was work attire. After all, as the secretary to our company's vice president, she represents our company's image. We can't have her dressed like a country bumpkin, can we? Of course. Qin An added, if you're unhappy with me buying them, you can buy them for her yourself. I should have bought them in the first place. Li Bin was already feeling resentful. With so many people watching right there, he couldn't lose face. He pulled his phone from his pocket, ready to pay. How much is this outfit? Ah. The waitress hadn't quite grasped what was going on. But that didn't stop her from quoting the price. With a slight smile, she said, Sir, this outfit is 4,298 after the discount. Boom. How much? Li Bin froze. He'd assumed a single outfit couldn't possibly cost that much. But he never imagined it would cost 4,300 yuan. This was far beyond what a recent graduate like him, earning a measly 5,000 yuan a month. He couldn't possibly afford it. But with so many people watching, he couldn't very well admit he didn't have the money. Gritting his teeth, he opened Alipay, ready to pay with Huabei. Zhao Yushi caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of her eye. She sighed inwardly with resignation, then hurried over to stop him. Enough, stop making a scene. My clothes, you don't need to buy them. Also, Li Bin, let me make something clear today. Zhao Yushi's embroidered brows furrowed tightly as she continued, the day I offered to pay for your meal, it was purely because I felt sorry for you. I didn't have any romantic feelings toward you. And from start to finish, I've never felt anything for you. So please, I'm begging you stop bothering me, okay? Poof. Li Bin sneered coldly. I don't think it's that you don't feel anything for me. It's that you've hooked up with a rich guy and look down on me now, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Even Zhao Yushi, with her usually gentle temper, being publicly slandered by Li Bin like this. I have a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend? Li Bin's rage flared even more. Great. Zhao Yushi, you're getting more shameless by the day, now you're playing the mistress. Shut your mouth. Zhao Yushi trembled with rage. If she hadn't been holding back her emotions, she would have torn that filthy mouth of Li Bin's to shreds. Shut what? You did it, so why are you afraid of people talking? Come on, everyone. Come see for yourselves. This woman. I chased her for 3 years, and in the end, she ran off to be some rich guy's mistress. Tell me, isn't she despicable? Disgusting? Li Bin. Qin An couldn't bear to watch any longer. Stepping forward with a cold expression, he declared, Yushi made a wise choice rejecting you. Because with your approach ruining everything just because you can't have her, you're not a man at all. He's not just not a man, he's a complete piece of. A girl with a sound moral compass stepped forward from the crowd, unable to hold back her indignation. Whether she agrees or not is her own choice. Why should you slander her just because she didn't agree to you? And you're trying to incite us to join in the slander? Others couldn't hold back either, chiming in, do you really think we're as pathetic as you? So what if you've been chasing her for 3 years, or even 8? If she doesn't like you, why should she be forced to be with you? I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Bro, being poor isn't scary, but being poor and lacking ambition? That's terrifying. This kind of guy is truly pathetic. You, all of you. Li Bin had expected everyone to side with him. Instead, to his shock, they all sided with Qin An and Zhao Yushi. He was so furious he nearly spat blood. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, you bunch of blind followers. I won't waste my breath arguing with you. With that, Li Bin turned to flee. But a large hand seized his shoulder from behind, halting him in his tracks. Chapter 77 Company Perks. Who the hell is that? Li Bin was still seething with anger. Without turning his head, he snapped, manager? Seeing it was his immediate superior, Li Bin instantly backed down. He flattered with a smile, I just had a stomachache and went to the restroom. I'll be right back to the office. No need. The male manager shook his head. His face darkened as he declared, you're fired. Our mall department is too small to accommodate someone as big as you. Boom. Li Bin froze. He stood there blankly. Wait, why? I really just went to the restroom, I wasn't slacking off on purpose. The male manager laughed in exasperation. Your intelligence is truly concerning. Li Bin finally understood. His face twisted with grievance as he protested, Manager, I'm the victim here. How can you just fire me without looking into it, just like them? Hey. Seeing that explaining it to him was hopeless, he sighed helplessly. He patiently explained, "Tell me, what is the core principle of our mall's customer service department?" Li Bin hung his head in dejection. Then, stubbornly lifting his head again, he retorted, "Customers are king, sure. But if a customer wants to make me wear a green hat, am I supposed to just put up with it?" "Stop. Stop." The male manager's face turned ashen. "Let me correct you on one point, that girl isn't even your girlfriend yet, so it's not exactly cuckolding you. And this conversation is getting nowhere. You should leave immediately. Someone like you, who shows no respect for women, only tarnishes our mall's image." "Fine." Li Bin was furious. He pointed angrily at the crowd. "You all just wait. This isn't over." With that, Li Bin turned and walked away. But he quickly turned back and demanded at Qin An, "Do you dare tell me your name?" "Nothing scares me." Qin An grinned wickedly. "Listen up. I don't change my name or alter my surname. I'm Qin An, owner of Shuanfa Garment Factory." "Fine, I'll remember that." Li Bin clenched his jaw tightly. "You just wait." Qin An smiled impassively. Turning to the crowd of onlookers, he said, "Today's outcome is all thanks to you all. Thank you for speaking up for us and restoring our justice." "You're welcome." The crowd waved cheerfully and dispersed, returning to their shopping. "How about it?" Qin An turned to look at Zhao Yushi, his voice soft and concerned. "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Zhao Yushi shook her head, her face flushing with guilt. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble again." "It's fine." Qin An chuckled lightly. "It's not me who's in trouble, it's Qin An." "Put." Zhao Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her fondness for Qin An grew a little stronger. Ding. Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi's current favorability, 55 points. Mr. Qin An. Qin An turned around and noticed the male manager hadn't left. And he had even called out his name, which surprised him. "You know me?" "Phew." The male manager exhaled in relief, stepping forward. "When you said your name was Qin An just now, I thought I'd mistaken you for someone else." "You didn't." Qin An explained with a smile, "That name earlier? Just messing with him." "Ha ha, Mr. Qin, you're quite the character." The male manager chuckled, then turned serious. "Let me explain, I'm here on behalf of my boss. He has something to discuss and would like to invite you to his office for a chat." "Your boss?" When the male manager fired Li Bin earlier, Qin An had sensed something was off. Logically speaking, such a minor issue shouldn't warrant immediate dismissal. "Yes." The manager nodded. "My boss's surname is Yu. His name is Yu Chongqing." Qin An's mouth twitched. "What's going on? Isn't Qian de Plaza owned by Principal Wang? How did it become Yu Chongqing's property?" "Alright, I got it." Qin An nodded. "Tell him I'll head over right after I finish shopping." "Alright, I'll come back for you later." Half an hour later. Qin An slumped on the sofa and asked the saleswoman, "How many suits is that in total?" 6 sets, sir. 3 casual outfits and 3 formal suits. Add 2 more sets." Qin An pondered briefly. "Otherwise, we might not have enough to change into." "Certainly, sir." The waitress was nearly beside herself with joy. She kept repeating to herself, "I'm rich, I'm rich." She hurried over to help Zhao Yushi make her selection. All the while, she secretly thought to herself, "When it comes time to pay, I absolutely must get Qin An to give me his phone number." Then she'd try to see if she could become Qin An's mistress or something. After all, a man this handsome, wealthy, and generous was hard to come by. He absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "No need, bro. These 6 sets are plenty. Honestly, 2 sets would be more than enough." Zhao Yushi felt a bit flustered. Even though they were work clothes, this was still a bit excessive. Plus, these clothes were all quite expensive. She genuinely feared that if she accepted them, Qin An might make unreasonable demands. After all, this far exceeded how a boss should treat an employee. It felt more like how one would treat a girlfriend. It was hard not to overthink it. Just listen to me, having extra clothes is better than having none at all. I really don't need any more. Zhao Yushi refused again. Besides, there's nothing here I like anyway. Fine then. Qin An noticed the remaining clothes were rather ordinary. He gave up insisting and turned to the saleswoman. "Just these. How much?" "Sir, since you're purchasing so much, I recommend getting our VIP membership card." The saleswoman seized the opportunity to promote, "Not only will you receive a 10% discount on these items, but future purchases will also include complimentary home delivery. Rest assured, this card is valid at all Eve Lily stores nationwide. It won't become invalid if you visit another city." "How much is it?" "The card itself is free, you just need to make a one-time deposit of 50,000 yuan. Qin An was struggling to figure out how to convince Zhao Yushi to buy a few more outfits. Then the saleswoman offered him a solution. This delighted him immensely. "Alright, let's get one. But 50,000 is a bit too low, let's just deposit 200,000 directly. Otherwise, it won't even cover a year's worth of shopping." "Great." The saleswoman was so envious she could have cried.
Some guy earns 200,000 a year and buys clothes for his girlfriend. Now look at her boyfriend, he wouldn't even part with 20,000 a year.
Truly, comparing people is enough to drive you mad. A few minutes later. Sir, your card. Just give it to her. No way, bro. That's too much. I can't accept it. Zhao Yushi was stunned.
Back home, 200,000 yuan was enough to marry her off.
Don't feel pressured. It's just a simple company benefit. Qin An reassured her, if you really feel unworthy of it, just work hard and prove yourself. Chapter 78, If only he didn't have a girlfriend. Well, okay.
Seeing she couldn't refuse any longer, Zhao Yushi accepted the card. At the same time, she thought to herself, if only Qin An didn't have a girlfriend. Then she would definitely stay with Qin An forever.
Ding. Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi's current affinity, 60 points. After leaving the Eve Lily boutique, Qin An, guided by the male manager, accompanied Zhao Yushi to Yu Changqing's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Mr. Yu, Mr. Qin An is here. Upon hearing it was Qin An,
Yu Changqing, who had been busy handling documents, hurriedly stood up. Leaning on his cane, he hobbled over to greet him.
Ah, Brother Qin, you finally arrived. Please, have a seat. Have a seat. All right. Qin An didn't stand on ceremony either.
He brought Zhao Yushi over and sat down on the sofa beside the tea table.
And who might this be? Upon seeing Zhao Yushi, Yu Changqing's fondness for Qin An diminished somewhat.
He thought to himself, thank goodness he hadn't tried to set his granddaughter up with him yesterday. Otherwise, she'd be swapping partners every day. His granddaughter would be driven to despair. She's the secretary to my company's vice president. She's accompanying me today to handle some business.
Qin An remained unaware of Yu Changqing's inner thoughts.
He introduced with a smile, this is Mr. Yu, chairman of Yu Group.
Hello, Chairman Yu. Zhao Yushi rose respectfully, displaying utmost humility as she shook hands lightly with Yu Changqing. Good, good, good. Please sit down, child.
Yu Changqing had little interest in Zhao Yushi. He offered a perfunctory greeting.
While pouring tea, he addressed Qin An, my granddaughter mentioned you two had a bit of a falling out?
Qin An knew this was why Yu Changqing had summoned him.
He chuckled dryly. What? Are you here to lay into me?
Yu Changqing's hand trembled slightly. His original plan had been to use this incident as a conversation starter.
Then, feigning magnanimity, win Qin An over. But he hadn't expected Qin An's reaction to be so intense. He had no choice but to abandon that idea. Switching directly to conciliatory mode, he smiled and said, Brother Qin, it was a misunderstanding. I know exactly what my granddaughter is like. This certainly isn't your fault. The reason I brought it up
was to have her apologize to you.
I absolutely didn't mean to blame you. I hope this incident won't affect our cooperation, Brother Qin.
Seeing that Yu Changqing's attitude was somewhat reasonable,
Qin An didn't press him further. His voice grew solemn. Truthfully, this morning's incident was just a misunderstanding. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I've said all I need to.
I don't wish to revisit this matter.
Fine, fine, fine. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Yu Changqing waved his hand and smiled.
My granddaughter mentioned yesterday that you wanted to borrow money from us through an acquisition, correct? Correct. Qin An nodded. I wonder which project you're willing to part with. Ah. Yu Changqing sighed.
His face twisted with reluctance. To be honest, these projects are all my life's work.
I'd be reluctant to part with any of them. Then don't sell them.
Seeing Yu Changqing about to pull the same stunt as yesterday with the production line sale,
Qin An immediately lost all interest in continuing the conversation. He retorted coldly, besides, I'm not short on assets right now. Seeing Qin An's stance, Yu Changqing knew he'd have to take a loss. Sighing helplessly, he pulled out the project transfer contract he'd prepared long ago.
He handed it to Qin An. I intend to sell all projects except the tourist resort.
I wonder if you could handle that. Qin An didn't rush to respond.
He picked up the project proposal and began flipping through it page by page.
Finally, he nodded. No problem. Name your price for these assets.
Yu Changqing had 5 projects to transfer. 1 real estate project, 1 gaming company stake, 1 film and television company stake, plus 2 hotels. After reviewing them, Qin An found that the hotels, game company, and film studio were all still profitable. If he could acquire them at a low price, he should be able to make a small profit. Only the real estate project remained uncertain whether it would turn a profit or incur losses. But none of that mattered. It wasn't his money anyway. Brother Qin, you're a straightforward man. I won't beat around the bush with you. Yu Changqing slowly held up 2 fingers.
These projects 200 million yuan. You take it all. Whether 200 million was high or low, Qin An couldn't tell.
But he saw the pained expression on Yu Changqing's face.
It must be the absolute minimum. He hesitated, well. No way.
At that moment, Zhao Yushi, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly spoke up, that price is a bit too high.
The deal that seemed within his grasp just flew away. Yu Changqing was furious. He shot Zhao Yushi a venomous glare. This is my absolute bottom line. How is it too high? It's too high. Zhao Yushi showed no fear in the face of Yu Changqing's glare. She countered logically, first, the hotels. Both of yours are mid-sized establishments and they're quite old. The fixtures and furnishings inside are probably close to being obsolete. Together, they're worth no more than 20 million. The gaming company is in a similar situation to the hotels. It's been operating for a long time, and if it can't innovate new games soon, its future profitability will definitely take a hit. So that's only worth about 3 million. The film and television division is actually quite decent, but your stake is too small. We can only offer 10 million. As for the real estate project, let's be blunt, it's a hot potato right now. No one wants to take it off your hands. So we can only offer you 100 million. Altogether, that's 130 million. If you're okay with it, we'll make the deal. If not, no hard feelings. Upon learning that Yu Changqing had inflated the valuation by nearly 70 million yuan, Qin An was furious. His face darkened as he glared at Yu Changqing. It seems you're not serious about selling, Mr. Yu. How could that be? Yu Changqing hadn't expected his bottom line to be so easily seen through by a little girl. He glared at Zhao Yushi in fury. He put on a dramatic performance. This truly is my absolute lowest offer. Otherwise, these projects could fetch at least 250 million yuan. Oof. Qin An chuckled. Fine then, Mr. Yu. Keep your 250 million yuan price tag. Selling to me would be a huge loss for you. With that, Qin An stood up and started walking toward the exit. Seeing this, Yu Changqing hurriedly stopped him. Brother Qin, how about this? I'll knock off another 30 million. Take it for 170 million. What do you say? Mr. Yu. Seeing him still playing hardball at this point, he felt like ignoring him and coldly said, You need to understand, you're the one begging me for help now, not the other way around. Ah. Yu Changqing slumped back onto the sofa as if drained of strength. His face etched with despair, he pleaded, Brother Qin, I didn't mean to screw you over. I'm just desperate for cash. Even selling it for 200 million won't cover my debts. So please, I'm begging you, help me out. If you agree to help, I'll do whatever you ask. Chapter 79, Too Late. Truthfully, Qin An had always felt a bit sorry for Yu Changqing. He genuinely wanted to help him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to acquire these projects. But this Yu Changqing, not only did he show no gratitude, he actually tried to play tricks on him. Trying to take advantage of the situation to squeeze more out of him. How could he possibly help him now? His face turned cold. It's too late for that now. Mr. Yu, you're on your own. With that, Qin An saw no point in further discussion. He turned and walked out of the office with Zhao Yushi. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't a single flicker of hesitation. Yu Changqing watched as the outcome unfolded. I regret it so much, my guts are turning green. He slapped himself hard across the face. Hey! I've been sharp all my life, so why am I turning senile in my old age? Now I've alienated my only way out. What am I supposed to do? What just happened? I really owe it all to you. Without you, I would have lost over 70 million yuan for nothing. Qin An had always seen Zhao Yushi as a naive little rabbit fresh out of school, clueless about the ways of the world. But he never imagined she'd be so capable. He couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. Brother, you're too kind. Beaming with delight at her boss's praise, Zhao Yushi couldn't stop smiling. As an employee of our company, this is simply my duty. Still, you deserve a reward. Qin An tapped his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhao Yushi. Zhao Yushi was startled upon receiving the transfer notification. She waved her hands urgently. No, this is too much. Take it. You saved me over 70 million yuan, and I'm only giving you 50,000. That's already very little. Besides, I've never seen you as just an employee, I've always treated you like a younger sister. Hearing this, Zhao Yushi felt a warm glow in her heart. She bowed slightly toward Qin An. Thank you, brother. Ding. Zhao Yushi's affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi's current affection level, 60 points. Hearing her affection rating had risen by another 5 points. Qin An was overjoyed. Spending money really does make it go up faster. Next time he gets the chance, he'll definitely spend even more. Oh, right. Qin An gathered his thoughts. As they walked, he asked, By the way, how did you know how much those properties were worth? I studied it. Zhao Yushi answered slowly, I majored in asset valuation in college. In class, we analyzed many cases, several of which were very similar to the projects we just discussed. I see. Qin An understood. Then why didn't you pursue a career in that field? Why did you become a salesperson instead? Ah. Zhao Yushi sighed. Her expression turned melancholy. With just a vocational degree, how could I possibly compete with those elite graduates from top-tier universities? Qin An saw that beyond resignation, but also a deep sense of resentment and bitterness. He sensed there must be some hidden story behind it all. He asked doubtfully, then why didn't you get into a better university? Zhao Yushi shook her head. She forced a faint smile. Nothing. Seeing her reluctance, Qin An didn't press further. He pointed to the ice cream shop ahead and asked with a smile, want some bubble tea? Girls love sweets. Zhao Yushi was no exception. She smiled and said, I'll treat you. What would you like? Something cold. Anything will do. The weather today was still a bit warm. After walking for a while, Qin An was already breaking a light sweat. He desperately needed an ice-cold drink to cool off. All right. Wait here for a moment. Zhao Yushi pointed to a nearby bench and hurried toward the cold drink shop. Qin An sat there waiting. Soon, Zhao Yushi returned, jogging back with 2 drinks in her hands. Smiling, she said, this one's peach 4 seasons spring, and this one's fresh orange punch. Which one do you want? Fresh orange, please. All right. Zhao Yushi handed the fresh orange to Qin An. She sat beside him, sipping the milk tea together with him. Her delicate little face was radiant with joy. Seeing this, Qin An. He thought to himself, if she can drink cold beverages. If only he could raise her affection level to 80. Wouldn't that mean he might have a chance tonight? Ring ring. Ding-a-ling. Just as Qin An was daydreaming, Zhao Yushi's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out to check, and the joy on her face vanished instantly. Instead, a look of despair and fear, as if plunged into an ice cave, took its place. She scrambled to her feet. Wait here for me, I need to take this call. Oh, sure. Seeing her so flustered, he knew something must be wrong. As soon as Zhao Yushi entered the stairwell, he immediately followed her. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Hey! You little brat! You're clearly alive, so why haven't you answered my calls these past few days? Zhao Yushi's delicate brows furrowed at the shrill voice piercing through the phone. She hurriedly moved the phone away from her ear. Only after the silence on the other end did she slowly bring it back to her ear and say, busy. No time. Busy my ass. The woman bellowed loudly. Even without speakerphone, Zhao Yushi heard every word clearly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you this, if you think you're leaving this family, you're dead wrong. For this lifetime, you're a member of the Zhao family in life and a ghost of the Zhao family in death. Forever and ever, you'll never escape. Because the blood flowing through your veins is the blood of the Zhao family. Zhao Yushi ran her fingers through her hair in irritation. She forced herself to speak in a flat tone. What exactly do you want to say? Money. The woman's voice was sharp and cold. Her tone carried an undeniable certainty. Your brother needs 50,000 yuan for a job. Get it over here, quick. Zhao Yushi laughed in exasperation. Squatting on the ground, she forced a bitter smile. Mom, you really think highly of me. I'm just a lowly white-collar worker making 4,000 a month. Where the hell am I supposed to get 50,000 from? Stop playing the poor card with me. Yao Ho Hot yelled. That classmate of yours, Li Bin, just called me. He said you're living it up now, dating rich guys, spending 5,000 yuan on a single outfit. How could you possibly be broke? Even before answering the call, Zhao Yushi had suspected Li Bin had tattled to Yao Ho Hot. Otherwise, the call wouldn't have come so promptly. So now, she showed no surprise. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. She pulled out the excuse she'd prepared in advance. Don't listen to his nonsense about me dating a rich guy. He's my boss, and the clothes I bought are work uniforms for the job. Stop spouting nonsense. Yao Ho Hot wasn't buying it. Would a boss really spend that much on clothes for you? There's definitely something going on between you two. Zhao Yushi sighed helplessly. Believe it or not, I just don't have the money. Besides, he's just a high school student, what kind of job can't he do? Why does he need to spend 50,000 to find work? I never spent money looking for a job. You're a girl. Just marry some random guy and you'll be set for life. Yao Ho Hot roared, he's a man. He has to support a family. How else is he supposed to do that without a decent job? Chapter 80 Admitting Mistakes. Yao Ho Hot's words shattered Zhao Yushi's defenses. Her emotions poured out uncontrollably. She shouted angrily, what's wrong with being a woman? Nowadays, it's all about equality between men and women. Why should I be treated as inferior to my brother in your world? Since childhood, he always got the best food first, while I had to eat leftovers. Clothes and shoes, you always bought him new ones, while I had to wear hand-me-downs or hand-me-downs from others. School was the same. I was the top student every time, while he was always at the bottom. Yet he got to go to high school, and I had to drop out and work to pay for his tuition. They even treated me like merchandise, trying to sell me to the village cripple for money. Don't you realize that by doing this, you don't deserve to be called parents? Shut your mouth. Yao Ho Hot's breathing grew ragged with fury. She roared angrily, how we raise our child is none of your damn business, you little brat. Enough nonsense. Transfer 50,000 yuan to me right now. If it's a cent less, don't blame me for going straight to your company to collect. I don't have it. Zhao Yushi felt like crying from the frustration.
But to avoid Yao Hohat's contempt, she forced herself to hold back the tears. If you don't have money, go sell yourself. Yao Hohat yelled, with your looks, you shouldn't have any trouble finding customers. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. I'll show you a better way. Yao Hohat continued, the son of the pig farm owner in our town really likes you. Just marry him. You. Zhao Yushi broke down. She never dreamed a mother could utter such words. Tears streamed down her face like rain. Her pitiful appearance, like a pear blossom drenched in rain, tugged at Qin An's heartstrings as he stood outside the door. At the same time, he felt an endless surge of hatred toward the woman on the phone. With a creak, he pulled open the heavy security door. He stormed inside, snatched the phone from Zhao Yushi's hand, and demanded into it, "Are you his mother?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before a burst of laughter erupted. I see. You must be the rich guy, right? Don't worry, I won't stand in your way. But I should warn you up front, our family demands a hefty dowry. 50,000. Without it, you can forget about marrying her. Humph. Qin An laughed bitterly in anger. My apologies, wrong number. You're not his mother. The voice on the other end paused again, clearly confused. No, I'm not mistaken. I am her mother, her real mother. No doubt about it. Then why did you treat her like that? Qin An roared coldly, starving her, leaving her without proper clothes, that's bad enough. But treating her like merchandise, selling her back and forth? Are you even human? And the real disgrace is forcing her into prostitution. Why the hell don't you go out and sell yourself instead? She's so pretty, I bet you're not bad either, Mom. If you really can't manage, just charge less. With enough customers, you'll scrape together that 50,000 yuan. You? Yao Hohat was furious. She gritted her teeth viciously. She's my own daughter. I'll do with her as I please. It's none of your business. Besides, I gave birth to her, raised her, and now I want her to get me 50,000 yuan. Is that too much to ask? What about your daughter? Qin An sneered coldly. Your daughter has human rights too. She's protected by the law. You can't just sell her off to whoever you please. And she doesn't have to do whatever you tell her to do. I'll get the money eventually. If you want it, come get it yourself. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Qin An hung up the phone, refusing to engage any further with this old-fashioned, son-preferring fool stuck in the last century. He walked over and helped Zhao Yushi up from the ground, soothing her with a gentle voice. It's okay now. If she ever gives you trouble again, come find me. I'll protect you. Woo. Zhao Yushi never imagined she would feel warmth, something she had never experienced from her own family. She found it in Qin An. Her nose stung, and hot tears spilled over her cheeks once more. The next moment, she threw herself into Qin An's arms. She began to sob uncontrollably. Qin An knew she desperately needed to vent. He simply held her close. Quietly, he felt her. Trembling slightly. Ding. Zhao Yushi affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi affection +5. Ding. Zhao Yushi's current affection level, 75 points. And so, Zhao Yushi cried for nearly 10 minutes before slowly calming down. She shyly pulled away from Qin An's embrace. She apologized softly, I'm sorry, I got your clothes all wet. It's okay. Qin An gently wiped the tear stains from her face with his hand. He smiled and asked, now, will you tell me what happened? Zhao Yushi nodded and recounted her story in full detail. Zhao Yushi's original name was Zhao Di. The name was chosen for its homophonic meaning, welcome a younger sister. She was born in a small village in Hebei County. In this village, those with sons were called those with descendants, while those without sons were called those whose line ends. Therefore, everyone desperately tried to bear sons to ensure the continuation of their family line. They desperately tried to have sons. The harmful practice of favoring sons over daughters was rampant. Zhao Yushi's family was particularly extreme. According to her maternal grandfather, on the day Zhao Yushi was born, her father, grandfather, and grandmother, upon learning she was a girl, they turned and left immediately. They didn't even glance at her. They didn't care about her mother either. They even discussed divorcing her mother behind her back. He was as heartless as could be. But even more heartless was her mother. She wouldn't even let her nurse. Had her maternal grandparents not eventually taken her in and raised her on formula, she likely wouldn't have survived. Her schooling was another matter entirely. Every penny for tuition and textbooks came from her maternal grandfather. The Zhao family never contributed a single penny. And yet, come high school, they still refused to let her continue her education. They forced her to work in a factory. They demanded she send 1,500 yuan back home every month. Not a single yuan less. And they intended to marry her off to the village cripple. Had she not overheard this by chance and, with her maternal grandfather's help, secretly hitchhiked her way to Binhai City, she'd probably be the child's mother by now. Stuck at home day in and day out, feeding chickens and geese. Spending her entire life with her face to the soil and her back to the sky.
Then how did you manage to get into college? Qin An couldn't help but ask. After arriving in Binhai, I thought I'd never have a chance to go to school in this lifetime. Zhao Yushi recounted slowly, but then, unexpectedly, one day I ran into my junior high homeroom teacher. She said it was such a waste that I hadn't pursued my studies, and that only knowledge could change one's fate. She pulled some strings and got me a visiting student status at Binhai No. 3 Middle School. I cherished that opportunity so much, studying hard every day, but, well, time was limited. Chapter 81, The Den of Evil. Because you had to work? Qin An interjected. Yeah. Zhao Yushi nodded. Although my teacher waived my tuition and provided financial aid, I still had to cover all my own expenses, textbooks, miscellaneous fees, room and board. So I had to take on part-time jobs to earn money. That meant I never attended a single evening study session throughout my entire 3 years of high school. Plus, the high school curriculum was significantly more challenging than middle school. Plus, the teaching standards at my rural middle school were limited, and my foundation wasn't as strong as other students. In the end, I barely scraped into a junior college. I truly feel ashamed for letting my teacher down. This isn't your fault. Qin An patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's your parents' fault. If they hadn't been so fixated on favoring sons over daughters, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But seriously, you escaped all the way to Binhai. How did you end up reconnecting with them? Qin An asked suspiciously. Was it because of college applications? Zhao Yushi shook her head. Her face filled with sorrow. It's because my grandfather passed away. From that home? No. Zhao Yushi shook her head forcefully. That wasn't a home, it was a hellhole. After escaping that hellhole, I made up my mind, I'd never go back to that place for the rest of my life. But in my sophomore year, tragedy struck. My grandfather passed away. He was the only one who truly loved me. With him gone, I had to go back. Even if it meant returning to that hellhole. Even if I might never escape again, I had to go. So I boarded a bus back home. But what I never could have imagined was that even after returning, I still couldn't attend the funeral. They found you? Qin An pressed. Yes. Zhao Yushi took a deep breath. She recounted slowly. The moment I arrived at my grandfather's house, my mom and dad immediately restrained me. They locked me in the cellar for 3 whole days, not a single grain of rice, not a drop of water. At that moment, I almost thought I'd follow my grandfather in death. But I didn't die. My teacher saved me. She heard I'd returned. When she didn't see me at the funeral. And when I didn't show up, she reported me missing to the police. It was only with the police's help that I managed to return to Binhai City and continue my studies. But even after I got back, they kept watching me. They'd call me every other day. If I didn't answer, they'd come looking for me at school. They even restricted me from dating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been single all these years. But how would they find out if you dated someone without telling them? Qin An asked doubtfully. They find out. Zhao Yushi sighed helplessly. They regularly check my phone. If they find any guy messaging me, they'll grab my phone and yell at him. Then without even asking me, they'd delete and block the guy outright. Over time, pretty much all my classmates figured it out, so no one dared chat with me anymore. As for Li Bin, she introduced him. Otherwise, he'd be deleted too. Oh. After hearing all this, Qin An sighed deeply. He felt both pity and sorrow for Zhao Yushi having parents like that. Gently rubbing her shoulders, he comforted her. It's okay now. It's all in the past. As long as I'm here, they won't dare bully you again. No need. Zhao Yushi desperately wished Qin An could protect her forever. But Qin An already had a girlfriend. It wouldn't be right. She shook her head. I can protect myself. You should protect Mr. Shen instead. Like hell you can protect yourself. Qin An rolled his eyes. He snapped back without holding back. If you could really protect yourself, she wouldn't be yelling at you and demanding you transfer her 50,000 yuan. Zhao Yushi was rendered speechless. Indeed, if she could truly protect herself, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament today. Enough. Qin An couldn't be bothered with further chatter. His tone brooked no argument. That's final. Let's go, it's freezing out here. No way. Zhao Yushi stubbornly shook her head. Mr. Shen has been so kind to me. I can't ruin the relationship between you two. Qin An smiled. Don't worry. Our bond is rock solid. It won't crumble over something this trivial. But... Zhao Yushi tried to say more. But Qin An cut her off before she could. He cut her off abruptly. Enough with the buts. Let's go. With that, he grabbed Zhao Yushi and dragged her toward the door. As they passed the threshold, Zhao Yushi's foot caught on the edge. She tripped over the threshold, her body instantly losing balance. She stumbled toward Qin An. Seeing this, Qin An hurriedly reached out to catch her. The next second, a wave of fragrance washed over him. Zhao Yushi's soft, delicate body landed squarely in his arms. Their eyes locked, and both hearts skipped a beat involuntarily. Their warm breaths mingled, sending them both into a dizzying whirl of desire. Without a second thought, they leaned in and kissed. Ah! Just as their lips were about to meet, Zhao Yushi suddenly snapped back to her senses. What she was doing was wrong. She let out a startled cry and struggled to break free from Qin An's embrace. But Qin An wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. His right arm clamped tightly around Zhao Yushi's slender waist. His left hand cradled her head. He pressed his lips directly against hers. Zhao Yushi tried to struggle. But Qin An's grip was simply too strong. Coupled with this unfamiliar, strange sensation, it also piqued her curiosity. After a few token struggles, she closed her beautiful eyes and surrendered to the sensation. Huff! A minute later, Qin An finally released her. Smacking her lips, he grinned mischievously, so sweet. Zhao Yushi was already shy enough as it was. Qin An's teasing only made her blush even harder. Her delicate face was bathed in an intoxicating blush. The sight was utterly breathtaking. It made Qin An want to kiss her again. But he knew such matters couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, it might leave Zhao Yushi with a bad impression. He suppressed the thought. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "You kissed me, doesn't that mean you have to take responsibility for me now?" Ha! Zhao Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You were the one who kissed me, okay? Wasn't that supposed to be the guy's responsibility? Where's the logic in a girl taking responsibility for a boy? What? You don't want to? Qin An pressed on, his tone insistent. No. Zhao Yushi lowered her flushed face. But you already have a girlfriend. How could I possibly take responsibility? It's fine. Qin An grinned mischievously. The law only says you can marry one wife, it doesn't say you can only have one girlfriend. You jerk. Zhao Yushi glared at Qin An in indignation. Her adorable, innocent expression was utterly endearing. Chapter 82, The Woman in Leather. Qin An grinned mischievously, lifting Zhao Yushi's fair, rounded chin with his finger. Teasingly, he asked, "So, do you like the scumbag?" Zhao Yushi desperately wanted to say no. But she didn't want to betray her true feelings either. So she lowered her head, refusing to answer. Seeing her silent acknowledgement, and knew he had a chance, he took her hand and asked with a smile, "Have you had lunch yet?" Zhao Yushi tried to pull her hand away. But after several attempts, she couldn't pull it free. She could only let Qin An hold it. Shaking her head, she said, "I was planning to eat, but I didn't want you to worry. After getting permission from President Shen, I came straight over." Silly girl. Qin An felt a pang of concern. "Next time I call you, remember to eat first. Don't let your stomach get upset." Oh, okay. Ever since her maternal grandparents passed away one after the other, Zhao Yushi couldn't recall the last time someone had shown her such concern. A faint warmth spread through her heart. Her fondness for Qin An grew a little stronger. Ding. Zhao Yushi's favorability +1. Ding. Zhao Yushi's current affection level, 76 points. Let's go. Qin An gestured toward the nearby escalator. I used to come to this mall often. There's a little shop on the 5th floor that sells fresh meat wontons. They're incredibly delicious. I'll take you there for a hearty meal. Sure. Zhao Yushi had been hungry for quite some time. Now that Qin An mentioned it, her mouth instantly watered. She rode the escalator with Qin An, heading toward the 5th floor. Meanwhile, in Xinghe Village, Hebazao County. At Zhao Yushi's home, Yao Hohat stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the windowsill with a grim expression. She screamed at the top of her lungs, furious, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Rebellion! I gave birth to her, raised her all these years. If she doesn't repay me, that's one thing, but to team up with some bastard to bully me? This is outrageous. It's driving me mad, driving me mad. Hey, Mom! Keep your voice down." The chubby kid sprawled on the bed, glued to his phone. He shot Yao Hohat a resentful glare and grumbled, "Your yelling's messing up my game. I was gonna win this round for sure." Yao Hohat, still seething with anger and looking for an outlet, hearing her son's outburst, she immediately stormed over and took him to task. Grabbing his ear, she roared, "Can't you show some backbone? You got kicked out of school, and you still have the nerve to play games? Get your ass out here and go find your dad." Ow ow ow, that hurts. The chubby boy pushed Yao Hohat away. He rubbed his ear. He glared at Yao Hohat resentfully. "All you ever do is pinch my ears. My poor grades are all your fault, you ruined my hearing. Stop spouting nonsense." Yao Hohat glared at the little chubby boy and urged, "Go call your dad right now." What does he want? The little chubby kid didn't feel like moving. He slumped back into his seat. He's got his phone with him, right? Just call him. Phone calls don't cost money? Yao Hohat playfully punched the little chubby kid on the arm. Don't you know our family's broke because of your mess? If we're broke, just ask my sister for money. The chubby kid shrugged it off. But didn't someone say she hooked up with a rich guy? She must be loaded. Are you deaf? Yao Hohat yanked the chubby kid's ear again. Didn't you hear what I just said? When I asked your sister for money, not only did she give me nothing, she teamed up with that bastard to bully me. What? The chubby kid was furious. Rubbing his ear, he asked, "What did she say?" Yao Hohat recounted the recent events, embellishing every detail. After hearing this, the little chubby boy was furious. He muttered angrily, "That traitoress. She's not even married yet and she's already siding with outsiders. We've raised her for nothing. Enough of this nonsense." Yao Hohat waved her hand. "Hurry up and find your father. Have him buy a ticket to Binhai and demand the money from her in person." "Got it." This time, the little chubby boy found his motivation. He scampered out of the house with a clatter. Yao Hohat seized the moment to call Li Bin. "Hello? Li Bin, do you know where my daughter is working now? We haven't been in touch for a while either." "I have no idea." Li Bin replied, "But that rich guy she's with told me his name Qin An. He said he runs a garment factory called something like Shen Xinyao. That's it, Xinyao Garment Factory." "Alright, I got it." Yao Hohat brightened and smiled. "Thanks a lot, kid." "You're welcome." Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Yao Hohat began gathering her things. She planned to go find the Qin An tonight to demand her money. "How was it?" Qin An looked at Zhao Yushi with eager anticipation. "How does it taste?" Delicious." Zhao Yushi had never tasted such fragrant and savory wontons in her entire life. Her eyes crinkled into two crescent moons as she savored the taste. She looked utterly adorable. "Then eat more." Qin An affectionately pinched her little cheeks. "I'll go wash my hands in the restroom first." "Okay." The restroom wasn't far from where Qin An had been sitting. It was only a few steps away. Qin An arrived quickly. Accompanying him was a short-haired girl who was on the phone. She wore a shiny black leather outfit. Her hair was tied back in a short ponytail. She looked cool and sharp. She was quite eye-catching. Unfortunately, her looks were a bit lacking. Only 63 points. It simply couldn't spark any interest in Qin An. Otherwise, asking for her contact info wouldn't have been out of the question. "Hey! Mouse, words come down from above, we're moving tonight." "Yeah." He didn't die. It's weird, though. He fell off such a high cliff, the car was totaled, but that guy surnamed Su only broke his leg. "Yeah, we absolutely can't have any more accidents this time." "Alright, it's settled. Meet at 8 p.m. at the intersection of Xingyuan Avenue and Anha Road." Clunk. Qin An, who was about to leave, overheard the conversation. His heart sank. Su? The car was totaled, yet she only broke her leg? These key details made it hard for Qin An not to connect the dots to Su Wanqing. But just in case he was mistaken, he decided to verify the details first. With that thought, he continued walking forward while pulling out his phone to call Su Wanqing. Beep, beep, beep. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." After dialing several times in a row, each call went unanswered. Qin An found Yang Yuan's number and dialed it. "Hello?" Yang Yuan answered quickly. "You bastard, why the sudden call? Where's Mr. Su?" Qin An had no time for small talk and got straight to the point. Chapter 83, Silly Girl. Damn it! Yang Yuan had actually been pleased that Qin An was calling him. But the moment Qin An opened his mouth, it was to ask about Su Wanqing. His mood instantly soured. He snapped irritably, "If you want to find her, why the hell call me? Just call her directly." "Cut the crap." Qin An's voice was icy. "Tell me where she is, now." Seeing Qin An's anger, Yang Yuan dared not argue further. He straightened up and said, "She went out with Sister Wei. It seems they're heading to the factory on Xingyuan Street to arrange production." Boom. Seeing the address matched, Qin An's heart sank. The woman had indeed described someone surnamed Su Wanqing, which meant the car accident wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. The thought made Qin An whip his head around toward the sink. But unfortunately, the woman in the leather jacket was already gone. And nowhere around could he find her figure. "What's wrong?" Yang Yuan asked curiously. "Did something happen?" "Nothing. The fewer people who knew about this, the better." So Qin An had no intention of telling Yang Yuan. He gave a perfunctory reply and hung up immediately. He dialed Master Ma. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, Master Ma's Mandarin with a slight accent came through. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Where's Su Wanqing?" Qin An asked directly. "The one I asked you to find for the report. She went to the fabric wholesale market." Master Ma answered truthfully, "She's not in the car." "Then wait for her to return and have her call me back." "Oh, understood." Master Ma respectfully replied, "Rest assured, I'll pass it on as soon as she returns." After handling all this, Qin An still felt uneasy. He planned to send Zhao Yushi back after dinner. Then he would personally go over himself, just in case something happened. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yushi noticed Qin An hadn't returned for a long time. He stood there blankly, lost in thought, a troubled look on his face. She approached him with concern. "Nothing." Qin An forced a smile. He casually brushed it off. "Just got a call about an issue at the factory. It's been resolved now. Let's eat." "Oh." Zhao Yushi could tell Qin An didn't want to elaborate.
She sensed it and wisely dropped the subject. Changing the subject, she suggested, after we finish eating, let's go downstairs and look around.
I'll buy you a new phone, okay?
Zhao Yushi found Qin An quite peculiar.
He was clearly worth hundreds of millions, extremely wealthy.
Yet he only used a Redmi phone costing just over 1,000 yuan.
What's more, the camera lens and back cover were completely shattered. It looked even more worn out than her own Vivo phone.
And when it came to eating, he didn't act like a wealthy person either. She even drinks the soup from her 15 yuan bowl of wontons, just like her.
Perfect.
Qin An beamed with delight. He'd actually been wanting to upgrade his phone for ages. But all the money he'd earned before had gone into filling Han Ting's bottomless pit. He simply didn't have the money to replace it. Later, when I had money, I was busy chasing after this and that every day.
I completely forgot about getting a new phone.
If not for Zhao Yushi bringing it up herself, I'd probably have put it off for even longer.
Actually, I noticed your phone's looking a bit old too. Let me get you a new one. No need. I just bought this one over 3 years ago. It'll last another 2 years, no problem.
All these years, Zhao Yushi had been scared of being poor. So even now that she had money, she still couldn't bring herself to spend it. Besides, 50,000 yuan really wasn't that much. After setting aside money for Qin An's phone, the rest would go toward rent, utilities. Covered daily meals, commuting costs, phone bills, and other expenses.
Spending a little here, a little there, it would be gone in no time. No way, you have to take it. Qin An declared with authority, this is the first gift I've given you since we've been together. You have to accept it. But didn't you just buy me so many clothes and give me 50,000 yuan already? Zhao Yushi pouted, reluctant to accept it. That was work clothes and a bonus. Qin An bluffed, this is a gift. It's different. Just do as I say. By the way, where are you staying now?
Qin An, worried Zhao Yushi might still refuse, quickly changed the subject.
Blackstone Reef. Zhao Yushi answered honestly. Blackstone Reef? Qin An pondered briefly. Doesn't that mean a long commute to work every day? It's manageable.
Zhao Yushi took a bite of her wontons and replied, it's only a little over an hour. One of our sales reps lives near Huangpu Road now, that's what I call a long commute.
He commutes nearly 3 hours every day.
Compared to him, I'm pretty lucky.
That's still far. Qin An gently took Zhao Yushi's hand.
His eyes brimmed with affection as he said, Yushi, the hardships you endured before were unavoidable.
But things are different now.
You have me now, so I absolutely won't allow you to suffer any more hardship or endure any more pain.
Qin An's words felt like the warm rays of spring sunshine.
They slanted into Zhao Yushi's heart. She felt a warmth unlike any she had ever known before. Her nose stung, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her voice choked as she asked, why are you so good to me?
Qin An sat beside Zhao Yushi and pulled her into his embrace.
He gently rubbed her little nose with affection.
Silly girl, you're my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who else would I be kind to? Then, what about Mr. Shen? Zhao Yushi knew it was inappropriate to ask this now. She couldn't help but ask. She is too.
Qin An replied earnestly, but rest assured, my love for both of you is equal.
No need. Zhao Yushi shook her head meekly.
Then she buried her face deep into Qin An's embrace. Her voice trembled with tears.
I only ask that while you love her, you share just a little bit of that love with me. Just a little bit is enough.
All these years, Zhao Yushi had always believed. As long as that family still existed, her parents would never let her go. The best fate for her life might be to settle down with Li Bin, a man she felt absolutely nothing for. To muddle through life together. So how could she ever dare to dream of a perfect man like Qin An, rich, handsome, and flawless? Could possibly give her all his love? Silly girl. Zhao Yushi's words nearly shattered Qin An's heart. Silently, he resolved to treat her twice as well from now on.
He absolutely couldn't let her down. 2.5 hours later. Where are we going?
Zhao Yushi was puzzled as to why Qin An had suddenly brought her to the residential complex. And it was near the company, one of the most upscale residential areas around.
Could it be he was taking her to his place? Then, did that mean she should buy gifts for his parents?
After all, it was her first time visiting his home.
Besides, they'd only just confirmed their relationship wasn't meeting his parents a bit too soon. Chapter 84, Buying a House.
As these thoughts swirled through her mind, 2 captivating blushes spread across Zhao Yushi's lovely face. Her heart was both anxious and filled with anticipation.
Ring ring. Ring ring. Just then, Qin An's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Hello? Mr. Qin, have you arrived yet?
A woman's voice, sweet enough, came from the other end of the line.
I'm here. Qin An glanced around. Where are you? I'm downstairs at Building 5, Unit 2.
The woman also scanned her surroundings.
I'm wearing an orange suit. Can you see me? I see you. Ever since gaining his superhuman physique,
Qin An not only had a better physique, but his abilities in that area had also strengthened.
Even his eyesight had improved dramatically. Now, even from 500 meters away, he could see with crystal clarity. He quickly locked onto the target. He swiftly walked toward them, keeping Zhao Yushi by his side. No wonder Mr. Zhou called you a beauty agent, you really are stunning. To solve the problem of Zhao Yushi's excessively long commute, Qin An planned to buy her an apartment directly across from the company. He casually inquired within the wealthy circle. Ultimately, through Mr. Zhou, he met this real estate agent, Li Pan. What Qin An hadn't anticipated, however, was that Li Pan would be this stunningly beautiful. In her 30s, yet her face showed not a single wrinkle. Her eyes were mesmerizing, and her figure was voluptuous. Her skin was fair and smooth, like a piece of silken tofu. Every movement radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. She held a truly irresistible allure for men. It's just a pity her looks only score 89 points. No rewards can be given for that. Still, a few wild nights together wouldn't be out of the question. Because she hasn't wrestled many opponents, only 3. In these chaotic times, she truly keeps herself pure. You're Mr. Qin? Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Before meeting Qin An, she had always imagined him to be a pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man. After all, successful people usually look like that. But to her utter surprise, he turned out to be an overly youthful young man. And he was so incredibly handsome. She almost drooled at the sight. Qin An nodded. Let's go. Show me the place. Sure. Li Pan reluctantly tore her gaze away and led the way for Qin An and Zhao Yushi. Brother, what are you up to? Zhao Yushi was left feeling a bit bewildered. She blinked her big, watery eyes, her face full of confusion. Buying you a house. Qin An interlaced his fingers with Zhao Yushi's. His face brimming with affection, he said, this neighborhood is just one street away from our company. If you live here, you won't have to get up early to catch the subway or bus anymore. Oh. Upon realizing it was merely about buying a house, not taking her to meet his parents, a wave of profound disappointment washed over Zhao Yushi. She suddenly looked up. She stared at Qin An in disbelief. What did you say? Buy me a house? That's right. Qin An nodded with a smile. How else would we solve your commute problem? Boom. Zhao Yushi froze in shock. She had assumed Qin An's solution would be to rent her an apartment nearby. But she never imagined he'd actually buy a house outright. How could she possibly accept that? She hastily waved her hands in refusal. No. That's far too extravagant. I can't accept it. Even though housing prices had dipped slightly over the past 2 years. But in a high-end community like Ziyunhuafu, a square meter still cost over 15,000 yuan. Moreover, the smallest unit in this complex was 110 square meters. In other words, even the most basic unit here would cost around 1.6 to 1.7 million yuan. How could she possibly accept such a large sum without a shred of guilt? Li Pan showed no surprise. Ever since she started working as a real estate agent, she'd seen it all. Bosses buying apartments for their mistresses was nothing new. She couldn't help but feel pity for the girl. She was so naive. If you don't milk this for all it's worth now, once he gets bored and kicks you to the curb, you won't even know where to start crying. Exactly. In Gu Pan's eyes, they weren't a couple, they were lovers. After all, a woman worthy of a wealthy man must come from a family that's either rich or noble. How could they possibly be unable to afford a mere few million yuan for a commercial property? Not expensive. Qin An chuckled with a carefree air. A mere million or so? Compared to you giving me your whole self, your entire heart, it's nothing at all. Besides, didn't I tell you back when we were eating at the mall? From now on, I'll never let you suffer even a moment of hardship. Qin An's words once again moved Zhao Yushi deeply. Her eyes welling up, she protested, but you didn't have to buy it. Renting would have been just as good. No way. Qin An waved his hand decisively. Renting isn't suitable. All the money gets swallowed up by those greedy landlords, and in the end, we'd have nothing left. Zhao Yushi pondered for a moment, realizing Qin An had a point. She nodded in agreement. Then she shook her head. But I can't accept this house either. Let's just put the deed solely in your name. No way. I already own too many properties way over the purchase limit. So it should be in your name. After saying this, Qin An felt incredibly uneasy. He dreaded Zhao Yushi retorting, but wasn't the purchase restriction lifted in Binhai City at the beginning of this year? Fortunately, she didn't understand these details. Nodding with a look of half-understanding, she said, oh, then, how about putting it under your parents' names? Seeing things had gone this far, Zhao Yushi still refused to accept it. Li Pan felt even more heartbroken for Zhao Yushi. She sighed at the unfairness of fate, such a wonderful girl, yet she ended up with a scumbag? Hey! Li Pan desperately wanted to expose Qin An's true colors. To rescue Zhao Yushi from this hell. But in the end, she held back. Because she knew the power wielded by these wealthy individuals was terrifying. If she truly provoked them, even if she somehow survived, she'd be skinned alive.
Therefore, she could only strive to secure as many benefits for Zhao Yushi as possible without infringing upon their interests. She interjected gently, Mr. Qin means well. Please accept his gift. Don't refuse it and hurt his feelings. That's right, take it. Or else I'll get angry, you know? Qin An feigned anger as he glared at Zhao Yushi. Zhao Yushi didn't want to make Qin An angry. But she didn't want to accept it either. She stood there looking dejected, torn between choices. Seeing this, Qin An sighed in resignation. He thought to himself, if only Zhao Yushi and the others could be like Xia Yanan. How much less trouble he'd have. Come to think of it, it had been 2 days since he last contacted her. Wondered how she was doing. Once he finished handling these matters at hand, he'd make time to swing by the bar. Chapter 85, An Eye-Opening Experience. Alright, it's settled then. Qin An pinched Zhao Yushi's chubby little cheek. Let's go check out the place. Alright, fine. Seeing Qin An insist so firmly, Zhao Yushi couldn't refuse any longer. Besides, she figured she could just return the apartment to Qin An after they broke up. She nodded in agreement. Whoosh. As Li Pan entered the code, the sound of machinery humming filled the air. A spacious, bright living room came into view before everyone's eyes. For Qin An, who had been huddled in the stairwell, it felt like a sudden burst of clarity. His mood lifted considerably. Mr. Qin, Miss Zhao, allow me to give you a brief introduction. Now on his home turf, Li Pan immediately showcased his impressive professional skills. He launched into a detailed explanation. The property deed lists the total area as 143.8 square meters, with an interior area of 138.62 square meters. Originally, it was a 3-bedroom, 2 living room layout with 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. However, the previous owner remodeled it into a 2-bedroom, 2 living room layout with 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms to create a more spacious and comfortable living environment. The master bedroom not only features an ensuite bathroom but also a walk-in closet. Great, let's take a look. Qin An took Zhao Yushi's delicate, boneless hand. They wandered around the rooms. Wherever she went, she left everyone in awe. Especially Zhao Yushi. Her stunning eyes remained wide with astonishment from start to finish. Her small mouth hung slightly open. For the nicest homes she could imagine were the grand villas from TV dramas, or perhaps a 3-bedroom apartment. She never imagined wealthy people today could live in such luxury. They even had a separate room designed just for storing clothes. Meanwhile, the bathroom was far, far larger than the tiny cubicle she rented. It was truly eye-opening. How long has this place been renovated? Qin An had heard about string-linked apartments while surfing online. These were properties that had been renovated only recently before being put up for rent. The formaldehyde levels inside were terrifyingly high. Long-term exposure to such environments increases the risk of leukemia. This point absolutely must be clarified. Under no circumstances could Zhao Yushi be harmed. It's been almost a year and a half. Li Pan spoke honestly, but the decor here is quite avant-garde. It's fully equipped with smart home technology, electric curtains, motion sensor lights, you name it. The comfort level is exceptionally high. Plus, all the appliances and furniture are from reputable brands, no need to worry. As for formaldehyde levels, you needn't worry about that either. The space was ventilated for over half a year after renovation, and our company even hired professionals to test it. Absolutely no exceedances were found. That's acceptable. Qin An led Zhao Yushi around for a casual look. After seeing everything, they finally sat down on the sofa. So, what's the asking price for this place? The landlord bought this place as a raw unit at a premium price when it first hit the market. Li Pan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She flashed a warm, approachable smile. She spoke calmly. The purchase price back then was 16,300 per square meter, totaling over 2.34 million yuan. Later, over 100,000 yuan was spent on renovations, bringing the total cost to over 3.34 million yuan. Of course, the renovation costs can't be fully factored in. Plus, property prices in this area have dropped to around 15,000 now. So the landlord is asking for 2.8,540,000 less than the original price. Plus, the owner is throwing in 3 years of free property management fees and an underground parking spot. Together, those two perks are worth about 150,000 yuan. Overall, this price is still a great deal. Bro, maybe we should just forget it? It's too expensive. Even when it was over 1 million yuan, Zhao Yushi had already hesitated to take it. Now, with the entire price at 2.8 million, how could she not back out? Miss Xiao, this price is genuinely not expensive. Li Pan leveraged her professional expertise to persuade her. There's another unit next door with the exact same layout facing the street, overlooking the mountain, and not even on a prime floor, yet it's priced at 3 million. Qin An knew Li Pan was telling the truth. Before coming, he had researched other units in this complex online. This one really was a bargain. But when buying something, if you don't haggle, you always feel like you're getting ripped off. He stated, Miss Li, I'm not one for beating around the bush. I'll give you a straight offer. If you're satisfied, we'll sign the contract. If not, we'll look elsewhere. All right. Li Pan wasn't one for small talk either. She gestured invitingly.
Go ahead. 2.51 million. Qin An had never bought a house before and didn't know how much room for negotiation there was. He decided to go all in. A look of hesitation flashed across Li Pan's charmingly alluring face. She tentatively suggested, Mr. Qin, perhaps you could increase your offer? This price is truly non-negotiable. Then forget it. Phew. Zhao Yushi heard he wasn't buying. A weight lifted from her shoulders. She happily hooked her arm through Qin An's and prepared to leave. It wasn't that she didn't care about money, but she couldn't believe she'd made Qin An spend such a huge sum on her. Wait a moment, Mr. Qin. Li Pan didn't want the commission she'd almost secured to slip away. She stepped forward to plead, please let me call the landlord to discuss this. All right. Qin An knew that slashing 300,000 yuan off the price wasn't something Li Pan, a single agent, could decide on her own. He nodded in agreement. All right, please wait a moment. Brother. After Li Pan left, Zhao Yushi shook Qin An's arm. She pleaded, let's just forget it. I'll stay where I am, it's perfectly fine. Let's not waste money on this. Seeing she was still agonizing over this, Qin An couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. He sighed inwardly at how foolish she was. Even though she was already covered in wounds. Yet she kept putting others first time and again. How about this? Qin An paused to think for a moment. How about this, he said slowly. I'll give you a gift, and you give me one in return. That way, we'll be even, right? Well, I suppose that's possible. Zhao Yushi's delicate, sweet face was clouded with worry. But I don't have that much money. It doesn't cost money. Qin An tickled her little nose and whispered mischievously into her ear, just give yourself to me, and we're even. Zhao Yushi's face flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Qin An's gaze. She thought to herself, could it really be that after just one day together, we'd do that kind of thing? Mr. Qin, Miss Zhao. Li Pan rushed back after finishing his call. Her face clouded with worry as she said, the landlord says they can only reduce the price by another 100,000 yuan at most, bringing it down to 2.7 million. But? Li Pan clenched her jaw tightly. Seeming to make up her mind, she declared, I'm willing to waive my share of the brokerage fee 135,000 yuan in total in hopes of becoming your friend. Chapter 86, Home. Qin An noticed the odd mix of whole and partial figures in her quote. Her eyes were filled with pain. He concluded she must be sincere. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. Keep that commission fee for yourself. Phew. Li Pan breathed a sigh of relief. For a billionaire like Qin An, 130,000 yuan might be nothing. But for her, a lowly nobody scraping by at the bottom, it was a substantial sum. It could solve a lot of her problems. So she truly couldn't bear to part with it. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shall we sign the contract now? All right. Qin An took the contract, gave it a quick glance, then handed it to Zhao Yushi for her signature. Zhao Yushi wasn't entirely keen on accepting it. But at this moment, she couldn't suppress the joy and excitement welling up inside her. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the pen. Seeing this, reached out to hold her hand, guiding her stroke by stroke as she wrote her name. He smiled and said, from now on, this is our little home. The word home instantly brought tears to Zhao Yushi's eyes. After years of wandering, she finally had a home. And it was a warm home built with the person she deeply loved. Ding. Zhao Yushi affection +5. 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 Ding. Zhao Yushi's current affection level, 96 points. Holy crap. Qin An had long known that buying Zhao Yushi a house would definitely boost her affection. He figured 5 or 10 points would be the absolute maximum. After all, the further along you get, the slower the affection points climb. But he never imagined it would jump by a full 20 points. This was absolutely terrifying. But then, upon reflection, Qin An understood. The meaning of home was incredibly important to Zhao Yushi. So such a sudden surge was perfectly normal. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning Zhao Yushi's heart. Acquired god-tier medical skills and top-tier merchant techniques. All future romantic expenses will be instantly reimbursed. Boom. After the notification sound, Qin An felt a torrent of memories surge into his mind. They flashed by in rapid succession like a carousel. First came medical knowledge encompassing Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Mongolian medicine, Niao medicine, Tibetan medicine, and shamanic healing. Next came business acumen encompassing asset valuation, people management, risk assessment, financial accounting, and more. If measured in computer storage units, these memories would likely amount to over 50 gigabytes. This alone revealed just how vast this reservoir of knowledge truly was. It took Qin An nearly 10 full minutes to fully process it all. Good grief, no wonder they call it god-tier medical skill. This content is bloody massive. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Bro. What is it? Hearing their anxious calls, Qin An snapped out of his thoughts. He looked at them in confusion. Phew. Li Pan exhaled in relief. You scared me to death just now.
You were frozen there, not responding to any of our calls.
Yeah. Zhao Yushi's eyes were brimming with tears.
Her voice trembled with emotion. We were so scared we almost called 911.
Oh. I'm so sorry. Qin An offered an apologetic smile.
He made up an excuse on the spot. I suddenly remembered something just now and got lost in thought.
Miss Li, should I pay you?
To avoid further questions, Qin An quickly changed the subject.
No need.
Li Pan shook her head and handed him the phone.
Just transfer the money directly to our company account. All right. Qin An operated his phone, transferring 2.8 million yuan directly to the account Li Pan had provided.
As for why such a large sum could be transferred at once, it was because before buying the house, he'd worried the funds in his account wouldn't be sufficient. Zhao Yushi hadn't reached the 80-point affinity threshold yet, so she couldn't get an instant cashback.
He didn't want to face the embarrassment of failing to pay.
So he had Yao Guowo transfer another 2 million yuan.
Mr. Qin, Miss Zhao, here are the keys and access codes for the property.
Li Pan handed over a set of keys and a piece of paper with numbers written on it, smiling as he said, please keep these safe. As for the property transfer and other formalities,
I'll bring them to you once everything is finalized.
Finally, I wish you both, in this new home, a swift blessing of children, eternal devotion, and everlasting happiness. The phrase may you be blessed with children soon made Zhao Yushi recall the words Qin An had just spoken, the words she had given him. Her heart began to race wildly.
A captivating blush once again spread across her lovely face.
Qin An, however, remained unfazed. He smiled and shook hands with Li Pan.
Thank you for your kind wishes.
You're welcome. Li Pan smiled generously. Well then, Mr. Qin, Miss Zhao, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer.
Goodbye.
After Li Pan left, the room was left with only Zhao Yushi and Qin An. Like dry kindling meeting a spark, passion ignited in that instant. They kissed their way from one end of the sofa to the other. Their passionate kisses spoke volumes of their love for each other.
Ring ring. Ring ring. Just as Qin An was about to take things further and claim Zhao Yushi's first blood, an irritating phone ring suddenly sounded. And it just kept ringing and ringing, forcing Qin An to halt his offensive. He rolled over to find his phone. Hello? Seeing it was Su Wanqing calling, Qin An didn't dare delay and quickly answered, Where are you? Su Wanqing had intended to confront Qin An about why it took him so long to answer. But Qin An's preemptive move cut her off, forcing her to abandon the idea for now. The production line has already been installed and debugged, right? I just came over to try running a test production run. What exactly do you need from me? Not only did you call me repeatedly, but you also had Master Ma notify me. Is someone else with you? Ha? Su Wanqing froze. She'd thought Qin An would say he missed her. She'd already started secretly smiling. Instead, Qin An blurted out this question, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Xiao Wei is right beside me. What's up? Something's wrong. Qin An's tone was grave. Find a secluded place immediately. Oh. Seeing that Qin An didn't seem to be joking, she dared not delay. Hurrying to a secluded spot, she whispered, No one's around now. Go ahead and tell me. I'm asking you. Was that car accident where you plunged off the cliff really an accident? Thud. Su Wanqing's heart sank abruptly. How do you know about this? She exclaimed in shock. Just as she suspected. Just as I suspected. After confirming his suspicion, Qin An's tone turned grave. I think I ran into the people who harmed you today. From what they said, it seems they plan to strike when you're on your way back to the city. So right now, immediately, find a hotel to hide in. Don't return to the city tonight under any circumstances. And don't tell anyone about this. Chapter 87, Beg Me. Qin An's words stirred up that lingering fear deep within Su Wanqing's heart. Collapsing in her wheelchair, she gasped for breath. Her voice trembled as she asked, What did that person look like? A woman. Qin An recalled carefully and described, short hair, probably in her 20s. Not particularly pretty, just an ordinary-looking person. But she gave off a clean vibe. Not very tall, around 5 feet 3 inches, pretty slim build. Small but perky breasts, and a nice, firm but must work out regularly. You pervert. Su Wanqing had been genuinely frightened. But after Qin An said that, she was just angry. She huffed indignantly, Next time, don't stare at my chest and butt. Don't accuse me unfairly, I wasn't staring. Qin An protested, I only glanced a few times. That's still not allowed. Su Wanqing snapped sharply, One more glance and I'll gouge your eyes out. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Qin An couldn't be bothered with her nonsense anymore and cut her off. There's no time to waste. You need to find a safe place to stay right now. Alright, I'll go right now. Su Wanqing suspected Qin An might genuinely be in trouble. The person he described bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Man, the one who had harmed her last time. That is. Though Su Wanqing was usually fiery and impulsive, and always carried herself like a boss at the company. But at her core, she was still a girl, timid and easily frightened. Faced with such a situation, how could she not panic? Her voice trembled as she said, I'm a little scared. Could you come stay with me? Beg me. Qin An had finally found an opportunity to tease her. There was no way he'd let it slip away. No way. For Su Wanqing, acting like a little woman and being clingy was utterly humiliating. Then I won't go. You dare. Su Wanqing felt a pang of hurt. Other people's boyfriends would rush over to protect them at the first sign of trouble. But here she was, actually having to beg him. Cut the nonsense. Just say yes or no. Qin An couldn't be bothered with her chatter. Are you begging or not? No way. Fine. Then good luck to you.
One more thing, when you sleep, remember to block the door with something. Otherwise, if someone comes with an axe and splits it open, you're done for. You. Seeing Qin An wasn't coming to rescue her, he even scared her with a scene from The Shining. Su Wanqing felt even more wronged. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud sobs. Qin An was stunned. No way? Seriously? The formidable Ice Queen CEO of the prestigious Wani fashion company. Could she really be this easily amused? Alright, stop crying. Seeing Su Wanqing cry, Qin An dared not tease her anymore. He consoled her, I could go, but only if you promise to treat me to a rujiamo.
Ha! Su Wanqing found it odd that Qin An insisted on eating rujiamo.
Still, it wasn't exactly a big deal. She nodded in agreement.
Fine. But hurry up, okay? Got it. Qin An hung up with a mischievous grin. Ms. Su, what's wrong?
Su Wanqing, who had just hung up, suddenly felt someone bump into her from behind. She nearly jumped out of her skin. Only after recognizing it was Xiao Wei did she breathe a sigh of relief. She scolded playfully, you scared the life out of me.
Make some noise when you walk next time.
Oh. Xiao Wei pouted her cherry red lips and replied with a pouty voice. Then, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, she turned to Su Wanqing and raised an eyebrow.
Whose call was that? What had you crying 1 minute and laughing the next? No one. Su Wanqing wasn't ready to go public with her relationship just yet. She gave a vague reply and changed the subject. What did you need me for? It wasn't me.
Xiao Wei pointed toward the distance.
It's Master Luo over there asking you to come over. Alright.
Su Wanqing nodded, maneuvering her electric wheelchair toward the direction indicated. On the way, she turned back and called out to Xiao Wei, oh, and book me a hotel nearby.
I'm feeling a bit tired. I won't be heading back to the city tonight.
Oh, sure. Xiao Wei paused for a moment. Then she nodded and secretly sent a text message, plan changed.
She's not returning to the city.
After sending the message, Xiao Wei immediately deleted it from her phone.
The entire process was executed with seamless efficiency.
Clearly, this wasn't her first time doing something like this.
Who is it? Zhao Yushi kept telling herself over and over, don't ask. Don't ask. She couldn't help but blurt out the question. A senior from our school. Qin An evaded the question.
Recently, she must have offended someone who's been trying to harm her.
She asked me to help protect her. Ha! Zhao Yushi's face twisted in shock. Isn't hiring someone to commit murder something that only happens in TV shows? How could it happen in real life? No, it's too dangerous. You can't go. Zhao Yushi clung tightly to Qin An's arm. Besides, even if you go, it won't make a difference. Just call the police. We can't report it, she only has suspicions, no evidence. Qin An ruffled Zhao Yushi's hair reassuringly. Besides, don't worry. I'm just going to bring her back to the city. I won't take any risks.
And I won't be alone, several others are coming with me.
Hearing there would be others, Zhao Yushi relaxed slightly. She stood up and declared, then I'm coming with you. No way. Qin An refused flatly. Better safe than sorry. If something really happens in all that chaos, how would a girl like you protect herself? What Qin An didn't say was, if you come along, who's going to eat the rujiamo? But, I'll worry about you. Zhao Yushi burst into tears.
Her tear-streaked face was truly pitiable.
Alright.
Qin An pulled her into his arms and comforted her tenderly.
Stop crying. I'm just going to pick someone up, it's not like I'm going to war. Everything will be fine, sweetheart. Then promise me.
Knowing she couldn't dissuade him, Zhao Yushi urged, if you encounter danger, you must hide.
Understand? Yes, sir. Qin An saluted.
I promise when danger comes, I'll run faster than a rabbit.
Zhao Yushi felt a little more at ease. She handed the keys to Qin An. Drive carefully on the road. Safety first. Don't worry.
Qin An lifted Zhao Yushi's fair, rounded chin with his finger and planted a quick peck on her cherry red lips. He grinned mischievously and teased, you're so beautiful, I couldn't bear to let you become a widow.
Zhao Yushi's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, saying nothing. Oh, right. Qin An suddenly remembered something.
After I leave, you must change the combination on the lock and make sure to lock the door from the inside.
Also, about moving we absolutely have to wait until I get back before discussing it, understand? Chapter 88, Chance Encounter with Han Ting. Okay. Zhao Yushi felt a warm glow in her heart and nodded obediently. MHM. Xinyao gave a slight nod. If you don't have anything planned tonight, remember to get some rest early. I probably won't be staying here tonight. Okay, I understand. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yushi, Xinyao drove toward Xingyuan Avenue. Passing by a sporting goods store along the way, he deliberately stopped and bought 3 baseball bats, stowing them in the trunk just in case. He also sent Shen Xinyao a text in advance, informing her he had plans tonight and wouldn't be returning. Just in case she called him. 3 hours later. The sky had grown completely dark. Only the streetlights along Xingyuan Avenue flickered with bright white light. Xinyao drove alone, feeling a bit lonely. Damn. I should have brought Zhao Yushi along. At least I could have touched her legs and had someone to talk to. This boredom is killing me. Suddenly, Xinyao noticed a car among the parked vehicles not far away shaking violently. He recognized both the model and license plate number instantly. It was the car belonging to Han Ting's sugar daddy. Well, better late than never. That day, Xinyao had deeply regretted not mustering the courage to confront that godfather and teach him a lesson. So now that he'd encountered him again, he had to settle the score from that day. Only then could he draw a perfect conclusion to that absurd love affair. Squeak! He parked his car not far from the other vehicle. Xinyao got out and retrieved the baseball bat he'd stashed in the trunk. He walked over to the other car, double-checked the license plate number. Without hesitation, he smashed the bat directly into the other car's window. Bang! Crack! After undergoing the superhuman physique enhancement, Xinyau's strength was truly terrifying. One swing of the baton shattered the tempered glass. Was shattered into a gaping hole. Glass shards splattered everywhere. The 2 people inside the car, who were in the middle of, nearly had their souls ripped out of their bodies. Screams erupted. What the hell? Who the hell is that? Who the hell dares smash my car window and ruin my good time? Get your ass over here. Hell, speak up. Got the guts to do it but not to own up? Xinyao froze. What the hell? That voice sounded so familiar. Holy. It really is you. It's you. The other guy recognized Xinyao too. Fuming with rage, he snarled, You little punk looking for trouble? Last time at the mall, I didn't bother with you and let you off easy. Now you have the nerve to come looking for a fight. You really think I'm a sickly cat just because I haven't shown my teeth yet? That's right. This man was none other than Qin An's sworn enemy, Qin An. And the woman beneath him was none other than Han Ting, the very woman who'd begged for reconciliation just days ago, clinging to life and death. Qin An? Upon recognizing Xinyao, Han Ting pressed her hands tightly against her chest, lowering her head in shame. You! Xinyao sneered coldly, You really are a dog that can't change its spots. Go ahead and curse me. This time, Han Ting didn't lash out like a shrew. Instead, she began to cry. I know I may, but what choice do I have? My whole family, 4 of us, depends on me to support them. If I don't do this, where else would I get that kind of money? Xinan's mouth twitched. What the hell? Crocodile tears? You 2 actually know each other? Xinyao looked surprised at first. Then he burst into laughter. I get it now. So all that time at the mall, you were lying to me. You weren't Su Wanqing's fiancé at all, you were this boyfriend, right? Ha ha ha. Brother, don't worry. I didn't exactly make you wear the green hat too many times. All told, maybe 100 or 2 at most. But I gotta say. Xinyao seized the chance to taunt him again and again. Your girl's got some real flavor, especially that blowjob, absolutely amazing. But don't worry, honey, I'm not the type to be ungrateful. Once I've had my fill of her, I'll make sure to give her back to you. Off. Though he and Han Ting weren't exactly a couple. And Xinyao hadn't exactly cuckolded him. But he had pursued Han Ting. How could he possibly tolerate it? He kicked Xinyao, who was about to get off the car, right back inside. You son of a. Ever since becoming the local tyrant of Xingyuan Street, Xinyao had never endured such humiliation. His blood boiled instantly. He shot upright, ready to storm out and beat the crap out of Xinyao. Xinyao, seeing this, remained calm and collected. He kicked out again. Xinyao, who had been about to burst out, was kicked back in once more. But this fellow was like a foolish mole that only emerges from one hole. He'd fall back down, only to immediately burrow back out. He'd fall down again, only to pop back up instantly. Back and forth, endlessly repeating. It even made Xinyao laugh. You little brat. After countless times, Xinyao couldn't take it anymore. Collapsing there, gasping for breath, he pointed at Xinyao and cursed, You just wait, you little. I'll never let you off the hook. Squeak. Just then, a silver gray van abruptly pulled up beside the group. Several burly men, broad-shouldered and sturdy, scrambled out of the vehicle all at once. They barked harshly, Which one of you bastards is Xinyao? Seeing their intimidating stance, Xinyao knew trouble was brewing. Without a word, he pointed directly at Qin An. He's Qi Tianan. No.
Han Ting shook her head vigorously.
He's not it. He is. Damn it. Qi Tianan never expected this would dare turn on him. Furious, he cursed, You ate my food, drank my water, and then you betrayed me? I'll kill you.
As he spoke, Qi Tianan reached out to grab Han Ting's hair.
Startled, Han Ting quickly shrank back. Smack!
At that critical moment, the burly man in charge moved.
He seized Qi Tianan's wrist with a sudden, tight grip. Then he yanked him toward him, roaring, You're not a real man. It's bad enough you won't own up to your own name, but trying to hit a woman? You're a disgrace to us men. Smack! 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 With that, the leader unleashed a barrage of slaps across Qi Tianan's face. The blows left Qi Tianan reeling.
His voice cracked with tears as he begged, Brother, stop hitting me.
Stop it, brother. I'm sorry, I won't ever do it again. And if I may ask, when did I ever cross you guys? Smack!
The burly man delivered another stinging slap.
You don't even know how you've wronged us? Just tell me how many bad deeds do you commit in a single day? Chapter 89, One More Round. Qi Tianan felt so wronged he wanted to cry.
All he'd done lately was oversee production at the factory. And getting frisky with that Han Ting in the car, on the balcony, on the grass, in the woods.
He hadn't done anything else. Could it be that Su Wanqing hired someone to beat him up?
After much deliberation, Qi Tianan concluded this was the only plausible explanation. Because in recent days, aside from unilaterally tearing up his contract with Su Wanqing, he hadn't offended anyone else. Still, just to be safe, he decided to get to the bottom of it. Brother, I know I'm not the most trustworthy guy around, but you gotta let me know why I got beaten up, right?
Fine. The burly man conceded Qi Tianan had a point.
He coldly replied, Then today, I'll make sure you die knowing exactly why. With that, the burly man pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Soon, a woman's voice came through the line, sounding sweet and coquettish.
Hello? Brother Eru. Hey. Little sister, I've got the guy. Eru's face darkened as he glared viciously at Qi Tianan.
But this guy's pissed off too many people. He forgot about the debt he owes you.
Help him remember. Got it.
The woman was furious that he had no recollection of her at all.
Her anger flared even more.
She screamed at the top of her lungs, Back at the mall today, you were so arrogant, calling me and my sister ugly.
Now you don't dare admit it, huh? Is someone like you even a man? Ha! Qin An couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing this.
Turns out it wasn't Qi Tianan who caused this mess.
It was trouble he'd gotten into on Qi Tianan's behalf.
Still, you gotta hand it to her, this woman really does have a tiny mind. Over such a trivial matter, she'd actually rounded up a group of people to settle the score.
Daytime? The mall? Qi Tianan felt his head spinning. He protested with a look of utter innocence, Sis, did you get the wrong guy? I've been at the factory all day, I never even went to any mall.
Seeing the genuine hurt in his words, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. She asked doubtfully, So, is your name really Qi Tianan, and is the garment factory you run actually called Shuanfa Garments?
Qi Tianan was even more confused now.
His face was filled with confusion. The name does match, but... The woman, hearing the name match, immediately lost patience with his excuses. She cut him off. Brother Eru, it's him. No need to listen to his excuses. Beat him up good. Beat him until he's crawling on the ground looking for his teeth. Wait, sis. Beep beep beep. Qi Tianan tried to protest once more. But the other party gave him no chance. The call was abruptly hung up. Left with no choice, he could only plead with Eru, Brother, I swear I didn't do this. Eru, a hothead himself, cut him off angrily, You're the biggest coward I've ever seen in my life, Eru. I despise people like you who can't own up to their actions. Guys, take him down. Yes. At Eru's command, the crowd surged forward to attack. Seeing this, Qin An quickly joined the fray, kicking in a few more blows. Soon, piercing screams like pigs being slaughtered split the silent night sky. A few minutes later. Spit. Eru spat viciously at Qi Tianan, who lay beaten and sprawled on the ground, barely recognizable as human. He warned with a string of curses, You little punk, keep your eyes peeled when you go out. If you dare offend people recklessly again, I'll kill you. Let's get out of here, guys. Clatter. Bang. The van door slammed shut with a loud bang. The men who had arrived with such ferocity vanished in the blink of an eye. As if they had never been there at all. Seeing this, Qin An decided not to linger any longer. He turned and walked toward his own car. Vroom. Squeak. Suddenly, 3 motorcycles raced toward them at breakneck speed. They executed a perfect drift, coming to a smooth stop beside Qin An and his companions. 3 skid marks, still steaming hot, were left on the asphalt. This alone showed just how fast the riders had been going. Which one of you is Qi Tianan? The leader removed his helmet. He pointed angrily at Qin An and his companions, bellowing. Gulp.
Shi Tianan had thought the trouble was over. Little did he know that just as one group left, another arrived. And judging by their demeanor, it was clear they wouldn't let him off lightly. Terrified, he trembled all over, his soul nearly flying out of his body. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pointed at Qin An. Stammering, he cried out, he's. Damn it, you're Qi Tianan? Guys, take him down. The leader took it at face value. He gave a shout, jumped down from the truck, and was about to attack Qin An. Qin An hurriedly took a step back, creating distance between them. Waving his hands, he protested, don't listen to his nonsense. My name is Qin An. He's the real Qi Tianan. If you don't believe me, check my ID. Saying this, Qin An pulled out his ID card and waved it in front of the group. That's right. Han Ting chimed in, don't let him fool you. He's the one you're looking for. Bang. Damn it. A man in the crowd, who had been sipping his bubble tea, flew into a rage at the words. He violently flung the drink, smashing it onto Qi Tianan's body. He roared furiously, you little bastard. You actually dared to deceive us. Brothers, beat him up. Beat this cowardly bastard to death. No. Bro. Qi Tianan had already been beaten senseless by the previous attackers. Without a word, he immediately begged for mercy, I'm sorry. Let's talk this out calmly, please don't hurt me. Thud. The milk tea guy had a temper. He charged forward and delivered a vicious kick. Qi Tianan was sent flying head over heels. Talk nicely, my ass. When you were trying to steal my brother's wife, why the hell didn't you talk nicely to him? Guys, don't listen to his bull. Get him. Yes. The men responded in unison, launching their attack together. They unleashed a barrage of punches on Qi Tianan. They beat him until he was running for cover, clutching his head and wailing. All he could think was, all these days I've been hanging out with Han Ting, I didn't steal anyone's wife. Wah! Qin An couldn't hold back his laughter. Good heavens, so all this beating was taken on his behalf too. A dozen minutes later. The attackers grew tired and paused. The leader leaned in and coldly demanded, hey, Qi. Our hands and feet are sore from beating you up. How about you cover our medical expenses? No problem, right? What the hell? You guys beat me to a pulp and I didn't ask you for medical expenses, but now you're demanding it from me? What the hell kind of justice is this? Qi Tianan desperately wanted to refuse. But he feared they'd beat him up again. He had no choice but to compromise. His face twisted in aggrieved resignation. Well, how much do you want? Chapter 90, not so simple. Not too much. The leader smirked triumphantly. He held up one finger. Just slap down $1 million, that'll do. I imagine such a small sum wouldn't be much for a big boss like you, right? How much? 1 million? The figure startled Qin An. He wondered silently how these people dared to ask for so much. After all, fighting and brawling would only result in a short detention at most. Even in severe cases, it rarely exceeded 3 years. But extortion was different. With such a large sum involved, the minimum sentence would start at 3 years. Even 10 years or more wasn't out of the question. Could it be they weren't just friends of that Li Bin? It wasn't that simple. At this thought, Qin An felt it was imperative to leave immediately. Before he became collateral damage. Qi Tianan, however, was furious. He wanted to curse them out. Demanding $1 million yuan for medical fees? Who the hell do you think you're trying to rip off? But in the end, he held back. Because he had no means to fight back right now. He could only swallow his anger for now, waiting for a chance later to get his revenge. He nodded. Alright, give me the account number. I'll transfer the money. Smack. The milk tea guy suddenly slapped Qi Tianan across the face. He yelled angrily, you think I'm stupid? Giving you my account would just leave you with proof. Qi Tianan felt like crying from the injustice. Then what do you suggest we do? Smack. The milk tea guy slapped Qi Tianan hard across the face again. He yelled angrily, are you stupid? For such a small thing, you're asking me? Transferring money is out of the question, it has to be a cash transaction. Hurry up and call someone reliable to bring the money over. Qi Tianan was utterly frustrated. He shot the milk tea guy a stealthy glare. He cursed under his breath, you bastard, just you wait. When my people get here, I'll make you pay. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Seeing Qi Tianan hesitating, the milk tea guy. So he raised his hand to strike again. Startled, Qi Tianan quickly ducked back. He held his hands up in front of his face. I heard you. I'll hit it. I'll hit it right now. Damn it. Hurry up, no tricks. Yes. Qi Tianan reluctantly nodded in submission, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, a carefree voice answered, hello. Big brother. Cut the crap. Get $1 million in cash out of the safe and bring it to me now. Huh? The other party paused, bro, it's pitch black out here. What do you need all that cash for? Don't ask. So many people were watching him. Qi Tianan dared not explain. Just get it.
Then take the money alone and bring it to the parking lot on Xingyuan Street heading toward the city center. Also, tell the workers to wrap up and head home. Remember, you gotta hurry. With that, Qin An hung up the phone. He feared that one more word might invite a slap across his face. You're a smart kid. Seeing that Qin An hadn't pulled any tricks, the milk tea guy. He nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze shifted to Han Ting. His eyes lit up. Damn. Boss. This chick is gorgeous. The leader glanced over. He nodded in agreement. She's definitely got it going on. Not only is she curvy, but her face is fresh and vibrant too. Then boss, you better hurry up and enjoy yourself first. The milk tea guy rubbed his hands together lecherously. Then I can have my turn too. The leader didn't rush to agree or refuse. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. Seeing that the parking lot was surrounded by overgrown wasteland with not a soul in sight, he finally spoke up. Alright, might as well blow off some steam. With that, the leader roughly wiped the drool from his mouth with his hand. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged toward the car. You, what are you doing? Han Ting was frozen in terror. She never imagined these men would dare to commit such a heinous act. Cowering backward, she screamed in terror, help! Help me! Qin An, who had quietly approached his car and was preparing to drive away. He instinctively turned his head at the cry for help. When he saw the open car door revealing two thick thighs, Han Ting inside the car, screaming in agony. His brows knitted tightly together. Sure enough, these people weren't just petty thugs causing trouble. They were connected to something big. With that realization, Qin An pulled out his phone, ready to call the police. To prevent the situation from escalating further and resulting in a fatality. Second brother, that kid over there looks like he's trying to run. Just then, a sharp-eyed henchman spotted him and reported to the milk tea guy, who was grinning lewdly. Smack! The milk tea guy slapped the subordinate hard across the face. He roared in frustration, he's trying to escape. Get over there and bring him back this instant. What the hell are you reporting here for? The subordinate felt wronged. But intimidated by the milk tea guy's menacing aura, he dared not show anger. Covering his stinging cheek, he nodded meekly. Yes, sir. I'll go right now. With that, the henchman grabbed two others, snatched a baseball bat, and charged toward Qin An. Facing such ruthless thugs, Qin An dared not take any chances. Seeing them charge forward, he immediately gripped his baseball bat tightly, preparing to meet the attack head-on. Damn it! The thug hadn't expected Qin An to dare resist. His eyes widened with fury. You little punk, you wanna die? Guys, come with me, let's beat the crap out of him. Yes. The two henchmen beside him immediately swarmed forward at the command. The baseball bat in his hand whistled through the air, slamming toward Qin An's head. They went straight for the kill. Damn it! Seeing this turn of events, Qin An regretted not fleeing before making the call. But it was too late for regrets now. He had no choice but to face it head-on. He first took a step back, dodging the opponent's attack. Then, seizing a gap in the enemy's attack, he kicked the lead thug charging forward. Simultaneously, he swung the baseball bat in his hand, delivering a backhand strike. It connected solidly with another thug's jaw. A dull thud echoed through the air. The thug collapsed to the ground in pain, clutching his jaw and wailing incessantly. Holy! The leader of the gang never expected Qin An to be so formidable. He'd taken out two men with ease. His face turned green with fear. He spun around and shouted, "Second brother, come quick. This kid's a tough nut to crack." The milk tea guy, who was just about to take his place, was annoyed by the sudden interruption. He snapped back, "What the hell are you yelling about?" But mid-sentence, the milk tea guy froze. The three henchmen he'd sent out had all been taken down by Qin An. He hurriedly slapped the leader, who was about to make a move. His face twisted with panic as he stammered, "Boss, we're in trouble. We've run into a pro." Chapter 91, No Way. The leader was already seething with pent-up frustration because Han Ting's relentless struggle had prevented him from satisfying his desires. Now, being interrupted like this only made him angrier. He stepped out of the car, bellowing, "Where the hell is this expert? Get your ass out here. Boss, it's that pretty boy." The milk tea guy pointed at Qin An, who knows what kind of magic tricks this kid pulled off. In just a few breaths, he took care of Zhuang and the others. Hearing how formidable Qin An was, the leader couldn't help but take him seriously. He narrowed his eyes, sizing Qin An up from head to toe. He said in a deep voice, "What's your name, brother?" "Qin An." "Save me. Save me." Han Ting scrambled out of the car. Kneeling there barely covered, she pleaded tearfully and sniffling. "Qin An?" The leader searched his memory. After confirming he'd never heard the name before, he said in a deep voice, "Brother Qin, you seem pretty skilled. Want to join us?" "Not interested." Qin An had money when he wanted it, women when he desired them. Only a fool would join them and return to that life of constant fear. Bang! ING hell, you little bastard, you're not grateful for the offer, are you? Seeing Qin An so ungrateful, milk tea guy swung his baseball bat and smashed it hard against Qin An's car. His face twisted with viciousness as he charged toward Qin An. "Number 2, hold it!" the leader shouted at the milk tea guy. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he looked at Qin An. His voice was icy and threatening. "Brother, I advise you to agree. Do you really think I'd let you go in this situation?" "Not interested." Qin An pulled out his phone and tossed it onto the ground. "But I can leave it here. And I promise, before the police come looking for me, I won't go looking for them. How about that?" "No deal. No deal. No deal." The first no came from the milk tea guy. He glared furiously at Qin An. "Letting you go is too risky." The second no came from Qin An. He hadn't taken today's events seriously at first. But after hearing the conversation just now, he knew he was as good as dead tonight. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let Qin An leave like this. He had to force Qin An into battle with them. Only then would he have a sliver of hope. This brother is right. Letting him go is too risky. We must kill him. The third refusal came from Han Teng. Crying, she pleaded with Qin An. "Qin An, everything that happened before was my fault. I'm the one who wronged you. But please, I'm begging you for the sake of all the years we've known each other. Please save me, okay?" "Wah! Ah!" Qin An sighed. Ever since the day he'd run into Han Teng, his heart had been filled with nothing but hatred for her. But seeing her facing a life or death crisis, he still couldn't bear to watch her die. And before she died, she'd have to endure humiliation. So he decided to save her after all. After all, even if he didn't save her, he himself couldn't escape either. Then there's no choice. I'll have to fight. Qin An's eyes flashed with cold determination as he gripped the baseball bat tightly, preparing to face his enemy. "Hey!" Seeing this, the leader pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Exhaling a wisp of smoke, he shook his head. "Why bother? Number 2, finish him off." "Got it," the milk tea guy responded. He casually tossed the baseball bat aside. Then he pulled a cold steel switchblade from his pocket. He charged toward Qin An. His speed was blinding. He was upon her in an instant. He really is a trained fighter. Qin An confirmed this in his mind. Using top-tier combat skills, he sidestepped the attack. Then, clenching his left fist, he slammed it hard into the milk tea guy's left abdomen. Thud! After undergoing super-enhanced physique modification, the force behind Qin An's full power punch was nearly 5 times that of an average adult male. The punch landed with a crisp crack. The milk tea guy's ribs were clearly broken. The excruciating pain made him break out in a cold sweat. He nearly shattered his teeth. This is bad. Seeing how formidable Qin An was, the leader dared not leave the milk tea guy to face him alone. He charged forward like the wind, baseball bat raised. Qin An had no intention of fighting two at once and putting himself in danger. The moment the leader charged forward, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on the milk tea guy. Knee strikes, elbow strikes, straight punches, thrust punches, uppercuts, left hooks, right swings. He unleashed a relentless barrage. Soon, the milk tea guy lay sprawled on the ground, beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bloodied, unconscious. "You!" The leader trembled with rage at the sight. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You little punk, you're asking for it." Whoosh! This leader had undoubtedly killed before. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of his attack, and the icy murderous intent in his eyes, all bore witness to it. This forced Qin An to respond with extreme caution. After dodging several times in succession, he still dared not retaliate lightly. "Damn it, I'm not messing around with you anymore." Seeing the intense fight over there and no one paying attention to him, he quickly made his escape. But the moment he climbed into the car, Han Ting grabbed him. "Tianan, you bastard, are you even a man? That whole group was beating you up, and you just took it like that? Hurry over and help Qin An. Now. Off. You already know whether I'm a man or not, you." Tianan wasn't having any of it. He kicked Han Ting away and slammed the door shut. "You." Han Ting was furious. Glancing around, she grabbed a random baseball bat and began smashing it against the car window. But her strength was too weak. After smashing it over a dozen times, she still couldn't break the glass. Only a few scattered pockmarks appeared on the surface. "Damn it, stop hitting it." Tianan was furious. "If you want to leave, get in the car now. Otherwise, you're staying here." Han Ting desperately wanted to leave. But the thought that Qin An had risked his life to save her. She had already wronged him so much in the past. Leaving now would only make her feel even more guilty. Gritting her teeth and steeled with resolve, she snapped back, "I'm not a coward like you. You got beaten to a pulp and all you can do is run away. Off." Tianan couldn't be bothered with her. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, revving the engine as he sped away. Bang! At that very moment, Qin An finally found his opening. A flying kick landed squarely on the chest of the lead man. The immense force sent the leader staggering backward. He stumbled backward, landing directly in front of Tianan's car. He was then slammed hard by Tianan's oncoming car and sent flying. Chapter 92, The Past. Crash. Tianan's car was already moving at a considerable speed, and the collision was utterly unexpected.
He had no time to hit the brakes. Thus, under the immense impact, the lead man was sent flying a full 6 or 7 meters. Only when he slammed into a dilapidated minivan did he finally come to a halt. He lay there, motionless. It's over, it's over. I killed someone. Qin An was arrogant and tyrannical, utterly conceited. He had never actually killed anyone before. Now, suddenly seeing a living person struck down by his own car. Half his soul seemed to vanish in that instant. He slumped limp in the driver's seat, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Han Ting had never experienced anything like this before either. The shot drained her of all strength. She collapsed onto the ground, her face as pale as paper. It took her a long while to regain her composure before stumbling over to Qin An's side. She asked anxiously, How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Qin An casually tossed the baseball bat he was holding onto the ground. He took off his own jacket and draped it over Han Ting. Covering her exposed skin, he asked, Where's your phone? Right here. Han Ting had completely lost her sense of initiative. Seeing Qin An ask for her phone, she immediately handed it over. Good. Qin An took the phone, dialed the emergency number, and briefly described the situation. There was no other choice. This involved a fatality. It wasn't like a regular brawl. Not calling the police would lead to big trouble. Well, thank you. Han Ting took back the phone, her face filled with gratitude as she looked at Qin An. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't be alive. No problem. From now on, Qin An didn't want anything to do with her. He offered a cold, dismissive reply. Leaning against the car, he stared silently at the pitch-black sky. He waited for the police to arrive. Han Ting saw that Qin An still despised her so much. A flicker of loneliness crossed her eyes. She sighed helplessly and said, Back when I first started college, I happened to meet a junior. He was charming and dashing, a walking encyclopedia, brilliant and talented, handsome and graceful. Many girls on campus liked him, and I did too. I loved the way he smiled at me, loved watching him play basketball, loved everything about him. As luck would have it, he liked me too. He called me the most beautiful girl in the world, saying that whenever he saw me, his world was filled with blooming flowers and fragrant blossoms. Do you know how happy I was when I heard those words? I laughed out loud on the playground in the dead of night. I giggled quietly under my covers. I laughed unrestrainedly on the rooftop. Back then, I felt like I was the happiest woman in the world. Because I had a man that many women could never have. But soon, everything changed. After he took my virginity, after I fell completely in love with him and became dependent on him, he never spoke a single sweet word to me again. Every day, all he did was belittle me. He called me short, said my legs were stubby, my waist too thick, and that I was like a dead fish in bed, never made a sound. He criticized my fashion sense, my makeup skills, called me tacky, and mocked my parents for being farmers. Bit by bit, he destroyed me every last shred of my confidence. He made me feel like an ugly duckling, utterly unworthy of his noble swan. At this point, a single tear slid down Han Ting's cheek. It fell onto the gray-black asphalt ground. Qin An watched silently. He simply stood there quietly, waiting for her to continue. After that, to make myself worthy of him, I started dieting and spent my saved living expenses on luxury goods. But it was too slow. I couldn't afford even one piece of clothing in a whole semester. He started visiting me less and less. Desperate to salvage the relationship, I joined the ranks of online loan borrowers at my roommate's urging. That's when I fell into an endless abyss, never to climb out again. Han Ting wiped her nose and sniffled. She continued, How could a poor student like me possibly repay all those loans? But if I didn't pay, those photos would be leaked and I'd be ruined. And he would definitely stop liking me. So, at the lender's urging, I secretly started working in the service industry. It was only after entering this line of work that I saw his true colors. A bitter smile touched Han Ting's lips as she spoke. I don't even remember how many times I'd done this job before. When I opened the door, it was him calling for service. My face went pale instantly. My mind went blank, and only one thought remained, run. Run as far away as possible. But he grabbed me by the arm. However, he didn't confront me like I expected, demanding why I was doing this. He didn't blame me either. Instead, he shoved me into the arms of some old man I didn't know, acted like he didn't recognize me at all, and told me to make sure I kept that old man company. I was completely dazed at the time, and even after leaving that room, I was still in a daze. I was in a daze, unsure if he truly didn't care about me or if he was furious. It wasn't until he stood outside my dorm building, asked me out, and told me to entertain certain people for free to help him smooth things over that I finally understood he genuinely didn't care about me. What's even more shameful is that he tried to manipulate me, asking if I loved him, and if I did, I should just do him this little favor. At this point, Han Ting clenched her fists tightly. Her teeth nearly shattered from the pressure. I was so furious I kicked him in the balls right then and there. I demanded to know what I really meant to him. In his rage and shame, he finally admitted the truth to him. I was nothing more than another name on his conquest list. A tool to vent his urges whenever he felt physically aroused. That moment, I realized everything I'd done for him was utterly ridiculous.
At this point, Han Ting's tears could no longer be contained. Like a burst dam, they poured forth.
They splattered onto the asphalt road, wetting the dust.
Qin An, seeing this, desperately wanted to pat her shoulder in consolation. But in the end, he held back. After all, who knew if this wasn't just another ploy she'd devised to win him back?
After that day,
after a long moment, Han Ting, having vented her emotions, she roughly wiped away her tears. Sniffling, she continued, I swore off love forever and built myself up as some goddess persona, then went online to hunt for sugar daddies like crazy.
Chapter 93, Anxious Su Wanqing. You gotta hand it to them, these guys online are seriously dumb.
Han Ting chuckled smugly.
I just posted a few photos and said a few caring words to them.
I didn't even let them touch my hand, and they started throwing money at me like crazy. The biggest haul was on Shishi Festival. I got 50,000 yuan in a single day.
50,000 yuan.
Han Ting sighed bitterly. Working my side gig, even on the cheapest rate, I'd have to do it 30 times to make that much.
But this? Just talking? Not even letting them touch me? I earned it. How could I not get hooked?
From that moment on, my desires snowballed, growing infinitely larger until I lost sight of who I truly was.
I couldn't tell who was genuine and who was fake anymore. Qin An.
Han Ting sniffed, her voice cracking with emotion.
I'm not telling you this for sympathy, nor to win you back.
It's just that these things have weighed on me for so many years. I simply needed to speak them aloud to release the weight and bid farewell to the past.
Finally. Qin An. Thank you. You woke me up.
You reminded me once more that my name is Han Ting. That country girl who worked her way out of the village by studying hard, that plain, down-to-earth girl. He looked at Han Ting, her face streaked with tears, yet smiling brighter and more radiantly than he'd ever seen her smile. Qin An felt a complex mix of emotions. He wondered silently, if Han Ting hadn't met that scumbag back then,
wouldn't everything have been different?
Qin An, farewell. From this day forward, may you find peace and prosperity in all things. I also wish you find a good man and live a life without regrets. Thus, the tangled web of their love and hate. With a shared smile, it dissolved in that moment.
Ring ring. Ring ring. Just then, Qin An's phone suddenly rang.
He walked over to pick it up, noting how durable this domestic model was.
It wasn't damaged at all. Hello? What do you mean, hello? Su Wanqing's angry voice came through the line. Didn't you promise to come keep me company? Why haven't you shown up yet? I ran into a little problem. Qin An told the truth. Looks like I'll have to go to the station to give a statement.
Huh?
Su Wanqing's hurried footsteps echoed as she dressed. Wait, what happened? Why do you have to go to the police station?
Qin An, not wanting to worry her, brushed it off casually, nothing major.
Just a minor fender bender with the car. There's a bit of a dispute now. Stop trying to fool me. Su Wanqing didn't buy it. A minor scrape? How could that possibly escalate to the police station? Spill it what really happened? Or else I'm heading over there right now. Stop asking, and don't come over. Qin An's voice was both warm and resigned. Just wait for me at the hotel. I'll be back soon. No way.
Su Wanqing was on the verge of tears.
Just tell me what happened. Hey.
Seeing her determination, Qin An knew persuasion was futile. He gave up trying to calm her and told her the truth, nothing major.
Just someone died, and it's somewhat related to me. What? Su Wanqing was utterly shocked. Someone died, and you call that nothing serious? It really isn't a big deal. Qin An tried to reassure her. Look, if you're really worried about me, have Master Ma drive you to the nearby police station to wait for me. I'll probably be heading there too. Alright. I'll go right now. Half an hour later. Qin An and Han Ting were brought to the police station.
The others, all injured, were sent to the hospital for treatment.
Qin An.
Su Wanqing, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Qin An get out of the police car.
Still handcuffed, she rushed over.
In her panic, she even forgot about her own broken leg. She abandoned her wheelchair.
But the fracture hadn't healed yet.
After taking only a few steps, the pain became unbearable, and she stumbled forward. Seeing this, Qin An rushed over and caught her.
He exclaimed indignantly, "Are you crazy? With all this commotion, your leg will be ruined again. I was worried about you." Su Wanqing's tears fell like rain, streaming down her face. Her voice trembled with sobs as she asked, "What on earth is wrong with you?" "Don't worry." Qin An shot her a reassuring look. "It was self-defense. No big deal. I should be out soon. But what if I don't make it out? I mean, if I don't make it out alive, you should marry someone else. Don't wait for me." "Put." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she retorted stubbornly, "Who said I'd marry you? You're shameless." He. Qin An chuckled. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Cheer up, I'll be out looking for you soon." After Qin An's playful banter, Su Wanqing's emotions, which had been on the verge of breaking down, improved considerably. She nodded at Qin An and obediently settled back into her wheelchair. "Hey!" Han Ting, who had witnessed everything firsthand.
sighed softly to herself. She finally understood why Qin An refused to reconcile with her. If she were in his shoes, with such a beautiful girlfriend who loved him so deeply, wouldn't want this faded flower either. But hadn't his girlfriend been Shen Xinyao just a few days ago? How could he have suddenly replaced her? And the new one was just as beautiful as Shen Xinyao. Is this the power of money? Truly terrifying. Hey, is anyone there? Is anyone there? Qin An had assumed the statement would be quick. But for some reason, after dumping him in the interrogation room, this bunch of cops just left him hanging. He ended up sitting there for nearly half an hour, unable to even use the restroom. Squeak! After Qin An called out several times, the interrogation room door finally creaked open. Ding! Detected a 94-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Ling Ji. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charm, 94. Occupation, Captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Specialty, following orders. Affinity, 20 stranger. Number of wrestled individuals, 0. Success reward, martial arts, grappling techniques, and full refund of romance expenses. After the alert tone faded, a woman wearing a leather jacket and sporting a neatly coiled bun, with a somewhat delicate and cute appearance, strode in. She sat down at the interrogation table opposite Qin An. She wrote silently. She gave off an icy, aloof vibe. Hey, beautiful. Qin An, desperate to use the restroom, broke the silence. Are we going to finish this interrogation or not? If not, could I please use the bathroom? I've been holding it in for ages. Ling Ji glanced up at Qin An. She countered, have you trained in martial arts? Qin An's mouth twitched. Seriously, lady. Can't you understand Mandarin? I said I need to pee, and you're going on about martial arts? Chapter 94, I need to pee. At this moment, Qin An felt nothing but disgust toward this beautiful policewoman. Slumped there, he snapped impatiently, I gotta pee. Ling Ji remained unresponsive. She coldly retorted, do you even know who those people you hit are? I need to pee. Do you know the consequences of accidentally causing someone's death? I gotta go. As a citizen, you have a duty to cooperate with the police investigation. I gotta pee. Is that all you can say? I gotta go. Bang! Ling Ji was furious. She slammed her palm hard onto the desk. She glared at Qin An with venom. This is your last chance. Spill the truth now. I gotta pee. You. Ling Ji was furious to the point of madness. If it weren't for the repeated orders from above strictly forbidding torture to extract confessions, she would have stormed over and given Qin An a good beating. Enough! Ling Ji exhaled deeply, calming her turbulent emotions. She called out toward the door, sent 2 people to take him to the restroom. Creak! As soon as she finished speaking, the door slowly creaked open. 2 male officers entered, escorting Qin An out of the interrogation room. Ling Ji continued to focus on writing in the file. A few minutes later, Qin An returned to his original seat. She exhaled deeply. Phew! Finally, some breathing room. Hearing this, Ling Ji's pen jerked to a halt. She rolled her eyes in disgust. She snapped, now you can tell me the truth, can't you? No problem, ask away. Eager to get back and eat his Rujiamo, Qin An couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. He nodded in full cooperation. Ling Ji was somewhat satisfied with Qin An's attitude. She asked again, have you trained in martial arts? Yeah. There was no point in hiding it. After all, he had defeated every single one of them. Who would believe he didn't know martial arts? When I was young, I studied under an old master from the same village for a while. I know just the basics. Are you sure? Ling Ji narrowed her eyes slightly. Her cold gaze seemed capable of piercing through everything. But Qin An felt no fear. Because the story about studying martial arts with the old master was true, he hadn't made it up. It was just that the old master had said he wasn't cut out for martial arts, so he hadn't studied for long. I'm certain of it. If you don't believe me, officer, feel free to ask around our village. Ling Ji glanced at Qin An's file on the table. She had already sent people to investigate. She knew Qin An had indeed practiced martial arts. But she found it hard to believe that a few childhood moves could be enough to handle those thugs. Therefore, she had to dig deeper into this matter. What was the name of that old master who taught you? Fong Mu. Qin An answered truthfully. They say he's a descendant of Fong Shiyu, but whether that's true or not, I couldn't say. Ling Ji glanced at the file. After confirming the name and identity matched, she felt a pang of disappointment. Then, she quickly noticed something else, and her eyes lit up. Her face turned cold as she snapped, you lied. You only trained under Master Fong for a month before getting expelled. You probably didn't even master the basics. How could you possibly take on 5 opponents so casually? Besides, if it were an ordinary person facing this situation, they'd likely have been scared out of their wits long ago. How could they possibly remain so unflappable in the face of danger? Spill the truth now. Who are you really?
Where did you learn your martial arts? Qin An's heart sank abruptly. He had assumed this matter would be straightforward to investigate. But he never imagined that his impressive display of skill would backfire, drawing the police's attention. He felt utterly helpless. Licking his dry lips, he said, "Everything I've said is the truth. As for how I gained this skill, first, after leaving Master Fong, I continued practicing martial arts every day. Second, I'm a martial arts prodigy. As for why I possess such boldness, perhaps it's simply because I was born with more courage than others." Oof. Lingji laughed a wild, unrestrained laugh. "You certainly are bold. Even now, you still dare to lie. Who's lying?" Qin An knew he had to stick to his story. Otherwise, he'd likely be in serious trouble. "Everything I said was the truth." "The truth?" Lingji tossed the file onto Qin An's desk, pointing at the text. "Read it yourself. If you were truly a martial arts prodigy, Master Fong would have expelled you for being unsuitable for martial arts training?" After speaking, Lingji waited a long time without receiving a response from Qin An. I thought Qin An had been rendered speechless by her retort. She smirked triumphantly. "Got nothing to say now, huh?" This time, Qin An remained silent. Lingji couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. She lifted her head to look at Qin An. But what she saw was Qin An staring intently at the opening of her collar. And he was shamelessly drooling. Furious, she quickly covered her collar with her hand and shouted angrily, "Pervert! You're asking for it." With that, she raised her hand to strike. Qin An, seeing this, showed no fear. Instead, he called out to the door with a carefree tone, "Help! The police are beating people. Is there no justice left in this world? No law to uphold? You?" Lingji was furious. Yet she was utterly helpless. She forced herself to swallow her anger and pressed on with the interrogation. "Stop shouting. Just confess honestly, who are you, and where did you learn your martial arts?" "I already explained everything clearly just now." Qin An slumped lazily in his chair. "I told you exactly where I learned martial arts from Master Fong. As for why he expelled me, it's because I mastered his entire lifetime of knowledge in just 1 month. Mastered everything he had to teach in just 1 month. There was nothing left for him to impart, so he had no choice but to let me go." "Oomph. Do you really think I'd believe that?" Lingji braced her hands on the table, her gaze dark and fierce as she stared at Qin An. "Believe it or not, it's none of my concern." Qin An gave a carefree chuckle. "If you really can't accept it, why don't you dig Master Fong out of his grave? Ask him yourself, am I a martial arts prodigy, or am I just not cut out for it?" "You?" Lingji was furious. Master Fong had been dead for nearly 10 years. And he'd been cremated before burial. Asking her to consult a pile of ashes? That was utter nonsense. "Wait." Lingji suddenly remembered something and smirked triumphantly. "You said he expelled you because he had nothing left to teach you. Then why didn't he just say so? Why did he use the excuse that you weren't cut out for martial arts? And according to my investigation, you consistently ranked dead last in your assessments back then. That doesn't sound like a martial arts prodigy at all. It fits the profile of a martial arts failure perfectly. Are you stupid?" Qin An rolled his eyes in exasperation. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest gets struck by lightning. If I hadn't hidden my true abilities, wouldn't I have offended a lot of people? Chapter 95, No Witnesses Left. As for why he had this reason to expel me, it might have been a form of protection. Qin An bluffed, or maybe it was for some other reason. "Why don't you dig him up and ask him yourself?" "You?" Lingji stomped her foot in fury. Qin An, however, was elated. This tactic of shifting all blame onto someone who can't defend themselves. It was just too good. "Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll reluctantly believe you on this one." Seeing no way to break through, Lingji reluctantly dropped the matter. Returning to her original position, she asked in a low voice, "Do you know the people you beat up?" Qin An shook his head. "No, I only know that woman and the guy who got beaten up. As for why they were beating that guy, I heard it was because he stole someone else's girlfriend." "Then why were you there?" Lingji's face darkened as she asked coldly. "I was just passing by." Qin An answered truthfully, "I had a date with my girlfriend here. I just happened to run into them on the way." "Poof." Lingji sneered coldly. Her gaze fixed on Qin An, she pressed, "I don't think it was an accident. More like premeditated, right? Otherwise, why would there be 2 baseball bats in your trunk?" "Wrong, not 2. Qin An corrected her. 3. I bought them at a sporting goods store on Xinghua East Road. I plan to use them for baseball tomorrow." "What?" Qin An gave a devilish grin. "Is buying sporting goods illegal now? Stop trying to wriggle out of this." Lingji's gaze turned icy. "If it was really for baseball, why did you use a baseball bat to smash someone's car window?" "He stole my girlfriend." Qin An spoke plainly. "As a man, I had to do something, right?" "Your girlfriend?" Lingji was momentarily confused. "Isn't the one in the wheelchair your girlfriend?" "You mean my current one? The one named Han Ting is my ex." "What a jerk." Lingji rolled her eyes. She said coldly, "I've got the whole story straight now.
You harbored resentment because Qin An stole your girlfriend, then teamed up with those guys to beat him up.
You're in cahoots with them. Damn it. Qin An was speechless.
All I did was sneak a few glances at your neckline.
Is that really such a huge grudge? You're trying to kill me? I do harbor resentment.
Qin An countered calmly, but I only smashed his car window, I didn't hurt him. And I'm willing to compensate for all the damage I caused. As for you implying I'm in cahoots with those guys, did a donkey kick you in the head, or did you get your head stuck in a door?
If we were in cahoots, wouldn't they be trying to kill me? Why would I fight them? You're the one who got kicked in the head.
Ling Ji rolled her eyes.
She retorted angrily, besides, who says partners never turn on each other? What if you guys just couldn't agree on splitting the loot?
Right. Seeing her relentlessly targeting him,
Qin An couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore.
He slumped back, closing his eyes to rest.
See? I was right.
Ling Ji smirked triumphantly.
You're all in cahoots. Spill the beans now.
Qin An didn't open his eyes, his voice languid.
What needed confessing, I've already confessed. As for whether I'm in cahoots with them, I trust justice will prevail in people's hearts. And I trust the state will clear my name.
You?
Seeing the question thrown right back at her,
Ling Ji gritted her teeth in fury. Just as she was about to say something else, the door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man in police uniform walked in slowly. He barked at Ling Ji, "Cut it out. He's not with those people.
Let him go now."
"Chief." Ling Ji felt a surge of defiance. But before she could finish, the middle-aged man cut her off.
"Are you defying orders?" I wouldn't dare." Ling Ji reluctantly backed down.
Yet anger still simmered within her. She shot Qin An a vicious glare.
"Just you wait. Starting today, I'll investigate you with everything I've got. Sooner or later, I'll bring you to justice." "Is that so?" Qin An gave a mischievous grin. "Well then, I should warn you I'm a charmer. If we spend too much time together, you might just fall for me. And my girlfriend would get jealous." "Fall for you? Put."
Ling Ji felt as though she'd heard something utterly preposterous. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief.
The next second, she spat venomously at Qin An.
"Don't worry," she snapped, "that'll never happen in a million years."
"Stop dreaming."
"Oomph." With that, Ling Ji stormed out of the interrogation room.
"I'm sorry, kid. You've been through a lot." After Ling Ji left, the chief personally approached Qin An and unlocked his handcuffs.
His face softened with kindness.
"You can go now."
"Ha?" Qin An had considered the possibility of being released without charges, but he hadn't expected it to be this easy.
He couldn't help but feel surprised. He asked doubtfully, "So this counts as self-defense?"
"It counts as an act of bravery." The chief explained with a smile, "Not only are you not guilty, but you've actually done a good deed."
"A commendation?"
Qin An was even more astonished.
"Yes." The chief nodded. "Every single person you struck down was a fugitive wanted by the authorities.
Especially the one killed by the car. He had over 20 lives on his hands.
So you've essentially rid the public of a menace. How could that not be a merit?" "Whoa."
Qin An sucked in a sharp breath. He thought to himself, if only I'd known back then that the guy had over 20 lives on his conscience.
Would he have had the courage to fight him then? "Alright, kid, let's go. Once we're back, get some good sleep and don't dwell on anything."
The chief patted Qin An on the shoulder and led him out of the interrogation room.
Qin An. Su Wanqing, who had been waiting anxiously outside,
rushed over in her wheelchair the moment she saw Qin An emerge. She clutched him tightly in her arms.
"Crying," she said, "I thought you'd never come out again. You scared me to death." "Wah?" A wave of warmth washed over Qin An.
He pulled Su Wanqing closer still. He ruffled her hair gently and reassured her, "Don't worry.
I'll never leave you a widow." "Mum." Su Wanqing's face flushed at the playful teasing.
But this time, she didn't argue back.
Instead, she clung greedily to Qin An, unwilling to let go no matter what. 5 minutes later, Su Wanqing finally relented and let go. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Oh right, you wanted Rujiamo, didn't you? I brought some for you." Saying this, Su Wanqing pulled 2 Rujiamo out of her backpack and handed them to Qin An.
Qin An took them, somewhat surprised.
To his surprise, the 2 Rujiamo were still warm.
It seemed Su Wanqing had been using her body to keep them warm the whole time.
This deeply moved Qin An. With such a lovely woman by his side, what more could he possibly want? Chapter 96, Something's Fishy. "You, stop staring at me like that. Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we can get out of here." Su Wanqing's face flushed even redder under Qin An's gaze.
Avoiding his gaze, she urged him.
"Actually." Qin An leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear. Teasingly, he whispered, "What I really want isn't this Rujiamo, it's your Rujiamo."
"You pervert." Upon realizing Qin An had been after her body all along,
Su Wanqing's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed.
She sat there with her head bowed, unable to meet Qin An's gaze. At the same time, she was secretly astonished.
What on earth was Qin An thinking? How could he possibly associate her with a Rujiamo? How lewd. Ha ha ha.
Seeing his prank had succeeded, Qin An smiled with satisfaction. He chuckled with satisfaction, picked up the Rujiamo, and began devouring it in big bites. Halfway through eating, Qin An grew puzzled. Where's Sister Xiao Wei?
What?
Su Wanqing shot Qin An a sharp look.
You wouldn't dare eat her Rujiamo, would you?
Qin An chuckled playfully. If she agreed, why not?
Thud. Su Wanqing angrily punched him. Go to hell. He.
Qin An chuckled.
Alright, no more teasing. But wait, didn't she come here with you? Why did she go back to the city after work? No.
Su Wanqing shook her head lightly.
She's at the hotel.
When I got your call, I rushed over here and didn't call her. Su Wanqing had originally intended to call her. But then she thought about it. Xiao Wei had such a big mouth. If she found out about her and Qin An's situation, she'd surely broadcast it to everyone. That went against her desire to keep their relationship private. So she didn't call.
Oh. Qin An took it at face value and stuffed the last bite of Rujiamo into his mouth.
He grinned mischievously.
Let's go. These Rujiamo are too small. I'm still hungry.
We should hurry back to the hotel so I can eat something else.
Thud.
Su Wanqing had just stopped blushing.
But Qin An's antics made 2 fresh blushes appear on her pretty face. She angrily punched Qin An.
Hey, why'd you hit me? Qin An asked innocently, though he knew full well.
What do you think? Su Wanqing shot Qin An a glare. I'm warning you, behave yourself when we get back. Forget about eating my Rujiamo. Who said anything about eating Rujiamo? Qin An smirked mischievously. I just meant I'm still hungry. Let's grab something else at the hotel. Your mindset is seriously unhealthy. You. Su Wanqing stomped her foot in frustration at Qin An's tactic of playing the victim. She retorted indignantly, you know exactly what you're thinking, humph. With that, Su Wanqing lifted her fair neck, maneuvered her wheelchair, and headed out first.
Qin An grinned mischievously and followed closely behind.
Mr. Ma, you go ahead and drive back first.
I'll take my boyfriend's car. Upon arriving at the police station entrance, Su Wanqing instructed Master Ma, who had been waiting by the car.
Alright. Mr. Ma acknowledged the order and drove off first. Qin An and Su Wanqing followed shortly after. On the way, Su Wanqing suddenly remembered something.
She turned to Qin An and asked, by the way, back at the police station, a particularly beautiful female officer came to see me.
Qin An immediately thought of Ling Ji.
Because aside from her, he didn't know anyone else.
He asked while driving, out of the blue. What did she want with you?
She said you're a jerk.
Su Wanqing told the truth.
One girlfriend left, another girlfriend right, and she said you were peeking down her neckline.
Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be good news.
Qin An cursed silently under his breath. He retorted coldly, don't listen to her nonsense. You're my only girlfriend, where's this one left, one right nonsense? As for looking down her shirt? That's pure slander.
It never happened. Is that so?
Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly.
She fixed her gaze on Qin An, then what about Han Ting?
She was sort of an ex-girlfriend. Qin An answered honestly, I pursued her for over 2 years, but she never agreed. So strictly speaking, she doesn't even qualify as an ex-girlfriend.
Ha! Su Wanqing felt a pang of jealousy, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
You pursued her for over 2 years, yet you only pursued me for a few days.
The gap between us really is huge. Qin An's mouth twitched.
Feeling a bit wronged, he retorted, you're the one who agreed to it.
How is that my fault? Fine then. Su Wanqing grew even angrier. Her face turned cold. Then let's break up.
You can chase me again, no need to overdo it, just a year should suffice.
What do you say? Hey! Qin An sighed helplessly.
He sighed and explained, I pursued her for over 2 years because I was deceived. Qin An rattled off the entire story of his tangled relationship with Han Ting. Su Wanqing listened, her anger boiling over.
That woman! How could she do that? She's shameless. Exactly. Qin An sighed, feigning sorrow. So please, I'm begging you don't mention her anymore, okay? Every time you bring her up, it really hurts me. Alright. Su Wanqing regretted bringing up Qin An's painful memories.
Her face filled with apology, she said, don't worry, I'll never mention her again. And I won't make you chase me for much longer either.
You're so kind. Qin An appeared calm on the surface.
But inside, he was overjoyed. This tactic of eliciting sympathy from women really works.
After driving a little further, a roadblock suddenly appeared ahead. It read, construction ahead, please detour.
This puzzled Su Wanqing, and she muttered under her breath, this road was perfectly clear when we came here earlier.
It's fine.
Qin An also found it odd, but didn't dwell on it.
We'll just take a detour.
With that, he turned the steering wheel and headed down another street.
This road is so dark. Su Wanqing glanced around.
The area we're driving through might be a bit desolate, but it should still be within the city limits.
Why are all the streetlights turned off? Clunk.
As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire.
The previously unobstructed road suddenly had roadblocks placed on it. The detour route was completely devoid of streetlights. There must be some reason for this. Add to that the recent attempt on Su Wanqing's life. This made Qin An unable to avoid overthinking. He quickly pulled the car to a stop. Stay in the car. I'll go check it out. No way. Su Wanqing clung tightly to Qin An's arm. I'm scared. Judging by Su Wanqing's ice-cold hands and trembling body, she was genuinely terrified. This made Qin An unwilling to leave her alone in the car. He said firmly, then come with me. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded and stepped out of the car with Qin An. Beep. The moment they stepped out, a massive dump truck, flashing blinding white lights, came hurtling toward them. Chapter 97, a heart-stopping moment. The truck was moving at breakneck speed, closing in the blink of an eye. It slammed solidly into Qin An's car. A thunderous crash echoed. The previously undamaged vehicle was instantly twisted and mangled. The windshield shattered completely. Yet even so, the dump truck showed no signs of stopping, nor did it slow down at all. It pushed Qin An's car along, sliding forward, until it slammed the car into the wall. Until it was crushed, bit by bit, into a pancake. Until it was utterly unrecognizable as a vehicle. Only then did it finally come to a halt. Thud. The sheer force of this scene was overwhelming. So immense that even Qin An and Su Wanqing, two individuals who were usually quite composed, were left speechless. They stared blankly at the wrecked vehicle, breathing heavily, their faces drained of color. Cold sweat had long since soaked through both their shirts. After a long moment, Qin An was the first to snap out of it. He rushed over to Su Wanqing, his voice urgent with concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Su Wanqing snapped out of her daze. She shook her head. I'm fine. I managed to dodge just as the car came over. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Qin An exhaled in relief. His voice trembled with emotion as he apologized. Thank goodness you suggested getting off the car with me just now. Otherwise I might have lost you. With that, Qin An clutched Su Wanqing tightly. He refused to let go no matter what. Tears streamed down his face like there was no tomorrow. Though Qin An now had no shortage of beauties by his side, as many as 9. But many of them are just pursuing for the sake of pursuing. Only Su Wanqing was different. He genuinely loved her. So if what just happened were to cause Su Wanqing any harm whatsoever, he would likely spend the rest of his life consumed by endless regret and longing. Clap clap clap. What a lovely couple. It makes me jealous just watching. Just then, an untimely round of applause suddenly rang out from nearby. Qin An and Su Wanqing instinctively turned to look. A woman and 3 men came into view. The woman in the lead wore heavy smoky eye makeup and was clad entirely in black leather jacket, pants, and boots. Even her inner shirt and leather shoes were entirely black. Under the night sky, she resembled a ghostly apparition. Her smile was particularly unsettling. The 3 men following her had dark complexions and stern features. Their bulging muscles were exposed, looking fierce. One glance made it clear these 3 were not to be trifled with. It's her. The woman who approached was none other than the one Qin An had encountered at the mall earlier that day. Zhao Man. Su Wanqing recognized her too. Her embroidered brows furrowed slightly as she spoke coldly with a dark expression. What exactly did I do to offend you? Was trying to kill me once not enough? Now you insist on coming back for a second try? Zhao Man stopped less than 2 meters away, arms crossed. You're a dead woman walking. What good does prying into this do now? You'd be better off spending your time composing your last words. Who knows? I might take pity on you and send someone to deliver them. You said it yourself, I'm already dying. So what harm could it do to satisfy my curiosity? Whether studying or doing business all these years, Su Wanqing had always been cautious and careful, always leaving a little face for others. Even when Qin An unilaterally tore up their contract this time, she hadn't lost her composure. So she simply couldn't fathom who could harbor such deep-seated hatred toward her. That they would stop at nothing to kill her. As the saying goes, villains die by talking too much. So don't ask. Zhao Man still refused to answer, waving behind her. Stop standing around. Move. Don't spare either of them. Yes. The 3 men shouted in unison. They strode boldly toward Qin An and Su Wanqing. To prevent any escape, they deliberately altered their approach, closing in from 3 different angles. Ah! After coming to a halt, the leader sighed with a pained expression. Such a pretty girl, to die like this, what a waste. Indeed. The scarred man rubbed his hands together like a fly. He chimed in, such a pretty girl, it'd be a shame to kill her without playing with her first. The last, skinny monkey-like man said nothing, but his greedy, lecherous gaze spoke volumes. His thoughts perfectly aligned with the other 2. Sis man. How about? Seeing his 2 brothers agree with him, the leader turned to Zhao Man. He turned to look at Zhao Man and tentatively asked, how about we just kill the guy first? Then let us take this girl back with us. What do you say? Zhao Man's expression darkened. She shot the leader a vicious glare. She coldly retorted, "What do you think?" Gulp. The leaders but clenched at the sight of Zhao Man's murderous glare. He quickly abandoned his thoughts. But the other two remained stubborn. "Sis man." The scarred man spoke first. "Anyway, this chick's dead either way. Why can't you let us brothers have some fun first?" "Yeah, sis man." The skinny monkey-faced man chimed in, "Just say yes. None of us guys have ever played with someone this gorgeous before." "Shut up." Her authority was being challenged again and again. Zhao Man's temper flared. She roared, "If any of you dare mention this again, do you think I won't castrate you all?" "Whoa!" The three sighed in disappointment. They stood there with drooping eyes and sagging shoulders. Seconds later, the leader broke the silence. All right. Stop moping. Worst case, we'll just let you two have a go while things are still hot." At this, the scarred man and the skinny monkey-like man's eyes lit up. They both flashed lecherous grins. You too." Su Wanqing had thought that defiling her before killing her would be the most disgusting and shameless thing imaginable. But she never imagined these men wouldn't even let her rest in peace after death. Fury made her body tremble. Her beautiful eyes seemed ready to shoot flames. Seeing this, Qin An clasped Su Wanqing's icy cold hand tightly. He whispered softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nothing like that will happen." "You're here?" The scarred man sneered contemptuously. "You, with your delicate, pale skin and pretty boy looks, actually dare to speak so boldly? How laughable. Let me handle this. A sissy like him? One punch and he's done for." The skinny monkey couldn't stand Qin An showboating either. Rolling up his sleeves and clenching his fists, he charged straight at Qin An. It must be said, the skinny monkey guy did possess some genuine skill. His fists flew like the wind, powerful and forceful. Compared to the guy who just fought Qin An, the one with over 20 lives on his hands, he was no slouch. But for Qin An, he still wasn't enough. He first sidestepped the attack with a slight shift of his body. Then, a straight punch slammed heavily into the skinny monkey man's chest. Thud. Crack. A dull thud was followed by a sharp crack. Clearly, the skinny monkey man's ribs were broken. Chapter 98, Love-Struck Men and Heartbroken Women. The agony of broken bones felt like steel needles piercing his heart. The pain made the skinny monkey man scream in agony. His entire face turned a liver-like shade of purple, contorted in a terrifying grimace. He collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to rise. The leader and the scarred man had assumed Qin An was just a weak, delicate pretty boy. But they never imagined he was a skilled fighter. And his strength was absolutely no less than theirs. It might even be a bit higher. For though their fists are formidable, they couldn't break bones with a single punch. Su Wanqing had never witnessed Qin An in action before. Now, witnessing such earth-shattering power suddenly unleashed, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help but wonder, just how many secrets did he still hold? Zhao Man was also stunned. Her eyelids twitched violently. She barked orders, "What are you all standing around for? Charge together." "Right. All of you." The scarred man and the leader snapped out of their daze. Each drew a switchblade from a strap on their leg and charged toward Qin An. "Damn it. No matter how skilled you are, you can't beat a kitchen knife. I don't believe your fists could be any sharper than this blade." Swish. Both men were out to kill Qin An. Their first moves were lethal strikes. One aimed straight for his throat. The other aimed straight for his heart. If Qin An failed to dodge either of these attacks, he would die right here. He dared not take any chances. He shoved Su Wanqing aside and retreated swiftly backward. "Where do you think you're going?" The two had no intention of letting Qin An escape. They pursued relentlessly, silver light filling the sky. Soon, Qin An was cornered against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. "Ha ha ha ha." The scarred man laughed triumphantly. "Run. You were so good at running just now, aren't you? Go on, run. Second brother, cut the crap. Let's finish him off together." "Got it." Scarface's expression turned grim as he bared his teeth, swinging his steel blade toward Qin An. "No." Seeing Qin An about to die, Su Wanqing's heart burned with anxiety. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. But what could she do? A girl with no strength to lift a chicken, she could only watch helplessly. "Mr. Qin, don't be afraid. Old Ma's here to help you." At the critical moment, a figure darted toward them like a bolt of lightning. A flying kick landed squarely on the scarred man's body. The scarred man, poised to strike, was sent tumbling head over heels. He rolled a full circle on the ground before coming to a halt. "Master Ma?" Qin An was taken aback. He hadn't expected the person who saved him at the critical moment to be the driver he'd just hired today. But there was no time for second thoughts now. Seizing the moment while the leader was stunned, his hands clamped down like steel pincers, gripping the man's knife-wielding wrist with iron. Then he twisted it backward with force. The leader immediately let out a pained cry as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Thud. Seizing the advantage, Qin An pressed his attack. A straight punch slammed heavily into the leader's chest. The blow nearly knocked the leader unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, coughing dryly. His face contorted in agony. Everyone, stop fighting. Just as Qin An prepared to strike while the iron was hot, a thunderous shout erupted from nearby. Qin An instinctively looked up. There stood the woman named Zhao Man, a knife pressed against Su Wanqing's pale neck. The pressure of the blade was so intense that a deep crimson gash had already carved itself into Su Wanqing's neck. Under the moonlight, it looked extremely glaring. Damn it! I forgot about her. Qin An was furious. But he could do nothing about it. Raising his hands high, he pleaded, "Don't hurt her. We surrender." "Humph, you know your place." Zhao Man smiled with satisfaction and shouted at her fallen comrades, "Get up already. Kill them both, what are you waiting for?" Yes. The three men in charge, though beaten until their bodies ached. They knew this was their best chance to turn defeat into victory. They forced themselves to ignore the pain and scrambled to their feet. Thud. Hit me. I'll let you hit me. If you've got the guts, go ahead and hit me. Qin An's punch had nearly killed the leader. How could the leader not harbor hatred toward him? After getting up, he didn't kill Qin An immediately. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of punches straight to Qin An's gut. He kept punching until Qin An clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. Curled up like a cooked prawn, did he finally stop, satisfied? Master Ma suffered the same fate as Qin An. Beaten until his face was a bruised mess, he clutched his head, collapsed on the ground, and dared not rise. Yet his resolute face bore the unyielding expression of defiance. Qin An. Seeing Qin An suffer, Su Wanqing's heart ached as if being torn apart. Her voice trembled with tears as she cried out urgently, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Run. Run. Wah. Stop talking nonsense." Qin An forced a smile through the pain, looking at Su Wanqing. "How could I bear to let you cross the bridge of no return alone? Tsk tisk." Zhao Man clicked her tongue. "You two, what a pair of star-crossed lovers. You've actually moved me to tears. Aren't you here to kill me?" Su Wanqing roared, her eyes red with fury. "Then just do it already. Go ahead. Wah." At this moment, she dreaded seeing Qin An suffer for her far more than facing death itself. "No rush." Zhao Man saw right through her thoughts. Her expression was pure amusement. "I'll kill you after you've watched him die with your own eyes. There's no rush. You, devil." Su Wanqing was driven mad with rage. She struggled desperately. But her strength was no match for Zhao Man's. She couldn't break free at all. She felt utterly helpless and furious. "Ha ha ha ha. This is fun. So much fun." Zhao Man cackled maniacally. She shouted at the leader of the men, "What are you waiting for? Get moving already." "All right." The leader smirked triumphantly, picking up the switchblade from the ground. He thrust it violently toward Qin An's chest. "No!" Su Wanqing screamed, her eyes red with fury. But alas, no matter how heart-wrenching her cries became, the leader paid her no heed. Thud! Just as the blade was about to pierce Qin An's heart, Qin An moved. He kicked the leader violently, sending him flying. Then, aiming for Zhao Man's knife-wielding wrist, he flicked the pebble from his hand. Whoosh! Propelled by Qin An's full force, the pebble sliced through the air like a high-velocity bullet. It struck Zhao Man's wrist with a solid thud. Ah! Clang! Before Zhao Man could comprehend what had happened, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. The dagger in her hand instantly flew from her grasp. It clattered to the ground with a sharp clink. "Wanqing, run!" "Ha! Oh!" At Qin An's warning, Su Wanqing snapped out of it and stomped hard on Zhao Man's toes. She took off running. In the blink of an eye, she was 5 meters away. Chapter 99, Why is it you? Damn it! Zhao Man never dreamed Qin An had this trick up his sleeve. Anger made her face turn pale. But she knew this wasn't the time for anger. She had to catch the escaped Su Wanqing as quickly as possible. Otherwise, today's operation would be doomed to failure. You still think you can use the emperor to command the feudal lords? Dream on. Having already suffered a setback, Qin An wasn't about to give her another chance. She scooped up 3 pebbles from the ground and hurled them straight at her. Whoosh! 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 The pebbles flew with astonishing speed, already difficult to track with the naked eye. Add to that the pitch-black night. It was virtually impossible to see them. Zhao Man was quickly hit. A sharp pain shot through her knees, sending her stumbling backwards several steps before crashing face first into the dirt. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain struck her temple and she lost consciousness. Sis man! Sis man! Sis man! With Zhao Man's defeat, the 3 men at the front immediately became headless flies. Master Ma knocked them all down. Using belts and clothing as ropes, he bound the 3 men tightly. Even if they possessed extraordinary skills, they couldn't stir up any trouble this time. Wow! That mastery of hidden weapons is truly terrifying. Thank goodness she didn't use full force on that final blow to the temple, otherwise, she'd have become a murderer. After Su Wanqing was taken hostage by Zhao Man, Qin An frantically racked his brain for a way to break the deadlock.
Suddenly, he remembered the 10 universal coins he had obtained after successfully completing the quest for Xia Yanran. He immediately opened the system store and exchanged the 10 universal coins for a hidden weapon mastery skill. At the time of purchase, the description for this hidden weapon mastery was unremarkable, and its grade was merely green, a low-tier item in the shop. Qin An even felt he'd gotten a raw deal spending 10 universal coins on it. Little did he expect it would prove so incredibly useful. He had merely used pebbles picked up at random, not even proper throwing weapons. He effortlessly embedded the pebble into Zhao Man's wrist and both legs. Over half an inch deep. Truly incredible. Qin An. At that moment, Su Wanqing hurried over. She threw herself into Qin An's arms, clinging to him tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. That was terrifying. I thought I'd never see you again. Wah! Qin An knew she'd been through a lot. He gently rubbed her head and soothed her softly. It's okay. Everything's fine now, okay? Mr. Qin, Miss Su, watch out ahead. Just as the two were basking in the joy of their narrow escape, Master Ma's sudden shout echoed from the distance. Startled, Qin An hurriedly looked up. In the darkness, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The figure held a pistol, its black muzzle pointed directly at Su Wanqing's head. Bang! Before Qin An could react, the gun went off. The orange-yellow sparks were blindingly bright in the darkness. Damn it! Seeing this, Qin An couldn't hesitate any longer. He shoved Su Wanqing out of harm's way. The next instant, the bullet pierced straight through his shoulder. A wet thud echoed through the air. This was the first time in his life that Qin An had been hit by a bullet. The sensation felt as though a tremendous force had violently torn his shoulder from its socket. The agony from shattered bones and torn muscles felt like 1,000 needles piercing his flesh, making him wish he were dead. His entire arm instantly lost all strength. Cold sweat poured down his body in an instant. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. A vivid spray of blood blossomed like a misty haze. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Mr. Qin An. Su Wanqing and Master Ma, seeing this, rushed over frantically. Stay back. From Qin An's vantage point, he could clearly see every move the other person made. Seeing that the other party still wasn't giving up and was about to fire again, he urgently shouted a warning. Simultaneously, he picked up a pebble with his right hand and hurled it at the gunman with deadly precision. Don't think you're the only one with a gun. Whoosh. Crack. Ah. Though the stone Qin An hurled couldn't match a real bullet, its force was still no joke. After the blow landed, the figure lurking in the shadows felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The gun slipped from their grasp and clattered to the ground. But to Qin An's surprise, judging by the voice, the attacker was actually a woman. And that voice, he felt he had heard it somewhere before, it was so familiar. Master Ma, quickly seize her. Qin An had no strength left to launch a second hidden weapon. He could only rely on Master Ma now. Don't let her get away. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. Master Ma's words were no empty boast. In a few swift strides, he caught up to the fleeing figure. He tackled her to the ground. Smack! Smack! Meanwhile, to prevent himself from bleeding to death, using the pressure point sealing technique from medical arts, sealing the pressure points on his shoulder. With Su Wanqing's support, he sat down on the roadside greenbelt. How are you feeling? Should we hurry to the hospital? Seeing Qin An's shoulder covered in blood, Su Wanqing wept uncontrollably. She crouched beside Qin An, utterly distraught. Gunshot wounds required debridement, so even if the bleeding had stopped, the hospital was still necessary. You, call 120. Okay. Su Wanqing frantically pulled out her phone and began dialing the emergency number. Mr. Qin, Miss Su. Master Ma rushed back at that moment. I caught the person and brought them back for you. Shall we? Upon recognizing the person, Qin An froze in shock. Su Wanqing, who was dialing emergency services, froze in shock too. Both stared in utter disbelief at Lin Weiwei, who was slumped across from them. They couldn't believe this was real. Because they knew Lin Weiwei all too well. She was nothing but a pure-hearted doormat. If not for Su Wanqing constantly backing her up, she would have been bullied to death at the company. Yet this timid soul, who needed company even walking home at night, who screamed at the sight of a cockroach and would run for her life at the slightest scare, actually dared to shoot and kill someone. Can you believe it? Oof. Surprised, huh? Lin Weiwei gave a bitter smile. Once I finish telling you the story, you probably won't find it surprising anymore. A story? Su Wanqing frowned. What story? Lin Weiwei grinned wickedly. A story about how your father slaughtered my entire family. What? Su Wanqing was startled. She recoiled, stammering incoherently, that's impossible. My dad doesn't even know you. How could he have killed your father? He didn't know you? Lin Weiwei gazed up at the pitch-black sky, pondering for a moment. She nodded. True. Your father killed so many people, how could he possibly remember every single one? Chapter 100, Past Memories.
Stop spouting nonsense. Even if Su Wanqing had the best temper, hearing someone slander her father like this, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Her face darkening, she snapped, "My father wouldn't even dare kill a chicken. How could he possibly murder people, and not just one, but several at a time?" Poof. Lin Weiwei gave a cold laugh. Who says murder always requires a knife? What exactly are you implying? Spit it out clearly. Su Wanqing was panicking now. She was terrified that her father might truly be what Lin Weiwei suggested. A murderer. Hey! Lin Weiwei sighed. Her willow leaf brows furrowed slightly. Her delicate little face was clouded with an unshakable sorrow. "I had planned to tell your parents these things in person when they returned for your funeral. But now, there's no chance for that. So I'll tell you these things now, before the police arrive. My real name isn't Lin Weiwei. It's Luing Xue." Luing Xue? Su Wanqing's pupils dilated sharply. Her mouth fell slightly open. "You're the daughter of Uncle Lu, my father's former driver, Lu Jun?" Poof. Luing Xue gave a bitter smile. "I never imagined that a young lady like you would remember someone as insignificant as my father. I'm truly flattered." Upon learning the other party was seeking revenge for Lu Jun, Su Wanqing not only immediately calmed down, but also grew angry. Her face darkening, she coldly retorted, "Uncle Lu's death was entirely his own doing. Blaming it all on my father, don't you find that utterly shameless? Deserved? Shameless?" Luing Xue was furious, her voice rising in anger. "Your father drove my father to his death, and you tell me it was his own fault?" Poof. Su Wanqing sneered coldly. "It seems you're unaware of the truth from back then. Well, let me enlighten you. In early 2010, my father, aiming to lead fashion trends, spent a fortune hiring 2 senior international designers to create 50 autumn outfits. But due to the project's massive scale and the use of many new materials, it took nearly 8 months from start to finish to finalize the designs. This caused us to miss the prime sales window for autumn collections that year. We had no choice but to repurpose the designs as spring wear, planning to launch them after the new year. Of course, none of this was a major issue, it just meant the money would take a little longer to recoup. What my father never anticipated was that just as production was about to begin, the designs had already started circulating and selling on the market. 50 new product designs became worthless scraps of paper overnight. $1,000,000 in design fees went down the drain. According to my father's calculations at the time, the Su family's losses were estimated to reach as high as 30 million yuan. Luing Xue understood and stared at Su Wanqing in shock. "Are you saying those blueprints were leaked by my father?" "Exactly." Su Wanqing nodded firmly. "No, that can't be." Luing Xue shook her head vigorously. Her delicate face was etched with utter disbelief. "My father is such an honest, upright man. How could he possibly do something like this? And if he had done it, why would our family be so poor? This must all be a lie, something you made up. Don't be so quick to dismiss it." Su Wanqing pressed her hand down. She spoke calmly, "Let me finish what I have to say." "Fine, go ahead. I'll see today how you twist the truth." "Hey!" Su Wanqing sighed with a look of desolation. "Let's be honest, your father really is an honest, upright man. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have hired him as a driver. And when he found out your father was the one who leaked the information, he wouldn't have looked so utterly shocked. He even had people secretly investigate the matter 3 times over, front and back. It wasn't until your father personally came to apologize before he finally believed it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's all lies. Everything you're saying is a lie." Luing Xue shook her head vigorously. She refused to believe any of it. "Oh." Su Wanqing watched her like this, her heart aching. She sighed and said, "Didn't you just ask me why your family is still so poor? It's because you have a younger brother." "A brother?" Luing Xue's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared blankly at Su Wanqing. "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded. "A half-brother. His name is Luing Yu. When your father, Lu Jun, was in school, he dated a girl named Hao Lei. But they broke up not long after graduation." Su Wanqing recounted calmly, "It wasn't until years later, at a class reunion, that they reconnected. But by then, your father was already married with children, and she was married too. So they kept their meeting secret, never making it public. Even later, when Hao Lei became pregnant and divorced her husband, he still kept it quiet. He only rented an apartment for her and secretly arranged for her to stay there to carry the child." "What year was that?" Luing Xue interrupted anxiously. Su Wanqing rested her chin in her hand, pondering for a moment. "Around mid-2009, I think. I don't remember exactly, but judging by the events, it must have been around that time." Luing Xue fell deep in thought. After a long moment, she gave a bitter smile. "I see. No wonder he told my mom back then that his salary had dropped by 1,000 yuan and he was working overtime constantly, never coming home. Turns out he was out there keeping that Thai Fox company." "What happened after that?" Luing Xue pressed. "Then the child was born, but the child had a condition congenital. As for what it was, I've forgotten. Su Wanqing recounted slowly, it's been too long. I don't remember. Humph. Lu Yingxue let out a bitter laugh. So all this time, he stole the design blueprints just to treat that bastard child? Yes. Su Wanqing nodded gently. To scrape together medical expenses, he started by taking our family car to run private errands. Later, he inflated invoice amounts. But those methods were too slow to bring in money, and your brother's illness was urgent, so he's not my brother. I don't have a brother like that. Ah. Lu Yingshue's sudden outburst startled Su Wanqing. After regaining her composure, she continued, then he took a desperate gamble. He sold those discarded design drafts, the ones he'd treated like trash, to a clothing company for 200,000 yuan. According to his confession at the time, every penny of that 200,000 went toward your brother's, no, Lu Yingxue's surgery fees. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yingxue burst into a maniacal laugh. How amusing, truly amusing. He betrayed my mother and me so deeply, yet I was the one seeking vengeance for him. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 101, Using Others as Tools. Seeing her like this, felt a wave of heartache wash over her once more. Qin An and Master Ma also looked deeply moved. Oh. Lu Yingxue suddenly remembered something. She stopped her eerie laughter and shrieked, where's that bastard? Where is he now? And that shameless, where is she? Dead. Su Wanqing replied slowly, the surgery failed. Your brother, no. Lu Yingxue, he died right there on the operating table. As for that woman, according to your father, she suffered a tremendous blow and went to a temple to shave her head and become a nun. Good. Serves her right. Lu Yingxue nodded with a smile. Her expression suggested that only the child's death could finally extinguish the hatred burning within her heart. It's just a pity that Tai Fox is still alive. And in my current state, I can't kill her. What a shame. What a real shame. Seeing her descend into such madness. She shook her head helplessly. By the way. After a long pause, Su Wanqing asked doubtfully, why do you think your father was driven to death by my father? Lu Yingxue lowered her head in shame upon hearing this. I'm sorry, she apologized. I was just guessing. Just a guess? Qin An was speechless. His face darkened as he snapped angrily, you're something else. Do you realize that because of your speculation, Wanqing and I nearly ended up separated forever? I'm sorry. Lu Yingxue knew her guilt was profound. She pushed herself up and knelt before Qin An. She bowed her head heavily twice before Qin An and Su Wanqing. Her forehead bled from the impact. She apologized, I acted rashly. I'm truly sorry. If I somehow survive this, I'll spend the rest of my life praying for your well-being day and night. Enough, enough. Qin An had received no small amount of kindness from Lu Yingxue during his 3 years at the company. Combined with her sincere apology, his attitude seemed genuine. He waved his hand dismissively. For the sake of our 3 years of acquaintance, I won't hold this against you. But you'll still be held accountable for your legal responsibilities. Qin An's words brought a sliver of solace to Lu Yingxue, who was overwhelmed with guilt. A sliver of solace. Tears welled up uncontrollably. She banged her head on the ground several times before Qin An and Su Wanqing. Her voice choked as she stammered, thank you both for forgiving me. There. Don't cry anymore. Su Wanqing leaned in, using a clean tissue to wipe away the tears from Lu Yingshue's face. She also wiped the blood from her forehead, asking doubtfully, you said you guessed it earlier. Did you hear something? MHM. Lu Yingxue nodded. On November 2, 2010, I was home on vacation, helping my mom fold Jinkizi paper offerings to burn for my grandfather later. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. My mom went to answer it. The visitor was chubby, probably in his 40s. He said he was my dad's colleague, but I'd never seen him before. This man said a few words to my mom, and she was startled. Then she fainted. What did he say? Su Wanqing pressed. I didn't catch it at the time, and when I asked him later, he refused to tell me. Lu Yingxue replied, it wasn't until my mom woke up that I found out. He said my dad had broken the law, and Su Linfeng, your father, had already called the police. He also said it was extremely serious, could even mean life imprisonment. He's full of. Su Wanqing roared. My father never reported this to the police from start to finish, nor did he pursue any charges against your father. He just fired him. I know that. Lu Yingxue nodded. That's what my dad said when he came back later. As for what crime he committed, my dad refused to say no matter what. Later that night. At this point, a deep pain washed over Lu Yingshue's face. My father hanged himself. At his funeral, I saw that man again. Lu Yingxue took a deep breath. After composing herself, she continued, then I confronted him, demanding to know what was going on. He said he wasn't entirely sure either, but he'd heard rumors linking it to you. Apparently, my father had secretly snuck into your room, stolen your undergarments, and even exposed himself to you. Bull. 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 Su Wanqing was furious. Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. My father has never once entered my room. And even if that were true, it wouldn't warrant a life sentence. This guy, he's ing full of. Exactly. Lu Yingxue nodded in agreement. I didn't believe it back then either. I trust my dad's character, he's not the type to be lustful. Besides, how old were you at the time? 13. How could a grown man like him possibly fancy a child? It's utter nonsense. But later, it wasn't just him saying it, lots of people started repeating it. Eventually, I couldn't help but believe it. And then there were other rumors too. What rumors? Su Wanqing gripped Lu Yingxue's arm tightly. She pressed urgently, her face etched with anxiety. They said your father didn't report it to the police and only fired my dad because he didn't want family shame exposed, not out of any lingering affection. They also say my father committed suicide because you kept demanding justice. Eventually, your father, having no other options, came up with this scheme. They claim that if my father agreed to kill himself, the matter would be settled. Otherwise, they'd post it online and stir up a scandal, making my father the target of public scorn. And that's why my father, with no other choice, chose to take his own life. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Su Wanqing was furious. How dare they spread such lies? When has our family ever done anything like that? Hey! Qin An gently patted Su Wanqing's soft back in consolation. He turned to Lu Yingxue and asked, do you know all the people who told you this? Lu Yingxue shook her head. My dad was just his father's driver. Every time I went to see him, he was in the car. I hardly ever went to the company, so how could I possibly know those people? Then you've been used as a pawn. Qin An analyzed. Otherwise, why would only you know about these rumors, while Wanqing knows nothing? A proxy attack? Lu Yingxue pondered for a moment. She nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Because over the years, every time I've been on the verge of giving up on revenge, these rumors would mysteriously surface, reigniting the fire of rage within me. Then who could possibly be the one using this proxy? Su Wanqing furrowed her embroidered brows in deep thought, her face etched with anxiety. Who could it be? Give your dad a call and ask him. Maybe he knows. Qin An suggested. If all else fails, didn't Sister Wei just mention that your father killed many people? Perhaps clues can be found among those victims. Chapter 102, The Mastermind's Meticulous Scheme. In Qin An's view, the person spreading the rumors must be the one using someone else's knife. Why else would they go to such trouble to concoct these stories? Therefore, to uncover the mastermind, they only needed to find the rumor monger. According to Lu Yingxue's account, this person was her father's colleague. Therefore, Su Linfeng would undoubtedly know them. Thus, approaching Su Linfeng to probe this matter was the most logical course of action. As for Qin An's second suggestion, it stemmed from reasoning based on hatred. After all, the perpetrator went to such great lengths to try and kill Su Wanqing and Su Linfeng. There must be deep-seated hatred involved. And weren't those who were killed precisely the ones with such deep-seated grudges? You're absolutely right. Lu Yingxue found Qin An's reasoning compelling. She nodded in agreement. Then, her face clouded with worry, she added, but I don't know the names of the others. Ha? Qin An froze. Then why did you say his father killed so many people? Lu Yingxue looked somewhat ashamed. It was just rumors online. 5 years ago, I overheard someone say you could use online public opinion to bring bad people to justice. So I anonymously posted online that Su Linfeng, the CEO of Su Group, was guilty. I wanted revenge. But my influence was too low. Hardly anyone commented or shared it. So the post quickly sank into the vast ocean of the internet, never to be seen again. What I never expected was that nearly half a year later, someone suddenly sent me a private message. He said he strongly agreed with my post. And that he too had been wronged by Su Linfeng. It felt like I'd found a kindred spirit, and I was overjoyed. We ended up talking a lot and became very close friends. So you never asked his name? Qin An pressed. I did. Lu Yingxue sighed wistfully. But he refused to tell me. He said the Su family wielded too much power, and he feared they'd retaliate against him if he revealed it. I thought about it, and he did have a point. So I didn't press him further. Then how do you two stay in touch? Qin An asked doubtfully. At first, we used the internal messaging system on Tieba. Lu Yingxue answered honestly. Later, he said chatting that way wasn't secure. He sent me an installation package, saying this software uses overseas servers, so chatting inside is very safe. I installed it. The app was called Soft Sky Software, basically a messaging app. The interface was simple, similar to WeChat. But it didn't have features like moments or wallet, just basic messaging. And there were no profile pictures or nicknames, everyone was just a number. Oh, right. My phone's right here in my back pocket. You can take it out and check for yourselves. Alright. Su Wanqing was quite curious about this app. She responded with a nod, walked over, and pulled out the phone. Then she opened the app. What's going on here? After opening it, Su Wanqing was dumbfounded. Handing the phone to Lu Yingxue with a puzzled expression, she asked, why does it show this message the moment I open it? Lu Yingxue glanced up. A string of English text read, account invalid, unable to continue using. Meaning the account had been deactivated and could no longer be used. This shouldn't be happening. Lu Yingshue's embroidered brows furrowed. I clearly used it just an hour ago. Did you register this account yourself, or did he give it to you? Qin An glanced at the phone screen and asked doubtfully. He gave it to me. Lu Yingxue answered truthfully. He said this app isn't open for registration, you can only use internal accounts. Did he know about your plans today? Yes. Then it's confirmed.
Qin An licked his dry lips. His face set with conviction.
This man must be the mastermind behind the proxy attack. Boom! Qin An's words struck Lu Yingxue like a bolt of lightning. She suddenly understood everything and gasped, good heavens! This person is just too clever by half, isn't he? What do you mean? Su Wanqing furrowed her embroidered brows and interjected. Hey! Lu Yingxue sighed dejectedly. Though I hate you, hate your father, I never had a clear plan or direction for revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited all these years to act. So you're saying the plan and direction he provided them for you? Su Wanqing pressed. Yes. Lu Yingxue nodded. I hadn't realized it before, but looking back now, it was indeed him. After we became friends, he added me to a group chat. It was called the Avengers. He claimed everyone in there had been wronged by your father, 33 people in total. I actually believed him back then. But now that I think about it, those people were probably all his alternate accounts. The way they spoke was all identical. Plus, they weren't online often, rarely chatted, and refused to add me. I see. Qin An suddenly understood. He used those fake accounts to expose the entire plan to you by having them chime in one after another, right? Lu Yingxue nodded emphatically. Exactly. And he's too clever. Every time he offered advice, he'd throw in a few completely unfeasible plans as cover. Making me naturally remember the only feasible one among them, eventually piecing together today's plan. Impressive. Truly impressive. Qin An nodded in admiration. With those smokescreens, plus the fact it came from multiple people, you'd never suspect him or feel like you were being used as a pawn. Ah! Lu Yingxue looked at Su Wanqing with guilt etched across her face. Her voice trembled with tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I'd seen through this sooner, or asked you about the truth of what happened back then. It's okay. Su Wanqing gently stroked Lu Yingshue's head. She comforted her, you were just being used. This isn't your fault. But I'm baffled, what did our Su family ever do to him that he'd go to such lengths, scheming relentlessly just to pull this off? Maybe we should ask the old man later. He might have some answers. Qin An felt his shoulders were about to snap. His face twisted in pain. We really need to get to the hospital now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll end up a widow before your time. Ah! Only then did Su Wanqing remember that Qin An's shoulder still bore a gunshot wound. Her face flushed with guilt. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up in our conversation, I completely forgot about your injury. Don't just say sorry. Qin An teased with a smile, make it count like treating me to a Rujiamo once I'm healed. Chapter 103. Do you like me? Swish. The moment the words Rujiamo were uttered, 2 patches of crimson immediately spread across her face. She shot Qin An a coyly angry glare. Like hell I will. Hey! Qin An looked up at the pitch-black night sky. He feigned heartbreak, wailing, good deeds go unrewarded. I risked my life to save you, and now you won't even give me a meat bun? Wah! Poor me, I'm so pitiful. Shut up. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Qin An a glare. She gestured for him to stop talking. Lu Yingxue, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She interjected, Wanqing, it's just a Rujiamo. It's no big deal. Why don't you just agree? Oh, you just don't get it. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed even redder as she retorted, the Rujiamo he's talking about isn't the kind you're thinking of. Huh? Lu Yingxue was completely baffled. She looked utterly bewildered. If it's not what I think, then what is it? Oh my. Su Wanqing stamped her foot coyly. She leaned close to Lu Yingshue's ear and whispered an explanation. Lu Yingxue froze for a moment upon hearing it. Then she burst out laughing. Qin An, you're so funny. How could you even make that connection? But to be fair. Lu Yingxue turned to look at Su Wanqing and continued, even if that's the case, you could still agree to it. After all, it's something that has to be done sooner or later. It's just a matter of a day sooner or later. And let me tell you. Lu Yingxue leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered, you haven't experienced it, so you don't know. Once you do, I guarantee you won't be able to stop. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Wanqing's pretty face flushed even redder. She angrily pinched Lu Yingshue's cheek. Lu Yingxue smirked triumphantly. Alright, enough fooling around. Seriously, in this era where profit reigns supreme and everyone uses each other, finding someone like Qin An who'd risk his life to protect you is incredibly rare. So just give in already. Save yourself the regret later. Su Wanqing fell silent. She stared at Qin An before her, pale and ravaged by pain. yet still smiling at her. Recalling the life and death moment they just endured, she found Lu Yingshue's words increasingly reasonable. Finding someone willing to risk everything for you was indeed rare, especially someone she cared about. But it hadn't even been a week since they'd confirmed their relationship. Wouldn't it be moving things along a bit too fast? At this thought, Su Wanqing's heart was filled with turmoil. She decided to think it through carefully and consider her options before making any further moves. What she didn't know was that starting today, Qin An had already become as important to her as a mountain. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +1. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +1. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +1. Ding! Su Wanqing's current affection level 100 points. After a long pause, Qin An still didn't hear the system's next prompt. Nor did he receive any rewards, leaving him utterly baffled. What the hell was going on? Where was the notification sound? Where were the rewards? Could the system have glitched? Ding! Host, rest assured the system is functioning perfectly. The reason no reward was provided is because the host has yet to fulfill another condition of this mission. Su Wanqing hasn't confessed to you yet. Damn it! Qin An suddenly remembered that detail. He sighed helplessly. Taking Su Wanqing's small hand, he gazed at her with deep affection and asked, Wanqing, do you like me? Ha? Su Wanqing was taken aback by this abrupt question. She stared at Qin An with a puzzled expression. I like you. Qin An pressed further, do you like me? Get lost. Su Wanqing thought Qin An must have lost his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a bizarre question out of nowhere. She yanked her hand away without hesitation and turned her head back to continue talking with Lu Yingxue. Seeing this, Qin An sighed helplessly. Just as he thought. Asking so abruptly was clearly a bad idea. Forget it. We'll just have to wait and see about this later. Seeing no immediate solution, Qin An shook his head and dismissed the thought. He shook his head and pushed the thought aside. His gaze fell upon Master Ma, who stood nearby, sturdy and towering like an iron pillar. He asked hesitantly, Master Ma, did you serve in the military before? This Master Ma was different from any other driver Qin An had ever met. Not only did he lack a beer belly or a protruding stomach, but his physique was exceptionally robust, every inch of him a mass of muscle. He stood ramrod straight, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. He clearly had professional training. Master Ma nodded heavily. His eyes brimmed with regret. I served 5 years in the military, 2 as a conscript, 3 as a volunteer. If I hadn't failed the Special Forces selection and my family hadn't kept pressuring me to marry, I truly wouldn't have left the military, left my comrades in arms. I knew it. Seeing his guess was spot on, Qin An patted Master Ma's shoulder with a smile. You did great today. If it weren't for your timely help just now, we'd probably have suffered even more. Receiving the praise, Master Ma smiled sheepishly. Scratching his head, he said, You're too kind, Mr. Qin. Even if I wasn't hired by you, I'd still lend a hand in a situation like this. After all, when you see injustice, you speak up. He. Qin An couldn't help but laugh at Master Ma's earnest simplicity. Nodding, he said, Well said. But this debt of gratitude must be repaid. With that, Qin An pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Master Ma. Master Ma's eyes widened in shock. He waved his hands frantically. No. This is too much, Mr. Qin. I can't accept this. It's nothing. Qin An waved it off with a smile. It's only 1,000. 1,000? Master Ma froze. He stared intently at the phone screen, carefully counting the zeros. After confirming he hadn't misread it 5 zeros, undoubtedly 100,000 yuan. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Could Mr. Qin have made a mistake when transferring the money, accidentally adding 2 extra zeros? Then, should he pocket the money before Mr. Qin noticed? For Master Ma, 100,000 yuan was roughly what he earned driving day and night for an entire year. So he was seriously tempted. But he quickly regained his composure. While 100,000 yuan was certainly substantial, it paled in comparison to a steady job paying 15,000 yuan a month for the rest of his life. It seemed insignificant. He couldn't let this matter cause him to lose the bigger picture over a small gain. Besides, if he accepted this ill-gotten gain with a clear conscience, he feared he would never sleep soundly again. Chapter 104, Testing the Waters. Mr. Qin, you've made a mistake. You didn't transfer me 1,000, it was 100,000. Master Ma handed over his phone, pointing to the displayed amount. Qin An smiled with satisfaction. He patted Master Ma on the shoulder. Congratulations, you passed the test. Starting today, you're officially hired. From this month onward, you'll receive your full salary. Your monthly salary will increase from 15,000 to 20,000. Additionally, you'll take on part-time bodyguard duties. Your top priority is ensuring Miss Su's safety. Beyond excellent driving skills, character is equally crucial. Otherwise, whatever you do or say in the car, they'll turn around and spill it all. What secrets would you have left? Or they might sell off your forgotten belongings. They might take your car out to pick up girls. Falsify invoices and such. Doesn't that make you mad? That's why testing them before making them permanent is absolutely essential. Clunk. Master Ma's heart sank suddenly. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. He silently thanked his luck that he hadn't lost his mind just now. Otherwise, forget about keeping his job. He might have ended up behind bars. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, I will do my best to fulfill this job. Master Ma roughly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. As for the salary, let's stick with 15,000 a month. 20,000 feels a bit too high. I'd feel uneasy taking that much. It's not high. Qin An waved his hand dismissively. The risk factor in this line of work is high. How could it not be higher? But Master Ma still felt uneasy. Before he could finish, Qin An cut him off. All right, it's settled. If you truly feel unworthy of it, then just do your best at the job and don't let me down. Yes, sir. Seeing Qin An's insistence, Master Ma relented. He nodded firmly, his gaze resolute as he pledged, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will never let anything happen to Miss Su. Qin An nodded and turned to leave. Wait, Mr. Qin. Master Ma hurriedly called out, pointing at the phone. What about this money? Keep it. Qin An said nonchalantly, 5,000 of it is a bonus for your heroic performance tonight. The remaining 95,000 is for you to cover parking fees, gas, tolls, and your daily meals and lodging. Oh, and buy yourself a couple of more formal suits to wear, as work attire looking too shabby affects your image. After officially joining the company, Master Ma realized he had underestimated the complexity of the job. He hadn't asked whether he'd have to cover parking, gas, and tolls out of pocket or when he'd be reimbursed. He also hadn't asked where he'd be staying while on 24-hour standby or if meals would be provided. These minor details kept him preoccupied all day. He kept agonizing over whether he should go ask Qin An about it. To his complete surprise, Qin An now proactively addressed his concerns. This made him incredibly happy. I couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Nodding, I said, sure thing. Rest assured, I promise not to waste a single penny of this money. I'll get you receipts or invoices for every single purchase. But even for these expenses, isn't 95,000 yuan a bit much? Why don't I transfer back 80,000 yuan and just keep 15,000? No need. Keep it. This 100,000 yuan was considered part of the expenses for dating Su Wanqing. In other words, it was money from the system. So even if Master Ma transferred the money back, it would simply return to the system account. He wouldn't get it. Why go through all this back and forth? Alright, then I'll humbly comply. Master Ma was feeling quite pleased now. He was glad he'd agreed to take this job back then. Haunted house, haunted house, haunted house. Suddenly, a series of sirens blared as two police cars pulled up in front of the group, one behind the other. Blue and red police lights, along with LED headlights, illuminated the pitch-black alleyway with an unnerving brightness. This sudden brightness made Qin An and the others, who had grown accustomed to the darkness, feel extremely uncomfortable. Click! The car door opened, revealing a pair of long, straight legs before the rest of the figure came into view. Then, a female officer wearing a jacket, with a delicate yet slightly masculine face. She strode purposefully toward them, barking sharply, which one of you called the police? I did. Su Wanqing stepped forward. I called the police. Miss Su? Officer Ling? Both recognized each other and froze in surprise. Ling, she spoke first, didn't you just leave the police station a moment ago? How did something happen already? Qin An stepped forward, his tone sharp. Who says you can't get into trouble right after leaving the police station? Heh. I knew it. Ling Ji smiled with a look of certainty. You really are trouble. Otherwise, why would so many people want to kill you? Officers. Without waiting for Qin An's response, Ling Ji called out to those behind her, take this Mr. Qin back to the police station. Yes, ma'am. Two young officers saluted, drew their handcuffs, and strode forward. Damn it. Seeing this woman still targeting him as always, his distaste for her deepened. He barked coldly, hold on. I've been shot. Even if I were a suspect, by the rules, you have to take me to the hospital first. Besides, I'm not even a suspect, I'm the victim. You have no right to arrest me. All of you, back off. Oh. The two officers hadn't expected Qin An to dare defy them. Anger surged within them. They charged forward, bellowing, we're arresting you today. Let's see what you can do about it. Nothing much. Qin An showed no fear. At worst, I'll sue you for illegal detention and abuse of power. That is, of course, assuming I survive. If I die, then you'll be charged with intentional homicide. Seeing that Qin An knew her rights, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. But with so many people watching, not arresting Qin An would be downright embarrassing. So they steeled themselves and pressed forward. Stop trying to intimidate us. We weren't raised to be scared easily. Fine, go ahead and arrest me. Qin An nonchalantly held out his hands. Seeing that even now, Qin An still refused to give them face. Their anger flared even more. They drew their handcuffs, ready to make the arrest.
Su Wanqing, seeing this, grew frantic. Just as she was about to speak up to stop him, a gruff voice boomed from nearby before she could speak. Everyone, stop right there. At the sound of this command, the two officers turned pale with fright. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. They turned to the newcomer with fawning expressions. Chief, what brings you here? The chief's eyebrows shot up. His face darkened as he barked angrily, you're all about to cause a riot.
How could I not come? Chapter 105, Hold me while I sleep.
Seeing the chief's fury, the two officers turned pale with fright. They hurriedly defended themselves. Commissioner, we're just enforcing the law, we're not turning the world upside down.
Following the law? The chief laughed bitterly.
I may be old and my eyesight failing, but I'm not blind. I can tell whether you're following the law or not.
Now get out of my sight.
The two officers were flushed with embarrassment, hung their heads dejectedly, and retreated to the back, not daring to speak again.
But Ling Ji refused to back down.
Stepping forward, she stuck out her chin and argued, Chief, this man has caused trouble time and again, and each time, the people involved are vicious, wanted criminals.
There's definitely something fishy here.
If we don't take him in for thorough questioning, it could spell trouble down the line.
Ling Ji, I'm asking you.
The chief's face turned ashen. His piercing eyes radiated icy coldness.
Is this your first day on the force? Don't you know that the injured must be sent to the hospital first? Or are you saying you could take responsibility if he actually died in the interrogation room?
Ling Ji was determined to stand her ground. Standing ramrod straight, her gaze unwavering, she declared, I can.
Like hell you can.
The chief was furious. If rage could take physical form, flames would be shooting from his head. He roared, get out of here and cool off. One more word, and you hand over your badge and get the hell back to suspension.
Commissioner.
Ling Ji still felt a twinge of defiance. But seeing the chief was genuinely furious, she dared not say another word. She shot Qin An a furious glare and spat out, you just wait. She stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off.
Phew! Seeing this stubborn mule finally back down, the chief secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Switching to a smile, he approached Qin An and said humbly, I'm sorry, young man.
I hope you're not too shaken. The ambulance is over there. Let me help you get in.
The man was the chief of the Public Security Bureau, personally apologizing.
Qin An couldn't very well keep harping on the matter.
Nodding, he boarded the ambulance with Su Wanqing, accompanied by the chief. Just before the doors closed, Qin An noticed Su Wanqing staring intently at Luling Xue. Taking her hand, he soothed her softly, don't dwell on it. Even though she was manipulated, she still committed those acts.
This outcome is her own doing.
If you truly can't bear to see her suffer, let's each write a letter of forgiveness. It should help reduce her sentence. Su Wanqing hadn't expected that even at this moment.
Qin An was still considering her feelings. She felt deeply moved.
I'm sorry, he said apologetically. Not only did you nearly lose your life for me, but you couldn't even get your revenge. I owe you so much this time.
Then repay me by staying with me. We'll settle the debt slowly over time.
Qin An placed Su Wanqing's hand over his heart and smiled faintly. This time, Su Wanqing didn't argue. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Qin An with heartfelt tenderness. It was her silent consent. Though Qin An's wound was a through-and-through injury, it hadn't damaged his meridians. Plus, the bleeding had been stopped promptly. After arriving at the hospital, he only needed simple debridement and bandaging before being declared out of danger. However, to prevent infection, he would need to receive antibiotics and similar medications. He'll be kept under observation for a while.
Stop fussing. It's getting late. You should go home and rest. From the moment she entered the hospital until now, Su Wanqing dashed off to pick up medication and settle the bill.
Then fetching water to wipe Qin An's body and change his clothes.
Or peeling oranges and apples for Qin An. She was utterly swamped with tasks. Her forehead and neck glistened with sweat. Her once smooth hair was now disheveled and messy. Her entire appearance was inexpressibly haggard.
Qin An felt a pang of pity seeing her like this.
No.
Su Wanqing shook her head forcefully.
I won't go anywhere until your injuries heal.
I'll stay right here and take care of you.
Also, Su Wanqing's fair face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and murmured softly, Don't you want to hold me while we sleep?
Qin An hadn't expected Su Wanqing to bring this up herself.
Overjoyed,
he smiled and said, all right, then go wash up quickly. After that, we'll turn off the lights and go to sleep.
Su Wanqing, her cheeks still flushed, slipped into the bathroom to freshen up. Half an hour later,
Qin An, already drifting off to sleep, felt a wave of sweet fragrance wash over him. Everywhere he could reach was soft and yielding. The sensation teased him, making him want to take Su Wanqing right there on the spot. But the moment he moved, the wound on his shoulder sent waves of excruciating pain through him. The agony erased all his thoughts. He could only abandon the notion and obediently hold Su Wanqing close as they drifted off to sleep.
Friday evening, 4:30 p.m. I'll go get dinner. Su Wanqing glanced at the clock on the wall.
In a tone as if soothing a child, she instructed Qin An, stay put in the room and don't wander off.
Wait for the nurse to come change your dressing. Aye.
Qin An grinned, raised his arm, and saluted Su Wanqing. Then, as soon as he left, she swiftly pulled out her phone. She logged into WeChat. During his hospital stay, except for bathroom breaks,
Su Wanqing had been practically glued to his side.
It made Qin An feel like he wasn't recovering from an injury at all, but rather serving time in prison.
Not a shred of freedom. If it weren't for the evenings, when he could do as he pleased except for eating rujiamo, he wouldn't have wanted to stay another day. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong.
During his hospital stay, to prevent Su Wanqing from discovering he had other women, Qin An simply sent a message to those women, informing them that he would be away on a business trip to eastern Guangdong for a while.
He hadn't logged into WeChat since.
The moment he logged back in, a barrage of messages flooded his inbox.
Over 100 messages piled up. The most frequent senders were Shen Xinyao and Yang Yuan. Wednesday, 9:32 a.m. Shen Xinyao, how long will you be gone? Wednesday, 2:11 p.m. Shen Xinyao, have you arrived yet? Wednesday, 9:28 p.m. Shen Xinyao, don't drink too much, stay warm, good night. Thursday, 11:10 a.m. Shen Xinyao, remember to eat on time. Thursday, 6:39 p.m. Shen Xinyao, when are you coming back? Thursday, 10:28 p.m. Shen Xinyao, good night. Friday, 8:12 a.m. Shen Xinyao, I moved.
I'm staying at the new place now.
The password is your birthday. Shen Xinyao, location info. Friday, 11:32 a.m. Shen Xinyao, can you come back today?
In all the messages Shen Xinyao sent, not once did she say I miss you. Yet every word screamed I miss you. Reading them, Qin An felt both warmed and heartbroken.
He typed back, still got some things to wrap up here. If everything goes smoothly, Sunday should be good. I'll come back then and take you to see your mom. Don't overwork yourself, make sure to rest. Ding. Shen Xinyao replied almost instantly. Her message came back immediately.
It was clear she'd been glued to her phone the whole time, no doubt about it. This made Qin An feel even more heartbroken for her. He also felt deeply indebted to her.
Chapter 106, Spread Too Thin. Shen Xinyao, okay. Got it. You take care of yourself over there, okay? Qin An typed a few more replies on the keyboard.
Then he continued checking other messages.
Yang Yuan, bro, got any spare cash? Send me 500, I'm broke and can't afford food. Yang Yuan? Where the hell are you? Yang Yuan, damn it, are you dead or something? Yang Yuan, class reunion is tomorrow, don't forget. Yang Yuan, your phone fell in the water? How come I can't get through when I call?
With Yang Yuan, Qin An didn't need to lie like he had just now.
He told the truth, I'm in the hospital with an injury. Where are you right now? Transfer 2,000 yuan. We're brothers. Take this money and spend it. No need to pay it back. Ding. Yang Yuan shot back instantly, damn it. What are you playing at? You owe me 2,000 yuan. Ha? Qin An grinned mischievously, feigning ignorance, is that so? I thought it was you who owed me 2,000. Yang Yuan, WeChat screenshots. Yang Yuan, WeChat screenshots. Yang Yuan, WeChat screenshots. Yang Yuan, good thing I saved this evidence. Smug face. Qin An. You're ruthless. Yang Yuan, speaking of which, how did you end up injured and hospitalized? Is it serious? Not too bad. Qin An didn't want him to worry. Almost healed already. So who's taking care of you? My uncle or my aunt? Neither of them. Damn it. Are you trying to say it's Mr. Su taking care of you? Oh. Qin An grinned smugly. Nice.
Haven't seen you in a few days, and your IQ's gone up.
Ha.
Haven't seen you in a few days, and your bolting skills have definitely improved too.
Qin An knew he didn't believe him. He sent over a location.
If you don't believe me, come see for yourself.
Remember to bring something. Don't show up empty-handed, don't say I didn't warn you.
After replying, Qin An ignored him. He exited the chat window to check messages from others.
Zhao Yushi, oh. So when are you coming back? Where are you? I'd finished moving. My bestie and her boyfriend helped me. My bestie wants to meet you. Would that be okay? My mom said they're in Binhai now. I'm so scared. They keep calling me non-stop. What should I do?
After reading Zhao Yushi's messages, Qin An suddenly remembered there was still one thing left to handle.
He hurriedly typed back, don't worry. I'll definitely be back on Monday.
Don't answer their calls these days, and remember to lock all the doors and windows at night.
I'll handle everything when I get back.
Inside the company, Zhao Yushi sat anxiously. After seeing Qin An's reply, she relaxed considerably, smiling happily as she typed back, okay, I'll be waiting for you at home.
Okay. If anything urgent comes up, just call me. After handling Zhao Yushi's matter, Qin An opened Dilabai's chat window.
Her message contained only one sentence: "Bro, our bar is hosting a dance party tomorrow night.
Want to come chill out?"
Sure. After typing those two words, Qin An suddenly remembered he had to attend a class reunion tomorrow.
The timing conflicted. He deleted the words he'd just typed. He retyped his reply, "Been pretty busy these days. Maybe when I have time." After sending the message, Dillybai didn't reply instantly. Qin An simply returned to his previous screen.
She continued checking other messages. "Phone Qingyan, you helped me so much last time, and I haven't had a chance to thank you yet.
If you're free tonight, how about grabbing dinner together?"
Seeing yet another invitation, Qin An wasn't just unhappy,
but felt unusually irritated.
He thought to himself, if only there were 48 hours in a day, or if he could perform the art of splitting his body.
Huh? Just the two of us?
Feng Qingyan, inside the consultation room, saw the message. Her heart skipped a beat. She gripped her phone tightly in nervousness.
She murmured to herself, what does he mean by that? Could it be, he likes me and wants to go on a date with me alone?
Ever since Qin An helped mend her relationship with her father and generously spent a fortune, Qin An's figure had been deeply etched into her heart.
He was impossible to forget. So if Qin An truly liked her, she would be overjoyed.
She might even agree to date him on the spot.
But there was one reality she couldn't ignore. Qin An was Su Wanqing's boyfriend.
And she was Su Wanqing's best friend.
If she really took Su Wanqing's boyfriend, what kind of person would she be?
People would probably break her spine with their stares.
Ah!
At this thought, Feng Qingyan sighed helplessly. Her delicate little face was filled with a look of deep regret. If only I had met Qin An first.
Forget it. Feng Qingyan shook her head, refusing to dwell on such thoughts. She typed her reply, Wanqing, just the three of us?
Qin An felt a wave of relief wash over him when she agreed to bring Su Wanqing along. This way, they'd finally have enough time.
Alright, let's do it tonight.
But you'll have to come to the suburbs.
Also, I might have another friend joining us. Is that okay? Feng Qingyan didn't even want to bring Su Wanqing along, let alone have Qin An bring a friend.
But she couldn't refuse outright, so she suppressed her reluctance. She replied with a forced smile, of course.
We're all friends, right? It'll be a great chance to get to know each other. Great. See you later then. Qin An sent over the hospital address.
Click to view the last message, verification message.
Brother Qin An, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me for my mistake. Your little sister, Mingxiu. Oof.
Qin An sneered coldly and clicked to add her as a friend.
He typed back, it seems you didn't misunderstand me at all, you were just after my money, weren't you?
Qin An and Yu Mingxiu had only met once.
They weren't even friends.
It was simply insufficient reason for Yu Mingxiu to lower herself and apologize to him. Moreover, the crisis facing the Yu family remained unresolved. So it was even less likely that this apology was genuine. But whether genuine or feigned, he and the Yu family were merely fulfilling mutual needs.
Adding Yu Mingxiu back wouldn't matter either.
Seeing Qin An take the initiative to expose her, Yu Mingxiu decided it was pointless to keep pretending.
She stated bluntly, that's right. I'm here for the money. So tell me, what will it take for you to help the Yu family? Simple.
Qin An typed out the price he'd already decided on and sent it over.
Tell your grandfather it's the same properties as before. This time, I'm offering 100 million. If he agrees, we sell. If not, forget it. 100 million is absolutely out of the question.
Yu Mingxiu replied instantly, my grandfather said the absolute minimum is 120 million.
Chapter 107, let's watch together. This offer was a full 10 million yuan lower than Zhao Yushi's previous quote.
It was a remarkably sincere offer.
But Qin An still didn't want to accept it.
Two reasons: first, whether he bought these assets or not made little difference to him. Second, the deep-seated resentment in his heart. A mere 10 million yuan in compensation was nowhere near enough to make him swallow his pride.
How about this?
After weighing his options internally, Qin An typed his reply, I can offer 20 million, but you must agree to be my mistress for 2 years.
How does that sound? You're shameless.
Yu Mingxiu exploded with rage on the spot, sending a barrage of angry emojis.
Qin An knew she'd be furious. He replied calmly, I'm shameless? But how does that compare to your grandfather trying to swindle me out of 70 million? Is that not shameless? And don't think too highly of yourself.
If I weren't willing to help you, someone like you wouldn't get 20 million for 2 years, not even 20,000 for 2 years.
Alright, no need to rush your reply. I'll give you 3 days to consider. Just let me know your decision within that time. After typing that final sentence, Qin An couldn't be bothered to engage further.
He turned to the young nurse who'd been waiting patiently nearby.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's start the dressing change. No problem, no problem.
If it were anyone else, the nurse would have snapped back at him.
But Qin An was simply too handsome.
So handsome that she genuinely couldn't bring herself to scold him.
Ha! After unwrapping the bandage, the nurse froze. How many days has this injury been there? 3 days. Why? Qin An replied casually. Ha! The nurse looked even more bewildered. You're not lying to me, are you? Who's lying to you? Qin An pointed to the appointment card on the bedside table. The date is clearly marked right here. The young nurse picked up the card and studied it intently. It confirmed the date was 3 days later. She was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then how did your wound heal so quickly? By normal logic, this injury should take at least 2 or 3 months to heal. Healed? Qin An startled. He hopped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom. He stood before the mirror. Holy crap! Looking at the wound in the mirror, where there should have been a bloody hole. Now only a large scab remained. Qin An was stunned. What was going on? How could his wound heal so inexplicably fast? Could it be due to his superhuman physique? If so, this superhuman physique was nothing short of a miracle. Tap tap tap. Just then, Su Wanqing returned from buying lunch. Qin An immediately grabbed her arm and beamed, "Quick! Wanqing, go handle the discharge paperwork, my injuries are healed." Su Wanqing was about to call him crazy. Suddenly, she noticed that Qin An's wounds had indeed healed. Her mouth fell open in shock. Her words came out slurred. What kind of medicine did they use? This is too incredible. It has nothing to do with medicine. The young nurse stepped forward to explain, it's related to your boyfriend's constitution. It's probably because his constitution is just too good. Those 4 words, exceptionally robust constitution, made Su Wanqing recall the test results she'd received from Feng Qingyan that day. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Changing the subject, she said, let's eat first. The doctors have already left for the day. Even if we try to check out, it won't happen until tomorrow. I'm not eating. Qin An waved his hand. Feng Qingyan just called. She said she'd treat us to dinner tonight. She should be here soon. Let's eat together then. And Yang Yuan is coming too. Oh. Su Wanqing knew Yang Yuan and Qin An were close friends. So she wasn't surprised by his arrival. What puzzled her was why Feng Qingyan had bypassed her and contacted Qin An directly. What was she up to? Seeing her sullen expression, he guessed she was overthinking things. He reached out, pulled her into his embrace, and pinched her cheek playfully. Teasingly, he asked, "Oh? Feeling a little jealous?" Su Wanqing blushed, her pretty face flushing red at having her thoughts guessed. She pushed Qin An away and flatly denied it, not at all. Qin An smiled and sat down on the edge of the bed. Alright, stop overthinking it, he said softly, soothingly. If I really had something going on with Feng Qingyan, do you think she'd still invite you? Would I even tell you about it? Su Wanqing suddenly understood. Right. If they were really involved, they'd keep it secret. How could they possibly tell me so openly? As this thought dawned on her, the knot of frustration in Su Wanqing's heart gradually unraveled. But just to be safe, she still shot Qin An a fierce glare. She warned, I'm warning you, if you dare betray me, just wait till I castrate you. Qin An chuckled. He thought to himself, I doubt you'd be so willing to do that when the time comes. Oh, right. Su Wanqing glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Did they say what time they'd be here? No specific time, but probably before 8. That should be plenty of time. I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat after working all day. I'm drenched in sweat too. Why don't we shower together? These past days, Qin An had only ever measured Su Wanqing's figure with his hands in the dark. He hadn't seen her with his own eyes yet. He couldn't help but suggest. Get lost. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes. She let her flowing hair fall loose. She strode toward the bathroom. Qin An watched her captivating silhouette and desperately wanted to follow her inside. But in the end, he held back. He decided to give Su Wanqing the respect she deserved. He flopped onto the bed and fiddled with his phone. Tap tap tap. Knock knock knock. Hello, excuse me, does Qin An live in this room? Qin An heard the voice and raised an eyebrow. Seeing Yang Yuan standing at the doorway, looking around suspiciously, he grinned mischievously and teased, Nope. Go look in another room. Oh, okay, thanks. From Yang Yuan's position, he could only see a person lying in the hospital bed. He couldn't make out their features. Therefore, he didn't recognize that the speaker was Qin An. After politely thanking him, he glanced at the nameplate on the door in confusion. Then he looked at his phone, bit his thumb. Frowning deeply, he muttered under his breath, Damn it all to hell. That bastard, could he have given me a fake address just to screw me over? Put. Qin An couldn't help but burst out laughing at his silly expression. She quickly covered her head with the blanket to avoid being discovered by Yang Yuan. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Just then, Qin An's phone rang. He pulled it out to see the caller was none other than Yang Yuan standing at the door. He answered with a sly grin, What's up? You little jerk, are you lying to me? Yang Yuan bellowed angrily, I'm standing right outside the ward you told me about, and they say you're not even staying here. Qin An was both amused and exasperated by Yang Yuan's foolishness. Fighting back laughter, he said, Impossible. Room 1307, are you sure you didn't get the wrong one? Chapter 108, Greetings. Damn it. Yang Yuan cursed angrily. Then why did you send me to 1207? Oh, well, I must have typed it wrong by accident.
Qin An stifled a laugh and bluffed, just follow the stairs up one floor.
Enough, enough. Fuming, Yang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with Qin An any longer. He hung up and turned to leave.
Qin An pulled back the covers and, seeing he was really gone,
he laughed until his stomach hurt. He thought to himself, this guy is bloody stupid. After knowing him all these years, he couldn't even recognize his own voice. Squeak! A few minutes later, Su Wanqing emerged from the bathroom wearing loose pajamas.
She wiped her dripping hair with a towel while scanning the room.
Her face twisted in confusion. I clearly heard Yang Yuan's voice just now. Where is he? He went upstairs.
Qin An briefly recounted how he'd tricked Yang Yuan earlier.
Su Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. That guy is such a sucker. He actually fell for that trick.
And you're pretty mean yourself. He came to see you with good intentions, and you still had to mess with him.
Qin An chuckled. No big deal.
He's got the weight to spare, it'll help him slim down.
Ding ling ling. Ring ring.
As they spoke, Qin An's phone rang again.
Unsurprisingly, it was Yang Yuan again. Qin An, I swear to God, which room are you in?
There's no one in 1307.
Ha? Qin An grinned mischievously and continued to tease him. Did I get it wrong? Maybe it's not 1307 but 1407? You. Yang Yuan cursed furiously.
This hospital only has 13 floors. Where the hell is the 14th floor?
Where the hell are you? Qin An couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing, quickly moving the phone away. After laughing his fill, he held it back up and said, I remember now, I'm in 1107. Get lost.
Yang Yuan yelled angrily, I'm standing right outside 1107 right now.
There's a bunch of burly guys inside. Stop messing with me.
Qin An hadn't expected this guy to suddenly get smart. He knew the guy had gone to check out 1107 in advance.
He chuckled. Alright, no more messing around. I'm in 1207. Come on up. Damn it, are you never going to stop? Yang Yuan refused to believe it.
I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me where you are, or I'm out of here.
I really am in 1207. Qin An gave a helpless chuckle. I'm not lying this time. Get lost.
You're still trying to screw me over.
Qin An was utterly amused by Yang Yuan.
He slumped there, giggling uncontrollably. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, shook her head helplessly. Snatching Qin An's phone, she said, Yang Yuan, we really are in 1207.
Hurry up and come up. Boom.
Yang Yuan on the other end froze like a statue. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Stammering, he asked, You are
Su Zong? Yes, it's me.
Su Wanqing smiled faintly. You don't trust him, but surely you trust me?
Hurry over. Oh. Alright.
Yang Yuan replied with feigned nonchalance. The next second, he grabbed his things and sprinted upstairs at top speed.
As he ran, he wondered, what's going on? Could it be that what Qin An said that day was true? Was he really being kept by Su Wanqing? Bang!
Lost in thought, he charged into room 1207 like a wild boar on a rampage.
My eldest son is here. Sit down.
Qin An gestured toward the chair beside him.
Yang Yuan didn't move.
His gaze fixed intently on Qin An's hand encircling Su Wanqing's slender waist, unable to believe the scene before him was real. Only when Su Wanqing spoke softly did he snap out of his daze.
Sit down already.
This isn't the office, no boss here, just friends.
Relax, it's fine. Ah, okay.
Yang Yuan sat down stiffly on the chair.
After a long moment of hesitation, he finally asked, Su, you two are really together? MHM.
Su Wanqing felt that sneaking around like this wasn't sustainable. Plus, after these days of getting to know each other, she realized she couldn't live without Qin An anymore.
It was decided to make it public. Boom! Upon confirmation, Yang Yuan's heart was tossed by waves of shock. He wondered what Su Wanqing was thinking. Qin An had no money, and as for looks, well, he was passable, just a tad less attractive than him. But he wasn't outstanding either. He still wasn't worthy of Su Wanqing's affection. How strange. Hey! Qin An kicked Yang Yuan. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and fulfill the bet, say hello to your dad here, and your mom too. Get lost. Yang Yuan flushed red and glared angrily at Qin An. Changing the subject, he asked, so where are you hurt? You look pretty lively to me. Say hello. I bought you some oranges. Want some? Hello? It's pretty hot today. Hello? Let's grab a bite to eat together later. Hey there. Damn it. Yang Yuan snapped, is that all you've got to say? Hello? Yang Yuan was speechless. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he snapped, fine, I'll ask. Dad, how are you? Ah, my eldest son is such a good boy. Qin An smiled with satisfaction. He reached out to ruffle his hair, then pointed to Su Wanqing beside him. Quick! Say hello to your mother. You? Yang Yuan was furious. But he couldn't find a way to argue back.
He steeled himself and gave Su Wanqing a slight bow. His face flushed crimson as he reluctantly called out, Mom.
Hello, Mom. He. Qin An chuckled smugly at Yang Yuan's flustered expression. Such a good boy. Oomph. Yang Yuan snorted coldly and ignored Qin An. He turned to Su Wanqing and asked, Ms. Su, have you eaten yet? If not, shall we go downstairs together and grab something to eat? Wait a moment. Su Wanqing replied while applying makeup, someone else is coming. Let's wait for her before heading out together. Learning another person was coming, Yang Yuan's eyes lit up. He pressed urgently, male or female? A woman and a stunning beauty who's every bit as gorgeous as Wanqing.
As a man, Qin An knew exactly what he was thinking.
He grinned mischievously, what? Interested? And no. Yang Yuan's chubby cheeks flushed crimson as his thoughts were exposed. He stubbornly insisted, I was just asking casually. Oh. Qin An was annoyed by his stubbornness. With a mischievous grin, he teased, hey. I was actually thinking of introducing someone to you. But since you're not interested, I guess that's that. Boom.
The moment those words left his mouth, Yang Yuan regretted them so much he could have kicked himself.
His mind screamed, no. I like her, okay? Despite his overwhelming regret. But for the sake of appearances, he still pretended not to care. He sat there bitterly, saying nothing. Truth is, the most effective way to chase a girl is to have thick skin. Otherwise, you'll just keep missing your chance time and time again. Chapter 109, Han Ting takes her leave. Several minutes later. Feng Qingyan called to inform Su Wanqing that she was already downstairs at the hospital. Everyone took the elevator downstairs. Ha! Miss Su, when did your leg heal? On the way, Yang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, I distinctly remember you needing a wheelchair just days ago. How did you recover so quickly? Speaking of that, it's all thanks to Qin An. Su Wanqing looked at Qin An with gratitude. If he hadn't brought back that special ointment for bone injuries, I'd probably still be stuck in a wheelchair for at least another week. These past days, whenever Qin An saw Su Wanqing, she was either in a wheelchair or with crutches, which was extremely inconvenient. He decided to try a Tibetan medicine formula from his divine medical knowledge. To his surprise, the results were remarkably effective. Within just 2 days, Su Wanqing was walking freely again, as if nothing had ever happened. Of course, this might also be because Su Wanqing's leg injury wasn't severe to begin with. If it had been more serious, the results probably wouldn't have been this good. Folk remedy? Yang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Since when did you know about these things? I know plenty of things, brother. Qin An straightened his back. He grinned mischievously. I can even treat kidney deficiency. Want me to give you a shot? Damn it. They weren't the only ones in the elevator. 2 fresh-faced nurses in uniform stood there too. Exposed by Qin An's remark, Yang Yuan's chubby face flushed red. He retorted angrily, you're the one with kidney deficiency, you bastard. Qin An chuckled and stopped teasing him. He wrapped his arm around Su Wanqing's slender waist and stepped out of the hospital. As they neared the entrance, a graceful figure approached them head-on. Han Ting? Recognizing the figure, Qin An's face filled with surprise. He asked doubtfully, are you here to see me? Today's Han Ting, compared to her usual self. Completely different from her usual self. In the past, even when the weather turned cool, she would wear all sorts of bodycon skirts, strapless dresses, or backless gowns, paired with heavy makeup and flashy accessories like stud earrings and necklaces. She'd dress herself up like a peacock, standing out like a sore thumb. But today, she was dressed extremely plainly. A white shirt on top, paired with a black canvas jacket. Her lower half featured straight-leg pants and a muted blue-gray, paired with white canvas sneakers. Her hair fell naturally down her back. Her ears, neck, and wrists bore no trace of flashy accessories. Not even accessories. And she wore no makeup. From afar, she gave off a clean, fresh vibe like the girl next door. She looked incredibly comfortable. Han Ting nodded lightly. She smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand. I came today for no other reason than to simply say goodbye. And thank you for helping me see the light and find my way back. Hearing it was just a farewell, Qin An breathed a sigh of relief. He asked casually, so where are you headed now? Back to my hometown. Han Ting glanced around at the imposing architecture surrounding them. Her face grew somber as she said, I once believed that with my abilities, I could carve out a place for myself in this city. Only now do I realize how naive I was. Han Ting's words struck a chord with Qin An. He thought to himself, if I hadn't unlocked the system, he'd likely end up just like Han Ting, like most ordinary people, still living an unremarkable life. Well, it's getting late. Han Ting forced a faint smile. I need to catch my train at the station. I won't keep you any longer. Su Wanqing, right? Han Ting bowed deeply to Su Wanqing. Please take care of Qin An from now on. With that, Han Ting turned and walked away. Her slender figure looked so lonely and helpless. Seeing this, Qin An desperately wanted to speak up and ask her to stay. Then casually place her within his own company. But in the end, he held back. For he felt that compared to the bustling city, perhaps the countryside fields would suit her better. What? Are you reluctant to let her go? Su Wanqing noticed Qin An still staring after her as she walked away until she was nearly out of sight. She asked with a hint of jealousy. Yeah. Qin An nodded. I can't bear to part with the 20,000 yuan I spent on her. Put. Just as Su Wanqing was about to explode in anger, she burst out laughing. She punched Qin An's chest. Alright, stop joking around. Let's hurry up and go. We don't want to keep Qin Yan waiting. Got it. Qin An nodded and led Su Wanqing toward the parking lot. Wait. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Wanqing suddenly stopped abruptly. She scanned the surroundings and asked suspiciously, Did you guys hear something? Qin An and Yang Yuan strained their ears to listen. Yang Yuan spoke first, his voice trembling. It sounds like someone's crying? Qin An heard it too. Let's go check it out. No, let's not. Yang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at the piercing sound. His hair stood on end. He whined, in horror movies, whoever goes in situations like this always dies. Qin An was speechless. She rolled her eyes. Then you stay here and wait. No way. Yang Yuan clung tightly to Qin An's arm. According to horror movie logic, the one left behind dies even more horribly. So I'm coming with you guys. Qin An was both amused and exasperated by Yang Yuan. He started walking toward the source of the noise. Bro, stop it. Stop it. Damn it. I thought you were tough as nails, but you couldn't even take 3 punches? Put. You're nothing. As he drew nearer, Qin An saw 4 figures in the hazy moonlight. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was around 40 or 50, dressed in a worn, coarse outfit. Her figure had become severely distorted, likely due to childbirth. Her cheekbones were broad and prominent, her narrow, upturned eyes glaring. She looked like the kind of shrewish woman who was extremely difficult to deal with. The men included an older man and a younger man, a youth. The older man was about the same age as the woman. Not very tall, perhaps around 5 feet 7 inches. Stooped over, he stood to the side, puffing away on a pipe. His cloudy eyes radiated a murderous aura. He looked like a dangerous man. The younger man was about 18 or 19. His body was slightly plump but solidly built. His dark skin gleamed in the moonlight, black and shiny. At this moment, 1 foot was planted firmly on the chest of the young man lying on the ground. He shouted brazenly. His eyes brimmed with utter contempt. The young man was overweight. His hair was thinning on top. He wore a loose tank top and baggy shorts. From a distance, he looked just like an old scrap collector. Shi Tianan? Su Wanqing recognized the young man first. She was a bit surprised. What's he doing here, and why is he beaten up? Qin An frowned deeply. After scrutinizing the 3 individuals once more, he silently wondered, could these people be Zhao Yushi's parents and younger brother? Chapter 110, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Child. The woman spoke up then. Adopting a righteous demeanor, she lectured, everything must be done by the book. You've abducted my daughter, isn't it only fair you pay a dowry? Auntie. Shi Tianan felt so wronged he wanted to cry. You keep saying I kidnapped your daughter, but what's her name anyway? Thud. The youth delivered a vicious punch to Shi Tianan. He yelled angrily, damn it. So by your logic, besides my sister, you've got other women too, huh? Shi Tianan was speechless. This kid hits first and asks questions later, who could put up with that? My girl's name is Zhao Di. The woman spoke slowly, it's possible she didn't tell you that name. What was it? Zhao Yushi. The youth interjected, remember now? Zhao Yushi? Shi Tianan let the name roll around in his mind. He shook his head. His eyes brimmed with sincerity. Brother, auntie, I swear I'm not lying. I truly don't know the person you're talking about. Seeing this, Qin An was certain. The 3 people before him were undoubtedly Zhao Yushi's parents and younger brother. But why were they here in this parking lot? Time rewound to 3 days prior. In order to successfully secure 50,000 yuan to send her son to work at the unit, Yao Hohat, she brought her husband, Zhao Laosan, and her son, Zhao Lei. They raced through the night to Binhai City in search of Shi Tianan. At first, Yao Hohat was happy and confident. She was certain that with her silver tongue, plus her son and husband's fists, she would surely get the money. But upon arrival, they couldn't even get past the gates of Xuanfa Garment Factory. The 3 of them camped out in the open at the factory gate for 3 days. Frozen stiff, their noses ran like faucets, and they all caught colds. And they still hadn't gotten any money. What infuriated her most was that over those 3 days, she had called Zhao Yushi countless times. At first, she simply didn't answer. Later, she was blocked outright. The rage overwhelmed Yao Hohat, causing her to faint on the spot. Coincidentally, after Yao Hohat fainted, she was rushed to the hospital for treatment. It just so happened to be the same hospital where Shi Tianan was receiving treatment. Moreover, when Zhao Lei went to pick up his medication, he happened to run into Shi Tianan, who was also there to collect his prescription and even mentioned his name. Thus, after Zhao Lei's persistent tailing, the current scene unfolded. You don't recognize me? Zhao Lei refused to believe it.
He swung his fist, unleashing a barrage of punches.
He roared curses through gritted teeth. You think you can play dumb with me? You think you can tell me you don't know me? I'll beat the out of you. Stop hitting me. Qin An broke down. What the hell was going on?
He hadn't done anything wrong these past few days. Yet not only did two groups show up 3 days ago, one claiming he'd offended someone at the mall. The other claimed he'd stolen someone's girlfriend.
Then they beat the crap out of him.
Now that my injuries are finally healing and I'm almost ready to be discharged. But then another one shows up, claiming I kidnapped their daughter and demanding a dowry.
Another brutal beating. What the hell? Wait a minute. Could someone be using my name to stir up trouble behind my back? The realization hit Qin An like a bolt of lightning. He shouted urgently, brothers, stop hitting me. It's a misunderstanding. All of it. The person you're looking for isn't me. Not you?
Zhao Lei paused his actions, his brows furrowed.
Are you Qin An? The owner of Xuanfa Garment Factory? Yes. Qin An feared he might strike again.
He shielded his face with his hands and hurriedly explained, but the one who kidnapped your sister wasn't me, it was the imposter pretending to be me.
Impersonated you? Zhao Lei laughed. And it was a wild laugh. Well, you're quite the storyteller, aren't you? To make up something like this.
You should be writing novels, it's a damn shame to waste your talent on anything else.
Qin An was speechless.
He protested, looking utterly wronged. Bro, I'm not making this up.
I'm telling you the absolute truth. The truth, huh? Zhao Lei's eyebrows shot up. Alright, then tell me who's impersonating you. Well, Qin An looked utterly miserable. I don't know either. Otherwise, you wouldn't be beating me up right now. Bull. You're just asking for a beating.
If I don't give you a good thrashing, you'll never tell the truth. With that, Zhao Lei unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks on Qin An. Qin An screamed in agony, his cries of pain echoing through the room.
Qin An. Should we call the police in this situation?
Though Qin An had wronged her and she despised him.
Seeing him beaten so badly, Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity.
Qin An stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment.
He asked quietly, has Qin An still not paid you the breach of contract penalty? No. Su Wanqing didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up.
Still, she answered truthfully, I've asked him several times before.
He told me to sue him. I'm currently in the process of contacting a lawyer. No need to contact anyone. I'll get that penalty for you.
Qin An said with a smile. He strode boldly toward the crowd.
Well, isn't this the renowned Qin An, Mr. Qi himself? How did you end up looking like this? Suddenly, someone arrived.
Zhao Lei and the others jumped in surprise.
Qin An's face lit up with joy. He urgently shouted, great! Brother Qin, save me! Quick, save me! Kid!
Seeing the newcomer had come to rescue them,
Zhao Laosan's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke first, this is our family's private matter. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Yeah, get lost.
Zhao Lei flexed his fists, as big as sandbags.
Or I'll beat you too. Qin An ignored their threats.
Leaning against the car, he turned to Qin An with a faint smile.
I heard from Mr. Su that not only did you unilaterally breach the contract, but you also refused to pay the penalty? Qin An was no fool. He instantly grasped the implication behind Qin An's words.
He hurriedly said, as long as you're willing to save me, I'll pay the penalty immediately.
No deal.
Qin An shook his head lightly.
That penalty is what you owe.
If I saved you just for that, I'd be getting the short end of the stick.
Damn it. Qin An was thoroughly annoyed by Qin An's opportunistic exploitation.
But given the current situation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. So he swallowed his pride. He offered a fawning smile. Rest assured, I won't let you take a loss. If you agree to rescue me, I'll gladly pay you 100,000 yuan as compensation.
Oh? Qin An was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected this guy to be so generous.
Little did he know, Qin An had already made up his mind.
The moment he was saved, he'd take off running.
Not a single penny would be given. Oomph. Trying to rip me off? Not a chance. Fine. Since you're so eager, I'll reluctantly save you, but
you'll pay the penalty fee in this 100,000 yuan right now.
Chapter 111, One Kick. Qin An didn't know what Qin An was thinking. He knew Qin An's character. A man who could break even a written contract at a moment's notice. How could he possibly keep his word? Damn it!
Seeing his little scheme about to backfire,
Qin An's brow furrowed. He roared angrily, Brother Qin, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'd go back on my word? Oomph. Damn it! Qin An's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected Qin An to refuse him so bluntly.
He fumed, fine. I can give you the money now. But what if you refuse to save me after I hand it over? Then you won't get it. And frankly, I don't feel like saving you anyway.
When it came to someone like Qin An,
Qin An couldn't be bothered to give him a friendly look. With that, he turned and walked away. Damn it! Shi Tianan was furious. Glaring at Qin An's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth viciously. Fine. You just wait, kid. My money won't be so easy to take. Suppressing his rage, Shi Tianan. Adopting a fawning expression, he said, Brother Qin, don't be angry. I'll pay you. Isn't that fine? But I don't have that much on hand right now. I'll give you 10,000 first and have someone transfer the rest later. How does that sound? Transfer it now. Seeing he still wouldn't cooperate, his patience reached its limit. His face darkened as he said, transfer the entire amount, including the 300,000 yuan penalty, to this account. And this time, I'm giving you exactly 3 seconds to decide. Once those 3 seconds are up, you're on your own. Shi Tianan now regretted it immensely. If he'd known it would come to this, he should have just said 1,000. Why did he have to mention 100,000? What the hell was he supposed to do now? Qin An saw the look on his face like he'd eaten. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Smiling, he held up his fingers and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Shi Tianan's face twisted into a wretched grimace as he tentatively asked, Brother Qin, I really don't have 100,000. How about 10,000? Would that work? Fine. Qin An also felt that 100,000 yuan was a bit unrealistic. Besides, if the sum was too large, Shi Tianan might later accuse him of extortion, which would be a real headache. He nodded in agreement. Great. Shi Tianan's heart leapt with joy. He quickly pulled out his phone and called the finance department, instructing them to transfer 310,000 yuan to the account provided by Qin An. Ding ding dong. Bank of Dragon Nation, account ending in 7449, received 310,000 yuan. The finance department acted swiftly, almost as soon as the call ended. The money was already in Qin An's bank account. Brother Qin, now you should be able to save me, right? Qin An nodded and tucked away his phone. He stepped forward and said, You three, are you leaving now, or shall I escort you to the station for a cup of tea? Damn it! From the moment they arrived until now, Qin An had treated him like he wasn't even there. That alone had already infuriated Zhao Lei. Now this guy had the nerve to speak to him so arrogantly? That just made him even angrier. He sprang to his feet. Pointing his finger right at Qin An's nose, he shouted, When the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat, huh? With that, Zhao Lei swung his fist, aiming it squarely at Qin An. Zhao Lei, come back! At that moment, Zhao Laosan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's and fierce as a wolf's, fixed intently on Qin An. He threatened, Young man, I'll say it again, this is our family business. You'd better stay out of it. Otherwise, you won't get off easy. I don't want to get involved either. Qin An scratched his ear with an amused expression. But as they say, you take the money, you take the trouble. I can't very well take the payment and not deliver, can I? Dad! Why are you wasting your breath on him? Zhao Lei couldn't wait any longer. If you ask me, we should just take him out. Zhao Laosan ignored Zhao Lei. His face darkened as he fixed a piercing stare on Qin An. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth. No room for negotiation, huh? Right. Qin An stuffed his hands in his pockets, his defiant expression clear. No room for negotiation. Fine. Zhao Laosan's expression darkened further. He waved at Zhao Lei. Little Lei, go. Got it. Zhao Lei, who had been itching for action, instantly transformed into a speeding arrow at the command. Fists pumping, he charged toward Qin An. Oh no! Yan Yuan, hiding in the shadows, saw Qin An about to get beaten. He glanced around, grabbed a stone from the ground. He prepared to rush over and save him. But halfway there, he froze in shock at the sight before him. Zhao Lei, ferocious as a tiger, charged forward with unstoppable force. Just as he was about to strike Qin An kicked him flying. He slammed into a parked vehicle nearby and collapsed on the ground. He curled up like a boiled shrimp, clutching his stomach and wailing incessantly. He was completely incapacitated. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. It happened so fast that Yang Yuan barely had time to react. His eyes stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. When had Qin An become so formidable? Equally stunned was Ling Ji, who had been lurking in the shadows, watching Qin An's every move. Her beautiful eyes darted about as she murmured to herself, a single kick sent a 150-pound fat man flying? That kind of power, even special forces soldiers would struggle to match it, wouldn't they? Indeed. This woman was the female detective who had interrogated Qin An that day. Ever since that day when Qin An single-handedly defeated so many wanted criminals, she became convinced that Qin An was definitely up to something. So whenever she had a chance, she came to stake him out. She wanted to catch him red-handed. But alas, after days of surveillance, all she witnessed was Qin An flaunting his affection, nothing but affection. It was torture for this single girl. I'm so mad. Son. Seeing Zhao Lei beaten to the ground, Yao Hohat's face twisted with anguish.
Her heart ached so much she burst into tears. Then, like a shrewish woman, she screamed at Zhao Laosan, "You deadbeat!
Your son's been beaten and you won't even avenge him?" Zhao Laosan grimaced.
You really think highly of me.
If our son couldn't beat him, how could I with my puny frame? You still have to fight. If you can't win, at least fight for honor. Yahohat, still boiling with rage, wouldn't hear any of it.
She roared angrily, "No way are we letting our son get bullied for nothing." Zhao Laosan was speechless. Licking his dry lips, he snarled, "Damn it. I'll fight to the death." With that, Zhao Laosan flipped his wrist, drew a switchblade, and charged at Qin An. The cold gleam of the blade, illuminated by moonlight, radiated a murderous intent.
Old Qin, watch out.
Though Yang Yuan had gained a basic understanding of Qin An's strength from the previous exchange,
he knew Qin An was formidable. But when the other man drew his blade, Yang Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine for Qin An. Chapter 112 My WeChat Moments. Su Wanqing was equally terrified.
Her delicate fists clenched tightly around the hem of her shirt. In her heart, she prayed incessantly, "Please, Qin An, don't get hurt." Swish. As Zhao Laosan's blade plunged straight toward her heart with no mercy,
Qin An froze.
Logically speaking, people living in peaceful times should feel an overwhelming fear toward the act of killing. Even the most vicious criminals wouldn't dare to act so lightly.
How could Zhao Laosan be so utterly without restraint? Could it be he'd killed before?
The thought sent a sharp pang through Qin An's heart. His gaze toward Zhao Laosan shifting again.
Damn it! You hit my brother? Get the hell out of my way!
At that moment, Yang Yuan charged toward Zhao Laosan, stone raised high, striding forward with fierce determination. Seeing this, a murderous intent flashed in Zhao Laosan's eyes.
He swung his knife backward, aiming straight for Yang Yuan's throat. No! Zhao Laosan's blade moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Startled, Qin An's heart leapt violently.
He rushed forward to grab Zhao Laosan. Fortunately, he made it just in time.
Zhao Laosan was forcibly pulled back.
But a new crisis arose once more.
Zhao Laosan's knife lunged viciously toward Qin An's thigh. Damn it! Get the hell out of here!
Qin An was enraged. He roared, clenching his right fist and smashing it hard into Zhao Laosan's chest.
Thud! Put!
This punch nearly drained Qin An of all his strength. Zhao Laosan was struck so hard he immediately coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Like a cannonball, he flew backward through the air. He didn't come to a halt until he slammed into a parked vehicle nearby.
He lay there, unconscious and in critical condition. You're bleeding. Su Wanqing rushed over as fast as she could.
Seeing Qin An's pants already soaked through with blood, her face filled with concern.
Quick, let's go to the hospital. It's fine.
Qin An raised his hand in a stop gesture.
This cut just grazed the skin. Nothing to worry about. With that, he used acupuncture techniques from his medical training to seal the bleeding points.
Then he looked up at Yao Hohat, who stood nearby. Then he abruptly shifted his gaze back to Yang Yuan.
Pointing at Yang Yuan's soaked trousers, he asked with concern, "You got cut too?" Still shaken, Yang Yuan snapped back to his senses, his chubby face flushing red. He took off running.
The wind he kicked up swept over his soaked pants, releasing a pungent odor.
Put! Qin An, suddenly realizing what had happened, couldn't hold back his laughter. Su Wanqing's face flushed, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle.
This only made Yang Yuan, who'd wet his pants, feel even more mortified. From the back of the car, his head popped up and he roared, "Stop laughing. Keep laughing, and I'll sew your mouth shut." Fine, I'll stop laughing.
Qin An gave a mischievous grin and pulled out his phone. I'm posting this to my moments. Yang Yuan. Damn it.
If you dare post it, I'll kill you.
Fine, I won't post it.
Qin An waved his hand, grinning wickedly.
Call me daddy. Let me hear it. Get lost. Fine, I'll send it. No. I'm sorry, is that not enough? Are you going to say it or not? Dad. Ah. What a good boy.
Qin An smiled with satisfaction and ignored him.
He walked over to Zhao Laosan and began treating him using pressure point techniques. What choice did he have? After all, this old man was Zhao Yushi's biological father.
No matter how despicable he might be, for Zhao Yushi's sake, he had to be saved.
He absolutely couldn't let Zhao Yushi harbor any resentment.
Besides, murder was illegal. Even if it could likely be classified as self-defense, better to be cautious.
Don't touch him. Get out of here. Get out.
At that moment, Yao Hohat suddenly lunged forward like a rabid dog. She shoved Qin An with all her might. Ever since that day when Qin An heard Zhao Yushi spewing filth over the phone, he'd been thoroughly disgusted by her. Now that she was coming to pick a fight, he certainly wasn't going to indulge her. He raised his hand and delivered a swift backhand.
The blow sent Yao Hohat spinning in a circle before crashing to the ground.
Her already plump face now looked even rounder. She looked like a pig.
The searing sting made Yao Hohat wail in agony.
Tears streamed down her face like water. Crying, she shouted to the surrounding area, "Help! Murder! Help me! Murder! Mom!" Zhao Lei saw his mother being beaten. His eyes nearly shot flames. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet and roared at Qin An, "You dare hit my mom? I'll kill you." Thud. As the words left his mouth, Zhao Lei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. The immense force knocked him off balance. He crashed to the ground. He took a hard tumble. The next second, his hands were forced behind his back and he felt the cold touch of handcuffs on his wrists. Officer Ling? That's right. The one who kicked Zhao Lei to the ground and arrested him was none other than Ling Ji, who had been silently observing the entire scene. Qin An frowned upon seeing her. He wondered how she had arrived before he even called the police. Besides, this kind of minor brawl, even if he had called the police, wouldn't normally warrant the attention of a detective like her, would it? That was strange. Could it be that she'd been keeping tabs on him all this time? If so, this girl must be seriously bored out of her mind. Officer, no. Auntie. Zhao Lei lay sprawled on the ground, straining to look up at Ling Ji. His face twisted in grievance. Did you arrest the wrong person? He's the one who hit me, I'm the victim. Ma'am? Ling Ji's mouth twitched repeatedly. Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The next second, she delivered a heavy punch to Zhao Lei. She roared, "If your eyes are failing you, get to an ophthalmologist right now. Look properly. You're older than me, yet you have the nerve to call me auntie? Shame on you. Young lady. As a police officer, how could you hit someone?" Yao Hohat, unable to bear seeing her son suffer, snapped angrily, "You better believe I'll report you." Ling Ji ignored her. She ignored her completely, walking straight up to Qin An. "Let's go. Take them with you. We're going to the hospital." Qin An didn't move. He stood there, staring at Ling Ji for a moment before saying, "Hey, Officer Ling, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on me, would you?" Ling Ji shot Qin An a withering look. "Don't worry about that. Even if every man on earth were wiped out, I still wouldn't like you. Then why are you always watching me?" Ling Ji was startled. She hadn't expected Qin An to have figured her out. Little did she know, however, that Qin An wasn't actually certain. His words were merely a test. Of course, judging by her reaction now, Qin An was certain. He was puzzled, though he hadn't done anything to offend this girl. Why did she single him out for trouble? Chapter 113, A Wise Move. Humph. Seeing her scheme exposed, Ling Ji decided to throw caution to the wind. She crossed her arms, her fair chin tilting upward slightly. She snorted coldly. "Stop dreaming. I'm watching you simply because you don't strike me as a good person." Qin An gave a helpless chuckle. "Fine, keep watching then. But I should warn you, I'm a married man. You can keep watching, but don't you dare fall for me. I can't take responsibility for that." Humph. Ling Ji snorted coldly and said no more. Ding ling ling. Ring ring. Just then, Su Wanqing's phone suddenly rang. She looked up at Qin and it's Qin Yan calling. She must be getting impatient. "Then take her and Yang Yuan to the restaurant first. I'll finish this statement and head over right after. No rush." Su Wanqing was worried something might happen to Qin and there was no way she'd leave first. She shook her head. "I'll just have Qin Yan come over and wait here." "That works too." Qin An didn't dwell on the matter. He strode purposefully toward the hospital. On the way, something suddenly occurred to him. He glanced around. "Where's Qi Tianan? The bald guy?" Yang Yuan, trailing behind, answered, "He ran off. Right after you knocked that kid flying, he took off." Hearing this, Qin An realized his decision to demand payment first was damn wise. Half an hour later, outside the hospital, Ling Ji waited for the police car to arrive and escort Zhao Lei, Zhao Laosan, and Yao Hohat back to the station. When she saw the chief actually step out of the car, her delicate little face brimmed with astonishment. She asked doubtfully, "Chief, it's just a minor case. Why did you personally come over? You still think it's a minor case?" The chief's thick eyebrows shot up. He glared fiercely at Ling Ji. He roared, "A full-fledged detective squad captain. With all the major cases piling up at headquarters, you're here investigating a brawl instead. If you don't want to be a detective anymore and prefer being a regular officer, report to Xingyuan police station tomorrow. Stop squandering resources here." "I'm not squandering my position." Ling Ji stiffened her neck defiantly. "I'm handling a major case right now." As she spoke, Ling Ji shot a meaningful glance at Qin An. "Get lost." The chief snorted coldly. "Listen here, Ling Ji. Cut the nonsense with these baseless accusations. If you don't say I didn't give you a fair warning." "Oh." Ling Ji replied perfunctorily. Her feet kept kicking at the pebbles on the ground. Clearly, she hadn't taken the chief's words to heart. This displeased the chief greatly. His face darkened as he snapped, "What kind of attitude is that?" "No attitude at all." Ling Ji forced a faint smile. Then, pretending someone had called her, she acted out a monologue to the air, "Second brother, you called me? Okay, I'm coming right over." With that, Ling Ji took off running, vanishing in a flash.
The chief shook his head helplessly in frustration. Turning to Qin An, he said, "Brother Qin, what a noble spirit. In less than a week, you've stepped up to help 3 times. You've truly been a great help to our bureau. On behalf of our bureau, thank you, Brother Qin. You're too kind, Director." Qin An pressed his hand down. "Just don't blame me for causing you trouble. No need for thanks." "Hey!" The chief waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Qin, what nonsense are you talking about? We're thrilled you helped us apprehend the criminals. But I must remind you, when facing criminals, be extremely cautious. Don't let your emotions get the better of you." "Thanks for your concern, Chief. I will." The chief nodded. He retrieved a file folder from the passenger seat and handed it to Qin An. "The bureau had planned to hold a commendation ceremony for you, but with the overwhelming number of cases lately, we simply couldn't find the time, so this certificate of honor must be presented to you in this manner. I hope you won't mind." "No problem, no problem." Ling Ji had just had time to keep an eye on him. Yet now the chief claimed the bureau was too busy. It was clearly a lie. But it didn't matter. After all, it was just a chance encounter. Qin An never intended to cultivate a deep friendship with him anyway. He took the file folder and turned to leave. Seeing Qin An's attitude, sighed helplessly. "Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame that girl Jier for being too concerned about you. If she lets you get too close to me, I fear that certain someone might take action against you." Meanwhile, at the Butterfly Lover Bar in Dilabai's office. Ever since that night when Qin An left, Xia Yanran's heart had been in turmoil. Day after day, she holed up in this gloomy, windowless office, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. She had grown noticeably thinner, her deep dark circles rivaling those of a panda. She looked utterly haggard. Squeak! The door creaked open as someone gently pushed it. The sound reached Xia Yanyan's ears. It finally stirred Xia Yanyan, who had been lying there motionless like a corpse. She shot upright and cried out anxiously, "Sister Buyer, did he reply?" Seeing how deeply concerned she was about Qin An, de la Beer, she sighed with a pang of pity. She walked over, gently stroked Xia Yanyan's slender cheek, and pleaded earnestly, "Why not just let it go? In love, the one who humbles themselves will suffer a lifetime of loss." Xia Yanran shook her head, her eyes red. Her voice trembled with tears. "Sister Bale, I understand everything you're saying, but I just can't forget him." "Wah! Hey!" Dilly Bear sighed helplessly. She pulled a set of car keys from her pocket and placed them in Xia Yanran's hand. "Then go find him tomorrow. It might be a bit humiliating, but it's better than suffering in silence." "Okay." Though they were currently in the outskirts of Binhai City, there were still plenty of restaurants around. They found a barbecue joint and slipped inside. While savoring the fragrant grilled meats and sipping beer, they chatted about all sorts of amusing stories. What a lively scene. "Oh, right, Xingyan." Su Wanqing suddenly remembered something. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she asked, "Remember how you mentioned wanting me to find you an apartment near the hospital? I found one. Do you still need it?" Smack! Feng Qingyan slapped her forehead hard, her face flushing with regret. "Look at my memory. I came here today specifically to talk about the apartment with you guys, and I completely forgot about it. I bought a place." Feng Qingyan smiled happily and continued, "I sold that old, rundown place and added a bit more money to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Ziyunhuafu. I'm moving next Wednesday. You guys absolutely have to come over for the housewarming party." Ziyunhuafu? Qin An's mouth twitched. Could it be this coincidental? Feng Qingyan's new place was actually in the same complex as the one he'd bought for Zhao Yushi. Chapter 114, even Bo Yang would call you big brother. Ha! The thought of him and Zhao Yushi walking around the complex together as a couple. And the high likelihood Feng Qingyan would stumble upon them, then report it to Su Wanqing. Qin An suddenly felt his head was spinning. What on earth should he do? He couldn't very well ask Feng Qingyan to move out of the apartment she'd just bought, could he? As for asking Zhao Yushi to move? That was out of the question. Ziyunhuafu was already the closest apartment to the company. Switching to another place would be no different from not improving her commute time at all. So in this situation, she could only take things as they came. We'll just have to take things one step at a time. It's just a shame that the plan to use buying a house as a way to boost those last 10 points of favorability won't work. We'll just have to find another way. Ziyunhuafu? Su Wanqing's embroidered brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, she said, "If I recall correctly, Ziyunhuafu is in the 4th district, right? That's even farther than your old workplace." "I quit my job." Feng Qingyan spoke calmly. "You know, I originally studied medicine to become an OB/GYN, but they assigned me to urology. I never liked that specialty. Plus, the hospital has been making things difficult for me lately. And as a female urologist, it's inevitable to face criticism and hear unpleasant rumors. It was affecting my chances of finding a boyfriend, so I just quit." "I see." Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Feng Qingyan. "Have you thought about what you'll do next?" I'm planning to open a flower shop. Feng Qingyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Then I can tend to flowers and plants every day and truly enjoy life.
Plus, my father really loves flowers too. Seeing an opportunity to spend money and boost goodwill, Qin An perked up immediately and hurriedly asked, so, have you decided where you'll open it? Not yet. Feng Qingyan shook her head gently.
I've looked at a few storefronts these past few days, but none really satisfied me.
Still, there's no rush. Then let me help you pick a location. Qin An volunteered. Once it's settled, I'll let you know. Really?
Feng Qingyan had been worried about finding help and her heart leapt with delight. She smiled happily.
That'd be wonderful. No problem. We're friends, after all.
Qin An smiled magnanimously and buried his head back into his skewers.
Su Wanqing, watching from the side, noticed how genuinely concerned Qin An seemed about Feng Qingyan's affairs.
Felt a slight twinge of jealousy. But with Feng Qingyan present, she held her tongue.
Pointing to the empty seat, she asked in a questioning tone, where'd that guy Yang Yuan go? Only then did Qin An notice Yang Yuan was gone.
Glancing around, he said, I remember he told me he was going to the restroom, but it's been nearly half an hour now.
Why hasn't he come back? Could he have fallen in? Then go check on him.
Su Wanqing said with a hint of worry, let's hope nothing else happens.
All right. Qin An had been thinking the same thing. He nodded. You guys keep eating. I'll go check it out. With that, he stood up and headed toward the restroom. But the restroom was completely empty. Hello, little sister. Just then, a waiter happened to walk by. Qin An stopped her and asked, have you seen a little chubby kid? The one who was sitting next to me when we ordered. Oh.
The waitress suddenly remembered and pointed toward the door.
He just left. He left? Qin An was puzzled. Why would he suddenly leave like that? Thanks a lot.
After expressing his gratitude, Qin An pushed open the door and left.
Phew.
Though it was only early autumn, the nights in Binhai City were already quite chilly. Especially in that instant of stepping out from the warm house into the open air, the chill felt particularly biting. Chilled to the bone, Qin An shivered involuntarily. He pulled his clothes tighter around himself.
Where the hell did that kid go? Qin An scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Yang Yuan near a trash bin not far away. Yang Yuan was slumped on a stone pedestal beside the trash bin.
Clutching his phone, he sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face.
Qin An was utterly baffled. He walked over and kicked Yang Yuan's shoe. He snapped, damn it.
I just posted on my social feed about how you scared yourself into wetting your pants. Is that really worth crying your eyes out over?
Yang Yuan shook his head. Sniffling, he said, it's not about that. It's because Miao Miao is getting married. The Miao Miao he mentioned was named Su Miao Miao.
She attended the same school as Qin An and Yang Yuan, but was a year younger than them. She was sort of their junior classmate.
But despite her younger age, Su Miao Miao was a master manipulator when it came to love affairs.
Within an hour of meeting her, Yang Yuan was utterly captivated by her feigned tenderness and virtue. Under the spell of her constant brother Yang Yuan, he found himself utterly helpless. He pursued her relentlessly for 3 years. During those 3 years, Yang Yuan not only emptied his wallet but also lost his dignity. Su Miao Miao bossed him around daily, turning him into a veritable servant.
Hey! Seeing Yang Yuan so heartbroken,
Qin An patted his shoulders sympathetically and comforted him. Come on, stop crying.
A real man like you will find another wife. Besides, that Su Miao Miao? She's nothing but a manipulative schemer.
She's not worth your tears.
At those words, Yang Yuan suddenly erupted in anger.
He sprang to his feet and pointed an accusing finger at Qin An, shouting, don't you dare talk about her like that.
She just doesn't like me. What did she do wrong? Qin An. Damn it.
Even Bo Yang would have to call you big brother if he came over.
Right.
After his anger subsided, Yang Yuan calmed down.
He asked doubtfully, what was the first thing you said when you came over? What did you post on your moments?
Qin An avoided Yang Yuan's gaze and brushed it off.
Nothing at all. Oh. Yang Yuan didn't dwell on it. Sniffing, he asked, do you have any money left? Lend me some.
I want to give 100,000 yuan as a gift from my family. I can't let her be looked down upon by her in-laws.
Qin An. Damn it. This Bo Yang should be calling you dad, not just big brother. Brother. Qin An placed a hand on Yang Yuan's shoulder and pleaded earnestly, ever heard the saying, money is for women to see, not for women to spend? Yang Yuan shook his head. Never heard it. Qin An's mouth twitched.
His face filled with resignation.
Just trust me on this. I'll handle it.
I'll make sure Su Miao Miao regrets it for the rest of her life. Yang Yuan shook his head again, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the sky. No, I don't want her to regret it.
I just want her to be happy. Qin An. Bo Yang, you'd better change your tune and call me Grandpa. Chapter 115, The Big Move.
By the time Qin An and the others finished their meal, it was already late at night. It wouldn't be safe for Feng Qingyan and Yang Yuan to return to the city alone at this hour. So the group decided to find a hotel near the restaurant to stay the night.
Qin An and Su Wanqing shared a room.
Yang Yuan and Qin An shared another room. They all went to bed early.
The next morning. Ring ring. Ring ring.
Qin An, fast asleep, was jolted awake by the irritating ringing.
Fuming, he answered and immediately snapped, "Who is it? Calling this early in the morning? Don't you let people sleep? I'm sorry."
Qin An, big brother, please go back to sleep. Zhao Yushi's voice came through the phone, choked up and sounding like she was crying.
This instantly wiped away Qin An's drowsiness. He urgently asked, "Wait, why are you crying out of the blue? Did someone bully you?"
"Tell me, bro, and I'll get revenge for you."
"No one's bullying me. It's my parents, they've been arrested and taken to the police station." Zhao Yushi's sobs grew louder.
Her voice was filled with panic and distress. Qin An breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her, "Don't be scared.
I'm the one who sent your parents in. They'll be fine." "Huh?" Zhao Yushi froze in confusion. Her sobs ceased as she asked in confusion, Why? They? Qin An briefly recounted the events of the previous night.
He deliberately omitted any mention of Su Wanqing.
After hearing this, Zhao Yushi was even more bewildered. "But weren't you on a business trip to eastern Guangdong? How did you end up on Qingyuan Street?" "Damn it!" Qin An felt a headache coming on. He'd completely forgotten about that. "I came back yesterday afternoon."
Qin An bluffed, "But don't mention this to Ms. Shen just yet. I need to stay here for a few days to oversee the factory operations and can't return immediately. If you tell her, she'll definitely be upset."
"Oh, okay." Zhao Yushi didn't dwell on it.
"I'll just do as you say."
Good girl." Qin An smiled. "Don't worry. Your parents only committed the crime of fighting and brawling.
At most, they'll be detained for a few days and then released.
It'll be fine. It's actually convenient they're sitting it out at the station, at least they won't bother you. But what about the police station asking me to pay the fine? What should I do about that?"
This was the first time Zhao Yushi had ever dealt with something like this, and she felt a bit uncertain.
"Don't worry about that. I'll just give the police station a call later and handle it."
Qin An reassured her, "Just focus on work.
"I'll handle it when I get back." "Okay." Zhao Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll wait for you to come back." Qin An gave Zhao Yushi a few more instructions before finally hanging up. He then found Ling Ji's number and dialed it. "Hello? Officer Ling, haven't seen you in a night, did you miss me? Get to the point. If you have nothing, I'm hanging up."
Ling Ji's voice remained as cold as ever.
"I have something to discuss." Qin An chuckled. "It's about those offenders from yesterday. They have to pay fines, right? I'll transfer the money to you. Could you handle the payment for me?" "Huh?"
Ling Ji was stunned.
"You're the one who brought those guys in, and now you want me to pay their fines? Did you hit your head on the door or something?" "Well, it's like this." Qin An made up a story. "I didn't know those people at all.
Just now, someone called me and I found out those three are actually my friend's parents and younger brother.
It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple family, not recognizing family. So I figured I'd help pay the fine to avoid my friend blaming me."
"Oof." Ling Ji sneered coldly, "You're friends with the children of criminals?
You really are no good. Officer Ling." Qin An snapped back, "Are you out of your mind? Who says a criminal's family must be criminals too? You."
Being berated like this, especially by the very person she considered the #1 criminal.
Ling Ji felt utterly displeased, yet she couldn't refute it. Because there really was no such rule.
But if she were to just swallow her anger like this, she wouldn't be Ling Ji. She snorted coldly.
"I can't help you with this matter. Find someone else." "No, Officer Ling." Qin An grew desperate. "You're so kind-hearted, with legs that long, a chest that big, and such beauty, just help me out, okay?"
The mention of her chest instantly reminded Ling Ji of Qin An's shameless gaze that night in the interrogation room.
Her anger flared even more. She snapped, "I can't help you, period. Stop nagging." "Fine." Ling Ji. Qin An feigned anger and bellowed, "You wanna play games? Then don't blame me for pulling out my ultimate move." "My ultimate move?"
Ling Ji sneered coldly.
"Fine. Go ahead. I'm eager to see just how powerful your ultimate move really is." Fine. Qin An flashed a wicked grin. "You pushed me into this. Don't blame me later. Hurry up, stop stalling."
Ling Ji urged impatiently.
"I like you."
"Huh?" Ling Ji shot up from her chair.
She frantically glanced around. Seeing the office was empty, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Covering her mouth with her hand, she whispered, "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not talking nonsense."
Qin An said with feigned passion, "Truthfully, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love with you. Your smile, your voice, your appearance. Your scent, all are etched deeply into my mind, impossible to forget.
So I beg you, please say yes. I promise I'll make you the happiest woman in the world."
After hearing Qin An's words, Ling Ji realized that besides anger, She was also experiencing two other emotions, happiness and sweetness. Startled, she rubbed her face hard to calm herself. She huffed angrily, "Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense." Ding. Lingji's affection +5. Ding. Lingji's current affection level, 25 points. Ha! Qin An froze for a moment. Then he sneered coldly. She tells me to get lost with her words, yet secretly boosts my affection points. Women really are creatures of contradiction. So, are you going to help me or not? Qin An gave a mischievous grin. If you don't, I'll soon be showing up at your bureau with roses and a band to confess my feelings in person. You, shameless. Lingji stomped her foot in fury. She wanted to strangle Qin An right then and there. Cut the nonsense. Qin An smirked triumphantly. Just tell me, are you helping or not? If not, I'm heading out. You. Lingji was extremely reluctant. But the thought of Qin An actually showing up. She'd be the laughingstock of the entire bureau. She could only back down, pouting, "Fine, I'll help. Is that okay? Heh, good girl. Send me the total amount via WeChat and I'll transfer it to you later." Chapter 116, The Honest Man. Oomph. Lingji snorted coldly, fuming, "Qin, don't get too cocky. Just wait till I get my hands on you. You'll see what I'll do to you." In the interrogation room? Qin An smirked wickedly. "I've never tried it in a place like that before. It should be quite thrilling. You. Shameless. Utterly shameless." Lingji was furious, slamming the hang-up button with a vicious press. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, he burst into unrestrained laughter. "Hey, Qin An." Yang Yuan, lying nearby and having heard everything firsthand. "Do you really like that female cop? So what if I do? So what if I don't? If you don't like her, why tease her? That's just messing with someone's feelings. It's not right. If you do like her, you're a jerk having your cake and eating it too. If Su finds out, she'll definitely be hurt. So that's not good either." Yang Yuan's thoughts were simple. In his view, being a scumbag was an utterly shameless and an utterly irresponsible one. So naturally, he wouldn't stand by and watch Qin An make a mistake. Qin An smiled faintly. "Yang Yuan, you think being a scumbag is wrong. But do you think being an honest person is right?" Yang Yuan scratched his head. "Honest people neither cheat nor harm anyone. What's wrong with that? Then let me ask you, would you call yourself an honest person?" "Yeah." "Then what have you gained all these years?" Qin An sneered coldly. "Did you get to hold Su Miao's hand? Or touch her leg? Or win the beauty's heart? Seems like none of that happened, huh?" Yang Yuan lowered his head, silent for a long while. "Hey." Qin An sighed and patted Yang Yuan on the shoulder. "Bro, times have changed. Being a good guy just makes you a sucker in the eyes of women. Only the scumbags are the real winners." "But..." Yang Yuan still felt uneasy. "Wouldn't that break those women's hearts?" Qin An roared with laughter. "If you don't break their hearts, you'll be the one left heartbroken." Yang Yuan lowered his head once more. He chewed over Qin An's words in his mind, realizing there was some truth to what he said. Seeing that Yang Yuan had taken it to heart, he continued, "Besides, when I say you should be a jerk, I don't mean you have to fall for every woman you meet, spending time with one today and another the day after. Rather, it means you should broaden your horizons, explore more options, and not fixate on just one person." "I get it." Yang Yuan suddenly understood. "So you mean I should be a player first, and once I meet the right person, then commit to her for life, right?" "Exactly." Qin An nodded with satisfaction. "You're a quick learner." He. Pleased by the praise, Yang Yuan beamed. He chuckled. "So now that you have CEO Su, you must have found the right person, right?" "Yeah." Qin An nodded. "Pretty much. Then why did you go and mess with that policewoman?" Yang Yuan seized the chance to lecture her. "Sure, she's pretty, but her temper's nothing like Su's." "Ah." Qin An sighed. "I didn't mean to. It's just that my charm is too overwhelming. Those beauties throw themselves at me relentlessly. I can't even dodge them. So to spare them heartbreak, I've got no choice but to be surrounded by a bunch of them for life." "Damn it." Yang Yuan's mouth twitched. "You're such a ing show-off. This isn't showing off, it's called having the goods." Qin An flicked his eyebrow with a cocky smirk before disappearing into the bathroom to freshen up. 10 minutes later. Outside the bathroom, Yang Yuan's furious shout echoed, "Damn it. Didn't you promise not to post about me peeing my pants on social media? I'll kill you." 9 a.m. After completing the discharge procedures, Qin An kissed Su Wanqing goodbye and bid farewell to Feng Qingyan. He and Yang Yuan drove toward the third ring road, heading to the class reunion banquet. "Old Qin, what model Volkswagen is this? You don't recognize a Magotan? Don't call yourself a man." The car Qin An was driving now was the one Zhao Yushi had driven out of the company that day. Otherwise, given his personality, he'd either be driving a car worth tens of millions or at least one worth millions. He'd never drive something costing just over 100,000. "Damn it."
Yang Yuan scoffed indignantly, who says not knowing cars means you're not a man? I've got balls. Having balls but never using them is like not having any at all. Damn it. Yang Yuan struck right where it hurt.
He felt as if his heart had been stabbed with a knife. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe.
He instinctively wanted to retort, you haven't used it either.
But the thought of Su Wanqing silenced him. He pursed his lips and sat there sulking.
Qin An smiled at the sight. How about I take you for a foot massage tonight? Let's get rid of that newbie label for you?
Yang Yuan felt a flicker of interest. But he felt a bit embarrassed. His face flushed as he scratched his head.
Forget it. I'd rather save my first time for the one I love. Off.
Qin An snapped back, you already gave your first time to your hand ages ago.
Just go already quickly and decisively. Are you going or not? Stop acting like a woman, dithering around. Damn it. Yang Yuan pouted, why do you always ruin my mood? Qin An chuckled. Who told you to keep dithering around?
Yang Yuan pursed his lips and refused to respond.
Qin An didn't dwell on the issue either. Changing the subject, he asked, speaking of which, why is the place we're going to a residential complex? You didn't know? Yang Yuan looked surprised. Our class monitor bought a villa. We're going to his place today.
Wow, that old guy's got some serious cash.
Qin An was a bit surprised. A villa in Jinjuweitai? That must be pretty pricey, right? You bet. Yang Yuan nodded.
I heard the bare shell alone cost over 400 grand, and the renovation nearly 300 grand.
Ha! Qin An understood.
So all this time, the old guy was just trying to show off his house to us.
Definitely. Yang Yuan said sourly, damn it. That bastard, if it weren't for his dad's money, he'd be nothing.
Cut the sour grapes.
Qin An patted Yang Yuan on the shoulder. It's just a crappy villa.
Wait till I get you a huge penthouse one day. Yang Yuan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Still, he didn't take Qin An's words to heart. He figured Qin An was just trying to cheer him up. After all, a spacious apartment would cost at least 10 million yuan.
And Qin An was merely Su Wanqing's boyfriend, not her husband. How could Su Wanqing possibly give him that much money? After nearly 3 hours on the road, Qin An and Yang Yuan finally arrived at their destination.
But they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. What's your business here? The security guard, accustomed to seeing million-dollar luxury cars, were used to seeing million-dollar luxury cars. His face immediately twisted with disdain. When speaking to Qin An, his nose was practically in the air.
Arrogance oozed from every pore. Chapter 117 The Watchdog. Holy crap! He couldn't believe a security guard dared to give him attitude. Yang Yuan's temper flared instantly. His face darkened as he snapped, what kind of attitude is that?
The security guard cockily stiffened his neck. He leaned in closer.
This is my attitude. Got the guts to hit me? Go ahead. Hit me right here. If you don't hit me today, you're ing my son. You. Yang Yuan was furious.
He raised his hand to strike. But in the end, he held back. What could he do? Assault was illegal, and he certainly didn't want to spend a few days in jail over this petty matter.
Put. You're nothing.
Seeing Yang Yuan back down, the security guard grew even more arrogant. He spat on the ground with utter contempt. His face was filled with arrogance.
Yang Yuan trembled with rage.
His eyes seemed ready to shoot fire.
Smack! Smack! Qin An feared he might lose control and actually strike out. He patted Yang Yuan's shoulder reassuringly. Don't get angry. It's not worth getting worked up over a guard dog like that. BRRRN.
Security guards hated being called watchdogs. Rage surged through him. He pointed at Qin An's nose and roared, who the hell do you think you're calling a guard dog?
You think I won't beat the crap out of you?
Qin An showed no fear, grinning mischievously as he teased, Yang Yuan, look. The guard dog's getting aggressive, about to bite someone.
Ha ha ha. Yang Yuan burst into laughter too.
His anger eased considerably. But the security guard was furious.
Rolling up his sleeves, he charged forward, ready to lay hands on Qin An.
Seeing this, the smirk on Qin An's lips grew even wider. It was true that assault was illegal, but if it was self-defense, that was a different story. Beep. Just as the security guard was about to yank open the car door and beat the crap out of Qin An, a shrill honking suddenly pierced the air from behind. The security guard instinctively turned his head to look.
Qin An and Yang Yuan also instinctively glanced through the rearview mirror.
The approaching vehicle was a $1 million Mercedes. The driver was a young man in his 20s. Wearing oversized sunglasses and holding a cigarette between his lips, he leaned out the window.
Frowning angrily, he yelled, "Damn security guard! What the hell are you staring at? Get that rust bucket Passat out of the way."
Though the security guard was deeply annoyed by the driver's immediate outburst. But he knew better than to mess with someone who could afford a $1 million luxury car. He could only curse under his breath. Outwardly, he put on a fawning smile like a sycophant. "Sir, please wait a moment.
I'll have them move right away."
With that, the security guard turned and resumed his earlier arrogant demeanor.
He barked at Qin An, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear them urging you? Get your car over there to register. Stop blocking the way." Yang Yuan, already seething with anger, saw the security guard's blatant double standard.
His face turned ashen. Why don't they have to register? The security guard's eyebrows shot up.
He retorted casually, "They're property owners. Are you property owners? Just because you say they're owners makes them owners?" Yang Yuan stiffened his neck in defiance. "Then I can claim I'm an owner too."
"You?" The guard's nose nearly twisted with rage. He pressed the intercom on his chest and shouted, "Gate 1, people here.
Gate 1, people here. Trouble. Trouble. Copy that."
A voice came through the walkie-talkie.
Soon, 5 uniformed security guards carrying batons. They jogged over.
They surrounded Qin An's car completely. This gave the security guards a sudden boost of confidence.
Pointing at Qin An, one of the 5, a man as sturdy as an iron tower, addressed the others. "Captain Tong, this is the troublemaker. He even tried to hit someone." Captain Tong glanced at Qin An. After confirming he didn't recognize him,
he then glanced at the car Qin An had driven. Seeing it was merely a Magotan worth less than 200,000 yuan,
all hesitation vanished instantly.
His face darkened. He stepped forward and warned bluntly, "Brother, Jingyue Plaza isn't a place for you to run wild.
Know your place and get out of here. Otherwise, my crew won't hold back when they get rough."
Qin An had assumed someone who'd risen to security captain wouldn't be so quick to judge by appearances.
Turns out he'd been deluding himself. "Captain Tong, is that right?"
Qin An forced himself to keep his irritation in check, his tone flat.
"Believe it or not, I'll say it anyway, we weren't causing trouble. The real troublemakers are your men. They've been targeting us all along, blocking our way in. Captain, don't listen to his nonsense."
The security guard protested urgently. "From start to finish, I never said they couldn't enter. I only told them that if they wanted to go in, they had to follow the rules and register first."
"Then why didn't that car behind us have to register?" Yang Yuan's face darkened as he demanded angrily.
Captain Tong had risen to his position through a certain shrewdness. Hearing this, he already guessed where the problem lay. But as the security chief, he had to stand by his own men. So he lied through his teeth, because the driver of the rear vehicle is a property owner here. Property owners naturally don't need to register.
Poof.
Hearing this, it was the exact same answer as before.
Qin An couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so?
Then please tell me, Captain Tong, the name of the driver in the rear vehicle."
Captain Tong was speechless.
He didn't know the driver of the rear vehicle.
How could he possibly know the other person's name? "I cannot disclose that."
The security guard stepped forward to defuse the situation. "For the safety of our residents and their property, all information is confidential."
"Exactly."
Captain Tong smiled warmly. "It's all confidential, but I can personally guarantee that the other party is indeed one of our residents." Seeing them still digging in their heels at this point,
Qin An lost his patience.
He pulled open the car door and stepped out.
"Fine. I'll go ask them myself." Bang!
At those words, Captain Tong and the security guard from earlier felt their hearts sink. If the truth came out, they'd go from being in the right to being in the wrong. Worse still, one wrong move could cost them their jobs. At that thought, the 2 men instinctively stepped forward in unison, blocking Qin An's path.
"What do you mean by stopping me?" Qin An sneered coldly. "Guilty conscience, are we? You're the one with a guilty conscience."
The security guard flicked his neck back and snorted coldly, "We're not letting you through to protect the safety of our residents."
Poof. Qin An couldn't help but laugh at this high and mighty excuse. "Then I'll just ask my questions right here."
As he spoke, Qin An opened his mouth to shout. Captain Tong broke out in a cold sweat.
He roared angrily, "Are you deliberately trying to make trouble for us?" Qin An shook his head. "It's not that I'm out to get you, it's that you've gone too far."
He enunciated those last 4 words with deliberate emphasis, each syllable ringing out with fierce conviction. Hearing this, Captain Tong hung his head in shame.
Chapter 118, Have you ever heard of a father kneeling before his son? Beep. Beep. Beep.
The car behind them began honking impatiently again. The horn blared frantically. The shrill honking reverberated, making the eardrums of those nearby ache.
Irritation crept onto their faces. Bang!
The next second, the young master in the car flung open the door and stepped out. Hands on hips, brows furrowed, he yelled angrily, "What the hell are you useless security guards doing?
I've been waiting over there for ages, and you still haven't kicked him out? You're a bunch of incompetents." After berating the guards, the young master still seemed unsatisfied.
He strode up to Qin An, his face brimming with arrogance.
"You dare block young Master Li's path in your beat-up Passat? Looks like you've had it in for me. Get down on your knees and apologize to me right now, or I'll make sure you can't survive in Binhai in no time." Seeing the young master about to strike, delighted, he eagerly took on the role of lackey, bellowing at Qin An, "You deaf bastard. Didn't you hear what young Master Li said? Get down on your knees and apologize now. Get lost.
Qin An glared at the security guard with venom.
He turned to face young Master Li. In all your years, have you ever heard of a father kneeling before his son? At first, young Master Li didn't register the meaning. But once it sank in, he exploded with rage. You bastard, you dare take advantage of me? I'll kill you.
With that, Li Xiao swung his fist at Qin An. The security guard nearby watched the scene unfold, silently cheering inside.
Yeah. Take that pretentious jerk down. Ha 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 ha. Looking for trouble.
Qin An had been looking for an outlet for his frustration.
Seeing Li Xiao so willingly offering himself as a punching bag, how could he not oblige?
His hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on Li Xiao's fist like steel pincers. Then he twisted with all his might. Li Xiao instantly doubled over in agony, clutching his arm and wailing.
His once handsome features contorted in agony. Crack. After landing that blow, Qin An didn't stop there.
Instead, he raised his hand and began lashing out at Li Xiao's face with a series of fierce slaps.
1 slap, 2 slaps. 3 slaps, 4 slaps. Until the young Master Li's face was swollen and engorged with blood.
Resembling a braised pig's head stained with dark soy sauce, she finally stopped.
Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath.
The looks they gave Qin An were as if they were staring at a monster. The security guard who had provoked Qin An earlier and Captain Tong felt a surge of fear in their hearts. They hurriedly took a step back, creating distance from Qin An,
fearing Qin An might target them next. Yang Yuan chuckled.
Silently, he gave Qin An a thumbs up, offering him a huge thumbs up. You're my brother through and through. You're just that formidable in a fight.
You dare hit me? You actually hit me.
Li Xiaochang had lived a pampered life since childhood.
He'd never endured such humiliation.
Rage surged within him.
Within mere seconds, it reached its peak.
Glaring viciously at Qin An, he gritted his teeth and snarled, I'll have you dead.
I'll have you dead.
With that, Li Xiaochang turned to the security guards surrounding them.
He roared furiously, what are you standing around for? Get on him. Beat him until he's begging for mercy. Guys, charge.
The security guard who had provoked Qin An earlier was terrified that if he charged forward, Qin An might beat him up just like he did to young Master Li. But the thought of climbing onto Li Xiao's coattails, he would surely rise to prominence, and suddenly nothing else mattered. He raised his baton high and charged toward Qin An, shouting,
everyone, fall back. Captain Tong was also eager to curry favor with young Master Li during this opportunity. He feared that after the beating, young Master Li might turn his back on them. He called everyone back and addressed young Master Li. Young Master Li, we're security for Jinhua Terrace, not your personal enforcers. Cut the ing bull. I told you to go, so you all go. If anything happens, I'll take the fall. Young Master Li declared with bravado. Plus, if you beat this kid so badly he's crawling on the ground looking for his teeth, I'll reward each of you 10,000 yuan. And let me tell you this, your boss, Fan Long, is my own uncle. If you're helping his nephew get even, do you really think he'd blame you? With that, Captain Tong lost all hesitation. He drew the baton strapped to his waist. He shouted to his men, guys, follow me. Charge and drive this troublemaker out. Yes. The men roared with laughter and charged at Qin An like madmen. Their eyes flashed with greedy light. Because to them, Qin An at that moment was nothing less than a walking 10,000 yuan bill. Qin An, watch out. Yang Yuan knew Qin An was a formidable fighter. Facing so many opponents at once, he still worried Qin An might be overwhelmed. He pulled out his own belt and rushed to Qin An's side to back him up. Give me that thing, then just step back. Qin An saw the belt and recognized it as a decent weapon. Taking the belt, he stepped forward to engage them. These security guards were all physically strong. Combined with their systematic training, they were quite formidable. But compared to the criminals Qin An had faced recently, they were no match at all. Qin An handled them with ease, moving with the grace of a fish in water. After charging forward, his belt whipped out like a serpent striking, lashing viciously against the first guard who charged forward. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The security guard's clothes were torn to shreds, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. He couldn't get back up. Grim red marks, shocking to behold. Smack! 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 Next, Qin An repeated the same method. Within mere moments, 3 more security guards met the same fate as the first. They lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Now it's just the 2 of you left. Which one of you wants to go first? Qin An gripped his belt, watching with keen interest the security guard who had provoked him earlier in Captain Tong. The 2 men hadn't expected Qin An to be so terrifying. For security guards had been knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. A deep sense of dread welled up within them. They backed away step by step, again and again. No one dared to step forward. But this was no solution. Captain Tong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Steeling himself, he roared, stop retreating. We'll charge together. Yes, sir. The security guard responded, raising his baton high. Flanking Qin An from both sides, Captain Tong and the guard launched their attack simultaneously. Qin An let his belt dangle to the ground.
He stood his ground, eyes narrowed. As the two closed in within striking range, the belt in his hand shot out like lightning. Crack! Crack! Two sharp, piercing cracks echoed through the air. Captain Tong and the security guard followed the same fate as their predecessors. Long, bloody welts streaked across their faces and bodies. They collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. You were pretty cocky just now, huh? Qin An could have easily spared those other guards. But not Captain Tong and the first guard. Dragging his belt, he approached the guard like a god judging sin. He stared straight into his eyes. Chapter 119, targeted before even meeting. Gulp! The young security guard felt goosebumps all over his body. He swallowed hard instinctively. Stammering, he pleaded, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you just because your car was cheap and tried to sabotage you. Please, be magnanimous and spare me. Don't just apologize to me. Qin An pointed behind him at Yang Yuan. Go apologize to him too. Yes. The little security guard dared not refuse. He scrambled over to Yang Yuan, stammering, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I truly regret it. Please just let me off the hook. Get lost. Yang Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond, delivering a hard kick that sent the guard tumbling to the ground. He walked over to Qin An. Whispering into his ear, he murmured, that young master seems like he's got some serious connections. You hit him, are you sure you'll be okay? Don't worry. Qin An gave him a reassuring look. He walked up to Captain Tong, whip in hand. What about you? Captain Tong understood exactly what Qin An meant. He hurriedly mimicked the young security guard, apologizing to Qin An and Yang Yuan. Oomph. Seeing he was at least sensible enough. He couldn't be bothered with him anymore and gave a cold snort. He walked back to young Master Li, still holding his belt, and demanded, what about you? Young Master Li shrank back in fear. Stammering, he stammered, why you can't hit me. In this little corner of Binhai, if you cross the Li family, you won't have a good life. Smack! Qin An swung the belt without hesitation, lashing out at Li Xiao with a vicious crack. As if I haven't already crossed you. The blow sent waves of agony through Li Xiao's body. His body twisted in agony. Wailing, dare you tell me your name? My name is. Qin An had intended to trick Qi Tianan once more. But then he realized this Li Xiao might be a tough nut to crack. If he pushed it onto Qi Tianan and the latter actually ended up dead, he'd likely be held responsible. He quickly dismissed the idea. He swung his belt fiercely and whipped Li Xiao again. He declared boldly, listen up. I don't change my name when I walk, nor do I alter it when I sit. My surname is Qin, my given name is Qin An, that's me. Got it. Li Xiao scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling. As he fled, he spat out a threat, you just wait. Li Hua is putting this out there today, if I don't kick you out of Binhai City within 3 days, I'll take your surname. With that, Li Hua scrambled into his car and sped away in a panic. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Let's go inside. Qin An paid no heed to his threats. With his current wealth and status in Binhai City, he wasn't someone anyone could just mess with. But Yang Yuan, unaware of the truth, felt deeply troubled by it. He hesitated inwardly, wondering whether he should call Su Wanqing right now and tell her about this. Without those watchdogs to block his way. Qin An quickly drove to the agreed-upon location. But this godforsaken place had no underground parking garage or designated parking spots. Only garages. This meant his car had nowhere to park. He was utterly speechless. Old Yang, call that old fart of a squad leader right now and ask him where to park. Oh, got it. Yang Yuan moved quickly. Before long, he dialed the squad leader's number. A cacophony of voices erupted from the other end. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Yang Yuan, Sergeant. Yang Yuan introduced himself with feigned enthusiasm, then chuckled, I'm right outside your place now. Where should I park? Wow, not bad, bro. The squad leader teased with a laugh, haven't seen you in years, and now you've even bought a car? What kind is it? It's not my car. Yang Yuan answered honestly. It's Qin An's. I couldn't afford a car myself. The moment the name Qin An was mentioned, a girl inside the room exceptionally beautiful, who had been fiddling with her phone in the corner, looking out of place among the others. She abruptly looked up at the class monitor. Her eyes filled with urgency as she asked, is Qin An here? Seeing how much the girl cared about Qin An, a pang of jealousy stung her heart. A flash of venomous resentment crossed his eyes. Why? He was clearly wealthier than Qin An. He was more handsome than Qin An. And more capable than Qin An. Why did she choose Qin An over him? It's infuriating. Class monitor? Class monitor? Yang Yuan, unaware of the situation on this end, heard no response for a long while. He thought the connection might have dropped due to poor signal. He called out anxiously several times. Ah! The squad leader snapped back to reality from his thoughts. He chuckled and said, Xinran was just talking to me. Hold on a sec, I'll be right out. Beep beep beep. Without waiting for Yang Yuan's response, he pressed the hang up button. While staring at Li Qingran, who was waiting for his answer, he kept weighing in his mind whether he should let Qin An in. "What's up?" At that moment, a sly-looking kid. Lighting a cigarette, he puffed arrogantly before. He leaned in close to the squad leader.
Who was that on the phone just now?
The squad leader had been worried no one would help him figure things out. He immediately leaned close and whispered his concerns into the other's ear. The sly kid frowned thoughtfully after listening. He whispered, "I think we should let her in. Admittedly, it feels like inviting a wolf into the house. But first, Li Qingran already heard everything. If you don't let him in, she'll definitely start overthinking things. Second, only by comparing can we tell who's good and who's bad, right?" The class monitor stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. He nodded. "You're right. I refuse to believe that a rich kid like me could be outdone by some penniless punk."
"Don't worry, you absolutely can." The rascal raised an eyebrow.
He shot the class monitor a reassuring look. "Besides, with me and old Zheng on your side, we'll make sure he doesn't get away with it." Hearing this, the class monitor felt even more confident. He stood up and buttoned his suit jacket. He smiled faintly.
"Just got a call from Yang Yuan. He and Qin An are driving over. They want us to go out and meet them."
At the mention of Yang Yuan, none of them could recall who this person was. It wasn't until the name Qin An was mentioned that someone finally recalled.
They couldn't resist the chance to mock him. "Oh, isn't this our class's famous lapdog duo?" The mention of the lapdog duo jogged everyone else's memory too. The chatter grew louder and more animated. "So it's those two idiots. I was wondering who it could be. Did they strike it rich or something? Now they're putting on airs, actually having the nerve to demand we come pick them up. Made it big? Those two idiots? More like they've lost their minds." "Not necessarily. Didn't you hear they drove here? Maybe they really did hit the jackpot. Come on, let's go. We're just hanging around inside anyway. Let's see what kind of car these two jerks are driving. My bet's on a perpetual brand bicycle." "You really think highly of them." "I'd say it's probably just a shared bike." Chapter 120, Three Beauties. The class monitor saw that with just a little trick changing Yang Yuan's request for a parking spot into an order for them to go out and greet someone had drawn such a crowd targeting Yang Yuan and Qin An, he couldn't stop grinning. His face was all smug satisfaction. "Oomph. Some penniless bum trying to steal my girl? Dream on." Li Qingran's embroidered brows furrowed slightly. She was puzzled. From what she knew of Qin An, he wasn't the type to show off. Why would he suddenly make such a request? Meanwhile, at the entrance, Qin An and Yang Yuan sat inside the car, enduring the scorching sun. The scorching heat stung Qin An's face, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes from the glare. He grumbled resentfully, "What kind of hellish weather is this? Chilly and gloomy in the mornings and evenings, but unbearably hot at noon. It's killing me." "Yeah." Yang Yuan was also finding the heat unbearable. Frowning deeply, he stared at the house of their squad leader, Zhou Biao. He muttered under his breath, "And that bastard class monitor still hasn't come out after all this time. I'm about to roast alive." Squeak! No sooner had Yang Yuan finished speaking than the tightly shut door suddenly swung open. A crowd poured out in a long line, like a dragon. Yang Yuan was utterly bewildered. "What the hell is going on? I'm just looking for a parking spot. Why did everyone come out? Maybe there are too many people and this place can't hold them all. They're probably changing the meeting spot." Qin An speculated. "Could be." Yang Yuan nodded in agreement, opened the door, and stepped out of the car. Qin An remained seated in the car. He waited for instructions while squinting, sizing up the group of women. Ding! Detected a 90-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Lin Shudong. Age, 24. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charm, 90. Occupation, graphic designer. Special skill, knocked out after one drink. Affinity, 15 stranger. Number of people knocked down, 56. Success reward, mastery of Kunda dance, mastery of tree climbing, and full reimbursement of all romance expenses. Ding! Detected a 91-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Yi Xin. Age, 25. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 54.8 kilograms. Charm, 91. Occupation, graphic designer. Special skill, turn on a dime. Affinity, 10 stranger. Number of people wrestled, 38. Success reward, mastery in diving and shot put, plus full reimbursement of all dating expenses. Ding! Detected a 94-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Li Qingran. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Charm, 94. Occupation, graphic designer. Specialty, flowing river. Affection level, 60 likes. Number of wrestlers, 0.
Success reward, cash equivalent to one small goal, golden dragon property, plus full reimbursement of all dating expenses.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I actually ran into 3 beauties scoring over 90 points all at once. This class reunion was totally worth it. But seriously, why are all these girls except for Li Qingran so damn hot?
Pursuing women like this is no different from picking up trash.
And these skills, master of kung fu and master of tree climbing? They're a bit too weak, aren't they?
Even a dog would turn its nose up at them. The diving mastery and shot put mastery, though, are at least somewhat useful. But for someone like him who has no intention of becoming an athlete, they're still pretty useless.
Maybe I should just pursue her for now. Once I hit 80 affection points and get the skills, I'll bail?
After all, more skills never hurt. At that thought, Qin An shook his head vigorously.
Forget it, forget it. What if they ended up being useless later? That'd be a real hassle. Wait. Specialty, rolling river. What the hell kind of specialty is that? Totally baffling. But given the system's usual antics, it's probably another unconventional specialty. Wait a minute. Affinity, 60. Like? Qin An chuckled. Who knew I was still pretty charming back in the day?
There was actually a girl who secretly liked me.
But what did this Li Qingran look like? Why couldn't he recall her at all?
Just as Qin An was puzzling over this, the others had already caught up to his car.
A shrill, chattering voice rang out.
Thought you'd struck it rich, but turns out you're just driving a beat-up Passat.
A car that doesn't even cost 200,000 yuan, and you have the nerve to drive it around showing off?
You clearly haven't seen real wealthy people before.
Being poor isn't your fault, but pretending to be rich when you're not? That's on you.
Young Master Zhe drives a million yuan Audi A8 and didn't ask us to greet him. You and your Passat demanded it. Where's your shame?
Got a couple bucks and don't know how to act pretentious, huh?
Listening to the crowd's mockery, Qin An felt like he had 2 heads.
What the hell is going on here? Did these people forget to get their rabies shots before leaving home? Why were they biting people left and right the moment they met? Alright.
After hiding in the corner and chuckling to himself,
put on a friendly face.
He stepped forward and tried to smooth things over with a sarcastic tone. I think Qin An meant well.
He probably just wanted everyone to see the Magotan since you've never seen one before. Let's not give him a hard time.
The crowd, which had just calmed down,
immediately grew indignant again.
They began to snipe sarcastically.
A beat-up Passat?
A piece of junk that doesn't even cost 200 grand.
What's so enlightening about that? Exactly.
I wouldn't even bother looking at a car like that. Hey, hold your horses. If it weren't for Qin An, you wouldn't even get to see such a cheap car.
Ha! That's true. How about we all thank Qin An together? Thanks to him, we've learned what it means to be broke. Ha ha ha.
Listening to these people, hurling insults like broke ass and junk car at him.
Even with his temperament, Qin An couldn't take it anymore.
He pulled open the car door and stepped out. He walked up to the crowd. Chest out, head held high, he declared with neither arrogance nor fear, my car may be cheap, but every penny was earned by my own labor.
I've never taken a dime from my family.
What right do you lot have to insult me?
What right do you have to insult me, huh? The crowd fell silent, flushed with embarrassment. Qin An was right, their cars were indeed bought with money from their parents. Moreover, among those present, many didn't even own a car yet. So they couldn't really argue with that.
My brother Qin An is truly amazing. Seeing how Qin An had turned the tables with just one remark,
Li Qingran was overjoyed.
Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him.
Ding! Li Qingran's affection +1. Ding! Li Qingran's affection +1. Ding! Li Qingran's affection +1. Ding! Li Qingran's current affection level, 65 points. Ha! Qin An's mouth twitched. What's with this girl? How come she can actually increase her favorability by being confrontational? Chapter 121, Acupuncture.
Zhou Biao grew anxious as Qin An turned the tables. He nudged the rogue Zhao Zhe beside him with his foot.
Zhao Zhe got the hint.
He stepped forward to retort, it's true we used our family's money, but we didn't flaunt it like you did. Zhao Zhe's words instantly resonated with those who had been struggling to oppose Qin An. They chimed in one after another.
Exactly. We didn't show off like you did. Qin An frowned. So driving here counts as showing off? What about you guys? Didn't you drive here too? Driving here doesn't count.
A boy in the crowd retorted, but you made us come out to greet you too.
That counts. Greetings? Yang Yuan was completely baffled.
His face was filled with confusion. I called just to ask the class monitor to help us find a parking spot.
When did I ever say I wanted you guys to greet us? Don't believe me? I have the recording right here. You can listen for yourselves.
At this, everyone present turned their gaze toward Zhou Biao. They waited for his response. Zhou Biao had originally planned that if it came down to a standoff, he'd stick to his story and blame Yang Yuan. Anyway, only he heard the contents of that phone call.
No one could tell whether he was lying or not. To his utter astonishment, Yang Yuan had actually kept a recording of the call.
He nearly choked on his anger.
He forced a smile and said, maybe I misheard. I've been feeling under the weather lately and my hearing's not what it used to be. Qin An understood immediately.
So all this time, the reason these people had been attacking him. It turned out he was the one stirring things up behind the scenes.
But why would he do that?
During all 4 years of college, he hadn't done anything to provoke him.
Forget it. Qin An couldn't figure it out and didn't bother trying anymore.
Smiling, he walked up to Zhou Biao.
Class monitor, isn't it a coincidence? I've been studying traditional Chinese medicine lately and just learned how to treat heatiness. Here. Let me give you an acupuncture needle. Guaranteed cure. Qin An's philosophy was simple: if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. If someone messes with me, I mess with them.
So how could he possibly let Zhou Biao off the hook after the guy had screwed him over?
Upon hearing Qin An was a novice in traditional Chinese medicine,
Zhou Biao wasn't about to let him treat him. Besides, he wasn't actually sick. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, I appreciate your kindness, Qin, but let's skip the treatment.
I've already taken medicine and will be fine soon. Taking medicine won't hurt.
Qin An grinned mischievously. And let me tell you, combining medicine with acupuncture, tackling it from both angles, is the fastest way to get better. With that, he pulled silver needles from his pocket. He'd bought these specifically to master hidden weapons for convenience and to treat Shen Xinyao's mother. Otherwise, every time danger struck, he'd have to scramble for stones far too cumbersome.
I really don't need it.
Seeing the silver needles Qin An pulled out, which were over 10 centimeters long,
Zhou Biao's face instantly turned green with fear.
His voice began to tremble involuntarily.
I'm fine now. Oh, just listen to me. With that, Qin An proceeded to insert the needle. He inserted the 3 mm diameter silver needle directly into the acupoint on Zhou Biao's left ear.
He stopped only when the needle was nearly entirely submerged. Those around them held their breath in silence. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. Zhou Biao let out a blood-curdling scream.
The agony made him weep tears and snot. Oomph. You think you can stab me in the back? I'll make sure you pay.
After the first needle, Qin An drew another silver needle and pierced it into the acupoint above his right ear. This time, Zhou Biao didn't scream. His body began trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with utter despair. He cursed silently, Damn Qin An, rotten Qin An, just you wait, you'll get yours soon enough.
That's enough.
Seeing that the lesson had been sufficiently taught, Qin An withdrew the 2 silver needles. He grinned mischievously.
How about it? Do your ears feel much clearer now? Zhou Biao desperately wanted to curse Qin An out. He wanted to tell him his needles were useless. But he feared Qin An might stick him with another pair of needles. He quickly dismissed the thought of cursing. He forced a smile and said, yes. It really is much clearer now. Qin An, you've got some real skill. Right? Qin An chuckled.
Listen, old Zhou, with your condition, 2 more needles would actually make it even better.
Want me to give you 2 more?
At the mere mention of 2 more needles, Zhou Biao's face instantly filled with terror.
He waved his hands frantically. No. It's fine. I'm already better. Oh, right. It's about time. Let's all hurry inside for dinner. With that, Zhou Biao bolted for the door, terrified that if he hesitated even a moment, Qin An's needles would pierce his skin. Qin An. After Zhou Biao left, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a cute, adorable appearance, quickly approached Qin An. With her hands tucked behind her back and her cheeks flushed, she asked, Do you remember me? To be honest, Qin An genuinely didn't remember her. Back in school, he skipped classes constantly and barely set foot in the classroom. Plus, back then, his mind was entirely occupied with gaming and hunting. He simply hadn't had time to notice any other girls. But judging by the admiring look in her eyes and the system's recent introduction, he could guess that the girl before him must be Li Qingran, the one with 65 points of affection. Of course I remember. Qin An thickened his skin and bluffed, You're so beautiful and adorable I might forget anyone else, but I could never forget you. Yang Yuan. Oh no. At this rate, Su Wanqing was bound to get another cuckolded. Li Qingran's face flushed even redder under Qin An's flirtatious teasing. She mumbled with her head down, I'm not nearly as good as you make me out to be. Yes, you are. Qin An's sweet talk flowed effortlessly from his lips. In my heart, you've always been a flawless pearl, as dazzling as the bright sun. To receive such praise from someone she liked. Li Qingran's heart bubbled with joy. She smiled and chatted casually with Qin An, Where do you work now? Not working. Unemployed. As he spoke, Qin An studied Li Qingran intently. Li Qingran had a classic baby face, and with the addition of her large black-rimmed glasses, made her look incredibly adorable. Her plump, soft cheeks were smooth as freshly peeled lychee. So tempting that Qin An almost wanted to take a bite and see what it tasted like. Her short plaid skirt and creamy white school uniform only served to make her appear younger. Had Qin An not known she was already 24.
She might have genuinely believed the girl was only 18. Qin An froze when he saw her legs. Li Qingran was clearly very slim, weighing only 51 kilograms. Her legs, however, were plump and fleshy, looking incredibly appealing. Wow! No wonder the system gave her a 94 rating. She was truly a stunning beauty. It was strange how he'd been so blind back then, failing to notice her. Instead, I went after Han Ting? Ha! Chapter 122, Losing Weight for Love. Why are you staring at me like that? Li Qingran felt uneasy under Qin An's gaze. Her heart pounded wildly. I wasn't looking at you. Ha! Li Qingran froze, glancing around. Then what are you looking at? Qin An chuckled playfully. I was looking at my future wife. Such unexpected sweet talk. Li Qingran's face flushed red all the way to her ears. Her heart felt sweeter than honey. But outwardly, she still protested, her words betraying her true feelings. Who would want to be your wife? Oh. Qin An sighed with feigned disappointment. All right then. Since you won't agree, I'll just have to find someone else. No. You can't find someone else. Li Qingran panicked. She pouted her little lips in a pout. Her pretty little face was filled with displeasure. Seeing her like this, Qin An knew he had a chance. He teased her further. If you won't be my wife and won't let me find someone else, what am I supposed to do? I can't exactly become a monk, can I? Put. Li Qingran covered her mouth and giggled. She nodded playfully. Sounds good to me. All right. Qin An chuckled. He raised an eyebrow teasingly. Then I'll be a monk in name, only fasting and chanting by day, but seeking you out at night to bear me a son. Li Qingran's face flushed crimson. She playfully punched Qin An and pouted, you rascal. Ha ha. Seeing how easily embarrassed she was, Qin An stopped teasing her. He turned serious. Speaking of which, when did you start liking me? Li Qingran's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. It started when you stood up for me in the cafeteria and took me away. Qin An vaguely recalled the incident. It was during his freshman year, back when they were still in military training. While getting food at the cafeteria, he witnessed a sophomore-senior girl accidentally knocking over a freshman girl's meal and spilling food on her clothes while playfully roughhousing with others. Yet she insisted it was the freshman's fault, forcing the girl to apologize. She even demanded the freshman pay for the mess. Young and impetuous, he hated injustice with a passion. Faced with this situation, he flew into a rage. He charged over and kicked the sophomore girl, then slapped her twice across the face. What he never expected was that this sophomore-senior sister had a legion of sycophants. No sooner had he struck than over 20 burly men burst out, intent on beating him and the freshman girl. Terrified, he grabbed the freshman girl's hand and took off running. They were ultimately rescued by security, who arrived just in time. When you held my hand and ran, I watched you from behind. You seemed to glow. Li Qingran recounted, her cheeks flushed, and then, I just couldn't forget you. Qin An suddenly understood. So all this time, Li Qingran had been deeply impressed by his heroic rescue. Wait, hold on. Something's off. Wait. Something's off. Qin An suddenly remembered something. I clearly remember the girl I saved back then was a chubby, dark-skinned little girl. That was me. Li Qingran smiled wryly. Back then, I weighed nearly 170 Jin. My skin had been sunburned black and shiny during military training. 170 Jin? Qin An was stunned. The current Li Qingran weighed only 102 Jin. That meant she'd shed a whopping 68 Jin. That kind of willpower was truly unmatched. He couldn't help but admire her. MHM. Li Qingran nodded softly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Ever since then, I've really wanted you to be my boyfriend. But I was so overweight and not attractive, I knew you wouldn't like me. So I was too insecure to confess my feelings. I just watched you from the shadows. But living like that was unbearable. I knew it wasn't sustainable, so I started working hard, dieting, skincare, yoga to become a better version of myself. Finally, hard work paid off. After 3 years of relentless effort, I transformed completely, dropping from 170 pounds to 110 pounds, and achieving a truly sculpted figure. But, at this point, the radiant glow in Li Qingran's eyes vanished. Her entire demeanor grew somber. She said gloomily, before I could confess my feelings, you already had someone you liked. So, I had no choice but to keep this love buried deep inside. Qin An remained silent. He wondered if Li Qingran had truly mustered the courage to confess back then. Would he still have stubbornly pursued Han Ting? Perhaps he would have. After all, back then, he hadn't experienced so much. He hadn't grown yet. Then what? Qin An snapped back to reality and asked doubtfully, all these years, haven't you ever thought about finding someone else? Li Qingran's shoulders trembled as she halted in her tracks. Like a child who'd done something wrong, he stood before Qin An. She whispered, I don't want to lie to you, I did look for someone else. That's perfectly normal. Qin An reached out and ruffled her hair gently, reassuring her, it's nothing. Go on. Phew. Li Qingran exhaled in relief. She continued, actually, on graduation day, I went to your dorm building to find you. I wanted to take that last chance to confess my feelings so I wouldn't have any regrets. But, when I got there, you were already gone. Oh. Qin An sighed. Maybe back then, our time just wasn't right. Yeah. Li Qingran nodded in agreement. I thought the same thing back then. But I was even more pessimistic than you. I figured maybe we were destined to be apart. Then, coincidentally, a junior who'd been pursuing me came over and confessed his feelings. I thought he seemed like a nice guy, and since we probably wouldn't see each other again, I agreed to be with him. But he wasn't you. I just couldn't be happy with him, so we broke up not long after. Later, my family set me up on a few blind dates. Li Qingran took a deep breath and continued, I tried going on dates, but I still didn't feel anything. So after that, I stopped seeing anyone. Every day I'd ask about you, hoping to find out if you'd gotten married. If you hadn't, I wanted to finally say those words I owed you, I like you. As luck would have it, I was thinking the exact same thing. Li Qingran turned her head, her eyes crinkling into two crescent moons. She flashed Qin in a sweet smile. Zhou Biao organized this reunion. Don't you think it means we're meant to be? Qin An hadn't realized that all these years, there had been a girl who'd been fond of him. And for so many years. He was deeply moved, reaching out to pull Li Qingran abruptly into his embrace. He murmured softly, our bond is more than just a little, it's clearly meant to last a lifetime. Chapter 123, Imitation. Though Li Qingran had imagined this very scene countless times in her dreams. But when it actually happened, her heart still pounded wildly, unable to be restrained. She murmured in disbelief, Qin An, I can't believe this isn't a dream. Qin An placed her hand on his face. He chuckled softly, silly girl, do dreams have warmth? Feeling the warmth of Qin An's face, Li Qingran wept with joy. She clung tightly to Qin An, do you really like me? Qin An wasn't lying to her. Though truthfully, what he felt for Li Qingran was more a sense of deep appreciation. But his affection was genuine. It just wasn't love yet. After receiving Qin An's affirmative answer, Li Qingran felt that all her years of sacrifice and perseverance were all worthwhile. Her heart overflowed with happiness. Meanwhile, Qin An was utterly bewildered. He'd spoken so many sweet nothings, even resorting to flattery. Why hadn't he gained even a shred of goodwill? This woman is truly strange. The others walking behind them saw the two suddenly embrace for no apparent reason. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. To those unaware of the truth, Qin An was nothing special, just a pretty face. He was simply unworthy of Li Qingran. And even if he were worthy, they'd barely been together for 5 minutes before embracing like that. This development was moving far too fast. Yang Yuan, who had only overheard the beginning, was equally stunned. What the hell was going on? Are sweet nothings really that effective? Maybe I should try saying a few myself? With that thought, he approached a girl. He stared straight at her. Why are you staring at me? The girl felt creeped out by his stare and instinctively took a step back. Her face was filled with wariness. I wasn't looking at you. Yang Yuan mimicked Qin An's sweet talk, I'm looking at my future wife. The girl froze at his words. Then fury erupted. She stomped viciously on Yang Yuan's foot. Get lost. Yang Yuan's face contorted in pain as he clutched his foot, hopping on one leg. He watched her retreating figure. Then glanced at Qin An and Li Qingran, who were passionately kissing. He wondered how things could turn out differently when he'd followed the tutorial to the letter. Why was the outcome so different? Wah! Inside the house. What did you say? They're together? Upon hearing this earth-shattering news, Zhou Biao felt as though a voice echoed endlessly in his ears. Snowflakes drifted down, the north wind howling. The world lay vast and desolate. It felt as though the entire world had collapsed around him, his heart wrenching like it was being torn apart. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Zhe, who had delivered the news, was startled and rushed to embrace him. Squad leader, don't be like this, he comforted him. There's still a chance. We still have a chance. Zhou Biao shook his head, his face twisted in despair. They're already together, he wailed, utterly hopeless. What chance do I have now? Wah! So what if they're together? They're not married yet. Zhao Zhe licked his dry lips and offered reassurance, besides, marriage can always end in divorce. And let me tell you, as the old saying goes, a wise bird chooses its perch. As long as you prove yourself better than Qin An, Li Qingran will definitely ditch him and fall into your arms. After all, she's no little innocent. She can tell the difference between who's better and who's worse. Zhou Biao nodded in agreement. You do have a point there. But isn't that saying about birds choosing the right tree to perch on supposed to be used differently? Oh, forget about those trivial details. Just focus on how you're going to present yourself later. Got it. Zhou Biao nodded. In his mind, he began frantically mapping out everything for the upcoming moment. During the meal, Zhou Biao sat upright at the head of the table, his eyes darting toward Li Qingran and Qin An from time to time. When he saw Li Qingran, the gaze she directed at Qin An was brimming with affection.
as if threads were about to form between them. His heart ached like it was being twisted by a knife. He clenched his fists fiercely. Then, feigning concern, he turned to a stunningly beautiful girl beside him and asked, Yi Xin, are you satisfied with your current job? How much do you make a month? Oh. Yi Xin sighed. Furrowing her delicate brows, she complained, comfortable? My boss, that fat pig, spends all day trying to take advantage of me. When I refuse his advances, he targets me, piling on work until I have to pull overtime every single day. I'm practically working myself to death. If I had money and other job options, I'd quit in a heartbeat. Zhou Biao perked up at her words. He smiled brightly. Then come work for my company. We're expanding and need more people. Expansion? Yi Xin's eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, that's incredible. Your company's been open less than 2 months and you're already expanding? You're so talented. Zhou Biao felt a bit giddy from the praise. The corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Finally, he cleared his throat deliberately to suppress the smile. He feigned modesty. I'm not as amazing as you make me out to be. It's mostly thanks to those people being so supportive. Class president, you're being too modest. Zhao Zhe chimed in with praise. Throughout history, how many people like you have managed to scale up their business right after starting it? And if I recall correctly, your company made over $1 million in profits last month, right? Whoa! The moment the word million was uttered, everyone present was stunned. The looks they gave Zhou Biao shifted repeatedly. Immediately, a torrent of flattery poured forth like a raging river. You're truly the real deal, class leader. Just a few years out of school and already raking in $1 million a month, that's incredible. Yeah, compared to us, they're way more impressive. No wonder they're the class monitor while we're just ordinary students. Class president, I'll raise a toast to you. Please keep looking out for us in the future. Class president, how many people does your company need? Can I join? Class president, starting today, you're my idol. Ha ha ha. Listening to everyone's flattery, Zhou Biao was so delighted he felt like he could fly. He couldn't stop grinning. But when he saw Li Qingran and Qin An, they were just sitting there eating and chatting, minding their own business. As if only the two of them existed at the table, completely ignoring his presence. The smile froze on his face. It was replaced by a look of pure anger. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why everyone, upon learning he earned $1 million a month, and fawned over him with eager attentiveness. Why was Li Qingran alone unaffected? Could it be Li Qingran didn't care about money? No. Zhou Biao shook his head vigorously. In this world, who doesn't love money? Chapter 124, Li Qingran's Choice. With that thought, Zhou Biao resolved to use money to deliver a small shock to Li Qingran. Qingran, where are you working now? What's your position? Though Li Qingran had no desire to engage with Zhou Biao. But out of politeness, she replied courteously, I'm working at a company on Shinko Street as a team leader. Hearing she was only a team leader, a hint of delight flashed across Zhou Biao's face. He chuckled, a team leader only makes a few bucks a month. Why don't you come work for me? I'll make you a director with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan plus a 10% commission on monthly sales. How does that sound? At this, the others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hey, class leader, that's not fair. You invited me first, so why didn't you offer me the director position? What can we do? Our team leader has his eyes on Li Qingran, based on a monthly turnover of 1 million, 10% would be 100,000. Goodness. Class president, you're being way too generous with Li Qingran. No way, I'm jealous, so jealous. Qingran, what are you waiting for? Just say yes already. Exactly. If you don't say yes, we'll snatch this amazing husband right out from under you. He's handsome, rich, and best of all, willing to spend on you. Where else would you find such a great guy? Qingran, just say yes already. Right. Say yes already. I can't wait to eat your wedding candy. Everyone chimed in. They all urged Li Qingran to agree quickly. As for whether this might upset Qin An, they couldn't care less. Because in their eyes, as long as they could curry favor with Zhou Biao, it would be worth it even if it meant offending that broke-ass Qin An. Qin An chuckled. He finally understood. After all this time, the reason Zhou Biao had been giving him a hard time even before they met. It was all because of Li Qingran. But too bad. Li Qingran could only be his, no one could take her away. With that thought, Qin An prepared to fire back. But before he could utter a word, Li Qingran beside him spoke first. Her face darkened as she coldly stated, I appreciate the class monitor's kindness, but I'm perfectly content with my current job. I don't need to change positions. As for you lot. Li Qingran shot venomous glances at those who had spoken earlier. If you want to marry him, go ahead and marry him. Stop gossiping about me here. Dare to say another word, and don't blame me for cutting out your tongues. Bang! With that, Li Qingran slammed the steel knife in her hand down hard onto the table in front of them. The group recoiled instinctively. Their faces were etched with terror. Qin An watched the scene unfold, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a cute-looking girl to be so fierce when she lost her temper. But this was exactly how it should be. If you don't show some backbone, they'll always think you're easy to push around. Zhou Biao had been quite pleased just moments ago. He'd assumed that with everyone's persuasion, Li Qingran would agree. But he never expected Li Qingran to react like this. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. He was puzzled. He was even willing to give her a monthly salary of 115,000 yuan. Why wasn't she interested in him? Could it be that the money was still too little? Pushing aside his thoughts, Zhou Biao raised his hand to smooth things over. Qingran, don't be upset. Everyone was just joking around. Besides, if you think my salary offer is too low, I can increase it. How about raising your commission to 50%? What do you say? Whoa! The entire room sucked in a collective breath at his words. 50%? That meant Li Qingran would take half the monthly profits. That's incredibly generous. Truthfully, Zhou Biao felt like he was cutting into his own flesh. But he had no choice. To win Li Qingran over, he had to go all in. Besides, he'd already planned it out, with Li Qingran being so stunningly beautiful, plenty of people would want to sleep with her. Once he'd had his fill, he'd drug her and sell her off either for cash or as an escort for clients. He'd make every penny back. Qin An was stunned too. He thought to himself, damn, Zhou Biao sure is willing to spend big when it comes to chasing girls. The only question was whether Li Qingran would be tempted by such an offer. With that thought, he deliberately refrained from arguing with Zhou Biao. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Li Qingran, waiting silently for her response. Humph. Li Qingran smiled. 2 dimples appeared on her pretty face. Class monitor, you really think highly of me. You're actually willing to give me half the profits. Seeing Li Qingran's attitude, Zhou Biao thought he might have a chance. His heart leapt with joy. He quickly pressed his advantage. Qingran. I'll be honest with you, I've liked you for a long time. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, forget about just half the profits. I wouldn't hesitate to give you the entire company and this building too. Is that so? Li Qingran smiled with a hint of amusement. Well, that does sound tempting. But unfortunately, there's no room in my heart for anyone but Qin An. So, I'm afraid I have to say no. Qin An had a hunch Li Qingran would choose him. But he hadn't expected her to refuse without even a moment's hesitation. His heart filled with warmth. His fondness for Li Qingran shot straight up. If Li Qingran had a system too, he would surely hear a series of notifications like this. Ding! Qin An's favorability plus 5. Ding! Qin An's favorability plus 5. Ding! Qin An's affection plus 5. Ding! Qin An's current affection level, 60 likes me. Zhou Biao felt a sharp pang in his heart. He clutched his chest tightly with both hands. His face contorted in anguish as he roared, why? What exactly am I lacking compared to Qin An? Everyone else was just as curious about Zhou Biao's question. All eyes turned to Li Qingran with curiosity. Awaiting her answer. Li Qingran pouted, glancing from Qin An to Zhou Biao. Finally, she concluded slowly and deliberately, I think you're no match for him in every single way. Put. Zhou Biao nearly choked on his own blood at her words. He roared angrily, I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I'm clearly richer than him, more powerful than him. How can I be worse in every way? It's unfair, this is unfair. In matters of love, there is no such thing as fairness. Qin An stepped forward slowly and said, but since you refuse to accept it, let's have a contest. Let's see who's truly superior. Fine. Zhou Biao couldn't wait to compete with Qin An. He grinned. How do we do it? Simple. Qin An pulled out his phone. You said you're richer than me, right? So we'll take turns transferring money to Li Qingran each time, doubling the amount from the last transfer. Deal. Zhou Biao grinned. He grinned triumphantly. He thought to himself, Qin An must still be half asleep. Daring to compete with him over who had more money? He was asking for trouble. He was certain of victory. Chapter 125, Unfair. The others looked utterly bewildered. How dare Qin An challenge Zhou Biao to this contest? Could it be he struck it rich? No. Impossible. How could someone who could only afford a 200,000 yuan car possibly be wealthy? Besides, social class is so rigidly fixed these days. For a kid from the countryside, unless something extraordinary happens. Otherwise, they simply cannot achieve social mobility. Li Qingran didn't hold much hope for Qin An either. Worried he'd lose face over this, she leaned close to Qin An's ear and whispered, stop competing. I'm already yours, what's there left to prove? It's fine. Qin An knew exactly what she was worried about. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently, reassuring her, don't worry. I'm going to win for sure. Besides, I missed all your birthdays these past 25 years. This is the perfect chance to make it up to you. With that, Qin An initiated the transfer. Ding! 10,000 yuan received via WeChat. Happy first birthday. Oomph. Zhou Biao sneered with utter contempt. I thought you'd transfer a fortune, but all you could scrape together was a measly 10,000? You're nothing. Don't get ahead of yourself. Qin An smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. Wait until I finish transferring, then you can transfer yours. Fine, go ahead. Zhou Biao's face remained utterly dismissive.
In his eyes, Qin An could transfer no more than 500,000 yuan.
Nothing to be afraid of. He stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Qin An to complete the transfer so he could humiliate him. Ding. WeChat received 20,000 yuan. Happy second birthday. Ding. WeChat payment received 30,000 yuan. Happy third birthday. Ding. WeChat payment received 40,000 yuan. Happy fourth birthday.
And so it went, Qin An adding another 10,000 each time. He kept going until he transferred 250,000 yuan for his 25th birthday, then finally stopped.
Total transferred 3.25 million yuan. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Mouths gaped open, frozen in place.
Their expressions were pure disbelief.
Li Qinran was stunned too.
She stared blankly at the unclaimed transfers on her phone, struggling to believe this could be real.
Yan Yuan was also startled. He wondered what tricks Qin An had pulled.
How had he managed to captivate Su Wanqing so completely that she'd willingly let him squander millions?
How incredible was that? Zhou Biao couldn't accept it. He stood there stomping his feet and shouting, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have that much money? It's fake. It's all fake. You cheated. You must have cheated. It's all recorded here. Check for yourself if I cheated." Qin An generously handed over his phone, letting Zhou Biao inspect it. After looking at it, Zhou Biao collapsed onto the sofa. He muttered under his breath, "You. How could you possibly have that much money? Nothing's impossible." Qin An couldn't be bothered to explain. He couldn't explain it to him anyway. Crossing his arms, he looked down at Zhou Biao with a superior gaze. "Now it's your turn. 6.5 million. Transfer it." Zhou Biao lowered his head. He did have money, no doubt about it.
But most of it had gone toward buying houses, cars, and starting companies. The cash he had on hand amounted to just over $1 million.
And even that required dipping into company funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough. I lost. Zhou Biao hated to admit it.
But without the 6.5 million, he had indeed lost.
So no matter how much he resisted, it was useless. "Hold on."
Just as Zhou Biao was about to utter his final word, Zhao Zhe suddenly spoke up. "Cash alone doesn't mean anything. Only by including the house, the car, and the company can we call this truly fair."
Exactly. Exactly. Zhao Zhe's words reignited hope in Zhou Biao. Fully revitalized. He stood up and declared, "We absolutely must include the assets. Otherwise, it's not fair. You too, have you no shame?" Li Qingran was furious.
Her delicate, pretty face was now veiled in a thin layer of frost.
He shouted angrily, "Qin An clearly won fair and square. How dare you two cheat like this?"
Yang Yuan couldn't contain his anger either, joining in to defend the wrong party. "If you've no shame, donate it to those in need.
Wasting it on your two heads is a shame. Who's cheating?" Zhao Zhe argued stubbornly, "We're not cheating, okay? We just want fairness. How is it unfair now?"
Li Qingran stomped her foot in frustration. If Qin An hadn't been holding her back, she would have stormed over and given Zhao Zhe a good beating.
Comparing only cash is unfair.
Zhao Zhe narrowed his eyes, his face practically begging to be punched. "Because I have a reasonable suspicion that Qin An is only betting like this because he's relying on his cash advantage." Zhou Biao felt a sudden wave of realization wash over him. He glared at Qin An with venom.
"So that's why you suggested betting cash? You came prepared. This contest is invalid." "You."
Li Qingran gritted her teeth in fury.
Struggling, she lunged forward. But Qin An held him back. "It's fine. Let me handle this."
His gaze then fell upon Zhou Biao and Zhao Zhe.
His voice rang out with conviction. "You think it's unfair? Fine.
Then you decide the rules. Today, I'll make sure you lose so convincingly you'll have no choice but to admit defeat."
Gulp.
Seeing Qin An so confident, the two couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. They exchanged a glance, hesitating over whether to agree.
"Fine. Look at you two, so scared. I can't be bothered with you anymore." Seeing their prolonged silence, he couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He naturally took Li Qingran's smooth little hand and started walking toward the door. Wait. After wrestling with himself internally, he decided he should at least try. What if Qin An was just messing with him?
Besides, he thought, losing fair and square might be embarrassing. But it would be less shameful than surrendering without a fight.
"I accept your challenge." Too late. Qin An waved him off without turning his head. "I don't have time for you right now." "No way."
The more Qin An acted like this, the more certain Zhou Biao became that Qin An was bluffing him. His confidence surged.
He quickened his pace to block Qin An's path. "We have to finish this today." "Hey." Qin An sighed helplessly. "Fine. Since you insist on beating yourself up, I'll go through the trouble to satisfy you." With that, Qin An turned to the crowd.
"Those of you with Taiyanyanka on your phones can look it up yourselves. See how many companies are registered under my name.
Clatter. Driven by curiosity, everyone pulled out their phones to start checking. A few who didn't have the app even went out of their way to download it. Found it. A young man was the quickest. Staring at his phone, he looked at Qin An in utter disbelief. You're actually the owner of Yunhai Hotel? And also the owner of Yu Car Rental? Boom! The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire room. Everyone's gaze toward Qin An shifted, changing again and again. Chapter 126, The Woman of Reality. Ding! Lin Shuton's affection +5. Ding! Lin Shuton's affection +5. Ding! Lin Shuton's affection +5. Ding! Lin Shuton's current affection level, 60 points likes. Ding! Yi Xian's affection +5. Ding! Yi Xian's affection +5. Ding! Yi Xian's affection +5. Ding! Yi Xian's current affection level, 60 points likes. Poof! Qin An sneered. The moment she found out he was a tycoon, she started desperately trying to boost her affection points. These two women are just as pragmatic as Han Ting. Well, convinced now? Qin An couldn't be bothered with the two women desperately trying to win his favor. He turned his gaze toward Zhou Biao. Zhou Biao's legs buckled at the sight of Qin An's ruthless glare. He collapsed onto the floor with a thud. He'd heard of both Yu Car Rental and Yunhai Hotel. Their combined assets reached billions. And Qin An was the owner of both companies. That meant Qin An's net worth was at least in the tens of billions. This ing comparison is pointless. He quickly backed down. Alright. I give up. Qin An nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe trembled all over from fright. Especially when he recalled how he had just dared to boss around a billionaire tycoon, making all sorts of unreasonable demands. He was so terrified he felt like his soul had been torn from his body. Without a word, he knelt before Qin An and kowtowed, begging for mercy. He had no choice. He didn't want to lose his dignity like this. A tycoon worth billions could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. He truly didn't want to die. Seeing Zhao Zhe and Zhou Biao both cowering on their knees, Yang Yuan felt a surge of relief. One head, three big problems. Wasn't Qin An just Su Wanqing's kept toy? How did he suddenly become the owner of both the Yunhai Hotel and Yu Car Rental? Could it be he'd been hiding his identity all these years? Was he actually a rich kid? The thought sent Yang Yuan's heart racing. The image of Zhuang Chang, Wang Duoyu's close friend from the richest man in Shihong City, flashed through his mind. Could Qin An be planning to pull a Wang Duoyu on him to hand him a general manager position? If that were possible, it would be absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha. Li Qingran's mouth fell open in shock. She stared at Qin An, her face frozen in disbelief. You're actually this rich? Enough, stop pretending. At that moment, a stunning beauty in a black, low back, slid up the back pencil skirt. Her hips swaying seductively as she approached. With her pert buttocks, she shoved Li Qingran aside. She snapped irritably, you knew all along that brother Qin An was special, that's why you deliberately got close to him. What are you even pretending for? After saying this, the beauty paid no heed to Li Qingran's protests. She turned her head and gazed at Qin An with a sweet, girlish expression. Brother Qin An. You're so handsome enough to make my heart go thump thump. Don't believe me? Feel it yourself. She took Qin An's hand and placed it over her chest. Qin An didn't refuse. After all, it was free, might as well take advantage. And honestly, it felt surprisingly soft. Yi Xian, have you no shame? Does Qin An even like you? Stop touching him like that and get away. At that moment, a beauty clad in a brown leather jacket and tight pants. Her hands crossed over her chest as she strode toward them. Her slender waist and long, straight legs. Qin An's eyes went wide. He thought to himself, no wonder the system gave her a 90% rating. She certainly had something special. Too bad she was a double digit, otherwise he'd have loved to try hoisting those jade legs onto his shoulders. You're the shameless one. Yi Xian retorted defiantly to Lin Shudong, seeing that brother Qin An has money now, you shamelessly cozy up to him. When he was broke before, why didn't you come over then? Who says I didn't? I greeted brother Qin An the moment he arrived. Lin Shudong crossed her arms, snorting haughtily. But you? You didn't even say hello back then. Now you're suddenly all over him. I bet you're just after his money. You? Yi Xian's pretty face tightened and she glared angrily at Lin Shudong. She wrapped her arms tightly around Qin An's arm, pouting her lips as she whined, brother Qin An, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who loves the rich and despises the poor. I genuinely like you. Ugh. Lin Shudong feigned disgust, letting out a fake gag. She clung tightly to Qin An's other arm. Brother Qin An, she is exactly that kind of person. And let me tell you, her private life is a complete mess. The number of guys she's dated? If not 100, then definitely at least 50. You'd better watch out, if you're with her you might catch something. You? Yi Xian trembled with rage. Her beautiful eyes seemed ready to shoot flames. She demanded indignantly, so what are you implying? That you're clean, huh? Of course I am.
Lin Shudong lifted her chin smugly.
While it's true I've dated quite a few guys, only 3 of them actually got physical with me.
Qin An hadn't expected Lin Shudong to be so brazen she could tell such lies without even blushing.
He gave a cold laugh. Are you sure? Absolutely.
Lin Shudong stamped her foot impatiently. She raised her right hand in a sullen gesture, slowly lifting it above her head.
She pouted, I swear to heaven. Over the years, I've only been with 3 people. That's it, absolutely no one else.
Qin An saw her speak with such conviction, her face full of hurt. It didn't seem like she was lying.
But the system couldn't possibly be wrong, could it? Wait. Special skill, knocked out by 1 drink? Qin An understood and asked with a smile, when you drink, do you have those kinds of erotic dreams? Then wake up in the morning feeling sore all over, with a weird taste in your mouth? Ha!
Lin Shudong was startled.
This was something only she knew she'd never told anyone. How did Qin An know?
Still puzzled, Lin Shudong slowly replied, it's true, it's happened several times.
But how did you know? Humph. Qin An chuckled. That wasn't a dream.
You were probably taken advantage of by someone while drunk. With that, Qin An turned away, withdrawing his arms from the embrace of the 2 women. He took Li Qingran's small hand and strode purposefully toward the exit.
Yang Yuan hurried to follow. Phew!
Once outside, Qin An felt the world had finally grown quiet. He took a deep breath, savoring the comforting sensation of the breeze against his face. Suddenly, Qin An felt his forward stride halted as someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw that Li Qingran had stopped at some point. She stood there with her head bowed, not saying a word.
What's wrong?
Qin An leaned closer, asking with a hint of concern.
That.
Li Qingran clenched her right fist.
Gritting his teeth, his eyes reddened as he declared, I truly didn't approach you because I knew you were rich. Chapter 127, Spider Cave.
Seeing Li Qingran's tear-filled eyes, her pitifully aggrieved expression, Qin An felt a pang of heartache, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. She whispered softly, don't worry, I believe you. Simply because when she revealed her identity, Li Qingran hadn't rushed to boost her favorability like Xin and Lin Shudong had.
Qin An found it impossible not to believe in her sincerity.
Woo! Li Qingran had just assumed Qin An would ignore her forever because of this incident. But to her surprise, Qin An trusted her so completely. An indescribable warmth filled her heart, and her affection for Qin An skyrocketed.
Ding! Li Qingran's favorability +1. Ding! Li Qingran's affection +1. Ding! Li Qingran's affection +1. Ding! Li Qingran's current affection level, 70 points.
Oh, right. Li Qingran's cheeks flushed as she wriggled free from Qin An's embrace. Sniffling a few times, she asked doubtfully, I clearly remember back in school you said you came from a rural background.
How did you suddenly become so wealthy?
Yang Yuan was also deeply curious about this question. He hurried over, pricking up his ears to eavesdrop.
Well, it's like this.
Qin An pulled out the same grabbing doll sales pitch he'd used to charm Su Wanqing earlier and spun it for her. Li Qingran listened, her eyes filled with utter disbelief.
I never imagined a fictional plot from a movie would actually happen in real life.
You bet. When my mom first told me, I couldn't believe it either. Qin An acted as if the story were entirely true, putting on quite a performance. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, you 2 probably didn't get enough to eat earlier.
Want me to take you to my Yunhai hotel for another meal? Growl.
Li Qingran had been so preoccupied with being angry that she hadn't eaten much.
She really hadn't eaten enough.
She smiled brightly. Sure. I've heard great things about the Cloud Sea Hotel's sweet and sour pork. This is the perfect chance to try it.
Great. Let's not delay, we'll head out right now. 1 hour later, Yunhai Hotel. Mr. Qin, why didn't you give me a heads up about your visit?
I could have come to greet you earlier. Yao Guowa jogged over, his face plastered with flattery as he approached Qin An. The beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his nervousness.
Don't be nervous. Qin An patted his shoulder.
I'm just here for a casual meal, not to inspect your work. Hurry up and arrange a private room for us.
And get the food ordered.
Make sure to include pot roasted pork.
Phew.
Yao Guowa breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin An always appeared affable whenever he visited. But since they'd had little interaction, he still couldn't quite gauge Qin An's temperament. So he still felt quite intimidated by this new boss, Qin An. Please follow me. I'll have the kitchen prepare the meal right away. Guided by Yao Guowa, Qin An strolled leisurely toward the 2nd floor. All the while, his gaze darted around the room, searching for Zhang Muran among the waitstaff. But unfortunately, he didn't see her. Yao Guowa was a seasoned veteran who instantly grasped Qin An's thoughts. With a smile, he remarked, Mr. Qin, you must be looking for Manager Jiang? I've assigned her to train some new waitstaff. If you'd like to see her, I'll have her come right over.
No need. Qin An didn't want to make Li Qingran jealous. He certainly didn't want Zhang Moran to think he was a scumbag. so there was no way he'd let the two women meet. Waving his hand, he said, "I'll go over myself. It'll be a good chance to check on the training progress. Then I'll accompany you." Yao Guohua volunteered. "No need. You stay here and entertain my friend. I'll go alone." Turning to Li Qingran, Qin An added softly, "I need to attend to something. The food's here, you two go ahead and eat. No need to wait for me." "Okay." Li Qingran nodded thoughtfully. "Go ahead with your work. We'll eat while we wait for you." As a renowned, long-established hotel in Binhai City, it sets extremely high standards for its staff. Every new hire undergoes a rigorous 2-week training program and must pass an assessment before being allowed to work on the floor. The training facility for these new hires was located in the first-floor training room. That was precisely where Qin An was headed now. Squeak! Pushing open the heavy door to the training room, Qin An looked up. All he saw were beautiful women dressed uniformly in white shirts with bows, black aprons, and black tights. Each one radiated youthful beauty. It gave Qin An the uncanny feeling of having stumbled into a spider's lair. "Hello, who are you here to see?" A bolder young woman stepped forward and struck up a conversation with Qin An. Her eyes sparkled like little stars. She thought to herself, "Who is this rich kid? He's way too handsome. I'm looking for your manager, Zhang Moran." Qin An stated his purpose. "Isn't she the one in charge of training you all? Why isn't she here? A guy just came looking for her. She went out with him." The girl answered honestly, "Hey, handsome, wanna exchange WeChat contacts? A guy?" Qin An's mind flashed to Zhang Moran's boyfriend. He hurriedly turned and left, leaving behind the girl who had already pulled out her phone, standing there with a pout. She stomped her foot in frustration. "Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're special. Now that you asked me to add you, I'm not going to." Oomph. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed Qin An had turned back. A wave of smug satisfaction washed over her. "Ha ha ha, regret it now? This time, you'll have to beg me to add you." With that thought, she crossed her arms. She stood there haughtily, waiting for Qin An to speak. Qin An, unaware of her thoughts, asked anxiously, "Do you know where she went?" "Oh my, oomph." Learning that Qin An hadn't come back to add her on WeChat, but to ask where Zhang Moran had gone, the girl grew even angrier. She gave a cold snort and refused to acknowledge Qin An. Another girl nearby answered for the angry one, "I don't know exactly where she went, but after she left, she seemed to head toward the back door." "Alright, thanks." Qin An politely thanked her and wasted no time. He quickened his pace toward the back door. "Hey, stop messing around. I'm working here. I'm not going to do anything, I just want to touch it. What the hell are you afraid of? Still no way. You'll wrinkle my clothes. So what if it wrinkles? Hurry up, or I'll get mad." As soon as Qin An reached the back door, she heard a flurry of chattering voices. Judging by the voices, the two people talking were Zhang Moran and her boyfriend. And judging by the conversation, they were definitely up to no good. "Damn it! How dare you touch my woman? You're asking for trouble." Though Qin An didn't particularly care for Zhang Moran, he certainly didn't want that loser to get away with it. Chapter 128, The Ticket. Clack. With that, Qin An slammed down the door handle. He pushed open the door and walked out. Zhang Moran and her boyfriend Zhang Ying were already feeling guilty as thieves. The sound of the door opening sent them scattering in panic. They panicked and hurriedly separated. They frantically adjusted their clothes. Damn it! After the initial panic, Zhang Ying was consumed by rage. He glared viciously at the open door. He was ready to see who had ruined his moment. Then remember the face so he could teach them a lesson later that night. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Zhang Moran's heart was filled with bashfulness and panic. She kept wondering if the person who had just arrived had seen the things she'd said and done. If they had, she'd never be able to show her face at the Yinhai Hotel again. "I'm not leaving." That stubborn streak in her heart hadn't budged. How could Zhang Ying possibly leave? He twisted his body, shaking off Zhang Moran's grasp. He strode toward the door. At that very moment, Qin An emerged from inside. He collided head-on with Zhang Ying. The impact sent Zhang Ying stumbling backward several steps. He landed with a loud thud on his butt. The pain made him clutch his buttocks, gasping sharply. Without even looking up, he cursed, "You blind bastard, it's you?" Mid-sentence, Zhang Ying recognized Qin An as the man who had given him 50,000 yuan last time. Surprised, he wondered how Qin An ended up here. Zhang Moran hadn't expected Qin An to be the one who arrived. Her pretty face paled with fright. She hurried forward, bowing her head in apology. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin. I shouldn't have been handling personal matters during work hours. Please punish me." "Mr. Qin?" Zhang Ying still possessed a bit of sharpness. Hearing those two words alone, she instantly guessed Qin An was the hotel's owner. Her heart raced with excitement. She was in luck, big time. Getting into an accident with such a wealthy big boss, how could he not compensate her at least 100,000 or 80,000 yuan? Ha ha ha. With that thought, Zhang Ying clutched his buttocks, feigning excruciating pain. Ouch, ouch, she wailed. It's over, it's over. My pelvis must be shattered. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so bad. Ha? Zhang Moran, with her simple mind, believed it. She hurriedly bent down to check. How are you? Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? My pelvis is shattered. Of course I need to go to the hospital. Zhang Ying shot Zhang Moran a series of meaningful winks and winks. But shouldn't he be the one footing the bill for the medical expenses? Well. Zhang Moran looked at Qin An with a troubled expression. She wasn't sure if she should accept the money. Broken pelvis, huh? Qin An could see right through his attempt to extort money. Stepping in front of Zhang Ying, he looked down at him and said, then you probably can't move, right? Yes. Zhang Ying nodded, feigning intense pain. Below my pelvis, I feel nothing but agony. I'm probably paralyzed, right? What? Zhang Moran looked utterly shocked. She frantically pulled out her phone, ready to dial emergency services. But Qin An stopped her. Don't panic. I'm a doctor. Let me examine him first. Saying this, Qin An moved Zhang Moran aside. Then he kicked straight at Zhang Ying's face. Zhang Ying was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He took off running. In the blink of an eye, he'd bolted over half a meter away. How about that? Qin An watched the scene unfold, a smug smile spreading across his face. He raised an eyebrow at Zhang Moran. Pretty impressive medical skills, huh? Just a gentle lift of my foot, and I've created a miracle in medical history. Even Zhang Moran, with her simple-mindedness, realized Zhang Ying was faking it. She stormed over to Zhang Ying and demanded angrily, how could you fake an illness to swindle people? Who's faking it? Zhang Ying protested with righteous indignation. I genuinely couldn't get up because of the pain just now. Besides, he knocked me down, isn't it only fair he compensates me? That's not right. Zhang Moran's pretty face tightened. It's true he knocked you down, but didn't you bump into him too? Whose side are you on? Zhang Ying glared at Zhang Moran angrily. How can you side with him like that? Zhang Moran's face darkened. I'm siding with reason, not family. That's it. Nothing else to discuss. You should leave now. I have work to do. Any more delays and they'll dock my pay. With that, Zhang Moran turned and walked away. Wait. Zhang Ying grabbed Zhang Moran's arm. What do you think about that thing I told you? Zhang Moran lowered her head, deep in thought for a moment. I still don't really want to go, he said reluctantly. And honestly, I suggest you skip it too. 2,999 yuan per person? That's over 3,000 yuan, way too expensive. No wonder they say women have long hair but short sight. Zhang Ying scolded her with exasperation. Listen, the people attending this banquet are all top-tier tycoons, each worth billions. If you can win their favor, you'll earn back 10 times that 6,000 yuan. But what if they don't take a liking to us? Zhang Moran still felt uneasy. That's impossible. Zhang Ying patted his chest, his face brimming with confidence. Who do you think your husband is? I'm a top-tier talent, a graduate from a prestigious 985-211 university. How could they not appreciate me? But, enough with the buts. Before Zhang Moran could finish her sentence, Zhang Ying cut her off. Just consider the 6,000 yuan as me borrowing it from you, okay? Hurry up and transfer the money. Transfer money? Zhang Moran furrowed her embroidered brows. But you had 50,000 yuan. Did you spend it all? No, I didn't. Zhang Ying's eyes darted around. He bluffed. That money was immediately transferred into our joint wedding fund. Phew. Zhang Moran exhaled in relief. Well, that's better. You can rest assured. Zhang Ying reassured her, I'm saving up to marry you, how could I possibly waste it? Zhang Moran nodded and transferred the money to Zhang Ying via her phone. There, it's sent. Thanks, honey. You're the best. Zhang Ying happily kissed Zhang Moran's cheek. Alright, you go to work. I'll head out now. I'll come pick you up when you get off tonight. Zhang Moran's cheeks flushed as she watched Zhang Ying's retreating figure with lingering reluctance. She called after him, drive carefully on your way, okay? Stay safe. Got it. Zhang Ying waved without turning back and continued walking forward. Qin An stepped forward and asked Zhang Moran, what does he need the money for? He said it was for tickets to some banquet. Zhang Moran answered honestly, yeah, something called the Golden Autumn Charity Gala. Are you sure that's the name? Zhang Moran opened her phone to check the chat history and nodded. Yes, that's the name. Chapter 129, The Code. Then you've been tricked. Tickets to this banquet are free. Ha! Zhang Moran gasped, turning to stare at Zhang Ying's retreating figure. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her voice trembled as she stammered, no, it can't be. We've been together for 5 years. He's never deceived me before. It's true. Qin An patted Zhang Moran's shoulder in consolation. He explained calmly, a few days ago, Mr. Hu, the former owner of Yunhai Hotel, called me about this very dinner. His exact words were that this banquet was specially organized by the Binhai Municipal People's Government to support the elderly without family and left behind children in our Jichuan province. He mentioned that many provincial and municipal leaders would be in attendance. Getting to know them would be beneficial for the company's development, and he strongly advised me to attend. But I thought going alone would be rather pointless, so I asked if I could bring a few people along. He said absolutely no problem, explaining that to raise more charitable funds, all tickets were distributed free of charge no matter how many people I brought along. Thud. Zhang Moran couldn't accept the fact that Zhang Ying had deceived her. Her body went limp and she stumbled backward. Qin An rushed forward to catch her. Are you okay? He asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Moran shook her head and struggled free from Qin An's embrace. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, I just don't understand why he had to lie to me. That's simple. Qin An took Zhang Moran's small hand without hesitation. Let's follow him and see. That'll tell us everything. But Zhang Moran hadn't decided whether to agree. But before she could decide, Qin An tugged her along, and they gave chase. After receiving the money, Zhang Ying didn't take a car to leave. Instead, he walked all the way, entering a winding alley. Had it not been for Qin An's exceptional eyesight and keen hearing, he might have lost track of him. Do you know where he went? After Zhang Ying made several sharp turns and plunged into an old residential building guarded by two men at the entrance, Qin An turned to ask Zhang Moran. Zhang Moran shook her head. No idea. I've never been here before. Come on, let's go check it out. Qin An took Zhang Moran's hand and walked over. Before they reached the entrance, one of the two burly men guarding the doorway strode forward. His face brimming with suspicion, he demanded, What are you two doing here? Qin An didn't rush to answer. First, he listened intently with his ear, straining to hear the sounds coming from inside the house. He heard the clatter of tiles, sounding like people playing mahjong. He chuckled and said, A friend recommended this place. We're here for a couple of games. Which friend? The other remained wary, his face darkening as he pressed the question. Qin An had made up this friend entirely out of thin air. How could he possibly answer? Instinctively, his hand darted toward the silver needles in his pocket, ready to act. Li Liang. Just then, Zhang Moran suddenly spoke up. He's the one who recommended us. So Brother Liang recommended us, huh? A simple, earnest smile flickered across the burly man's icy face. He pointed his thumb toward the courtyard. Then hurry on in. Thanks. Wait a minute. Just as Qin An and Zhang Moran were about to enter, the dark-faced burly man who had been standing guard at the entrance suddenly planted his foot across the path, blocking their way. Since you're here on Brother Liang's recommendation, you must know the password. Let's verify it. No need, Eru. The burly man stepped forward, urging, Brother Liang recommended them. What else could you possibly doubt? No way. The dark-faced burly man stubbornly shook his head. Better safe than sorry. What if they're cops? Ah. The burly man sighed helplessly. Turning away, he said, Sorry, but we have to follow the rules. Just exchange your passwords. 10,000 comes, 10,000 goes, 10,000 more. Qin An looked at Zhang Moran. Zhang Moran looked at Qin An. The two stared at each other blankly, neither knowing how to respond. Oomph. The dark-faced burly man saw this and gave a cold snort. He picked up the club lying nearby, gripping it firmly in his hand. You two, you're definitely up to something. Wait. Qin An held up a stop gesture. I remember now, it's something like touch for fortune, fortune for wealth, fortune, true fortune. The dark-faced burly man froze. The other burly man beside him, however, chuckled. He smugly tilted his chin toward the dark-faced brute. See? I told you the guy Brother Liang recommended would be solid. Oomph. The dark-faced burly man snorted in defiance and sat back down. Qin An and Zhang Moran, having gotten what they wanted, walked inside. Phew. Once inside, Zhang Moran let out a long sigh of relief. When that burly man with the dark face had picked up the club just now, she'd been genuinely terrified. She thought she was going to be beaten to death with that club. Thankfully, at the last moment, Qin An had matched the secret password. By the way, how did you even know this place was a gambling den, let alone that there was a secret password? Once she'd calmed down, Zhang Moran asked suspiciously, You've never been here before, have you? I heard it. Qin An explained, the clatter here sounded like mahjong tiles being shuffled, and the place was buzzing with voices. No need to guess, it had to be a gambling den. As for the password, I just guessed it using parallel structure. Ha! Zhang Moran was startled at first. Then, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, she looked at Qin An. I never expected you to be so clever. Ding! Zhang Moran's affection +5. Ding! Zhang Moran's affection +5. Ding! Zhang Moran's current favorability 10 points. You're not half bad yourself. Qin An chuckled. You actually know Li Liang's name. That's the name of one of my boyfriend's classmates. Zhang Moran explained slowly, they're best friends, so I guess Li Liang might be here too and decided to test it. Classmate? Qin An sneered coldly, I don't think it's that simple. Those two burly guys both called him Brother Liang. At those words, Jiang Moran's heart lurched. Could it be that he lied to me about going to school too? Not necessarily.
Worried Jiang Moran might collapse from the shock, Qin An patted her shoulder reassuringly.
He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Let's find him first and see what happens. Okay. Jiang Moran nodded, glancing around. She looked a bit lost. But there are so many rooms here. Where could he be? Qin An glanced around. He noticed the layout here resembled that of a large courtyard house. Except for the central courtyard and the entrance archway, which were left open. The rest was entirely occupied by buildings.
They formed a nearly complete circle.
Counting from the entrance, there were over 40 rooms. And that doesn't even include the second floor, there must be even more up there. Chapter 130, Self-Blame. Hey! You two, are you playing or not?
Just as Qin An was surveying the place and pondering a plan, a voice drifted over from nearby. Then, a large, heavy-set man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt strolled over.
We're playing. Of course we're playing. Qin An stepped forward, shielding Jiang Moran behind him.
He chuckled, it's just that my girlfriend and I are first-timers here.
We're not sure how things work around here? The big man's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. No wonder you two look unfamiliar, you're first-timers.
Well, I'll take the trouble to show you around. This place has 84 rooms total, 30 mahjong rooms, 20 poker rooms, 10 pai gow rooms, and 24 more with slot machines and fishing games.
The last 4 are dice rooms. Just tell me which one you want to play, and I'll take you there. Hearing there were so many rooms and so many types,
Jiang Moran suddenly felt even more lost about where to go.
Qin An also felt a bit overwhelmed.
He stood there, looking utterly bewildered.
How much money did you bring in total? The large, overweight man grew impatient and asked, I can recommend rooms based on how much you've brought.
Qin An perked up at the suggestion. He hurriedly reported the amount Zhang Ying had taken, 6,000.
Put. The big fat man sneered disdainfully. I thought you were some kind of wealthy tycoons. Turns out you only brought this measly amount after all that fuss. It's our first time here. We're just testing the waters.
Qin An chuckled and explained.
Go to the first room on the right or the fourth one. The big guy impatiently pointed at the nearby houses. With the little cash you brought, you can only play dice or mahjong.
You won't have enough for more than a few rounds of anything else.
Alright, thanks, big bro.
Qin An took Jiang Moran's hand and hurried toward the first room.
Creak.
Pushing open the heavy iron door, Qin An and Jiang Moran both frowned involuntarily.
No way around it.
The air inside was thick with a mixture of smoke, sweat, mud, foot odor, perfume, and body odor. It was truly overpowering. Being new to such a place, the two of them found it hard to adjust at first.
I didn't expect it to be this big inside.
Jiang Moran glanced around in surprise.
Yeah.
The first room was a large space, roughly 120 square meters in size.
6 long tables were arranged from left to right.
Each table was surrounded by a crowd of people. They shouted loudly, big, big, big. Small, small, small.
3 of a kind. Each person looked more excited than the last, their shouts growing louder and louder.
It seemed as though if they shouted loud enough, the dice would magically transform into the numbers they desired.
Did you see him?
Qin An scanned the crowd before asking Jiang Moran beside him.
Jiang Moran shook her head. Then let's head inside. Alright. Hold on.
Just as the two were about to step inside, a wooden stick suddenly blocked their path.
Exchange tokens first. No problem, but how exactly do we exchange them? 100 yuan per token. Whoa!
Jiang Moran sucked in a sharp breath. Pulling out her phone with a pained expression, she said, then, let's exchange for 100 yuan worth first.
Smack!
The old man tapped the sign above his head with his wooden stick.
Qin An and Jiang Moran looked up to see the sign read, minimum exchange amount, 1,000 yuan. This made Jiang Moran wince even more. Qin An, however, didn't seem to mind. He pulled out his phone.
Then let's exchange 1,000 yuan first.
See how my luck is today.
With that, he scanned 1,000 yuan over. The old man extended his withered, dark hand and handed over 10 yellow plastic chips, worn smooth with no lettering left.
I'll pay you back once I get my paycheck.
Jiang Moran hung his head, his face flushed with embarrassment.
No need to pay it back. Qin An grinned. I've never tried this stuff before anyway. Might as well give it a shot. No.
Jiang Moran urgently protested, my parents always said gambling is the most destructive thing. Once you start, at best you lose everything, at worst you jump off a building.
So you absolutely mustn't touch it. Are you worried about me? Qin An smiled faintly, teasing her.
Jiang Moran's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Then she quickly added, but don't get the wrong idea, this is just concern between friends, nothing more.
Qin An chuckled. He asked with a hint of doubt, by the way, where are your parents? Why did I only see you and your brother that day? They passed away.
A deep sadness and self-reproach flickered in Jiang Moran's eyes. 3 years ago, on New Year's Eve, they were hit by a speeding truck.
Before they died, they didn't even get to eat a single hot dumpling. I'm so sorry. Though he had suspected as much when he first met her. Hearing it confirmed still felt hard to accept. He apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up such painful memories. It's okay. Zhang Moran roughly wiped away her tears with her hand. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd still think about it every day without meaning to. Why? Qin An was puzzled. Even if she missed them deeply, it couldn't be that she thought about them every single day, could it? Because I'm the one who killed them. Zhang Moran stopped in her tracks and crouched down. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. If I hadn't insisted on throwing a tantrum, screaming and yelling for them to come home for the new year, they wouldn't have died. It's all my fault, wah? Qin An froze. He never imagined such a reason could have led to the deaths of her parents. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort Zhang Moran. After a long pause, he tentatively said, in my opinion, this really isn't your fault. It's all that driver's fault. If he hadn't been speeding, how could this have happened? But it was because I asked them to come back that they encountered that car. You're just splitting hairs now. Qin An continued to console her, it's true you called them back, but if that driver hadn't been speeding, would they have died? Zhang Moran stopped crying. She felt Qin An's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Alright, don't dwell on it. Seeing it worked, Qin An secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to reason with her, everyone has their own destiny. This might have been the calamity destined for your parents. Even if you hadn't called them back, they might have returned on their own. Besides, think about it, if they were still alive, would they want to see you beating yourself up like this, crying every day? Zhang Moran fell silent for a moment. She sniffled a few times. I understand. Thank you. Chapter 131, Turn the Tables. You're welcome. Qin An smiled as he gently wiped away Zhang Moran's tears with his hand. He said softly, remember, the dead are gone, and the living must carry on. Don't dwell on the past, they wouldn't want to see you like this. Zhang Moran nodded. Right. Let's hurry and find my boyfriend. Right. Qin An led her further inside. Finally, at the table in the farthest corner, they found Zhang Ying. He stood with one foot on a stool, waving his hand vigorously. He kept shouting, big. Bigger. Biggest. The sight was that of a gambler completely consumed by the heat of the game. He's actually here. Although Zhang Moran had prepared herself mentally, seeing him with her own eyes was still hard to accept. Her heart ached as if being torn apart. The tears she had managed to hold back began to flow once more. Seeing her like this, Qin An felt a pang of sorrow. He patted her delicate shoulder gently, offering comfort, don't be like this. It's not worth grieving over someone like him. Zhang Moran nodded, a flicker of stubbornness in her eyes. Do you have any way to help me get him out? I still have some things I want to ask him. Easy. Qin An stepped forward and abruptly grabbed Zhang Ying's shoulder. Then he yanked him backward with all his strength. Zhang Ying stumbled backward, crashing hard onto the ground. The intense pain made him let out a blood-curdling scream. Without lifting his head, he cursed furiously, who the hell is this punk who dares hit me? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Mid-sentence, Zhang Ying froze. His face twisted with terror as he stared at Zhang Moran nearby, stammering, Wife, how did you get here? Zhang Moran's pretty face turned cold. She demanded angrily, didn't you tell me you were going to buy tickets? Why are you here? Yes. Zhang Ying forced a smile, feigning composure. I am buying tickets. They're the ones selling them. Zhang Moran felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She hadn't expected that even now. Zhang Ying was still lying. She sighed and said, Mr. Qin, thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. With that, Qin An grabbed Zhang Ying by the collar and dragged him out like a dead dog. Terrified, Zhang Ying struggled desperately. He screamed, they're killing me. Help. They're going to kill me. Brother Liang, save me. Clatter. Amid Zhang Ying's frantic cries, someone actually rushed out. Leading the group was a burly man standing at least 6 feet tall. His face was covered in a thick, bushy beard. Pointing at Qin An, he roared, who the hell are you? How dare you cause trouble on our turf? Brother! We're not here to cause trouble. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. With so many of them present, and on their turf, Qin An felt it best to avoid a fight if possible. After all, he wasn't alone, Zhang Moran was right beside him. He didn't want anything to happen to her. But this guy owes us a lot of money. We have to take him back. Bull! Zhang Ying roared, crawling to the burly man's legs. Tiger, don't listen to his bull. He's here to cause trouble. Tell the brothers to take him down. Bang! No sooner had Zhang Ying finished speaking. Tiger kicked him hard, sending Zhang Ying flying over a meter away. Then he pointed his finger right at Zhang Ying's nose and yelled, damn it! How I handle things isn't up to you little punt to tell me. Spit! With that, Tiger spat viciously at Zhang Ying. He turned back, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Qin An and Zhang Moran. This is your last chance. Who the hell are you two? What the hell are you doing here? Spill it.
Jiang Maran, already timid by nature and having never witnessed such a scene. She trembled in fear. Seeing this, Qin An shielded her behind him. He whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine." Gazing at Qin An's towering silhouette, Jiang Maran instinctively recalled childhood memories of being bullied. Then the scene of her father standing before her, protecting her. Her fear instantly melted away. She smiled happily and said, "Okay. I believe you." Ding. Jiang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding. Jiang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding. Jiang Moran's current affinity, 10 points. Brother. Qin An turned to face Tiger Boss. No matter how many times I repeat it, it's the same as before, we're just here to collect a debt. We don't want trouble. I hope you'll cut us some slack. Seeing that Qin An genuinely didn't seem intent on causing trouble, and was about to agree, a woman dressed as a bunny girl suddenly dashed out of the crowd. She leaned close to him and whispered something in his ear. Huji frowned deeply upon hearing her words. He coldly replied, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but this guy still owes our gambling house 20,000 yuan. If you want to take him away, you'll have to pay it off for him." Owed 20,000? Jiang Moran looked utterly bewildered. He turned to Zhang Ying and demanded angrily, "Didn't you have 6,000 yuan in capital? How could you still be in debt?" Zhang Ying hung his head in shame, saying nothing. Finally, the bunny girl spoke up for him, "Miss, he did come with 6,000 yuan, but he lost it all in less than 3 rounds. This 20,000 yuan, he borrowed from me after he lost everything." Upon learning that Zhang Ying had gambled away her entire month's salary in just 3 hands, Jiang Moran trembled with rage. If circumstances permitted, she would have stormed over and given Zhang Ying a sound beating. "Let off some steam. Forget it. We don't want that person anymore." After a long moment, Jiang Moran exhaled deeply. Turning to Qin An, she said, "Let's go." Though Jiang Moran had many questions she wanted to ask. Spending 20,000 yuan just to ask questions. She felt it wasn't worth a single penny. "No way." The bunny girl shook her head, expressionless. "I heard it loud and clear, he called you his wife. So you have to pay this money back." "You?" Jiang Moran hadn't expected these people to come after her too. She trembled with rage. Qin An, however, laughed. And it was a wild laugh. "So if calling someone wifey means they have to pay my debts, then if I call you wifey, you'd have to pay my debts too, right?" The bunny girl hadn't expected Qin An to turn the tables on her like this. She was rendered speechless, unable to retort. Tiger laughed, his gaze toward Qin An brimming with approval. "Ah, that's impressive. Just for keeping your cool under pressure and pulling off that comeback, I'll count you as a friend. Forget about paying interest on this 20,000. Keep the 16,000 and go." 16,000 isn't much, but what if I still don't want to give it? Qin An wasn't short on cash now. But taking 16,000 to save his romantic rival? That was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. Chapter 132, A Gamble. Upon hearing this, Tiger's face darkened instantly. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Kid, waiving the interest is already giving you face. Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Clatter. As soon as Tiger Boss finished speaking, the group behind him surrounded Qin An and Jiang Moran, closing in on them. Their fierce stares seemed to warn Qin An. If he dared refuse to pay, he'd never leave this place alive. "Hey!" Qin An sighed. He desperately wanted to fight these men. But the thought of Jiang Moran needing protection, and the strong possibility that these weren't the only ones lurking here, he abandoned the idea of violence. He spoke slowly, "How about this? Since this is a gambling house, why don't we settle this with a game?" Poof. Tiger laughed. And it was a wild laugh. Because in his eyes, Qin An gambling with him was no different from handing over money directly. After all, he'd been running gambling dens for years and knew every trick in the book. Qin An had no chance of beating him. "All right then. Making you pay off his debts is indeed a bit unfair to you. So I'll give you one chance, let's make a bet. Go ahead, what do you want to bet on?" "Hold on. Let me call my friend first to see which game is better." Qin An had only ever played mahjong and dodiju in his life. And he wasn't even skilled at either. Gambling blind like this, he'd definitely lose. He had to acquire some skills in this area before gambling. Poof. Seeing that he even needed to call someone to decide what game to play, Tiger laughs even harder. He pulled up a chair and sat down, his face full of disdain. "This last-minute cramming of yours, it's not going to cut it, is it?" "No problem." Qin An chuckled. "Cramming at the last minute might not make you sharp, but it'll get the job done. Please let me make a couple calls, Tiger." "Go ahead. Go ahead." Tiger Boss waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't worried for a second that Qin An would suddenly become formidable after one phone call. For gambling skills, it all comes down to quick hands, sharp eyes, and keen ears. And these skills, he thought, couldn't be mastered in less than 5 or 7 years. "Thanks." Qin An smiled impassively, located the phone number of Li Pan, the beautiful real estate agent who had helped him buy the house earlier, and dialed it.
Hello? Mr. Qin.
Li Pan answered almost immediately the moment the call connected. She said cheerfully, "You're calling about the property transfer, right? I've already made arrangements with the landlord, we can handle it tomorrow."
No.
Qin An replied in a low voice, "I'm calling to ask if you have any retail spaces available, something suitable for a flower shop."
I'm looking to buy one.
The only way to obtain gambling skills at present was to successfully win Feng Qingyan's heart. Therefore, Qin An planned to purchase a retail space and gift it to Feng Qingyan for her flower shop. As for whether this plan would succeed, that was entirely up to fate.
I do.
Li Pan was thrilled to see another customer coming in. She activated her computer screen, browsing the available properties while asking, "What size and location are you looking for?"
Location should be near Ziyunhuafu.
As for size, the bigger the better. Since it was a gift, naturally the best would do. How could being stingy win Feng Qingyan's heart? There is one that fits the criteria, a commercial unit in Qianyun Residence, the building across from Ziyunhuafu.
It's 220 square meters.
Li Pan explained in detail, it's just a bit pricey, 11.4 million yuan.
Though Qin An had anticipated the retail space wouldn't come cheap,
he was still startled by the figure. Still, it didn't matter. With the system backing him up, no matter the cost, it was merely a number to him. Composing himself, he offered a faint smile.
"No problem. I'll take this one. Here's my contact info, get the keys to her right away. As for the payment, I'll transfer it over once I wrap up my current commitments."
Really? Are you sure you want to buy it? Li Pan was stunned. In the past, when she sold commercial properties like this, buyers would inspect them 3 or 5 times before aggressively driving down the price. Deals never closed. But Qin An had only exchanged a few words over the phone without even viewing the property and made a firm decision. How could she not be stunned?
"Really, you can trust me. All right. I'll get in touch immediately."
After receiving confirmation, Li Pan was overjoyed.
At the same time, she couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. Just how wealthy was this Qin An? Over 10 million yuan, he didn't even blink an eye before spending it. He was truly formidable. Finished calling? Tiger was a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to call and ask what to do? You didn't even ask. Zhang Moran looked equally puzzled. She couldn't fathom what Qin An was really up to. Qin An gave a faint smile. "Tiger, don't worry. Give me a few more minutes. Once I finish this call, we'll get started." "Oomph."
Tiger grew impatient. He snorted coldly, his tone sharp. "I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you're not done after that, you'll pay up."
"No problem." Ring ring. Ring ring.
The moment Qin An finished speaking, his phone rang.
The caller was none other than Feng Qingyan.
"Hello?
Qingyan.
Hello?
You bought me a storefront?"
Just moments ago, Feng Qingyan had learned this news from Li Pan and was completely dumbfounded. Although Qin An had previously transferred her 10 million yuan in cash,
a retail space priced at 11.4 million yuan still sent shockwaves through her.
After all, that was over 10 million yuan. Many people couldn't earn that much even after a lifetime of hard work.
Qin An gave a faint smile.
"If you want to open a flower shop, I'll naturally support you."
Feng Qingyan felt a warm glow in her heart.
These past few days, she'd shared her dream of opening a flower shop with many people. While she had received quite a bit of encouragement, but it was all just lip service. Even her closest girlfriends were no exception. Only Qin An was willing to put real money on the table to help her realize her dream.
And he'd offered a whopping 11.4 million yuan. How could she not be moved? Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding. Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding. Feng Qingyan's current affection level, 78 points.
Damn it.
Qin An was speechless. Couldn't you just hit 80 in one go?
Why the hell do you have to be 2 points short?
Who the hell are you trying to piss off? This is so annoying.
Forget it. I'll just have to think of another way. No matter how frustrated he felt inside, Qin An had no choice but to accept it. After all, he had no control over the system.
Wah! A sob came through the phone.
Feng Qingyan's voice trembled with tears as she choked out, "Qin An, why are you being so kind to me?"
Chapter 133, I can't do this.
"Qingyan, no matter how you see me or think of me, I still want to say these words." At this moment, Qin An seemed to have no other option but to resort to sweet talk. Transforming into a smooth talker, he unleashed a torrent of sweet nothings. "Truth is, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. Every night when I close my eyes, my mind is filled with your image, your smile, and your voice.
But I know it's impossible between us. So I constantly remind myself to forget you. But I can't do it. I really can't. So please, I'm begging you, don't reject my kindness. Just let me quietly watch over you as a friend." Feng Qingyan never imagined Qin An felt so deeply for her. willing to be kind to her without expecting anything in return.
She was moved to tears.
Her feelings for Qin An skyrocketed. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding! Feng Qingyan's affection +2. Ding! Feng Qingyan's current affection level 90 points. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully won Feng Qingyan's heart.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have acquired the top-tier secret art of the Thousand Gates, Heavenly King-level singing technique.
Ding!
All previous romantic expenses incurred by Feng Qingyan have been fully refunded to the host's bank card.
All future expenses will be instantly reimbursed. Yes.
After unleashing a barrage of sweet talk, not only did I successfully acquire the secret art of the Thousand Gates, he also gained an extra 10 points of affection.
Qin An was overjoyed.
He thought to himself, when it comes to women, sweet talk really is the most lethal weapon.
Boom!
In the next instant, a torrent of memories flooded into Qin An's mind. In the blink of an eye, he mastered every card trick in the book. Now, if he wanted to, there was no card he couldn't draw. No dice roll was beyond his control. In the world of gambling, he could practically walk sideways and still win.
Bang!
Tiger saw that all this time, Qin An had done nothing but flirt over the phone.
Without mentioning any business matters.
His face flushed crimson with rage.
He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You little punk, are you messing with me? When the hell are you going to get to the point?"
Feng Qingyan, who had been lost in emotion, was startled by Tiger Boss's roar.
She stopped crying and asked anxiously, "Qin An, where are you? Who was that person talking just now? Should I call the police?" "No need."
Qin An soothed her softly, "Just friends messing around."
"I'm fine, don't worry." Feng Qingyan remained uneasy. "Really? Really?"
Qin An reassured her, "All right, I've got something to take care of here.
I'll have to go now. We'll talk when I have time."
"All right." Seeing the calmness in Qin An's voice, without a trace of panic.
"Then go ahead and take care of it."
After hanging up, Qin An turned to Tiger.
He sneered arrogantly, "Since you're so eager to lose, I'll grant your wish. Let's begin. We'll play 3-card poker."
Humph.
Tiger laughed. And it was a wild laugh.
He couldn't quite figure out what had gotten into Qin An. How could he possibly think that after making 2 phone calls and spouting some sweet nothings, he could beat him? How laughable.
"Fine. Let's play 3-card poker.
Go get a fresh deck of cards and bring over some chips."
"Yes, sir."
The young man left quickly and returned just as swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had the gambling setup ready.
Qin An and Tiger sat facing each other. "Seeing how young you are, I'll give you a break.
You deal first." Tiger Boss extended his hand in a generous gesture of invitation. His dark face radiated confidence. As if victory were already his.
"Thanks." Qin An didn't stand on ceremony.
He picked up the deck and began shuffling. Then he slapped them down in front of Tiger Boss.
"Cut the deck."
Slap. Tiger Boss extended his large hand, casually took half the deck and set it aside. Qin An picked up the remaining half and began dealing cards for himself and Tiger. The rules of 3-card poker were straightforward. Each player draws 3 cards in turn. Before betting, they may choose to peek at their cards or not. The advantage of looking at your cards is knowing the strength of your hand in advance. This allows for strategic decisions. The downside is that if you call after looking, your bet must be double that of the player who didn't look. For example, if the player who doesn't peek bets 100, then the player who looks at their cards must bet 200 to match the non-looking player's bet. This often leads to situations where you win less but lose more. The player who doesn't look at their cards, though, bets less. But since they are unaware of their own hand, they face higher risk. They are likely to experience both significant wins and significant losses. Swish, swish, swish. After mastering card tricks, Qin An's hands grew exceptionally nimble. He quickly dealt the cards for himself and Tiger. However, he had no intention of looking at them. Because during the dealing process, he already knew what his cards and Tiger's cards were. No need to look. And that was precisely the power of card tricks.
It's also why many say gambling is 9 parts trickery, and not gambling is the only way to win. Since you didn't look, I won't either. Let's start with 1,000 to test the waters.
Tiger Boss tossed $100 chips onto the center of the table with a flourish. His face radiated ease and contentment. Clearly, he didn't take Qin An seriously.
Qin An, likewise, didn't take him seriously.
Because in this round, he dealt himself a pair, while Tiger got a single card. In the rules of 3-card poker, where a 3 of a kind beats a straight flush, which beats a flush, which beats a straight, which beats a pair, which beats a single card. This hand, he was certain to win.
I call. Qin An tossed over 10 100 chip stacks. Whoa!
Seeing Qin An bet so readily, Tiger Boss got excited and tossed another 1,000 chips in.
Then I'll add another 1,000. I call that too. I'm in for 1,000. I'll call too.
The two traded bets back and forth for a while. Neither looked at their cards.
The chips on the table quickly reached 10,000. Kid, you planning to go all the way with me? Tiger furrowed his brow and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Just playing it safe. It's only the first hand anyway, consider it entertainment. Qin An chuckled. Besides, I feel like my luck's especially good today. I'm sure I'll win. Like hell you will. Tiger Uncle protested, though his words betrayed his inner doubt. But feeling uncertain inside, he still chose to look at his cards. When he saw his hand was nothing but a pile of worthless singles, he angrily tossed his cards into the pile. He cursed under his breath, damn it, what a tie hand. I'm out. While single cards did have a chance of winning. But that chance was minuscule. Plus, Qin An's posture clearly indicated he intended to raise again. So naturally, he dared not gamble. Thanks. Qin An tossed his cards over and collected his chips. His face beamed with delight. Tiger Lord, however, wore a look of resentment. Shuffling the cards, he sneered, don't get too cocky, kid. Just wait till this hand I'll show you. Chapter 134, 500,000. Clatter. After shuffling and cutting the deck, Tiger Uncle gripped the deck and began dealing. Qin An didn't pay much attention at first until he realized the hand Tiger dealt him was a single card. Meanwhile, the hand he dealt himself was a three of a kind. Qin An smiled. So all this time, he was a card shark. No wonder he'd been so confident the entire time. Too bad, though. Your skills are still nowhere near mine. Kid, you got the guts to play one more hand? You dare? Tiger slapped the table, his face brimming with arrogance. Qin An smiled. He'd assumed this Tiger was merely lacking in card shuffling technique. His cheating was just too obvious. Little did he know the bloke's acting was this terrible too. He couldn't fathom how this man had ever risen to his position. Nothing I won't dare. Qin An pushed all the 10,000 chips he'd just won across the table. And this time, let's skip the hassle of betting in increments of 1,000. Let's go straight to 10,000 at a time. Tiger, who'd been fretting over how to coax Qin An into betting, nearly split his lips from grinning at this. He laughed heartily, good for you, kid. That's gutsy. Clatter. With that, Tiger Boss shoved 20,000 chips across the table. With a smug grin, he challenged, you're in? Hold on. Qin An raised his hand in a stopping gesture, feigning playfulness. If I win big later, you won't stop me from leaving, will you, Tiger? Don't worry about that. Tiger patted his chest emphatically, I swear on my reputation even if you win me into bankruptcy today, you'll leave safely. After saying this, Tiger followed closely behind, silently adding to himself, too bad you won't win. You're bound to lose, ha ha ha. Alright. Qin An chuckled. With your word, I'm satisfied. Clatter. With that, Qin An swiftly placed his chips. And so, the betting went back and forth. After several rounds of raises, the chips on the table reached a staggering 300,000. Yet Qin An showed no sign of stopping. This made Tiger Uncle feel a growing unease. Damn it, what's with this kid? He didn't even look at his cards before throwing down 150,000. Is he just bored with having too much money? Or does he genuinely believe he can beat me? No. Impossible. Tiger shook his head. Qin An's hand was dealt by him just a single card. How could he possibly beat his three of a kind? This kid must be bluffing him. At that thought, Tiger Uncle regained his composure. He chuckled. Young man, impressive nerve, 150,000 yuan, and you just tossed it away like that. No choice. Qin An put on an act of being a rich second-generation kid who'd been ripped off. His face brimming with arrogance, he declared, I may not have much, but I've got plenty of cash. Besides, neither of us has seen our cards. Who knows who'll come out on top? It's just a shame throwing chips around bit by bit is no fun. Nothing beats the thrill of real money. Though Qin An had never set foot in a gambling den before, he'd heard that in places like this, small wins were possible. But if you win big, forget about taking the money home, you might even get beaten up. So if he wanted to take his winnings home today, he had to exchange the chips for cash first. Otherwise, once Tiger Boss lost, he'd refuse to exchange them. Tiger nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Chips just don't have the same thrill as real cash. But what can we do? The crackdown is so strict now. If we actually move money, everyone here could end up behind bars. Not even just this one hand? Qin An narrowed his eyes, testing the waters with his question. Tiger fell silent. After weighing his options internally, he finally said, alright, if you're willing to raise the stakes for this round to 500,000 yuan, I'll make an exception just this once. The risk of betting real money was high. But for 500,000 yuan, he was willing to take the gamble. Deal. Seeing him take the bait, Qin An smiled with satisfaction. 500,000 it is. We'll settle this in one game. Good brother, you're a man of your word. Tiger was over the moon. His mind kept repeating, made it big 3 words. He grinned as he ordered his men to fetch the money. Thud. Thud. The moment 2 large boxes filled with bright red $100 bills were placed on the table, everyone present was genuinely stunned. One by one, their eyes turned utterly greedy. Tiger Uncle's eyes crinkled with laughter. His mind screamed wildly, "It's all mine. It's all mine. Ha 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 ha. Qin An, maybe we shouldn't gamble after all."
Zhang Moran clenched her fists tightly. She was terrified now.
After all, it was 500,000 yuan.
Even selling herself wouldn't fetch that much.
What if they lost? What then? Too late, little girl. Before Qin An could respond, Tiger Boss cut in first. The money's already on the table, no turning back now.
This. Realizing the money was gone for good, Zhang Moran felt tears welling up in her eyes.
Qin An quickly grasped Zhang Moran's small hand. "Don't worry. It's not over yet, who knows who'll win. Besides, this amount means nothing to me." But Zhang Moran tried to say more.
But Qin An cut her off.
"Alright, just relax. I've got this under control." With that, Qin An turned to Tiger and said, "Deal the cards." "Alright."
Tiger had been itching to reveal the cards. He flipped all 3 cards over at once. He slammed them onto the gambling table.
In an instant, gasps erupted. "Holy! Holy! Holy! 3 of a kind. It's actually 3 of a kind. Holy cow! Tiger, your luck is just too good. You actually got a AAA. Impressive, absolutely impressive. Tiger's luck is off the charts. Tiger, you've won so much money, don't you owe us some lucky money? Ha 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 ha." Tiger was grinning from ear to ear. He roared with laughter, don't worry. You'll definitely get your share."
With that, he sprang to his feet and lunged toward the 2 money boxes.
Clang!
The moment his fingers touched the boxes, Qin An moved. He pinned Tiger's hand down firmly.
"Don't be so impatient, Tiger. Haven't I even revealed my cards yet? What kind of player are you? They've got a sure thing 100% win. Why the hell would you even reveal your cards?" "Exactly. Do you think you can draw 3 more aces too? 4 aces total. If he gets 3 more aces, he's cheating." "Alright, admit defeat. Losing to a top-tier hand isn't shameful." The crowd around them erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Everyone was convinced Qin An was bound to lose. "I think the one who doesn't know how to play is you, huh?"
Qin An fixed his gaze on the first speaker and retorted with reasoned logic, "I've never heard of a 235 being able to beat a tiger."
Chapter 135, Victory.
At those words, the crowd that had been so confidently berating Qin An fell into collective silence. Even the smile on Tiger's face vanished.
His mind raced, desperately trying to recall what hand he dealt Qin An. Could it really be 235?
If so, he'd truly be shooting himself in the foot.
What kind of coincidence is that? Right after he caught the sky leopard, you draw 235?
Someone muttered this under their breath, instantly silencing everyone present.
That guy was spot on. What are the odds of that happening unless you're cheating? Yeah. It couldn't be that coincidental otherwise. If you can't speak properly, shut your mouths. Qin An blared fiercely at them. No one here thinks you're mute. Accusing me of cheating? Have I even touched these cards from start to finish?
Besides, I only said I had a straight flush with 235. I never claimed my cards were exactly those numbers.
Why are you so eager to slander me? What's your real motive?
The crowd was rendered speechless.
Indeed.
Qin An hadn't even touched the backs of the cards once the entire time.
He couldn't possibly be cheating.
Besides, he only explained the rules. For them to slander him as a cheat was indeed going too far. Realizing this, the group bowed in unison and offered Qin An a formal apology.
Oomph.
Qin An couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them, letting out a cold snort. Turning his head, he took Zhang Moran's delicate, jade-like hand and smiled faintly.
You turn over this card.
Ha! Zhang Moran jerked her hand back in fright, shaking her head.
No. I can't. I'm too scared.
Those cards held the key to a whopping 500,000 yuan. Such a huge sum she dared not touch it lightly.
It's fine.
Qin An pulled her hand back toward him, offering a faint smile.
Just flip them however you like. Whether you win or lose, I won't blame you. Besides, I have a feeling that among everyone here, only you have that kind of luck.
Qin An had actually wanted to spare Zhang Moran from bearing this pressure.
But he had no choice. Because if he had flipped up 235, Tiger would undoubtedly accuse him of cheating. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't touch that card.
Having anyone other than Zhang Moran touch it posed 2 problems.
Second, among these gamblers, there were casino shills, casino-hired cheaters.
If the chosen person turned out to be a mole and swapped his cards, it would be disastrous.
Alright, fine then.
Seeing Qin An insist, Zhang Moran no longer refused. Her trembling hand reached out and slowly flipped over the top card. When everyone saw the card was a 5,
the crowd couldn't help but murmur. Holy, don't tell me these 3 cards are actually 2, 3, and 5?
If that's the case, it'd be nothing short of miraculous.
Yeah.
A 2-3-5 top straight flush like this might not come around for years. Hold your horses.
Just 1 5 doesn't mean anything. Exactly. What if the other 2 are J, Q, or K?
As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Jiang Moran's hand slowly reached for the second card.
Everyone present fell silent at the sight. They held their breath. Tiger Lord's brow furrowed deeply. Cold sweat unnoticed dampened his palms. His mind raced with curses. Damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I should have checked the cards properly when dealing him the miscellaneous ones. What if we really draw a 2, 3, or 5? What then? Snap. With a crisp snap, the second card revealed its true form. It was a 2. Which meant that as long as the final card was a lowly 3, Qin An would win for sure. This sent a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd. Eyes fixed intently on the final card, hoping it would be a 3. Hoping this rare miracle, unseen in years, would truly come to pass. Those led by Tiger, however, held the exact opposite view. Especially Tiger, who wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead with one hand, while screaming frantically inside his head, not a 3. Not a 3. Not a 3. Like a machine, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Phew. Jiang Moran was already under immense pressure. Seeing the first 2 cards reveal 2 numbers from 235 only made it worse. It felt like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down on her chest. She could barely breathe. Her palms were already drenched in cold sweat. Qin An, I can't do this anymore. I'm scared. Why don't you flip the last card instead? Jiang Moran nearly cried out these words. It was clear she was genuinely terrified. It's okay, relax. Qin An gently rubbed Jiang Moran's back. He comforted her softly. Getting a 2 and a 5 is already amazing. Even if the last card isn't a 3, it doesn't matter. Besides, didn't I tell you earlier? Win or lose doesn't matter, I'm not short on money. Alright, fine then. Jiang Moran took a deep breath. After composing herself, she reached out with trembling hands toward the last card, slowly revealing it. Slap. The moment the card hit the table, the casino, which had been deathly quiet, erupted in an instant. Holy. 3. It really is a 3. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Holy. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd live to see such a miracle. I die happy now. Holy cow. What kind of crazy luck does this kid have? He actually pulled off a 235? Man, I'm jealous, dead jealous. Hey buddy, you won all that money, don't you owe us a little lucky money? Yeah, handsome. You can't just leave us hanging. Don't worry. Qin An, just like Tiger Boss moments ago, grinned as he pulled over 2 boxes of cash. He then pulled out 50,000 yuan from inside and slapped it down on the table. He'd distribute the rest later. He sealed the remaining boxes and handed them over to Jiang Moran. Ha! After actually flipping over a 3, Jiang Moran was stunned. She stood frozen in place, half convinced she was dreaming. Only when the cold, heavy box pressed against her hands did the weight of reality sink in. She finally snapped out of her daze. Like a lottery winner, she laughed foolishly. Her eyes crinkled with laughter. Plop. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. Over here, Qin An and Jiang Moran were laughing heartily. Over there, Tiger Lord slumped in his chair, utterly dejected. His mouth kept muttering, it's over, everything's ruined. These past 2 years have been for nothing. Chapter 136, Fuming Madness. Sir. The beautiful woman from earlier leaned close to Tiger Master's ear and whispered, in my opinion, this kid is definitely cheating. How else could such a coincidence happen? You think I don't know that? Tiger Lord frowned, snapping back angrily. Then why didn't you call him out? The beauty furrowed her embroidered brows, puzzled. Expose him? Tiger Uncle gave a bitter smile. Exposing him requires evidence. Do you have any evidence? The beauty fell silent. He hadn't even touched a single card the entire time. Where would the evidence come from? Why don't we use that trick? After a moment's hesitation, the woman said, with our house's sleight of hand, planting a card on him would be done so seamlessly, no one would ever know. Tiger furrowed his brow. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Finally, he shook his head. No. This man can swap cards without touching them. His skill clearly surpasses that of our dark light specialists. If we mess this up, we won't catch the fox but will stir up trouble instead, damaging the casino's reputation. That would be a real headache. The beauty pondered for a moment. She suggested, then perhaps we should invite him to the back room? Tiger shook his head again. No. With so many gamblers here now, if we suddenly invite him to the back room and he doesn't come out for a long time, people will inevitably suspect we've tampered with the game. Once word gets out that winners aren't allowed to leave, no one will come here anymore. But we can't just let it go like this. The woman was clearly upset. 50,000 yuan. That's 2 years' worth of your hard-earned salary. Tiger fell silent. After a long moment, he smiled. He beckoned to the woman and whispered in her ear, got it. Once they leave, find a few people to follow them. When they're in a deserted spot, pretend to be robbers and take the money back. Got it. The woman's face lit up. She nodded with a mischievous grin and set off to make arrangements. Qin An caught the scene out of the corner of his eye. He sighed helplessly. This $500,000 was proving to be quite a hot potato. He just didn't know what tricks they were planning to use against him. Well, whatever comes my way, I'll deal with it. Unable to come up with a solution, Qin An gave up trying. He counted out 16,000 from the 50,000 and tossed it to Tiger Boss. He grinned triumphantly. Now I see I misunderstood you, Tiger. You weren't trying to stop me from taking my men, you just didn't want me to take them and the money too. You're far too polite. Next time I need help, I'll definitely come to you again. But I hope you won't be so generous next time, don't let me lose my life savings again. With that, he rose and dragged Zhang Ying along as if she were a dead dog. He headed toward the exit with Jiang Moran in tow. Put. Tiger Uncle nearly choked on his own blood at Qin An's final words. Clutching his chest, he glared at Qin An with venom. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "You brat, you're celebrating too soon. You'll be crying soon enough. Russell." Upon reaching the doorway, Qin An flung a bundle of 100 yuan bills into the air like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Then he shouted loudly, "Anyone who wants more, follow me." Though Qin An wasn't sure how that Tiger Lord planned to target him. But bringing more people along was always a good idea. "Young man, where are you taking us?" After leaving the casino, one of the brothers trailing behind Qin An asked with genuine curiosity. "I just won some money, so I'm taking you guys to Yunhai Hotel for a proper feast." Really? The mere mention of dining at a place they could never afford on ordinary days. The group of gamblers couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. They trotted along behind Qin An, their minds filled with visions of delicious food. What should we do? The people arranged by Tiger Boss were a bit at a loss seeing this situation. They turned to ask the beautiful woman in charge. Her embroidered brows knitted tightly. She hadn't expected Qin An to be so cunning. He had actually lured over 10 people to protect him. On their side, there were only 5 people. If it came to a fight, they would definitely be outmatched. More crucially, many of the men accompanying Qin An were regulars at the casino, people who knew them. If they were recognized, the casino's reputation would be utterly ruined. Does that mean we just let it go? The woman felt deeply reluctant. But what could she do about it? After wrestling with the decision for a while, the woman sighed. She waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Everyone, let's call it a night. Yes. After the crowd dispersed, the beauty returned to the casino. She reported the entire incident to Tiger Boss in detail. Upon hearing this, Tiger Boss was so enraged that darkness clouded his vision and he fainted. Half an hour later, Qin An and the others returned to the Yunhai Hotel. Qin An instructed Yao Guohua to arrange the most basic meal for the gamblers. He instructed them to eat and leave immediately, handing them 10,000 yuan to split among themselves. He then took Zhang Ying to an empty private room. "Mu Ran, ask whatever you want. Today, I'm giving you the day off." With that, Qin An turned and walked away. Though he was curious what Jiang Mu Ran would ask. It was ultimately Jiang Mu Ran's private matter. Staying to listen without her consent would be extremely rude. It could easily cause resentment. Could you please not leave?" Jiang Moran grabbed Qin An's arm, her eyes pleading. I'm a little scared." "No problem." Qin An was more than happy to stay. How could he possibly refuse? Phew. Jiang Moran breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhang Ying. "I'm asking you, who exactly are you?" "I'm just me, honey." Zhang Ying put on an innocent expression and apologized. "I know it was wrong of me to take your money for gambling, but I had my reasons." "What reason?" Jiang Moran crossed her arms, her tone icy. "Don't tell me you gambled just to marry me." Zhang Ying's mouth twitched. That was exactly what he wanted to say. But saying it now was definitely out of the question. His eyes darted around as he spun a tall tale. "No, it's because my father is seriously ill, brain tumor. We urgently need 200,000 yuan for surgery. You know, I'm just a poor student, there's no way I could come up with that kind of money. But I couldn't just stand by and watch my father die, so I had no choice but to grasp at straws and gamble with the money. I'm so sorry, truly sorry, my dear. I was desperate, forced into this risky scheme. Please, I'm begging you, forgive me, will you? I can't live without you. I truly can't live without you. And I swear, from now on, I'll never go to that kind of place again, and I'll never cheat you out of money again. Please believe me, okay?" Wah! Seeing Zhang Ying weeping so bitterly, her heart-wrenching sobs piercing the air. Jiang Moran's heart softened slightly. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Your father was hospitalized. You could have told me. Why did you have to bear it all alone?" Chapter 137, This is a True Master. Zhang Ying saw that Jiang Moran had fallen for it. She was overjoyed. But outwardly, she feigned extreme anguish, joking out, "Because you've helped me so much over the years, I truly couldn't bear to burden you any further. Do you know how much it pains me every time I see you, with those huge dark circles under your eyes and that exhausted look on your face? Do you know how much it pains me when I hold your hand and feel the calluses built up over years? So I truly can't let you suffer any more hardship because of me.
Jiang Moran never imagined that Zhang Ying had deceived her out of sheer heartache for her. In that moment, all the resentment in her heart vanished completely. She took a step forward and bent down. Her voice trembled with tears. "You little darling. Your father will be my father too someday. Giving money for his treatment, isn't that only right? And as long as it helps you, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I'll do it willingly." At these words, Zhang Ying put on an extremely moved expression. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Moran, sobbing, "Wah! My dear, you're so kind to me. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Wah! It's okay, it's all right now." Jiang Moran now fully believed Zhang Ying's lies. She reached out, gently caressing Zhang Ying's face. She whispered softly, "You had your reasons. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Thank you, my dear wife." Wah! Qin An stood by, watching the two of them hugging each other and weeping. In his heart, he silently gave Zhang Ying a thumbs up. What a master! This is what a master looks like. With just a few words, she turned the tables completely. Compared to him, I'm such a low-level scumbag. Zhang Ying. Qin An stepped forward to separate the two. He smiled faintly. You said your father is sick. Do you know what illness he has? Which hospital is he in now? Zhang Ying had made it all up. How could he possibly answer? Fuming, she snapped, "Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you anything?" Qin An sneered coldly. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Zhang Ying. Crossing his legs, he said, "All right, stop pretending. Your little tricks might fool Muran, but they won't fool me." The word deceive hung heavy in the air. Jiang Muran, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, instantly stopped crying. She glanced at Qin An, then turned her gaze back to Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying felt a flicker of panic. But she quickly regained her composure, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Muran's hand tightly. He put on an extremely sincere expression and said, "Wife, don't listen to his nonsense. I've always held my father in the highest regard. How could I possibly use cursing my father as a way to deceive you?" Jiang Moran found Zhang Ying's words quite reasonable. She turned to Qin An. "I think what he said this time must be true." "Ha?" Qin An was speechless. This girl really was a bit naive. "Zhang Ying, if you're not lying, then tell me exactly what's wrong with your father and which hospital he's in. That way, I can help you, right?" Qin An put on a kind expression and smiled faintly. "No need." Zhang Ying stiffened her neck. Adopting the defiant stance of someone poor but proud, she declared, "I can handle my own affairs. No need for you to bother." "Humph." Qin An sneered coldly. "Zhang Ying, do you really think that as long as you keep your mouth shut, I can't touch you? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. With my connections and resources, getting to the bottom of you is a piece of cake. So I advise you better come clean now. Otherwise, once I uncover the truth, you'll suffer for it." Zhang Ying panicked. Cold sweat poured down his face. He knew the methods of the wealthy. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. But, if he confessed, Jiang Moran would never forgive him. What should he do? What should he do? For a moment, Zhang Ying was utterly torn. "I'll give you 3 more seconds." Qin An had lost his patience. Fiddling with his phone, he said, "After 3 counts, I'll find someone else to speak for you." No. Already flustered, Zhang Ying couldn't hold out any longer under Qin An's relentless pressure. She raised her hand in a stop gesture. I'll talk. But, before I do, you have to promise me one thing. After I finish, you must let me go." "Humph." Qin An sneered coldly. "Do you really think you have the standing to bargain with me?" Zhang Ying fell silent. Head bowed, she stood there, utterly silent. Seeing this, Qin An frowned deeply. With impatience, he waved his hand. "All right, get on with it. Once you're done, I'll let you go." Thank you. Zhang Ying exhaled in relief and slowly began, "I did lie. My father isn't seriously ill, and I'm not a college student, just an unemployed bum." Boom. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Moran froze in shock. Furrowing his brows, he demanded, "Then, all those tuition fees you took from me over the years? Gambled it away?" At this point, Zhang Ying saw no point in hiding it anymore. Adopting a what's-the-point attitude, he explained, "Back in high school, I was small and quiet. Those bullies kept picking on me. At first, I endured it, thinking they'd get bored after a few times and leave me alone. But what I got in return was even worse. They started out just cursing and hitting me, but later they forced me to do their workbooks and stole my pocket money. In the end, they trampled on my dignity and my very being. They urinated on me and forced me to eat feces." At this point, Zhang Ying's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His face began to twist in agony. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "How could I endure this? So I fought back. I tricked one of them into the bathroom. While he wasn't paying attention, I shoved him into the toilet pit until he passed out. Then I tricked the other 2 into coming over. I locked them in the bathroom stall and poured sewage inside. Listening to them from curses to screams, and finally begging for mercy. I felt incredibly satisfied. But sadly, though I got my revenge, I got expelled from school because of it. The reason wasn't that I went too far, but because those three were the sons of a wealthy businessman, the head of student affairs, and the principal. Because of their status, they could bully me with impunity, while I got expelled for retaliating once. Ha ha ha. Unfair, so unfair. At this point, Zhang Ying burst into a wild laugh. But soon, that laughter turned into sobs. It was filled with rage and bitter resentment. Chapter 138, You're a good person. What happened next? Qin An pressed. Zhang Ying stopped crying and slumped to the ground. Sniffling, she gave a bitter laugh. After getting expelled, I thought my father would understand me. But that coward actually beat me up and forced me to apologize to those people. How could I possibly agree to that? So from that day on, I never went back home. I ran away alone to drift around Binhai. During my time wandering, I worked as a waiter, delivered takeout, washed cars, and even did courier work. I didn't make much money, but I sure made a whole bunch of shady friends. That's when I got hooked on gambling. After work every day, I'd hang out with them playing cards, paigao, and mahjong. If I didn't gamble for a day, I felt restless. But I had no money once I lost everything, I couldn't play anymore. Earning money honestly was too slow, so I started borrowing from everyone. I borrowed from nearly every friend around me back then. Later, when they saw I wasn't paying back, they stopped lending to me altogether. But not having money to gamble made me miserable. What could I do? I started scamming people, first my brothers and friends, then strangers. After scamming around for a while, I realized women were the easiest to scam. All I had to do was sweet talk them, act like I loved them, and they'd willingly hand over their money. Especially you, Jiang Moran. You were so gullible, so naive. Whatever I said, you actually believed it. Ha ha ha. You're wrong. Qin An slowly rose to his feet, towering over Zhang Ying. Jiang Moran isn't gullible, nor is she foolish. She genuinely loves you. Too bad you don't understand that. Because of your arrogance, you've betrayed someone who truly loves you and broken her heart. Qin An's words struck Zhang Ying's heart like a 1,000-pound hammer. He felt a pain unlike any he had ever known before. Tears streamed down his face. Head bowed, his face twisted with regret, he murmured, yes. If she didn't love me, how could she have believed me? I was truly foolish. After speaking, he lifted his head and looked at the slender, petite figure of Jiang Moran not far away. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words meant to win her back. Turning to Qin An, he said, You're a good person. From now on, I'm entrusting her care to you. With that, Zhang Ying stood up and strode quickly toward the exit. Jiang Moran watched his retreating figure and murmured, Do you think he'll go gambling again? Qin An shook his head. I don't know. Qin An had actually intended to say yes. Because gambling addiction is easy to acquire but hard to shake. And Zhang Ying's self-control was particularly weak. It made it even less likely he'd quit. But anything could happen. What if today's incident truly made Zhang Ying repent? So it was better to say she didn't know. Jiang Moran shook her head, pushing the thought aside. Her eyes brimming with gratitude, she turned to Qin An and offered a faint smile. Thank you so much for today. Without you, I don't know how much longer I would have been kept in the dark. Don't just thank me. Qin An teased with a mischievous grin, how about something more tangible? Jiang Moran froze for a moment. Then, her face filled with apology, she said, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Once I get paid, I'll treat you to a meal. Would that be okay? I really don't have any money on me right now. Hey! Qin An sighed. His face fell as he said, in novels and storybooks, they always offer themselves in return. Why does it turn into just a meal when it comes to me? Ah! Those things really can't be trusted. Jiang Moran's cheeks flushed. Please, stop teasing me. I'm just a waitress, how could I possibly be worthy of you? Besides. Jiang Moran lowered her head. But, you already have a girlfriend, don't you? Qin An knew this fact, he couldn't hide it from Jiang Moran. He didn't intend to hide it from her either. He smiled and said, Who says you can only have one girlfriend? Ha! Jiang Moran was utterly stunned by Qin An's outrageous remark. She stammered in protest, but, you can't have multiple girlfriends. It's fine. I don't mind. I do. Seeing Jiang Moran's intense reaction, Qin An sighed inwardly. This matter was indeed not so easy to resolve. But it's fine, I've got all the time in the world anyway. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Qin An waved his hand dismissively. Where are you staying now? Jiang Moran took a step back. She clutched her chest tightly with both hands, watching Qin An warily. What are you doing? Relax. Qin An gave a helpless, bitter smile. I'm not that kind of person. I only asked because I wanted to tell you autumn's here now. Living in that old mud house, you're bound to catch a chill and get sick. You really should move into the apartment building sooner rather than later. Also, Qin An paused mid-sentence. He wasn't sure if he should continue. Jiang Moran blinked in confusion. What else? You know gamblers, they're capable of anything. Seeing Jiang Moran ask, Qin An no longer held back.
I'm worried that if you keep living there, the day Zhang Ying racks up gambling debts, he might bring people to your place to collect. It could easily get dangerous. Zhang Moran pondered for a moment. She realized Qin An had a point. She nodded. I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Qin An grinned. Add me on WeChat.
I'll send you an address shortly.
Move in this afternoon or tomorrow, this place is yours. Ha!
Learning he was giving her an entire apartment, Zhang Moran's face paled in shock.
She waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. I can't accept something so valuable. I can't take it. It's fine. Qin An waved his hand dismissively. Just think of it as an advance on your dowry. You're going to marry me sooner or later anyway. Zhang Moran's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, Who said I'd marry you? Don't talk nonsense.
Qin An chuckled, no longer teasing her.
Alright, I've got things to do. I won't keep you company any longer.
With that, he rose and strode briskly toward the door. Seeing this, Zhang Moran hurried after him.
Can I not take this house? She pleaded. No. Qin An refused sternly. That's final. No more discussion. If you won't think of yourself, you must think of your brother.
He's so young, how could he possibly live in a place like that?
Oh, right.
Mentioning Zhang Moran's younger brother, Qin An suddenly remembered something. He asked suspiciously, last time I saw your brother, it wasn't a weekend either.
Why wasn't he in school? Right.
Zhang Moran slapped her forehead. She said apologetically,
Could you please help me enroll my brother in school?
He has a rural household registration, and since we don't own a house yet, none of the nearby schools are willing to accept him. Otherwise, given his age, he should have started school long ago.
Chapter 139, How did another person appear? Beg me.
Qin An grinned mischievously.
Just say one word, honey, please, and I'll handle it immediately. No. I can't.
Zhang Moran's face flushed crimson as she shook her head vigorously.
That's too humiliating. Besides, you're not even my husband. Then find someone else.
Saying this, Qin An made a move to leave. Startled, Zhang Moran hurriedly grabbed his arm.
She pleaded pitifully, Can we change the request to something else? Qin An frowned in thought. Sighing, he relented, Fine. I'll give you one more option, agree to be my girlfriend. No way. Zhang Moran shook her head. You already have a girlfriend. Then forget it. Qin An made to leave again. Zhang Moran hurriedly pulled him back. Stamping her foot, she exclaimed, Can't you make the conditions simpler? No.
Qin An shook his head coldly.
I'll give you 3 more seconds to decide. After that, I'm really leaving. 3, 2, 1.
Zhang Moran realized she had no choice but to choose. After a moment's hesitation, her face flushed, she stammered, I
choose the second one. But I have,
Ever since first meeting Zhang Moran, Qin An had longed to kiss her.
Now that she'd finally agreed to be his girlfriend, if he didn't act now, when would he?
He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in for a kiss.
MMMPH. Zhang Moran tried to struggle at first.
But gradually, her strength faded. Her entire body went limp like a sack of water, collapsing into Qin An's embrace.
Unable to move. Huff. Several seconds later. Qin An finally relented and let Zhang Moran go.
He smacked his lips and grinned wickedly, so sweet.
Zhang Moran's lovely face flushed crimson. She huffed indignantly, You're so mean. I wasn't even finished talking, and you're already picking on me. Sorry.
Qin An scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile.
I couldn't help myself just now. Go ahead and speak now.
Zhang Moran nodded and slowly began, I have 3 conditions.
First, you can't force me to call you husband. Second, we can't share a room before marriage.
Third, I don't care if you have other girlfriends, but you can't bring them to my house.
Okay.
Qin An agreed without hesitation.
Then he grinned mischievously, Can I make 3 conditions too? Ha? Zhang Moran paused for a moment before nodding. Sure, that's fair. Go ahead. Alright.
Qin An cleared his throat and grinned mischievously.
First, you have to call me husband. Second, you have to share a room with me. Third, I haven't figured that one out yet, I'll let you know when I do. No way.
Zhang Moran had been genuinely curious about what conditions Qin An would propose. Instead, they were all rebuttals against her. Curious, her cheeks puffed out. She punched Qin An several times in retaliation.
Qin An burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, enough of this. I'll handle your brother's enrollment right away. I'll let you know as soon as there's any news.
And here, take this 500,000 in cash.
Use it for anything you need for the new place. Don't bother with any of that old junk, it's meaningless.
Saying this, Qin An shoved one of the 2 boxes of money he'd won at the casino into Zhang Moran's hands.
No.
If it weren't for having nowhere to live and Qin An practically forcing her to take it,
she wouldn't even want that house. So how could she possibly accept this cash? I told you to take it, so take it.
Qin An pushed the cash box back toward her.
Furniture, appliances, your brother's tuition, clothes, groceries, doesn't everything cost money? Besides, you're my girlfriend now. Spending my money is only natural, no need to feel awkward. Well, fine then. Jiang Moran reconsidered and accepted it. Oh, right. Jiang Moran suddenly remembered something and asked doubtfully, back at the casino, was it really just our luck?
At the time, Jiang Moran had been completely clueless throughout the whole ordeal, so she hadn't given it much thought. Now that she was back, she realized the matter might not be as straightforward as she'd thought.
Qin An smiled. Just consider it good luck. No. Jiang Moran shook her head. Pouting her lips, she pouted, just tell me, okay? Then don't blink, okay?
Qin An held his right hand in front of Jiang Moran's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, 3 playing cards instantly appeared in his palm, a 4, a 10, and an 8.
Actually, these 3 were the original hole cards.
I secretly swapped them out from the deck while tossing the chips.
Good heavens. Jiang Moran's wide, shocked eyes grew even rounder. That's incredible. Want to learn? Qin An raised an eyebrow.
If you want to learn, I'll come teach you at your place after you've finished moving.
I'm too clumsy.
Jiang Moran scratched her head.
Her face brimming with self-doubt, she asked, can I really learn it? Nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Qin An smiled faintly. As long as you want to learn, there's nothing you can't master. Alright, I'm really leaving now. Remember to keep the money safe. Got it. After Qin An left, Jiang Moran watched Qin An's receding figure. With a sweet smile, being with him seems pretty nice too. Ding. Jiang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding. Jiang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding. Jiang Moran's affection plus 10. Ding. Jiang Moran's current affection level, 60 points.
After leaving Jiang Moran, Qin An hurried toward the private room where Li Qingran and Yang Yuan were.
Squeak. Sorry, something came up. Just finished dealing with it. Qin An offered a casual explanation, only to find no one responded. Stepping inside, he froze. How could there be an extra person in this room?
A stunning woman in a form-fitting knit top, one shoulder exposed. The black spaghetti straps playfully hung at the edge of her shoulders. As if they might slip off any moment, it was quite alluring. Her long, wavy black hair fell across one eye. The other eye, a seductive gaze full of springtime charm. Paired with her slightly parted lips, she was truly enough to kill a man.
Yan Ran, what brings you here? Indeed. The unexpected beauty was none other than.
It was none other than Xia Yanran, who had come to find Qin An today after speaking with Dilibai last night. She had searched for Qin An in numerous places today. Finally, by bribing a security guard at Yunhai Hotel, she learned Qin An had arrived at the hotel. She rushed over immediately. But when she arrived, Qin An was nowhere to be found. Instead, she encountered a woman she didn't recognize. This instantly reignited the anger that had only recently begun to subside over the past few days. But she knew that if she let this anger show, Qin An would surely dislike her even more. So she kept her anger bottled up inside, putting on a show of being perfectly reasonable. She flashed Qin An a sweet smile. Honey, you're finally back. Who's this woman? Is she the new sister you found for me? Chapter 140, Auntie. Boom. At those words, Yang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He and Qin An had been classmates throughout high school and college. Naturally, he recognized Xia Yanran. He knew she was the school beauty of Binhai No. 2 High School, the one who kept countless young men awake at night. But he never imagined that the former school beauty was already dating Qin An. This absurd. At the same time, he was puzzled. Qin An was only slightly better looking than him, had a bit more charm. A bit richer, and a bit more capable. He didn't have much more than him. Why do all these women prefer Qin An? But not him? Hey! Although Li Qingran didn't know Xia Yanyan, and hadn't spoken to her at all since Xia Yanyan arrived. But she had a hunch this woman must be connected to Qin An. So when Xia Yanyan called Qin An husband, she wasn't surprised. Only a pang of heartache and a surge of anger washed over her. Angry that Qin An, who clearly already had a girlfriend, yet still lied to her about being single. Could it be that her feelings were meant to be toyed with so casually? At this thought, Li Qingran felt like crying. Tears welled up in her eyes, refusing to stop. Damn it! Qin An knew that when two women met, trouble was bound to follow. And sure enough, the moment she opened her mouth, she unleashed the big guns. What to do? What the hell? Qin An frantically searched his mind for a solution. Finally, feigning utter helplessness, he snapped, Auntie, could you please stop messing around? I finally found a girlfriend I'm truly happy with, and here you come stirring up trouble. Seriously? Ha? Ha? The first question came from Yang Yuan. His eyes widened in surprise. He was puzzled how had Xia, the campus beauty, become Qin An's aunt? Back in school, he'd never heard of such a thing. The second question came from Li Qingran. She blinked rapidly. She began to doubt whether Qin An's story was true or not. Xia Yanran clenched her fists tightly. She slammed her fist hard on the table. She shouted angrily, fine.
You're something else, Qin An. You call me baby and darling in bed, but the moment you put your pants on, you start calling me auntie? You're something else. Auntie, you can mess around in bed, but you can't mess around with your words. Qin An put on an extremely indignant expression. If we'd slept together, wouldn't that make it incest? If my mom found out, she'd beat me to death. And could you please stop this nonsense? Qin An feigned utter helplessness. When I sabotaged your relationship with my uncle, it was for your own good. I didn't want you to be deceived by that scumbag. Why can't you understand my good intentions? No.
Xia Yanran stomped her foot in frustration. She turned to Li Qingran.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
I'm not his aunt, I'm his wife.
Oh, right. Xia Yanyan suddenly remembered something.
She whipped her head around to face Yang Yuan and demanded angrily, Yang Yuan, we were classmates for 3 years.
Tell me honestly, am I Qin An's aunt? Yang Yuan wasn't sure either way.
But he knew that at this moment, he absolutely had to say yes. Otherwise, Qin An would be in big trouble. So he mimicked Qin An's mannerisms. He feigned resignation.
Alright, auntie, you can stop acting now. You've been at it for ages, aren't you tired?
Besides, Qin An explained it all, he was just trying to help you.
Why are you still picking on him? No. Xia Yanran was furious.
Originally, she'd planned to frame Qin An as a cheating scumbag husband. She wanted Li Qingran to hate him and break up with Qin An. Then she could have Qin An all to herself. Instead, Qin An had gone and labeled her his aunt.
Moreover, Yang Yuan helped Qin An with the installation. This made Li Qingran doubt everything she said.
It really got her steamed.
Phew. Qin An had thought Yang Yuan would slip up and give himself away.
But to her surprise, he played the part so convincingly. He breathed a sigh of relief.
He silently gave Yang Yuan a mental thumbs up. My good brother, indeed.
Qingran, you know I'm telling the truth, I really am not his aunt.
Xia Yanyan refused to believe she couldn't outmaneuver Qin An today.
As she spoke, she walked up to Qin An. She wrapped her arms around Qin An's arm.
If I were, could I act like this with him?
Then she planted a kiss on Qin An's lips.
Could I do this?
Finally, she even reached out to touch little Qin An. Startled, Qin An hurriedly took a step back.
Rather than creating distance, he roared, have you lost your mind? Just to get back at me, you've abandoned your role as an elder? You're something else. Yeah, I am.
Overcome with rage, Xia Yanran couldn't be bothered to argue this time. She nodded in resignation, I am crazy. Today, I'm going to fight you tooth and nail.
With that, Xia Yanran lunged toward Qin An.
Then she turned back to Li Qingran and said, sis, you better get out of here.
This guy is mine now. Damn it. Qin An was speechless.
He never imagined Xia Yanyan would stoop to such lengths. At least, though, Xia Yanyan had acknowledged her claim.
This way, Li Qingran wouldn't think he was toying with her feelings.
The crisis was averted.
Qin An firmly restrained Xia Yanran. He turned to comfort Li Qingran, don't worry, okay? My aunt's just like that. It's nothing. It's fine.
Li Qingran waved her hand dismissively.
I get it.
Your aunt is probably one of those love-struck types. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so deeply attached to that jerk.
Damn it. Xia Yanyan was furious.
Giving up on kissing Qin An, she leaned forward and yelled, you're the love-struck one. Your whole family is love-struck. He's clearly lying to you, and you actually believe his bull.
I'm not his aunt at all. Auntie, I'm not stupid. Li Qingran smiled faintly, countering logically, you say Qin An is deceiving me, but could Yang Yuan be deceiving me too?
Since Qin An arrived, he hasn't spoken a single word to Yang Yuan, not even exchanged a glance.
Xia Yanyan. You're not just dumb. You're stupid as hell. Enough. Xia Yanyan was exhausted. She couldn't be bothered to fight anymore. She sighed. Since you're so fond of Qin An, I won't drive you away. But you must understand I am his lawful wife. You can only be a concubine.
In this household, you must acknowledge my authority above all else.
Li Qingran's mouth twitched. This auntie sure could put on a show. The only question was, what kind of scumbag was that man?
He must be quite the scoundrel to keep her so obsessed even now. She'd even risk ruining her reputation just to get revenge.
Absolutely outrageous. Chapter 141, Music Festival.
After Xia Yanran had finished making a scene, Qin An could finally sit down and eat in peace. From morning until now, Qin An had only managed to eat a few tough pieces of beef at the gathering. By now, his stomach was growling with hunger. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. He picked up a small piece of chili pepper beef and took a bite. Qin An froze. He asked Li Qingran, when was this dish served? How come it's still hot? Nearly 2 hours had passed since they'd started fussing around. Yet the dish was still hot.
Qin An couldn't help but wonder if Li Qingran had deliberately waited for him.
It was served less than 10 minutes ago. Li Qingran explained with a smile, but don't read too much into it. The three of us finished eating ages ago. The reason it's still hot is because of that manager Yao. He didn't know exactly when you'd return, and he didn't want the food to get cold and unappetizing by the time you got back. So he instructed the waitstaff to take it back to the kitchen every 20 minutes to reheat it. If reheating too many times affected the taste, he'd even have the kitchen make a fresh batch. Ha! Qin An chuckled. You have to admit, this Yao Guowa. He certainly has some skills. He managed to be so meticulous about even the smallest details. If he could remember that the dish needed to be served hot, why couldn't he have thought to stop Xia Yanran from coming to this private room? After dinner, he absolutely had to give him a stern talking to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, today he let Xia Yanyan in, tomorrow Shen Xinyao, the day after that Su Wanqing, and the day after that Feng Qingyan. He'd be beaten to death by these women before long. What are you thinking about? Li Qingran asked suspiciously when she saw Qin An staring blankly for so long. Nothing. Qin An brushed it off casually. Just wondering where we should go for fun later. Let's go to the city that never sleeps. Xia Yanran, who had been fuming moments ago, heard the word play. She instantly forgot her anger. She leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I heard there's not only a fireworks show tonight, but also a music festival. They've invited tons of celebrities. Like Lao Shui, Lao Jiao, Li Ronghao, Zhu Jingyi, and tons more. It'll be so much fun if we go there. But we'd need to buy tickets in advance, right? Qin An had accompanied Han Ting to the music festival several times before. Not only were the tickets ridiculously expensive, but they were also damn hard to snag. What's worse, once you're there, you're stuck standing the whole damn time. If Han Ting hadn't insisted on going, he'd never have put up with that hellish ordeal. Yeah, right. Xia Yanyan had been so preoccupied with seeing the celebrities, and had forgotten about the need to secure tickets in advance. She sighed disappointedly. Then you guys decide. I'm fine with anywhere. Seeing Xia Yanran become sullen and unhappy, Qin An sighed inwardly with resignation. Oh well. No matter what, she's still my woman and I should spoil her. Besides, Qin An had heard online that Zhu Jingyi was renowned as a beauty with 3,000 years of charm. This was the perfect chance to feast his eyes. Of course, if he could win her over, that would be even better. After all, she was a celebrity. Having her arm in arm with him while shopping would be incredibly impressive. Lost in thought, Qin An chuckled. He was really getting carried away. He actually dared to set his sights on a celebrity. Back in the day, he wouldn't have even dared to dream about such a thing. I'll ask my friends see if they can help score tickets. Qin An pulled out his phone and opened the VIP group chat. He mentioned his need for music festival tickets in the group. To his surprise, there was actually someone in the group who could help. A member calling himself Zheng Xiao from Binhai happened to be in that line of business. He offered to give Qin An 4 tickets. Still, Qin An paid for them. Because if he didn't pay, he'd owe a huge favor. He certainly didn't want to owe someone a major favor over such a minor matter. All set. Once they deliver the tickets, we'll head out. Really? Then I'd better hurry and touch up my makeup. Upon hearing the tickets were secured, Xia Yanyan jumped 3 feet high with excitement. She couldn't stop smiling. Gripping her makeup bag, she dashed to the dressing mirror in the private box. She began applying her makeup with great care. Qin An watched her, smiling helplessly. He turned to Li Qingran and asked, "Oh, I forgot to ask you, would you like to go?" "I'd love to." Li Qingran nodded with a smile. "I just checked online, there are several singers performing, and I really like them all." "That's good." Qin An breathed a sigh of relief and continued eating. Yan Yuan, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly leaned in. "Why didn't you ask me?" he whined, looking aggrieved. "Go to hell if you want." Damn it. After they'd eaten their fill, Qin An told them to stay in the room and drink tea while waiting for the tickets to arrive. He himself headed toward Yao Guowa's office. Squeak. "Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin?" Yao Guowa, who had been busy reconciling accounts, saw Qin An approaching. He hurriedly rose from his chair. He jogged forward to greet him. "If you needed anything, you could have just sent someone to fetch me. I never imagined you'd come personally." "Nothing." Qin An waved dismissively and sat down on the sofa beside the tea table. Seeing this, Yao Guowa promptly poured Qin An a cup of hot tea. "Ah! Premium Westlake Longjing exquisite tea." Yao Guowa paused in surprise before smiling and praising. "I never expected, Mr. Qin, that at such a young age, you possess such profound expertise in tea. Merely by the aroma alone. To identify the variety and origin of the tea leaves. I'm truly impressed." In truth, it wasn't just Yao Guowa who was taken aback. Qin An himself was stunned. All his life, he'd only ever eaten tea-flavored eggs and sipped taro bubble milk tea. Where the hell had he ever tasted proper tea? But for some reason, the moment he caught that tea's aroma, its name automatically popped into his mind. How peculiar. Could it be the power of that top-tier merchant skill? Qin An had fused the supreme merchant's art when he successfully won over Zhao Yushi. It encompassed a vast array of knowledge, as boundless as the sea. At the time, Qin An had only skimmed through it briefly. It seemed to include this very tea ceremony. But what the hell does tea ceremony have to do with merchant techniques?
Could it be because people enjoy drinking tea during business negotiations?
Unable to make sense of it, Qin An dismissed the thought.
He chuckled and said, Manager Yao, you flatter me.
It's mainly because my father often drinks this particular tea, otherwise, I might not have guessed it at all. Since your father enjoys it, please take this unopened package home with you. Yao Guohua had been struggling to find a way to curry favor with Qin An. Upon hearing Qin An mention his father's preference, he promptly retrieved the tea and placed it before him. This is? That earlier remark had been nothing but a casual fabrication by Qin An to conceal the system. After all, his old man was just a farmer, how could he possibly afford such fine tea? Chapter 142, A Gentle Tug. It's fine, it's fine. It's not worth much. Just keep it. Alright then. Realizing that Yao Guohua had only offered the tea to ease his own conscience, Qin An stopped refusing. He lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and asked with a hint of doubt, Do you know when that Xia Yan Ran arrived? Clunk. Yao Guohua's heart sank. Even before Qin An arrived, he had a premonition that trouble was brewing. He never imagined it would actually happen. He hurriedly bowed in apology. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. This is entirely my fault. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept it. Oomph. Qin An snorted coldly, his expression stern. Considering this is your first offense, plus your contribution in preparing the hot dishes and the tea you gifted me, I'll deduct 1,000 yuan from your pay. A minor punishment. If you mess up again, you're out. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, I'll remember this lesson well and ensure nothing like this happens again. Yao Guohua breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness he'd given the tea leaves early. Otherwise, he might have lost a month's salary. I hope you can deliver on your promise. Don't disappoint me. Qin An's expression remained icy. Oh, and give Jiang Moran a promotion. Ha! Yao Guohua froze for a moment. Then it dawned on him this deal was already sealed. He smiled and said, Congratulations, President Qin, on finding such a wonderful partner. What position would be appropriate for her? Qin An stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, What departments does our hotel have? Mr. Qin, our hotel has 10 departments in total. Yao Guohua replied calmly, They are front desk, housekeeping, marketing, human resources, finance, purchasing, security, engineering, entertainment, and kitchen. Except for front desk, security, and kitchen, those 3 departments. Qin An said in a low voice, The remaining departments will rotate monthly. As for her position, just give her a nominal deputy manager title. But no department is to give her a hard time. Yes. Yao Guohua's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed Qin An was merely playing around with Jiang Moran because she was pretty. But he never imagined Qin An was actually grooming Jiang Moran to be his boss's mistress. Thank goodness he hadn't made a move back then, let alone cause trouble. Otherwise, he'd have been kicked out like a stray dog. Next, bolstered by his mastery of top-tier merchant tactics, he proceeded to examine the hotel's accounts. Though Yao Guohua had served as general manager for so many years and was undoubtedly capable of managing the hotel well, but at the end of the day, this was his own business. He had to pay attention to it. Moreover, occasional audits served as a deterrent. It would prevent Yao Guohua from harboring any improper intentions. Mr. Qin. Yao Guohua, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment. He decided to speak up. He spoke slowly, Regarding the procurement department, there's something I need to discuss with you. Speak. Qin An continued flipping through the ledger, replying without looking up. It's like this. Yao Guohua licked his dry lips. He gathered his thoughts. The current head of the procurement department is named Hu Tuesday. He's the uncle of the former owner, Mr. Hu. After you acquired the hotel, logically speaking, he should have been dismissed. But this man has been in that position for nearly 20 years. Not only is he exceptionally capable, but he also has an extensive network. Dismissing him abruptly would not only cause most ingredients to increase in price, but it would also make many rare ingredients impossible to source. That's why I didn't fire him, I kept him on. But rest assured. Yao Guohua hastily added, He may be a bit greedy, but it's only petty corruption that won't significantly impact us. Thud. Qin An slammed the ledger onto the desk. He gave a cold laugh. Checking the ingredients is one thing, but him giving you kickbacks is another, right? Clunk. At those words, Yao Guohua nearly toppled over in fright. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He hurriedly bowed low. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I'll return the share he gave me. Please don't fire me. Don't worry. I'm not going to fire you over something this trivial. But you must make amends. No matter what it takes, within a week, you must secure those suppliers for yourself. As the saying goes, the world bustles with people chasing profit and throngs gather for gain. There is no one in this world who is not greedy. Therefore, as long as Yao Guohua didn't overstep too far, he wouldn't easily touch him. After all, he'd managed the Yunhai Hotel for years and knew the ropes inside out. Bringing in a new person recklessly, not only would their integrity be unknown, but they could very well turn the hotel management into a complete mess. That would only cause more headaches. However, while Yao could stay, that incompetent individual absolutely must not. After all, the procurement department is absolutely crucial to the hotel. Placing it in someone else's hands is far too risky. Yes, sir. Yao Guohua exhaled in relief. Rest assured, I'll handle this properly. After reviewing the accounts, Qin An called Li Pan. He asked her to find a school district property with a degree-granting institution for Jiang Moran. He then returned to the private room and led everyone to the city that never sleeps. The city that never sleeps was a newly constructed mega night market in Binhai City, built to revitalize the local economy. Its total land area spans an impressive 8.22 million square meters. The total floor area is 570,000 square meters. It rivals the currently popular Tang Dynasty Night City in scale. From afar, it looks incredibly grand. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Quick, look at that guy. Damn it, that guy's only a tiny bit better looking than me. What gives him the right? Unfair, so unfair. As Qin An led the group to the entrance, an instant uproar erupted. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. No wonder. Xia Yanran and Li Qingran were simply stunningly beautiful. With Xia Yanyan arm in arm with him while he held Li Qingran's hand. It was simply too eye-catching not to draw attention. Auntie, could you please behave normally? What kind of spectacle are you making in broad daylight? While having both women by his side certainly made him look impressive, Qin An couldn't help but feel concerned. He feared that the single men, seeing him so brazen, driven by envy and jealousy, they might swarm him and beat him to death. Shut up! Xia Yanyan shot him a glare and lifted her chin haughtily. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Qin An sighed in resignation. Countless times along the way, he'd urged Xia Yanyan to let go. But she simply wouldn't listen. Leaving Qin An utterly helpless, completely helpless. Fine. To die beneath the peony blossoms is to die a romantic ghost. Let's do this. Seeing there was truly no other way, Qin An stopped interfering. Surrounded by Xia Yanyan and Li Qingran, he marched straight into the heart of the city, ignoring the seething glances of the single folks burning with jealousy. And the glances from those little fairies who wanted to tear him limb from limb for being such a scumbag. She strode confidently into the depths of the city that never sleeps. Chapter 143, Even I Belong to You. Oh, right. Midway, Li Qingran suddenly remembered something. She pulled out her phone and said, You sent me that 3.25 million yuan, and I haven't returned it to you yet. Quickly give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it back right now. Otherwise, with everything else going on, I'll forget again. What? You actually transferred him 3.25 million yuan? Upon hearing this news, Xia Yanran was overcome with jealousy. She shouted angrily, Why did you give her so much money? No way. I want some too. Shut up. Qin An glared at Xia Yanyan. He snapped irritably, The car I gave you is worth nearly 100 million, and I also gifted you over 6 million shares. Isn't any of that worth more than this little sum? Then why can't you just say it nicely? Why are you being so mean? Xia Yanyan pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. She crossed her arms and sulked off to the side. Qin An couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned his head to look at Li Qingran. He feigned anger. What? Are you saying the gift I gave you as compensation isn't good enough? No. Li Qingran thought Qin An was genuinely upset. She waved her hands frantically to explain, It's just that this birthday gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. Oh. Qin An sighed in exasperation. Why is it so difficult to spend money on these women? Qingran, I have a few questions for you. Qin An looked into Li Qingran's eyes and said earnestly, Do you like me? Being asked such a question by Qin An in front of so many people. Li Qingran's delicate, pretty face flushed slightly. She nodded. Yes. Then would you break up with me? Li Qingran shook her head firmly, her gaze unwavering. As long as you don't initiate the breakup and don't do anything excessive, I'll never leave you for the rest of my life. Then what exactly are you feeling guilty about? Qin An gently stroked Li Qingran's delicate cheek. His eyes brimmed with deep affection. Qingran, remember this, even I belong to you. How much more so material possessions like money? The words even I am yours filled Li Qingran with both sweetness and bashfulness. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded. I understand. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's current affection level, 78 points. Damn it. Again? Qin An was speechless. Why does it keep getting stuck at 78 points both times? This is so annoying. Although the music festival only sold standing tickets, there were still VIP sections, general admission areas, and grandstand zones. Ticket prices range from 322 to 888. It's pretty pricey, to be honest. Which section did we buy tickets for? VIP section. Yay! 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 Upon learning they were in the VIP section closest to the stage, Xia Yanran bounced around like a child, utterly thrilled.
Qin An was left a bit bewildered. He wondered why today's Xia Yanran seemed like a completely different person from the one he'd met last time. Was it because she felt more comfortable now? Ah, whatever. Who cares? As long as she's still Xia Yanran. As long as she still liked him. Friends of Binhai, how are you? After Qin An and the others took the stage, the music festival kicked off swiftly. Super bright spotlights illuminated the stage as bright as day. A guy wearing a baseball cap and dressed in trendy style hopped and skipped onto the stage. He began his performance. He performed a rap song. The lyrics were somewhat hard to describe, but he kept repeating, "You always cram at the last minute, cram at the last minute." Yet he managed to electrify the crowd. Nearly 10,000 people in the crowd were dancing wildly, waving their glow sticks high. Looking out, the audience resembled a dazzling sea of neon lights. The air was thick with restless energy. "You should dance too." Seeing Qin An standing motionless, Xia Yanran. She took his hand and pulled him into the dance. Li Qingran, feeling a bit shy, simply swayed gently to the music's rhythm from the sidelines. Yang Yuan's personality was much like Qin An's. Neither of them were the type to let loose. Plus, Qin An had Xia Yanran to lead him, while he had no one. He could only stand there like a piece of wood, feeling miserable and unable to move. He thought to himself, "Damn it. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. All I'm doing is eating dog food. Wah! The snow is falling so thickly, and so earnestly. Wow! It's old Shui, it's old Shui." The second to appear was Shui Jiqian. With his silver hair, he looked even more handsome in person than on TV. His skin was fair and flawless, without a single wrinkle. I wonder how he manages to stay so well preserved. He was clearly 41 years old. He looked like he was just over 30. "You're like a gift from the heavens, exactly what I've been longing for." After Serious Snow, Shui Jiqian performed another song, Celestial Being. After elevating the atmosphere to another level, he took his leave, leaving the audience clamoring for more. Qin An also felt the performance was too brief. From her entrance to her exit, the entire performance lasted no more than 15 minutes. Still, he understood. After all, with Shui Jiqian's stature, his appearance fee must have been substantial. If the performance went on too long, the organizers would likely struggle to recoup their costs. And so, one singer after another took the stage. One song followed another. Before long, the festival was more than halfway through, nearing its conclusion. Qin An's most anticipated performer, Zhu Jingyi, finally took the stage. Ding! Detected a 97-point top-tier goddess. System will automatically initiate further scanning. Name, Zhu Jingyi. Age, 30. Height, 150 centimeters. Weight, 38 kilograms, slightly underweight. Charm, 97. Occupation, singer-actress. Special trait, petite and delicate. Affinity, 0 stranger. Number of people wrestled, 0. Success reward, Oscar-worthy acting skills, mastery of modern dance, and full reimbursement of all dating expenses. The mental prompt faded away. Zhu Jingyi slowly made her way to the center of the stage. Today she wore a white bohemian maxi dress adorned with floral spots. Over it, she wore a blue knitted ethnic-style vest. Her slightly wavy black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. A gentle breeze stirred the hem of her skirt, causing it to sway softly. From afar, she radiated an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Absolutely stunning. Truly living up to her reputation as a 3,000-year-old beauty. It's just a pity her height is a real drawback. Even in those thick flats, she looked barely 5 feet 3 inches. Otherwise, she'd easily score over 97 points. Ah! Qin An sighed. She's truly beautiful, and I genuinely want to pursue her, but how do I even create an opportunity? I can't exactly climb over the barrier and rush up to the stage to ask for her WeChat, can I? For a moment, Qin An was at a complete loss. He can only put that thought aside for now and focus on the performance. Good evening, friends of Binhai. After the song ended, Zhu Jingyi stood on stage and waved to the crowd. The audience erupted in wave after wave of cheers. This clearly demonstrated just how immensely popular Zhu Jingyi truly was. Chapter 144, The Beloved. Qin An found it odd, though. Whenever she surfed the web, all she ever saw were negative comments about her. She rarely saw any fans supporting her. So why did the situation flip completely when she went offline? On stage, Zhu Jingyi sweetly spoke again. For the next song, I'd like to invite a young man from the audience to join me for a duet. Is there anyone willing to come up? Boom! The moment she said this, the audience, both boys and girls, went wild. One after another shouted, "Me! Me! Baby, pick me! Pick me! Don't pick them, pick me! Ah! Pick me!" Watching this crowd who'd tear down the barriers just to storm the stage, Qin An's mouth twitched. He had originally planned that if no one volunteered, he would raise his hand. Then seize this golden opportunity to boost his popularity. But he never imagined so many would actually respond. This was completely ruined. Zhu Jingyi on stage seemed equally taken aback by the sheer number of volunteers. Her beautiful eyes showed shock and a hint of panic.
After glancing at the excited crowd, she said, "Alright, to be fair, I'll count to 10.
Whoever the camera pans to will come up, okay?" "Agreed." "Phew." Jingyi Zhu exhaled in relief, smiling as she announced, "Alright, I'll start counting now. 1, 2, 3.
As Zhu Jingyi began counting, the cameraman busied himself.
The camera swiveled left, then right, then forward.
Behind Xiao Zhu, the LED screen flashed one face after another. Finally, on the count of 10, it froze. The image revealed a handsome guy wearing a gray and white color blocked knit sweater paired with khaki suit pants.
"Ah! It's you, it's you!" Xia Yanyan shook Qin An's shoulders excitedly.
She looked as though she herself had been chosen. Li Qingran was also delighted that Qin An had been chosen.
She clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines.
Qin An, however, was a bit dazed. When he saw so many people eager to step forward earlier,
he had already given up.
The odds were too slim, no better than winning the lottery. But to his utter surprise, just as he'd given up and resigned himself to defeat, his face suddenly appeared on the big screen.
It felt utterly unreal. He wondered silently, what's going on? Hadn't he been completely unlucky with winning anything his entire life? How could his luck suddenly be exploding like this? Could unlocking the system have even improved his luck? While Qin An was stunned, Zhu Jingyi on stage was also taken aback. Having worked in the entertainment industry for years, she had seen countless handsome men.
But many of them only looked good because of makeup and styling. Compared to the man before her, naturally handsome without any artifice, the difference was truly night and day. Especially when she noticed that Qin An, a grown man, seemed to have pores finer than hers. His skin was clean and clear. So smooth it resembled a freshly peeled egg, a revelation that left her utterly stunned.
Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding!
Zhu Jingyi's current affection level, 10 points.
Ha!
Hearing the notification chime in his mind, Qin An froze for a moment. Then he smiled.
Sure enough. Even celebrities aren't immune to this. They still love handsome guys too. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Qin An was overjoyed.
The rest of the audience who weren't chosen, however, were furious. Their glances at Qin An were filled with murderous intent. Of course, it wasn't all murderous intent. Some starstruck girls gazed at Qin An with eyes brimming with adoration. If circumstances permitted, they'd have rushed over to ask for his WeChat. "This handsome gentleman, please come up on stage." Seeing Qin An hesitating, Zhu Jingyi smiled and extended the invitation. The venue was so noisy and spacious. Without a microphone, whatever Qin An said, Zhu Jingyi wouldn't be able to hear. So he merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding briskly toward the stage. As he climbed the stairs, a staff member quietly approached and handed him a microphone.
"Hey, handsome." "Hi, Zhu."
As they drew closer, Qin An realized Zhu Jingyi was even more petite than she had imagined. Standing there, she barely reached his shoulder. Her delicate face was barely the size of his palm. Yet her features were undeniably beautiful. Especially those eyes, as clear and lively as autumn water, seemed capable of captivating the soul. A single glance was enough to leave one utterly spellbound. If it weren't for the fact that staring at someone like that would be rude, Qin An would never have torn his eyes away. "Handsome, why don't you greet the audience and introduce yourself?" "Sure." Qin An waved to the audience below the stage. A smile as warm as sunshine spread across his face. He spoke slowly. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Qin An. I'm incredibly happy and honored to have this opportunity to perform on stage with Xiao Zhu tonight. Just a heads up, I'm not a professional singer, so if I make any unearthly noises later, please forgive me." "Put." Qin An's words sent the entire audience into fits of laughter. Zhu Jingyi giggled, covering her mouth. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder what profession Qin An actually pursued. Once on stage, he showed no signs of nervousness. His speech was clear, his demeanor proper, that much was expected. He even cracked jokes with everyone. Truly impressive. Remember, when she first took the stage as a singer, she was nervous as hell. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding! Zhu Jingyi's current affinity, 16 points. Ha! Qin An was a bit dazed. He hadn't done anything special. Just exchanging a few words, and it actually increased her affection? This Zhu Jingyi is way too easy to win over, isn't she? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin An realized that winning Zhu Jingyi over seemed genuinely possible. Who knew this handsome guy had such a witty sense of humor? Everyone, give him a round of applause to show your support, okay? Alright. Clap clap clap. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted. However, Qin An knew that aside from Li Qingran, Xia Yanyan, and Yang Yuan, who were genuinely applauding for him, the rest were mostly doing it out of respect for Zhu Jingyi. As an unknown, he simply didn't command that level of respect. "Oh, right." Zhu Jingyi turned her head and looked at Qin An. She smiled and said, "I forgot to ask you earlier, are you one of my fans?" Qin An shook his head.
No. Oomph. Zhu Jingyi crossed her arms at her waist, feigning anger. If not, then get out of here right now. Hold on. Qin An chuckled softly, winking at Zhu Jingyi. He held out one hand and made a heart shape. Teasingly, he said, I may not be your fan, but I am the one you love. Chapter 145, Sweet Duet. Whoa. The moment Qin An finished speaking, the audience below erupted in boos. They voiced their displeasure. Zhu Jingyi, however, was delighted. She pouted playfully, you rascal. Qin An smiled. He turned to Zhu Jingyi and asked, I wonder which song we'll be performing. Which songs do you know? Zhu Jingyi countered. Let's go with Honey. It's a love song, perfect for a duet. As a self-proclaimed fan of Zhu Jingyi, Qin An had only heard two of her songs, the viral hit Love Emergency. The other was Honey. Since Love Emergency had already been sung, his only choice left was Honey. Zhu Jingyi had no idea that Qin An had picked the song by settling for the best among the worst. She assumed Qin An had deliberately chosen a sweet song. She thought he'd deliberately picked a sweet song. She smiled and nodded. Alright, let's go with that. We'll each take a verse, then sing the chorus together. Alright. Zhu Jingyi nodded toward the sound technician. The accompaniment began immediately. Gripping the mic, she called out, here's honey for all of you. Wishing everyone a sweet romance and that you find your very own honey. Honey. You put love in my heart, shut out the noise I listen with my soul. You crafted custom earbuds for me with love. With that, Zhu Jingyi launched into the song. Her sweet voice paired with exceptional vocal technique. She took the sweetness of this song to the max. The audience below the stage was utterly captivated, their faces unconsciously breaking into sweet smiles. Every gaze directed at Zhu Jingyi brimmed with affection. Honey. You keep me guessing, yet you've read my heart, playing my mood, filling it with 6 hearts. At that moment, Qin An spoke up. However, his voice wasn't the eerie shrieking everyone had anticipated. Instead, it was brimming with youthful vitality. Like afternoon sunlight, it flooded the entire performance venue. It sent shivers down the spine, raising goosebumps all over. Wow, so smooth. That voice is just too captivating. Holy crap. I never imagined he could sing this well, not a single off-key note, and the sweetness factor is off the charts. Ugh, I'm so bummed I covered my ears and missed it. Damn it. Being handsome is one thing, but he can sing like that too? How is anyone supposed to compete? Not only were the audience members stunned. Even Yang Yuan, Li Qingran, and Xia Yanyan were stunned. Especially Yang Yuan. He'd been hanging out with Qin An since high school. He knew Qin An's singing voice all too well, barely better than a howling ghost. He knew it all too well. And now, Qin An, who usually sang the worst, wasn't just not terrible anymore. It even sounds so good now. How could he not be astonished? Li Qingran's beautiful eyes sparkled. Truly the man I chose, so incredibly talented. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding. Li Qingran's current affection level, 84 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning over Li Qingran. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning one small goal in cash. Acquired Golden Dragon property. Ding. All previous dating expenses incurred by Li Qingran have been fully refunded to the host's bank card. All future expenses will be instantly reimbursed. She had been fully prepared as soon as Qin An went off key. She'd pull him back with all her might. She silently marveled at the incredible talent of this handsome young man she'd chosen. His singing was utterly on par with professional singers. In fact, his interpretation of certain passages seemed even more refined than hers as a professional singer. He was truly amazing. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +2. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's current affection level, 30 points. Smile deep within your heart, cry, and rest assured you'll be there. So close to my heart, 0 distance every minute. Before they knew it, the chorus began. Qin An stepped forward and gently took Zhu Jingyi's hand. They exchanged sweet glances and sang with smiles, dedicate a song to honey sweet nothings, sent across the distance with tons of emojis. Update each other's latest secrets, love is portable, always in sync. Zhu Jingyi hadn't expected Qin An to be so bold. He dared to take her hand without her permission. She was startled. But she'd been in the industry for years and had plenty of stage experience. She recovered quickly. She gazed sweetly at Qin An as they sang the next verse together. I adore it when you call me honey, sweet nothings, in my heart I love you, writing in my diary. Sweet treats, full of surprises, never get old. Let me savor you with my heart. Honey. 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 Meanwhile, the male fans in the audience who dreamed of marrying Zhu Jingyi, witnessing Qin An and Zhu Jingyi holding hands tightly and exchanging sweet glances. Their eyes burned with jealousy. They screamed wildly. Damn it, damn it. Why wasn't it me up there? Wah! I want to hold little Zhu's hand too. Let go of that girl, let me have her. You little brat, let go of my wife's hand right now, or I'll fight you to the death. As the male fan screamed wildly, Xia Yanran yelled at the top of her lungs, damn you, Qin An. You scumbag. You already have 2 women and still aren't satisfied? Now you're hitting on celebrities? Let go. Let go now. Or when you come back, I'll kill you. Li Qingran, however, remained remarkably calm. Because she knew celebrities weren't that easy to pursue. So she didn't view Zhu Jingyi as a romantic rival. Yang Yuan curled her lips in a sour pout. He sighed silently to himself. When would he ever be like Qin An, surrounded by beautiful women? While the boys were going wild with cheers, the girls weren't sitting idle either. This is way too sweet. How can it be this sweet? Wah! Oh no, I'm going to die from how sweet they are. Oh no, I actually want to ship them as a couple now. What do I do? Will they ever appear together again? He's handsome, she's gorgeous, oh my god. I'm so jealous. Hey, handsome. Please debut soon. I want to be your very first fan. No, I gotta record this song right now so I can loop it on repeat later. Let me savor you with my heart. As the duo finished their duet with that final line. This performance, which began with reluctance to listen and ended with reluctance to stop, drew to a close. Qin An and Zhu Jingyi bowed together toward the audience. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. And this applause, like rolling ocean waves, came crashing in, wave after wave. It was long and unceasing, continuous and endless. Screams and shouts rose and fell in waves. The entire music festival venue reached an unprecedented climax. Chapter 146, Right or Wrong? Could I get your contact info? Qin An knew asking for contact details out of the blue carried a high chance of failure. But he had no choice, his chances to interact with Zhu Jingyi were too few. This might very well be his only chance. So no matter what, he had to give it a shot. Well, Zhu Jingyi hesitated. Though she did harbor some affection for Qin An. And she also admired his talent. But she knew far too little about him. What if, after giving him her number, Qin An sold it to someone else? Then she'd likely face endless harassment. Don't worry. Qin An turned off the microphone and whispered, I have absolutely no ill will toward you. I simply want to share your contact information with a friend. I will never reveal it. Seeing the sincerity in Qin An's eyes as he spoke, Zhu Jingyi hesitated briefly. She decided to trust Qin An this once. Besides, if things went south, she could always change her number. It would just be a bit of a hassle. Then jotted down 134. Got it, thanks. Qin An hadn't expected it to actually happen. A flicker of joy lit up his heart. He smiled happily and said, well, if there's nothing else, I'll head down now. Zhu Jingyi nodded and picked up the microphone. She interacted with the audience. Let's give a round of applause to send off this handsome guy who brought us such an amazing performance, shall we? Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted once more. But this time was different from the first. Not only were Yang Yuan and his 2 companions genuinely moved, but many others in the crowd were too. They were all captivated by the talent Qin An had displayed. Qin An, you're something else, meeting someone and falling for them. The moment Qin An returned to the group, Xia Yanran immediately stormed up, grabbing Qin An's collar with a fierce glare. Her fierce gaze seemed ready to devour him whole. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, how many do you plan to find? Qin An frowned deeply. He had thought Xia Yanyan was merely resentful. Thought she'd blow off steam and calm down. But to his surprise, she just wouldn't let it go. This instantly drained his patience. His face hardened as he pushed her hand away. Come with me. We'll find a secluded spot and have a proper talk. Without waiting for her response, Qin An grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door. He grabbed her arm and started pulling her toward the exit. Li Qingran watched in shock. She hurriedly asked Yang Yuan, should we go after them? Nothing bad will happen, right? Yang Yuan knew Qin An wasn't the type to act recklessly. Plus, Qin An's actions clearly meant he didn't want them following. He waved his hand dismissively and reassured her, it's fine. They're always butting heads. No need to worry. All right. Li Qingran said this with her mouth. But deep down, she still felt uneasy. His gaze remained fixed on the direction Qin An had departed. After leaving the music festival grounds, Qin An pulled Xia Yanran another 10 meters into the darkness. Only after confirming no one was nearby. His expression turned cold. Xia Yanyan, we made it perfectly clear that night I can't commit to just one person. So either accept it or forget about me and move on. There are plenty of other men in this world besides me. Xia Yanyan looked at Qin An with a face full of hurt. Crying and shouting, she cried, do you think I don't want to? I've wanted to forget you for so long, but I can't. I just can't. Wah! Seeing Xia Yanran crying so bitterly, Qin An couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But to stop Xia Yanran from acting out any further, he maintained his stern expression. Then accept it. There's no other way. Xia Yanyan crouched on the ground in anguish.
Her voice choked with tears. Everyone else can be together for a lifetime, why can't you?
Because I'm a scumbag.
Qin An lifted his head to gaze at the pitch-black night sky. Truthfully, he didn't know if the path he'd chosen was right or wrong. But now, there was no turning back. Because these girls, no matter which one he abandoned, he couldn't bear to let go. So even if he was wrong, he would press on without hesitation.
Yanran. Qin An looked down at Xia Yanran.
His tone turned serious.
I won't waste words. I'll just say this, I'm definitely going to be the scumbag here. But I promise, my feelings for each of you are genuine. I won't favor one over the other.
So think it over carefully.
If you can accept this, come back to me. If not, don't contact me again. With that, Qin An turned and walked away.
Qin An, you bastard. Xia Yanran angrily shook her fist at his retreating back. Then she crouched down, burying her face in her hands and weeping bitterly. She realized she had returned to that very crossroads.
She didn't know how to choose. Little beauty, stop crying. If he doesn't want you, I do. Come here. Let your big brother give you a hug.
Just as Xia Yanran was overcome with grief over this matter, a shrill voice suddenly pierced the air from behind her. It nearly scared the life out of her. She spun around in panic. Then she let out a hysterical scream. Ah!
You, are you human or a ghost?
In the pitch-black shadows, a bald figure with one eye lay sprawled. He bared a row of yellow teeth. His face twisted into a lecherous grin, mouth stretched wide in a grin directed at her. The hideous scar on his forehead resembled a 100-legged centipede. Under the spotlight not far away, it seemed to come alive. Twitching and writhing, utterly revolting.
What nonsense are you spouting?
The bald man chuckled smugly.
With a face like mine, how could I possibly be a ghost?
Come here, quick. Let big bro give you some comfort, some real comfort. With that, the bald man crawled towards Xia Yanran like a lizard. Terrified, Xia Yanran let out a shrill scream. Without a second thought, she took off running. But in her panic, her feet lost their footing. She stumbled and fell hard onto the ground. The pain made her gasp sharply.
Damn it!
That pretty boy, always chasing after women, and you're crying over her.
Brother, I've been devoted to you all along, yet you choose to crawl away. You've truly broken my heart.
The bald man spoke, extending his rough, dark hand.
He viciously clamped it around Xia Yanran's pale neck.
His soul eye blazed with murderous intent. The aura radiating from him suggested he truly intended to strangle Xia Yanran to death before he would relent. Terrified, Xia Yanran struggled desperately. But her strength was too feeble. Even when she strained every muscle, she couldn't budge the bald man. As the suffocating sensation intensified, the strength in her hands began to fade. Her mind began to grow hazy. If she hadn't forced herself to stay conscious, she might have passed out. What should she do? What should she do? Who could come to save me? I don't want to die, I don't want to die.
Chapter 147, The Preordained Daughter-in-Law.
Xia Yanran screamed frantically inside her mind. But no one could hear these cries. So naturally, no one would come to save her. This left her utterly hopeless. Her hands went limp, and she gave up struggling entirely.
She lay limp, waiting silently for death.
She murmured to herself, if I'd known it would end like this, I should have just agreed to Qin An.
At least then, I wouldn't be left with regrets. Hey! So in the end, it was meant to be but not meant to last? Stop. Whoosh. Ah! Just as Xia Yanran thought certain death was upon her.
A thunderous shout erupted from nearby. Simultaneously, an extremely fine silver needle sliced through the air. With lightning speed, it pierced solidly into the bald man's hand. The excruciating pain of shattered bone made the bald man clutch his hand, wailing incessantly. He could no longer maintain his grip on Xia Yanran's throat.
Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yanyan, finally able to breathe again. She coughed several times in quick succession, gasping for air in heavy, ragged breaths. Yanran, how do you feel? Qin An? Am I dreaming? That's right. The one who saved Xia Yanran was none other than Qin An.
When he left, he had assumed Xia Yanran would catch up quickly. But after waiting and waiting, he never saw her. Instead, he heard two agonized screams in quick succession. The shock sent him rushing back this way. Thankfully, he made it in the end. Otherwise, he feared he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life.
It's not a dream. It really is me. Phew. Xia Yanran breathed a sigh of relief.
Then she struggled to rise, lunging to throw herself into Qin An's arms. But the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her neck. The agony made her flop back down. Clutching her neck, she gasped, "My neck, why does it hurt so much?"
Don't move. Qin An moved Xia Yanran's hand away.
He reached out and carefully felt along the neck, now marked by a large black handprint. He discovered that Xia Yanran's cervical vertebrae had been brutally snapped by that bald bastard.
Fury ignited within him like a raging inferno.
He spun around and delivered a solid kick straight to the bald man's chest.
Thud. Delivered in the heat of Qin An's fury.
Nearly all his strength. The moment it connected, a large, visible dent instantly caved into the bald man's chest. Then the bald man's body flew backward like a speeding cannonball. He didn't come to a halt until he slammed into a nearby wall, spewing a mouthful of blood before finally stopping. He lay sprawled on the grass, unconscious and in critical condition. Don't move. Your cervical vertebrae are fractured. Moving could worsen the injury. After dealing with the bald giant, Qin An casually snapped off 2 branches from a nearby tree. He tore strips from his own clothes. He wrapped them around the branches, covering them entirely. He then placed them on either side of Xia Yanran's neck. Using the remaining fabric, he fashioned a makeshift neck brace for Xia Yanran. He then took out silver needles and performed acupuncture on Xia Yanran. This cleared her blood vessels, preventing blood stasis, causing swelling. Once everything was done, he finally asked Xia Yanran what exactly happened just now. Wah? Qin An, that was absolutely terrifying. Xia Yanran threw herself into Qin An's arms. While crying, she recounted everything that had just happened. After listening, Qin An felt somewhat puzzled. This place was perfectly normal. How could such a strange person suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's okay now. Don't be afraid. Qin An patted Xia Yanran's back. Stay here for a moment. I'll go check if that man is dead. No. Xia Yanran was utterly terrified. How could she possibly stay alone? She clung tightly to Qin An's arm. I'm coming with you. Fine. Qin An knew she was terrified too. Then stay close to me, okay? Okay. Xia Yanran obediently agreed, following Qin An's footsteps. They passed between 2 ornamental trees and approached the man with the shaved head. His legs, how could they be like this? The bald man's legs were twisted outward at an alarming angle, as if they had been brutally snapped off. At the ankles, 2 old scars were visible. Judging by the appearance of the wounds, it seemed likely that his Achilles tendons had been severed. No wonder he was crawling when you encountered him, not standing. And when he charged at you, he was crawling too. So he's a cripple with severed Achilles tendons. Good heavens! Xia Yanran recoiled slightly. Her face twisted with horror. That's just too cruel. Yeah. Qin An nodded in agreement. Though it's possible this bald man truly deserved it. Xia Yanran pouted, looking aggrieved. He tried to rape me and then tried to kill me. He must be a total scumbag. But you beat him up like that. Aren't you going to jail? Don't worry. Qin An gave Xia Yanran a reassuring look. It's fine. This counts as self-defense. But we still need to follow the legal process. I'll call the police. And have Qin Ran and Yang Yuan come over too. Hold on. Xia Yanran pressed down on Qin An's phone. Her expression turned serious. When I almost died just now, I thought about a lot of things. I thought about how my parents would be devastated if I died. I thought about Sister Bayer, how she'd react to the news. I thought about so many things, but the only regret I have is that I never truly got to be with you. So I decided if you're willing to be sincere with me, I'm willing to accept that you're a jerk. Qin An smiled. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He pulled Xia Yanran into his embrace and said, rest assured, I will treat her with absolute sincerity. The police arrived much sooner than Qin An had anticipated. They arrived in under 15 minutes. They were likely worried that with the large crowd at the music festival, failure to handle the situation promptly could lead to unrest. You're Qin An? Qin An froze. He stared in surprise at the young male detective before him, a face he'd never seen before. You know me? Know you? That's putting it mildly. The detective grinned. Your name has been the talk of the town in our Binhai police circles lately. Qin An's lips twitched. Is that a compliment or an insult? Don't worry. The detective patted Qin An's shoulder with a smile. The kind of person I admire most is someone like you, fearless in the face of death, utterly unafraid when confronting criminals. A true hero. So it's definitely a compliment. But I have to warn you. The male detective continued, you need to keep your distance from Lingji, Officer Ling. What do you mean? Qin An frowned. The male detective glanced around. Seeing his colleagues busy and paying him no mind, he leaned close to Qin An's ear and whispered, that Lingji is the prearranged daughter-in-law for a high-ranking official in Binhai City. Being so close to her puts you at risk of offending the family. Chapter 148, The Traditional Chinese Medicine Clan. So that's it. Qin An suddenly understood. So all this time, the director's coldness toward him. He was protecting him. But that high-ranking official was being a bit petty, wasn't he? Even if Lingji is your daughter-in-law, you can't deprive someone of their right to make friends. Alright, brother. The male detective patted Qin An on the shoulder. He gave a faint smile. I've said what needed to be said and what didn't. I'm outta here. Wait a minute. Qin An grabbed the detective's arm and pointed toward the bald man being loaded into the ambulance nearby. He asked suspiciously, you said you knew him earlier. Who exactly is he? Ah. The male detective sighed, his gaze toward the bald man. To tell you the truth, the guy's a real tragedy. He used to be a super rich businessman, but then he got scammed by marriage scammers, lost everything he had. And to top it off, those crooks crippled him. He went completely off the rails, acting crazy every day, roaming around this nocturnal city area. We've picked him up a few times before for minor offenses and even had him forcibly committed to a mental hospital for treatment. But the guy's too tough. First time they sent him for treatment 6th floor. Just to escape, the guy jumped straight down. His head split open in a long gash, blood everywhere. Scared the hell out of the doctors and nurses at the hospital. After that, they dared not put him on a high floor again. They confined him to a small room on the 1st floor under strict surveillance. This time, who knows what trick he pulled to escape again. I see. Qin An nodded. He really has had it rough. Ah. The male detective sighed. He looked up at the sky with a troubled expression. Sometimes I wonder if we could just round up every last criminal under the sun. But sadly, there'll always be more bad guys than we can catch. True. Qin An nodded in agreement. But everyone you catch is one less out there, right? True. The male detective smiled, the worry on his face gradually fading. After that, the two chatted casually for a few more moments. Until someone came looking for him, the male detective bid Qin An farewell and turned to leave. Let's go back too. Qin An turned back and called out to the 3 people chatting nearby. They quickened their pace toward the exit of the city that never sleeps. On the way. Qin An, I think I fractured my neck bone. Should we go to the hospital? Su Wanqing cradled her neck, grimacing in pain. This hurts like hell. No need. Qin An waved his hand dismissively. I've checked your fracture, it's not serious. Going to the hospital would just mean getting an X-ray, buying you a neck brace, and then sending you home to rest. Going or not makes little difference. Better to head straight to the pharmacy. I'll get you some ointment and buy a neck brace. That way, you'll heal faster. You know medicine? Su Wanqing was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Su Wanqing, don't believe him. Yang Yuan, who had remained silent until now, perked up at the mention of medical skills. He suddenly perked up. He stepped forward, fuming. Back in freshman year, I had stomach pain. He insisted his family practiced traditional Chinese medicine and claimed my stomachache wasn't an illness, just some poop I hadn't fully passed. He said I just needed to go to the bathroom a few more times. Turns out I had appendicitis. If it hadn't been chronic, I would have died. Ha! The 2 girls burst out laughing. Qin An laughed too. He retorted, you know nothing. I just didn't want you to go under the knife and weaken your constitution, so I made you drag it out and take a conservative approach. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Yang Yuan rolled her eyes indignantly. I don't believe a single word you say. The 2 girls giggled again. Then Li Qingran spoke up, I think we should still go to the hospital. Get an X-ray at least to be safe. Exactly. Exactly. After hearing Yang Yuan's account, Su Wanqing no longer dared to trust Qin An's medical skills and chimed in, we should go anyway. I said we don't need to go, and we don't. Qin An smiled confidently. How about we make a bet? I'll wager that my ointment can cure Yanran within 2 days. What do you say? Deal. I'll bet 2,000. Yang Yuan was the first to agree. In his eyes, this was a golden opportunity to make easy money. Little cutie. No way am I betting. What about you guys? Qin An turned to Su Wanqing and Li Qingran. The 2 women exchanged a glance. Since they were just hanging around anyway, why not give it a shot? I'll bet $1 million. Su Wanqing declared boldly. Li Qingran furrowed her embroidered brows. Then I'll bet 10,000. I'm the one funding both of you, so don't gamble with my money. Betting with his money meant that whether they won or lost, he'd be the one losing out. What difference would that make from not gambling at all? What's the bet? The 2 women lowered their heads, lost in thought. Simple. Qin An suggested with a smile, let's wager a day. A day? The 2 women blinked their large eyes, utterly perplexed. Exactly. Qin An explained with a smile, if you lose, each of you gives me 1 day. During that day, whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. And if I lose, I'll do the same. Deal. Su Wanqing found the wager intriguing. Without hesitation, she agreed. Li Qingran, however, hesitated. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, does that mean we have to do absolutely anything? Anything except breaking the law or violating ethics and morality, everything else, you must do. Then I'm out. It was true that Li Qingran liked Qin An. But they'd only just started spending time together, and now Qin An wanted to share a bed with her. She found it truly hard to accept. Qin An sensed her hesitation and reassured her, I never said it had to happen immediately after the bet ends. We just have to complete it within 3 months. Seeing Qin An make concessions, Li Qingran didn't want to be a killjoy. She smiled and agreed, alright then. After leaving Never Sleeping City, Qin An first stopped at a traditional Chinese medicine shop to get some ointment for Su Wanqing. Then he treated everyone to a meal. He then bid farewell to Li Qingran and Yang Yuan. Where should we go now? After a whole day, she could finally have Qin An all to herself.
Xia Yanyan was overjoyed. She wrapped her arms tightly around Qin An's arm and leaned against his shoulder as she asked. Let's find a place to sleep. Qin An yawned. I'm kinda sleepy. Xia Yanyan pouted. I don't think you're sleepy, I think you're horny. What?
Qin An, his thoughts exposed, dropped the pretense.
You don't want to? Oomph.
Xia Yanyan puckered her lips and gave a cold snort, refusing to answer.
Seeing she hadn't refused, he knew that meant consent. He smiled happily and led Xia Yanyan into a nearby hotel. Chapter 149, Brother-in-Law.
Influenced by traditional culture, girls in Dragon Country tended to be quite reserved when it came to matters of sexuality. Even the most tomboyish and outgoing women were no exception. Therefore, as long as a girl didn't explicitly refuse, it meant she agreed. Guys, don't be so dumb as to wait for her to speak up before making your move. Orange Hotel, 6th floor, couple's suite.
The moment Qin An closed the door, he eagerly began running his hands all over Xia Yanran.
Xia Yanran's breath became light and sweet. Her delicate face flushed crimson. After forcefully pushing Qin An away, she scowled and huffed, keep pretending.
Go ahead and keep pretending.
When Li Qingran was here just now, you were such a proper gentleman, refusing to let me kiss you, refusing to let me hug you.
Insisting I'm your aunt. Now that she's gone, why aren't you pretending anymore?
Qin An knew she still harbored resentment. He smiled as he pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, because I was afraid if I kept pretending, you'd lose sleep.
With that, Qin An ignored her sarcastic remarks.
He picked her up princess style and carried her to the bed.
He pounced on her. Soon, the room echoed with sensual sounds.
The entire room became filled with the warmth of spring.
The next morning.
Today was the day he had agreed with Shen Xinyao to visit her mother.
Qin An dared not delay and rose early.
But the moment he stirred, Xia Yanran clung to him like a clingy octopus.
Qin An couldn't help but recall last night's wild passion. His blood instantly boiled.
He immediately mounted his horse and engaged Xia Yanyan in another fierce battle of 300 rounds.
You rascal!
Afterward, Xia Yanran wrapped her arms tightly around Qin An's neck. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted, I was sleeping, and you had to bully me.
You've got me all wrong.
Having gotten his way, Qin An played innocent.
How was that bullying? I was just kindly trying to wake you up. Put. Xia Yanran didn't believe a word of it. She gave Qin An a light spit, rubbed her eyes, and asked, what time is it? Should be close to 8. Ha? Xia Yanyan was startled.
Still closing her eyes, she murmured with a pout, it's the weekend, why did you get up so early?
Work. Qin An slipped free from Xia Yanran's embrace.
He answered while getting dressed, I haven't been to the office in days.
There's a pile of work waiting for me. I need to head over quickly. You go back to sleep. Don't worry about me.
Oh. Xia Yanran had wanted to go to the office with Qin An. But she was utterly exhausted, her eyes too heavy to stay open. The wild passion of last night and just now left her body aching all over.
She truly didn't want to move. So she abandoned the idea.
She whispered softly, then take the car you borrowed from me.
Drive safely on the way, okay? Qin An gently kissed Xia Yanran's forehead with affection.
Then he tiptoed into the bathroom to wash up.
Hotel entrance.
After emerging from the hotel and shooing away the flashy, gold-digging women in heavy makeup who had gathered around his car, he sat in the driver's seat and called Shen Xinyao.
Beep, beep, beep.
After 2 consecutive calls, Shen Xinyao finally picked up. Her voice sounded muffled, as if her nose was a bit stuffy.
Qin An hurriedly asked with concern, did you catch a cold? Achoo. MHM. Shen Xinyao on the other end of the line. She sneezed and sniffed. Yeah.
I forgot to close the window last night and caught a chill from the wind.
Are you back from eastern Guangdong? Yeah. Qin An lied without batting an eye, just got off the plane not long ago. I'm driving into the city now. Where are you?
Learning Qin An had truly returned, Shen Xinyao was overjoyed.
She laughed, I'm at home. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll get up right now and cook for you.
Seeing Shen Xinyao so concerned about him, Qin An felt a warm surge in his heart and said tenderly, you've got a cold, don't trouble yourself.
Once I get to the hospital, I can just grab something nearby. It's fine, it won't affect me. Then there's no need. Qin An refused again. It's getting late. We should hurry to the hospital and visit your mother. Alright, fine then. Shen Xinyao relented.
I'll pack up quickly and take a taxi straight to the hospital.
Let's meet at the entrance. Alright.
After hanging up, Qin An started the car and drove toward the hospital.
8:40 a.m. Hospital entrance. How did you get here so fast? Today, Shen Xinyao wore a purple halter neck pencil skirt.
Her alluring figure was perfectly accentuated by the dress.
From afar, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach. She radiated an irresistible charm. Wow!
Su Wanqing didn't lie to me, purple really does have a certain charm. Qin An murmured his admiration. He stepped forward, drawing Shen Xinyao into his embrace. He teased with a smile, because I missed you so much, that's why. Shen Xinyao felt a sweet flutter in her heart.
She handed Qin an elegant leather bag. I bought this tiramisu downstairs from my place. Try some.
Sure. Qin An took a slice of cake, eating it as he walked toward the ward with Shen Xinyao.
Dad, Mom. 10,000, just 10,000 yuan. Isn't that enough? No way. Get out. Get out of here right now. I won't leave. If you don't give me the money today, I'm not leaving no matter what. You think you can push me around? I'll beat the crap out of you. Go ahead and hit me. I won't leave even if you kill me. Fine. Then I'll beat you to death today. Qin An and Shen Xinyao hadn't even reached the hospital room yet.
A series of loud shouts erupted from inside the room, followed by the clanging and crashing sounds of a fight.
Startled, Shen Xinyao panicked.
She rushed in, practically taking 3 steps at a time. Qin An, fearing something had gone wrong, followed closely behind.
There they found Shen Xinyao's father, wielding a trash can, chasing a teenager around the room, smashing things as he went.
Shen Xinyao's mother lay helplessly in her hospital bed, watching the scene unfold.
The hospital room was in utter disarray. Enough. This is a hospital. What are you two doing causing such a scene?
Shen Xinyao's sharp voice finally made the two combatants pause.
The teenager quickly ran over. He grinned widely. Sis, you're just in time. Quick. Give me 10,000 yuan. Sis? He's your brother? Qin An was taken aback.
She'd known Shen Xinyao for so long, yet had never heard her mention having a younger brother.
Yeah.
Shen Xinyao's face was clouded with worry.
She sighed and said, my own brother, Shen Xinlei. Who the hell are you?
Shen Xinlei glared at Qin An with suspicion. His fierce expression seemed ready to pick a fight with Qin An. Shen Xinyao, frightened, hurriedly stepped between them.
She snapped angrily, behave yourself. Don't be rude to your brother-in-law. Chapter 150, how could it be you?
Upon learning Qin An was his brother-in-law, Shen Xinlei's hostility toward him only intensified. He glared at Shen Xinyao with disappointment. Sis, you're being foolish.
That pretty boy isn't even worth a single finger of that Li guy I introduced to you. How could you possibly be with him? Shut your mouth.
Shen Xinyao glared at Shen Xinlei.
Who I'm with is none of your business. Sis, calm down and listen to me.
Shen Xinlei wasn't about to give up.
He persisted tirelessly that Li Xiao is the next heir to the Li Group, one of Binhai City's top families. He's the nephew of the Fan family patriarch. He's worth billions. Marry him, and you'll enjoy endless luxury for the rest of your life. Isn't that way better than suffering with this pretty boy?
And listen to this, young Master Li has promised me that if you agree to be with him, he'll immediately hire me at Li Group as the head of the marketing department, with an annual salary of 150,000. If you actually marry him, he'll even make me a shareholder in the group, with annual dividends exceeding 1 million.
By then, our family will be truly wealthy. Poof. Qin An laughed bitterly. You really are your sister's devoted little brother. Throwing her into the fire for a measly pile of cash. Shut the hell up. Shen Xinlei glared furiously at Qin An. He retorted fiercely, is Mr. Li a pit of fire? He's a honeypot. It's my sister who'd be falling into a pit of fire if she ended up with you. I'd gladly jump into that pit.
Shen Xinyao was furious. If Shen Xinlei weren't her own brother, she would have killed him on the spot.
Listen here, Shen Xinlei. I'm your sister, not some tool you use to curry favor with rich brats. Dare say another word, and don't blame me for disowning you. Sis. Shut up. Fine. I'll shut up, okay?
Shen Xinlei crossed his arms and sat down on a nearby chair, clearly sulking. He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, other sisters are so considerate of their brothers.
But look at me, she won't even lift a finger to help out with a little favor. But whatever. If I can't earn money, I won't support mom and dad. Then when I run out, I'll just ask you for it. I'll work you to death. Smack.
The moment Shen Xinlei finished speaking, Qin An delivered a sharp slap across his face. The blow sent Shen Xinlei tumbling off the chair. Stars danced before his eyes, and his face burned with pain. Clutching his face, he glared furiously at Qin An. What the hell gave you the right to hit me? Why? Because you deserved it. Qin An's face darkened as he snapped angrily, when a sister cares for her brother, it's because that brother also cherishes his sister. Unlike you, all you know is taking without a shred of gratitude. And you won't even help with a small favor. Is that a small favor? It's your sister's lifelong commitment. She's going to spend her life with that man. If she isn't happy, can you bear the responsibility? Or is it that you only care about your own carefree life, never once thinking about her well-being? And then you have the nerve to say, if I can't make money, I won't support mom and dad either. When I run out of cash, I'll just ask for more. Put. You're a grown man, how can you say things like that? You're a bloody disgrace to us men. You. Qin An's words cut deep. Shen Xinlei was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned to Shen's parents and wailed, Dad. Mom. I got beaten up, and you just stood there watching? Couldn't you say a word for me? Shen's father was already furious over the earlier money demand. Combined with Shen Xinyale's words just now, it was truly infuriating. Naturally, they wouldn't defend him. He snorted coldly, "You deserve that beating. Who told you to treat your sister like merchandise to be sold? And open your dog eyes wide, take a good look at your mother. She's sick like this, and have you ever once come to the hospital to see her?" "Yes. I did come today, but not to visit her, sincerely, just to ask for money." "Ugh. I wonder what terrible karma I, Shen Xinyao, must have accumulated in a past life to deserve such an ungrateful son who only ever talks about money. This is infuriating." Shen Xinyao grew more and more agitated as he spoke. Finally, he clutched his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Though Shen's mother remained silent, the look in her eyes as she stared at Shen Xinyao was filled with utter disappointment. "You, both of you." Shen Xinyao scanned the room, finding not a single person on his side. He gritted his teeth in fury. "Fine. If this family can't tolerate me, I'll just leave." With that, he scrambled to his feet. He yanked open the door and started walking out. But the moment he stepped outside, he collided with several people who were just entering. "Mr. Li." "Mr. Li?" Recognizing the visitors, Shen Xinyao was both startled and delighted. Smiling, he asked, "What brings you here?" Mr. Li pointed proudly at the white foreigner beside him. He grinned widely. "Didn't you tell me your mother was ill? I specially invited renowned neurosurgeon Mr. Peter from the States to come and treat her." Li Xiao's presence alone had already given Shen Xinyao considerable confidence. Hearing that he'd brought a doctor along only amplified that confidence. He smugly declared to Shen Xinyao, "Who said I don't care about my mom? See? I asked Li Xiao to find a foreign doctor for her." "Oomph." Shen Xinyao remained unimpressed. He gave a cold snort and said nothing. Shen Xinyao, however, was overjoyed. Lately, she'd been researching her mother's illness extensively online. She knew that overseas research on this disease was highly advanced. Especially this Mr. Peter, who was among the top experts in the field. So the appearance of this foreigner reignited her hope. But the thought that Li Xiao had brought someone to help diagnose the illness was likely just to get to her. She couldn't help but feel troubled again. She didn't know how to make a decision. After all, both her mother and Qin An were people who meant the world to her. "Xinyao, it's been ages. You're more beautiful than ever." Shen Xinyao stood before him in a purple bodycon dress, her figure stunningly graceful. Li Xiao could barely contain his drool. He silently pondered which positions to try tonight. Or maybe try them all. "Thank you." Shen Xinyao replied politely. She reached out and wrapped her arm around Qin An's, smiling as she introduced, "Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Qin An." Shen Xinyao had made up her mind. This Peter was only making house calls for the money. If it came down to it, she'd sell everything she owned. And she was certain Qin An wouldn't stand idly by. Seeing Shen Xinyao link arms with the man beside her and declare him her boyfriend, Li Xiao's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. An unquenchable flame surged within his heart. But the next second, he froze. His face contorted with terror. WHWHWH, how could it be you? Chapter 151, The Miracle Cure. Qin An was also slightly taken aback. He never imagined that the young masterly Shen Xinyao had been raving about all this time was actually the arrogant rich kid he'd beaten up yesterday at the community gate. What a coincidence. Seeing young Master Li's strong reaction, blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Do you two know each other?" No, we don't. I mistook him." Although Li Xiao desperately wanted to beat the crap out of Qin An right now for revenge. But yesterday's incident had been too humiliating. If he told her, she'd definitely look down on him and become a laughingstock to others. So he decided to pretend he didn't know him for now and address it later when Qin An was alone. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. There was no need to rush it. But what he hadn't anticipated was that damn Qin An. Not only did he beat him up, but he also snatched the woman he had his eye on. How utterly despicable. Don't gloat now. Just wait. Once I cure her damn illness and snatch her back, I'll make you cry so hard you won't even know how to find the tune. Qin An didn't understand why Li Xiao suddenly pretended not to recognize him. But this suited him just fine. It saved him the trouble of covering up the lie he told Mingming and Shen Xinyao about coming back today. Only to have to cover up the lie that he'd beaten this Li Xiao to a pulp yesterday. Oh. Shen Xinyao felt a bit puzzled. She didn't dwell on it. Smiling, she walked up to the foreign doctor. She addressed him in fluent English. "Mr. Peter, thank you for traveling all the way to China to examine my mother. Rest assured, no matter the cost of the consultation, I am willing to pay. My sole wish is for you to cure my mother. I beg you." Peter nodded solemnly. He replied in English, "Please rest assured, Miss Su. I will do my utmost. As for the consultation fee, Mr. Li has already settled it. There is no need for you to pay again." No. Shen Xinyao waved her hand. "Don't use his money for the consultation fee. Use mine." Upon hearing this,
He knew Shen Xinyao didn't want to owe anyone a favor. How could he possibly grant Shen Xinyao's wish?
He quickly interjected, Mr. Peter, please proceed with the examination first. I'll handle the communication with Miss Su here.
All right. Peter said no more. Nodding slightly, he strode quickly toward the hospital bed.
Seeing this, Shen Xinyao knew there was no point in discussing it further with Peter. She turned to Li Xiao instead.
How much did you pay Mr. Peter for the consultation? I'll transfer it to you. I didn't pay any consultation fee.
Li Xiao knew that no matter what amount he mentioned, Shen Xinyao would unhesitatingly transfer it to him.
So he deliberately made something up. Dr. Peter only came because of my uncle's influence.
Otherwise, even if you offered him a mountain of gold, he wouldn't have come.
Well,
Shen Xinyao was stumped.
How could she possibly repay this? Seeing this, Qin An stepped forward. He came to Shen Xinyao's rescue, is that so? Then I'll ask Dr. Peter myself. Damn it!
Seeing his lie about to be exposed, Li Kai's face went pale with fright. He frantically grabbed Qin An's arm.
He snapped angrily, what's wrong with you? Can't you see Dr. Peter is busy right now? Seeing his overreaction, and became even more certain he was lying.
He chuckled mockingly, then I'll wait until Dr. Peter is done before I ask.
Damn it! Li Kai was speechless. He'd thought this move was unbeatable. But then a wild card like Cheng Yao Jin came out of nowhere. He was so furious he felt like he might spit blood. His mind raced, desperately trying to figure out how to cover up this lie. Tap tap tap.
At that moment, Dr. Peter, having finished the examination, strode over. In broken Chinese, he stated, based on the current CT scan and your mother's condition, her illness has entered a critical phase.
Surgery is the only viable treatment option. What are the chances of success? Shen Xinyao pressed urgently.
Shen Haiyang also approached at this moment. His face tense, he waited for Peter's answer. Shen Xinlei, however, appeared indifferent and detached.
He remained seated, engrossed in his phone. His demeanor suggested that the gravely ill person wasn't his mother, but a complete stranger. How truly filial of him.
Peter frowned, deep in thought for a moment before speaking with grave seriousness. Your mother's tumor is in an extremely challenging location.
Even if I perform the surgery myself, the success rate is unlikely to exceed 5%.
And post-surgery, the probability of her becoming a vegetable or developing dementia is extremely high, nearly 80%. At those words, the faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in Shen Xinyao's heart was extinguished. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over uncontrollably.
Shen Haiyang's face fell in despair. Then, if we don't operate, how much longer can my mother live? Shen Xinyao suddenly remembered this and hurriedly looked up to ask.
Peter sighed helplessly. Based on her condition, a conservative estimate puts her at no more than a week.
Boom!
Shen Xinyao nearly fainted on the spot. Tears streamed down her face like rain.
In an instant, she became a weeping mess.
Shen Haiyang fared slightly better. His eyes were bloodshot and brimming with tears.
Qin An couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat.
Li Kai, however, frowned deeply. His original plan had been to have Peter cure Shen's mother. So Shen Xinyao would owe him a major favor. Then leverage that favor to pursue Shen Xinyao. But now it seemed the cure was impossible.
Hadn't all his efforts been for nothing? No. No way. Li Kai refused to accept defeat. He asked Peter, is there truly no other way? Peter frowned deeply.
After a long moment of contemplation, he said, there is one more option.
At this, everyone's eyes lit up. They pressed him urgently, what is it? A wonder drug.
Peter explained slowly, for the past 2 years, I've been working on developing a cure for brain tumors for a wealthy businessman from Sakura country. If you're willing to try it, I can provide it to you free of charge. However, I must make it clear up front, this drug has only passed preliminary experiments and hasn't undergone clinical trials yet. So whether it works or has side effects remains unknown. Administering it without caution carries significant risks. Of course. Peter added, the preliminary trials for this drug have been remarkably successful. Whether it was mice, rabbits, or primates like gorillas, all were successfully cured. Therefore, this drug is definitely worth trying. Shen Xinyao felt a flicker of hope and pressed, based on your experience, what would you estimate the cure rate to be? Peter held up one hand. 50%. From 5% for surgery, it had jumped to 50%. A tenfold increase. This gave Shen Xinyao, who had been on the brink of despair, a glimmer of hope once more. She turned to Shen Haiyang and asked, Dad, what do you think about this? Chapter 152, The Secret Formula. No. Before Shen Haiyang could respond, Qin An, standing nearby, refused first. His tone was unwavering. Shen Xinyao jumped in surprise. Shen Haiyang shuddered in fright. His eyes widened in anger. You brat. Just speak your mind, why all the sudden drama? Besides, my daughter asked me, not you. Why are you butting in? And let me tell you this. Shen Haiyang grew increasingly agitated. As for you and my daughter? Not only have I not given my consent, but even if I did, matters concerning the Shen family are not for you to decide.
Exactly. Exactly.
Shen Xinyao, who had been indifferent to the matter.
He perked up upon hearing Qin An being berated.
He stood up, pointed at Qin An's nose, and scolded, "How dare you, an outsider, stick your nose into the affairs of our Shen family?
You really think you're something special, huh? Li Kai, delighted to see Qin An being berated, grinned from ear to ear. He pretended to step forward, patting Shen Xinyao on the back.
He feigned mediation but actually poured fuel on the fire. "Uncle, don't get so worked up."
I bet he meant well. Kind-hearted my ass.
Shen Xinyao was so furious his breathing grew ragged.
His face darkened as he snapped, "He won't even let us use medicine. How could he possibly mean well? I think he's clearly afraid Xinyao's mother won't die." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking?" Shen Xinyao's expression softened with gentle rebuke. "How could Qin An possibly think that? You're not even married yet." Shen Xinyao, still seething with anger, couldn't hear any of it.
His eyes widened in fury.
"Stop siding with her against me." "Dad, I'm not taking sides. I'm just stating the facts." Shen Xinyao argued indignantly, "Mom's medical treatment doesn't cost him a dime, and he's not short on money anyway. There's absolutely no reason for him to think that way." You. Shen Xinyao was furious enough to tremble. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant when they say daughters grow up and leave home. All right, enough of this." Shen's mother spoke up. She said weakly, "Xiao Qin said that for a reason. You're a grown man, can't you just let her finish speaking?" "You." "Hey." Seeing his own wife siding with Qin An, Shen Xinyao grew even angrier. He wanted to argue back, but feared upsetting his mother further, so he forced his anger down. He glared at Qin An with venom and barked, "You little punk, explain yourself. If you can't give me a proper reason today, get the hell out of here and never come near my daughter again." "Oh, Dad."
The moment she sensed trouble brewing that Qin An might be barred from seeing her, Shen Xinyao grew frantic.
But before she could finish, Shen Xinyao cut her off. "Shut up. You little punk, speak up now." "This." Shen Xinyao tried to say something else.
Qin An patted her shoulder reassuringly.
"It's okay. All right, fine then." Seeing Qin An's confident expression, Shen Xinyao finally let out a sigh of relief.
Still, a lingering unease remained in her heart. Li Kai and Shen Xinyao, on the other hand, were overjoyed. One was blissfully fantasizing about what moves to use that night. The other was happily imagining how to spend the money once they got it.
"Uncle." Qin An spoke up then.
His tone was neither humble nor arrogant.
"The reason I say it's not feasible is that this special medication is currently only in the clinical trial phase. We still don't know what kind of side effects it might have on the human body. Using it recklessly carries a high risk of causing Auntie's death. So according to you, we should just let your aunt wait to die?" Shen Xinyao glared at Qin An, his voice sharp with irritation. "No." Qin An shook his head.
"I'm saying I should treat her."
Boom. The words sent shockwaves through the entire room.
Everyone gaped at Qin An, their faces filled with confusion.
What did he just say?
I think I heard him say he'll treat it."
Ha 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 ha. Li Kai burst into laughter, roaring with mirth. "Brother, who do you think you are? Auntie's illness has stumped even the renowned expert Professor Peter. And you want to treat it? Are you Hua Tuo reincarnated? That's hilarious."
Shen Xinyao also laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Who knew you were such a miracle doctor?"
Ha 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 ha. Shen Xinyao frowned. His face darkened as he snapped angrily, "You little brat, are you mocking me?" Shen Xinyao's embroidered brows knitted tightly.
From what she knew, Qin An wasn't the type to make bold claims.
Why would he suddenly blurt out something like that? Could it be he really knew medicine? No. That couldn't be. If he did, why hadn't he mentioned it the previous 2 times she'd brought up her mother's illness? Why only now? "Uncle, I'm not messing with you. I'm telling the truth." Qin An smiled faintly.
He spoke slowly. "Ever since learning about Auntie's illness from Xinyao a while back, I've been searching for a way to treat her.
And you know what? Persistence paid off. I actually found it. It's a long-lost Meow medicine's secret formula.
The formula focuses on using bugs to treat illness.
To put it simply, it involves controlling insects to eat away at the tumor, thereby completing the treatment." Ha. Ha. Li Kai laughed. And it was a wild laugh. "Bro, if you're gonna spin a yarn, could you at least make it believable? Using insects to devour tumors? What makes you think those bugs would obey you?
It seems you're not here to cure my mother at all.
You're here to have those insects bite her to death, aren't you?" Shen Xinyao eyebrows shot up as he roared.
Shen Xinyao also found the whole thing highly implausible. His face darkened as he demanded, "Kid, tell me the truth.
Did you make up this secret formula?"
Qin An shook his head, his expression solemn. "Uncle, I can assure you with full responsibility that this secret formula is genuine.
And I'm confident it can absolutely cure Auntie's illness." Shen Xinyao saw the steadfastness in Qin An's eyes as he spoke.
His tone and pace were perfectly normal. He began to believe him. But the idea of using insects for medicine was simply too bizarre. He still couldn't quite bring himself to trust Qin An.
Shen Xinyao embroidered brows furrowed tightly. She had heard of witchcraft and sorcery. But surely those were just made-up nonsense from TV dramas? Could they really work for healing? Dad, sis. Shen Xinyao saw their hesitation. You can't believe this. He's definitely pulling your leg. Who in their right mind would use such methods to treat illnesses in real life? Yeah, Uncle, Xinyao. Li Kai also spoke anxiously. Don't let him fool you. Those bugs have no intelligence, they can't understand human speech. How could they possibly follow his commands? How about we make a bet? Qin An smiled. If I can make the bugs obey, you give me 10 million. If I fail, I give you 10 million. How about it? Bet it is. Who's afraid of who? Li Kai didn't believe for a second that Qin An could pull off such a miracle. Without a second thought, he agreed. Chapter 153, Miracle. Deal. Qin An's heart leapt with joy. He'd been fretting over where to get the money to settle the payment for the retail space he'd given Feng Qingyan. Now someone was offering it to him. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Smiling, she said, then let's not delay. Go downstairs and catch some ants right away. Ha? Li Kai froze for a moment. Then he snapped irritably, aren't you supposed to be able to control insects? Just command them to come up themselves. Are you stupid? Qin An rolled her eyes. He snapped back without holding back, this is the 6th floor. If ants tried climbing up here with their stubby little legs, it'd be dark as hell by the time they got here. Li Kai flushed crimson with embarrassment. He snorted coldly. Oomph. Just wait till I catch those ants. If you can't command them, you'll see what happens to you. With that, Li Kai stormed out the door, his face dark and sullen. Shen Xinyao, eager to curry favor with Li Kai, volunteered to follow and assist. Qin An. After the two left, Shen Xinyao took Qin An's hand. Her eyes filled with concern. Are you really sure you can do this? Qin An knew that no matter how much he explained, it wouldn't compare to letting them see it for themselves. He played coy, you'll see for yourself when they return. Alright. Seeing Qin An so confident, she relaxed slightly. At the same time, she thought to herself, if Qin An could truly cure her mother, that would be wonderful. Oof. Peter, who had remained silent until now, suddenly laughed. His face brimmed with arrogance and scorn. You people from the Dragon Kingdom would rather believe in witchcraft. This method with no scientific basis can cure illness, rather than trusting our scientifically developed wonder drugs? How utterly foolish and ignorant. I decided you'll pay for your ignorance and foolishness, no more wonder drugs for you. Oomph. With that, Peter snorted coldly and turned to leave. His dark expression made it clear he was furious. Dr. Peter, please don't be angry. Shen Xinyao grew anxious as Peter walked away. Though she trusted Qin An, Dr. Peter's special medication was still a backup plan. If he just left like this, what if Qin An's method didn't work? Wouldn't that be a problem? Aren't we still considering it? There's nothing to consider. Peter was adamant. Based on my years of clinical experience, your mother's illness has only two viable options, surgery or this special medicine. Everything else is unreliable. Especially this so-called witchcraft. This gentleman mentioned utter nonsense. You'd be better off believing in God than trusting him. This. Shen Xinyao was torn. She didn't know whether to trust Qin An and let Peter go, or follow Peter's advice and use the specialized medication. For a moment, she was utterly torn. Shen Xinyang's brow furrowed deeply. He seemed equally torn about which path to choose. Qin An, however, smiled. And he was grinning from ear to ear. He had thought swindling Li Kai out of 10 million was already quite a good deal. But unexpectedly, there was an additional windfall. This foreign devil was also eager to hand over cash. How delightful. Dr. Peter. Qin An stepped forward. You called my witchcraft nonsense. Care to bet me? If I cure him, no need for much, just transfer me 10 million US dollars. Peter snorted coldly. Why should I bet with you? No problem, no bet is fine too. Qin An scratched his ear. His face brimming with contempt, he added, or just say one thing that everything you just said was nonsense, pure bull, and you can get lost. I didn't lie. Peter snapped, his voice rising. He stiffened his neck and roared, everything I said was the truth. Your witchcraft is nothing but bull. Then why won't you bet? Qin An sneered coldly, in the end, it's because even you know that what you just said is bull, isn't it? You. Peter was furious. Gritting his teeth viciously, he snarled, fine. Let's bet. But $10 million is too small. If you've got the guts, let's make it 20 million. You dare? But. Qin An sneered disdainfully. I thought you were some big shot, but all you can muster is an extra 10 million? Put. You're nothing. I'll take that bet. Fine, fine, fine. Peter's face turned purple with rage. Breathing heavily, he gritted his teeth, just wait until you transfer me 20 million. Same goes for you. Oomph. 6 or 7 minutes later. Li Kai and Shen Xinyao, who had gone out to catch ants, finally returned. He thrust the ants into Qin An's hands. With a look of utter contempt, he said, go ahead, start your show. Let's see if you've got the real deal. Don't worry.
Qin An sneered coldly, I'm taking that 10 million yuan of yours. With that, Qin An pulled a black pill from his pocket, one he'd made alongside the ointment for Xia Yanyan the night before. He tossed it into the jar of ants, letting them devour it. Then, after all the ants had devoured it, he began tapping the tabletop rhythmically with his fingers, producing a steady thump thump thump. Soon, as if responding to some command, the ants began crawling out of the jar in a single file line. They crawled out of the jar in a single, straight line. Finally, they came to a halt beside Qin An's finger, standing in a neat formation of 5 in a row. Their formation was as precise as a well-trained military unit. Those present stared in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. Their expressions were pure disbelief. Then Qin An tapped the tabletop several times in a different rhythm. The ants began to change formations. First forming the character 4 open, then the character 4 heart, and then other characters. Finally, they linked together to spell out the 4 large characters, happy joy. The phrase appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Young Master Li, you lose. Hand over the money. Qin An beckoned Li Kai with a finger, grinning triumphantly. Li Kai snapped back to reality at the words. He stared at Qin An in utter disbelief. How on earth did you manage that? The others were equally curious. But Qin An had no intention of explaining. He snapped impatiently, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just hand over the money. Li Kai was kicking himself now. If he'd known Qin An was really this capable, why the hell did he even bet? 10 million yuan just wasted. Very well. After securing the 10 million, Qin An smiled with satisfaction, patting Peter, who was still in shock. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Turning to Shen Xinyao and his mother, Qin An added, Uncle, Auntie, can you believe me now? Yes. The miracles Qin An had displayed were all witnessed by their own eyes. What else was there to doubt? Alright, then everyone else can leave. Just leave Xinyao here to assist me. Understood. Shen Xinyao nodded. He stood up, preparing to lead everyone out. Wait a moment. Shen Xinyao suddenly spoke up. This is still too dangerous. These ants might obey you outside, but what if they don't listen once they're inside the human body? Chapter 154, Misconceptions. Peter chimed in, another thing, these ants carry tons of pathogens. Injecting them into humans could cause infections, right? Besides, they won't survive inside the human body. Qin An frowned. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment. These two were still giving him a hard time. He snapped back, I'll address your questions one by one. First, Dr. Peter, who said I intended to use these ants for medical treatment? And now you. Qin An pointed at Shen Xinyao. Your question is excellent. So I've decided to prevent those bugs from misbehaving during Auntie's treatment later. I'll test them on your finger first. Make a cut, put a few bugs inside, and test it out. Conduct an experiment. No. I can't. The mere thought of insects being stuffed into his body. Every cell in Shen Xinyao body recoiled in protest. He waved his hands frantically. What if those bugs don't behave? They'll bite me to death. Don't worry. Qin An gave a wicked smile. Before releasing them, I'll tie your fingers with rope to restrict their movement. And if any bug goes out of control, I'll cut off your finger with a knife. So at worst, you'll lose a finger, you won't be bitten to death. That's still no good. The mere thought of possibly losing a finger sent a chill down his spine. Shen Xinyao turned pale with fear. He hastily refused, besides, why use me as a test subject? Why don't you use yourself for the experiment? Qin An shrugged. Because I didn't question it, you did. Besides, as your aunt's own son, isn't it only right for you to test the poison for her? By that logic, my sister is still my mom's biological daughter. Shen Xinyao rolled his eyes and snapped back, why not use her then? She didn't question it either. Qin An smirked. Besides, your sister's hands are so beautifully delicate I couldn't bear to use them. Damn it! Shen Xinyao was furious. You can't bear to use my sister, so you take it out on me instead. Is there any justice in this world? Shen Xinyao had intended to tell Shen Xinyao that Qin An was just teasing him. But Shen Xinyao demanded Qin An use her as a test subject. His face turned ashen with rage. She suddenly grabbed Shen Xinyao arm and yanked him toward Qin An. Her face darkened as she declared, come on, little brother. You've always hated working, right? Now that your hands are useless, you can finally stop working altogether. I'll support you. Right. Shen Xinyao was also furious at Shen Xinyao stupidity. He decided to teach him a lesson. He chimed in, disabled hands? Daddy will support you. No. Shen Xinyao was scared out of his wits. His legs buckled and he collapsed onto the floor. He whimpered and refused to get up no matter what. Seeing Shen Xinyao cower like this only made Shen Xinyao angrier. Furious, he kicked Shen Xinyao hard, sending him tumbling. He roared, get the hell out of here. If you dare delay treatment again, I'll kick you to death. For the first time in his life, Shen Xinyao found the words get lost to be strangely soothing. Without another word, he scrambled to his feet and bolted for the door.
In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. After Shen Xinyao left, Qin An could finally begin the treatment. He handed several black pills to Shen's mother. With a slight smile, he said, "Auntie, there's no need to be nervous. The entire treatment process is completely painless. All you need to do is relax and get some rest." That's all? Mrs. Shen had expected Qin An to make her eat insects. Or that he'd cut open her skin and insert insects inside. Then she'd have to endure the agony of thousands of insects gnawing at her flesh. Instead, it turned out to be nothing more than swallowing a few black pills and then sleeping it off. This left her utterly astonished. Shen Xinyao also looked bewildered, asking curiously, "Aren't you supposed to use insects for treatment? Where are the insects?" "These pills are the insects." Qin An explained with a smile, "Each pill contains roughly 500,000 parasitic worms. Once ingested, they're absorbed into the bloodstream." "Ha?" Shen Xinyao and her mother were even more astonished now. They stared at the small black pill, unable to look away. "But it doesn't look like it contains any insects at all," they said, their faces filled with confusion. "You're misunderstanding." Qin An chuckled. "The parasite I mentioned isn't an actual insect, but a type of microorganism similar to common antibiotics. However, these microorganisms are highly sensitive to certain sounds. They're also far more potent than antibiotics. Without professional medical supervision, they absolutely must not be used carelessly." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Shen Xinyao pouted reproachfully, "You had me thinking you were actually going to stuff some bugs into my mother's body. You scared the life out of me." "Yeah, it scared the hell out of me too." Shen's mother chimed in. Qin An chuckled. "What could I do? There were too many people around, and that foreign devil was present. I was worried our Dragon Nation's treasure, passed down for nearly 1,000 years, might be learned by that foreign devil." Learning that Qin An had kept silent to protect the medical techniques, Shen Xinyao felt a pang of guilt. She apologized, "I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that. It's fine, it's fine." Qin An waved his hand magnanimously and said to Shen's mother, "Auntie, after you take this pill, just close your eyes." "All right." Shen's mother took the pill and swallowed it directly. Then she lay down and gently closed her eyes. Soon, she fell asleep. No matter how much Qin An called out to her, she didn't respond at all. "How come my mom fell asleep so fast?" Shen Xinyao was somewhat surprised. She remembered that ever since she got sick, falling asleep had always been so slow. Besides the poisonous insects, those pills also contain ingredients similar to sleeping pills. Qin An explained briefly, then pulled a flute from his backpack. He began to play. The exquisite flute melody soon filled the entire room. An hour and a half later, seeing Qin An drenched in sweat from exhaustion, Shen Xinyao felt deeply concerned. As she dabbed his brow with a tissue, she asked, "How is it? Is my mother better?" Qin An shook his head. For now, only the 500,000 poisonous insects have been eliminated. To determine if Auntie's illness has truly been cured, we'll need to take an X-ray for examination. "All right. I'll go get my dad to help me push Mom to the hospital for the scan. You stay here and rest for a bit." With that, Shen Xinyao started to head out. But Qin An pulled her back and she ended up sitting on his lap. "What are you doing?" Shen Xinyao looked utterly bewildered. Qin An gave her a mischievous grin. "Let me kiss you first, then you can go." With that, Qin An leaned in and pressed his lips against Shen Xinyao's fiery red mouth. It had been so long since he'd seen Shen Xinyao he'd missed the taste of her so intensely. Shen Xinyao missed him intensely too. So not only did she not refuse, she even responded passionately. Chapter 155, Boyfriend. Meanwhile, in a rented room within apricot blossom garden, Li Qinran sat stiffly at her desk, staring blankly at the video playing on her phone. A dazed, silly smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Her roommate Guman, busy blow-drying her hair nearby, recognized that smile all too well. She knew it was the kind of silly grin that came when chatting with a guy. Her gossip-loving spirit ignited fiercely in that moment. She tiptoed closer and stole a peek at Li Qingran's phone screen. Her face fell with disappointment. "You were grinning like that, I thought you finally got a boyfriend. Turns out it's just some male celebrity." "He's not a celebrity." Li Qingran had no intention of hiding her relationship with Qin An. She shook her head, her face flushing. She pressed her lips together and smiled. "He's my boyfriend." "Poof." Guman's lips twitched. She poked Li Qingran's head playfully. "Li Qingran, for heaven's sake, can't you be a little more sensible? It's one thing for that girl to mistake a celebrity for her husband, but you're not a kid anymore. Don't you feel embarrassed doing this?" "No, it's not like that." Li Qingran pouted, looking slightly aggrieved. "He really isn't a celebrity. He's genuinely my boyfriend." Seeing this, Guman concluded Li Qingran was beyond hope. She couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. She walked back to the mirror and resumed blow-drying her hair. She muttered half-heartedly, "Fine, fine. Whatever you say." Li Qingran felt deflated, realizing she couldn't explain herself clearly. Just then, her other roommate, Zhao Qianshan, emerged from the bathroom. Wiping her dripping wet hair with a towel, she glanced at Li Qingran's phone. Isn't that Honey? She exclaimed in surprise. Honey? Brother? Li Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Qin An get that nickname? No way, Qingran? Zhao Qianqian chuckled. Her smile was downright lecherous. When did you get so desperate? You don't even know who he is, yet you're already claiming him as your boyfriend. You can't blame Qingran for this. Gu Man, who had been drying her hair, finished. She flicked her hair with her fingers and turned off the dryer. She turned her head and chimed in, all these years, Qingran hasn't had a man. How could she not be desperate? But Qingran, chasing stars won't do you any good. Gu Man continued, you can't see them or touch them, they can't give you any comfort. Use this instead. Saying this, Gu Man pulled open a nearby drawer, took out a silicone toy, and handed it to Li Qingran. She grinned mischievously, this thing will guarantee you heaven. But remember to give it back after you're done, it's one of my favorite boyfriends. Get lost. Li Qingran blushed and pushed the toy back. I have a boyfriend. I don't need this. Her two roommates fell silent. In unison, they said, Qingran, wake up. That celebrity would never be with you. Li Qingran was at a loss for words too. She sighed helplessly, he's not a celebrity. He really is my boyfriend. We're college classmates. This video was taken last night when we went to a music festival together. He got picked to go on stage and I recorded it from the audience. Seeing Li Qingran speak with such conviction, it didn't seem like she was making things up. Her two roommates suddenly took her seriously. They pulled up chairs and sat beside her. Really? It's true. Li Qingran flashed a sweet smile and nodded. Didn't I tell you before that I had a crush on someone in college? That person is him. Yesterday at our class reunion, I confessed to him. And he said he liked me too, so now we're together. Oh my gosh. Mutual feelings? That's so sweet. Zhao Qianqian was completely overwhelmed by the sweetness. She was so excited she started waving her arms around. She looked as if she herself had just experienced this sweet romance. Gu Man, however, looked at her with exasperation. Then why did you even come back to stay last night? You should have just gone for it. Huh? Li Qingran was startled. That wouldn't be right. We just started dating. If we did that already, he'd think I'm easy. Silly girl, times have changed. Gu Man gently ruffled Li Qingran's hair. These days, people only care about looks when dating. Who cares if you're a virgin or not? And let me tell you, good men are seriously scarce resources. Lots of people are eyeing him up. You better strike while the iron's hot, get pregnant with his kid, and keep him firmly in your grasp. Once someone else snatches him up, you won't even know which way is up. Ha! Li Qingran was a bit dazed. From childhood, she'd been taught that girls must be reserved and self-respecting. Never to give herself away lightly. But what Gu Man was saying now was encouraging her to give it away. This left her utterly at a loss for what to do. Qingran, man is right. Zhao Qianqian took Li Qingran's hand and urged earnestly, a man like him, handsome, with a beautiful voice, and likely destined to become an internet sensation or star. You absolutely must get pregnant with his child. Otherwise, once he's surrounded by all those fluttering birds and fluttering swallows, you're done for. The phrase flock of women reminded Li Qingran of Xia Yanan, who had been clinging to Qin An yesterday. And Zhu Jingyi, who had looked utterly blissful while singing a duet with Qin An. A strong sense of crisis welled up inside her. But the idea of taking the initiative to do that sort of thing still felt impossible for her. She sighed and said, let me think this through properly. There's no time for that. Zhao Qianqian pulled out her phone and opened Weibo. She pointed at a long string of trending topics. Hashtag honeybrother xiaoju sweet moment. Hashtag who is honeybro, hashtag. Hashtag honeybro is so handsome, hashtag. Hashtag amateur singer outshines Chinese music industry, hashtag, and so on. Her face twisted with anxiety. He's already trending at the top of the charts. It won't be long before MCN agencies and talent agencies like CAA come knocking. If you don't act fast. Once he signs with those companies and enters the glitzy entertainment world, you'll lose your chance forever. Li Qingran looked utterly stunned. She never imagined that just one song from last night could make Qin An an overnight sensation. The power of the internet was truly terrifying. Alright, stop spacing out. Gu Man grew impatient. She snatched the phone away and tossed it to Zhao Qianqian. She grabbed Li Qingran and headed toward the bathroom. Hurry up and wash up, put on makeup, then go find him. No. I can't. Li Qingran struggled to a halt. He told me last night when I got back that he's swamped with work for the next few days and won't have time for me. So he's busy during the day, but he can be busy at night? Just make plans with him for tonight. Gu Man suggested. Right. Zhao Qianqian chimed in, as soon as he gets off work at night, you stick to him like glue. Do this every single day for a whole month, drain him dry, and you'll definitely get pregnant. Ha! No, that's impossible. Li Qingran waved her hands frantically. That would make me a female hooligan. Chapter 156, Too dark. Better to be a than abandoned. Hurry up already. With that, Guman dragged Li Qing ran into the bathroom without another word.
She began to wash and dress her.
Meanwhile, as Qin An and Shen Xinyao were locked in a passionate kiss, Qin An's phone suddenly rang, startling both of them.
He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number he'd never seen before.
Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Qin An?
A warm female voice came from the other end.
Yes, it is. And you are? I'm a social media influencer agent at Yikangso Media. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Shuang. Influencer agent? Qin An was taken aback.
He'd never considered becoming an influencer, nor had he ever contacted anyone in that field.
Well, here's the thing.
Lu Shuang seemed to anticipate Qin An's confusion and explained with a smile, I was at that music festival yesterday.
After watching your performance, I felt that whether it's your appearance
or your vocal skills, you'd be perfect as a singing content creator. That's why I called specifically to ask if you'd ever considered this path. If you are, our company is willing to sign you for a whopping 5 million yuan.
Qin An understood, so yesterday's performance had caused this. He gave a faint smile. Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in becoming an internet celebrity.
Lu Shuang didn't believe a single word of Qin An's statement. Because no one could possibly turn down such a lucrative opportunity that offered both fame and fortune. The only reason Qin An refused was simply because he found her signing fee too low. She smiled and said, Mr. Qin, it seems you're not quite familiar with this industry yet.
Honestly, a 5 million yuan signing fee is already quite generous.
After all, your commercial value remains an unknown quantity at this point.
Offering too much too soon would put us at a loss.
But rest assured, Lu Shuang continued, while we can't increase the signing fee, we can adjust the 28% profit share.
I'm willing to give you an extra 10%, making it 37%. What do you think? Qin An frowned.
He'd only heard about these entertainment companies being bloodsuckers while scrolling through videos online.
He never imagined it would be true.
They clearly intended to profit off him, yet were only willing to give him a 30% cut.
How utterly shady. Miss Liu, you've misunderstood.
Qin An composed himself and said sternly, it's not that I think your offer is too low.
It's that I genuinely have no interest in becoming an internet celebrity. In the past, Qin An might have pursued influencer status for the money. But now? Absolutely not.
After all, he wasn't short on money anymore.
Moreover, if he became a public figure, he'd inevitably be under constant scrutiny. How could he possibly pull off being a scumbag then?
Lu Shuang had assumed that with a small-time player like Qin An, would be grateful and agree to anything, whether it was a 5 million yuan payoff or some petty favor.
Would be grateful and agree.
After all, people like him had never seen much money.
5 million yuan was an absolute fortune to them.
But to his surprise, Qin An proved to be incredibly greedy. Even after throwing 5 million at him, he still wasn't satisfied. This annoyed her greatly, and she snapped, Mr. Qin, one must learn to be content.
5 million is truly no small sum. I advise you to accept it.
Otherwise, it might very well become 4 million tomorrow. Seeing her still droning on, Qin An grew impatient. His face turned cold.
Are you a spy sent by the island nation?
Lu Shuang froze. She couldn't fathom why Qin An would say such a thing.
But she still answered instinctively, no, I'm not. Then why can't you understand the language of the Dragon Nation?
Qin An frowned deeply, his tone sharp. I made myself perfectly clear just now.
I have no interest in being some internet celebrity. Don't call me again.
With that, Qin An hung up the phone and promptly blocked the number.
Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone, Lu Shuang was furious. Since becoming an influencer agent, she'd called countless people.
Every single one of them had been polite and respectful.
But this one?
He actually had the nerve to snap at her.
This was truly unbearable for her.
Fuming, she dialed the number again.
She was ready to get even.
But she discovered Qin An had blocked her. Her face turned ashen with rage. Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
Gritting her teeth, she muttered to herself, fine, you won't give me face, huh?
Just you wait, the moment you set foot in the influencer world, you won't have a moment's peace.
Who is it? Shen Xinyao hadn't heard the phone conversation and asked in confusion. Some agent from an MCN agency. Insisting I become some damn influencer. Qin An told the truth. I told him no.
Oh. Shen Xinyao found it a bit odd why those people would come after Qin An.
She didn't press the matter, smiling as she said, you should rest for a bit.
I'll take my mom for her checkup.
Okay.
After Shen Xinyao left, Qin An sat quietly in the chair, resting. Suddenly, his phone rang again. This time, however, it wasn't an unknown number, it was Zhu Jingyi.
Hello?
Qin An was quite surprised that Zhu Jingyi would call him. He chuckled, I never expected a big star like you to actually call me first.
You're flattering me.
I'm just a nobody, hardly a big star at all.
Zhu Jingyi's sweet voice came through the phone.
Besides, I'm calling because I need to talk to you about something.
Oh? Qin An was a bit surprised. What is it? Well, it's like this.
Zhu Jingyi said, sounding a bit embarrassed. After we performed together yesterday, a lot of netizens and fans said they'd love to see us sing together again.
Then a TV station sent me a notice asking if I could bring you along to participate in their show. Would you be interested? Also, our company is very interested in signing you. We're offering a 3 million yuan signing fee and a 19% royalty split. Are you considering pursuing a career in entertainment? Qin An's mouth twitched. He'd already thought the signing fee and split offered by Yichang Snow were low enough. But this offer was even lower. One offer was darker than the next. Honestly, I'd really love to perform with you. But I genuinely dislike putting myself out there in the public eye. So sorry. I can't agree to either of these things. Qin An was being honest, he genuinely wanted to perform with Xiao Zhu. After all, given his status and profession, opportunities to meet Xiao Zhu were extremely rare. He genuinely didn't want to miss this chance. But to uphold his principles as a scumbag, he had to reluctantly give up this chance. Alright then. Zhu Jingyi felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. I'll inform my company and the TV station shortly. Wait. Qin An stopped the young Zhu from hanging up. About last night I looked into it. Your contract should be expiring soon, right? Interested in starting a CAA agency with me? Chapter 157, Money is just a string of cold numbers. After meeting Zhu Jingyi yesterday, Qin An had thought of this. Because aside from entering the entertainment industry, starting a company was the only way to see Zhu Jingyi regularly, thus completing his strategy. Besides this advantage, starting a company offered two more benefits. That is, making money and discovering beautiful women. After all, girls who aspire to be celebrities are all stunningly beautiful. Their looks easily score 90 points. Beyond these reasons, Qin An had another motive for launching the entertainment company, to help Xia Yanran. Qin An first met Xia Yanyan on the first day of freshman year. The teacher had asked everyone to come up to the front and introduce themselves one by one. When it was Xia Yanyan's turn, she held a guitar and confidently sang and played Invisible Wings. She declared to everyone with unwavering confidence that she would become a pop star in the future. She even declared her ambition to become the queen of the Chinese music scene. But reality was harsh. After 7 years of relentless effort, she never even managed to break into the entertainment industry. She ended up as a second-rate singer in a bar. Her once cherished dream had become an eternal regret. Now, Qin An's decision to start an entertainment company is precisely to help her make up for that regret. After all, with his system, money was no object. Making Xia Yanyan a star was no difficult task. Ha! Zhu Jingyi froze. She had called intending to recruit Qin An for the company. But now the tables had turned. Now Qin An was the one trying to recruit her? I looked it up online. Because of the unequal terms in your previous contract, it's highly unlikely they'll renew it. So instead of signing with another company and work for those bloodsuckers, why not start your own company? You'd earn more money and be free from others' control. Wouldn't that be better? Zhu Jingyi took a deep breath. I know all that, but starting an entertainment company is incredibly difficult. First, you need massive capital. Second, you need extensive connections. Otherwise, your artists won't even land commercial gigs, it'll be pure money losing. Don't worry about that. Qin An said earnestly, I'm not just starting an entertainment company, I'll also establish a music label and a film production company. Our future exposure will absolutely rival the big players. Zhu Jingyi laughed. Do you have any idea how much money it takes to start all these companies? I'm not exaggerating. Qin An smiled back. I may not have much, but I have plenty of money. Is 10 billion enough? If not, 50 billion, 100 billion, no problem at all. Zhu Jingyi froze. You're not pulling my leg, are you? You really have that much money? Rest assured. Qin An's tone turned serious. I'm telling the truth. If you're willing to take the position as company president and help me manage and run this business, I can transfer any amount you want. And honestly, money is just a cold string of numbers to me. Zhu Jingyi understood. No wonder Qin An had flatly refused the 3 million yuan signing fee without hesitation. Ridiculous. Someone who could easily pull out billions wouldn't care about such a pittance. But she was still confused. She asked doubtfully, wait, what's the point of this? Spending so much money to break into the industry, how many years will it take you to earn that back? The reason most film stars in Dragon Nation are currently controlled by the top 10 entertainment companies. Few smaller companies have managed to rise beyond the established giants with their mature, stable partnerships and in-house film music divisions. For new companies trying to enter the market now, the investment required simply doesn't justify the returns. If you have the money to start an entertainment company, you'd be better off putting it in the bank to earn interest. No reason. Qin An knew it was time to show off. In a deep, resonant voice, with profound emotion, he spoke slowly, for you. So you won't be drained by those bloodsuckers anymore. So you can earn money freely, without having to kowtow to others, without being so exhausted. Boom! Zhu Jingyi was deeply moved.
She had always believed that any man who liked her couldn't be too bad. But she never imagined a man would be willing to sacrifice so much for her. Willing to spend hundreds of billions, even trillions, to start a company for her. How deeply must he feel for her? Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +5. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +5. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +5. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's current affection level, 50 points. Holy cow. And I haven't even spent a dime yet, her affection just shot up by 20 points in one go. If I paid for this, wouldn't it jump another 30, straight to 80? Ah ha ha ha. Thanks a lot. Zhu Jingyi calmed down at that moment. With a hint of tears in her voice, she said, I never expected you to be so kind to me. But I feel it's not worth it for you to spend so much money starting a company just for me. So let's just forget about it. No. It's worth it. Qin An continued in a tender tone, as long as you can live more freely, more happily, and more comfortably than you do now, it's all worth it. This. Zhu Jingyi was conflicted. She wanted to accept Qin An's offer to honor his kindness. But she wasn't sure if she would end up with him. She feared she might end up leaving him penniless and heartbroken. You don't have to answer me right away. Qin An knew this wasn't a decision to be made lightly. He spoke slowly, just give me your answer before I sign with the new company. One more thing, I just want to collaborate with you, not force you into a relationship. So please don't put too much pressure on yourself. Matters of the heart should follow your heart. After all, I wouldn't want to win your body but lose your heart. Zhu Jingyi hadn't expected Qin An to be so understanding. Her fondness for him grew a little more. She smiled and said, alright, I'll think it over and call you. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's affection +5. Ding. Zhu Jingyi's current affection level, 55 points. After hanging up, Qin An stood up and walked toward the door. He intended to check if Mrs. Shen's examination was finished. This is strange, absolutely strange. Upon entering the examination room, Qin An immediately heard the attending physician holding the X-ray up to the sunlight and shouting. His expression was intensely agitated. Yesterday during the scan, the tumor was as big as an egg. Now it's completely gone, utterly bizarre. Let me see. Peter snatched the films anxiously. He held them up to the sunlight and examined them closely. Then, stunned, he blurted out in English, oh. My God. Amazing. Amazing. Miracles. Miracles. Shen Xinyao and Shen Xinyao, seeing it was truly gone. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down their faces. Tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. In an instant, both were reduced to tearful messes. Yet their eyes were filled with pure joy. Chapter 158, Breaking Up a Loving Couple. Seeing that this method had truly cured Shen's mother, he was overjoyed. Li Kai, however, could not muster a single ounce of happiness. His original plan had been to have Peter cure Shen's mother's illness, and thereby draw closer to Shen Xinyao. But now, it was Qin An who had already been with Shen Xinyao who had cured her. Now his hopes were utterly dashed. Damn it, damn it. Li Kai glared viciously at Qin An. He muttered silently to himself, you just wait. You hit me and stole my woman, I'm not done with you. Qin An? Just then, Shen Xinyao spotted Qin An. She threw herself into Qin An's arms, sobbing as she cried, my mom's sick is cured. She's cured. Wah? Thank you, thank you. Qin An cupped Shen Xinyao's delicate little face in his hands. Silly girl, he said softly. With the bond between us, your mother is like my own. There's no need to thank me. Shen Xinyao's cheeks flushed red. Her heart pounded wildly. She wondered what Qin An meant by suddenly saying that. Could it be he was already planning to marry her? If that were the case, it would be absolutely wonderful. After today's events, Shen Xinyao had fallen completely in love with Qin An. Even if Qin An proposed to her right now, she would accept without hesitation. Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's affection +2. Ding. Shen Xinyao's current affection level, 100 points. Yes. Seeing that curing Shen's mother indeed boosted her affection. And it shot straight up to the ultimate level of 100 points. Qin An was overjoyed. He silently pondered how to coax Shen Xinyao into confessing her feelings to him, thus securing the final reward. Little Qin. Although Qin An was truly outstanding and had done his family a huge favor. But when Shen Xinyao saw his precious daughter tightly embraced by Qin An, the two of them acting all lovey-dovey, he couldn't help but feel deeply unsettled. Plus, when he first met Qin An, the guy had two beauties by his side. It was obvious he was a total jerk, which only deepened his resentment. Clearing his throat a few times, he stepped forward and said, your aunt's recovery is truly thanks to you. Whatever you want as a token of gratitude, just say the word. As long as uncle has it, be it a car, a house, or cash, even if it means I have to sell everything I own. But there's one thing I absolutely won't allow you two being together. You're not suited for each other. Ha? At those words, Li Kai's eyes lit up. Could this mean he still had a chance? Shen Xinyao furrowed her embroidered brows, her face flushing with anger.
Dad, what are you doing? Qin An was taken aback. He hadn't done anything to offend him, had he? Uncle. What did I do wrong? Or do you think I'm not good enough for your daughter? You know exactly where you went wrong.
Shen Haiyang's face remained cold and distant. In a tone that shut him out completely, he coldly added, besides, it's not that you're not good enough for my daughter. It's that my daughter, coming from such humble origins, isn't good enough for a wealthy scion like you. The phrase "you know it yourself" left Qin An utterly bewildered. What was going on? Could it be that Shen's father already knew he was a scumbag? Shen Xinyao, however, caught on immediately. She spoke up, Dad, you've got it all wrong.
Qin An has already explained everything to me.
Those two women we saw at the restaurant earlier were both his university classmates.
They were having dinner to discuss a business partnership, not what you think it was.
Qin An breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. So that's what it was about.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. Uncle.
Once Qin An confirmed Shen Haiyang truly didn't know the truth, he felt no fear. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Whether you believe it or not, my feelings for Xinyao are genuine. This lifetime, no matter what happens, I will never let her suffer the slightest injustice.
And I absolutely will not betray her. And rest assured, my upbringing has always been strict.
If I ever dared act like those playboys who gamble, drink, and chase women,
my parents would cripple me before you even lifted a finger. Li Kai. Just ing talk already. Why the hell are you staring at me like that?
I'm not that kind of guy.
Damn it. You really know people. Shen Haiyang saw Qin An's sincere words and unwavering gaze.
He fell silent, convinced she wasn't lying. He didn't know whether he should trust Qin An this once.
Dad.
Shen Xinyao spoke up then. In a tone that brooked no argument, she declared, I'm putting this out there today, if you insist on forcing me to break up with Qin An, I'll jump off this building and end it all.
You? Shen Haiyang felt a sharp pain in his chest from the rage.
He desperately wanted to unleash a torrent of curses upon Shen Xinyao. Then force them apart. But in the end, he gave up. Because he saw the deep love overflowing in Shen Xinyao's eyes whenever she looked at Qin An. It was clear she was utterly unable to live without Qin An.
If he insisted on forcing the issue, he might actually do something foolish. Ah!
Shen Haiyang slumped back into his chair.
He sighed.
Waving his hand dismissively, he said, forget it, forget it.
Fine, I'll do as you say. But Qin An, you better listen to me.
From now on, you have to take good care of her.
Don't ever let her down. Otherwise, don't blame me if I get angry and make you pay dearly. As he finished, Shen Haiyang's gaze turned icy.
A fierce, murderous intent flared in his eyes. The chill made Qin An shiver. He hurriedly pledged, Uncle, rest assured. I'll love her twice as much from now on. I'll never let her feel hurt or sad.
MHM. Shen Haiyang nodded.
I hope you keep your word.
Tap tap tap.
Just then, Peter burst out of the examination room and clung tightly to Qin An's arm. His face flushed with excitement.
Mr. Qin, how did you do it? Can you teach me? You want to learn? Peter nodded frantically.
His head bounced so vigorously it left a blur.
Looks like he really wants to learn.
Then first transfer the $20 million you lost in the bet to me.
All right. Without hesitation, Peter made an international call.
He instructed the finance department to transfer the funds to Qin An. Soon, 145 million yuan flowed into Qin An's account.
Wow!
Seeing the substantial sum sitting quietly in his bank card,
Qin An couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
He thought to himself, if only things like this happened every day. But alas, such unlucky souls were few and far between. Come on, let's go handle Auntie's discharge paperwork. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Qin An took Shen Xinyao's hand and headed toward the nurse's station. Peter, seeing this, immediately grew anxious.
He grabbed Qin An's arm abruptly and snapped, You haven't taught me yet, how can you just leave? When did I ever say I'd teach you? Qin An grinned.
I only said to transfer the money you owe from losing the bet.
Chapter 159, The Victim. You. Peter felt thoroughly tricked by Qin An.
His face flushed crimson with rage.
He pointed an accusing finger at Qin An and roared, You liar. You're a big liar. Just talk. Stop waving your finger around like that.
Qin An's eyebrows shot up as he pushed Peter's finger away. His face remained cold as he retorted, Besides, I only said to transfer the money you lost in the bet.
I never said I'd teach you after you transferred it.
So technically, I didn't deceive you. If you dare call me a liar again, don't blame me for slapping you. Peter flinched at Qin An's fierce glare.
He shrank back. He huffed, Then what do you want to teach me?
Qin An scratched his chin, pondering briefly before saying, I don't care how much you offer, $50 million.
If you think it's worth it, I'll teach you this medical skill. No way, that's too much. Peter shook his head and held up one finger. I can only give you 10 million. Then forget it. Qin An turned and walked away, having no intention of haggling with Peter. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Peter wasn't ready to give up so easily. He hurried after Qin An, saying as they walked, 20 million? How about 20 million? Qin An shook his head. Peter felt a surge of anger. He gritted his teeth fiercely.
Mr. Qin, $20 million is already a substantial offer.
Don't push your luck. Qin An stopped in his tracks. He retorted coldly, Dr. Peter, nobody here is a little darling. We both know exactly how much value this medical technique can generate.
So cut the nonsense.
Either you pay $50 million for it, or forget it. Peter fell silent. He lowered his head, silently calculating in his mind. Finally, he nodded. Fine.
50 million it is.
But you must promise me this medical technique won't be sold to anyone else. Okay. Qin An hadn't expected Peter to actually agree. He smiled happily. Use the same account as before. Transfer the money, and I'll hand over the formula once it's done. No. Peter shook his head.
Before the transfer, we need to sign a contract first.
Fine. Qin An agreed a contract was necessary. He led Peter downstairs. 1 hour later. Take care, you sucker.
After cashing in another 360 million yuan with ease,
Qin An couldn't stop smiling. After waving goodbye to Peter, he headed to the hospital payment window with Shen Xinyao to complete the discharge procedures. What's wrong? On the way, Qin An noticed Shen Xinyao looking gloomy.
She hesitated to speak, prompting Qin An to ask with concern.
Shen Xinyao stopped in her tracks.
After a moment's hesitation, she said, Qin An, I don't think you should sell this secret formula to that foreign devil. You should open a clinic instead, or sell it to our country to benefit the people of our dragon nation.
Qin An smiled. I thought it was something else.
Actually, I've already decided to donate this formula to the country free of charge.
Ha? Shen Xinyao was stunned. Then why did you sell it? And why did you sign a contract with him prohibiting resale to others? Qin An affectionately tickled Shen Xinyao's little nose. He chuckled, you silly girl. The contract only prevents him from selling it to others, it doesn't stop me from giving it away for free. How could it possibly stop me from donating the formula to the nation? Put. Shen Xinyao finally caught on and couldn't hold back her laughter. You're so sneaky. Not bad, third in the nation. Qin An raised an eyebrow, flashing a mischievous grin. And let me tell you, once this formula is handed over to the state, it'll inevitably leak out. So before it's completely exposed, how could I not make a killing off it first? True. Shen Xinyao understood that a medical technique capable of benefiting all humanity.
It was absolutely impossible for it to remain forever in the hands of just one country or one person. Sooner or later, it would become common knowledge.
So Qin An's opportunistic profiteering was indeed the right move. An hour later.
Since Qin An was driving a sports car, it only had 2 seats. There was simply no way to fit 4 people inside. So he drove alone, heading back to Shen Xinyao's place ahead of them.
Shen Xinyao, meanwhile, accompanied her parents as they took a taxi back. Hello? Just as he parked the car and was about to call Yao Guohua to ask him to bring some food over, Qin An's phone rang first. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. He assumed it was probably another MNC company or entertainment agency. He almost didn't want to answer it.
But in the end, he decided to answer it.
After all, what if it wasn't? Hello? Who is this? Qin An, it's me. Lin Shudong. Qin An froze. He hadn't expected Lin Shudong to call him. He asked doubtfully, you need something? Qin An.
Lin Shudong began sobbing on the other end of the line, her voice breaking. I know you despise me for sleeping with so many guys, but they all took advantage of me when I was drunk.
I was the victim. So please, I'm begging you, just give me one more chance. Poof. Qin An laughed. Do you feel terribly wronged right now? Of course I do.
Lin Shudong declared indignantly, if those guys hadn't taken advantage of me when I was drunk, how could you possibly despise me now?
Qin An laughed even louder. Lin Shudong, it's true those people were at fault, but don't you bear any responsibility yourself? If you'd shown a little self-respect, stayed away from bars and nightclubs, refused to drink with those men, and not given them any opportunities, would any of this have happened? That's not fair.
Lin Shudong stopped crying and retorted angrily, that's victim blaming. By your logic, does that mean we girls can't go to bars to relax, can't drink or eat out?
I never said you couldn't. Qin An retorted calmly, but you know exactly what kind of people frequent bars and what their intentions are, don't you? Since you know, that means you're prepared. If something like this happens, you can't blame anyone else. As for drinking and dining, no problem. But why can't you just have a girls' night out? Why must you bring guys along? Let's be honest, isn't it because you want something to happen with them? Besides, you know your own drinking limit, don't you?
Once or twice, maybe you didn't realize you were being taken advantage of when drunk.
But after 10 or 8 times, how could you still not know?
Lin Shudong was rendered speechless.
She could only sob quietly. Enough. Qin An couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her.
One last piece of advice: if you want guys to treat you with respect and not like a toy, learn some self-respect.
Don't let your desires control your life. With that, Qin An hung up the phone. But almost the very next second, a new call came in. Chapter 160, about to crash. The caller was Yu Mingxiu. Hello? Have you made up your mind?
Yu Mingxiu's muffled voice came through the phone, sounding as if she'd been crying. I can agree to be your mistress, but I can only spare 4 days a month to be with you. And I get to decide which days. You can't force me, and you certainly can't control my life.
Qin An laughed. Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate terms with me right now?
Yu Mingxiu fell silent. Through the receiver, Qin An could faintly hear her sobs. It tugged at his heartstrings. He sighed helplessly. I'm just too soft-hearted.
Enough. Qin An took a deep breath. He said sternly, fine, I'll go along with your plan. But I'll decide which day you accompany me. I won't make special time just for you.
Yu Mingxiu froze. Truthfully, before making the call, she had already prepared herself to become Qin An's plaything. Because once she made this call, it meant she had reached the end of the road. She could only submit to Qin An's control. Therefore, once Qin An saw through this, he would never agree to her demands. But now he had agreed. How could she not find this strange?
Had his conscience suddenly awakened? No.
Yu Mingxiu shook her head. If he had, he wouldn't have forced her to be his mistress. At that thought, the fleeting warmth she'd felt toward him vanished.
Ding. Yu Mingxiu's favorability +2. Ding. Yu Mingxiu's affection 2. Damn it.
Qin An had been pleased to hear his affection points increase. He figured his concession had earned him 2 points of goodwill, which wasn't too shabby. But in the blink of an eye, it dropped back down. He was so furious he could have cursed like a sailor. He coldly replied, all right, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'll notify you when it's time to make the trade.
Oh, okay.
After hanging up, Qin An found Yao Guo's number and dialed it.
Hello, Mr. Qin.
Ever since Qin An had given him a thorough dressing down yesterday, Yao Guo had been terrified of him. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Arrange a meal for me, nothing elaborate, just 8 dishes. Qin An instructed, have it delivered to Xinghua Garden Residential Complex, Building 7, Unit 2, Apartment 1101. Remember, no chili peppers in any dish. For the main course, serve steamed buns and congee.
Yes, sir.
Relieved to learn it was merely a meal preparation request, Yao Guo breathed a sigh of relief. He replied respectfully, rest assured, I'll arrange it immediately.
It will be delivered within an hour.
After hanging up, Qin An intended to open the car door and step out for some fresh air. But his phone rang again. This time, the caller was Li Qingran. The fact that she would call him caught him off guard.
Qin An was a bit surprised. Hello? Qingran, what's up? Are you busy right now?
Although their relationship had been confirmed, it had only been a day since they'd started dating, so Li Qingran couldn't help but feel a bit reserved.
Not too busy.
Qin An glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Shen Xinyao and the others hadn't returned yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to hang up. He chuckled playfully, what's up?
Missing me already?
Li Qingran, who was being watched by her 2 girlfriends, flushed. She hurriedly turned off the speakerphone, picked up her phone, and held it to her ear. With a sweet smile, she said, no, I just wanted to ask when you're getting off work.
Do you want me to wait for you to eat together?
From Li Qingran's tone, Qin An could tell she really wanted to have dinner with him. But given the current situation, he definitely couldn't get away. He could only bring himself to refuse, don't wait.
I have a client meeting.
I probably won't be able to spend time with you today or tomorrow.
Oh.
Li Qingran sounded disappointed. Her whole body deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing all her energy and spirit. But to avoid letting her emotions affect Qin An, she deliberately put on a cheerful face. She smiled and said, it's fine. I'll just eat with my roommates who share the apartment with me. Remember to drink less, okay?
Okay. Qin An knew Li Qingran must be upset.
He comforted her softly, Qingran, true love endures beyond mere daily presence.
Be good. Once I finish my work, I'll come see you right away.
Okay.
With Qin An's reassurance, Li Qingran's mood lifted slightly.
She smiled and said, I'll wait for you.
He didn't agree? After hanging up, Guman tapped Li Qingran's slender waist and asked. Yeah. Li Qingran nodded gloomily.
He said he has client dinners scheduled and won't have time for me today or tomorrow.
Upon hearing this outcome,
their moods also sank. But they quickly regained their composure, smiling as they said, never mind, let him be busy.
We'll keep you company. Come on. Let's go shopping.
Without waiting for Li Qingran's response, they took her by the arms and headed straight downstairs. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyao and her parents arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Qin An hurried forward to greet them. He smiled warmly at Shen's mother and asked, how are you feeling now, Auntie?
I'm fine. Mrs. Shen grasped Qin An's hand gratefully. She chattered on, you have no idea. Ever since I got this illness, my head hasn't stopped hurting for a single second. It's been absolutely torturous. There were even times when the pain was so unbearable, I wished I could just jump off the balcony and be done with it. As she spoke, Mrs. Shen couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud sobs. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shen Xinyao, watching from the side, felt a lump rise in her throat. She gently wiped her mother's tears with one hand while soothing her with words, "Mom, it's all over now. It's all over." Shen's mother nodded heavily. After a few more sobs, she managed a faint smile. "Child, thank you. Thank you for saving Auntie's life. My daughter is so fortunate to have found you as her boyfriend. It's a blessing for her and for our whole family." Shen Xinyao was thoroughly unimpressed with this statement. He huffed, enough. Keep praising him and he'll get a big head. Let's go upstairs. With that, he took the lead, carrying large and small bags ahead of them. Shen Xinyao supported Shen's mother as they followed behind. Qin An brought up the rear. The group advanced, chatting and laughing along the way. The atmosphere was indescribably joyful. Holy crap! Just as they reached the building entrance, 3 girls emerged from the elevator, chatting and laughing. One of them was none other than Li Qingran, the very girl who had just called Qin An to invite him to dinner. Startled, Qin An froze in place. What the hell was going on? Binhai City was so vast, with countless residential complexes. Why did these women all have to end up in the same complex? This was absurd. Shen Xinyao noticed Qin An suddenly standing still. She turned back and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you walking anymore?" Chapter 161, This life is way too thrilling. Qin An. I'm afraid if I take another step, I'll die right here in this lobby. That's what Qin An thought to himself, but he phrased it differently aloud. I just remembered my phone's in the car. I'll go grab it. Are you sure it's your phone? Shen Xinyao pointed at Qin An's right hand. Only then did Qin An realize his phone was clutched in his own hand. Damn it! I should have said something else. Li Qingran and the others were already approaching. Qin An had no time for regret. He blurted out, "Oh, it was in my hand all along. I thought I'd left it in the car. You guys go ahead up there. I'll grab the stuff I bought for your parents from the car." Without waiting for Shen Xinyao's reply, Qin An spun on his heel and bolted. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the car. Shen Xinyao watched him go, finding it a bit odd. She didn't dwell on it and turned to continue walking inside. At that moment, Li Qingran and the other 2 emerged from inside. Li Qingran stood at the doorway, staring blankly at Qin An's car. "Qingran, let's go." "What are you staring at?" Zhao Chanxian looked puzzled and asked doubtfully. Li Qingran's embroidered brows furrowed. "Why do I feel like the person who just got into that car looks so much like my boyfriend?" "Put." Gu Man chuckled. "Qingran, why don't you use my boyfriend to ease your loneliness tonight? Otherwise, you're so lonely you're starting to hallucinate." Swish. Li Qingran's pretty face flushed red. She protested, "Of course not. I just really think that person looked like him." Alright, stop daydreaming and let's go already." Zhao Chanxian also thought it was highly likely Li Qingran had mistaken him, urging, "If we wait any longer, it'll be dark soon." "Fine." Uncertain, Li Qingran reluctantly gave in. But as they walked away, he couldn't help glancing back every few steps. Qin An curled up inside the car, her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Seeing this, her heart nearly leapt into her throat. She feared that with one of his glances back, Li Qingran might suddenly lunge toward her, yanking open the car door. Thankfully, Li Qingran never came over. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Still, just to be safe, he didn't get out immediately. Instead, he sat in the car for another 5 minutes until he was certain Li Qingran and the others had completely left. Only then did he get out, grab his things, and head upstairs. He thought to himself, "Damn it. This life sure is thrilling." Ding dong. Click. The door opened. Shen Xinyao reached out to take the items Qin An was holding. She asked in surprise, "Just grabbing something? Why did it take you so long?" "I didn't realize Auntie and Uncle were still hungry." Qin An bluffed, "I just called the restaurant to order some dishes, so it took a while." "What dishes? Cancel them immediately. We have everything we need at home. Why waste money on that?" Shen's mother, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and chimed in, "Besides, let me tell you, that restaurant's food isn't clean. It's bad for your health." "It's fine, Auntie, it's already ordered." Qin An seized the moment to prolong the conversation. "Besides, these dishes are definitely clean. I own that restaurant. They wouldn't dare mess with me, their boss. Besides, even though you're better now, your body is still weak. You absolutely must rest properly, so please don't bother with all this work." "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Shen's mother reluctantly abandoned her plan to cook. She smiled and said, "Alright then. I'll take it easy today. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll cook something delicious for you." "Alright." After that, Qin An chatted and dined with Shen's parents and Shen Xinyao. Before long, it was past 8 in the evening. The entire city was enveloped in nightfall. Vibrant neon lights illuminated the streets. Qin An and Shen Xinyao were cozying up on the balcony, whispering sweet nothings. Shen Xinyao sat stiffly on the sofa, seething with anger.
He cleared his throat a few times. Xiao Qin.
It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Go back?
Shen's mother glared at Shen Xinyao.
Our 3-bedroom apartment has plenty of room. 3 bedrooms? There's no room either.
Shen Xinyao was dead set against letting Qin An stay. His face remained cold as he stated, we share one room, Xinyao has one, and Xinlei has one.
Where else is there? It's his first visit, you can't possibly make him sleep on the couch, can you? Sleeping on the couch is definitely out of the question. Shen's mother argued heatedly, but what about Xinlei's room? It's fine. He probably won't be coming back anyway.
You said probably yourself.
Shen Xinyao countered, what if Xinlei does come back?
Then they can stay in Xinyao's room. Shen's mother shot Shen Xinyao a fierce glare. After all, we two got on the train before buying tickets back in the day.
There's nothing wrong with that. You. Shen Xinyao was rendered speechless.
Finally, he just gave up, not even bothering to make excuses.
He roared angrily, I said no means no. Shen's mother gave up too. I say it's fine, so it's fine. Stop nagging.
I'm the one who makes the decisions in this household. You call the shots, my ass, I call the shots.
Enough.
Fed up with the shouting, Shen Xinyao got up and helped her mother to the sofa. She turned to Shen Xinyao with reproach, Dad, you're something else. Mom's barely recovered from her illness and you're already arguing with her.
What a wonderful husband you are. What about me?
Shen Xinyao cut him off before he could respond, continuing her tirade, you agreed to it at the hospital.
What's the fuss now?
And let me tell you this, Shen Xinyao, Qin An and I have already slept together.
There's a high chance I'm pregnant with his child. So no matter how hard you try to stop it, it's too late. You. Shen Xinyao felt a sharp pain in his chest from the rage.
He slumped in his seat, gasping for breath.
Seeing this, Qin An knew.
He knew his hopes of being intimate with Shen Xinyao were completely dashed. He sighed helplessly. He walked over and said, Xinyao, Auntie, please stop arguing with Uncle.
I never intended to stay anyway. Besides, it's getting late. You two should get some rest. I'll be heading back. No way.
Shen Xinyao was still fuming. She refused to back down.
She grabbed Qin An's arm. You're staying here tonight. Stop being so stubborn. Qin An pulled Shen Xinyao into his arms.
Whispering softly in her ear, he said, the more stubborn you are, the more your father will dislike me. That won't help our relationship in the future. Besides, your dad only acts this way because he loves you and fears I might hurt you.
You need to understand him. Be good. With Qin An's words, Shen Xinyao's anger subsided considerably.
She sighed and said, then drive carefully on your way back.
Let me know when you get home. Okay. Qin An gently kissed Shen Xinyao on the forehead.
He put on his shoes and pushed open the door to leave. But the moment he pushed the door open, he slammed it shut again.
Because Li Qingran actually lived right across from Shen Xinyao's house. He was just stepping into his apartment at that very moment. If he goes out now, he'll definitely die. Chapter 162, is that person really Qin An? Damn it. Living in the same neighborhood, same building, that's one thing. But living on the same floor?
This damn fated really wants him dead. Hey. I wonder if she recognized me in that final moment. The thought of Li Qingran's gaze fixed on him as she closed the door.
Qin An's heart raced wildly. His legs trembled uncontrollably.
If he hadn't forced himself to stay calm, he might have collapsed right there on the spot.
What's wrong?
Seeing Qin An open the door only to slam it shut again.
Shen Xinyao's delicate little face was filled with confusion. Nothing's wrong.
Qin An shook his head, clutching his chest as he made up an excuse.
I don't know what's wrong.
My heart suddenly started beating really fast. It feels a bit uncomfortable.
Huh?
Shen Xinyao was startled. She hurried forward to support Qin An. Her face filled with concern as she asked, how are you?
Are you okay? Should we take you to the hospital? Are you alright, child?
Shen's mother also approached, her face filled with worry.
I'm fine. Qin An waved his hand, feigning discomfort. Probably just a bit of tachycardia. I'll be fine after resting a while.
Then hurry to Xinyao's room and lie down.
You shouldn't leave tonight. Mrs. Shen suggested. Alright. Qin An genuinely didn't dare leave now. After all, who could guarantee Li Qingran wouldn't suddenly show up again? Meanwhile, in the stairwell,
Li Qingran stared intently at the tightly shut security door across the hall.
Her embroidered brows knitted together as she muttered softly, what's wrong with me today? Everyone looks like Qin An. Could it be I miss him too much? What are you doing? Hurry up and come in.
Zhao Qianqian, who had already entered the apartment, saw Li Qingran still standing there frozen. She walked over and patted Li Qingran's shoulder.
Okay.
Worried that mentioning seeing Qin An would invite more teasing. So she deliberately avoided the topic and casually asked, do you know who lives across from us? Have you met them? Zhao Qianqian casually replied, just the group we ran into in the lobby when we went out earlier.
I think their surname is Shen. I don't know them very well either. Boom. Li Qingran froze.
When she first encountered the Shen family, she had glimpsed Qin An downstairs. Now, inside the Shen residence, he felt as though he saw Qin An again. Both times he'd seen her, it was connected to the Shen family.
What could this mean? Was it that someone in the Shen family resembled Qin An, or did Qin An have some connection to the Shen family? Had he truly seen Qin An, not mistaken someone else? What's wrong?
Zhao Qianqian noticed Li Qingran had gone blank. She nudged him gently and asked with concern, ever since we got back, you've been spacing out constantly.
And nothing.
Upon learning that the person he saw was indeed very likely Qin An,
Li Qingran actually lost the urge to investigate further.
Because she didn't know if it really was Qin An and he was with someone else. Whether she should unleash a torrent of abuse on him and end things immediately.
Or should she cry and demand to know why he did this?
She also didn't know if she could bear to part ways with Qin An.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Li Qingran in this state, Zhao Qianqian knew something was seriously wrong. She couldn't possibly believe her words.
She asked anxiously, we're sisters, is there anything we can't talk about? I'm really fine.
Li Qingran forced a faint smile and said softly, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll go to bed now.
You should get some rest too.
With that, Li Qingran slipped into her room and shut the door tightly behind her.
Zhao Qianqian stood outside the door, wanting to say something.
But in the end, she swallowed the words back down. She decided it was best to leave her alone for now, to let her be.
Meanwhile, Qin An, supported by Shen Xinyao, entered her boudoir. She lay still on the plush bed.
His mind raced, contemplating what to do if Li Qingran truly recognized him. But no matter how much he pondered, no good solution came to mind. In the end, he decided to take things one step at a time. If it came down to it, he'd just have to lay his cards on the table. After all, the truth would come out eventually. It was merely a matter of a day sooner or later.
How are you feeling?
Shen Xinyao stood by his side, her face full of concern.
Are you feeling any better? I'm fine now.
Qin An patted her hand and teased with a smile, the moment I stepped into your room and caught the lingering scent of you on the sheets, my dizziness vanished, my heart settled, and I felt completely refreshed.
Shen Xinyao's cheeks flushed. She shot Qin An a playful glare. Stop fooling around. I'm serious here. Are you really okay? If you're not, I'll drive you to the hospital. I'm really fine, but...
A mischievous smile played at the corners of Qin An's lips as he took Shen Xinyao's hand. Pulling her forcefully into his embrace, he murmured, it'd be even better if I could smell your scent again. With that, Qin An slid his hand behind Shen Xinyao's head and pressed a kiss against her pale, delicate neck. Shen Xinyao's heart pounded wildly. Panting, she protested, stop messing around.
My parents are still in the living room.
It wouldn't be good if they saw us.
It's fine. Qin An had no intention of stopping. With a mischievous grin, he whispered, the door's locked tight. They can't see us. That's still not okay. What if they,
Shen Xinyao tried to struggle. But before she could finish, Qin An silenced her with a kiss.
Click. Miss.
Just then, Shen's mother's voice suddenly rang out from outside, I have some quick-acting heart medicine here.
Quick, give Xiao Qin a pill.
The sound of the door opening followed. Startled, Qin An and Shen Xinyao hurriedly pulled apart. Then they pretended nothing had happened. One sat on the edge of the bed, pretending to be very busy. One lay on the bed, eyes covered,
pretending to be in great pain.
But the smudged lipstick and the red mark on Qin An's lips had already given them away.
This made Shen's mother, an experienced woman, chuckle softly.
She shoved the medicine bottle into Shen Xinyao's hands. She covered her mouth and chuckled, all right, it's getting late.
You two should get some sleep. Mom's tired too. With that, she turned and walked away.
As she reached the door, she casually switched off the light.
Damn Qin An, rotten Qin An. After Shen's mother left,
Shen Xinyao angrily punched Qin An several times.
It's all your fault.
I told you to stop messing around, but you wouldn't listen.
You embarrassed me to death.
Qin An chuckled softly. He grabbed Shen Xinyao's hands. Then he pulled her forcefully toward him.
He grinned mischievously, it's fine. The lights are off now. They won't come over. You won't be embarrassed anymore. No way. I haven't even showered yet. It's fine, I don't mind. But I'm disgusted by you. Ah, you bastard. Chapter 163, It all went down the drain. Where's that brat?
After stepping out of her room, Shen's mother bumped into Shen Haiyang, who was approaching with a sullen expression.
Make him take his medicine and get the hell out of here. Get lost yourself. Shen's mother glared fiercely at Shen Haiyang and fumed, that girl finally found someone she loves, and you go and act like a lunatic? Who's acting crazy?
I was only looking out for our girl. Shen Haiyang roared, his beard bristling and eyes bulging.
Shut your mouth. Shen's mother shoved Shen Haiyang forcefully into the room.
She slammed the door shut to prevent the shouting from disturbing Shen Xinyao and Qin An. She stood guard at the doorway, her voice tinged with resentment. All day long, it's this is good for him, that's good for him. If you hadn't used what's best for our son as an excuse to stop him from doing this.
And that other thing, would he have dropped out in a fit of anger? Would he be hanging out with those good-for-nothing friends, loafing around outside day after day, not coming home for weeks on end? Shen Xinyao fell silent. He sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed. His weathered appearance seemed to have aged him 10 years in an instant. Seeing this, Shen's mother couldn't bear to argue with him any longer. Sighing, she sat beside Shen Xinyao. She spoke earnestly, "Old Shen. If you don't want our daughter to hate you like our son does, just stay out of this. Let Xinyao have her way. After all, if something happens, we're still here to clean up the mess." Shen Xinyao realized his wife had a point. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll leave it all up to you. Let's sleep." Midnight, 12 o'clock. After making love with Shen Xinyao, Qin An felt so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. He gently kissed Shen Xinyao's forehead. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Shen Xinyao, however, remained awake. She watched Qin An quietly. With a sweet smile, she whispered, "Qin An, I love you." After speaking, she gently kissed Qin An and also fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Shen Xinyao's affection has reached 100 points. She has actively confessed her feelings. The quest has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ultimate reward. 10 universal coins. Qin An, who had already fallen asleep, was startled awake by the sudden notification sound. A faint smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had thought getting her to confess would require some effort. But unexpectedly, it was completed just like that. Truly, when you try to force things, they don't work out, but when you least expect it, they flourish. Ha ha. The only question was, when would Su Wanqing finally say those 3 words to her? Lost in thought, Qin An drifted back into sleep. But Li Qingran, living next door, couldn't sleep at all. Wrapped in a sheer white robe, she stood on the balcony, arms wrapped around herself, gazing across at the balcony next door. Her exquisite face was clouded with worry. Her mind raced with questions. Was the person she had seen twice truly Qin An? If it was him, how should she handle the situation? Her thoughts churned relentlessly until the sky began to lighten. Only then did she reluctantly leave the balcony and return to bed. The next morning. Today was Monday. Shen Xinyao rose early, washed up, applied makeup, and ate breakfast. Then she slung her shoulder bag over her shoulder and headed to the office. Li Qingran also left the house. However, she looked terrible. Her dark circles were extremely pronounced. She yawned widely every now and then, looking utterly listless. But the moment she saw Shen Xinyao emerge from the apartment across the hall, her whole demeanor brightened instantly. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. But in the end, she swallowed her words. "Didn't get much sleep last night?" Just then, Shen Xinyao spoke up. Smiling, she opened her shoulder bag, pulled out an instant coffee packet, and handed it to Shen Xinyao. "This is what I use to perk myself up. It's a bit bitter. But it works wonders. Give it a try." "Ah, thank you." Li Qingran hadn't expected her rival to offer her a gift. It left her momentarily flustered. "You're welcome." Shen Xinyao smiled faintly. As they stepped into the elevator together, she casually remarked, "We're neighbors. Helping each other out is only natural. By the way, what's your name?" "Li Qingran." "And you?" "My name is Shen Xinyao." Shen Xinyao smiled as she handed over a business card. "I'm the vice president of UU Car Rental. If you ever need a car, give me a call, I'll hook you up with a discount." "Sure." Li Qingran took the card. He opened his mouth, then finally gathered his courage to ask, Do you know Qin An?" Shen Xinyao froze. A woman's intuition told her this question probably wasn't simple. Her tone carried a hint of wariness. "He's my boyfriend." "Why?" Boom! The words boyfriend pierced Li Qingran's heart like a steel blade. The pain nearly knocked her unconscious. Her nose stung, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Shen Xinyao was startled by Li Qingran's reaction. She looked at her with confusion. Li Qingran didn't speak, instead handing his phone to Shen Xinyao. Shen Xinyao took it with a puzzled look and pressed the power button. A photo of Li Qingran and Qin An appeared on the screen. Their faces were pressed close together. Their hands formed hearts. Their eyes brimmed with sweetness. Boom! This time, it was Shen Xinyao's heart that ached. But unlike Li Qingran, she didn't burst into tears. Only tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure. Ever since the day she learned Qin An was wealthy and drove a limited edition sports car, she had anticipated this day would come. She had prepared herself mentally for this moment long ago. Could you tell me when you two started dating?" Shen Xinyao fought to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. She asked Li Qingran. "The day before yesterday." Li Qingran wiped away her tears. "And you?" Shen Xinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she wasn't the other woman. Ding dong. First floor.
As the elevator doors slowly opened, Shen Xinyao patted Li Qingran's shoulder.
It's not appropriate to talk in the elevator. Let's sit in my car for a bit.
Sure. Li Qingran nodded and followed Shen Xinyao as they briskly walked toward the exit.
Half an hour later,
after both had shared their entanglements with Qin An, Shen Xinyao spoke in an extremely composed tone. Let me be perfectly honest with you, I cannot leave Qin An.
So now, you have two choices before you. Either we coexist peacefully, or you leave him. You choose. Li Qingran shook her head.
Her voice trembled with tears.
I don't know how to choose.
I thought about it half the night last night, but I still can't figure it out.
There's nothing to be confused about.
Shen Xinyao pulled out a tissue and handed it to her.
This is simple. If you truly like him, accept it. If you don't, let it go. Anyway, you two haven't slept together yet. Quitting now means you won't lose anything. Chapter 164, Another Fiasco.
Li Qingran looked at Shen Xinyao, who seemed surprisingly calm, her heart filled with confusion.
Don't you care at all? Shen Xinyao gave a bitter smile. Saying I don't care would be a lie. But what can I do?
I love him more than I love myself.
I can't live without him anymore.
Plus, I've argued with my dad several times because of him. If I really break up with him, or if my dad finds out he has other women besides me, he'll definitely tear me to shreds. So to keep being with him, to prove to my dad that my choice wasn't wrong, I have to endure it.
Besides, Shen Xinyao gave a cold laugh.
Tell me, in this world, what man with his wealth, looks, and abilities would ever be content with just one woman?
Li Qingran fell silent. She found Shen Xinyao's reasoning compelling.
But she still couldn't quite get past that mental barrier.
Enough.
Shen Xinyao glanced at her watch. She said coldly, I've said everything I needed to say, whether it should be said or not.
You can figure out the rest on your own. It's getting late and I need to head to the office.
Alright.
Seeing Shen Xinyao's clear dismissal, and didn't press the issue further,
he opened the car door and stepped out. Then he stood alone in the parking spot, staring blankly as Shen Xinyao car grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Finally, he dialed Qin An's number. Qin An, who was busy playing cards with the Sandman, was abruptly jolted awake by the ringing phone, feeling thoroughly annoyed.
He answered gruffly, Hello? Who is this? It's me.
Li Qingran's voice carried a hint of tears.
I just saw Shen Xinyao.
Come downstairs. I'll wait by your car.
We need to talk. Boom. The words struck Qin An like a thunderbolt.
She snapped back to her senses instantly. He hurried downstairs while getting dressed,
all the while wondering, what's going on? How could things go so wrong so suddenly?
With no time to dwell on it, Qin An hurried out of Shen Xinyao's home in a flurry. When Shen's mother called him to eat, he didn't even respond, leaving her stunned at the dining table, her face full of confusion.
What happened? Why is he rushing off like that?
Oomph. Shen Xinyao, seated stiffly on the sofa watching the news, snorted coldly. He remarked sarcastically, She's giving you the cold shoulder before you're even married.
Just imagine what she'll be like after the wedding. Enough.
Shut your filthy mouth. Shen's mother rolled her eyes.
The kid must have some urgent business. No, I have to go check on her.
Shen's mother was a bit worried. After hesitating for a moment, she grabbed the clothes from the hanger and rushed out after him.
Reaching the ground floor, Qin An spotted Li Qingran immediately.
There she stood, tiny and alone in the wind. Her jet black hair was tousled and flying wildly in the wind. It partially obscured her pretty face. Her eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with tears. From afar, she radiated a profound sense of brokenness.
Qin An felt a pang of heartache. You know everything?
Qin An walked over, hands in his pockets, a look of shame on his face.
Yes.
Li Qingran nodded softly. A single, crystal-clear tear escaped her eyes. It slid down her cheek and fell onto the asphalt pavement. This filled Qin An with overwhelming guilt. His voice thick with remorse, I'm sorry. If hitting or yelling at me makes you feel better, then go ahead.
I absolutely. Bang.
Before Qin An could finish his sentence, Li Qingran struck. A flurry of pink fists rained down on Qin An like a sudden storm.
She beat him while crying and demanding, Why? Why? You already have a girlfriend, so why did you have to come and mess with me? Do you have any idea how much it hurt me when I found out about you and her? Do you know how miserable I feel inside right now? Do you know I couldn't sleep all night because of this? Wah! I hate you, I hate you.
Seeing Li Qingran crying so bitterly,
Qin An felt an indescribable ache in his heart.
After hesitating for a long moment, he pulled Li Qingran into his arms and held her tightly. But he said nothing. Because in this moment, no matter what he said, it would feel utterly hollow and powerless. Only the warmth of his embrace could soothe her pain.
Sure enough.
Wrapped in his warmth, Li Qingran's uncontrolled emotions gradually began to settle. Instead of striking Qin An, she buried her face in his shoulder and began to sob silently.
You're shameless. A furious shout suddenly erupted from behind them.
The two instinctively turned toward the source of the voice.
Auntie? Recognizing the speaker as Shen's mother, Qin An's face instantly drained of color. Oh no!
She'd been so preoccupied with soothing Li Qingran's feelings that she'd forgotten this was right outside Shen Xinyao apartment.
This sucks. Don't call me auntie.
Mrs. Shen's face turned ashen with rage, her breathing quick and shallow. She gritted her teeth viciously. I thought you were a decent man, but it turns out you're a total scumbag. My daughter's barely left, and you're already cozying up to another woman.
You never stop, do you? Should I give you a model worker award? Qin An's brow furrowed deeply.
1,000 excuses swirled in his mind, ready to defuse this situation. But with Li Qingran as this unpredictable variable, he couldn't possibly pull any of them off.
Oh man. This is completely ruined now. No, auntie.
Just as Qin An was sinking into despair, Li Qingran suddenly spoke up.
She stepped forward and addressed Shen's mother. You've misunderstood. We're not the kind of relationship you think we are.
At those words, Qin An's eyes widened in shock. In his eyes, Li Qingran not kicking him while he was down was already generous enough. After all, he had hurt her so badly. And she hated him so much. She must have wished him dead.
Yet to his utter astonishment, Li Qingran had actually come to his aid. How could he not be stunned?
Shen's mother, however, laughed. She pointed at her own eyes.
Do you think these eyes of mine are just for show?
I saw you two embracing with my own eyes.
What are you trying to argue with me about?
And listen to your auntie's advice, kid.
Get away from this scumbag fast, or you'll be crying your eyes out later. Auntie, please hear me out.
Li Qingran continued to explain, it's true we were hugging, but we're not a couple, we're siblings.
He's my uncle's son.
He hugged me because I was heartbroken.
He was comforting me.
Shen's mother frowned, unsure whether Li Qingran's words were truth or lies. Noticing her doubt, Li Qingran smiled reassuringly.
Auntie, I'm not lying. He really is my brother. Your daughter knows this, call her if you don't believe me.
With her own daughter brought into the conversation, Shen's mother was convinced. But just to be sure, she pulled out her phone and dialed Shen Xinyao's number.
Ring, ring.
After a few rings, Shen Xinyao's voice came through.
Hello, Mom. What's up? Chapter 165 Getting Senile. Nothing serious.
Shen's mother shot a cold glance at Qin An and Li Qingran. She said with a hint of anger, it's just that right after you left, your boyfriend took another woman to a hotel room, and I caught them.
Boom.
At those words, Li Qingran's heart clenched.
She had assumed Shen's mother would confront Shen Xinyao directly about her identity. Instead, she had baited Shen Xinyao. This threw her off balance. Couldn't help but feel nervous. She hadn't warned Shen Xinyao beforehand. If Shen Xinyao actually fell for it, things would be ruined.
Qin An was also startled by Mrs. Shen's move.
He inwardly sighed, realizing this hurdle would be no easy feat. Qin An discreetly pulled out her phone and tucked it behind her back.
She planned to send a blind message to alert Shen Xinyao. Shen Xinyao's heart clenched painfully at the words. Just as she was about to lash out at Qin An, something felt off. When she left, Li Qingran had clearly been agonizing over whether to break up with Qin An.
How could she have been soothed by Qin An so quickly? And to top it off, she was accompanying Qin An to a hotel room first thing in the morning. The realization calmed Shen Xinyao. She chuckled and said, Mom, you really have a sense of humor. Qin An would never betray me. Who's joking with you?
Shen's mother feigned anger. She continued to rant, they're standing right in front of me, completely naked. Seeing how emphatically Shen's mother spoke and how her anger didn't seem fake,
Shen Xinyao couldn't help but feel a little uneasy.
But in the end, she chose to believe Li Qingran. She believed that in such a state of extreme turmoil, Li Qingran wouldn't have gone to a hotel with Qin An. She smiled and said, then take a picture for me to see. Also, which hotel are you at?
Send me the address, I'll drive over right now.
Shen's mother breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Shen Xinyao didn't explode. She chuckled, Mom was just teasing you. They didn't go to a hotel, but I saw them hugging each other with my own eyes.
So he's still cheating.
Learning her mother had deceived her.
Shen Xinyao first breathed a sigh of relief. Then she grew angry, you really are my own mother. There's nothing going on, why are you making this up? What, do you have to drive me crazy to feel satisfied? No.
Shen's mother realized she had gone too far.
Her face flushed with shame as she admitted, I just wanted to scare you a little, I was afraid you'd coordinate your story with them. Shen Xinyao burst out laughing. And it was a hearty laugh. Mom, that's such a funny idea. Qin An is my boyfriend. If he really cheated, I'd be lucky if I didn't beat him to death. How could I possibly help him? Shen's mother realized she was right. She'd been utterly foolish to suspect her own daughter of colluding with the other woman to cover for that scumbag Qin An. She apologized, I'm sorry. Mom's getting senile. But still, they were hugging for real. Is the girl hugging him named Li Qingran? Yes. This time, Shen's mother had learned her lesson and didn't try to trick Shen Xinyao any further. She answered truthfully, yes, that's her name. Then it's fine. Just then, Shen Xinyao received a WeChat message from Qin An. The message read Auntie's niece, and she immediately understood.
She played along with the deception. She's the younger sister from Qin An's family.
I know her. I even saw her when she left. Stop acting so alarmed. Oh, okay. After confirming it was indeed Qin An's sister, Shen's mother breathed a sigh of relief.
She smiled and said, alright then, just focus on driving.
I won't bother you anymore.
After hanging up, Shen's mother turned to Qin An and Li Qingran with an apologetic smile.
Sorry, kids. Auntie misunderstood you. It's fine, it's fine. Qin An waved his hand magnanimously. He smiled and added, it's partly my fault too. I was in such a hurry when I came out that I didn't explain things clearly to you. Seeing Qin An so magnanimous, not only did she not get angry,
but also took responsibility for the mistake.
Mrs. Shen's fondness for him grew even stronger.
She smiled and said, it's so kind of you not to blame your aunt.
Come on, let's go home for dinner. After eating, you two can talk about whatever you need to at home. There are too many people on the street. If someone misunderstands, it could cause trouble. No, Auntie. Li Qingran was still feeling quite anxious. How could she possibly go to Shen Xinyao's house? She smiled and politely declined, it's getting late. I have to go to work, I'm almost going to be late. Oh, it's all my fault.
Shen's mother looked deeply apologetic.
If I hadn't insisted on suspecting you two, you could have had a hot meal. It's okay, Auntie.
Li Qingran smiled reassuringly. You were just looking out for my sister Xinyao.
I understand. And you know what? It's not just you.
Even when my brother and I go out together, people often mistake us for a couple.
Ha ha ha. With Li Qingran's reassurance, Mrs. Shen felt much better.
She smiled and said, alright, you should hurry off to work now.
Remember to come visit us sometime when you have the chance. Sure, I definitely will.
Li Qingran responded with a smile, then turned to Qin An and said, bro, give me a ride.
I'm gonna be late. Sure. Qin An had been looking for an excuse to get away. How could he refuse?
He smiled at Mrs. Shen and said, Auntie, you go ahead and head back.
After I drop my sister off, I'll go straight to the office too.
Without waiting for her response, he hurriedly opened the car door and climbed inside. Then he sped away with Li Qingran in tow.
Phew.
After leaving the residential compound, Qin An breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Li Qingran.
Thanks a lot.
If you hadn't stepped in just now, I'd probably have been torn apart by Shen Xinyao's parents.
Oomph.
Li Qingran crossed her arms. If it weren't for Sister Xinyao not being able to let go of you, you jerk of a scumbag, I wouldn't have helped you at all.
Still, I owe you one. Qin An chuckled.
While driving, he asked, by the way, how did you find out about my relationship with Shen Xinyao? Li Qingran rattled off everything, how she'd spotted Qin An twice yesterday and what happened in the elevator this morning.
After listening, Qin An's mouth twitched. So this was what they meant by you can dodge the first bullet but not the second?
He'd managed to avoid them both times, but couldn't prevent the two women from running into each other.
Oh well. So what are you thinking now? After the crash, Qin An wasn't as scared as he had been yesterday. She said calmly, should we stay together or break up?
Li Qingran leaned her head against the car window, watching the skyscrapers rush past outside.
Her face blank with confusion, she replied, I don't know. If we count from freshman year, I've liked you for 8 whole years.
You're already deeply engraved in my heart and mind. I could never forget you no matter what.
And I love how I feel when I'm with you. Because every minute, every second spent with you is incredibly sweet. Incredibly joyful. But I can't accept any other woman having you besides me. So, I truly don't know how to choose. Chapter 166, Growing Old Together.
Seeing Li Qingran still wrestling with her feelings, she didn't intend to break up with him outright. Qin An knew there was still hope, and his heart leapt with joy. He pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. He gazed at Li Qingran with eyes brimming with deep affection. He spoke softly, Qingran, I admit I've been a bit of a flirt, but trust me, my feelings for all of you are genuine.
There's no pretense here. Everyone?
Li Qingran's beautiful eyes widened in shock.
Her face darkened as she demanded angrily, what do you mean? Besides me and Sister Xinyao, you have someone else? Qin An's mouth twitched. Why does this girl focus on things so differently from everyone else? Yes. Qin An saw no point in hiding it. Li Qingran would find out sooner or later anyway.
So rather than passively confessing when the truth came out, he might as well come clean now.
It would resolve everything at once. You. Li Qingran was furious enough to smoke from every pore.
Her fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
She snapped, spill everything now. Besides us, who else was there? How many in total? Qin An hadn't actually counted them.
Counting on his fingers, he replied, Su Wanqing, 1 Feng Qingyan, 1 Jiang Moran, 1 Jia Yushi, 1 Yumingshu, 1 Xia Yanan, 1.
6 in total. With each name Qin An uttered, Li Qingran's fair face grew a shade colder.
Her delicate fists clenched tighter with each utterance.
Finally, she exploded.
She unleashed a flurry of punches on Qin An. You're something else, Qin An.
Even ancient men only had 3 wives and 4 concubines. You've managed to outdo them by 1.
I'll beat you to death, I swear.
Hold on.
Qin An raised his hands to shield himself. His face filled with regret.
Actually, it's not just one more.
There might be several more in the future.
You. Li Qingran was so furious she nearly choked.
She punched Qin An 3 times with all her might, then sat there, sniffling and wiping away tears. Seeing this, Qin An felt a pang of heartache. He shifted his hips and pulled her into his arms.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Keep hitting me if it makes you feel better. Even if you beat me to death, I won't complain. Oomph. Li Qingran snorted coldly and pulled away from Qin An's embrace.
She turned her head away, sulking. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She whipped her head back around, narrowing her eyes in fury.
Wait. Isn't Xia Yanran your aunt? You bastard. You didn't even spare your own aunt. You're utterly shameless, a complete piece of trash. Today, I, Li Qingran, will take justice into my own hands and destroy you, you filthy bastard who corrupts the very fabric of morality. Saying this, Li Qingran scanned the car interior and spotted a large plush teddy bear in the trunk. He grabbed it and began pounding Qin An with it. Qin An blocked the blows with his arms while stammering, I lied. She's not my aunt, she's my high school classmate. Li Qingran paused his assault, eyeing Qin An suspiciously. Really? It's true. Qin An nodded. Given the situation the day before yesterday, if I hadn't said that, you would have broken up with me in a fit of anger. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Besides, I'm not stupid. Do you really think I'd go around bragging if I actually had something going on with my aunt? This time, Li Qingran believed him. But she was even angrier now. She grabbed the plush teddy bear and started smashing it against Qin An's head. She screamed incessantly, you lied to me over and over. You toyed with my feelings. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Thud. Whether it was Li Qingran's excessive force or the poor quality of the stuffed bear. After a few blows, the bear's head separated from its body. A cloud of synthetic cotton flew everywhere as Li Qingran swung wildly. It landed everywhere. Much of it landed on Qin An and Li Qingran's heads, transforming them into a little old man and a little old lady. Put. Seeing Li Qingran's new look, Qin An chuckled, does this mean we're going gray together? Li Qingran froze. She had fantasized countless times about growing old together with Qin An. And after confirming their relationship, she had been determined to work toward that goal. But now it seemed that was no longer possible. Is this how heaven intends to make up for its own regrets? Even if it's fake, it still counts as growing old together, that's not so bad. With that thought, Li Qingran took a deep breath. As if making a resolution, she began, I've decided, we should part ways, Before Li Qingran could finish, Qin An, sensing something was off, pressed his lips against hers first. Startled, Li Qingran. She struggled to push Qin An away, but her strength was too weak to budge her. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Forget it. Consider this our farewell kiss. Thinking this, Li Qingran passionately returned Qin An's kiss. She intended to bid farewell to Qin An with this kiss. She hoped this kiss would make Qin An remember her forever. Huff. After several seconds, they pulled apart. Seizing the moment, Li Qingran spoke first, let's break up. Seeing that even sacrificing her dignity couldn't keep Li Qingran, he had no choice but to play his trump card. He turned his head and stared at the merciless sun for a moment. Only when his eyes were stung until they filled with tears. He finally turned his head back, his voice trembling with emotion. Qingran, please don't leave. I truly can't live without you. Li Qingran hadn't expected Qin An to cry for her. Her already wavering resolve began to crumble. But the thought of all the women Qin An had to keep him company. Her resolve hardened once more. She gave a cold snort. It's fine. You still have them, don't you? You don't need me. But they can't replace you. Qin An pressed his advantage, feigning deep sorrow. His voice trembled with tears as he pleaded, Qingran, from childhood to now, you're the only girl who's ever secretly loved me. To me, your meaning is truly special. None of them can ever replace you. So promise me don't leave, okay? I truly can't live without you. And rest assured, I'll love you twice as much from now on. I'll be by your side until we're old together. In Qin An's view, Li Qingran's concern boiled down to one thing, how important she truly was to him. Where exactly did she rank among all those other women? Therefore, by emphasizing Li Qingran's uniqueness and importance to him, then finish with a few eternal promises and a heartfelt performance, and he'd definitely win her over. Sure enough. After this maneuver, Li Qingran's resolve to break up was completely shaken. Sniffling softly, she relented, truthfully, I don't want to break up either. It's just that the thought of you being all lovey-dovey with another woman makes me furious. Chapter 167, A Grudge? Then don't think about it. Seeing Li Qingran relent, Qin An pressed on. He continued to coax her, as long as you love me and I love you, and we're happy together, that's enough. There's no need to overthink everything else. Besides, think about it, you've liked me for 8 years. Now that we've finally gotten together, is it worth breaking up over such a small thing? If we really split up, won't you regret it for the rest of your life?
Qin An deliberately emphasized the word little to downplay the issue. He avoided letting Li Qingran dwell on it further. Sure enough, once Li Qingran took Qin An's words to heart and saw it as a minor issue, her mood lightened considerably. She nodded and said, I understand. Then we won't split up. Qin An gently tapped Li Qingran's forehead. Rubbing her little head, he gently admonished, good girl. Don't ever say such silly things again. We're meant to grow old together, living happily ever after. Li Qingran's smile returned. Sometimes women are just like that. A few promises can make them incredibly happy. Of course, the main prerequisite is that the woman likes you. If she doesn't, you could talk until you're blue in the face, and it still wouldn't make a difference. Ring ring. Ring ring. At that moment, Li Qingran's phone rang. She pulled it out to check. Her pretty face instantly went pale. She gasped, oh no. I was so caught up in arguing with you that I'm late. I'm definitely going to get scolded now. Hello? Mr. Zhang. Li Qingran nervously answered the call. She apologized proactively, I'm so sorry, something unexpected came up on my end. I won't be able to get to the office for a while longer. A little while longer? Mr. Zhang on the other end erupted in fury. Look at the time. It's already 9:40. You're 40 minutes late, and you tell me you'll be a little while longer? Do you even want this job anymore? I'm sorry. Li Qingran groveled like a grandson, continuing his apologies. I truly had no choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be late. Cut the nonsense. Mr. Zhang pressed relentlessly, his voice cold as ice. I'm giving you 5 minutes. If you're not at the office in 5 minutes, I'll count this as an unauthorized absence. Furthermore, due to your tardiness, the client was unable to review the proposal in time and has terminated the contract. You will be held fully responsible for the loss incurred on this deal. Which client are you referring to? Li Qingran furrowed her delicate brows. I don't recall having any client appointments scheduled for today. Li Qingran, get your facts straight. Zhang roared at the top of his lungs, I'm your superior, not your subordinate. Ask your team members about this. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Zhang hung up abruptly. Furious, Li Qingran's face turned ashen. Qin An, noticing his state, asked suspiciously, does this Zhang have a grudge against you? No grudge. Fearing Qin An might cause trouble if he found out, he brushed it off casually, he's just got that awful temper. He treats everyone like that. Tell me the truth. Qin An had seen this kind of thing too many times to believe it. Honestly, it's nothing. Li Qingran still refused to elaborate. Cut the nonsense. Spit it out, or I'll get angry. Seeing Qin An was dead set on getting to the bottom of this, her heart felt both warm and anxious. After a moment's hesitation, she said, fine, I'll tell you, but you can't cause trouble. Don't worry. Qin An pressed his hand down impatiently, urging, I know my limits. Just tell me already. All right. Li Qingran's embroidered brows knitted tightly. Her face clouded with worry as she continued, when I first started working here, this Zhang boss kept trying to take advantage of me. He pressured me to go out drinking with him. I didn't play along, and that's when I really pissed him off. Ever since then, he's been picking on me every other day. Even after I became team leader, he still singled me out. Qin An's anger flared at her words. Damn it! Dare to bully my woman, and I'll cripple you. With that thought, Qin An wasted no time and drove straight to Li Qingran's company. On the way, Li Qingran called one of her team members. Hello? Meow meow, did we have any clients visiting the company today? Hold on a sec, Sister Qingran. On the other end, Meow Meow's high heels clattered as she walked for a moment. Finding a quiet spot, she whispered, Sis Qingran, you're in big trouble this time. That fat bastard Zhang Chang took advantage of your tardiness and rescheduled Bright Dairy's visit, which was supposed to be tomorrow, to today. When Bright Dairy didn't see you, they flew into a rage and cancelled the deal on the spot. The company just lost 3 million. It's fine. Li Qingran showed no fear. He made the appointment. The boss won't blame me. True, he made the appointment, but he used your work WeChat account to do it. So it's still your responsibility. Huh? Li Qingran froze. How could that be? How could he possibly have logged into my WeChat? Yeah, that's what puzzles me too. Could he have used some kind of tech? Li Qingran felt a splitting headache coming on and rubbed her temples. Alright, I get it. Let's discuss everything once I get to the office, she said irritably. Got it. 20 minutes later. Tricolor Advertising Media Company, Ltd. Sister Qingran, you're finally here. President Chang and President Zhang are waiting for you in the conference room. You should hurry over. As soon as she entered the company lobby, Meow Meow hurried over to greet her. Her small face was filled with anxiety. It seemed she was genuinely worried about Li Qingran. But Qin An noticed a hint of schadenfreude flickering in her eyes. He wasn't sure if he was imagining things. Qin An, you can't enter the conference room. Just wait for me here. Li Qingran casually handed her shoulder bag to Qin An. Then, without looking back, she strode toward the conference room. Qin An considered following her but feared causing trouble for Li Qingran. He didn't want to complicate matters further, so he dismissed the idea.
He sat down at Li Qingran's workstation and began inspecting the computer.
He intended to see if any virus software capable of stealing WeChat passwords had been installed. He wanted to clear Li Qingran of any wrongdoing.
Hey!
A young man around his age approached, his face twisted with fury. He demanded sharply, "Who the hell are you?"
This computer stores our company's confidential information. Do you think you can just mess with it? As the boy spoke, Miao Miao also turned to look over with curiosity.
She seemed quite curious about Qin An's identity. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Li Qingran's boyfriend."
Qin An extended his hand with a slight smile. Are you a team member of my girlfriend?
So you're my sister's husband.
Upon learning Qin An was Li Qingran's boyfriend,
the guy immediately became much more polite. He shook Qin An's hand and said with a smile, "My name is Wang Dali. Over here are Miao Miao, Xiaowan, and that guy over there, the chubby one. The four of us are all in Sister Qingran's group."
Chapter 168 Miao Miao's Dilemma.
As Wang Dali introduced them, everyone paused their work, stood up, and greeted Qin An.
Each wore a friendly smile.
But compared to the others, Miao Miao's smile seemed a bit stiff. This only deepened Qin An's suspicion that something was off with her.
Could it be she was the one who leaked the password?
The thought made Qin An's gaze fall on Miao Miao's phone. If it really was her, then her phone must contain evidence.
But how could he get his hands on her phone? Steal it?
Qin An hesitated for a long time, but in this situation, it seemed like the only option left.
Miao Miao.
Qin An approached her, seizing the moment when Miao Miao looked up at him. Using the secret techniques of the Qianmen, he discreetly slipped Miao Miao's phone into his pocket.
He gave a faint smile and asked, "Where's the restroom in your company?" Miao Miao didn't notice anything amiss.
Gesturing with her hand, she replied, "Our company uses the building's shared restrooms.
Just head out the main entrance and turn left, you'll see them."
"Great, thanks."
Qin An gave Miao Miao a slight nod.
He quickened his pace toward the restroom.
Ha!
The moment Qin An left, Miao Miao realized her phone was missing. Frantically, she began rummaging through her desk.
Wang Dali, who was nearby, noticed and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "My phone is gone."
Miao Miao replied while continuing her search, "I distinctly remember putting it right here just a moment ago."
"Don't worry, I'll call it for you." Wang Dali pulled out his phone and dialed Miao Miao's number. But inside the office, not a single sound could be heard. This made Miao Miao suddenly feel anxious. Her phone contained many secrets.
If anyone saw them, it would be disastrous.
She frantically searched the office like a madwoman. Wang Dali, out of kindness, joined in to help search.
Meanwhile, Qin An entered the restroom and slipped into a stall. After the call ended, he began checking Miao Miao's WeChat and text messages.
This is Miao Miao?
When Qin An opened the chat between Miao Miao and Mr. Zhang, he was stunned.
The chat history contained a large number of Miao Miao's photos.
Some showed her completely naked, others with filthy objects in her mouth, and there was even a video of Miao Miao engaging in intimate acts with a black man. The sheer impact of the images was truly staggering. Holy crap, never would have guessed this Miao Miao looking like an innocent little bunny was playing so dirty behind the scenes. After muttering his astonishment, Qin An scrolled down the screen, bringing the chat history to the top.
He then patiently reviewed each entry one by one.
By the time he finished, he had a clear picture. Turns out this Miao Miao had a bit of a Western obsession. She'd always wanted to find a foreign husband so she could move abroad. But the black guy she was dating only saw her as a sexual outlet and never intended to marry her. After she unexpectedly got pregnant, he vanished. What's more, he shamelessly sold the videos and photos taken during their relationship to Zhang Chang. As for Zhang Chang, his shamelessness was no less than that trashy black guy. Time and again, he threatened Miao Miao with the photos and videos. At first, he forced Miao Miao to have sex with him. Later, he forced her to do things for him. This time, Zhang Chang was able to log into Li Qingran's WeChat because Miao Miao had secretly stolen the password. Hey! She's such a good girl, why must she be so infatuated with foreigners? Qin An sighed inwardly, tucked his phone away, and unlocked the door. He was heading to the conference room to uncover the truth. But the moment he opened the cubicle door, he was startled. Miao Miao had arrived at some point. Her face was dark and sullen, like a demon from a horror movie, staring straight at him. "You, what are you doing here?" Qin An pretended nothing was amiss. He tried to brush it off. "Did I make a mistake? Is this actually the women's restroom?" Miao Miao didn't respond to the question but countered, "Did you see those photos and videos?" "What photos?" Qin An feigned confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Stop pretending." Miao Miao's embroidered brows knitted tightly. Her face darkened as she said, "My phone was right on the table. After we finished talking, it disappeared. You must have taken it. And I have proof." Miao Miao pulled another phone from her pocket and pressed the dial button. Soon, a buzzing vibration emanated from Qin An's pocket. Qin An couldn't keep pretending any longer. He nodded. "That's right. I did take your phone, and I've already seen all those photos and videos. Hearing this, Miao Miao shed a tear of regret. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Tell me what you want me to do to keep you from spreading this around."
Simple. Qin An crossed his arms, offering a faint smile. "Just step forward and testify that Zhang Chang was responsible for all this. Clear my girlfriend's name, and I promise not a soul will hear about it." "No way." Without hesitation, Miao Miao shook her head.
Zhang Chang said that if I dare show up in the conference room, he'll immediately send those videos and photos to my family and friends.
"That would ruin me completely." "Don't worry." Qin An smiled confidently. "With me here, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Besides, after all this time, you should know Zhang Chang is insatiable. No matter how many times you give in, he'll never let you go. So stop being foolish. This matter needs to be settled once and for all." Miao Miao hesitated. She felt Qin An had a point. After a brief internal struggle, she asked, "How do you plan to help me settle this?" "That's up to you." Qin An didn't intend to make the decision for Miao Miao. Instead, he presented two options. "If you want him to face the punishment he deserves, then report it to the police. If you don't, I'll make him destroy all the photos and videos." Miao Miao clenched her fists so tightly they cracked. Tears welled in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she said, "For what he did to me, I dream of his death. But if I call the police, how will my parents and family see me?" Qin An fell silent. Though times have changed and people's mindsets have become more open, society remained unforgiving toward young women, especially matters of the heart, which could easily be twisted by those with ulterior motives. So Miao Miao's worries were not entirely unfounded. "Here's what we'll do." After a moment's thought, Qin An said, "If you trust me, let me ask around and see if the police can handle this case discreetly." Miao Miao shook her head. "Forget it. Even if the police can keep it confidential, there's no guarantee Mr. Zhang's family won't leak the news. So let's go with the second option." Chapter 169, Slander. Seeing how deeply Miao Miao despised Zhang Chang yet had no choice but to let him off, Qin An couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. He stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and said, "Remember this lesson. Stop idolizing foreigners. We yellow-skinned people have pride. If anyone should be climbing the social ladder, it should be them climbing up to us." Miao Miao sniffled softly. She nodded firmly. "I know. I'll remember. All right, let's go. I'll head into the conference room first. Once I've dealt with that Zhang Chang, you can come in." "Okay. Thank you." Miao Miao had thought she'd have to keep compromising like this forever. But unexpectedly, someone was willing to help her. This moved her deeply. "No need to thank me." Qin An waved his hand dismissively. "Just remember to apologize to my girlfriend later." "You can count on that." Miao Miao hung her head in guilt. "I truly owe Qingran an apology. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have apologized. There's something else I need to warn you about." Miao Miao added anxiously, "This Mr. Zhang is a powerful figure. If you cross him, you won't get off easy." "No big deal." Qin An waved dismissively. "No matter how powerful he is, he's no match for me. And even if he is more powerful than me." At this point, a fierce, murderous intent flared in Qin An's eyes. "If he dares to bully my woman, I'll cripple him even if it costs me my life." Seeing Qin An willing to risk everything for Li Qingran, Miao Miao felt so envious she could cry. "Hey! Why can't I find such a great boyfriend myself?" Meanwhile, in the conference room, Li Qingran's face darkened as he desperately defended himself. "Mr. Chang, I'll say it again, I truly didn't send the meeting request to Bright Dairy. Please believe me. And do you really think I'd be foolish enough to invite the client over before the presentation materials were even finished?" Thump! 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 Zhang Chang, sitting across from Li Qingran, slammed his fist on the table. He snapped, "That message was sent from your WeChat account. If it wasn't you, then who else could it have been? As for scheduling the client before finishing the design, there are two possibilities." Zhang Chang held up one finger, speaking with conviction. "One, you thought you were done, but after meeting with the client, you realized it wasn't finished after all. Then you frantically tried to catch up, which is why you ended up an hour late. 2. Zhang Chang held up another finger. "You're holding a grudge over General Chung forcing you to accompany clients drinking last time, so you deliberately sabotaged this deal to get back at the company." Bang! Li Qingran lost his temper. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. "I didn't." "Stop making those outrageous accusations." Zhang Chang gave a cold laugh. He shook his head and sneered, "You know damn well whether you did or not." "You?" Li Qingran's breathing quickened with rage. After taking a deep breath, he turned to look at General Manager Chang. "I truly didn't do that. Please believe me." Mr. Chang stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. After a moment of deep thought, he said, "Team Leaderly, I genuinely trust your character. But in this matter, the suspicion against you is simply too strong. You'd be wise to present evidence proving your innocence. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to trust you." Mr. Chang is absolutely right. Zhang Chang smirked triumphantly. "Produce the evidence. Otherwise, why should we believe you?" Li Qingran felt helpless. If she had evidence, she would have produced it long ago. Why wait until now? Does that mean I just have to swallow this bitter pill? Li Qingran felt deeply resentful. But there was simply nothing she could do. It left her both distressed and aggrieved. I have evidence. Just then, the conference room door burst open. Qin An strode in with confidence. He shot Li Qingran a reassuring glance. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. With me here, no one can bully you." Li Qingran, who had already despaired, saw Qin An and hope reignited within her. She hurried forward and clung tightly to Qin An, bursting into tears. The pent-up grievances in her heart finally found release in that moment. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Chang had already prepared to celebrate. But this unexpected intruder had ruined his plans, leaving him furious. Mr. Chang's gaze toward Qin An was filled with hostility. His face darkened as he barked, "Who let you into our company? Get out now." Qin An ignored their words. Instead, he gently patted Li Qingran's back and soothed her softly. It's okay. I'm here now, everything will be fine. Sit down and rest. I'll take care of them." Li Qingran nodded obediently. For some reason, she felt that as long as Qin An was there, all problems seemed to dissolve effortlessly. It brought her immense peace of mind. Ding! Li Qingran's affection +2. Ding! Li Qingran's current affection level, 86 points. Which one of you is Mr. Zhang? Qin An narrowed her eyes, sweeping them over Zhang Chang and Mr. Chang. Her piercing gaze sent a chill down both their spines. But both were seasoned veterans who'd been navigating the rough and tumble world for years. They weren't about to be intimidated by a mere glare. Especially since this was their turf. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Chang spoke first. He shouted toward the door, Xiao Li. Quickly call security and get this guy out of the company." "Mr. Chang, please stop shouting. He's my boyfriend." Li Qingran interjected, "I brought him in. He's not a bad guy. Even if he is your boyfriend, it's unacceptable. Our company holds so many secrets. If he leaks any of them, can you afford the consequences?" Mr. Chang wasn't a pushover. The moment Li Qingran embraced Qin An, he had already guessed Qin An's identity. The reason he still called security. Because he'd had his eye on Li Qingran for quite some time. To him, Qin An was a rival for her affections. How could he possibly let him stay here, flaunting his affection for Li Qingran right in front of him? "Li Qingran, you're a veteran employee of this company too." Zhang Chang shot Li Qingran a disapproving look. He scolded irritably, "Don't you even know our company policy forbidding outsiders from entering?" Li Qingran was getting annoyed. It was true the company had such a rule, but in reality, no one followed it. Zhang Chang bringing it up now was nothing but a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. Fuming, she opened her mouth to argue. But Qin An moved first. He stepped in front of Zhang Chang. He delivered a direct slap across the face. Zhang Chang, seated in his swivel chair, spun around several times before finally coming to a halt. Half his face swelled up like a pig's head. His agonized scream echoed throughout the entire company. How could you hit someone?" General Manager Chang was utterly shocked by the scene. He hastily pulled back, creating distance between himself and Qin An. Chapter 170, Who's to say? What? You want to experience the caress of love too? Qin An took Zhang Chang's phone and tossed it to Li Qingran for safekeeping. He turned and glared furiously at Mr. Chang. The shock made Chang shiver. He immediately stopped baring his teeth. He slumped back into his seat, meek as a frightened rabbit. Bang! Suddenly, the conference room door burst open. A sexy woman in a business suit and black stockings. Accompanied by 2 security guards in dark blue uniforms wielding electric batons, she stormed in with fierce intensity. Her cold gaze swept over everyone present before settling on Qin An. Her embroidered brows furrowed. "Boss, is he causing trouble?" "Yes. That's him." The security guard's arrival gave Mr. Chang a sense of reassurance. He immediately straightened his back. He stood up, smoothed his clothes, and declared triumphantly, "Get him under control and take him to the police station." The 2 security guards sprang into action at his command. Electro batons in hand, they strode swiftly toward Qin An. Li Qingran, seeing this, grew frantic. She took 3 steps and 2 strides to reach Qin An, shielding him with her body. Her voice was firm. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my boyfriend. Let's make a big deal out of nothing and let this small matter go, okay? No way. Zhang Chang had been raised in a pampered environment. His entire family doted on him. Growing up, his family's wealth ensured he always held high positions. No one dared speak to him with any boldness. And now he'd been beaten by some punk kid. This was nothing short of utter humiliation for him. He couldn't let it go. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "He hit me. He'll pay for it." Smack! No sooner had Zhang Chang finished speaking than Qin An delivered another sharp slap. The blow swelled the other half of Zhang Chang's face. From a distance, his entire head resembled a pig's snout. The searing pain made him gasp sharply. Snot and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Glaring viciously at the security guards, he roared furiously, "What the hell are you two standing around for? Get him under control and take him to the police station." "Wha? Damn it. This hurts like hell." The security guards hadn't expected Qin An to be so bold. He actually dared to strike right in front of them. And that strength was a bit too much, wasn't it? A man weighing over 100 pounds. He was literally whipped around in circles on the spot. Is this even human? General Chang and the female secretary who had just entered both recoiled in fright, taking a step back. They feared that if they hesitated a second longer, Qin An's palm would land on them. Li Qinran was so flustered she was on the verge of tears. Pouting slightly, she scolded playfully, "Hey, what are you doing? This situation is already bad enough to resolve, and you go and escalate the conflict? You're just making things worse." Qin An smiled as he ruffled Li Qingran's hair. "Don't worry, I know my limits." With that, Qin An turned his attention away from Li Qingran. He looked up at the two security guards and asked suspiciously, "Are you two from Golden Dragon Property Management?" The two security guards were baffled by Qin An's sudden question. Frowning, they looked at him warily. "Why do you ask? Just answer yes or no." Qin An grew impatient. The security guards grew angry, stiffening their necks as they retorted, "So what if we are? So what if we aren't? If it is, then I'm ordering you right now as the boss to get back to work." Golden Dragon Property Management was the reward Qin An received after successfully completing Li Qing's quest. At first, he thought it was just a small property management company. Later, upon investigation, he discovered that Jinlong Property held immense influence. Not only did it encompass property management services for most residential complexes and shopping malls in Binhai City, it even owned an office building with a 30-year lease. And that very office building was the Ginza Tower where Qin An currently resided. In other words, if Qin An were willing, he could make that worthless tricolor company pack up and move with a single word. So if anyone should be afraid, it's General Manager Chang and General Manager Zhang who should fear him. Not the other way around. After all, relocating such a large company would incur enormous losses. Boom! At those words, the two security guards were stunned, and so was Mr. Chang. They were all aware that Golden Dragon Property had been acquired by a CEO surnamed Qin for 2 billion yuan. But they didn't know what that CEO looked like. And they certainly wouldn't have connected the Qin An standing before them with that CEO. Qin An looked far too young, barely in his early 20s. Moreover, he lacked the distinctive air of wealth that marked the truly affluent, hardly resembling someone who could produce 2 billion yuan on the spot. Li Qingran was also startled. She knew Qin An was wealthy. But she never imagined he was this wealthy that even Golden Dragon Property Management, one of Binhai City's top large-scale property companies, belonged to him. Zhang Chang shuddered. What was going on? This kid is the boss of Golden Dragon Property Management. Did that mean he'd unwittingly offended a business tycoon? Oh my god. This time I'm done for. That is. After a long pause, the security guard regained his composure. Scratched his head, his face full of trepidation. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, you say you're our boss. Do you have anything to prove it? The security guard wasn't trying to cause trouble. But with matters like this, it's better to be cautious. What if he'd been tricked? That would be an absolute embarrassment. Worse still, he might lose his job. Easy enough. Just call your supervisor and ask. All right. The security guard pulled out his phone and dialed the number. All the while, Zhang Chang kept repeating to himself, fake, fake. But in truth, the moment Qin An uttered those words, it was already certain. After all, an imposter wouldn't dare say something like that. No matter how much Zhang Chang shouted, it was all in vain. Soon, the security guard finished the call. They bowed respectfully to Qin An and apologized. We're sorry, Mr. Qin. We shouldn't have doubted you. It's fine. Qin An couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He waved them off, signaling for them to get lost. Then he turned his gaze to Mr. Chang and offered a faint smile. Mr. Chang, now we can finally have a proper conversation, can't we? Of course, absolutely. After learning Qin An's identity, Mr. Chang dared not play dumb anymore. He stepped forward, wiped the chair with his sleeve. Like a dutiful grandson, he beamed obsequiously, please, take a seat. Qin An smiled with satisfaction. He sat down properly and shot Zhang Chang a cold glare. He roared, Mr. Zhang, are you going to explain this, or should I? I'll say it all. Zhang Chang was already scared out of his wits. How could he dare keep it hidden? His voice trembling, he recounted in detail how he had used Meow Meow to steal the WeChat password. How he framed Li Qingran. He recounted every detail without omission. Chapter 171, Have More Children. Mr. Qin. I've told you everything I should and shouldn't have. Zhang Chang knelt before Qin An. Sniffling and tearfully pleading, he begged, please, sir, be magnanimous. Treat me like nothing. Spare me. I swear I'll never cause trouble for Team Leader Li again. We'll discuss this later. Qin An waved at Zhang Chang. First, delete all those videos and photos of Meow Meow. Yes. I'll delete them right now. I'll delete them immediately.
Zheng Chang dared not utter a single word of refusal.
Because the top-tier tycoon who could pull out 2 billion yuan to acquire the company
wasn't someone a small fry like him could afford to cross. Taking the phone Li Qingran handed him, he began deleting everything in front of everyone. He even emptied the recycle bin and deleted everything from the cloud storage.
Mr. Qin, everything's deleted. Really?
Qin An furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes slightly. He fixed Zheng Chang with an intense stare.
Are you absolutely certain there are no other backups?
Zheng Chang wore a mournful expression, his tone earnest.
There really aren't any. Please believe me. Oomph. Qin An snorted coldly. He barked, you better not have any.
If you try to pull any tricks, don't say I didn't warn you that you won't be able to stay in Binhai.
There really aren't any more.
Rest assured. Zheng Chang hastily pledged, if I do, may I die a horrible death.
You know your place. Qin An couldn't be bothered to engage further.
He turned to look at General Manager Chang.
What do you plan to do with him? Fire him. Mr. Chang certainly didn't want to offend Qin An over Zheng Chang.
He quickly chimed in, a scoundrel like him doesn't deserve to stay in our company. Qin An smiled with satisfaction. Taking Li Qingran's hand, he walked toward the exit. As they reached the doorway, he turned back and said, oh, and starting today, my wife is no longer employed here. Once you've calculated her final pay, make sure to transfer it to her card.
Oh. Understood.
Rest assured, I'll have accounting process it immediately. Although General Manager Chang had anticipated this outcome, he knew Li Qingran would certainly not continue working after this incident. He still felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the news. After all, Li Qingran was one of the technical pillars of his company. Her departure. It was like losing a key player. The loss to the company was significant. But he dared not try to keep her, nor did he have the face to do so. He could only let Li Qingran leave quietly.
Ha!
Li Qingran hadn't intended to resign.
Hearing Qin An say this, he was somewhat taken aback. She asked in confusion, why would you want me to resign?
Qin An chuckled playfully, because starting today, I'll be the one bringing home the bacon. All you need to do is stay as beautiful as ever.
No way. Li Qingran shook her head. She pouted, then I'd just be a decorative ornament.
And sitting around at home all day would be boring.
That's easy.
Qin An continued teasing, just have a few kids, and you'll have plenty to keep you busy.
Li Qingran's pretty face flushed. She shot Qin An a glare and pouted, who wants to have your kids? You shameless man. Qin An chuckled. Enough teasing. Actually, I've already planned everything out for you.
Oh?
Li Qingran's eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of plan? I provide the capital, you bring the talent. We'll partner up and start an advertising agency.
Qin An explained calmly, right now, I have 3 businesses under my name, Yu Car Rental, Junhai Hotel, and Jilong Property Management. In the future, I plan to acquire real estate projects, a gaming company, and a film production company.
We'll also launch an entertainment agency and a music label. And every single one of these companies will need advertising. So instead of outsourcing to other agencies, why not keep the profits in-house and have you handle it all? That's a sound idea.
Li Qingran expressed concern, but my technical skills are lacking and I have no experience managing companies. I'm afraid I might not handle it well.
Besides, these ventures alone won't sustain a company. Don't worry about the business side. Qin An smiled confidently. My network is extensive. I can easily secure a dozen more clients for you, no problem at all.
Also, keep in mind that as the company's reputation grows, more business will naturally follow.
As for your technical shortcomings, you're the boss.
You just need to know how to delegate effectively and oversee the big picture.
Qin An continued unabated, all you need is exceptional discernment.
Any technical gaps will be filled by your employees.
As for management experience, that can be cultivated gradually.
After all, no one is born knowing how to run a business.
With Qin An's reassurance, Li Qingran's confidence soared.
She had actually contemplated starting her own business long ago. But without capital, connections, or resources, she had delayed taking action. Now, Qin An had resolved both the funding and networking issues for her.
How could she possibly refuse?
Besides, she also wanted to help Qin An. She nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, all right, it's settled then. Qin An pulled out his phone and called the business manager in charge of leasing operations at Ginza Tower.
He intended to see if there were any suitable offices available in the building.
If he found one, he'd set up the company here to save the trouble of searching elsewhere.
Hello?
The other party answered quickly, and Qin An briefly explained his purpose. The manager indicated that there were still quite a few vacant offices available in the building.
He'd come up to meet him right away. Then he hung up. Sister Qingran.
Suddenly, 3 or 4 voices called out from behind them.
Qin An and Li Qingran turned to look. Dali, Xiaowan, Fatso?
Recognizing her team members, Li Qingran frowned in confusion.
Why aren't you working? What are you doing here?
Sis Qingran, if you're leaving, we don't want to work here anymore either.
Wang Dali spoke up, so we've decided we're going with you. That's right. We're going with you. Xiao Wan and Fatty also voiced their resolve. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve. You all.
Seeing her team members willing to abandon stable jobs and unpaid wages just to leave with her.
Li Qingran's heart was filled with deep emotion.
A lump formed in her throat and a single crystal clear tear rolled down her cheek. Smiling, he said, all right, then you'll all come with me. It works out perfectly. I'm starting my own company and I need you guys.
Really? Wang Dali and the others had already braced themselves for a period of unemployment. But unexpectedly, they found themselves hired in the blink of an eye.
And they'd even continue working under their former boss. This news filled them with delight.
They beamed like kids who'd just gotten a lollipop. Sister Qingran.
A voice tinged with a hint of tears rang out.
Li Qingran raised an eyebrow. Miao Miao? Miao Miao nodded.
Tears streaming down her face, she said, Sister Qingran, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry.
I really didn't mean to harm you. Can you forgive me and take me with you? Chapter 172, Exercise some restraint.
Hey! Even though Miao Miao had been forced into it, at the end of the day, she had betrayed her. That alone left a knot in Li Qingran's heart. Otherwise, she genuinely would have wanted to take her along.
Sighing, she said, let bygones be bygones.
Just behave yourself from now on and don't do anything foolish again.
With that, Li Qingran turned and led the others away. Miao Miao was left standing there, sobbing. Qin An showed no mercy either.
Because a woman like Miao Miao, who idolized foreigners and would rather be with a black man than a man from her own country. She simply wasn't worth pitying. As for Wang Dali and the others, after learning that Miao Miao had betrayed Li Qing, they were itching to beat the crap out of her. How could they possibly feel sympathy for her?
Good morning, Mr. Qin. The elevator brought them to the 12th floor.
Qin An met with the leasing manager. What surprised Qin An was that the manager turned out to be a stunningly beautiful woman in her prime. Every smile and frown radiated alluring charm.
She teased Qin An, making his heart flutter. Unfortunately, her looks only scored 88 points, falling short of the 90-point threshold required to unlock any rewards.
Otherwise, he might have been tempted to use the Qin An character technique to test his skills against her.
Hello. Qin An extended his hand for a light shake. Then he pointed to an empty office nearby and asked with a smile, is this the one you mentioned on the phone just now?
Yes, Mr. Qin.
The female manager nodded slightly.
She gestured invitingly, please come in with me.
I'll show you around. All right. Qin An took Li Qingran's hand and stepped inside first.
The female manager followed closely behind, chatting away as she explained to Qin An, the previous tenant here was an influencer incubator. When they went bankrupt, they owed our company a month's rent. So they left behind all these desks and other office supplies to settle the debt. The partitions and everything else are still intact. If you want to use this office to start an advertising company, there's absolutely no need for special renovations, you can move right in.
Qin An nodded with satisfaction.
These desks, chairs, and partitions are still quite new, no need to buy new ones.
But isn't this office a bit small? Is it even 100 square meters? This office is 143 square meters total.
The female manager smiled faintly, stepping forward to open the cubicle door. The reason it feels small is twofold. First, the desks are arranged rather haphazardly, and second, the single office occupies 42 square meters on its own.
Whoa! Qin An stepped inside and was stunned.
The previous owner had actually built his office larger than a small apartment. Not only did it have a work area, but it also featured a hidden door bedroom. He truly treated the company like his own home. I wonder how someone so dedicated managed to run the company into the ground.
Wait a minute. This used to be an influencer incubator? Qin An finally understood. Turns out, the boss didn't set up this room out of dedication, it was all about better caring for his employees. Wow. City folks sure know how to have fun. Qinran, I don't think this office design is ideal. Why don't we look at some others?
In Qin An's plans, he too intended to launch an influencer incubation agency in the future. So he had to keep this excellent design for himself.
Sounds good.
Li Qingran wasn't keen on the layout either, so she nodded and continued touring other offices with Qin An.
Half an hour later. Alright, let's go with this one. After much deliberation and selection, Li Qingran finally settled on a 165 square meter office on the 16th floor, right next to the elevator.
Qin An smiled and instructed the female manager, go prepare the contract. Make sure to prepare multiple copies. I saw a few other rooms I liked earlier, so get those ready too. Qin An planned to establish numerous companies in the future. Rather than leaving these spaces vacant, he might as well use them all for his companies. After all, this building was his own property, so there was no need to pay rent. He could rent out as many as he wanted without worry.
Yes, Mr. Qin. Please wait a moment while I fetch the contracts. The female manager responded and turned to leave. Wang Dali and his two companions paced back and forth in the office.
Their eyes brimmed with anticipation for the future. Their faces beamed with smiles.
Oh, right. Sister Qingran. Xiaowan hurried over to Li Qingran and asked with a smile, have you decided on a name for our new company yet? This was a question Li Qingran had pondered before. So she answered without hesitation, I've decided. It'll be called Anrun Advertising Studio. Anrun?
Xiaowan furrowed her delicate brows as she murmured the name. Then she flashed a mischievous grin and nudged Li Qingran with her shoulder.
Teasingly, she said, seriously, Qingran, how much do you adore your brother-in-law? Even naming the company has to be a lovey-dovey display. Li Qingran's pretty face flushed. Pushing Xiaowan away with feigned anger, she snapped, 2 days without discipline and you've gotten bold, huh? Now you're even teasing your own sister? Off you go, hurry home and rest. I'll give you all half a day off today. We'll officially start work tomorrow. Xiaowan grinned mischievously as she called out to Wang Dali and the fat guy, you two, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow me. Can't you see Sister Qingran can't wait to spend some alone time with her husband? How can you be so clueless? Sister Qingran.
Xiaowan turned to look at Li Qingran. She continued teasing, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as overworked land, only overworked oxen. You and your husband really need to pace yourselves. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Li Qingran was both embarrassed and annoyed. She punched the air angrily, then shoved Xiaowan into the elevator. Then she let out a long sigh. Ha! What are you doing? Just as Li Qingran had begun to relax, Qin An suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Startled, her body instantly stiffened, her heart pounding wildly. You were in such a hurry to get rid of them, wasn't it because you had something in mind for me? Qin An whispered into Li Qingran's ear with a mischievous grin, now I'll grant your wish. With that, Qin An leaned forward, pressing his lips against Li Qingran's soft, rosy ones. Li Qingran, who had been about to protest, found herself utterly speechless. Her heart pounded wildly, her breathing growing uncontrollably rapid. Huff! After a long moment, he gazed at her, now flustered and intoxicated by his kiss. Her eyes narrowed into seductive slits, Qin An chuckled softly. He murmured sincerely, Qingran, you're so beautiful. Li Qingran's lovely face flushed. She shyly lowered her head. But soon, Qin An lifted her chin with his fingers, raising her face again. Then the two shared another deep kiss. This time, they kissed for nearly 3 full minutes until they were breathless. Only then did they reluctantly part. Chapter 173, Re-encountering Young Master Li. Why are you staring at me like that? Because you're beautiful. Qin An realized this Li Qingran was truly captivating. A single kiss was enough to make her cheeks flush a deep crimson. Like 2 perfectly ripe apples, utterly tempting. It made him lean in again, unable to resist. Stop it. Li Qingran stopped Qin An with her hand, pointing behind them at the elevator in motion. Her face flushed as she said, someone's coming up. It wouldn't be good if they saw us. It's fine. Qin An shrugged it off. I'm kissing my wife, not theirs. What's there to be afraid of? But that's still not okay. Li Qingran's face flushed as she pushed Qin An away forcefully. She hurried away. Seeing how thin-skinned she was, Qin An didn't press the issue. He laughed and gave chase. Ha! What's going on with you? As he drew closer, Qin An suddenly noticed a damp patch on Li Qingran's jeans. He looked at her in surprise. Ha! Li Qingran looked down in confusion. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. She covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Qin An understood. He sighed inwardly. No wonder her specialty was called Raging River. 2 kisses had reduced her to this. Truly overwhelming. At that thought, Qin An suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for what it would be like to make love with Li Qingran. You're still laughing? What are we going to do? Li Qingran panicked. If anyone saw this, it would be utterly mortifying. Qin An deliberately teased her, shaking his head with a mischievous grin. I have no idea. Li Qingran was so flustered she felt like crying. Tears welled in her eyes as she angrily pounded Qin An with her fist. I don't care. You got me into this mess, so you better figure out a way to fix it. Ha! Seeing she was truly on the verge of tears, he dared not tease her any further. He took off his own coat and handed it to her. Here. Wrap yourself in this for now. After we sign the contract, I'll drive you home. Oomph. Li Qingran shot Qin An a furious glare. She wrapped Qin An's coat around her waist. Hey! Who the hell are you two? A heavy-set man in uniform strode in, his face brimming with arrogance. He barked without any courtesy, if you're looking for trouble, take it somewhere else. This isn't your home turf. Get out of here now. Or I'll call security, got it? Qin An was thoroughly annoyed by the fat man's arrogant attitude. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the name tag hanging from the man's chest. It read, Golden Dragon Property Management, Leasing Department, Deputy Manager, Shen Lei. His face darkened as he said, we're not what you think. We're here to rent an office. Poof. Shen Lei laughed. And it was a loud laugh. His chubby, greasy face trembled with laughter. It was downright disgusting to watch.
This office space is the second largest in our Ginza tower. The annual rent is 200,000 yuan. You're just a poor student, can you really afford it? Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Stop wasting my time.
Qin An grew even more displeased with him and coldly retorted, "Is this how you serve clients on a daily basis? None of your damn business how I serve them." Shen Lei shot Qin An a scornful look and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "I'll say this one last time, get the hell out of here, or I'll call security." "Hey, Fatso Chen, what's got you so worked up? I could hear you all the way from the elevator." At that moment, a young man wearing aviator sunglasses walked in, arm around a scantily clad hottie,
striding in with an air of arrogance.
His face radiated pure arrogance.
Nobody. Just two broke students.
Shen Lei approached with a fawning expression, like a grandson offering his grandfather a cigarette and lighting it for him. He chuckled, "Don't worry, young Master Li.
I'll get rid of them right away. Hold on."
Young Master Li pushed his sunglasses up, scrutinizing Qin An for a moment.
He shoved Shen Lei aside like he was pushing trash. Stepping before Qin An, he roared, "Damn it. What a small world we live in." "No." Qin An shook his head. "This isn't fate bringing us together. It's you choosing hell over heaven. Damn it."
Li Xiao angrily flung his sunglasses to the ground. Pointing his finger right at Qin An's nose, he roared, "You bastard. Today I'll see for myself who the hell is the one who's really barged into hell."
"Shen Lei, call security now." "That's right."
This Li Xiao was none other than Li Kai, the very man Qin An had humiliated twice in a row. After leaving the hospital yesterday, Li Kai knew he could never win over Shen Xinyao. He went to the bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol.
"And that's where I met this hottie right beside me, Yao Manan." After their passionate night together,
Yao Manan made a request, hoping Li Kai could help her rent an office space in the Ginza building to start an influencer agency.
Though Li Kai was reluctant to part with the money, but couldn't resist Yao Manan's persistent nagging, he reluctantly agreed.
What he never expected was running into Qin An there.
This delighted him immensely. He decided to settle all old and new scores right here and now. "Qin An, who's this guy?" Seeing the other party's hostile intent, Li Qingran grew tense. One hand clutched Qin An's arm tightly. "Some idiot." Qin An patted Li Qingran's hand reassuringly. "Don't be afraid." With Qin An's reassurance, Li Qingran immediately relaxed considerably. She stood quietly by his side, saying nothing more. Li Kai's attention had been entirely focused on Qin An. It wasn't until this moment that he noticed Li Qingran. His eyes widened in astonishment. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, what kind of bull luck does this kid have? Why do all the pretty girls like him? It's bloody infuriating." Wait a minute. Li Kai suddenly had an idea. If he sent Shen Xinyao photos of Qin An getting all cozy with this chick,
Shen Xinyao would definitely break up with him in a fit of rage.
Wouldn't that give him a chance? At this thought, Li Kai grinned. He even burst into a maniacal laugh, looking down his nose at Qin An as he declared, "Hey, Mr. Qin, I'm giving you a chance. Get down on your knees and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'm sending those photos to Shen Xinyao this instant and telling her all about your affair."
"Oh." Qin An casually scratched his ear.
His calm demeanor stunned Li Kai.
His face twisted with confusion.
"Are you deaf? I said I'm going to tell Shen Xinyao about your affair. I heard you loud and clear. You're the one who's deaf."
Qin An shot Li Kai an annoyed glare.
"Damn it." Li Kai was even more bewildered now. "Wait, then why aren't you scared?" "Because I'm just too damn handsome."
Qin An shrugged his shoulders and grinned smugly. "They're all head over heels for me. They've already given me permission to have multiple wives."
Li Kai didn't believe a single word of Qin An's story.
He spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground and sneered, "Cut the bull.
If you're really that capable, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa." Chapter 174, Broken Bones. "I'll pass." Qin An waved his hand dismissively. "I'd hate to have a grandson as dumb as you." "You?" Li Kai was furious. He gritted his teeth viciously. He pulled his phone from his pocket and snapped a flurry of photos at Qin An. "I'll be damned if I don't see how tough you can be after I send these pictures to Shen Xinyao." Qin An frowned. "I advise you not to do that." "Why?" Li Kai chuckled. "Now you're scared? Too late. Even if you got down on your knees and begged me, it wouldn't make a difference. You're overthinking it." Qin An rolled his eyes in exasperation.
She turned to Li Qingran.
"Call the police.
His actions now violate Article 1032 of the Civil Code, constituting invasion of privacy.
Have the police handle this." "Ha!" Li Kai heard this and couldn't help but laugh.
His face twisted with contempt.
"Damn, I thought you were some big shot, but after all this fuss, it turns out you just want to call the cops? Fine. Go ahead and call them. I'll see what these so-called privacy laws can do to me." Clatter. At that moment, a group of security guards dressed uniformly in dark blue uniforms, each holding an electric baton, The lead security guard approached Shen Lei and asked, "Mr. Chen, what's going on? What happened?" The lead security guard asked Shen Lei, "Mr. Chen, what's going on? What happened?" "That kid over there is causing trouble." Shen Lei pointed at Qin An nearby and barked orders, "You lot, get over there and grab him. Then throw him out of the building." "No." Li Kai raised a hand in a stop gesture. "Kicking him out is too easy on him. Beat him. Beat him hard. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." "Yes, sir." The lead security guard, recognizing Li Kai as the one giving orders, immediately became as fawning as a lapdog. He flattered him. With a wicked grin, he said, "Rest assured, young Master Li. I'll beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him." With that, the guard led the others, charging toward Qin An with fierce momentum. His face twisted with arrogance as he bellowed, "Guys, all on him. Kick him in the balls." "Hold on." Qin An frowned. "I need to ask something." "Off. I don't have time for your bull." Before Qin An could finish his sentence, the lead security guard lunged forward. A fist as big as a sandbag came hurtling straight for Qin An's face. Li Qingran, standing nearby, gasped in horror and cried out, "Qin An, watch out." Qin An's brow furrowed tightly. He had intended to resolve the situation by revealing his identity. But unexpectedly, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak. This infuriated him. He swung his fist violently, colliding squarely with the security guard's punch. Thud. Snap. After the muffled thud, a sharp crack of breaking bone echoed. Clearly, someone had broken a bone. This left everyone present utterly stunned. The security guards began chattering excitedly. "Holy crap! Our captain really is a retired boxing champ. That power is no joke. He broke that kid's bones with just one punch. Some pretty boy actually dared to go toe-to-toe with our captain? He was asking for it. If only I could have strength like our captain. Captain, you rock. Captain, you rock. Captain, you're my role model." The more everyone praised him, the security captain's face grew darker. My mouth twitched. Can I tell you guys that the one who got beaten up and broke a bone was actually me? Old son, what are you standing there for? Unaware of the truth, Li Kai was still basking in the joy of Qin An's injury, reveling in the satisfaction of vengeance served. He shouted at Captain's son, "Get back to beating him. Hurry up and finish him off." "Captain's son, I'd love to fight, but my hands and arms are broken. I can't even swing a punch. And this kid's strength is downright terrifying. That punch just now felt like getting hit by a car. It's freaking crazy." Bang! That's when Qin An made his move. He placed his hand on Captain Sun's shoulder and slammed it down with all his might. Captain Sun instantly felt as if a mountain had crushed him. His legs began trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't hold himself up any longer and collapsed to his knees. The hard floor tiles cracked, forming two spiderweb-like pits. The pain made cold sweat pour down his back. Those around him, witnessing this scene, were all dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped wide in utter disbelief. No, what's going on? His arm was already broken, wasn't it? Could it be that our captain is the one with the broken arm? Gulp. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's gaze toward Qin An turned as if they were staring at a monster. A thick dread rose in their hearts. Li Kai, who had been roaring with laughter moments ago, now wore an expression uglier than if he'd eaten. He bellowed at the security guards, "What are you all standing around for? Get moving. I'll see who dares." Qin An glared at the security guards with an air of authority. The guards fell silent, frozen in fear, none daring to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The power Qin An displayed was simply terrifying. They couldn't help but be afraid. Who are you?" The pain radiating from his hands and knees had soaked Captain Sun's clothes with cold sweat. He asked, his voice trembling. Instead of answering, Qin An countered, pointing at Li Kai. "Answer me first. You're clearly a security guard hired by Golden Dragon Property Management. Why are you taking orders from him?" "Because Golden Dragon Property is my uncle's." Li Kai stepped forward, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. "And they're all dogs my uncle keeps. Naturally, they'll listen to me." The word dogs struck a nerve with the security guards. It filled them with rage. But to keep their jobs, they ultimately chose to swallow their anger. Qin An was taken aback. He never imagined that the former boss of Golden Dragon Property Management was actually Li Kai's uncle. That was quite a coincidence. What? Li Kai saw Qin An's strong reaction. He thought Qin An was scared. He smirked triumphantly. "Scared now that you know this is my turf? If you're afraid, then get down on your knees and apologize right now. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't leave this room alive today." Qin An laughed. His gaze fixed on Li Kai like he was watching a clown. "Judging by your attitude, you probably haven't heard that Ginza Tower has a new owner, have you?" "Ha?" Li Kai froze. He genuinely hadn't heard about it. "Did you know?" Qin An fixed his gaze on Captain Sun, his tone icy. "So what if I know? What if I don't?" Captain Sun shot Qin An a defiant glare. "What business is it of yours anyway?" Smack.
Qin An's palm struck out, his voice boiling with fury.
You knew the boss had changed, yet you still followed his orders? How can you justify the salary your boss pays you? Chapter 175, Who's really rebelling against heaven? You. Slapped in front of everyone by Qin An. Captain Sun felt utterly humiliated. His eyes bulged wide. Fire seemed ready to burst from them. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Whether I'm right or wrong, boss, what the hell business is it of yours? Who the hell are you to accuse me? Qin An pointed his finger right at Captain Sun's nose, enunciating each word deliberately, Because I'm your new boss. Boom.
At this declaration, everyone present except Li Qingran jumped in surprise. Their gazes toward Qin An shifting again.
Ha! Ha ha ha! An ill-timed chuckle erupted from Captain Sun's mouth. He sneered at Qin An, snapping, If you're the new boss, then I'm your damn father. Don't listen to him, everyone.
Captain Sun turned to the security guards behind him and shouted, Our company was acquired for 2 billion yuan.
This kid hasn't even grown a full beard yet, how could he possibly have that kind of money? All of you, go get him. Even if he's a tough fighter, he can't take on all of us. Let's take him down. Right. Li Kai didn't believe Qin An could be that rich either. He was even less willing to believe he could be that rich. He chimed in, I know this kid, he's broke as a joke. His car's just a cheap Passat worth 100 grand. Don't let him fool you. Get on him, everyone.
Spit on him until he drowns. And I promise, if you beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, I'll reward you handsomely 10,000 yuan each. If he gets injured, I'll not only cover his medical bills but also give him an extra 50,000 yuan for nutritional expenses. These security guards normally earn less than 4,500 yuan a month. Now, suddenly hearing that they could get 60,000 yuan just for beating Qin An senseless. Their eyes lit up instantly, their hearts racing with desire.
Like they'd been injected with adrenaline, they charged toward Qin An.
As for whether Qin An was really the new boss, they found it highly unlikely. He looked far too young to be the kind of tycoon who could pull out 2 billion yuan.
Yeah. Beat him up. Beat him up.
Seeing everyone spring into action again, Li Kai was overjoyed.
He raised his fist high, cheering the crowd on.
Li Qingran felt a bit panicked. Though she just witnessed the terrifying power of Qin An firsthand. But as the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. With so many attacking at once, she still worried Qin An might be overwhelmed.
She said to Qin An, I'll hold them off. You run. They won't do anything to a woman like me. With that, Li Qingran stood resolutely before Qin An, ready to face whatever came. This gesture filled Qin An's heart with warmth. His admiration for Li Qingran soared. All of you, stop right now. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a woman's voice drifted in from the doorway. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. They saw that the speaker was a stunningly beautiful young woman wearing a black jacket and jeans. Behind her trailed 6 or 7 burly security guards. Oh, isn't this my lovely and charming sister-in-law? Li Kai's eyes lit up as he watched the stunning woman approach. He gave a wicked grin. Haven't seen you in a few days, sis-in-law, and you're looking more gorgeous than ever. You've got me all flustered. Get lost. The stunning woman shot Li Kai a vicious glare. Li Kai didn't get angry. He slithered closer with a lecherous grin. He chuckled wickedly, teasing, Sis, why so feisty today? Could it be my big bro didn't satisfy you? Maybe little bro could give you a try? Smack. This time, the beautiful young woman didn't tell him to get lost. Instead, she delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed through the entire office, lingering long after it faded. It was clear just how hard she'd hit him. You think you're hot? How dare you hit me? I'll ing beat you to death. Li Kai had never been bullied in his life. Except for that one time with Qin An, he had always been the one bullying others, never the victim. Now he'd been struck by a woman. And in front of so many people. This felt like an unbearable humiliation, and he instantly flew into a rage. He swung his fist, aiming it straight for the beautiful young woman's face. But before his fist could reach her, his arm was seized and pinned by a burly security guard. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge an inch. His face flushed crimson with frustration. He roared furiously, You bastard. Let go of me, let go, or else. Thud. Before he could finish his threat, the security guard delivered a vicious kick to Li Kai's midsection. The force sent Li Kai flying backward. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his stomach and writhing in agony. Yao Taohua, have you lost your mind? Shen Lei was startled. He bent down to help Li Kai up. His face darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at the stunning young woman. How dare you strike young Master Li? Are you trying to defy heaven itself? You're the one rebelling against heaven. Yao Taohua shot Shen Lei a withering glare. She walked over and stood beside Qin An. How dare you bring a bunch of security guards to help an outsider against your own new boss? And you lot. Yao Taohua swept a cold gaze over the security guards. Are all of you blind? Didn't you see the boss's photo posted in the group chat? Running off to aid and abet the villain.
I guess you all want to lose your jobs and spend a few days in jail, huh? After berating Chen Lei and the security guards, Yao Taohua turned and bowed respectfully to Qin An. My apologies, boss. I arrived late and caused you alarm. That's right. This Yao Taohua was none other than the business manager who had previously handled Qin An's reception. She had been busy preparing contracts in her office. Suddenly, she received a text from Li Qingran saying trouble had erupted. Someone had brought security guards to attack them. Terrified, she hurriedly gathered the remaining security guards and rushed over. Otherwise, it would have taken her a while longer to arrive. It's fine. Qin An waved dismissively. She shot a cold glance at the security guards and Chen Lei. He said coldly, pack up your things and leave. My company needs security guards, not anyone's lackeys. Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, the security guards who had already confirmed Qin An's identity through photo verification were no longer arrogant and overbearing. They all wilted like frostbitten eggplants, heads drooping dejectedly. Their faces were filled with regret. Thud. Chen Lei's reaction was even more intense. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. He muttered to himself, it's over, everything's over. His face bore an expression of utter despair. There was nothing he could do. He had worked his way up from a lowly leasing agent to his current position as deputy manager, enduring a grueling 10-year grind. Over those 10 years, he'd been treated like dirt, cursed it like a dog, and drunk himself into gastric hemorrhages more than once. Once, it even perforated, nearly costing him his life. It had been incredibly tough. And now, this position he'd fought so hard to attain is gone. How could he not be devastated? Chapter 176, I won't betray you. Li Kai's pupils dilated in shock. He had assumed Qin An was a penniless nobody. But he never imagined the guy was a wealthy heir who could casually pull out 2 billion yuan. How could he possibly afford to cross someone like that? With that thought, Li Kai didn't hesitate for a second. He turned tail and ran. As for revenge, he'd given up on that idea. He knew that even if his uncle favored him, he'd never risk offending a billionaire over such a trivial matter. Stop him. Before Qin An could even speak, Yao Taohua wasn't about to let Li Kai get away. Her face darkening, she barked the order at the security guards stationed at the entrance. The guards obeyed immediately, closing in to surround Li Kai. No matter how much he struggled, there was no escape. Qin An was quite pleased with Yao Taohua's ability to anticipate his every thought and action. He hesitated inwardly. Should he transfer her to be his personal secretary? As Qin An's business empire expanded, so did his roster of girlfriends. He genuinely needed someone to handle the mundane details of his daily life and manage his schedule. Otherwise, conflicts were bound to arise. Moreover, with so many matters to attend to, he simply couldn't keep track of them all. Pondering this, Qin An asked, Manager Yao, have you ever considered changing jobs? Yao Taohua couldn't tell whether Qin An's words were meant as a compliment or a criticism. She hesitated, not knowing how to respond, her body trembling slightly with nervousness. Seeing this, realized she had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, don't be afraid. I'm not firing you. I'm asking if you'd be willing to leave your current job and come work for me as my secretary. As for the monthly salary, let's tentatively set it at double your current pay. If you perform well, it will increase, and there will be bonuses too. However, the work hours will be longer. Qin An continued, we might often have to pull all-nighters, and as for rest, we probably won't be able to take holidays according to the schedule either. Phew. Yao Taohua exhaled in relief. She apologized, I'm truly honored by your consideration, but I'm afraid I can't accept this position, Mr. Qin. I have to pick up my child from school every day, and it simply wouldn't be feasible for me to handle this job. However, I can recommend someone. She's my college classmate. We majored in Chinese language and literature together. She'd be absolutely perfect for the secretarial role. Plus, she's far more emotionally intelligent than I am and much prettier. You'll be absolutely satisfied when you meet her. When Yao Taohua mentioned the other woman's looks, Qin An caught Li Qingran glaring at him with such intensity it seemed to say, if you dare hire her, I'll kill you. Qin An couldn't help but chuckle. Waving his hand at Yao Taohua, he said, let's discuss this later. With that, Qin An turned and walked over to Li Kai, who was surrounded by a group of security guards. He grinned widely. Aren't you supposed to beat me so badly even my mom wouldn't recognize me? Why are you leaving before you even start? Gulp. Li Kai swallowed hard. His voice trembled with desperation as he pleaded, Mr. Qin, Brother Qin, Mr. Big Shot Qin. I was just being ignorant earlier. Please forgive me. Just let it go like a fart in the wind. Don't worry. Qin An reached out to straighten Li Kai's clothes. He gave a mischievous grin. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't illegally detain you, and I certainly won't lay a finger on you. But you'll still have to pay for the damages. Money? Li Kai froze. What money? Of course, the cost of medicine and compensation for emotional distress. Qin An declared with righteous indignation, my hand's injured, and my tender little heart's been traumatized. Don't you think you should make some kind of gesture? Li Kai's mouth twitched.
The guy who got beaten up didn't even ask for medicine money, but you, the one who did the beating, are demanding it? Have you no shame?
My tender heart was traumatized.
The one who's truly scared out of my wits is me, isn't it? Though he was utterly unwilling, Li Kai had no choice but to comply. He fished his phone out of his pocket and said with a mournful expression, "How much do you want? I'll transfer it to you." "Hey!" Qin An sighed, putting on a righteous act. "I won't rip you off, just give me $1 million. Li Kai. Damn it all to hell. $1 million for medicine, and you call that not ripping me off? You bastard." Seeing Li Kai's expression turn uglier than if he'd eaten, Qin An felt utterly satisfied. She chuckled, "What? Think that's too little? Want me to bump it up to $2 million? No problem, I'm not one to turn down extra cash. Li Kai. Get lost. Can I leave now?"
After transferring the $1,000,000 yuan, Li Kai's small treasury was left with only a few scattered silver coins. Li Kai felt his heart was about to bleed. His gaze toward Qin An was filled with pure hatred.
"No way." Qin An shook his head. "Why?" Li Kai erupted in fury. "I've already compensated you for the money. Why won't you let me go? It's not me stopping you, it's them." Qin An pointed toward the doorway. Li Kai followed the direction of the finger and saw 2 uniformed police officers standing there. "Li Kai, right? Someone reported you for violating someone's privacy. Come with us." Without another word, the officers cuffed Li Kai and escorted him out. Fury made Li Kai's teeth grind to dust. He turned and glared viciously at Qin An. "You just wait. When I get out, I'll make you pay." After Li Kai left, the rest of the security guards all scattered, each going their separate ways. After signing the lease agreement with Yao Taohua, Qin An also departed. In the end, he leased a total of 6 office spaces. 3 of them were on the same floor and could be knocked through. Qin An planned to use these 3 for Zhu Jingyi's entertainment company.
Of the remaining units, aside from the one for Li Qingran, he allocated one for a music company and one with an office and bedroom for a social media influencer incubator.
Ring ring. As he exited the Ginza building, Qin An's phone suddenly rang.
He picked it up to see the caller was Zhao Yushi.
"Hello? Yushi. Hello, brother Qin An. Have you returned from your business trip?" "I'm back." Qin An lied without batting an eye or skipping a beat. "Just got home." "What's up?" "My mom and the others have been released." Zhao Yushi sounded troubled. "They've been calling me non-stop, asking me to pick them up. Should I go?" "Go pick them up."
Qin An hesitated for a moment before saying, "This situation needs resolving anyway.
Might as well get it out in the open today. Ask Qin Xinyao for the day off, then head home. I'll wait for you at the complex." "Okay." Hearing Qin An would accompany her eased Zhao Yushi's anxious heart considerably.
After hanging up, she went straight to ask Shen Xinyao for the day off.
Who was that?
Although Li Qingran already knew Qin An was a womanizer and had accepted it, he still felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing a girl had called Qin An.
It felt awful. Chapter 177, The Argument. One of your future sisters.
Qin An made no attempt to hide it. Taking Li Qingran's delicate, boneless little hand, he said, "Come on, you'll see her soon enough."
"Forget it."
Seeing her guess confirmed, the bitterness in Li Qingran's heart only deepened. She huffed indignantly, "I'm going home.
I refuse to be the third wheel for you too." "Oh, come on.
You're my girlfriend, and she's my girlfriend too. There's no such thing as a third wheel here." Qin An had actually intended to find an excuse to send Li Qingran home. But now he'd changed his mind. Why settle for favoring just one when he could have the pleasure of embracing both?
"No."
Li Qingran stubbornly shook her head.
"Then I'm not going either. I can't stand seeing other women getting all lovey-dovey with you. It's fine. You'll get used to it after seeing it a few times." With that, Qin An pushed Li Qingran into the car without further ado. He walked to the driver's seat, floored the accelerator, and sped off. Xinjiku was quite a distance from Ziyunhuafu. With some reckless driving on the road, it took Qin An a full 40 minutes to finally arrive. "Qin An?"
The moment Qin An stepped out of the car, a girl rushed toward him at full speed. Her eyes sparkled with delight.
"You came? Did you come all this way just to see me? Is she the sister you told me about?"
At that moment, Li Qingran stepped out of the car.
He glared at the girl with a hostile look and asked Qin An. Qin An's mouth twitched. "Damn it! Is the heavens just messing with me?
Just the other day at dinner, I thought to myself, please don't let me run into Feng Qingyan in the neighborhood. And then today, I ran right into her. Unbelievable. And who might this be?" Li Qingran's appearance wiped the smile right off Feng Qingyan's face. Instead, a cold, distant expression took its place.
"Hello, allow me to introduce myself."
Li Qingran extended his right hand with a polite smile.
"My name is Li Qingran. I'm Qin An's classmate. College classmate." Qin An cut in anxiously. There was no other way.
Just because Li Qingran, Zhao Yushi, and Shen Xinyao accepted him as a man with multiple partners.
But that didn't mean Feng Qingyan could. Moreover, the crucial point was that Feng Qingyan knew Su Wanqing.
If she found out he had other women, she might just spill the beans to Su Wanqing.
If Su Wanqing couldn't handle it, that would spell trouble.
Therefore, to play it safe, Qin An decided to keep it hidden for now.
Oh.
Upon learning they were merely classmates, Feng Qingyan's smile returned. She extended her hand to shake Li Qingran's.
Hello, I'm Feng Qingyan.
I'm the best friend of Qin An's girlfriend and also a friend.
Humph. Li Qingran sneered coldly. They say you should guard against fire, theft, and your best friend and boy, is that saying ever true?
At this remark, Feng Qingyan's smile froze.
Her embroidered brows furrowed as she snapped. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Li Qingran showed no fear, stiffening her neck.
Just suddenly remembered the saying and muttered it under my breath.
Is that a problem? Yes, it is. Feng Qingyan flared. You know I'm his girlfriend's best friend. Saying that is just insulting me, isn't it? Humph.
Li Qingran sneered coldly. Whether it's an insult or the truth, you know exactly what it is.
I don't know.
As the two argued fiercely, the tension in the air grew thicker by the second. Qin An hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over.
All right. We're all friends here, why are we arguing? Speaking of which, Qingyan, what exactly are you doing? Humph. Feng Qingyan shot Li Qingran a furious glare.
Ignoring her, she turned away and replied, my new furniture just arrived today.
I'm here to supervise the delivery. And you? Feng Qingyan asked with a smile, what brings you here? Got plans later? If not, why not come over to my place?
My dad's been going on and on about inviting you over for dinner lately.
Not today.
Qin An gestured toward Li Qingran beside him.
We're meeting up with classmates. Once I meet another friend, we have to head out. Oh. Feng Qingyan looked a little disappointed.
Seeing her reaction, Qin An reassured her, the day after tomorrow.
I'll definitely make time to come over then. Okay. Feng Qingyan's smile returned. Well, I've got things to do. Remember to drink less and eat more.
And keep this in mind, you're a married man now.
Stay far away from those shady women. With that, Feng Qingyan shot a pointed glance at Li Qingran. Li Qingran snorted coldly. I wonder who the real loose woman is. Enough. Go upstairs already. Qin An feared the two might start arguing again. He practically pushed and pulled Li Qingran inside. He couldn't help but wonder privately, were these two women just incompatible, or did their zodiac signs clash? How could they start snapping at each other the moment they met? This is going to be a real headache. You'd better tell me the truth. Once inside the elevator, Li Qingran's face darkened as she demanded angrily, you and that woman earlier, are you two really involved? Qin An shook his head. No, stop imagining things. We're completely innocent, we haven't even held hands. Qin An was telling the truth.
While he and Feng Qingyan had crossed that line, they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship. There had been no physical intimacy, so it didn't count.
Humph. Li Qingran snorted coldly. You better not have, or I'm breaking up with you.
Qin An was momentarily stunned. His face filled with confusion as he asked, wait, why don't you like her? Li Qingran shouted angrily, because she's disloyal. She knew you were her best friend's boyfriend and still tried to seduce you, it's disgusting.
Qin An. Could it be that I'm the one who seduced her? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Stepping out of the elevator, Qin An pressed the doorbell. The door opened quickly. Zhao Yushi smiled sweetly. Brother Qin An, you always come when I'm waiting.
Mid-sentence, Zhao Yushi froze, her gaze shifting warily to Li Qingran standing beside Qin An. Who is she? She asked suspiciously.
Qin An didn't answer immediately.
Instead, he waited until both he and Li Qingran had entered the apartment and closed the door before saying, she's my girlfriend too, just like you. With that, Qin An pulled Zhao Yushi into his arms and planted a quick peck on her cherry red lips. Zhao Yushi felt a twinge of unease at gaining another sister.
She said nothing.
Instead, she simply nestled quietly in Qin An's embrace, savoring the long-awaited warmth of his arms.
Holy moly! Li Qingran walked in after changing her shoes.
Pointing at Zhao Yushi, she scolded Qin An, you're a devil.
You won't even leave such a little kid alone. She's 22. What kid? Qin An rolled his eyes, settling onto the sofa with Zhao Yushi in his left arm and Li Qingran in his right. Quietly savoring the long-awaited bliss of having two women in his arms. He chuckled softly. Chapter 178, Li Qingran gives in. Feels pretty good, huh?
Li Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly, flashing a fake smile.
Just okay, third best in the country.
Qin An leaned back comfortably on the sofa, smiling smugly.
Is that so?
Li Qingran quietly slid her hand around Qin An's waist.
Gritting her teeth, she said, how about I give you something even more satisfying?
Qin An knew she was trying to get a hold of him. He wasn't about to let her have her way.
He secretly restrained Li Qingran's hand with his own.
He leaned in toward Li Qingran's red lips.
All right. Bring it on.
With that, he leaned in and kissed her. Li Qingran had intended for Qin An to be the one at a disadvantage. But now she was the one getting the short end of the stick. It infuriated her. Seizing her chance, she bit down on Qin An's lips.
Ah! Qin An hadn't expected that after dodging one attack, another followed. The pain made him grimace as he shoved Li Qingran away, snapping, "Are you a dog or something?" "Oomph." Li Qingran shook her head smugly. "Who told you to take advantage of me?" "Oomph." Qin An sneered coldly, "Fine. Just don't come crying to me begging for a kiss later." With that, he ignored Li Qingran entirely, pulling Zhao Yushi into his arms and leaning in to kiss her. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After days of longing, Zhao Yushi truly wanted to passionately embrace Qin An, to be intimate with him. But the thought of Li Qingran sitting nearby watching them made her blush uncontrollably. She hurriedly reached out to push Qin An away. Unfortunately, her strength was simply too weak. She pushed him several times in a row, but couldn't budge him. And with Qin An's kisses sending her into a dizzying haze, she simply gave up struggling. Closing her eyes, she lay still and surrendered to the moment. She let Qin An have his way. Li Qingran's emotions were complex at that moment. Her initial emotions were a mix of bitterness and anger. At her peak, she even wished she could kill Qin An. But gradually, her feelings shifted. Anger gave way to regret and self-reproach. Why had she thrown a tantrum when she had already chosen to accept the situation? How foolish of her. She regretted not biting Qin An earlier than the one being cherished by him right now would be her. Then she wouldn't have to stand by and watch with envy. Ah! Lost in thought, Li Qingran sighed inwardly. She muttered angrily to herself, Li Qingran, what the hell are you doing? You've liked him for so many years, and now that you finally have a chance to be together, why can't you just cherish it? Do you really have to push him until he's annoyed with you, hates you, and rejects you before you'll finally grow up? Remember, Qin An isn't short on women right now. Shen Xinyao, Feng Qingyan, and now this Zhao Yushi, which one is worse than you? Snap out of it. This isn't the time for you to be throwing tantrums. With that thought, Li Qingran set aside her pride and let go of her resentment. She stepped forward, pulled Qin An toward her. She leaned in and kissed him. Qin An froze. What was this girl playing at? Just moments ago, she seemed ready to strangle her, yet now she'd suddenly softened? Could this be a trick? With that thought, Qin An responded cautiously. But after a long while, all he sensed from Li Qingran was gentleness, not a trace of hostility. This made him relax unconsciously. Pushing Li Qingran away, he took Zhao Yushi's hand and smiled. Come on, let's go to the bedroom. Though both Li Qingran and Zhao Yushi were still virgins, they were no longer children. They knew exactly what Qin An intended to do in the bedroom. Their lovely faces flushed crimson. Then Zhao Yushi spoke first. You guys probably haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go buy some food. With that, Zhao Yushi turned and dashed out. Li Qingran followed closely behind, making an excuse. Oh my. I almost forgot it's my best friend's birthday today. She's waiting for me to come home for dinner. You two go ahead and eat. I'm heading back. Get back here. Qin An wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. He grabbed both their wrists and shoved them forcefully into the bedroom, one after the other. He then locked the door and drew the curtains. And then the assault began. Ring-a-ling. Ring-a-ling. Wait a minute. Just as Qin An was about to get down to business, Zhao Yushi's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, her embroidered brows furrowed. Her face clouded with worry as she said, "My mom's calling again. What should I do?" "Ignore her." Qin An snatched the phone from her hand and tossed it aside. Let her stew for a bit. Let her get a little anxious first. With that, he lit the fuse. A storm erupted in the room, raging on and on. 3 hours later. Exhausted, Qin An collapsed between the two girls. He intended to rest for a while. But the moment he lay down, he froze in shock. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait, did one of you pee the bed?" At this, Li Qingran's face flushed bright red. Filled with shame and anger, she pinched Qin An hard, burying her face in the pillow, too embarrassed to look at him. Seeing her reaction, Qin An suddenly remembered her special talent for flooding like a river. He chuckled, hoisted the quilt onto his shoulder, and headed out to the balcony to air it out. By the time he returned to the room, Zhao Yushi's phone rang again. This was nearly the 100th time it had rung in just the past few hours. The callers were her mom, her dad, and her brother. But with Qin An's insistence, Zhao Yushi didn't answer a single one. By now, they must be frantic with worry. "Brother, should we answer this time?" Zhao Yushi wrapped her arms around Qin An and asked cautiously. "No. Let's just go." Qin An rose to put on his clothes. "Let's settle this once and for all." Phew. Zhao Yushi exhaled in relief. She had actually been anxious for quite some time. It was only because Qin An had consistently refused that it had dragged on until now. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have been there the moment her mother first called. "Don't blame me." Qin An gently rubbed Zhao Yushi's head. "I did this not because I didn't want to help you, but to toughen you up. I want you to become stronger and more ruthless. Let them know you have your own temper too. You're not someone they can push around at will. And certainly not someone to be morally blackmailed at will. Otherwise, they'll walk all over you for the rest of your life." Zhao Yushi suddenly understood. She had thought Qin An no longer wanted to help her. She'd worried for nothing. But it turned out he had been helping her all along. This warmed her heart, deepening her affection for Qin An. Ding! Zhao Yushi's affection +2. Ding! Zhao Yushi's current affection level 98 points. Alright, let's go. After Qin An and Zhao Yushi left, the exhaustedly Qin Ran drifted off into a deep sleep, a sweet smile still playing on her lips. Chapter 179, I can't live without you anymore. On the road. Zhao Yushi's mother called again. This time, Qin An answered. A shrill noise immediately blared from the speakerphone. You little brat, you think you're all grown up now? Think I can't control you anymore? We've called you over 100 times. And you only pick up now? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhao Di. Yao Hohat's voice had barely faded. Zhao Laosan's voice exploded in response. Let me tell you, this running won't save you. You've got my blood running through your veins, you're my flesh and blood. Run to the ends of the earth. I'm still your father. No one can change that. Zhao Yushi, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Zhao Lei bellowed, if you're not here in 10 minutes, don't blame me for ing you to death. Zhao Lei's words sent a shiver through Zhao Yushi's delicate frame as she sat in the passenger seat. Her eyes were filled with sheer terror. Seeing this, Qin An gently patted her shoulder. I'm here, he murmured soothingly. Don't be afraid. With Qin An's reassurance, Zhao Yushi relaxed considerably. Yet every time Yao Hohat and the others' voices came through the phone, her body still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Clearly, these people had become her nightmare. Qin An felt a pang of heartache. He barked into the phone, shut up, all of you. A man's voice answered on the other end, momentarily stunned. Then Zhao Laosan demanded first, who the hell are you? How did you get my daughter's phone? I know. Zhao Lei's voice came through. You must be my sister's rich boyfriend, right? I'm her brother. My name is Zhao Lei. Now I'm ordering you to get the hell over here and pick us up right now. Otherwise, I'm making my sister break up with you this instant. And the money. Yao Hohat added, 1 million yuan, not a penny less. Bring it all right now. Hoof. Qin An laughed in exasperation. You guys haven't figured out the situation yet? You actually dare to bark orders at me? Believe it or not, I could hang up right now. Then turn off my phone for 10 days or a fortnight, leaving you two to live like vagrants in Binhai City? You dare. Zhao Lei snapped, his voice rising with fury. If you dare do that, I'll make sure my sister breaks up with you. Don't threaten me with that. Qin An shot back with utter coldness, your sister is nothing but a disposable toy to me. I couldn't care less. Besides, what makes you think she'd listen to you anyway? Because I'm her father. Zhao Laosan's voice boomed. I gave him life. Why wouldn't he listen to me? Even if you were his father or even his grandfather, you still couldn't restrict her personal freedom. Qin An snapped back irritably, and there's something else I should tell you, she's pregnant. If you insist on forcing her to break up with me, then go ahead and take her back. I don't want this child anyway. Qin An knew they dared to use this as leverage. First, they believed he was deeply in love with Zhao Yushi. Second, they believed that once Zhao Yushi left him, she could easily marry someone else for money. Therefore, he had to appear utterly indifferent. Adding the pregnancy to dash their hopes. Make them believe Zhao Yushi was now stuck in their hands, utterly unsellable. Otherwise, they would definitely drive up the price. That would put him at a disadvantage. Boom! Yao Hohat, who had taken it at face value, panicked. She forced a smile and stammered, dear son-in-law, please don't be angry. We were just joking with you earlier. You love my daughter so much, how could I ever let you two break up? Right. Zhao Laosan also softened his tone, chiming in to placate him, dear son-in-law, don't be angry. I'll give this brat a good beating later and make sure he never talks nonsense again. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Zhao Lei apologized, please forgive me for my mistake. Don't be like me. Enough. Qin An saw they'd fallen for it. He smirked triumphantly, feigning impatience. Cut the nonsense. Tell me where you are now. I'll come find you. Phew. Yao Hohat breathed a sigh of relief. She flattered him with a smile, we're all strangers here in Binhai City. We didn't dare wander around. We're still sitting right outside the police station. Alright, I got it. Qin An couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. He hung up the phone. He turned around and gently rubbed Zhao Yushi's little head. He comforted her, don't overthink it. What I just said was all to fool them. The truth is, I love you so much. I'd never abandon you. Woo. Zhao Yushi had genuinely been scared. She'd heard stories about how many boys stop caring once they get what they want. Combined with Qin An's tone and expression just now, which seemed so genuine. She had truly believed it. Only now did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But tears still streamed down her face despite her best efforts. Seeing this, Qin An felt a pang of heartache. He pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. As he gently wiped her tears, he said, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. I'm truly sorry for hurting you. Zhao Yushi shook her head. She leaned forward and embraced Qin An. Her voice choked with emotion as she whispered, I don't blame you, but big brother, can you promise me you'll never abandon me? They've already abandoned me. I can't lose you too. Hearing those words, Qin An's heart nearly shattered. He held Zhao Yushi tightly. His nose stung as he replied, I promise. I promise I'll never abandon you, not for all eternity. I'll love you forever. But after we meet your parents later, I'll still act like I don't care about you. I might even say some harsh things. Don't take it personally, okay? With Qin An's reassurance, Zhao Yushi's anxious feelings eased considerably. She wiped away her tears and said, I understand. Qin An gently kissed Zhao Yushi's forehead. Be good. 40 minutes later. They're over there. Zhao Yushi pointed toward three figures sitting on the steps outside the police station entrance. Qin An drove the car over and stopped right in front of them. Rolling down the window, he sneered defiantly, who's in charge here? Me. Yao Hohat raised her right hand and scampered toward Qin An. At first, she was smiling. But as she drew nearer to Qin An, the smile on her face faded. Finally, it vanished entirely as she snapped, why is it you? Zhao Lei now recognized Qin An as the very man who had beaten them senseless that day and sent them to the station. He fumed, damn it. You knew we were my sister's parents and brother, yet you still helped outsiders screw us over and get us locked up. You're a real bastard. Bang! Zhao Lei kicked the car door in rage. Then he yanked at Qin An's door, bellowing, get the hell out of there now, or I'll smash your car to pieces. Chapter 180, the grand finale. Go ahead. Qin An remained calm. His expression was utterly nonchalant. This car isn't exactly expensive, just a measly 100 million. If you can afford to pay for it, go ahead and wreck it. Even if you smash it to pieces, I'll still praise your skill. Boom! The words 100 million sent a chill through Zhao Lei's body. His hand trembled as he snatched it back. He dared not touch Qin An's car again. Yao Hohat and Zhao Laosan stared in utter disbelief. Could this car be made of gold? How could it possibly cost so much? Enough! I don't have the time or patience for your nonsense. Qin An's face was defiant as he said in a deep voice, just name your price for the dowry. 100. No! Just as Zhao Lei was about to blurt out the price they'd agreed upon beforehand, Yao Hohat abruptly cut him off, her tone righteous, we want 100 million. Don't tell us you can't afford it, you drive such a fancy car, you must have it. Humph. Qin An chuckled. Just as expected. Human greed knows no bounds. It started with demanding 50,000 from Zhao Yushi, then escalated to 500,000, and finally reached 1 million. Now look. Upon learning his car was worth 100 million, he went straight for the 100 million mark. Truly, greed knows no bounds. I do have 100 million. Qin An spoke slowly, I could even come up with 1 billion or 2 billion. But the problem is, your daughter simply isn't worth that much. How is she not worth it? Yao Hohat shot Qin An a withering look and retorted with twisted logic, in my heart, my daughter is priceless. Demanding 100 million is already a bargain for you. Oh. Qin An responded indifferently, then go sell your daughter to someone else. But you still owe me 100 million. Yao Hohat stiffened her neck, declaring with righteous indignation, for abortion fees and nutritional expenses. Humph. Qin An laughed. Who said the child she's carrying is mine? Boom. At those words, Yao Hohat and the other two froze in shock. Before Qin An arrived, the three had discussed their plan. They'd decided that if negotiations broke down, they'd use this as leverage to extort money. Then they'd marry Zhao Yushi off to someone else. But they never imagined the child wasn't even Qin An's. What the hell kind of blackmail was this? Alright, I'll name my price. Qin An held up 3 fingers. 300,000 yuan. If you agree, I'll transfer the money once Yushi's household registration is transferred out. If not, I'm out of here immediately. Also, let me remind you, under the latest civil code provisions, extorting exorbitant dowries carries jail time. So you'd better know when to quit. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you back inside. Yao Hohat and the others didn't doubt the truth behind Qin An's final threat. After all, Qin An had already sent them to jail once before. But 300,000? That was far too little. Compared to 100 million, it wasn't just a little less, it was a mere fraction of a fraction. 1 million. After a long hesitation, Yao Hohat spoke slowly, if you give us 1 million, we... Stop. Qin An cut her off, his tone leaving no room for argument. It's 300,000. One more word from you, and I'm driving away right now. Seeing Qin An's resolute stance, the three immediately fell silent. Finally, Zhao Laosan sighed and said, fine. 30,000 it is. Agreed. Next, at the police station, they retrieved Zhao Yushi's household registration records separately. After the payment was made, Qin An didn't even glance at Yao Hohat and the others. He got straight into the car. Zhao Yushi desperately wanted to say something. But when she realized her parents' and younger brother's attention had been fixed on that passbook holding 300,000 yuan from start to finish, she abandoned the idea.
She abandoned the thought, pulled open the car door, and walked away. Qin An saw this and gently rubbed her head. He comforted her softly, "It's okay. I'll always be here with you. And once we have children, they'll be here for you too." Zhao Yushi heard his words. A flicker of warmth emerged in her previously icy heart. A captivating blush spread across her small face. She whispered softly, then why don't you come stay at my place tonight? I want the children to be with me sooner." With the girl being so forward, if Qin An still refused, he'd be unworthy of being a man. He smiled and nodded. "Alright, I'll work overtime tonight and try to plant the seed a few more times." By the time Qin An returned home, Li Qingran had already prepared dinner. There was also an extra person in the house, Xia Yanran. Her arrival genuinely surprised Qin An. He later learned that she had originally called him, but since he didn't answer, she had called Li Qingran instead. She had come over and had no intention of leaving. Thus, the evening's planned performance, originally featuring one hero facing two generals, transformed into three heroes battling Lu Bu. Had Qin An's body not been enhanced, he might have struggled to keep up. 5 days later, Yu Mengxiu was growing increasingly anxious. She took the initiative to call Qin An and arranged to meet him at the Yunhai Hotel. Knock knock knock. Qin An knocked on the hotel room door. Soon, Yu Mengxiu opened it. Today, Yu Mengxiu was still dressed in her anime-inspired outfit. Her cosplay character was Salfini from the game. Her long, pink, wavy hair cascaded down, accentuating her gracefully slender waist and straight, shapely legs. She was truly breathtaking. If it weren't for the fact that Qin An had been nearly drained dry over the past 5 days by Li Qingran, Zhao Yushi, Xia Yanyan, and Shen Xinyao, he might have swept her off her feet the moment he walked in. "When do you plan to acquire my family's businesses?" Yu Mengxiu asked, her face etched with urgency. "Don't worry." Qin An sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed. He gave a mischievous smile. "As long as your service today satisfies me, the money will be in place tomorrow." "Alright." Yu Mengxiu had already prepared herself before arriving. The moment Qin An finished speaking, she began undressing. Qin An hurriedly stopped her. "Hold on, don't rush. Let's take it step by step. First, dance for me a few times." Yu Mengxiu felt dancing for Qin An right there was utterly humiliating. Her delicate fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But in the end, for the money, she forced herself to endure. "Fine. I'll dance right now." With that, she played music through the speakers and began dancing. Qin An had only ever seen such dances on his phone before. This was his first time witnessing it in person, and he discovered the sheer impact these dances delivered. It was genuinely powerful. By the third song, he couldn't take it anymore. He pulled Yu Mengxiu into his arms and went straight for it. Beep beep beep. 2 hours later, Qin An lay there, ready to rest with Yu Mengxiu in his arms. The door suddenly rattled. Immediately after, Li Qingran burst in with Zhao Yushi, Xia Yanyan, and Shen Xinyao, all swarming into the room. Standing by his bedside, they grinned wickedly. The sudden chill sent a shiver down Qin An's spine. He begged, "Ladies, I'm sorry. Please just let me rest for a bit." "No way." The group shouted in unison, then pounced on Qin An all at once. The end.